During the summer vacation under the scorching sun, endless heat waves relentlessly ravaged the earth. The sun was exceptionally fierce. Even the clouds seemed unable to bear its glare and fled entirely. Suddenly a patch of space twisted, then violently shook, and a strange portal emerged. An unknown creature shot out of the portal and landed on Earth. Don't spend all day on your phone or computer. Go out and walk around, get some sun. A young man should have some energy. The old man looked at his grandson with disappointment. Facing his grandparents scolding, Zhao Ziyan knew he could no longer stay in his room playing games with the air conditioner on. Soon he was kicked out of the house by his grandparents along with a few old hens. To prevent the henhouse from overheating, the village folks would occasionally take the hens out for a walk. Sitting by the door, he watched the old hens happily moving around in the front yard. Scrolling through videos on his phone, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but recall his glorious past when he was ambitious and full of ideals. After a year of college life, Zhao Ziyan sighed. Life is like a file, always grinding down a young man's sharp edges, transforming from colorful people into dull people. What a boring life. Watching some negative videos, Zhao Ziyan suddenly felt a strange sensation below. Then he thought, nature calls. But Zhao Ziyan didn't get up. He glanced at the chickens in front and the farmhouse behind. Grandpa. Grandma. I didn't take the keys. Let me in. I need to use the bathroom. Nothing happened. Grandparents were taking a nap, impossible to wake. Who could endure holding it in under 30-something degree heat, hiding in the shade of a tree, shouting occasionally, hoping the elders would wake up? Well, a living person can't be killed by a full bladder, right? Zhao Ziyan slowly stood up, a strange light in his eyes. LK. No people. Okay. He quickly walked to a big tree, relieved himself. Comfortable. Since it took a while, he did what almost all guys do. Idly looked down. Hey, it's grown. Zhao Ziyan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the spot where the liquid landed. Actually, guys who often relieve themselves outdoors know that after holding it for a long time, the ground rarely absorbs everything. There should be a small puddle or at least a damp mark. But Zhao Ziyan, a young man, wouldn't believe it if the ground was completely dry, not even a damp spot. With a little bit left, Zhao Ziyan observed. The soil at the landing spot was like a sponge, greedily absorbing. As the last drops fell, he stepped back a few steps. Could it be that the weather is so hot that the moisture evaporates instantly? Zhao Ziyan forced a reasonable explanation for himself. Hey, it can't be something dirty. Suddenly the soil at the landing spot moved. Zhao Ziyan was startled and jumped back. A monster. All gods, please protect me. But as Zhao Ziyan prayed to the gods, his answer came. Cluck, 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 cluck. A few old hens, sensing something, gathered around Zhao Ziyan. The soil trembled more and more, and the stranger it became, the more curious the hens grew. There must be a big earthworm in the mud, he'll have a treat. Suddenly, boom. It exploded. A little mouse was blasted out of the urine-soaked soil. The heavens didn't change color, nor did the earth weep. The newcomer shouted yeah, and then crashed to the ground like a dog's dropping. It was a cute Chiba-style mouse with white fur and a few golden hairs on its ears. As soon as it appeared, it saw Zhao Ziyan and kept its gaze fixed on him. Nice. To meet. The mouse seemed to be speaking. Nice. Nice, my foot. Do they think we are easy to bully? Although the initial explosion only sent dirt flying and was harmless, the old hens were startled by the sudden attack. Now that they had recovered, they wouldn't let it slide. Little thing, don't you know who we are? When no goose is home, the hen rules the roost. Mess with us and you'll be pecked. The old hens beat up the mouse. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan's brain was overloaded with information. A mouse. Is there such a cute mouse? And it seems to be able to talk. Zhao Ziyan came to his senses and quickly stopped the hen's assault. Hey, what are you doing? Let that mouse go. Zhao Ziyan picked up the mouse by its ear, put it in his hand, quickly moved away from the hen group, then set it on the ground. The mouse, bruised and swollen, looked at him with gratitude. As soon as it was placed on the ground, it tried to come closer. Benefactor, thank you for saving me again. Stop. Stay right there. Zhao Ziyan casually plucked a leaf and rubbed his fingers on it, the fingers that had held the mouse. Man, I definitely peed on it. And I touched it with my finger, which means I touched. But Zhao Ziyan, with a strong heart, didn't think it strange that a mouse could talk. Instead, he was concerned about other things. When I was unconscious, I could sense my surroundings. I know it was you, benefactor, who gave me the source of life and saved me when the beasts attacked. I don't know how to thank you. Zhao Ziyan was stunned. Ha ha. You're not an ordinary mouse, are you? Zhao Ziyan asked with a wise look as if he had seen through everything. Benefactor, you are right. I am a space mouse. I was forced to open a space portal to escape and then I came here and fell unconscious. Thanks to your life source. Whenever the life source was mentioned, Zhao Ziyan felt awkward. To cover the truth, he made up an excuse about washing off the dirt and took the mouse to the river to clean off the smell. After washing, Zhao Ziyan's unease faded. The mouse sat on his shoulder and they walked back together. Looking at the clean cute chibi mouse, Zhao Ziyan grinned slyly and asked, "Can you transform into a cute girl?" After all, a white-haired mouse girl wouldn't be bad. Fortunately, the newly arrived little mouse did not really understand what was going on, otherwise the positive image of Zhao Ziyan in its heart might have shattered on the spot. After accidentally speaking his mind, Zhao Ziyan still was not so heartless as to point at the little mouse and insist on forcing it to change. He pushed such thoughts aside and returned to the matter at hand. Back when he helped the little mouse bathe, Zhao Ziyan had already begun to learn about the mouse's worldview. The universe contained many races and the density of spiritual energy varied from place to place. The blue star where Zhao Ziyan lived was a world with low spiritual energy, also known as an age where the laws of cultivation had withered. Fortunately, he had inherited a remarkably steady heart, further tempered by the colorful world of the internet. Zhao Ziyan's heart had been trained to be extraordinarily resilient. Even if he saw a whole herd of pigs lining up and falling into a ditch, he would not feel the slightest ripple in his emotions. In an instant, Zhao Ziyan accepted the fact that the little mouse had crossed over from another world. Roughly speaking, the little mouse was actually a spatial mouse. It had once had a master, but one day it and its master were besieged by enemies. Its master lost the battle and died. The little mouse itself had almost no combat power, but as a spatial mouse it possessed the unique skill of spatial teleportation. It could not fight, yet its skill made it exceptionally good at escaping. Most powerful beings wanted to capture such a mouse and use it as a tool, though they rarely wished to kill it. Yet the little mouse had long since become a seasoned performer. The mouse remained the same, but its masters came and went like running water. Whenever a master was on the verge of defeat, the mouse would simply flee, enjoy a few carefree days, then allow itself to be captured again and acknowledge a new master. In short, it had become a servant to all under heaven. The little mouse straightened up boldly as if answering a call. After a brief pause, Zhao Ziyan said, "Since you haven't recovered yet, why don't you stay at my place for now?" "For now you can be my pet mouse," Zhao Ziyan added. "But don't speak in front of other people. I'm afraid they'll take you for an alien rat and haul you away." The little mouse eagerly agreed in gratitude. "You don't have to keep calling me benefactor," Zhao Ziyan said. "My name is Zhao Ziyan, you can call me Lao Zhao or Ziyan." Then he added with some curiosity, "By the way, how is it that you can speak our language as soon as you arrive here?" He wondered aloud whether the mouse had some sort of telepathic skill. "No," the mouse replied. "This is simply the common language of the great universe. So in your world it's called putangwa." Zhao Ziyan's facial muscles twitched, yet his inherited steady heart quickly accepted this bizarre setting. Placing the little mouse in his palm, Zhao Ziyan strode toward home. After everything that had happened, he needed some time to slow down and digest it all. "By the way, Ziyan," the little mouse piped up, "I still haven't repaid you. You've helped me so much, I can let you choose three items from my collection." Nestled in Zhao Ziyan's hand, the mouse seemed to recall something important and spoke with a tone that was both solemn and faintly pained. "However, because Ziyan's world is an age where the laws of cultivation have withered, all kinds of treasures will be suppressed. Many things might not have much effect anymore." Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan did not seem particularly concerned. Zhao Ziyan thought to himself that if the treasures no longer had much effect, there didn't seem to be much point in taking them. "That is true," the mouse admitted, "but some items still have a bit of use. For example, they can make you a little healthier, strengthen your immune system, and so on." The mouse bounced in Zhao Ziyan's palm, racking its brains to recall the effects of its collection. Zhao Ziyan's interest was piqued. Even if the treasures no longer did much, it would still be good to broaden his horizons. After all, whoever got to see objects from another world? Although the mouse's condition was poor, it could still open its storage space, since that consumed little energy. It could not unleash any grand techniques, but small skills were still easy. From the storage space near its lower belly, it kept pulling out items one after another, explaining to Zhao Ziyan their origins and functions, though most of them were now useless. Divine artifacts and magical tools had basically become scrap iron, completely unusable. Zhao Ziyan shifted his attention to some fruits and spiritual herbs instead. The mouse continued to explain at his side. "This is a demon fruit. It used to grant the power of demons to whoever ate it, but now it can only slightly strengthen the body and make illness less likely." The mouse pointed to another item. "That is an undying immortal medicine. In the past it could let a supreme expert live a second life equal to gaining another chance at existence. Now it can only replenish blood and chi, calm the mind, clear the eyes, and relieve constipation." Zhao Ziyan fell into deep thought. He pondered whether he should choose not falling ill or replenishing blood and qi, calming the mind, clearing the eyes and relieving constipation, or perhaps something that aided sleep, prevented hair loss, or removed foot odor and acne. Exasperated almost to the point of flipping a table, even though there was no table to flip, Zhao Ziyan felt that these things were spectacularly useless. Yet then he recalled that there seemed to be something that could nourish the kidneys and thought it didn't sound so bad. He cleared his throat and forced himself back to the main topic. Just as Zhao Ziyan was starting to feel dazzled, the mouse produced a tiny bean that shimmered with golden light. The little golden bean had even sprouted. Imagine it among a pile of supplements with grandiose names but absurdly vague effects. There suddenly appeared a small object that shone with pure gold. Anyone with normal sense would see it as something precious, a legendary golden treasure. All the other items had turned dim, shriveled, and utterly unlike true spiritual medicines. Yet this one, even in such a low spiritual energy world, still shone with golden light. How astonishing must it be in other worlds? Comparisons could be cruel. The moment Zhao Ziyan saw the golden bean, he immediately pointed at it in excitement. This one, what is it? The mouse froze for a moment, then grew a little sad. This is the seed of faith left behind by my previous master, the mouse began. She walked the path of becoming a god through faith, but as I told you, because of betrayal and desecration by her believers and the attacks of rival deities, she eventually. Zhao Ziyan replied, then your master must have been very powerful. This seed of faith is still shining even now. It's far better than any other treasure here. The mouse said, perhaps my previous master has not completely perished, or perhaps she has, but the spirituality of the seed of faith has not fully dispersed. Growing more animated as it spoke, the mouse continued, in that case the seed of faith might be able to help you, Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan's eyes lit up at once and he hurriedly asked how the seed of faith was to be used. He even wondered whether he should simply swallow it himself. The mouse shook its head. No, the seed of faith is used to enlighten believers. It can turn another living being into your follower and grant that being the power of faith. The lower a creature's intelligence, the easier it is to succeed. For highly intelligent beings, a single seed of faith makes success very difficult. Zhao Ziyan then asked what benefits he himself would gain from having believers. The mouse explained that believers could provide him with the power of faith. With enough faith he could become a god and could also consume faith to use divine arts or create incarnations of faith. It was a grand promise. Zhao Ziyan was indeed tempted after all the other items were little more than health supplements, but this seed of faith truly possessed a special power. Sensing Zhao Ziyan's intent, the mouse earnestly asked whether he truly wished to set foot on the path of becoming a god through faith. It warned that this road was extremely dangerous. Its previous master had fallen to schemes among the gods. To live a simple ordinary life as a normal person might not be such a bad thing. The mouse added that only one seed of faith remained and that humans as intelligent beings were not easily swayed in matters of faith, especially since Ziyan was currently just an ordinary person. Zhao Ziyan chuckled quietly. He said that he had seen enough movies to know how much intrigue surrounded human believers, and that since the mouse had said beings with lower intelligence were easier to convert, he would simply recruit followers with less intelligence instead. He grew more and more animated as he envisioned the future, suggesting that he could simply gather followers with lower intelligence. As he spoke, his eyes drifted naturally back to the seed of faith. He saw that the seed of faith's golden light was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Ziyan fell silent. The mouse hastily returned the seed to its storage space. Ziyan, my storage space can slow the seed of faith's deterioration, the mouse said. But if you truly want to walk the path of becoming a god through faith, you'll need to decide soon. The mouse added that the seed of faith had already deteriorated significantly and might not be as effective as before. After a long while, Zhao Ziyan frowned, slowly stood up and let out a long turbid breath. All right, I've decided, he said. I'll make answer something like that, my followers. I refuse to believe I can't succeed even with such tiny insects. The mouse did not object. It acknowledged that while intelligent beings could offer abundant faith, their faith was also tangled with countless desires and negative emotions. Many gods ended up driven by those chaotic impulses, becoming unrecognizable even to themselves. Perhaps those insignificant insects would indeed make for better followers. The thought lingered in the air. In truth, Zhao Ziyan did not think too deeply. The main issue was that the seed of faith had degenerated. If he grew greedy and attempted to gain intelligent beings as followers, but the seed of faith failed, would it not be game over? Even if it succeeded, would it not be outright heresy? Then when others came to eliminate the three evils, they would simply dispatch him as well. In short, with only one seed of faith once lost, it was truly gone, so he might as well create a follower with 100% success rate. Only with followers could there be a future. Moreover, insects were not without potential. Having played countless games, Zhao Ziyan was familiar with the Zerg of StarCraft and the Tyranids of Warhammer. Their potential was undeniable. It was merely the low spiritual energy world that restricted their development. Actions spoke louder than words, and Zhao Ziyan was not one to dawdle. He had to find the queen ant to make the seed of faith worthwhile. After a very long time Zhao Ziyan nearly suffered heatstroke searching from his doorstep all the way to the fields. Fortunately not far away beside a private plot there was another ant nest. That day the tiny ants finally recalled the terror of being dominated by a giant. Zhao Ziyan picked up a wooden stick or branch and began to poke around. Luckily the ant nest was relatively shallow, or perhaps Zhao Ziyan was simply fortunate. After a short while he unearthed a rather large ant. In truth Zhao Ziyan was not entirely sure what a queen ant looked like as who would normally understand such things. Fortunately there was the all-knowing Baidu. A quick search, a comparison with the images. It looks like it. But then again it doesn't. Zhao Ziyan gently clamped it between two sticks, stared for a while but hesitated to make a decision. After all, the images were too blurry. However, the moment he captured the large ant the others nearby went berserk, charging toward Zhao Ziyan. In just a short while they had nearly reached his feet. At that moment Zhao Ziyan knew he had caught the right one. Only the capture of the queen ant could provoke such frenzy among the others. Moreover, according to the information he had searched, only the queen ant in a nest could possess such a large body. Generally the queen ant was the largest within the colony, and it was unlikely for other ants to exceed this limit unless a very significant specialization occurred. Certain that he had not made a mistake, Zhao Ziyan immediately called for Shushu. Shushu, bring out the seed of faith. All right, Ziyan. Before taking out the seed of faith, Shushu seemed to recall something and spoke to Zhao Ziyan again. By the way, Ziyan, for the seed of faith you need to first drip your blood on it, then touch the target you wish to enlighten. Zhao Ziyan nodded. Then he rolled up his trouser leg, revealing a hairy leg. Shoo. Zhao Ziyan precisely located a mosquito bite on his calf. Enduring excruciating pain, he forcibly scraped off the scab on the mosquito bite. I squeeze. Hurry, Shushu. Quick, bring out the seed of faith or it will dry up. Shushu hastily took out the seed of faith and handed it to Zhao Ziyan. The moment he received it, Zhao Ziyan pressed the seed of faith onto his mosquito bite. The originally dim seed of faith brightened slightly. Shushu, is this good enough? Can I use it now? Zhao Ziyan sought confirmation from Shushu. It's done. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyan immediately brought the seed of faith into contact with the queen ant. The originally plump and languid queen ant suddenly struggled violently. However, her tiny limbs could not break free from the confinement of the two sticks, and Zhao Ziyan held her firmly. Meanwhile, the ants at his feet had reached him and began climbing up his trousers, determined to rescue the queen ant from peril. After about 10 seconds the queen ant ceased struggling and the small ants on his trouser leg stopped climbing. Zhao Ziyan had no idea what was happening. Seeing the queen ant motionless, he wondered if it had succeeded. Why was it not moving? Was it dead? Just as Zhao Ziyan's mind wandered, he suddenly felt as if someone was calling him. He habitually turned his head to look. Who's there? No, there's no one. Zhao Ziyan looked all around. There was no one. At this sweltering noon, who would come to a private? However, the feeling of being called came again. Divine being. This time it was a bit clearer. Zhao Ziyan intended to turn around again. But the moment he had the thought of turning around to look, a blurry image flashed in his mind. A giant radiating golden light, the summer sun, was scorching, used two hard divine artifacts to control a plump black monster. Wow, that giant was so handsome. Although it was a bit blurry, wasn't that himself? This perspective. Zhao Ziyan looked at the queen ant. The plump queen ant, seeing the divine being look at her excitedly, twitched her antennae. Divine being. Meanwhile, the other ants were also a bit bewildered. How had the queen ant's pheromones changed? Zhao Ziyan saw the ants that had climbed up his trouser leg retreat and calm down. They were so quiet as if they had all fallen asleep. Ziyan, you succeeded. Shushu, sensing the faint faith energy, exclaimed excitedly. Succeeded. Zhao Ziyan could hardly believe it. Constantly feeling the reverence from the queen ant, his inherited strong heart once again helped him accept reality. Shushu, I seem to be able to see through the queen ant's eyes. What's going on? Shushu pondered briefly and replied, this should be the divine being's gaze upon a believer. When a believer's faith is extremely pure and intense, the divine being often casts a glance. Although Shushu has never been a divine being, the followers of Shushu's former master all said so. Zhao Ziyan understood instantly. A divine gaze. So that's how it was. Since it was successful, he put the queen ant back on the ground. He only needed to focus on sensing the believer's faith, and when the thought "let's take a look" arose, he could gain the believer's perspective. Then with the thought "stop looking," the perspective would break. It was very user-friendly, or rather divinity-friendly. Just as Zhao Ziyan was switching between the queen ant's perspectives to explore this new ability, he suddenly noticed that the number of perspectives he could switch to had inexplicably increased many-fold. He took a look. Goodness, they were all ant perspectives. The entire colony of ants had become believers. And they were all fanatical believers with strong pure faith. Zhao Ziyan silently gave the queen ant a thumbs up. Okay, done. Just as Zhao Ziyan was satisfied and ready to go home, Shushu tugged at his trouser leg. Ziyan. What's wrong? Zhao Ziyan was a bit puzzled. Ziyan, a low spiritual energy world, is also known as a dharma-ending world. Even if you successfully enlighten believers, they will not achieve great things. Shushu's gaze grew resolute. Ziyan only chose 2 of Shushu's collections, 1 seed of faith and 1 for nourishing the kidneys. Don't say that out loud, and the last one let Shushu help you. Shushu's 2 paws barely came together, then slowly opened. Space. Teleportation. A spatial orb slowly materialized before Shushu. The spatial orb, starting from the size of a grain of rice, gradually grew to the size of a fist. Ziyan, this is Shushu's last bit of energy. Although I cannot teleport you, I can send your believers away. In a world with higher spiritual energy concentration, Shushu believes your believers will surely grow and thrive rapidly. Ziyan, quickly have your believers enter the spatial teleportation orb. Zhao Ziyan did not stand on ceremony. Shushu's help was deeply etched in his heart. By now Shushu's body was trembling slightly, clearly at its limit. The spatial orb was not much larger than a fist, but it was certainly more than enough to hold some ants. He immediately summoned his believer ants with the queen ant at the core and the others surrounding her layer by layer, eventually forming an ant ball roughly the size of the spatial orb. However, despite the nest not being large, there were many ants inside and many remained outside, unable to enter the spatial orb. Who knew how many dangers awaited in the other world? These ants were excellent labor, so the more the better. Zhao Ziyan used his hands to forcibly squeeze the ant ball, compressing the space, then let other ants climb on top. In the end, although many ants still did not get in, the ball contained half as many ants again as the original. Of course, sometimes when he squeezed too hard, a few ants burst. Done. Shushu. Receiving Zhao Ziyan's completion signal, Shushu clapped his paws together with force. The spatial orb vanished instantly. However, it seemed that some ants had extended beyond the orb and some antennae or broken legs were severed by the space. It seemed some ant abdomens and heads were left behind. Never mind, the ones with abdomens and heads that made it through could just be patched together. Shushu. Don't die. After using the spatial teleportation, Shushu collapsed to the ground. Zhao Ziyan frantically began performing CPR on Shushu. I am not dead. Shushu, nearly flattened into a mouse pancake by Zhao Ziyan's palms, managed to squeeze out a sentence before fainting again. It was a dense forest with trees of a species Zhao Ziyan could not identify, their massive leaves blocking out most of the sunlight. Doesn't feel all that different. Zhao Ziyan muttered. This otherworldly environment was not quite what he had imagined. It was no different from reality. The surroundings were just ordinary flowers and grass, unknown little insects and unfamiliar chirping sounds. Never mind, time to start. As Zhao Ziyan made a dramatic fist-pumping gesture, the tiny ants within his divine perspective swiftly began to move. First, however, it should be noted that the spatially transported ants had arrived at their destination safely. Perhaps due to their inherent frailty compounded by the effects of spatial teleportation, roughly half of them perished immediately upon arrival. Zhao Ziyan had originally stuffed about 1,000 ants into the spatial orb. Now there were approximately 500 left. Observing his followers through the divine perspective, the normal healthy state was green, but now almost all of them were red. Not that it mattered much, they were just worker ants as long as the queen ant was safe. How do you develop a civilization with 500 peasants? First you mine or chop trees, build an altar, summon heroes and level up. What's that? You say there's no or you can't chop trees, you can't build an altar, and you can't fight wild monsters. You don't even have a starting base, you have to dig one yourself. Well. Still, 500 worker ants dug incredibly fast, perhaps enhanced after arriving in the other world. An ant nest was constructed at a visible speed, resembling a small volcano nestled between 2 large trees. The 2 large trees on either side provided some defensive cover. However, just as the ants finished building, they suddenly began convulsing en masse. Even the crucial queen ant was convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing this through his divine perspective, Zhao Ziyan felt a surge of panic. Could it be that the oxygen concentration in this other world is insufficient, or the air itself is poisonous, killing all my ants? The key was that Shushu was still unconscious and he had no way to intervene, he could only watch helplessly. Just as he prayed fervently for nothing bad to happen, the little ants in the other world underwent a transformation. Their bodies visibly expanded in size and the lethargic demeanor caused by spatial teleportation lifted, becoming noticeably more energetic. These ants were the common black ants found everywhere on the ground. Of course, Zhao Ziyan couldn't specify the exact species, he only knew they were black ants. Ordinary worker ants averaged about 3 to 4 millimeters in length. Now they had grown larger, averaging 5 to 6 millimeters, with their legs, waist and other fragile parts becoming thicker and sturdier. Their front mandibles were more menacing, exuding a sense of power. Not only worker ants but the spatial orb also carried 2 soldier ants. Thanks to their stronger constitutions, the 50% mortality rate of the worker ants during the crossing did not affect the soldier ants. Both survived and their condition after the crossing was not significantly impacted. Originally soldier ants were nearly twice the length of worker ants, about 7 to 8 millimeters. After a bout of convulsions they grew to 12 millimeters, with their legs and other vulnerable parts becoming thicker and their mandibles strengthened. The queen ant underwent the most dramatic change, now a full 3 centimeters long, with her abdomen accounting for more than half of her body, giving her a robust, fertile appearance. Watching the ants' transformation and seeing they had not all died, Zhao Ziyan let out a sigh of relief. Observing their strengthened bodies, he thought it might be a good thing. Perhaps contact with high concentration spiritual energy led to evolution. Without Shushu's explanations, Zhao Ziyan could only analyze this way. He continued to observe the ants through his divine perspective. Zhao Ziyan had already developed a new function for the divine perspective. Instead of viewing each ant individually, he could directly see the status of all ants at once. Some were still red, indicating poor health. Yellow indicated slight unhealthiness. After evolution, the worker ants, which had all been red, were now mostly yellow. The 2 soldier ants were now green, indicating good health, and the queen ant was also green. Moreover, the queen ant's intelligence seemed to have increased. Zhao Ziyan could clearly sense a stronger stream of faith among the weaker ones. Previously the queen ant only kept calling out God, God, but now she could convey other information. God. Colony. How. Colony. How. The words were fragmented, but the general meaning was understandable. Sensing the queen ant's panic, Zhao Ziyan sent a calming thought to soothe her. Don't panic. Focus on developing first. I will always support you. After receiving Zhao Ziyan's message, the queen ant visibly calmed down. After being transported through space into a completely unfamiliar environment and with half of her accompanying kin dead, the other simple-minded ants remained oblivious, but the queen ant, who had gained a sliver of intelligence, was genuinely terrified. The queen ant then ordered the other ants to continue working. The nest, which had been nearly completed, was now insufficient. After the evolution, the original nest was too small, requiring a complete rebuild. While the queen ant was satisfied, Zhao Ziyan was now feeling rather unwell. He was dizzy, as if he had spun around many times, and felt nauseous. Perhaps it was because he had been using the divine perspective continuously, even though he was just an ordinary person. Many novels introduced the concept of spiritual power. Zhao Ziyan suspected it might be due to excessive spiritual energy consumption. Using the divine perspective just to observe was fine as long as he didn't speak. But after communicating with the queen ant, the dizziness intensified sharply. It seemed he couldn't communicate with his followers too often. Just as Zhao Ziyan felt a pang of disappointment, the dizziness suddenly vanished and his mind became clearer. Feeling a slight tug at his chest, Zhao Ziyan looked down at the little mouse in his arms. Shushu had awakened at some point and was pressing both tiny paws against Zhao Ziyan. Shushu, you're awake. Zhao Ziyan was overjoyed to see Shushu unharmed. I'm fine, Ziyan. I was just a bit tired, Shushu said, looking weary but forcing a smile. Congratulations, Ziyan. You've succeeded. Ziyan's faith power is noticeably more abundant than at the very beginning, said Shushu. Zhao Ziyan nodded. He had many questions for Shushu. I felt a bit dizzy earlier, what was that about? Then suddenly it was fine. Was it you helping me, Shushu? Zhao Ziyan asked. Well, Ziyan, your spiritual energy is still limited. Observing or even responding to your followers consumes that energy, and the distance between the 2 worlds is vast. If it were close it'd be fine, but the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. But don't worry too much, Ziyan. Faith power continuously strengthens a deity. Right now you're still weak, but once you grow stronger these costs will mean nothing. I just transferred some of my own spiritual energy to you, which is why you recovered so quickly. Having said this, Shushu tilted its little head proudly, looking utterly adorable. Zhao Ziyan patted Shushu on the head and said with a smile, hee as expected of Shushu. I knew from the start you were extraordinary. Your spatial teleportation is superb, your spiritual energy is formidable, and the treasures you collect are all rare gems. You're truly a hero among the spatial rat clan. Ha ha. Ha ha, you flatter me, Ziyan. Ha ha ha, if you ever feel dizzy from using too much spiritual energy, just come to me. Shushu, thoroughly delighted by the praise, thumped its chest and promised that it would never let Ziyan run out of spiritual energy. The previously exhausted body, invigorated by the compliments, became lively again. Oh, by the way, the little ants seem to have undergone some changes after arriving in the other world. I'm not sure if it counts as evolution, but they all grew a bit larger and the faith power they transmitted increased as well. Zhao Ziyan said. Oh. Can you tell me more about it, Xian? Shushu asked, a little puzzled. Zhao Xian then recounted in detail how the ants had convulsed and grown larger after Shushu had fallen unconscious. After listening, Shushu fell into thought for a moment, then spoke. This should indeed be evolution. The ants originally lived in a low spiritual energy world, and suddenly entering a high spiritual energy world, the dense spiritual energy impacted their bodies. Since spiritual energy is essentially energy in excess, would trigger evolution. Some creatures, if lucky, might awaken specific talents during evolution. Have any of your followers awakened talents, Xian? Shushu asked. I don't know. How can you tell if a talent has awakened? What changes would occur? Zhao Xian scratched his head and said. True, most talents don't show obvious changes until they are used. Shushu laughed heartily, dispelling the awkwardness. Zhao Xian understood. Shushu had essentially answered all his questions, and now he would have to rely on himself to develop the ant tribe. Soon the reinforced little ants finished expanding the nest. The ant queen immediately dragged her enormous abdomen into the ant hole. A small number of worker ants continued refining the nest's details while the majority went out to gather food. After undergoing evolution, all ants were ravenous, having expended a great deal of energy. Some ants directly dragged rotten leaves from the ground back to the nest. Driven by hunger, they had no choice but to fill their stomachs with leaves. The ants that ventured out to find food also ate whatever they could, but leaves provided little nutrition, barely sustaining their basic activities. Zhao Xian felt somewhat helpless. How could they start with no food? But in this unfamiliar world, where could they find nutritious food? Actually, there was. Zhao Xian turned his gaze to the half of the ants that had perished during the spatial teleportation. Kind. No. Meat. Tastes like chicken, crunchy with 5 times the protein of beef. The ant tribe finally had their first full meal and immediately became full of energy. Of course, finding a reliable food source remained the top priority. Zhao Xian first had most of the ants gather leaves from the surroundings, dispatching only a few worker ants to explore. After all, when entering a new map, they had to scout it first lest they encounter danger and be wiped out. 8 ants were sent to explore north-southeast, west-southeast, northeast-southwest, and northwest, 8 directions. Zhao Xian had no idea about the exact orientation as the sun never appeared. But the entire sky was bright and he couldn't tell the source of light. He decided to set the direction directly in front of the nest entrance as east, just for convenience and commanding his followers. Soon the ants from the west, northwest, and southwest returned, having found nothing but a river not far away. The ants from other directions had made discoveries. During their exploration, they encountered a different kind of bug. These bugs were less than a centimeter in size, with the larger ones around 8 or 9 millimeters and the smaller ones 6 or 7. The majority were 6 or 7 millimeters, with a few larger ones possibly being the warrior caste of their species. On average, they were a bit larger than the black ants, with a prominent horn on their heads. When discovered, they were using their horns to ram into a certain plant. The plant looked like a bamboo shoot with a pointed tip and a broad body, but its outer shell was seamless, unlike the layered bamboo shoots. The horned bugs continuously rammed their horns into the bamboo shoot-like plant. Some that had already broken through inserted their mouthparts into the openings. A thick green liquid slowly oozed from the broken spots. After a short while, the liquid almost solidified. The horned bugs then collected the solidified liquid, and the next bud would take its turn to gather from the same wound. After several rounds, the wound would stop producing liquid and the bugs would start a new opening nearby to continue collecting. Zhao Xian observed this through the divine perspective of one of the nearby ants, though his faith power was still insufficient. The divine perspective was somewhat blurry, as if he were nearsighted. The ant queen's perspective had been clearer, likely because she had awakened intelligence and provided more faith power, strengthening the connection between deity and follower. Zhao Xian ordered the ant to move closer for a better view, but it got too close and was noticed by the bugs. The bugs were hot-tempered, several larger ones charged at the black ant. However, the ant was fast enough, and after a short chase the bugs lost interest and stopped pursuing. Seeing this, Zhao Xian wasn't too angry. Instead, he was excited to have discovered a potentially edible plant. Since he didn't know what these things were actually called, he decided to name them himself. He named the plant bamboo shoot because of its resemblance, and the horned bugs he called horned bugs. Simple and vivid. The little ant continued exploring eastward, encountering scattered horned bugs along the way. Under Zhao Xian's control, the ant dodged around them, staying out of their aggro range. But then it stumbled upon a large group of horned bugs. Not far away there was a small mound that looked like a nest, likely the horned bug's lair. The horned bugs, upon discovering an intruder in their territory, wasted no time. Several bugs immediately surrounded the ant, leaving it no escape. Zhao Xian felt a bit unlucky. The main problem was the blurry divine perspective, like nearsightedness, unable to see distant details clearly. The small bugs blended into the environment when far away. He hoped that as his faith power grew stronger he would be able to see farther. Since there was no escape he decided to fight. Zhao Ziyan commanded the little ant to engage the horned bugs. He wanted to test the combat effectiveness of an ordinary black worker ant. Under Zhao Ziyan's watch the little ant was grabbed by several horned bugs, each holding a leg, while 2 more bugs bit at the ant's legs and the joints connecting its head and body. However, the ants had already evolved; these vulnerable spots had thickened. The horned bugs' bites didn't cause much damage, so they switched tactics, using their horns to pry the worker ant apart. The little ant perished. Its only contribution was to bite off one leg of the first horned bug that charged. Zhao Ziyan didn't mourn the death of his follower. It didn't matter, worker ants were expendable and the scout's mission was never expected to survive. The information it brought back was invaluable. The horned bugs were slightly larger than ordinary worker ants, but their average combat power was about equal, a 50-50 match. They might be stronger and have a horn as a weapon, but their biting damage was weaker than the worker ants. After all, the worker ants had evolved, giving them sharper mouthparts. But this was just Zhao Ziyan's rough assessment. One ant couldn't reveal much. He would probe further later. The main concern was whether the horned bugs had developed specialized combat units, but ordinary horned bugs were nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. The future will bring its own reckoning. One of my units fell to your hands, but when I am settled I shall come to settle the score. To the east, directly in front of the ant nest, lies the lair of the horned insects. Their combat power is roughly equal to that of ordinary worker ants. Whether the horned insect colony has combat units remains unknown. Otherworldly bamboo shoots have edible sap. After the sap flows from the wound of the bamboo shoot, it solidifies within 2 to 3 minutes, making it convenient for storage. This was the information Zhao Ziyan had gathered so far. After witnessing the horned insects consuming the bamboo shoot sap, he ordered the ants near the nest to find a bamboo shoot and try it. He finally confirmed that ants could also eat it, and it was highly nutritious. The ants sent to explore other directions had not found anything yet. Zhao Ziyan grew bored and casually switched his perspective to a scout ant, then actively sought out the horned insects to fight. He wanted to test the strength of the horned insects, since the first ant was killed by a swarm attack which could not reflect the true combat ability of a single horned insect. After a while, Zhao Ziyan directed the small ant to the southeast to actively explore eastward. Soon a large group of horned insects was discovered. However, Zhao Ziyan did not attack, as being ganged up on would reveal nothing and would only waste a worker ant. Although worker ants were cheap, they should not die in vain. An unknown duel would more intuitively reflect combat strength. Moving away from the large group after searching a little while, he indeed found a lone horned insect. This horned insect was not collecting sap, it kept looking left and right as if it was exploring for food. There were no other horned insects around, and it was impossible for any other bugs to come to its aid for a while. So Zhao Ziyan set his sights on it. Both are scouts, let us engage in a true man's solo. A royal duel, whoever calls for backup is a dog. Zhao Ziyan controlled the small ant and charged straight in. The opposing horned insect, sensing danger, immediately assumed a battle stance and continuously emitted combat pheromones, seemingly trying to intimidate the enemy. I have a god behind me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Rest assured, child, the god will always watch over you. If you truly fall into despair, then you truly fall into despair. Sorry, child, but there's actually no one behind you. If you truly encounter danger, the god will not save you. You're doomed. Zhao Ziyan continuously felt the faith power transmitted by the small ant and sent it a battle command. The small ant, filled with confidence, charged in and bit immediately, only to be overturned by the horned insect's horn. While the ant was struggling to get up, the insect bit it twice. They fought for a long time, neither giving way. However, the horned insect was slightly larger and had a slight overall advantage. The small ant was battered and bruised. Zhao Ziyan did not let it continue fighting. One of its antennae was bitten off, a leg was broken, and parts of its exoskeleton were shattered. As for the opposing horned insect, its exoskeleton was also chipped in places, but it was larger and had more stamina, so its overall condition was slightly better than the ant's. However, 4 of its 6 legs had been bitten off, rendering it almost immobile. In terms of biting, the ant was superior. The combat situation was now roughly understood. In an unknown duel, the ant's combat power was slightly weaker than the horned insect's. In attack power and agility, the ant was stronger, but the horned insect was superior in overall defense and stamina. However, Zhao Ziyan paid no heed to this slight gap in combat power. The main reason was his unfamiliarity with the horned insects. If he had known they lacked agility, he could have made the ant fight more flexibly. He could have first broken its legs, then slowly kite it, bite once, move to another spot, annoying it to death. Zhao Ziyan ordered the injured ant to retreat toward the nest. By then, the horned insect, having lost several legs, could not block the ant at all and could only continuously release pheromones to call for support from its own colony. After issuing the command for the ants to return to the nest, Zhao Ziyan shifted his perspective. Because at that moment another group of ants had also encountered a new situation. It was the scout ants to the north, which was to the right of the nest. The exploring ant had discovered a plump white worm, and ahead on the road several more of the same worms were blocking the path. This worm's body shape closely resembled that of a large green caterpillar, the kind that sneaks into vegetables to eat them. However, it was perhaps fatter and its color was pure white. Each one was about 10 centimeters long, lying on the ground and constantly wriggling, arching its body forward and then pushing ahead just like a cabbage worm, moving very slowly. Good heavens, this is high-quality protein. If it's truly similar to real-world cabbage worms, it can be considered an excellent food source. It had no offensive capabilities, was rich in energy, moved slowly, and was easy to catch. Just as Zhao Ziyan was controlling the ant to move closer for a better look, suddenly a blob of green goo flew out from the white worm's mouth. Like a wad of phlegm from 82. Spit. The green wad accurately hit the advancing ant. The green mucus instantly covered the ant's entire body. In an instant the small ant writhed in agony and the surrounding soil was slightly corroded. After about 3 seconds the small ant stopped moving, it was dead. The perspective of this ant suddenly went dark. Holy crap! Watching this scene from the god's perspective, Zhao Ziyan was startled. What a huge wad of phlegm! That was Zhao Ziyan's last thought. Feeling the severed faith power, Zhao Ziyan knew that this small ant was surely dead. As expected of otherworldly creatures, they could swagger on the road because they had their own means. It seemed he was still too young and had too little worldly experience. So they can spit phlegm, huh? A ranged unit. Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin slightly, cosplaying as the thinker, then lifted his head. Such a big wad of phlegm was not a small amount. This ranged unit couldn't possibly have infinite ammunition like in a game. That one wad was several milliliters. I don't believe you can store that much in your belly. Even if you could continuously produce this kind of ammunition, you couldn't produce it that fast. So Zhao Ziyan immediately turned his gaze back to the ant nest's main base. He directly grabbed 10 strong workers and ordered them to move along the path that the first ant to the right had explored. Just after it spat one, while the white worm had not yet recovered, he would immediately attack it. It could probably only spit a few more times, Zhao Ziyan estimated. Very quickly the 10 small ants charged in front of the white worms. However, Zhao Ziyan could not tell which one was the original white worm. Not knowing which one to take revenge on, he randomly picked a white worm and began his plan. Unable to find the initial insect as it had already spewed its venom, using it for the experiment would have saved the loss of one ant. Zhao Ziyan sighed inwardly with some regret, but then selected another grub that appeared smaller. This white grub, about 8 centimeters long, was 1 to 2 centimeters smaller than its kin and looked weaker. The other 9 ants first observed from a distance. Zhao Ziyan chose one and charged toward the white grub, executing a flashy zigzag maneuver to close in. The white grub, seeing the ant charging at it with such ferocity, was somewhat bewildered. Though unfamiliar with the black insect before it, the white grub sensed a hint of danger and without hesitation spat its sticky saliva at the unknown creature. Despite the ant's flashy moves under Zhao Ziyan's control, the green saliva still struck the ant directly. The result was inevitable: another ant perished and its divine perspective went dark. Without a word, he took control of another ant. The kamikaze squad was deployed. The second ant abandoned its previous flashy tactics, dropping the zigzag pattern entirely, and charged straight in a line at full speed toward the white grub. Zhao Ziyan wanted to test if a full-speed ant could dodge the corrosive saliva. Well, it couldn't. This ant was also struck by the green phlegm and perished after 3 seconds. However, Zhao Ziyan felt a glimmer of delight as he clearly noticed that the second glob of saliva spat by the white grub was significantly smaller than the first. The third kamikaze ant was dispatched. It charged straight at the grub again. By now the grub was sweating profusely. 2 consecutive attacks had depleted its ammunition. Yet it still strained to squeeze out its reserves, spitting a third glob of green saliva. This glob struck the ant directly with no deviation in accuracy, but its volume had greatly diminished and the ant was not fully covered this time. The saliva, though not completely covering the ant, still corroded part of its body. The ant writhed in agony but did not die. For legs were instantly corroded and one antenna was also lost. Though alive, its combat capability was completely nullified. The white grub, now terrified, saw the unfamiliar black insect still alive and seemingly ready to attack again. From his perspective, Zhao Ziyan saw the white grub's head twitch a few times, but no matter how it strained its reserves, it could not produce any more saliva. Oh, so it can only spit 3 globs. No, wait, the first 2 were quite ample, but the third clearly showed a shortage. To be precise, it was 2.5 globs. Or perhaps a Kuan blob. And never mind that. Strike while the iron is hot. Since it has no ammunition left, it should have no other attack methods. If we wait too long, the white grub might accumulate another glob of saliva, causing trouble. However, out of caution, Zhao Ziyan dispatched another ant to attack the white grub. This time the ant's approach was smooth. The white grub's head twitched twice, but nothing came out, and it could only watch as the ant reached it and began biting its body. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan felt relieved, and the remaining 6 ants all rushed forward to join the assault. However, the ant's attack power seemed insufficient, so Zhao Ziyan summoned about 200 more ants from the nest. Half of the nest's forces were now attacking the white grub, while the other half of the worker ants were collecting the sap of nearby bamboo shoots as food reserves. As for the 2 soldier ants, they remained near the nest as sentinels. The base was too important to let be besieged. Over 200 ants surged toward the battlefield in a mighty wave. The already struggling white grub fell into even deeper despair. Without the ability to spit corrosive saliva, it was nothing more than a tasty lump of meat. It had managed to crawl a little toward its companions, but once the 200 ants arrived, it was instantly bitten into a curled-up ball on the ground. Soon the white grub, which had been struggling and twitching, went completely still. Even in death it could not muster a 4th glob of saliva. The ants began to dismember it from the middle, biting it into 2 halves, causing its innards to burst. Fortunately, only the green saliva it spat was corrosive. The internal fluids were harmless. Under the worker ants' dismantling, the white grub was soon reduced to small pieces. A large amount of its bodily fluids seeped into the ground, which pained Zhao Ziyan to see. He quickly ordered the worker ants to also carry back the juice mixed with the soil, as these were highly nutritious. In the early stages of development, such resources could not be wasted. In fact, this single grub would last a long time. With only 500 workers, normally 2-centimeter mealworms would suffice for a day, supplemented by some rotten leaves, and the newly discovered bamboo sap was also a good food source. This nearly 10-centimeter white grub was much larger in both length and width than a mealworm, with a much greater overall volume. One grub would probably last over 10 days. However, considering that the ants had all evolved, their appetites might have increased, so it was better to stock up on more food. Moreover, eating more in this other world might promote evolution. Though it was summer, in reality the sensations transmitted through the ants in this other world indicated that the temperature was not high, feeling more like early autumn. The food should be preservable for a while, but would the ants eat rotten food? Evolved ants shouldn't die from it, right? No time to worry about that. When there are so many wild monsters, why not farm them? As a veteran jungler, I must clear the jungle. Continue the 3-for-1 strategy, send 3 suicide ants, then the main force finishes the enemy. The plan succeeded splendidly. Other grubs might be slightly larger than the first, but they could only spit 2.5 globs of saliva. After killing several, he found no other attack methods. The entire species seemed quite dull, relying on a single monotonous skill. Of course, the main reason was Zhao Ziyan's cunning command. Under normal circumstances, few creatures would provoke this white grub, as it would spit saliva at you without hesitation. Though its ammunition was limited, the saliva was highly potent. Even some birds that tried to prey on this grub would be hit in the face with a glob of saliva and immediately knocked down. After some time, many grubs had fallen victim to this tactic, and the ants had transported a large amount of food back to the nest for storage. Just as Zhao Ziyan was feeling confident and planning to wipe them all out, a sudden dizziness struck again. While such fine control was indeed mentally exhausting, only under Zhao Ziyan's precise control could this tactic of sending ants one by one to their deaths be executed. If he simply issued an attack command, the ants would swarm all at once, and a single glob of saliva would kill many. Thus, though simple commands saved mental energy, with only 500 ants such losses were unsustainable. Let the mental energy consumption be high, it's normal to struggle in the early stages. Once stronger, it should become much easier. Still, Shu Shu had said that if mental energy ran low, it could help. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyan turned his gaze to Shu Shu. The little creature was already asleep on his thigh, tired from the spatial teleportation and assisting Zhao Ziyan with mental energy. With that thought, Zhao Ziyan let out a soft sigh and did not disturb Shu Shu. If your mental strength is insufficient, take a rest. It's not good to keep troubling the little mouse, it has already helped you too much. You feel a bit embarrassed to keep asking for help. Zhao Ziyan thought to himself. After all, people here basically value dignity. They were very enthusiastic, saying he could come to their house for meals often. Going once or twice is fine, but could he really go every day? Dignity one must be a bit more dignified. He wasn't that familiar with the little mouse yet. But it was almost there. Before his mental strength was exhausted, including the first bug he killed, Zhao Ziyan had eliminated 8 bugs in total. Such a large amount of food would be enough for the ant colony to eat for a long time. With food secured, he decided to focus on development first. He had already given orders for the ant queen to produce more ants. As the last white grub was decomposed, the ant army triumphantly returned to the nest. The cave originally used for food storage was no longer sufficient. The worker ants had to expand it significantly to accommodate all the food. There were not only white grubs but also bamboo shoot sap and some rotten tree leaves. Zhao Ziyan closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, sat at his doorstep for a short rest and then reopened the divine perspective. From the perspective he saw the storage filled to the brim with food and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. With food at home there is no panic in the heart. Only after solving the basic needs of food and clothing can one think about other things. If you can't even solve that, what's the point of thinking about anything else? Then he casually looked around, feeling a bit bored without any fights. He then turned his attention to the Ant Queen, as she was the most intelligent believer in the ant race and also his first believer. Let me see if the little Ant Queen has heeded my words and produced more ant eggs. In a while I plan to fight the neighboring horned insect. Zhao Ziyan thought silently. However, when he shifted his perspective to the Ant Queen he was instantly dumbfounded. What the? Not bro, oh no sis. What the hell are all these extra little ants in the nest? The entire ant colony arrived in this other world not long ago, right? And the order to produce ants was just given. I can understand if there are a few ant eggs, but where did so many little ants come from? Are you oviparous or viviparous? Zhao Ziyan was greatly shocked, but he observed carefully for a while. At this moment many worker ants continuously fed food to the Ant Queen's mouth. The Ant Queen ate endlessly, her stomach like a bottomless pit. Meanwhile the Ant Queen's rear end was like a pea shooter wildly spraying ant eggs. Pop pop pop. Several ant eggs popped out like small cannonballs and then ant larvae emerged from the eggs at a visible speed. The Ant Queen's cave was filled with food. As soon as these ant larvae appeared they immediately started devouring the food growing at a visible speed, then entered the pupal stage, and after that they emerged from the pupa at a visible speed, immediately eating again until their bodies grew to the size of normal worker ants, finally becoming real worker ants. Utterly confused, Zhao Ziyan became even more baffled. Although he didn't know much about ants, this growth rate was way too fast, wasn't it? It absolutely had to be abnormal. This process lasted about half an hour and Zhao Ziyan watched for the entire half hour. He didn't know how he got through that time. He was stunned into a daze by this absurd scene, and coupled with the mental energy depletion he felt a bit dazed. However, Zhao Ziyan had a hereditary big heart and he quickly accepted this setting. Maybe it was the high concentration of spiritual energy in the other world. Or perhaps after evolution the ants hatched faster. Evolution. Hey, that's right, evolution. I remember the little mouse once said that evolution might come with some talents, right? Could this rapid hatching be the ant tribe's talent? Strange. Seems like luck is pretty good. But since a talent has awakened, why couldn't it be something like infinite devouring or hundredfold amplification? When reading novels that's how it was written. If it's just fast hatching it doesn't seem that impressive. Zhao Ziyan rubbed his chin, considering future development. Sigh, whatever. It's good to have a talent anyway. He wasn't picky after all, not everyone can be an overpowered freak. Being content and happy is enough, he had always been like that. Creak. A sound of wood rubbing and squeezing came from behind Zhao Ziyan. The large wooden door of the house opened and Zhao Ziyan's grandfather walked out. How are the chickens? Didn't they run away? The grandfather's voice came from beside him. Zhao Ziyan stood up from the stool, stretched his body. At this moment the little mouse was placed at his side, blocking his grandfather's line of sight so his grandfather didn't see the mouse in his hand. Wow, don't you trust your good grandson, Grandpa? I've watched these chickens closely. They even picked up several worms from the ground to eat. They'll definitely lay 2 more eggs tomorrow. Zhao Ziyan said somewhat exaggeratedly. At this his grandfather was amused and didn't pay much attention to the mouse he was holding. Alright, drive the chickens into the coop. What do you want for dinner, Xiuan? Grandpa said with a smile. Some ribs or anything else, I'll just eat whatever. Zhao Ziyan stretched and said. At this his grandfather scolded with a laugh, you little rascal, you love meat so much but you don't put on any weight. Still so skinny, people think you don't get enough to eat at home. Growing taller, height first then meat. Hey, I'm going back to my room. It's too hot. Zhao Ziyan directly changed the subject, planning to go back to his room to rest. The midday sun was too harsh, he couldn't stand it anymore, and with the mental energy depletion he felt like he was about to get heatstroke. Moreover, he planned to study up on ant knowledge. Since he had decided to take ants as his followers, he definitely needed to understand them. Don't forget to drive the chickens into the coop. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan, who had already entered the house, turned back and drove the chickens back. After a round of chasing and blocking, the chicks successfully entered the coop. Don't keep using the air conditioner, you'll get sick from it. Got it. Returning to the room and turning on the air conditioner, Zhao Ziyan felt alive again. His originally depleted mental energy seemed to recover a bit. He placed 2 tissues on the desk and put the little mouse on them. Blown by the cool air from the air conditioner, the sleeping mouse comfortably turned over. With one roll it rolled right off the tissues. Zhao Ziyan pulled its body back onto the tissues. Sitting at the desk, he twisted his neck and then opened his laptop. After booting up, he opened the long-unused CAD software and an Excel spreadsheet. First, he roughly sketched the terrain around the ant nest discovered by the little ants using CAD, which made it easier to remember and might come in handy when fighting the horned insect. In his heart, he never forgot the revenge for the 2 worker ants killed by the horned insect. Then he entered the information on some creatures into the Excel spreadsheet. In addition to the few species discovered initially, he added a new one, the white grub. However, the name white grub was too casual, so Zhao Ziyan directly named them slime grubs. Taking advantage of his still recovering mental strength, Zhao Ziyan delved into numerous posts, forums and discussion groups related to ants. The type of ant he captured was quite common, the big-head ant, specifically the big-head ant. The distinctly characteristic head is easily recognizable. Even a novice who has just begun to learn about ants can identify it after a quick glance at an image of the head. In terms of size, it is relatively small, a medium-sized ant which is considered to be a fairly easy species to care for. The requirements for its growth environment and other aspects are relatively low, so many ant enthusiasts have basically kept this type of ant. The big-head ant has a differentiation between worker ants and soldier ants, and specialization is relatively easy to achieve, making them quite impressive. By simply feeding them more, it's easy to produce a large number of ants. Once the quantity increases, specialization is likely to occur. The number of major workers and soldier ants will gradually increase as the colony grows. However, Zhao Ziyan has always had some difficulty distinguishing between major workers and soldier ants. Major workers are simply larger worker ants, and their size is not significantly different from that of soldier ants. Their combat power is not inferior to that of soldier ants, and sometimes during conflicts major workers charge even more ferociously than soldier ants. Similarly, although soldier ants are specialized combatants, they also help with carrying things to some extent, functioning as worker ants. As for specialized ants, they are notably larger ants, nearly as big as the queen ant. They are much larger than ordinary soldier ants and can be regarded as large soldier ants. There is also a notion that some ants may undergo special aberrations which might not necessarily result in a large body size. However, compared to ordinary ants, they have a very unique appearance and exhibit some distinct changes which can also be considered specialization. Typically, the big-head ants can coexist in multiple nests, and as their numbers grow, their combat power is certainly formidable. Among ants, they are known for their speed, great agility and boldness, even capable of fighting their own kind. When food runs low and the worker ants are starving, they dare to dismantle their own soldier ants. However, Zhao Ziyan only has one seed of faith at the moment, currently with only one ant queen believer. Under such circumstances, the growth rate may not be fast. Of course, all the above refers to the big-head ants before their evolution. After evolution, the big-head ants undergo a complete upgrade in terms of combat power. It feels like they could easily overpower many large fierce ants. As for the situation of a single queen producing soldiers, Zhao Ziyan is not worried at all. The ant queen should have awakened, possessing talents similar to rapid growth and quick reproduction. The eggs are being produced like bullets from a machine gun. If this cannot develop, that would truly be a bizarre occurrence. Having gained a general understanding of the ant species, Zhao Ziyan felt relatively satisfied. Although this type of ant differs from truly fierce ants, it is still a remarkably good ant. At least after undergoing one round of evolution in the other world, they won't be bullied by the creatures of that realm. After spending some time engaging in various posts and groups, Zhao Ziyan gathered his thoughts and continued his exploration in the other world. He was still a bit impatient. If he had known about the relevant knowledge of ants earlier, he wouldn't have recklessly dived into the other world with just one ant queen. First, he might try to find a helpful senior to get one for free, or buy a fierce ant queen from an online platform. After being transported to the other world and undergoing another round of evolution, he felt that he could directly shatter the lower ecological circle of that realm. After all, in a sense, this could also be considered species invasion. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he refocused his perspective on the ant queen. In such a short amount of time, it seemed that 2 or 3 of the white fleshworms had been consumed, and at that moment the ant colony had gained around 200 additional worker ants. As for the soldier ants, Zhao Ziyan did not instruct the ant queen to produce them. Previously, Zhao Ziyan had communicated with the ant queen, and if the consumption of producing a normal worker ant was likened to 1 unit, then producing a soldier ant would require nearly 10 units of food consumption. Although soldier ants are approximately twice the length of worker ants after evolution, their width and height are also significantly larger than that of worker ants. It's akin to a 2-meter giant compared to a 1-meter child, with a height difference of 1 meter. However, the actual size of the giant is several times that of the child, and the disparity in combat power is even more terrifying. Moreover, with the soldier ants having more developed muscles and thicker exoskeletons, a consumption of nearly 10 times is not surprising. Additionally, the currently evolved soldier ants hardly engage in production. They are excellent fighters but cannot gather food and must rely on the worker ants for sustenance. Moreover, once produced, it does not mean that the consumption of food stops at 10 times. Even if soldier ants do not engage in battles and do nothing, they still need to eat a lot each day. Currently food is not abundant, and if it runs low it would become quite troublesome. Ant colonies are very abstract. Sometimes they inexplicably attack their own kind. Such incidents can occur even when food is sufficient, let alone when it is scarce. There are even instances when the ant queen at home can be dragged out and attacked by smaller ants. Quite abstract. The talent of the big-head ant queen can only accelerate growth and does not save food. Zhao Ziyan observed for a while and found that the number of young ants devouring food was roughly equivalent to what they would normally consume for growth. Originally Zhao Ziyan thought that with the reduced growth time the amount of food they consumed would decrease a little too. Well, it seems he was overthinking. With the thought, Zhao Ziyan selected the newly produced 200 ants to continue attacking the slimeworms. As for food, the more the better, and he was unsure how many bugs were still lurking in the horned bug's den. Preparations need to be made. Moreover, he wanted to experiment to see if these newly produced ants had any defects. After all, growing so quickly, who knows if there are any side effects. In many games, positive effects are often accompanied by negative ones after they wear off. For example, there might be a period of sudden burst followed by a period of decline, which is quite common. These rapidly produced ants may also have some negative effects such as weakened attack power or defense. Everything can only be determined through actual combat. Soon he became quite familiar with the process and arrived at the original location of the slimeworms, only to find that they had all vanished. Goodness, they all ran away. After all, they are not entirely foolish. Seeing so many of their companions fall, they certainly won't linger in this place. He commanded all the ants to patrol the vicinity autonomously. Soon one of the ants discovered a new development. About 20 meters to the right in a dense thicket it found several slimeworms. 20 meters might not seem far to a human, but for a worm that could only crawl slowly it was already a considerable distance. With a single order from Zhao Ziyan, the same old tactic was employed. A small ant charged straight ahead. As expected, a glob of slime splattered onto the small ant. Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to switch perspectives and send another ant to wear it down, Zhao Ziyan was somewhat astonished. The small ant was struggling, but it was far from perishing after 3 seconds as before. Instead, after struggling for a while, it slowly crawled back up and continued advancing toward the worm. What? Could it be that the spit had completely missed? Had it landed slightly off so the ant didn't die? But Zhao Ziyan watched in amazement as the slimeworm, seeing its enemy still standing, shook its head and prepared to launch a second glob. Soon the second glob also struck the small ant. This time Zhao Ziyan observed very carefully. The slime had indeed hit the ant, covering its entire body. The small ant, already severely injured, was hit squarely by the second attack and perished after a short while. But after being struck by the second projectile it struggled for over a dozen seconds before dying. Previously an ant would die within 3 seconds after being hit by a single glob of slime. Now the small ant endured 2 hits before dying, and its struggle time was noticeably longer. Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin again. The stubble on his jaw was slightly prickly. Another evolution. That didn't seem right. It had only been born recently. How could it evolve? A talent. Could it be that this ant was simply lucky and had awakened some kind of innate resistance to the slime? Zhao Ziyan had another thought and dispatched a second kamikaze death ant. The small ant scurried into the worm's attack range and a third glob of slime struck it squarely. Under previous circumstances, even though the third glob was smaller, hitting the ant would have either killed it or left it gravely wounded. Yet this ant, the moment it was hit, only twitched slightly before charging forward again. Its body bore some corrosion marks, but they barely hindered its movement. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan immediately understood and ordered the main force to take down the worm, now depleted of ammunition. But after giving the command he fell into deep thought. It didn't seem like a randomly awakened talent. Wasn't talent supposed to be a rare occurrence that only happened to lucky individuals? How could every ant seem to have resistance to the slime? Could it be because these ants were hatched after the ant queen ate the flesh of slimeworms? Zhao Ziyan felt he was onto something, but his mind was tangled and he couldn't find a clear thread. Nothing is impossible if you give up. Forget it, he decided not to dwell on it. Once the ratty woke up he could just ask. With that thought his mind cleared and the operation became simpler. Now only 1 ant was needed to tank the damage, whereas before 3 worker ants had to be sacrificed. Oh no, actually it was 2.5. To be precise, 2.5. Zhao Ziyan gave consecutive orders and soon all the slimeworms in the thicket became the ants' feast. But there were only 5 in total. He remembered that when his mental energy was insufficient and he had ordered the ants back to the nest, there had been many more. Zhao Ziyan had the ants search the surroundings but found nothing. Perhaps the main group of slimeworms had split up and gone their separate ways. In the end Zhao Ziyan had to let it go, but he felt this kind of creature was common and he could catch them again later. However, he couldn't overhunt them lest they go extinct. After failing to find more prey, he led the main force back to the nest. Food wasn't too scarce for now, so he sent the ants to explore the surrounding areas. This time instead of just a few ants scouting separately, he dispatched most of the ants to explore and gather food. From previous explorations by individual ants he had discovered that there were no major threats nearby. So Zhao Ziyan opened up all 8 directions that the small ants had previously scouted. Only the horned bug stronghold straight ahead posed a significant threat. As long as they avoided that direction, exploring to the sides was perfectly safe. Even if they encountered horned bugs, a small skirmish wouldn't necessarily end in defeat. But it was still best to keep a low profile, fearing a full-scale assault from the horned bugs, which would be hard for the ants to defend against. He abandoned exploration directly in front of the nest, avoiding conflict with the horned bugs. Behind the nest was a river which was not worth exploring either. However, through the perspective of ants near the river, Zhao Ziyan had previously spotted some bizarre creatures. Creatures resembling piranhas as well as crabs and large shrimp, but mutated versions. Other miscellaneous details he hadn't seen clearly. But judging by their grotesque appearances, they seemed formidable. With the ants' current combat strength, they would likely be dispatched in one blow. Best to explore later. There were also birds in the sky along with some alien flying insects. These posed no threat to the ants for now, at least ants weren't on the birds' menu, were they? Or perhaps the ants were too small for the birds to bother with. It was possible that after the ants evolved and grew larger, they might become targets for the birds. After all, ants are insects. For now there was no effective anti-air strategy. He set aside these unsolvable problems and focused on boosting ant production. Thus, except for the area directly in front of the nest, ants were dispatched in all directions to search for traces of food. Along the way they encountered more white slimeworms, and Zhao Ziyan successfully led the ants to kill several. However, powerful unknown birds in the sky also seemed to prey on slimeworms. Several times he spotted a slimeworm only to have it snatched away by a bird. Once a weak bird tried to catch a slimeworm, but the worm spat a glob of corrosive slime onto its face and the bird fell from the sky on the spot. Zhao Ziyan cheerfully commanded the ants to carry both creatures back to the nest. It was the first time they had eaten a bird. However, the bird didn't grant the ants any new abilities. Perhaps the bird itself had no special traits, or maybe acquiring new abilities relied on luck. He couldn't worry about that. He continued gathering food. As always, if he encountered something he didn't understand, he would just ask the ratty. Evening arrived swiftly. Zhao Ziyan's spiritual energy was once again drained as he had been shifting through various divine perspectives and directing the ants to perform tasks. Yet this time he lasted considerably longer. After returning to his room, he chatted for a while on the forum before delving into work in the other world, continuing until evening. Even with his spiritual energy depleted, he no longer felt the dizziness and nausea from the start, only a slight fatigue. Perhaps the cool air conditioning also alleviated the discomfort. After all, that first time under the scorching sun, collapsing from spiritual exhaustion nearly led to heat stroke. Yet the rewards were bountiful. He had captured over a dozen slime meatworms as well as 2 birds. Both had been knocked down by the meatworms while attempting to prey on them. Zhao Ziyan spotted them and gladly accepted the spoils. He also discovered more creatures. While exploring to the left, he came across bees. They were identical to earthly bees, gathering nectar from flowers, returning to their hive with the same appearance, habits, and even the hive structure. A massive honeycomb with hexagonal cells hung from an old tree. There were also native ants, spiders, centipedes, and a myriad of other creatures. It seemed that many real-world organisms existed in this other world, perhaps with slight variations, but their general forms were similar. If not for the presence of other fantastical creatures unknown to Earth, Zhao Ziyan would have believed he was in a primeval forest on his home planet. Among the spoils brought back by the ant army were otherworldly spiders and centipedes, none too formidable. At least they could not withstand the ant swarm tactics. Bamboo shoot sap and fallen leaves were also collected. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables was essential for health. Some native ants, however, seemed to be struggling, thin and emaciated. Their diet appeared to consist solely of fallen leaves. Zhao Ziyan observed that these native ants were virtually defenseless. Anything could bully them with impunity. The worker ants were about 2 millimeters in size, with no differentiation into soldier ants. When facing enemies, they would send slightly larger workers, barely 3 or 4 millimeters, to fight. During his observation, a spider invaded. The worker ants were devoured one by one, inflicting no damage whatsoever. They were also cowardly. After losing a few ants, they fled outright. In truth, if they had surrounded the spider, their numerical advantage might have won, but fear held them back. They were too timid. Pure cowardice. Zhao Ziyan, who had a fondness for ants, could not tolerate this. He immediately commanded his own ant army to eliminate the spider. When the native ants encountered Zhao Ziyan's army, they showed no recognition and foolishly attacked. After losing a few workers, they again fled in fear. Zhao Ziyan had no intention of annihilating them. He was rather interested in these native ants. Regrettably, his spiritual energy was nearly spent. Otherwise he would have observed further, hoping to recruit them as his own minions. Shaoan, dinner's ready. Just as Zhao Ziyan was rubbing his temples resting to recover his spiritual energy, his grandmother's voice came from downstairs in their ancestral home. "Oh, coming." Zhao Ziyan called downstairs. As he prepared to go down, the little mouse lying on the table turned over, then sat up groggily. "Good morning, Ziyan." "Good morning, my ass, you only took a nap." Seeing the dazed mouse, Zhao Ziyan gave it a flick to help it wake up. The mouse, struck on the forehead, seemed even more confused. It covered its tiny forehead with its paw, a strand of drool hanging from its mouth, looking utterly stupefied. The mouse heard something about dinner. "The mouse wants dinner too." Zhao Ziyan rubbed his forehead. "I'll bring you something to eat later." "I can't take you downstairs. If my grandparents see a rat, they might kill it outright." The mouse's eyes instantly cleared, its gaze resolute as if swearing an oath. "Okay, Ziyan, don't forget to bring me food." He nodded. Then Zhao Ziyan went downstairs for dinner. After eating for a bit, he used the excuse of wanting to watch TV while eating upstairs, filled a bowl with rice, picked some dishes, and rushed back to his room. After being scolded by his grandparents for being too absorbed in TV to even eat, he successfully brought food for the mouse. Soon the meal was finished. The mouse received a lump of rice and a large piece of braised pork. Its belly was round and full, already somewhat chubby. It now looked like a ball. "Phew, I'm so full. The mouse hasn't eaten this much in a long time. With my previous owner, I was chased by enemies and couldn't even get food." Zhao Ziyan looked at the mouse with pity but didn't ask about its former master. He had no desire for gossip right now. He already had a belly full of his own questions. "Cheer up, little mouse. From now on with me you'll have a full meal every day." "Hee, thank you, Ziyan." The mouse's little face blossomed like a flower. Had it really been that miserable before? "By the way, little mouse, while you were sleeping I discovered some new issues. You mentioned earlier that after evolution one might awaken certain talents, right? Now my ant queen lays eggs incredibly fast and they hatch just as quickly. In half an hour an egg can grow into a mature worker ant." Zhao Ziyan elaborated on the details, ensuring the mouse understood. The mouse had also dropped its smile, and after listening it slowly nodded. This should be a talent. Apart from inherited talents from bloodline, awakened talents often relate to the deepest desires of the awakener's heart. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan gained some understanding. When he sent the ant queen to the other world, he had instructed it to develop its race. Moreover, the ant queen's innate drive to expand its colony made it unsurprising that it awakened a talent to accelerate reproduction. So is this talent considered strong or weak? Is there a talent that devours everything and evolves wildly? He recalled similar novels where insect races evolved through devouring, gradually approaching interstellar swarm levels with blade bugs and cockroaches. Though cliché, Zhao Ziyan envied such development. With a system to amplify power, it would be utterly exhilarating. "Tell me, little mouse, are you hiding a system from me?" Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to hang the mouse up for interrogation, the mouse, utterly oblivious to the danger, replied, "There is no weak talent. All talents are gifts from heaven. There are no weak talents, only weak users." "Oh really? That's what you say?" Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to find a rope to hang the little mouse, the little mouse continued, "If Ziyan wishes to awaken a talent like devouring evolution, it's actually unnecessary. Every creature is born with this instinct for evolution. Once there was a mighty being whose original form was merely a weak insect without any other talents. Yet through perseverance and effort it eventually became a powerful dragon. There are many similar examples, creatures that were originally very weak but ultimately grew strong by constantly devouring and evolving." As it spoke, the little mouse turned its gaze back to Zhao Ziyan. "Just like you, Ziyan, you also possess a devouring talent. If you eat plenty of meat every day and train hard, you can become very strong. However, your world is a low spiritual energy world, which greatly limits the effects of devouring evolution. But I recall that humans have focused their evolution on the brain. Even across the entire universe, humans rank among the most intelligent life forms." After hearing these words, Zhao Ziyan roughly understood. Devouring evolution, every creature inherently possesses it. There is no need to deliberately awaken a related talent. If one were to compare, the ant's talent is also quite good. Strength is secondary, what suits you best is what matters. After hearing that, he felt there was no need to ask another question. Why did the newly grown ants develop resistance to the mucus of the slimeworms? It must be because after eating their flesh they underwent a minor evolution. But it was probably a matter of probability. With good luck, after eating a few they happened to develop this targeted adaptation. With bad luck, eating hundreds would have no effect at all. After all, there is also the possibility of evolution failure, isn't there? If we refer to the genetic setup of the neighboring interstellar Zerg, it might be easier to understand. To evolve one's own units, one must first obtain the genes of other creatures and then incorporate those new genes into one's own units for evolution. However, current genetic modification cannot be controlled and is somewhat random. There is no guarantee what the evolution will result in. Zhao Ziyan sorted out his thoughts and felt a surge of clarity. He patted the little mouse's head indicating he understood and then continued to gather food in the other world. Since food was still abundant, Zhao Ziyan instructed the ant queen to produce more ants. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the ant queen had already produced a great many ants. The total number of worker ants both old and new reached 2000 along with many small ants and ant eggs. In half an hour they would quickly hatch and grow. This was already a formidable fighting force in the lower ecological circle. Zhao Ziyan planned to first recruit the local black ants. Then he would attack the bees' hive. Honey was a treasure rich in nutrients with protein. In short, if they could take the hive, it would instantly boost their forces, allowing them to directly engage the Jiaochong in a decisive battle. Zhao Ziyan took half of his troops to find the local black ants. The remaining half were left to forage on their own. He no longer bothered to personally command the capture of white worms. With the acid-resistant and corrosion-resistant genes, the corrosive acid spit by the slime worms was hardly a concern. Even if an ant was killed by the spit, it could simply be recycled for protein. Dead ants were brought back to the queen to eat, and then new ants were born, so it was as if they never died. Apart from the slightly stronger Jiaochong, there were no real natural predators nearby. Soon 1,000 worker ants marched in a grand procession to the nest of the local black ants. The black ants were not willing to submit and sent out some ants to fight. Zhao Ziyan ordered his ants to perform a special skill, head-body separation, using the dispatched black ants as the demonstration targets. Of course, the separated heads might not be reattached since the skill only mentioned separation, not reattachment. Then the black ants immediately backed down, and Zhao Ziyan used his ants to communicate with them through pheromones. He discovered that these creatures from another world possess slightly higher intelligence, all having a certain level of mind, so communication was relatively easy, not like playing the lute to a cow. Soon the enemy ant queen was brought out by her worker ants. She was black, plump, and nothing special, just a black ant queen. Her intelligence was slightly higher than that of ordinary ants. God. Des. She spoke haltingly, just like the first ant queen. Zhao Ziyan didn't want to waste effort explaining to her. He ordered his ants to take her to his own ant nest. He let the first ant queen talk with her, explaining the situation and matters of faith. These native ants were indeed weak in combat, but Zhao Ziyan hadn't forgotten his identity as a deity. Even if his followers were weak, the key was that they could provide faith power. That was the most important thing. Being the same species, ants communicate more easily and are more suitable as followers. With other insects, language barriers would be a problem. He assigned a dozen ants to protect the new queen along with her own worker ants, ensuring safety. Zhao Ziyan then let them head to the nest. Meanwhile, he took the remaining ants to confront the bees. Along the way they collected all other creatures they encountered, including several slime worms. Wherever they passed, they left nothing untouched, even rotten leaves were bitten by the ants. Soon they reached the base of the beehive, and the entire ant army was in high spirits. The bees, seeing the invaders, did not hesitate and immediately swooped down to fight. It was then that Zhao Ziyan realized these attacking bees could actually bite. Upon closer inspection, they were different from ordinary bees. Their mouth parts were prominent, their stingers thicker, and there were strange patterns on their bodies and wings. These patterns emitted a faint glow, and staring at them for too long could cause dizziness in ordinary people. Even Zhao Ziyan, observing through his divine perspective, felt his spiritual energy draining faster. What was going on? Could these scraggly bees have evolved? Soon the bees reached the ant army and engaged in battle. In terms of actual combat power, these special bees were not that impressive. The small ants had relatively thick shells, and the ant army did not suffer major damage. However, the bees would bite and then fly away quickly, making it difficult to counterattack. The ants could only passively endure the attacks. Watching his ant army being kited by the bees, Zhao Ziyan quickly withdrew from his divine perspective. Whenever he had questions, he could just ask the little mouse. You guarantee a sure win every time you gamble. Whether it's opening boats, 3-card brag, or mahjong, everything goes smoothly. With the 6-color lottery, you always hit the right number, single if it's single, double if it's double, and you never miss the special horse. As Zhao Ziyan returned to reality, the melodious song Dark Rat's Rat God Anthem kept echoing in his ears. A sure win gamble rat version. Zhao Ziyan glanced down at his desk and saw the rat holding his phone, self-opening Dark Zone Assault. The rat had equipped itself with a trashy helmet, trashy armor, trashy gun, trashy chest rig, trashy backpack, and a backpack full of junk. The rat in the screen crouched in a very hidden corner, joyfully using its little paws to control the crosshair, aiming at the extraction point. The rat lay on the table, sticking its butt out, half its body leaning on the phone. Its little paws stretched out, barely covering the entire phone screen. The rat had a smile on its face and kept humming along with the music lyrics. Fine, fine, so this is how you play, huh? Zhao Ziyan's mouth twitched, but he still called out to the rat in a calm tone. Rat, I encountered some strange bees in the other world. Come help me take a look. Wait, Zian, I'm about to ambush someone. Don't be a rat. There's no need to sneak like that. I have some savings in this account, so don't worry about wasting in-game currency. Just get some good gear and fight. Zhao Zian tried to persuade the rat back to being a normal player. No need, Zian. I like this feeling. I just killed an enemy and I deliberately left his bag untouched to use it as bait to lure the next one. This life is set. One Changeling's horse. Zhao Zian snatched the phone and flicked the rat on the head, sending it flying 3 centimeters away. Ah! The rat let out a startled cry and covered its head with its little paws. But when it realized the phone was taken, it forgot the pain and hopped over to Zhao Zian. Its little paws stretched upward, grabbing at the air, while its short legs kept bouncing, trying to get the phone back. I hate rats the most. If I ever see you playing like this again, I won't let you use my phone anymore. But I already looted 2 classified documents. Alright, fine, go ahead. Zhao Zian handed the phone back to the rat and patted its head to show approval. Already dead. The rat shouted angrily, seeing the rat character on the screen had been killed. But the opponent showed no interest in the rat's loot, glanced at it and walked away. As the match ended, the rat sat up with a furious expression, its cheeks puffed up round and hard, staring straight at Zhao Zian. Zhao Zian poked its cheek with his finger, deflating it instantly. Haha, you look like a fat hamster now. The cheeks puffed up again in anger, only to be deflated once more. The cycle of anger and poking continued. Back to the point. In the end, Zhao Zian pulled out a small snack he had hidden in his waistband and successfully soothed the rat's anger. Zhao Zian had already recalled the ant army. Those bees were too agile to fight effectively. Rather than waste resources, a strategic retreat was a viable option. Listening to Zhao Zian's description, the rat chewed on a spicy strip while responding. Patterns you can't understand. Does staring at them make you dizzy and drain your mental energy faster? Sounds like illusion bees. But not quite. After all, small ants can't handle illusion bees. But maybe they aren't fully grown. Even if they are the same species, living in different regions and adapting to the environment can cause variations. The world I teleported to this time is a coordinate I set during a picnic years ago. I remember it's the edge of a big forest and there were no strong creatures nearby. The rat thought hard for a while, chewing some spicy strips, and gave a final answer. These can't be full-grown illusion bees. They must have inherited some abilities from ancestors with illusion bee bloodline. Or they accidentally devoured the remains of an illusion bee, gaining some of its abilities. Zian, don't worry. The strength of illusion bees lies in their illusions manifested through mental power. Their physical bodies are very weak compared to other creatures, and these bees only have a trace of that bloodline. It added one last remark. If your little ants can devour these bees, with luck they might gain some enhancements. Zhao Zian took these words to heart. The main issue was that the bees kept hovering and draining his forces. Judging from the previous skirmish, their direct combat ability wasn't overwhelming. They were stronger than worker ants, but not to the point of being unstoppable. Moreover, the special bees were not numerous. Most of the hive consisted of ordinary bees. He needed to find a way to force the bees into a direct confrontation. But first he had to take a breather. He hadn't even established a foothold in this other world, and there was still a horned bug stronghold in front of the ant nest. And a beehive to the left. Zhao Zian continued to issue orders to the ant queen to produce more ants, but this time he didn't tell her to produce only workers. He planned to produce some soldier ants as well. After all, he had played similar games and knew that relying on a single type of unit made it too easy to counter. He needed a mixed force, diverse units that complemented each other. Of course, going all in on big units wouldn't work either. He needed a balance of large and small units. Although I'm not a pro, I know that going full ultralisks is a death sentence, bro. Zhao Zian could already feel a trickle of faith from some of the black ants in the other world. It seemed the ant queen's teaching was effective. The native black ant queen was now also a follower of Zhao Zian. If this continued, soon all the native black ants would become his followers, greatly boosting his faith power. Those small black ants would be purely for gathering food. They were too weak for combat. Just then, as he was about to check on the ant queen's production, the scene in the nest gave him a surprise. 2 ants far larger than soldier ants were frantically devouring food in the nest, their bodies still growing. Specialization. Finally, specialization. I thought this other world wouldn't produce any. At the deepest part of the nest originally, the queen's chamber, a vast store of food was kept to facilitate her feeding and egg laying, and the newly hatched larvae also grew by continuously consuming the provisions there. The nest, once abundantly stocked with food, had now been nearly devoured by more than half. The 2 specialized ants continued to feed voraciously, and only under Zhao Zian's stunned gaze did their eating pace finally begin to slow. Eventually, when their body length reached about 4 centimeters, they finally stopped eating. For centimeters, that was the size of a southern cockroach but with a thicker carapace, sturdier legs and sharp menacing barbs growing at the joint. Their fearsome mandibles alone were nearly a centimeter long. One bite could easily crush a worker ant. The specialized ants were no longer entirely black but had taken on a faint reddish hue. Their appearance was indeed impressive. In reality, the specialized bighead ants already looked quite formidable. And these evolved otherworldly specialized ants were even more magnificent. Their combat prowess was beyond question. They could devour ordinary ants in a single bite. However, they were extremely clumsy. Due to their large size, if an ant climbed onto their backs, they could not remove it by themselves. In natural ant wars, such large ants are always accompanied by smaller ants that help by removing hostile creatures that climb onto their bodies. Moreover, their massive frames could protect injured ants. Sometimes when smaller ants grew tired from battle, they could take a brief rest beneath the specialized ants' bodies. They essentially occupied the role of a conceptual tank. Fierce as they were, they needed proper coordination. Acting alone, they were too cumbersome. Zhao Ziyan's mouth practically watered at the sight. They looked incredibly powerful, but the amount of food they consumed was staggering. Yet as the saying goes, expensive things are good in every way except for the price. However, it wasn't just these two specialized ants that had eaten most of the food. A portion had also been consumed to produce other ants. Zhao Ziyan had also had the queen produce 100 soldier ants, and the remaining resources went to some workers. The final numbers rounded off to 4,000 workers, 100 soldiers and 2 specialized ants. Of course, the exact numbers were not perfectly round, but Zhao Ziyan couldn't be bothered to count the units. Under his divine perception, knowing roughly how many there were sufficed. He decided not to use the remaining food for further production, saving it for daily consumption so the little ants wouldn't go hungry. As for the native black ants, there were nearly 5,000 of them, all dedicated solely to food gathering. Due to their small size, it took 2 native black ants to match the collection speed of 1 ordinary worker ant. When all were counted, the total number of ants had reached nearly 10,000, yielding a considerable amount of faith. Although ants had low intelligence and offered little faith individually, faith itself is graded, just as some humans believe casually, some deeply, and others are fanatics. These ants belonged to the category of fanatical believers. Their minds were simple, focused on a single goal: to expand the colony. For the sake of the colony's growth, ants would do almost anything. When food ran short, soldier ants would be dismantled without hesitation, even cannibalizing their own kind to fill their stomachs. At present, the native black ants had not yet fully converted to faith in Zhao Ziyan, but that was no major issue. The first wave of faith power had already begun to flow in. Previously, some faith power had trickled in sporadically, but since Zhao Ziyan was in a world of the end of Dharma, the scant faith power dissipated as soon as it arrived. However, once all the ants had been produced, the dense concentration of faith power broke through the shackles of the end of Dharma realm, surging mightily toward Zhao Ziyan. But by the time it reached Zhao Ziyan, only a strand of hair's worth of faith power remained. Swish, that slender thread of faith power plunged straight into the center of his forehead. Ah! Mum! Zhao Ziyan's eyes shot wide open and he felt as though he were floating on clouds. His previously calm expression turned utterly ecstatic. It felt as if. But after a single second, the sensation vanished without a trace. Zhao Ziyan's excited demeanor quickly subsided, leaving him feeling empty and unsatisfied. Hey! Ziyan, you've already condensed faith power. The mouse creature next door, who had been playing Honor of Kings again, sensed the energy and put down his phone, asking Zhao Ziyan. Ha! Faith power. I don't know, a very thin beam of light seemed to drift over, and then I felt really. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head, answering honestly. Shu Shu was stunned, mouth agape, but unable to speak. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan gave him a slap and Shu Shu instantly returned to normal. How long has it been? That's too fast. Ziyan, you're a genius. Shu Shu hopped around excitedly. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head again. Is condensing faith power that hard? Shu Shu replied, extremely hard. Condensing faith power is the first thing every deity must do, yet this very first step has stumped countless would-be gods. Being able to condense faith power means the deity has established a foundation. Moreover, many divine arts can only be used through faith power, which also converts into divine power, continuously improving the deity's physique and granting greater combat strength. Zhao Ziyan asked, then how do you convert it into divine power? Shu Shu answered, every believer generates a faint trace of faith power, but these scattered fragments are illusory and don't help much. Only when there are many believers with extremely devout faith does the accumulated faith power condense into substance and transmit to the deity. That substantial faith power is equivalent to the deity's divine power. Zhao Ziyan felt a surge of excitement, but then another question occurred to him. But that little bit of faith power I just got seemed to dissipate. Ha! Shu Shu was also bewildered, but then, as if recalling something, he continued. Condensed faith power does slowly dissipate. Many deities at their peak amass vast divine power, but when their followers dwindle, their divine power wanes, causing their strength to decline. And Xian's world is a realm of the end of Dharma, so the rate of divine power dissipation might be even faster. It's possible that the first thread of faith power was too feeble, so it faded quickly. But once you've condensed the first thread, the subsequent ones will come much more easily. Shu Shu believes in you, Xian. Zhao Xian breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it wasn't an anomaly. Now the next step was to keep expanding his little ant colony. If you dispatch troops without causing trouble, then why dispatch them at all? 4,000 worker ants, 100 soldier ants, and 2 heavy tank specialized ants. The bees were proving troublesome as there was currently no means to counter airborne threats. Occasionally by sheer luck an individual ant might manage to snatch a bee from the sky, but such instances were exceedingly rare. Most of the time the ants were the ones getting battered. Better to attack the hornworms first. At least they were all ground units, and in a heating confrontation there was a chance. Without further ado, having scouted the area before, the route was familiar, so the main force charged straight ahead. The great F2A connects us. All 4,000 worker ants were brought along, leaving the harvesting tasks entirely to the native black ants. Zhao Xian had initially thought of keeping a few ants behind to defend the nest, at least to prevent betrayal from the native ants. However, he suddenly discovered that the power of faith could also be used to discern betrayal. The native ants, after pledging their faith to him, exhibited a strong surge of faith energy which he could sense. Under such circumstances betrayal became impossible. As for the surrounding areas, they had been thoroughly explored many times and there was virtually no threat. So going Allen was the straightforward choice. After all, during the previous scouting the hornworm forces were numerous and bringing fewer ants risked defeat. The 100 soldier ants and the 2 specialized ants led the way, surrounded by ordinary worker ants, shielding them from sneak attacks in blind spots where their own bodies couldn't reach. The first encounters were with scattered foraging parties, hornworms unaware of the impending danger continuing their collection of food. A few hornworms had just used their large horns to crack open bamboo shoots, savoring the sweet aroma of the sap when you crack. The hornworm fellow stood at attention. With lightning speed a soldier ant bit off the head of that hornworm. The other hornworm companions met death or injury, and a few that fled were caught up by the specialized ant in 3 strides and trampled to death. The specialized ant with spines not only at its joints but also on its body and legs drove one leg down, impaling the hornworm fellow straight through the heart. Such scenes unfolded elsewhere as well, foraging hornworms being eliminated one after another. Thousands of ants spread across the land, a sight of staggering scale. The dense mass of ants might have been highly unsettling for those with trypophobia, like a black cloth relentlessly wiping out every life it encountered along the way. Yet inevitably some slipped through the cracks. A scout hornworm, upon spotting the main force, escaped the pursuit and fled toward their stronghold. But Zhao Xian was unconcerned. He had intentionally let that hornworm go. Fighting required strategy as well. He indeed aimed to destroy the hornworm's lair, a local power that had entrenched itself for who knew how long, surely hoarding vast stores of food. But charging straight into their home would never do. Zhao Xian had played countless strategy games. Rushing headlong into the enemy's base was simply not feasible. First he had to lure the enemy forces out, engage them, and at least cripple their army before storming the base. If he charged into their lair, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage in both terrain and morale? So after letting the hornworm escape, Zhao Xian cleared the surrounding area, eliminating any hornworms he encountered along with other nameless creatures, spiders, scorpions, centipedes, and the like. Then he found a raised terrain nearby and had the troops rest and reorganize. Among them 40 soldier ants and some worker ants were moved slightly to the rear. The main force formed a formation. The 2 specialized ants and the soldier ants took the front while the worker ants stood slightly behind. After the thick armored frontline units absorbed the damage, the workers would surge forward, otherwise they'd be too easily killed. Soon the hornworms came charging in force, a vast and formidable host, their fury seeming to demand that they devour the invaders alive. The hornworm race had no differentiation into combat units, all were of the same form. Their only variation was in size, some were larger, some smaller. The larger hornworms were simply used as combat units, unlike the ants which had a dedicated soldier caste. In battles between insects, size largely determined combat effectiveness. Among creatures of similar size, a major worker ant and a soldier ant had little difference in fighting prowess. However, after a round of evolution, unlike in the real world, the soldier ants now boasted thicker carapaces, making the differentiation from ordinary workers far more pronounced. The soldier ants' offensive drive was extremely intense, as if they were even more enraged than the invaded hornworms. The hornworms were bewildered. Bro, you're the invader, we're the ones being invaded, why do you look angrier than us? Were the victims all right? The pheromones were so strong that one might think the ants had been the ones bullied. Before Zhao Xian could even command, several soldier ants had already charged forward, ready to bite. Hey. Discipline. Do you have any sense of discipline? Why charge straight in? Zhao Xian quickly pulled them back. Breaking formation was a minor issue, but charging into the enemy's encirclement would be nothing but a suicide mission. Sure, soldier ants were stronger, but if each one got a leg grabbed by an enemy, they'd be done for. All legs seized, then a bite to the head, they'd be executed on the spot. Insect battles generally followed this pattern. Carapaces were thick, so bites to the body were mostly harmless. Only attacks on weak points, necks, joints, legs, could pose a real threat. Of course, this only applied when sizes were similar. When a large unit like a specialized ant bit a small one, it was a clean, crunchy kill, nothing more to say. The hornworms, understanding nothing of strategy, were infuriated by the intense pheromones from the ants. Moreover, the soldier ants' charge and retreat were perceived as a provocation, adding fuel to the fire. They could not tolerate it. They charged straight ahead. As the dominant force in this area, they had never faced such insolence. They had to teach these invaders a lesson. But the hornworms' wishes were noble indeed until the specialized ants' massive jaws clamped down on them. Then they quickly learned their place. As the battle commenced, the specialized ant surged forward. Though slightly sluggish due to its size, any creature it stepped on was instantly killed. And from time to time its colossal head would swoop down, biting off an enemy in one go. The hornworms' originally orderly formation was shattered, and a strong sense of crisis made them momentarily afraid to approach the massive specialized ant. Yet, perhaps spurred on by the encouragement of their comrades or a fierce determination to defend their home, they still threw themselves forward, biting and tearing without regard for their own lives. However, the specialized ant's hard and thick carapace drove the horned insects to despair, but soon they thought of another fighting method. They climbed up along the legs of the specialized ant as it stepped down and began to bite the weak joints of the specialist. At this time, the ordinary worker ants on the specialist also seized the opportunity to bite the horned insects that climbed up. As the dead horned insects fell, a steady stream of new ones rushed up, and the worker ants launched a new round of defense on the body of the specialist. As the specialist continuously divided the battlefield, the formation of the horned insects was constantly split. The total number of horned insects that came this time was about the same as that of the ants. It should be around 4,000 or 5,000. The combat power of ordinary worker ants and ordinary horned insects was not much different, but the attacks of the specialist and the soldier ants were unstoppable. The horned insects used their larger counterparts to barely resist the soldier ants, though they had no combat specialization and had not evolved specialized combat units. However, under the condition of similar size, they managed to hold off the soldier ants' attack, and with the assistance of some ordinary horned insects nearby, the soldier ants did not achieve many kills. In such a large battlefield, the difference in individual combat power seemed negligible. Of course, the two specialists were exceptions. They were basically slaughtering all around, with no one able to stop these two. Some larger horned insects tried to block the specialist's advance, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, they did serve as some resistance, because these large horned insects could not be killed in one bite like ordinary ones. It required a few small ants to assist in enduring damage to first control these large horned insects, and then the specialist would decapitate them with one bite. However, the horned insects later learned their lesson. Upon seeing the specialist, they no longer charged straight ahead. They basically kept dodging with agile movements, taking advantage of the specialist's large size, slow reaction, and lack of agility. But as the saying goes, the higher-ups have policies, the lower levels have countermeasures. The worker ants would also control some horned insects, restrict their movements, and then the specialist would decapitate them. On other battlefields, the fight between ordinary insects was more about luck, depending on who could bite the opponent's vital part. If fortunate, they would bite off the opponent's neck first and the opponent would die. Moreover, a large battlefield is not a unknown duel. In a duel, at worst, you just fight it out. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Either way, it's a clear outcome. How chaotic a large battlefield is. While fighting, a new enemy could pop out from an unnoticed corner and bite you directly. There were many sneaky ones, and some insects played dead without moving. You thought it had already kicked the bucket, but when you walked up to it, it would bite you without warning. Who could react to that zero-frame startup? Zhao Zian, who viewed everything from a god's perspective, still wanted to micromanage, but after glancing at the battlefield for a moment, he gave up. Even in Warcraft or Starcraft, managing a population of 100 or 200 was already daunting. This battlefield of thousands of insects was impossible to see clearly. Everything was dark, and sometimes when the fight got intense, one couldn't tell which was an ant and which was a horned insect. However, the frontal battlefield was not at all weak. With the specialist and soldier ants leading, it was basically impossible to lose when numbers were equal. As for the larger-sized horned insects, they could initially contain the soldier ants, but as time passed, since they were not combat units, it was inevitable that they would fall into a disadvantage. At this time, the battlefield was already strewn with the corpses of both insects. Some corpses were even piled on top of each other, and on some fiercely contested ground, large numbers of insect bodies formed small mounds. However, most were horned insect corpses, with a casualty ratio of about 3-to-1 between horned insects and ants. Of the 60 soldier ants in battle, more than 40 remained. The missing ones were not necessarily dead. Those injured soldier ants were continuously retreating under the cover of worker ants. Although dead ones could be directly recycled into protein as food for the queen ant, there was wastage. It was better to avoid the death of large units like soldier ants. At this moment Zhao Ziyan somewhat regretted not producing more soldier ants. It did consume a lot of food to produce them, but their combat power was indeed formidable. Through this actual combat he felt that the ratio of soldier ants to worker ants should ideally be around 1:10. With a thought from Zhao Ziyan, some worker ants on the battlefield began to drag the corpses back. The native small black ants that had been searching for food near the home nest also began to head to the battlefield, not for fighting but to carry the corpses. These were full of protein. Once taken back and fed to the queen ant, they could immediately be turned into adult ants. The battle continued. At this point the ants were in a crushing momentum. The two specialists had some injuries, but it did not significantly affect their combat power. They continued to charge and fight fiercely, causing the horned insects to flee in panic. The horned insects also had many injured units and they were constantly retreating the wounded. Although the situation was very unfavorable for them, they still appeared orderly overall and did not rout. At this time some horned insects also filled in from their nest to support the front line. Just as the battle was deadlocked, the small portion of ant forces that Zhao Ziyan had earlier retreated had already circled to the rear of the horned insect battlefield. They launched a direct charge and broke into the rear battlefield of the horned insects. At this time the rear of the horned insects was mostly gathered with the old, weak, wounded and disabled. Mostly they had broken legs or cracked shells from the frontline fighting with almost no combat power left. However, the initial 40 soldier ants and hundreds of worker ants that had circled around had suffered no losses at all. They were still intact from start to finish with incredible energy. Facing these weak and disabled, it was purely like slaughtering chickens. There were also some normal horned insects nearby protecting these weak. But who could have expected that 40 soldier ants and hundreds of worker ants would launch a sneak attack? Instantly they were smashed. The soldier ants swung their huge mandibles, continuously reaping these horned insects. The worker ants also engaged in killing. When facing intact horned insects that came to protect their kind, they would contain them and then let the soldier ants decapitate them. The pheromones in the entire rear were extremely chaotic, and this chaos also affected the horned insects at the front. When they sensed the distress signals from their kind in the rear, they panicked. Already at an absolute disadvantage and with the rear being ambushed by the enemy, a small number of horned insects began to rout. Once a rout occurred, it was like an avalanche. The remaining horned insects could hardly escape. The fleeing horned insects were like a snowball rolling larger. More and more insects fled, making it increasingly difficult for the remaining ones to resist. In the end, the ant army led by the specialist ants in front, together with the soldier ants ambushing from the rear, pierced through the entire horned insect formation. The fleeing horned insects all died under the ants' mandibles, and not a single weak or disabled one was spared. Although there were still a steady stream of horned insects from the rear, unaware of the truth on the front line filling in, they were just like Halua rescuing Grandpa, one after another, only to be sent to their doom. Each one that came was sent to death, offering no help to the frontline battle situation. The first clash between the ants and the hornworms ended in a decisive victory for the ant army. However, the ants also suffered heavy casualties. Of the original 4000 worker ants, approximately 1000 had perished. Of the remaining 3000, some were wounded. There were about 70 soldier ants left, and the two specialized ants sustained only minor injuries. Throughout the battle the soldier ants proved exceptionally fierce, but the primary reason was that Zhao Ziyan had commanded the worker ants to sacrifice themselves to protect the soldier ants in times of danger. The soldier ants suffered only about 30 casualties, largely because the worker ants were used as shields. Otherwise, given the soldier ants' aggressive tactics, they would have fallen much faster. The same applied to the specialized ants. The worker ants protected them, desperately intercepting any enemy that tried to climb onto the specialized ants and bite their vulnerable spots. The worker ants truly made excellent cannon fodder. Zhao Ziyan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely pleased. After this battle his ant colony could grow larger. Though many ants had died, dragging back all the corpses would replenish a significant portion. Recycling the bodies into protein and then producing new ants would consume a lot of food, however. But with the addition of the hornworm carcasses, the overall number of ants would surely be much greater than before the battle. The front lines had already finished fighting, yet the hornworm nest was still dispatching troops. They belatedly realized that the frontline battle had been lost. They hastily ordered the nest to cease sending reinforcements. Zhao Ziyan, seeing that the hornworms had stopped, hesitated whether to retreat and recuperate or press on to destroy their lair. He ordered the other ants to rest in place and sent a small scouting party to the hornworm nest. What a sight! The scouting revealed a shocking truth. Inside the nest, hornworms were densely packed. At a glance there were at least 10,000, not counting those hidden in the depths below. The entire nest was filled with pheromones of panic. They had clearly been cowed. But the hornworms were now somewhat intimidated. Zhao Ziyan was also terrified. Bro, you have that many brothers at home. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known, I would never have dared to attack you. He quickly recalled all the scouting ants and ordered the resting ants to flee back to the ant nest. Nevertheless, he didn't completely lose his wits. Along the way he had the ants leave pheromones signaling attack, slaughter, advance, rally, and other common war messages. These were meant to intimidate the hornworms pretending to be formidable. It's fine, it's fine. Once all this food is digested, my ant army will definitely grow stronger and crushing the hornworms won't be a dream. But digesting this food takes time. There is only one queen ant and her abdomen is producing eggs so fast it's nearly smoking, but she's only so big, how fast can she go? And eating the food also takes time. The queen ant is now eating, digesting, and excreting simultaneously, working non-stop. Even a workhorse wouldn't dare to produce like that. But there's no other way. One barracks produces troops too slowly. That's right. Multiple queens ants can have multiple queens. Why not add more queens? But the current queen has gained some intelligence. Would she be willing to accept new queens? Although Zhao Ziyan had been controlling the ant army recently, making the queen seem insignificant, in theory all ants in the nest should be the queen's subjects. As the queen, she held absolute authority over the ant army. Zhao Ziyan didn't know what would happen if his orders conflicted with the queen's. But to his surprise, when he conveyed this idea to the queen responded almost without hesitation. Good. Ant tribe. New queen. Dot. From these brief words Zhao Ziyan could sense deep trust and reliance. After the communication between Zhao Ziyan and the queen concluded, the queen decisively followed his command. She stopped laying eggs and had worker ants continuously deliver food to her. She consumed a great deal of food without laying eggs and her abdomen visibly swelled. After a while she finally laid a pure white ant egg. The queen's swollen belly hadn't fully subsided. After another moment she expelled another egg. A second ant egg was laid. These two eggs were much larger than ordinary ant eggs. Soon, through the effect of rapid reproduction, the eggs began to hatch. The larvae emerged and devoured food to grow. Quickly the two larvae spun a large cocoon. The oversized cocoon vibrated and eventually split open, revealing two female ants. Normally a female ant would need to mate with a male ant to gain fertility and become a queen. But Zhao Ziyan, inspecting the nest, found no male ants. Typically male ants mate with females and then die. It was odd that there were none. Just as Zhao Ziyan was puzzled, the queen ant regained her composure. After producing the two new females she lay exhausted for a long time. If not for Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective still showing her image, he might have thought she had died. But her status had changed from healthy green to yellow. The two new females quickly matured into adult ants. Half an hour had passed since the eggs were first laid. After resting for half an hour, the queen ant finally regained some energy. She began to churn her mouthparts, eventually forming a white substance that resembled a liquid but didn't drip. It clung to her mouthparts, constantly changing shape. It was like a non-Newtonian fluid, sticky and viscous. Finally the queen ant spat this substance near the mouths of the two new females. Each female consumed half of the white substance. Suddenly the newborn females shuddered, their wings began to fall off and their bodies expanded. They gradually grew into adult forms. After crossing over and evolving, consuming many other worldly foods, the original queen ant had reached a body length of 5 centimeters larger than even the specialized ants. The two new queens grew to 4 centimeters smaller than the original by a full centimeter, but the three queens now looked nearly identical. After experiencing growth, the two new queen ants began to eat continuously to replenish the energy consumed during their own development. However, their intelligence was not as high as Zhao Ziyan had imagined. The two new queen ants were only slightly smarter than ordinary ants. Compared to the first queen, who could barely communicate with Zhao Ziyan, they were utterly outclassed. Perhaps it was because the first queen ant had used the seed of faith. But it didn't matter. If they weren't smart, so be it, as long as they could produce little ants. But then again, speaking of producing ants, the old queen ant possessed the talent of rapid reproduction. These two new ones were likely just ordinary queens. If it took the little ants more than a dozen or 20 days to grow up, wouldn't that be too slow? Although in nature ants have always been like this. But after experiencing the benefits brought by the rapid reproduction talent, he could no longer bear the feeling of ants growing slowly. With a thought, Zhao Ziyan immediately inquired of the queen ants, intending to ask whether the two new queens possessed the talent of rapid incubation. However, the two new queen ants were dull-witted and understood nothing, only transmitting to Zhao Ziyan meaningless emotions like reverence and joy. The old queen ant was much more reliable. Whenever Zhao Ziyan had a question, she could offer an answer. My descendants and I reproduce the race. Inherit. He asked a few more questions and the queen ant gradually transmitted some information. Zhao Ziyan found it quite difficult to understand, as her intelligence had only recently awakened and she couldn't communicate fluently. Still, she could convey her general meaning. Zhao Ziyan understood that the new queen ants had inherited some of her talents. The white substance she initially fed to the new queen ants from her mouth was the medium for inheritance. The talent of rapid incubation was also passed down to the new queens. Moreover, the genes for acid and corrosion resistance obtained from eating the slime fleshworms were also inherited along with them. Furthermore, in the future, when new genes were acquired or new evolutionary forms emerged, the queen ants could also transfer these genetic materials among themselves. The technology tree among the queen ants was interconnected. Newly produced queen ants did not need to level up again. Zhao Ziyan observed for a while longer. The ability of rapid incubation was the old queen's innate talent. Acid-resistant armor was an ability gained by devouring the slime fleshworms. The acid-resistant armor was fully inherited. However, rapid incubation was not fully manifested in the new queen ants. It was a weakened version. Originally, the queen could turn an egg into an adult ant in half an hour. But for the new queens, the growth rate of the eggs was about 5 times slower. It took roughly 2.5 hours for an egg to develop into an adult ant. In other words, it took a Kuan hour. It was 2 Kuan times slower. Of course, this speed was already extremely impressive, and Zhao Ziyan was very satisfied. Dragons and phoenixes took hundreds or thousands of years to hatch. That was normal. However, these 2 queen ants from birth to becoming qualified queens. In total, they consumed nearly 1000 units of food. This count included the food the old queen ant had frantically eaten to produce them in the first place. Each consumed about 500 units of food. But it was acceptable. After all, in any game, building a new production barracks or main base usually consumes a lot of resources. Time passed quickly. The corpses of the bugs produced from the battle with the horned bugs were continuously consumed by the 3 queen ants, along with other foods like slime flesh worms, bamboo shoots and more, which were steadily delivered to the depths of the nest. Ants constantly patrolled around the nest, and 2 specialist ants guarded the entrance like 2 divine gatekeepers. The entire nest and its surrounding area were shrouded in a grim, murderous atmosphere. There was not a single living thing nearby. Even the rotten leaves were almost gnawed clean. Originally, Zhao Ziyan had planned for sustainable development, not to damage the bamboo shoots and other food sources too severely, letting them keep growing and providing a certain amount of food each day. But the pressure from the horned bugs was too great. Just during the reconnaissance, nearly 10,000 had emerged near the nest. How many were out there that hadn't returned, hiding beneath the nest? Who knew? 20,000. 30,000. The pressure was enormous. With such a powerful neighbor, no one could sleep peacefully. Zhao Ziyan ordered that all edible food sources be uprooted directly. Even rotten leaves, though lacking nutrition, were brought back. Tree bark and such were also brought back to eat. Some birds with poor digestion produced droppings that still contained partially undigested fruits. Zhao Ziyan ordered them to be brought back as well. When desperate, even excrement could be eaten. They were worse than bandits, more voracious than locusts. The scout ants continued to gather information. The horned bugs in their stronghold gradually began to venture outward in exploration. A single defeat in battle could not completely shatter them. They restored their previous order and continued to explore outward. Moreover, the horned bugs would not cede territory or pay reparations for the invaders' attacks. For bugs, suffering a loss meant they would definitely think of counterattacking. If they truly couldn't win, then they would flee. The various pheromones Zhao Ziyan had left to disrupt them had some effect, but it didn't last long. The horned bug exploration forces gradually sensed the presence of the invaders. Zhao Ziyan couldn't completely conceal all information from his own ants. With so many ants living in this area, they were easily detectable. Thus, once the horned bug exploration force sensed the ants' presence, they immediately transmitted the message back to their stronghold. The horned bug's communication was not as fast or convenient as the ants. The ants could be directly controlled through Zhao Ziyan. Once the divine perspective was activated, information could be transmitted almost instantly. But other bugs communicated via pheromones. In the vast horned bug nest, the pheromones were chaotic and complex, and it took a while before they began to organize the horned bug army. A mighty army of horned bugs began to assemble in front of their stronghold. In terms of numbers, there were over 20,000. This could essentially be considered the strongest wave of the entire colony. Only a small number of horned bugs were left to guard their home. Many of these horned bugs were no smaller than the soldier ants. These bugs were their combatants. The forward exploration units continuously sensed the enemy ahead, while the main force of over 20,000 slowly advanced toward the ants. Zhao Ziyan's ants serving as scouts were even more agile, and he had long known that the horned insect army was on its way. Though the situation was extremely critical, he still directed the ants' movements with calm and order. He did not regret provoking the horned insects, for the two sides were simply too close. Occasionally, horned insects would wander near the ant nest even before. A great battle between the two sides was inevitable, and the ant nest's location was simply terrible. The starting position faced the horned insect stronghold ahead, with a beehive to the left and a river to the rear. The right side had not been thoroughly explored, for many scout ants had never returned and the cause was utterly unknown. The right side was too dangerous to venture and the left side teemed with bees inside the hive. Having fought them once, the ants could do nothing against those bees and were soundly beaten, crying out in agony. The river at the rear was utterly impassable and it harbored many strange creatures that clearly seemed formidable. There was no choice but to fight the horned insects ahead, otherwise they would be confined to this area. The territory was too small and the resources too scarce, only a few worms to eat, scant bamboo shoots far less abundant than the horned insects side. There was simply no room for development. Nevertheless, Zhao Ziyan had a certain degree of confidence in this battle. He had to let the insects witness his cunning maneuvers. Hours had already passed since the first great battle. In the real world it was already midnight. The food on their side was nearly depleted and Zhao Ziyan could not be bothered to have the Ant Queen reserve food for daily consumption. If they won, everything would be fine, they could feast on the corpses left on the battlefield. If they lost, they would all perish and there would be no future to speak of. There were over 5,000 worker ants, 400 soldier ants and 2 specialized ants. The soldier ants were indeed formidable in combat, but the horned insect force also had many large-bodied units whose combat prowess was not far inferior to the soldier ants. On paper they would certainly be crushed by the enemy. However, Zhao Ziyan had the ants search everywhere for slime worms. Previously they would kill the slime worms on the spot and bring the meat back to the nest. But this time was different, he had the ants bring all the slime worms near the nest. After spraying their slime, the slime worms would continue to produce it, albeit very slowly. In the past they would attack during the gaps in production. But this time Zhao Ziyan directly had the 2 specialized ants along with some smaller ants bring them near the nest. They did not kill them, instead they waited for the slime worms to produce acidic corrosive slime and then spit it out. After all, the ants' acid-resistant armor was thick enough. Zhao Ziyan had the ordinary small ants run away, leaving only the specialized ants in place. The 2 specialized ants had even thicker armor, so the acid slime spat on them was utterly useless. They captured about a dozen slime worms and did not let them escape. Instead, the 2 specialized ants kept provoking them, making them attack. Soon a large pool of corrosive acid had accumulated nearby. It looked as if Zhang Wei had casually spat hundreds of gobs of phlegm. When it seemed enough, the slime worms were naturally turned into food. However, the acid would not dissipate for a while and Zhao Ziyan waited for those insects to charge headlong into it. The ants covered each puddle of acid with some leaves and released various pheromones, mostly provocative ones. Otherwise, if the horned insects detected the danger and refused to charge, all their efforts would be wasted. He also remembered another cunning trick. He had the 2 specialized ants roll around in the acid. The carapaces of the specialized ants were now thoroughly coated with acid. If the horned insects dared to climb onto the specialized ants and bite them, they would suffer greatly. After devouring most of the food, Zhao Ziyan, gazing at the stark disparity in combat strength between the 2 sides, made an exceptionally difficult decision. Kill the queens. Of course, the first ant queen had been raised for so long that he had grown attached to her, so he could not eliminate her. However, the 2 newly produced queens could be eaten. The ant queens were enormous in size, essentially a huge lump of meat. Moreover, after evolution and genetic inheritance, the ant queens had become transcendent creatures containing even more energy within their bodies. Thus soon hundreds more worker ants were produced. Well, if even their own queen was eaten, could the subordinate native black ant queens escape? Without further ado, they were simply eaten. The black ant queen was terrified, but fortunately Zhao Ziyan did not set his sights on her. The black ant queen, being bullied every day, was scrawny and had very little meat. Thousands of native black ants were all devoured, not one left. This produced another 100 soldier ants and several hundred worker ants. Combined with the original forces and those produced by eating the queens, there were now about 6,000 worker ants and 500 soldier ants. The horned insect army was pressing in, a fierce battle was imminent. Zhao Ziyan let out a long breath, his nerves taut. But the ants were quite the opposite. Sensing their colony growing continuously unprecedentedly powerful in their race's history, every ant exuded an air of excitement and their reverence for the deity reached a new height. They showed no fear in the face of the powerful enemy. With the deity's blessing, their tribe would not lose. They were brimming with confidence. The faith energy on the small ants grew increasingly intense. Countless strands of faith energy eventually coalesced and after much attrition drifted near Zhao Ziyan. Another strand of condensed faith energy gathered upon him. But this time the faith energy was even more solid and thick, about the size of 3 strands of hair. The same steps followed. The faith energy suddenly rushed into his brow. Zhao Ziyan immediately felt his body and mind relax and his previously tense expression gradually eased. However, in this land of the end of Dharma, the faith energy inevitably began to dissipate. Just as this strand of faith energy was about to vanish, Shushu, who was nearby, let out a loud shout. Ziyan, I shall assist you. Putting down his phone, he raised a small paw and swung it toward Zhao Ziyan. Pointing at Zhao Ziyan, he said, "Ziyan, imagine the faith energy as a strand of hair floating out from your body." Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan immediately closed his eyes and visualized the hair-sized faith energy drifting into his forehead. Then he reversed the scene and reimagined the faith energy floating out from his forehead. Sure enough, that strand of faith energy drifted out from his brow. However, compared to when it had just arrived, its thickness had shrunk from 3 strands of hair to 1. Ziyan Shushu will store it in the dimensional space. Do not resist. Zhao Ziyan did not know what resisting or not resisting meant, but he still made an okay gesture with his hand. Shushu leaped up. Somehow he jumped so high from the desk that reached Zhao Ziyan's chest. He leaped directly to the front of Zhao Ziyan's forehead. His small white paw reached forward, grabbing that strand of faith energy and placing it into his dimensional space. Zhao Ziyan felt a sudden emptiness in his heart, as if something important had vanished. When he began to feel distressed, he suddenly remembered what Shushu had said. He immediately took a few deep breaths to calm himself. This feeling instantly dissipated without a trace. "What's going on?" Zhao Ziyan asked belatedly. Out of trust in Shushu, he didn't inquire immediately but simply believed in the little mouse. He didn't know why, but despite their short acquaintance, he felt Shushu was quite reliable. Shushu's storage space can hold anything. And it's much less affected by the lawless land. If Ziyan stores his faith power here, it won't dissipate quickly. Zhao Ziyan nodded, indicating his understanding. Still, he marveled, even something as ethereal as faith power can be stored in your space. Truly versatile, I must say. Shushu shook his head. Scattered faith power is indeed ethereal, but that golden strand just now was formed from countless tiny threads condensed into substance. Such condensed faith power can be called divine power, no longer ethereal. What use is it? I don't seem to know how to use divine power. No matter, no matter. Just leave it with Shushu for now. When you need it later, come and take it. Shushu chuckled as if recalling something amusing. Zhao Ziyan lowered his head face to face with Shushu, their 4 eyes locked together. "You want secretly use up my divine power, will you?" "Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Shushu would never sneakily use divine power to recover energy. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, finally caught you red-handed, huh?" A single slap subdued Shushu. "You mean divine power can restore you?" Zhao Ziyan asked. "Yes. As long as there's enough divine power. It's nearly omnipotent." Having exposed his ratty ambition, Shushu was pinned down by Zhao Ziyan and could barely speak clearly. "The enemies my ant followers face are quite strong. Is there a way to grant them divine power to make them stronger?" Zhao Ziyan inquired. "Ziyan just needs to sense his divine power while communicating with his followers and transmit the power along with the message. My previous master said that granting divine power is similar to issuing a divine oracle. You know what a divine oracle is, right? It's the words a god speaks to followers. Your daily conversations with them count as divine oracles." Shushu explained in detail, fearing Zhao Ziyan wouldn't understand. "Oh. I think I get it. But I can't sense my divine power." Zhao Ziyan scratched his head. Shushu squirmed and said, "Hee, it's here with Shushu. Outsiders can't sense Shushu's storage space." Zhao Ziyan was speechless. "Fine, I'm an outsider. Should I leave?" "Nonsense, this is my home, I'll just toss you into the river." But before he could act, Shushu's tiny face turned resolute, as if making a decision that defied his ancestors. "But no worries. If Ziyan signs a pet contract with Shushu, he'll be family and can sense the divine power in the storage space. And from then on, Ziyan can't bully Shushu," the little mouse said earnestly. Zhao Ziyan made an okay gesture. All right. How do we sign this contract?" Shushu opened his storage space, rummaged around and pulled out a tattered scroll. "This is it, the pet contract scroll." Saying so, he unrolled the scroll, bit his paw hard and dripped a drop of blood into the center. "Ziyan, you drip a drop of blood on the scroll too, and then the contract can begin." Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan immediately found the mosquito bite again. Poor thing, the scab was scratched open anew. With the mosquito bite's help, another strange drop of blood fell onto the contract scroll. Instantly the entire scroll glowed, its bizarre patterns exuding a sense of power, though Zhao Ziyan couldn't understand a thing. At each end of the scroll's pattern there was a gap, one large, one small. Shushu pressed his paw onto the large gap. "All right, Ziyan, quickly place your hand on the small gap. Once you do, well, form the pet contract, and from then on Shushu will be your master." Shushu seemed to think of something funny again, his little face beaming with joy. "Oh, okay. From now on you'll be." "When I type this question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. You want to be my master. Rebellion against the heavens indeed." With a grab, instant suppression. He seized Shushu's tiny paws and tickled his armpits relentlessly. In an instant Shu Shu evolved into a Magikarp writhing continuously but unable to escape Zhao Ziyan's clutches. Ha ha. Stop tickling. Ha ha. Shu Shu was wrong. Ha ha ha. In the end, considering the horned insect army was already at the city gates, Zhao Ziyan ended his punishment. Switching positions, Zhao Ziyan placed his hand on the large gap. Immediately the runes lit up and the 2 drops of blood in the center of the scroll were gradually absorbed. A strange connection was established in their minds. Zhao Ziyan suddenly felt as if Shu Shu was calling him. He turned around but Shu Shu's mouth wasn't moving. Haha, it's telepathy. After signing the contract we can communicate directly with our minds. Shu Shu didn't speak aloud but a smile appeared on his face. Testing, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Zhao Ziyan tested the telepathic function, it felt quite amazing. But the battlefield was urgent so these features could wait for later. He immediately followed Shu Shu's instructions and connected his thoughts to the ant army. The god's perspective activated at the same time. Originally the god's perspective only showed the number of units and their status. Green meant healthy, red meant critically wounded. A mere thought could select and control several units much like in a game, but now a divine power option had appeared in the perspective. The displayed amount was 1. This must be Zhao Ziyan's perception of divine power. Each creature's understanding of the divine and its power differs. These displays merely help the god comprehend. Every god's display is unique, shaped by the god's own will. Zhao Ziyan had played similar games, so in his subconscious the god's perspective and divine power display resembled a game interface. A strand of divine power as thin as a hair counts as 1 unit. Zhao Ziyan calculated silently. Zhao Ziyan intended to transmit this wisp of divine power to the specialized ant, for the specialized ant was the most formidable combatant. This unit of divine power was the minimal amount possible and could not be divided further. It must go to the strongest unit, for help should be given to the superior rather than the inferior. The specialized ant was already ferocious, with divine power enhancing it. Who knew how terrifying it would become? However, when Zhao Ziyan attempted the connection he found it intermittent. It was not that the specialized ant lacked strong faith, but that transmitting information required both parties to have capable minds. If you want to convey something to someone but that person is a fool and the message is delivered right to their face yet they do not even reach out to take it, how can you manage that? Such was the case with the specialized ant. Large in size, formidable in combat, it was born purely for slaughter. Yet it moved sluggishly, its body covered in spines, unable even to feed itself, relying on worker ants to bring it food. Well, now another flaw was discovered: its lack of intelligence. Zhao Ziyan let out a silent sigh. There was no choice, he would randomly give it to a soldier ant and see what enhancement it would bring. But just then the massive body of the ant queen crawled out from the nest. All the ants in front of the nest had already arranged themselves in battle formation. The ant queen herself possessed little combat capability. Although large, her abdomen had evolved to be bloated for better reproduction, rendering her completely unable to maneuver in battle. Without other interfering factors, a single soldier ant could likely slay the queen. The colony survives or perishes together. Unlike the other ants' blind faith in the deity, the queen had already developed a certain level of intelligence. She understood in her heart that her colony had reached a critical point of survival. The queen, who had spent her entire life within the nest, laboriously crawled out. Her bloated body made movement extremely difficult. In nature, most ant queens are extremely obese, often requiring worker ants to assist in moving. Some queens focusing on enhancing reproductive capacity degraded all other aspects, turning into a massive lump of flesh that could only produce. After enhancement, this colony's queen had gained some mobility. In the previous world, the queen who had triumphed among countless female ants was undoubtedly noble. Though possessing supreme authority, she could only endlessly lay eggs in the dark, damp nest day after day, repeating a mechanized life for the dream of expanding her colony. Originally, the ant queen's entire life was meant to remain in the gloomy nest, ceaselessly laying eggs until she died, ending that insignificant existence. The first time she saw the sun, it was the deity who lifted her up. So blazing, so dazzling. The sun. The deity. The ant queen did not know why these thoughts suddenly came to her before she had been in a daze. Ever since encountering the deity, she had become different. The first half of her life had been foggy. Now, although somewhat changed, it still felt hazy. The deity seemed interested in the colony. The deity was happy. So the ant queen was happy too. The deity wanted to expand the race. The ant queen also wanted to expand the race. How joyful. Enemies came. Then fight. The ants had never feared anyone. Cannot win. Then run. Blocked at home with no escape. The ant queen pondered. Her not-so-complex brain nearly overheated. She raised her head and looked at her subjects, so majestic, so imposing. Good. the deity would be pleased. The deity seemed to enjoy war. Then she too enjoyed war. But they were utterly outmatched and trapped at their doorstep. She was about to die. The Ant Queen looked up at the sky. But this other world had no sun. What a pity! Just as she disappointedly discovered that the sky lacked the sun, she remembered. A beam of light suddenly appeared on the horizon, flying ceaselessly toward the nest. From the Ant Queen's perspective, that beam grew larger and larger. Her previously disappointed expression stirred with excitement once more. So blazing, so dazzling. The sun. She wished she could fly up and see it. The light landed, divine power entered her body. The Ant Queen felt as if the sun in the sky had fallen and struck her. She was even a little terrified. But the falling sun did not harm her. She only felt warm all over, just like the first time the deity had lifted her up. The Ant Queen felt dazed, having no idea what was happening. Energy surged within her body, much like during her first evolution. However, unlike the first painful evolution, this time there was no discomfort at all. Her compound eyes looked around then at herself. Her originally bloated abdomen had shrunk considerably. An exoskeletal carapace continuously covered her body surface, turning her soft belly into something extremely hard. The carapace on her back was even more exaggerated, with countless barbs along the edges and two massive wings in the center. The outer edges of the wings were covered by exoskeletal carapace, and the middle was a membrane similar to that of a female ant before her nuptial flight, but thicker. Her 6 thick ant legs resembled 6 sharp blades, with the lower part similar to the specialized ant, tapering to sharp points, easily capable of crushing a small insect with a single step. The joints were almost impossible to target, with multiple layers of carapace wrapped around them like the joints of a Western knight's armor, layer upon layer, yet without hindering agility. Her head seemed to have an extra helmet exoskeletal carapace completely enveloping the skull, leaving only the eyes and mouth exposed and extending backward to the neck, also covering the connection between head and body. Her size did not change much. She was already 5 centimeters long. After this round of enhancement, her size remained 5 centimeters, but she had become much more compact. Previously plump and full of fat, she was now as sturdy as a young calf. The specialized ant was only 4 centimeters. Now the Ant Queen was a full circle larger than the specialized ant, with thicker exoskeletal carapace. Crucially, she had wings on her back and could finally fly. Such a creature in the insect world was a veritable tyrant: high attack, high defense, high agility, a hexagonal warrior maxed out in every aspect. Even numbers might not be enough to overwhelm her, for if truly outmatched, she could use her wings to flee. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan, seeing this scene, could not stop grinning. He had not expected that a mere wisp of divine power could cause such a transformation. This gave him even more confidence to win the war. A large number of ants defended the front of the nest, while the Ant Queen lightly leaped, her wings beating continuously, and flew to the front of the ant army. What delighted Zhao Ziyan even more was not just the queen's combat prowess. She raised her head slightly, and a clear chirping sound emanated from her mouth. The chirping sound spread continuously, enveloping all the surrounding ants, and even the horned beetle troops not far away were slightly affected. A range buff. Upon hearing the Ant Queen's call, the ant army's fighting spirit instantly soared. The ants that had been somewhat listless after the first insect battle now seemed to be injected with adrenaline, suddenly becoming lively and energetic. From Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective, the ants that had been severely injured in the first battle and had not yet fully recovered, shown as yellow slightly wounded, still had a way to go before returning to green healthy status. But now they had all returned to green status. Meanwhile, the other ants that had not been injured also showed some changes. Above the status bar of every ant in the army, a white halo appeared. Zhao Ziyan sensed it. It was a kind of enhancement, a buff. It seemed that the Ant Queen had learned a new group buff. However, he had no time to examine the details now. The horned bugs were right before him. He immediately commanded a few ants to lure them, provoking them without attacking, simply circling around and leading them toward the set traps. The horned bugs, already furious from seeking revenge, could not tolerate such provocation. They charged straight at the few ants, intending to tear them apart. The horned bug vanguard charged forward, perhaps influenced by pheromone interference or blinded by rage, failing to notice the traps Zhao Ziyan had set. The front line rushed straight into the corrosive slime zone, shoving aside obstructive leaves and crashing headfirst into the slime. The leading horned bugs instantly writhed in pain. The ensnared horned bugs tried to retreat, but the subsequent horde, unaware of their comrades' plight, continued pushing forward, shoving them deeper into the slime. The horned bugs now suffered the same fate as the ants earlier, perishing within seconds. Perhaps due to prior encounters with slime worms, the horned bugs held out a bit longer than the ants, but they still lacked acid-resistant armor, surviving only a few more seconds. In such a short time they could not evolve acid-resistant armor. A large number of horned bugs died in the slime, while some lucky ones escaped but were severely wounded. Some bugs carried slime on their bodies, and as the following troops brushed past them, they also got contaminated, spreading the slime further. This situation severely dampened the horned bugs' morale and slowed their advance. The traps had done their job. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered the main force to charge forward, strike while the iron was hot. The ant queen fluttered her wings and dashed out at the forefront. Then the 2 specialized ants and the rest of the army followed. The ant queen led the way with the ants trailing behind like a sharp blade cutting straight into the battlefield. The horned bug vanguard, already thrown into chaos by the slime traps, had their formation instantly split by the ants' charge. For a moment the ant queen and the specialized ants wreaked havoc among the horned bugs. However, perhaps due to not yet fully adapting to her transformed body, the ant queen's killing speed was actually slower than that of the specialized ants. Sometimes she even lost control and accidentally kicked away her own small ants. It was understandable, the former ant queen needed worker ants to feed her and spend her days laying eggs. Fighting was something that required practice. But the specialized ants were pure killing machines with massive bodies and simple minds. Yet their battle-hardened instincts allowed them to mow down enemies like grass. Moreover, the queen's call at the beginning had also granted them a buff. Having survived the first insect battle, their stamina now seemed even greater than before that conflict. They rampaged across the battlefield with even greater speed. Taking advantage of the horned bugs' confusion, the ant army swiftly killed nearly 1,000 of them. The once ferocious horned bug army's morale plummeted. However, their total number exceeded 20,000. That was 4 or 5 times the ant population. Apart from the high-level combatants, the low-level forces completely overwhelmed the ants. After all, there were only the ant queen and 3 specialized ants as supersized units. The chaos did not last long. Once the front horned bugs were killed, the rear forces quickly surged forward. They filled the gaps on the front line. However, the ants' overall combat power seemed to have increased. Previously, worker ants and ordinary horned bugs were evenly matched. They relied on luck to bite off each other's heads. But with the queen's buff, the worker ants now had more stamina and could gain a slight advantage over ordinary horned bugs. The soldier ants' aggression intensified. Before, large horned bugs could contend with soldier ants and with luck use their brute strength to flip them over with their horns. Now they were even more suppressed, with many large horned bugs having their heads bitten off by soldier ants. However, despite their fierce attacks, the ants were outnumbered and suffered heavy casualties themselves while assaulting the enemy. Zhao Ziyan ordered all ants to retreat a bit, first withdrawing from the slime trap zone. The initial chaos had already killed many horned bugs and the frontline horned bugs were no longer panicked. As the ant army pulled back, the horned bugs immediately followed. But the trap area still retained much slime. Horned bugs passing through continued to suffer casualties, their combat power weakened, unable to maintain peak performance when reaching the front. With their numerical advantage, too many horned bugs fought at the front and those behind could not squeeze in. They kept moving to the sides, attacking the ants from the flanks. To prevent encirclement, Zhao Ziyan had the ants fight while retreating. With his divine perspective, he could constantly monitor the battlefield situation. He directed the ants to keep retreating, avoiding unfavorable positions. Soon the ants retreated near the nest. The nest was behind them, but it was nearly empty. The ant nest was situated on a small hillock, the highest terrain in the area. The ants gradually withdrew to the hillock, taking advantage of the high ground. By now both sides had suffered losses. Yet both maintained considerable combat power, locked in a stalemate. However, the ants, being fewer in number, had lost nearly a quarter of their worker ants. Although the high-level combatants had not suffered heavy losses, they were all wounded to some extent, their fighting capacity no longer at its peak. At that moment, a specialized ant was suddenly controlled by Zhao Ziyan and sent back near the nest. Upon reaching the entrance of the nest, the specialized ant immediately found a stone and wrapped its forelimbs around it. This stone was also deliberately prepared by Zhao Ziyan. It was not large, about the size of a table tennis ball, perhaps a bit smaller. The main thing was that it was round and easy to roll. The entire area near the ant nest was a terrain like a small slope. As the ants kept retreating, the horned bugs had no inkling of the approaching danger. Instead, they grew somewhat excited, about to defeat their enemies, avenge the invaders, and defend their status as the local overlord. All kinds of joy filled their small heads. When the ants had retreated to the very back, almost unable to go further, the specialized ant stepped to the front. Near it there was another round stone. No control was needed, just release the restraint on this stone. Under the influence of gravity, the stone rolled down quick. In truth, this stone was not large, but for bugs generally under a centimeter, it was already a terrifyingly massive object. Under the effect of gravitational acceleration, the stone rolled faster and faster, knocking countless horned bugs over. Soon one stone after another rolled down and the horned bug army instantly fell into chaos. Some particularly round stones rolled from the top all the way to the bottom, directly piercing through the horned bug's formation. However, there were not that many exceptionally round stones. Some stopped after rolling a short distance. Perhaps it was because they were not smooth themselves, or they were blocked by bugs, or they encountered a small concave pit in the ground. Round stones could roll far on their own without pushing, but such stones were rare. Still, there was no need to worry about that. The effect had been fully demonstrated. The role of the stones was not to kill the enemy. Bugs generally had tough carapaces and beneath them was soft soil which provided some cushioning when the stones rolled over. Only a few unlucky bugs were crushed to death on the spot, most were merely knocked over. But the chaos it caused was irreparable, far more severe than the chaos from the initial slime traps. The slime could only affect the frontmost troops. This time the rolling stone trap plunged the entire horned bug army into turmoil. Attack! Zhao Ziyan issued his final command. The ants instantly inflicted massive damage on the chaotic horned bugs. The chaotic horned bugs could hardly organize effective resistance and the ants' casualties became visibly smaller. The specialized ants continued to charge recklessly, pretending to be stones, persistently causing panic among the enemies. Many horned bugs that had been knocked over struggled on the ground trying to flip over and continue fighting. But such defenseless enemies were instantly bitten on the neck by the ants and died on the spot. Even if some horned bugs were rescued by their companions, they remained extremely flustered, running around in circles, and some even fled backward. They had essentially lost their will to fight. However, the horned bugs that had not been hit did manage to organize some resistance, but it seemed feeble against the ants' unstoppable advance. In the period following the rolling stone trap, the horned bugs were slaughtered mercilessly. Originally numbering over 20,000, they were instantly routed with nearly half dead or wounded. At this moment Zhao Ziyan clearly understood that the horned bugs must not be allowed to recover from the chaos. Once they stopped being chaotic, their numerical advantage would immediately manifest and the ants could not win. Thus during this time under Zhao Ziyan's command the ants fought with reckless abandon. Even if injured, they tried their utmost to kill the enemy. He had now exhausted almost all his tricks. If these few waves of operations still could not win, then it would truly be the end. He had one last desperate move. If it really came to the point of no victory, he would run to the left into the bees' territory, provoke those terrifying bees, and start a three-way melee. In the chaos a slim chance of survival might emerge. The worst-case scenario would be mutual destruction. Fortunately, he did not need to resort to this final measure. In the later stages of the great battle, the ants had lost more than half of their numbers. The enemy, on the other hand, had been largely eliminated. From over 20,000, nearly 30,000 horned bugs, only about 6,000 or 7,000 remained. There were still over 1,000 worker ants, originally over 6,000. As for soldier ants, Zhao Ziyan had protected them relatively well, originally over 500, now over 300. The cost was that worker ants often had to bear the damage for the soldier ants. Sometimes when a soldier ant was knocked over by a horned bug, the surrounding worker ants would be ordered to rescue it at all costs. In such situations several worker ants would often die to save one soldier ant. But there was no choice. Under normal production, one soldier ant was worth 10 worker ants. Sacrificing a few worker ants to save one soldier ant was hardly a problem. As for the queen ant, she was indeed not very good at fighting. Midway through the battle she was surrounded by many horned bugs and bitten. Her wings were torn and she could not even fly. Zhao Ziyan was nearly terrified. He had already turned the other queens into food to produce ants. If this last queen died, everything would be over. In a panic, Zhao Ziyan quickly ordered the surrounding ants to rescue her. Fortunately, they succeeded. But even though she had been enhanced by divine power and evolved with a thick carapace, she was bitten all over, almost losing her combat capability. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan dared not let her fight anymore. She looked intimidating, but in reality that was about it. The two specialized ants were also severely injured. They had been charging at the forefront all the time, and when the queen was wounded they carried her back. During the rescue they were also bitten many times. One of them was particularly badly hurt, with its back carapace broken, and several horned bugs almost managed to burrow in and bite. It also lost one leg, which fell on the battlefield. Zhao Ziyan quickly ordered it to go back and rest. This was a formidable general. The other specialized ant, the one that had pushed the stones, spent a good while pushing stones, so it fought less and sustained relatively lighter injuries. Later the remaining enemies had mostly begun to flee, with few continuing to resist. Even if some resisted, they were quickly eliminated, unable to stir up much trouble. Everyone understands the principle of beating a dog when it's down. Once a troop starts to flee, pursuing them will definitely yield more kills. The saying "don't pursue a desperate enemy" does not apply to this kind of scenario. Zhao Ziyan ordered the remaining specialized ant, barely capable of fighting, to lead the other ants in pursuing the fleeing enemies. As mentioned before, ants, being smaller, are more agile than horned insects. The horned insect troops began to rout, but they couldn't outrun the ants. This led to a tragic scene. Countless horned insects couldn't escape and were bitten to death by the ants. The specialized ants were larger, with longer legs, and could run faster. In the enemy's disorganized formation they rampaged with even greater ease. There was hardly any resistance. With a casual bite they killed one and tossed it aside, their six blade-like long legs stomping wildly on the ground. Anyone stepped on was dead. Even if the stomp wasn't precise, stepping on the edge of a horned insect's body would still injure it, drastically reducing its movement speed. Many enemies were knocked to the ground. The ants following behind could easily finish them off. Another round of bloody slaughter ensued. Or perhaps bloody wasn't the right word, insects don't have much blood, they basically burst into juice. Quite disgusting. Anyway, only about 1 or 2,000 scattered horned insects managed to escape. Because as they ran they ended up near the bees. Zhao Ziyan was terrified and immediately ordered the pursuing ants to return quickly. Some horned insects ran to the right, which was even more terrifying. Many scout ants discovered nothing, then suddenly the screen went dark and they were dead. He decided not to pursue them. Let them go, scattered enemies posed no threat. Some even returned to their base. Actually, Zhao Ziyan was tempted to wipe them all out in one go. But upon reflection, his ants had just been through a fierce battle and were not in good shape, and the enemy base likely still had some defenders. No need to rush. Steady progress was enough. They had already won a great victory. Gather the corpses, then start spawning new troops. After all, this side could spawn troops quickly, the young ants would grow up fast. At that moment the ant nest was empty with only the local black ant queen inside. This ant queen, due to long-term malnutrition, didn't have much fat on her body and wasn't as bloated as a normal queen, so she could still move. She hid in the nest, sensing the chaotic pheromones outside. Fearfully she crawled to the entrance and looked out. The ground was littered with corpses and the pheromones were fierce. Terrified, she immediately retreated. But soon she had company. The injured queen ant, the specialized ants, and some other severely wounded ants returned to the nest. Through the information from other ants, she learned that the war had been won. This caused profound shock in her tiny mind. As a local entity, she knew the terror of these powerful neighbors. Could they really defeat such a formidable opponent? Truly worthy of being the divine's chosen ones. Instantly her faith grew even stronger. I too am a chosen one of the divine, but why am I so weak? Lauda is calling me. The local black ant queen, after all, was the leader of all local black ants. To her, only that queen ant was her Lauda, she didn't care about the others. The local ant queen scurried over to the ant queen. Xiao Yi, can you give your genetic material to that local ant queen? This was the message Zhao Ziyan sent to the ant queen. Yes. As long as the genetic material was transferred, it would be equivalent to passing on the entire tech tree. This way they could save the cost of one ant queen. Otherwise this local ant queen would just be eating and drinking all day without doing anything. As a slave owner, Zhao Ziyan would never allow that. With so much food it was impossible for a single queen to absorb it all. So they produced another new queen, bringing the total number back to 3 as before. The remaining ants stopped chasing the enemy and began to clean up the battlefield. Even the soldier ants were forced to join the cleanup. However, the soldier ants had evolved entirely for combat. Their mouthparts were as sharp as scissors and their carapaces were thick and heavy. Their movements were not as agile as ordinary worker ants. Their efficiency in carrying food was very low. Zhao Ziyan shook his head in dismay. He had the remaining 1,000+ worker ants transport the spoils and they barely managed. After all, some of them were injured and the spoils on the ground included tens of thousands of insects, both enemy and their own. Still, it was a happy kind of trouble. Zhao Ziyan ordered the ants to speed up, or else other creatures might come to eat the spoils. The birds in the sky had a certain appetite for these insect corpses. If someone else took advantage of the situation, it would be truly heartbreaking. It was already late. In reality, it was already early morning. Zhao Ziyan didn't want to stay up late. He gave some instructions and went to sleep. Now that the situation was settled, there shouldn't be any surprises. The ant queen had some intelligence. Zhao Ziyan returned control to her, gave some instructions and then rested. Today had been exhausting, the consecutive battles had nearly drained his mental energy. His consciousness returned to the real world. Shu Shu was still playing games. Genshin Wild Rift Honor of Kings. It had truly mastered them all with a very complex composition. And it had no intention of resting. Good heavens, did the space rat not need sleep? Zhao Ziyan didn't plan to say anything. He happened to have not done his dailies today, and it seemed Shu Shu had helped him finish them all, including the commissions. A satisfied smile appeared on his face and he fell asleep peacefully. The next day Zhao Ziyan groggily opened his eye. Shu Shu was still struggling on. It was playing on the phone while charging, its two little paws frantically waving on the screen, almost leaving after images. What time is it? Zhao Ziyan sat up groggily and yawned. He snatched the phone back from Shu Shu's paws, checked the time and replied to some messages. That glance was a disaster. The entire phone screen was covered in scratches. The new phone he had bought just before summer vacation was now a war-torn version reminiscent of Syria. Shu Shu. The rat, which had been sulking about having its phone taken away, was startled out of its wits. Then it suffered Zhao Ziyan's punishment. Well, it turned out that Shu Shu's little claws were a bit sharp. They had scratched the phone screen terribly. Zhao Ziyan helplessly peeled off the tempered glass screen protector. He no longer dared to let Shu Shu play with it. He took out his old phone from the drawer. Here, play with this. Remember to be gentle and don't scratch the screen again. It was nearly 10 o'clock and in a little over an hour lunch would be served. Yet Zhao Ziyan still decided to check on the progress of his little ant followers. He took out a pair of nail clippers, held the little mouse's paws, trimmed each claw significantly shorter, and then smoothed the rough edges with the file on the back of the clippers before allowing it to play with the little mouse clutched its paws in despair, glaring angrily at Zhao Ziyan a few times. But the moment the phone was handed over, its fury evaporated instantly and it began playing with enthusiasm. Ziyan, you're so kind. The perspective shifted back to the ant nest where most of the food had been brought back. After asking a few questions, the ants reported that a few birds had eaten some of the spoils, but it was nothing serious. The vast majority of the food had been retrieved. Moreover, thanks to the continuous reproduction of several ant queens, the number of worker ants had now swelled to over 10,000. The number of soldier ants had been replenished to 800. Many severely injured ants were directly recycled for protein, as waiting for them to recover would take too long. It was more efficient to consume them and produce new ones. This number of ants was not the maximum capacity. There was still plenty of food left unconsumed. However, there was no need to expand too rapidly. Previously they had burned their bridges and consumed all the food. Now they would develop gradually, ensuring enough daily reserves were kept. Currently the horned insects no longer posed a threat, but some insects still remained in their main nest. To prevent the enemy from regrouping and, more importantly, to seize the food stockpiled in their lair, attacking their stronghold was a crucial task. Moreover, the resources there were richer, offering better development potential. That territory had to be taken. Over 10,000 worker ants plus 800 soldier ants were more than sufficient. After eliminating almost all of their elite forces, only the weak and elderly remained inside. Perhaps due to superior innate talent or the blessing of divine power, the old ant queen, though severely injured, had recovered considerably overnight. Since she was the first ant queen, Zhao Ziyan named her Xiaoyi. The native black ant was later named Xiaoer. The main purpose was to distinguish them easily, as the queens looked quite similar. However, one specially mutated ant, severely wounded, could no longer fight. Its injuries had not healed. Another specially mutated ant was only lightly injured and could now barely fight. So to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhao Ziyan immediately led the main force toward the horned insect's main nest. The roles of offense and defense had reversed. As the ants advanced in a mighty tide, the horned insect's stronghold was still in chaos, reeling from the devastating rout at the front. After the fleeing insects from the front returned to the nest, they spread pheromones of failure and panic everywhere, leaving all the insects at a loss as to what to do. Those who had been gathering food stopped, those on patrol abandoned their posts. The entire stronghold was in utter disarray. This was exactly the scenario Zhao Ziyan had hoped for, as the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. If they were allowed to regroup, the remaining insects could still inflict considerable casualties. Around the main nest there were still about 1,000 or 2,000 horned insects. But they had no will to defend. When the ant army stormed in, they encountered almost no effective resistance. The horned insects guarding the outer perimeter were instantly wiped out. The ants suffered no casualties at all. The situation was completely one-sided. However, after finding the entrance to their nest and entering the horned insects' burrow, casualties began to appear. The enemies inside the nest seemed more composed and less panicked. The nest's interior was vast and enemies kept emerging from tunnels, engaging the ants in combat. The narrow passages made it difficult for the ants to leverage their numerical advantage. Outside, several ants could gang up on a single insect without losses. But in these cramped tunnels it became a unknown duel. Gradually about 1,000 to 2,000 horned insects emerged, inflicting some casualties. The specially mutated ants were also unable to maneuver effectively in these confines. With the soldier ants taking the lead, they explored deeper. After sustaining some losses, they still managed to clear the enemies and eliminate most of the threats. The ant army pressed deeper until they reached the innermost chamber of the horned insect's nest. This was likely where the horned insect queen resided. Some unusually robust horned insects guarded the queen. These were probably the queen's personal guard, akin to a royal. Each was about the size of a soldier ant, but few in number. Only a single passage connected the outer area to the queen's chamber. The horned insect guards held the entrance. The opening was narrow, allowing only a few ants to enter at a time, and they were picked off one by one. For a moment there seemed to be no effective way to deal with them. Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered a halt to the assault and instructed the ants to dig several additional tunnels from the sides. It would just take a little more time. With so many ants, tunneling was quick. While the enemy foolishly guarded the original entrance, ants emerged from other directions. The enemy was instantly thrown into confusion. Before they could reposition for defense, a large number of soldier ants had already rushed in. The innermost chamber was spacious, allowing the numerical advantage to come into play. Roughly 2 or 3 soldier ants fought each guard horned insect. This kind of battle was virtually a sure win. After losing a few soldier ants, they secured a clean victory. Finally, Zhao Ziyan was faced with a dilemma regarding the queen. He was quite tempted to recruit a new minion. Not because he was merciful or overly sentimental. Rather, he had a slight collector's obsession. Back when he played Pokemon, he wanted to capture every creature just to add to his collection. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, the fighting had gone this far and the queen must harbor deep resentment. Better to just finish it. With the thought, Zhao Ziyan commanded the soldier ants to raise their massive mandibles and slay the horned insect queen. He would bring her back for the ant queens to consume, hoping it might strengthen his own ants. However, this horned insect colony had no special abilities beyond greater strength. Ultimately, the dominant force of this region, the horned insects, was successfully annihilated by the ant army. In this battle, the worker ants suffered relatively few casualties in the ambush inside the cave. Most of the vanguard were soldier ants. The soldier ants lost nearly half, leaving just over 400. The worker ants suffered almost no casualties. This was actually intentional on Zhao Ziyan's part. After a major battle, the role of soldier ants becomes less important, and keeping them around would consume a lot of food. It's better to have more of them die, saving a lot of food. Only a handful of soldier ants are needed for defense. If danger arises in the future, they can be produced on the spot. After all, the queen ant's talent is to accelerate reproduction. As long as the food reserves at home are sufficient, a swarm of combat-ready ants can be produced quickly. It's enough if the remaining soldier ants can hold off the enemy for a while. After completely wiping out the enemy, a lot of food was also found in their nests. However, the entire race had a large number of insects and daily consumption was also high. The remaining food should be enough to produce over 10,000 worker ants. Moreover, this battle killed many enemy units, and near the battlefield there were still many enemy corpses that could be brought back to recycle. Plus, the food already stored at home was plentiful, more than enough. However, Zhao Ziyan wasn't too greedy. He left the 400 or so soldier ants untouched and produced an additional 10,000 worker ants. With over 20,000 worker ants in total, it was more than enough to search for food nearby. Now he could no longer strip the surrounding area of all food as before. It was time to start sustainable development. Bamboo shoots and such should not be consumed too much. Collecting a little each day is enough, otherwise this food source might wither. The white grubs should not be caught indiscriminately. Zhao Ziyan even thought of raising them in captivity like raising pigs. However, implementing that might be a bit difficult. He could only observe more in the places where these slimy grubs appeared. Reduce the frequency of catching them, leave more grubs to let them reproduce. They only need to eat some leaves. Sometimes Zhao Ziyan would specifically have the ants carry leaves to add more food in the areas where the slimy grubs appeared. After all, watching the fat slimy grubs wriggle around slowly every day searching for food was indeed a bit worrying. He hoped they would eat more, reproduce more, and grow more meat. Time passed like this. When Zhao Ziyan's grandparents saw it was noon, they called their grandson to lunch. After eating, Zhao Ziyan chatted with others in groups or forums and also searched for information. He discovered that in the real world many ants farm aphids. Aphids are pests to plants. They suck plant sap and excrete something like dewdrops. But for ants, aphids are good partners. When aphids are in danger, ants will even protect them. The dewdrop-like substance excreted by aphids is very nutritious and extremely sweet, providing ants with a lot of energy. But the other world didn't have aphids at all. Zhao Ziyan rejected this idea. However, while asking other ant enthusiasts about related questions, a fellow in the group recommended leafcutter ants. Leafcutter ants are the farmers of the ant world. Leafcutter ants can produce their own food. They cut leaves, bring them back to their nest and bury them in the soil near the nest. It's similar to farmers farming. Moreover, they seem to carry some fungi that have a symbiotic relationship with them. Through the nutrients provided by the decaying leaves, these fungi can continuously multiply on the soil and the ants can directly eat these fungi. Once they cultivate these fungi, they can provide food for the entire colony. Often, if cultivated well, just throwing some leaves into their nest allows the leafcutter ants to grow enough food for the entire colony. Some fellows also showed off the achievements of their leafcutter ants. One fellow kept many different species of leafcutter ants. He loved them, and the fungi each species produced were different colors. He was recognized as a leafcutter ant expert in the community. Zhao Ziyan silently lurked, scrolling through messages. As a newbie, he was amazed by these incredible ants. Thus he had further plans. He searched for the difficulty of raising various ant species as well as beginner recommendations, breeding guides and so on. He planned to get some leafcutter ants and raise them in the other world. The species didn't matter nor did their combat strength, the only skill needed was cultivating fungi. This fungus hasn't been fully studied yet. Roughly it's in a symbiotic relationship with the ants. Without ants this fungus would quickly die out, and it also provides enough food for the ants. Moreover, different species of leafcutter ants cultivate different types of fungi. Zhao Ziyan didn't know the specifics, but it didn't matter anymore. He found a highly rated store on Toxicsy called Ant Heaven. Then he bought several leafcutter ant queens and some worker ants. Among the reviews, some said the quality was good while others said many died upon arrival. Zhao Ziyan couldn't tell truth from falsehood. But it didn't matter even if they died, as long as he brought them to the other world and fed them to the queen ant, there should be a chance of obtaining their genes. He spent over 1,000 yuan, afraid he didn't buy enough. However, since it was vacation and he was living at home eating home-cooked meals every day, he had no source of living expenses. This money was already a huge sum for him. He didn't want to work a summer job this vacation. Zhao Ziyan just wanted to have fun. He sent messages again asking some questions about ants. After receiving some answers from the experts, he also turned off his phone. He had chosen expedited shipping, which cost more, but ordered this morning it might arrive by evening and at the latest by tomorrow morning. After several major battles that wiped out the enemy horned insect troops, his own ants experienced an unprecedented development boom. Their numbers had reached a new peak and the overall faith was extremely fervent. The amount of divine power from last night to now had condensed into 5 strands the size of hair. He remembered that Mouse had said divine power could be used to restore some of its energy. So he patted Mouse on the head. At that moment Mouse was still acting as a special forces soldier on the battlefield. It puffed out its cheeks and glanced at Zhao Ziyan impatiently. "What is it, Ziyan? If it's not important, don't disturb. Aren't there still 5 strands of divine power? I plan to give them all to you. Don't disturb, Mouse." "Ha! Ah!" Shu Shu leaped up abruptly, hearts forming in his eyes. "Ha ha, Shu Shu knew it, Ziyan is the best. Ha ha ha." Shu Shu rushed over joyfully, clinging to Zhao Ziyan's arm. He giggled incessantly, his mouth wide open in laughter, almost drooling. Zhao Ziyan pinched the scruff of his neck and lifted him at arm's length. "Shu Shu, can you open a spatial gate again? Help me send some more things to my believers." "No problem. Leave it to Shu Shu." Shu Shu, having learned somewhere, stood at attention, raised one small paw and brushed it over his head. He saluted Zhao Ziyan with a proper gesture. "Zhao Ziyan, enjoy yourself, just hope you don't get corrupted later." Zhao Ziyan patted Shu Shu's head, then turned his attention back to his believers. His little ants still lacked a ranged attack. Actually, some ants had the ability to spray formic acid. The most famous were invasive ants like the red fire ant. They were highly aggressive and the formic acid they sprayed had a pungent odor and high damage, leaving few native ant species able to defeat them. However, Zhao Ziyan's believer ants, the big head ants, did not possess this ability, nor had they evolved it. Big head ants generally had little acid. Some ants could spray acid, but the range was quite short. Zhao Ziyan desired an attack range that could directly hit bees, ideally like a hydralisk. Forget it, just buy. There were actually many types of acid-spraying ants, so Zhao Ziyan casually picked a few. He placed another order. They could be sent together with the leafcutter ants later. Zhao Ziyan shifted his view to the other world. With nothing to do and no threats nearby, all enemies cleared. He decided to explore the right side. Previous scout ants sent there had died without uncovering anything. He personally formed a squad of 50 worker ants to investigate. He also dispatched a soldier ant to lead. This exploration team was quite luxurious. At least they wouldn't be killed without seeing anything. It would have been safer, but Zhao Ziyan was too bored and a reckless urge kept stirring within him. After a round of evolution, the ants had become quite fast. Zhao Ziyan still remembered the place where the slime worms first appeared. His initial capital came from them. Continuing on, the ground became damp. The terrain here was low-lying and some river water had overflowed. Many small puddles dotted the area and the soil was soft and marshy. Zhao Ziyan looked around. No danger at all. He found it strange. It was quiet with no other creatures. Where was the danger? But it was too quiet. There were no small flying insects, which was odd. Even the bird calls seemed fewer. Avoiding the puddles, a soldier ant led the workers forward. There were carcasses of small insects and other unidentifiable animals on the ground. They were too decomposed to eat, otherwise the ant army would have carried them all back. By now Zhao Ziyan sensed something was off. But since he was already here, he had to uncover some information. He couldn't just go back. Well, this suited his desire. Suddenly the soldier ant vanished, the world spun and the screen went black. The soldier ant was dead. Damn it! Zhao Ziyan was startled. He had been viewing through the soldier ant's perspective as it was the strongest unit. He noticed that the soldier ant's movement had suddenly stopped though he hadn't ordered it to halt. Then came a dizzying blur and finally darkness, death. Zhao Ziyan had experienced everything the soldier ant went through. It was like watching a 3D movie. He was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. But he quickly switched perspectives to the other worker ants. The other workers didn't escape either. Their numbers dwindled, each meeting the same fate, blur then darkness. He kept switching views until he landed on an ant that died a bit later. An unknown enemy was attacking the ants. The small ant survived briefly, allowing Zhao Ziyan to see the enemy's true form through its eyes. Dozens of frog-like creatures perched on branches, their tongues shooting out incredibly far, wrapping around the ants and pulling them into their mouths. The tongues were incredibly fast and accurate with nearly 100 hit rate. About a dozen frogs devoured the 50 ants in an instant. That was just one branch. He didn't know how many more were elsewhere. Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective saw nothing. All perspectives of the scout ant squad went dark. Zhao Ziyan broke out in a cold sweat. Such enemies were terrifying, completely overwhelming. Frogs with their size were a total mismatch for ants. And their tongues extended several meters. Under normal circumstances no frog had such a long tongue. The muddy ground also severely hindered the ants' movement. The ants couldn't escape, the ground was too sticky. The scene returned to the base camp where the queen ant continued laying eggs. The queen ant, now 5 centimeters long, might have been able to fight these frogs after evolution. But only 2 specialized units and the queen were large. The frogs were likely numerous. For now it was best to avoid them. Zhao Ziyan had long coveted the honey from the bees on the left. It was valuable. He just had to wait for the delivery. After the queen ant devoured the new ants and gained their abilities, including formic acid spray, the bees would be no threat. The next period was rather dull. Over 20,000 worker ants continued foraging nearby and sent some scouts forward. Although the beetle stronghold ahead had been destroyed, further exploration was still needed. Spraying formic acid was not expected to inflict significant damage on the bees themselves. However, the bees' wings were extremely fragile, essentially a thin layer. As long as their wings could be damaged, impairing their flight ability or making them completely unable to fly. As long as the bees were forced to the ground to fight the ants hidden, the ant army would have no fear of them. Suddenly, rumble. A loud thunderclap came from the sky. Zhao Ziyan immediately stood up, reflexively intending to close the window. Because years of instinct told him that such thunder meant rain was certain and he couldn't let the rain splash into the house. However, when he stood up and looked up at the sky, he realized that in reality the sun was still shining brightly with no sign of rain at all. Wrong. His vision returned to the other world. Some raindrops had already fallen and the ants were in slight disarray because the rain had washed away part of their pheromones. Their perception of pheromones encountered some issues, but fortunately Zhao Ziyan's timely command allowed them all to return safely to the ant nest. Several robust soldier ants also dragged a few thick leaves to cover the entrance of the ant nest. They sealed the entrance tightly, blocking the rain from entering. Soon the rain intensified, but all the ants outside had already returned, so it would not affect the ant nest. Moreover, the ant nest was built under a large tree which naturally provided some shelter from the rain, and with the leaves covering it no rainwater rushed into the burrow. The first encounter with rain in the other world. A very novel feeling. Zhao Ziyan controlled a soldier ant to stroll in the heavy rain. Although the surrounding pheromones were scattered chaotically by the rain due to Zhao Ziyan's mental manipulation, the ant remained very composed. Outside, apart from the sound of rain, there was basically no other sound. Usually there were other small insects flying around like mosquitoes, but they had all returned to their nests and the entire forest seemed to be left with only this one soldier ant controlled by Zhao Ziyan. Raindrops continued to fall and Zhao Ziyan seemed to smell the scent of soil. Just as he was circling around twice and about to return, a sudden inspiration struck him. He controlled this soldier ant and ran toward the bees. He was already near the location of the beehive. Normally there would be many bees around foraging for nectar or patrolling and guarding. But now there were none at all. The beehive was crowded with bees. Almost all the bees had returned to the nest, but it seemed the nest wasn't that big. Some bees could only cling to the outside of the hive and the densely packed bees would jostle each other. A few unlucky ones would be squeezed off then fly back up again. The beehive was in a good position with a very large canopy overhead. The heavy rain was mostly blocked, and even if a small amount of rain hit the hive it was insignificant. Just as expected. On rainy days bees simply can't fly. He glanced at the sky again. The dark clouds were thick and the rain certainly wouldn't stop anytime soon. You're in for it now. Produce. Swarm. Spawn more soldier ants. He only regretted that he had produced too few soldier ants. Usually at this critical moment he had to produce more to take revenge. If his combat power were sufficient, he would charge up and wipe out the entire bee nest right now. Generally speaking, bees are usually larger than ants. Smaller bees are basically about 1 centimeter in size. Larger ones are even bigger than soldier ants. Fortunately, they were bees. If they were wasps, they could grow even larger than specialized ants. As for the specific species, Zhao Ziyan wasn't quite sure. Maybe they had undergone some mutations. Under normal circumstances, the only attack part of a bee is the stinger at its tail. But in this other world, bees could also bite with their mouths. When he had come to scout earlier, many ants had been bitten to death by them. However, the bees' combat power relative to their size was not as strong as that of ants. The bees' mouthparts were not as sharp as the ants. They were simply larger in size and could fly. Of course, larger size also means greater strength. But bees don't have hard carapaces to protect their bodies. Compared to the ants' thick carapaces, the bees' defense was truly too weak. Their number was about 5000. After all, they were larger than ants. If their numbers were any larger, the hive simply couldn't accommodate them. Also, there wouldn't be enough nectar around for them to collect. The surrounding resources limited the development of the bees. But Zhao Ziyan had seen these bees chew up his small ants and swallow them before. The bees in this other world had probably evolved to be omnivorous. They mostly ate honey, but if some reckless little insect dared to provoke them, they wouldn't mind eating some meat. The number of worker ants, 20,000, was already enough. Too many would be unable to deploy effectively. The ants in front could fight while those behind could only wait. Against an opponent like bees, having too many numbers was not very meaningful. The queen ant frantically produced soldier ants, and soon the number of soldier ants began to increase continuously. After another koan, a unit of time, the number of soldier ants had successfully reached over 1200, plus the 20000 worker ants. Zhao Ziyan felt that it was completely sufficient. Unfortunately, after developing for so long, there were still only 2 specialized ants. He didn't know why. In the real world, specialized ants seemed quite easy to obtain. Zhao Ziyan dismissed the messy thoughts in his mind. He controlled the ant army to attack the beehive. Although it was raining heavily and the pheromones were very chaotic, with Zhao Ziyan's godlike perspective control, the ants appeared orderly and were not disturbed. Perhaps it was the queen ant's talent that could also affect the recovery of other ants. The ant's recovery ability was also quite fast. Yesterday during the great battle, the specialized ant's back carapace was bitten through by a horned insect. Today the hole had already been patched, though the newly grown carapace was slightly thinner than the old carapace elsewhere. The 2 specialized ants still charged at the front, and Xiaoyi was also brought out to gain combat experience. Xiaoyi's physical condition was the strongest among all the ants. Taking advantage of the rain, the ants quickly approached the beehive. The heavy rain dispersed all kinds of scents and information, and the bees in the hive were completely unaware of the ants' arrival. The ant army seemed to be hidden in the dim sky. Soon the ants had already arrived near the beehive. Zhao Ziyan could no longer wait for the ants to master the skill of spraying acid before seeking revenge on the bees. He didn't believe they could stir up any trouble in the rain. Upon reaching the vicinity of the hive, the ants charged directly. There was no need to crawl slowly anymore, so close concealment was no longer possible. An intruder. How dare they? Moreover, they were previously the defeated underlings of our own colony, and now they dare to provoke us. The bees also spotted the ants. Some of the more impatient bees flew out directly, intending to teach the ants a lesson. Unfortunately for them, a few raindrops directly struck their wings, and the bees instantly felt their wings become exceptionally heavy. Their flying altitude dropped instantly. As they struggled to maintain balance and attempted to fly higher, dense raindrops continued to fall, some directly hitting the bees' bodies. Their already heavy wings could no longer maintain balance. Countless raindrops fell crashing onto their bodies, and they immediately dropped to the ground. The ant army happened to be nearby. Seeing food falling from the sky, how could they not react? They bit them to death in just 2 bites. Moreover, bees lacked the protection of a carapace. Biting them felt like biting into dough easily punctured. The other bees grew anxious at the sight, but they did not act rashly, knowing that rainy weather put them at a severe disadvantage. The bees' proud flying ability was completely restricted. Even their broad wings became soaked with raindrops, making their bodies heavier and drastically reducing their speed. Zhao Ziyan did not order the ants to charge directly into battle with the bees. If they entered under the big tree, the canopy would shield many raindrops, allowing the bees' flying ability to be utilized. Thus the ants were in no hurry. They simply circled around the hive, not attacking, just continuously circling. The bees grew somewhat restless, but seemingly influenced by something. Despite their agitation, no more bees flew down. The ants continued to taunt from below, but still to no effect, and the 2 sides reached a stalemate. Zhao Ziyan smirked contemptuously and ordered the ants to drag out the bees they had previously defeated. These bees, which had charged out initially, had already been killed by the ants, but their bodies were not eaten. Such food was usually transported back to the nest after the battle. At this moment a soldier ant rushed forward, clamped its jaws onto a bee's leg and tore it off one by one. Finally it bit off the bee's head in one go. All that remained was a bare bee body which it held in its mouth, swinging it back and forth as if showing off. So, could they still tolerate this? There were still many bees that had died in the initial wave of charging down. Zhao Ziyan was not afraid that the bees would not take the bait. Sure enough, when he ordered the same treatment for a second bee corpse, some other bees could no longer bear it. They disregarded the queen's orders. Some bees with the illusion bee bloodline had developed a degree of intelligence. They could not bear to see their kin treated like this. For a moment they even ignored the impact of the rain on themselves. Zhao Ziyan had observed earlier that most of the bees in the hive were ordinary bees. In fact, there were only about 400 to 500 bees with the illusion bee bloodline, less than 1/10 of the total bee population. These bees basically did not engage in honey gathering, they were only encountered near the hive. They were a purely combat-oriented caste responsible for fighting and protecting the hive. After seeing the gruesome death of their comrades, they indeed could not stand it anymore. The queen's control was truly weak. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan decisively ordered a defensive stance. Two specialized ants had already begun swatting upward with their forelegs, intending to knock the bees down. These enhanced bees, however, were less affected by the raindrops. Even as raindrops continuously struck them, they still flew unsteadily in the air, showing no sign of falling. When the enhanced bees launched attacks on the ants below, their unsteady state did not allow them to quickly escape. If they had been flying at their daytime speed, the ants could never have knocked them down. But their rain-soaked wings were exceptionally heavy. Maintaining flight was already difficult and speed was utterly out of the question. The ones that flew down were all enhanced bees with some intelligence. Ordinary bees did not care about their comrades' deaths. Their brains were so small that they only followed the queen's orders to gather honey. In total, about 100 enhanced bees came in this wave. Some of the other enhanced bees were in different directions and didn't see the situation, while others had higher discipline and restrained themselves from coming. In any case, those that came were truly unlucky. When they attempted to bite the ants could simultaneously look up and bite them back. Although ordinary worker ants and soldier ants might not hit these enhanced bees, the specialized ants had long forelegs. As long as a bee flew within a certain distance, they could swat it down in one blow. Some more agile soldier ants also had a chance to knock down bees. However, the damage dealt by the enhanced bees' bites to the ants was not particularly high. Enhanced bees generally ranged from 1.5 to 2 centimeters in size. When facing ordinary worker ants, they could indeed kill with one strike. But when facing soldier ants whose size difference was not too great, the soldier ants' thick armor greatly reduced the damage they could inflict. After the battle with the horned insects and devouring their genes along with an ample food supply, the soldier ants had reached 1.5 centimeters. When the bees attacked, they could instantly bite through the bees' soft bodies by raising their heads. When the bees realized that their attacks were almost ineffective, a few bees directly used the stinger on their tails. This stinger was arguably their strongest offensive weapon, and with the illusion bee bloodline its power was far greater than that of ordinary bees. However, using this stinger also caused some damage to the bees themselves, and it would take a long time before they could use it again. When employing the stinger attack, they could indeed inflict some damage on soldier ants. The stinger instantly pierced the soldier ant's body, and then a wound appeared at the very spot where its own stinger had been, with bodily fluids continuously leaking out. This wound could not heal in a short time, and it would take a long period of rest before another stinger could grow back. Although you felt a sharp pain at first, there was no immediate sensation of consequence, yet after a dozen seconds your body grew increasingly heavy. From Zhao Ziyan's perspective, the status bar of the afflicted soldier ant kept declining, quickly turning red until the health bar was completely drained and the screen went black. So the stinger contained poison capable of dealing sustained damage. Other enhanced bees, seeing their comrades' bravery, grew reckless and also used this final move. But Zhao Ziyan was now prepared, ordering the ants to defend as much as possible, avoiding being stung. With this precaution, the bees' move became far less terrifying, though some unlucky ants were still hit. However, under Zhao Ziyan's command, the ants began to employ agile maneuvers, lifting their heads to bite whenever a bee drew near. Several bees were bitten down before they could even sting an ant. Finally, some bees, sensing the danger, attempted to flee back to the hive, but the advantage of flying units became evident at this moment. Xiaoyi, also possessing wings, flew straight up and knocked them all down. The last few bees were already exhausted, and with their wings soaked by raindrops they could not escape Xiaoyi's pursuit. Soon all 100 or so enhanced bees were eliminated. The ant side, however, suffered almost no losses. The death of a few individual ants meant nothing to the entire ant army. Amusingly, the stingers of several enhanced bees even pierced worker ants, yet Zhao Ziyan didn't bother to defend against them. You stung a worker ant. Go ahead. These are plentiful anyway. Once you've used your stinger and entered a weakened state, we'll take you down immediately. Zhao Ziyan picked his nose, feeling immense delight. It was the first time since entering the other world that he had experienced the joy of overwhelming a weaker foe. The provocation continued and a few more reckless enhanced bees flew down. Unsurprisingly, they were all killed by the ant army. However, this tactic soon became useless. No matter how much Zhao Ziyan taunted the bees through the ants, the bees remained completely unmoved. Zhao Ziyan felt a bit helpless. There was no other choice but to charge. With a single thought, the ant army surged forward in a mighty tide toward the hive. The massive hive hung from a large tree. The tree's canopy was relatively dense, but it could not block all the raindrops. Thus the bees on the hive were all sprinkled with some raindrops, not as much as outside, but their speed was somewhat affected. While it was pouring outside under the canopy, it was like a light drizzle. Gee! The ant queen let out a crisp, clear chirp. A buff was applied to all allied units. The ants charged straight up the tree trunk. Though the bees were much larger than the ants showed no fear. Low intelligence has its advantages for followers. They can't even tell good from bad. If you order them to die, they truly go to their deaths. He. I like such followers. Zhao Ziyan sent the worker ants up first to draw the aggro of most bees. The soldier ants climbed behind them, with the specialized ants following close behind. At this moment, a flaw from the ant queen's previous evolution became apparent. Originally, Zhao Ziyan had planned for Xiao Yi to fly in the air, providing aerial support to the ant army. But although Xiao Yi had wings, it could not stay airborne for long. The main reason was that its body was covered in heavy exoskeletal armor. Its broad wings could barely lift it off the ground, and sustained flight was impossible. Nevertheless, its combat ability was indeed impressive. Like a flying mini-tank, it might not be as agile in the air as on the ground, making it hard to bite enemies. But its 6 blade-like legs kept slashing. Any bee that came too close would be swatted straight to the ground. The blow wouldn't kill them outright, but it would definitely leave them dizzy and disoriented. However, with the ant army covering the ground, the fate of a bee knocked down in such a state was predictable. The bees had never encountered such reckless opponents who wasted no time and directly charged at their home. Who could tolerate that? Countless bees flew out continuously, knocking the ants climbing the trunk to the ground. But ants were light, and even falling to the ground caused no harm. They simply got up again. Only true biting damage could kill the ants. Moreover, 2 specialized ants and soldier ants were mixed among the worker ants, catching the bees off guard. And ordinary worker ants were not to be trifled with. Once they surrounded a bee with their numerical advantage, the bee would certainly suffer. Soon, fueled by their fearless spirit, the ants endured the bees' attacks and managed to climb to the height of the hive. They began crawling onto the branch where the hive was located. By this time, the ants had suffered some losses. After all, while climbing the trunk, it was hard to allocate extra strength to fend off the bees' attacks. Hence, the bees did inflict some damage. But once on the branch holding the hive, the bees could not afford to watch the ant army swarm into the hive. They were forced to engage in a decisive battle on that branch. This was exactly what Zhao Ziyan wanted. The ant army was relentlessly harassed on the branch, with bees constantly blocking their ascent. This was the moment Faceta faced real combat with the bees. By now, the worker ants had suffered heavy losses. Many bees, finding the soldier ants too tough, vented their anger on the workers. Originally over 2,000 worker ants, now only about 15,000 remained. This was even with the protection of the soldier ants and specialized ants mixed among them. Without any defense letting the bees slaughter freely, the casualties would have been even greater. The soldier ants also suffered heavy losses. From 1,200, only about 900 remained. Most of these losses were caused by the enhanced special bloodline bees. But those bees also paid a price. Originally, there were over 400 fewer than 500 special bloodline bees. During the first wave, due to Zhao Ziyan's constant provocation, over 100 were killed when they descended. In the harassment battle on the branch, another 100 or so were eliminated. Some of these were killed by the soldier ants during their resistance. But the majority were the results of Xiao Yi's combat. With its monstrous combat prowess, despite lacking battle experience, it still took down many bees. Though Xiao Yi had vanquished many foes, its formidable combat prowess directly drew the enemy's attention. It was soon besieged by a swarm of special bloodline bees as well as ordinary ones. This left it flustered for a time. After desperately eliminating many attackers, it also sustained considerable damage. In the end, Zhao Ziyan ordered it to descend beneath the tree into the midst of the ant army. Only then did the enemy bees abandon their pursuit. However, it had already suffered multiple bites from the bees and had 2 stingers embedded in its body. Fortunately, Xiao Yi's carapace was exceptionally tough. The 2 stingers had not penetrated deeply. The venom carried by the stingers caused its condition to steadily deteriorate, nearly plunging into a critical red state. Zhao Ziyan was prepared to grant Xiao Yi more divine power. Yet it proved tenacious. Its condition did not worsen further and stabilized at a yellow state. Zhao Ziyan finally felt relieved and decided not to let it continue the fight. It had already done more than enough. Next in the decisive battle on the tree trunk, the ants were almost certain to win. With two specialized ants leading the charge, whether Xiaoyi joined the fight or not made little difference. In a direct confrontation, the bees could never win, their bodies were far too fragile. The situation unfolded exactly as Zhao Ziyan had anticipated. Most of the bees had retreated to the sturdy branch where the hive was located. On the main trunk of the tree, ants were pouring up endlessly, yet there were hardly any bees left to harass them. But nearly 1,000 soldier ants were no joke. Even though the special bloodline bees were indeed formidable, the numerical disparity was overwhelming. Moreover, their prized mental interference was virtually useless against ants which lacked intellect. The phantom bee excelled at creating illusions. The special bloodline bees with this ability could disrupt an opponent's mind to a certain extent. However, when they employed this skill against ants, they discovered that the ants had no mind to disrupt. Using this skill was simply a waste of their energy. Against Xiaoyi, however, it did have some effect. It had a mind, and Xiaoyi's panic was partly influenced by this ability. The remaining special bees had already used their stingers and were in a weakened state. Very few bees were still at peak combat readiness. The ant army, despite enduring constant harassment and attacks from the bees, had their stamina boosted by the ant queen skill. The buffs upon them granted the ant army ample energy. Though the bees fought fiercely to defend their home, no amount of spirit could substitute for reality. No last-minute burst of passion or memory could turn the tide. Flying up to bite my ants, huh? Special bloodline, huh? All flash, no substance, just wait for death. Countless bees rushed into the battlefield, which had become a meat grinder. But they could not stem the ant army's invasion. Their soft bodies were torn apart like ragged cloth by the ants. Countless dead bees fell from the tree trunk like raindrops. Under the dim sky, it was hard to tell whether they were raindrops or bee carcasses. It didn't take long for the bees to be torn to shreds. Only a few stray bees still flew around the trunk, making sporadic harassments against the ant army. The battle ended even sooner than Zhao Ziyan had expected. The bees' defenses were too weak. Just then a mournful cry came from the hive. A large bee entirely golden and 5 centimeters long emerged from the hive. On its face one could discern a sorrowful expression. It gazed at the corpses of its kin on the trunk and the ground. Its body trembled violently. Then with a sudden jolt its entire demeanor changed. It lifted its head slightly, gently closed its eyes, and emitted a piercing cry from its mouth. A powerful mental wave shook the surrounding leaves, sending them fluttering. Zhao Ziyan's divine vision flickered for a moment. He patted his head and the vision returned to normal. Then he looked at the ant army. Nothing happened. A powerful mental wave, was it? But my ants have no mind to speak of. Well, that's not entirely accurate. At that moment Xiaoyi, resting beneath the tree, convulsed twice. Damn, it suffered from having a mind. Its health bar dropped slightly. After unleashing its ultimate attack, the queen bee slowly opened its eyes, expecting to see the enemy wiped out by its power. This skill was a large-scale area effect attack that harmed friend and foe alike, dealing immense damage. It had never dared to use it while its own kin were still present, for fear of killing both allies and enemies. Now that its kin were nearly all dead, it had no more reservations. Let it all be destroyed. But it only managed to knock down a few nearby remaining bees. The enemy seemed completely unaffected. The queen bee was shattered. But its enemies were not. The ant army charged forward eagerly. Originally the queen bee had wings and could fly. Now, however, despair had taken hold. Seeing all its kin slaughtered before the invaders, it, having some intelligence, abandoned all will to live. This one is truly remarkable, Zhao Ziyan mused. In truth, this queen bee was not far inferior to his own ant queen. In the wild it already possessed a very powerful skill. With training its potential would be boundless. But the situation was similar to that of the horned insect. Having killed all its kin, taming it would be extremely difficult. If only he had a master ball or some system, a way to ensure 100 loyalty. It felt terrible to see such a rare creature that he couldn't capture and had to personally eliminate. System, I've seen you. Stop hiding and come out. Ha! The squirrel blinked, pulled back from its game and poked its head out to glance at Zhao Ziyan. Nothing, go back to your game. Zhao Ziyan waved at the squirrel. Oh. The squirrel returned to its corner and continued being a little gamer. Zhao Ziyan sighed inwardly, and with a thought the leading specialized ant charged forward and finished off the queen bee, which had already resigned itself to death. Zhao Ziyan rubbed his temples. The two greatest threats near the ant nest had been completely eliminated. The horned bugs and bees were both races that lived very close to the ant nest, often causing friction in daily life. After these two battles the pressure had truly dropped dramatically. It was like after the college entrance exam when the results came out and you checked them. Hey, you just barely passed the admission score for the school you wanted. All kinds of acquaintances, friends and classmates would inadvertently bring up this topic and inadvertently reveal their own situations. Then on a hot day you'd take a stroll around the village, casually drop by every household and inadvertently let everyone know the news. After walking around drenched in sweat you'd go to the convenience store to buy a bottle of iced cola, run back to your room with the air conditioner on, take a big gulp of the iced cola and then lie on the bed playing on your phone. Good heavens, why is this cola so delightful? Several beams of light arrived beside Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan received several more strands of divine power. He patted the little mouse's bottom. Stop playing, the divine power has arrived. Collect them. Upon hearing this, the little mouse numbly put down its phone, numbly glanced at the strands of divine power, then looked at Zhao Ziyan. How long have I been playing games? 1 year, 2 years? Or 10 years? Has more divine power arrived? It looked at the time on its phone again to confirm. Little mouse. It's only just after lunch, isn't it? Has Ziyan been possessed by some big shot? Little mouse walked over to Zhao Ziyan, sniffing all around. It continuously emitted its spiritual energy, sensing Zhao Ziyan's aura. Nothing special, just a smell of laundry detergent. Ouch. Little mouse covered its head and cried out in pain. Zhao Ziyan's hand was still in the gesture of a flick. If you don't collect the divine power now, it will dissipate. I know. Zhao Ziyan watched the little mouse sniffing around him like a dog, acting all jittery. He couldn't help but have several black lines on his forehead. He had always heard that playing too much on your phone makes you stupid, but he never believed it. Now it seemed this kid had played too much and become foolish. After collecting the divine power, little mouse had no mood to play games. It felt that the current situation was somewhat off, a feeling that everything was going too smoothly, making it want to find some trouble. Ziyan, are you a reincarnation of a great power? No. Ziyan, have you obtained any powerful inheritance? No. Ziyan, you. He then suppressed the little mouse. Zhao Ziyan had had enough. What's wrong with you? Little mouse struggled under Zhao Ziyan's hand, its small face full of defiance. Haha, you've finally shown your true colors. You who have occupied Ziyan's body. Give Ziyan's body back now. From now on, no more playing on your phone and no more eating spicy strips. Little mouse was wrong. So Ziyan really just keeps collecting food in the other world, then feeds it to his followers to let their race grow. And then he can get so much divine power. Little mouse sat on the desk, its expression already numb. Collect food. Grow the race. In terms of results, that's indeed the case. Zhao Ziyan replied calmly. He opened a bottle of iced cola, deliberately held the cap in his hand, poured a small capful of cola and placed it in front of Little Mouse. Little Mouse picked up the cola and took a sip. TSK. Ah. What a wonderful drink. The cool taste of the iced cola soothed Little Mouse's body temperature, but still couldn't calm its emotions. Then what about the suffering that me and my previous master endured in the early stages? Little Mouse's psyche was severely impacted. The whole mouse lay down on the desk, not wanting to move. Can mice not drink cola? Did it drink itself to death? Zhao Ziyan poked Little Mouse's belly with his finger. Little Mouse immediately sat up. What are you doing, Ziyan? Oh, nothing, I just think you're cute, Little Mouse. Zhao Ziyan's eyes wandered and he touched his nose with his finger. Little Mouse was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but break into a smile on its small face. Ha ha. Thank you, Ziyan. Little Mouse's emotions came and went quickly. Hearing a compliment could make it happy for a long time. It took another sip of cola. It felt incredibly refreshed. As for the other world, there was no need to pay too much attention. The overall situation was settled. All kinds of food were being transported back. The entire beehive was dismantled and carried back to the ant nest piece by piece. After all, besides the honey, the hive itself was also edible. In the real world, such a large beehive would be a very expensive nutritional supplement. As for the queen bee's body, it was also brought back, reserved for the ant queen to eat. Zhao Ziyan planned to give it to Xiaoyi to eat. He felt that Xiaoyi's talent was the best among all the ants. The previous talent of acid-resistant armor was also acquired by Xiaoyi through eating. But Xiaoyi was currently recovering from injuries. He planned to wait until Xiaoyi healed before feeding it. The other two, Xiaoer and Xiao San, were continuously producing worker ants. There were about 700 soldier ants left. For now, that should be enough. When needed, they could be produced on the spot. Normally they just patrolled. If there was a heavy prey, they would go and haul it. No new specialized ants had emerged yet. It was very unreasonable. This other world seemed to restrict the production of specialized ants. Could it be some kind of heavenly Dao suppression? Zhao Ziyan felt it was a bit mysterious but didn't delve into it. The ants were steadily developing and evolving. Even without the addition of specialized ants, their overall combat strength would still be formidable. There was nothing much to do next, but recently there was too much food. Zhao Ziyan produced 2 more ant queens. The nutritional content of honey was too high, making the ants incredibly well off. Even 3 ant queens couldn't keep up with production. There were now a full 60,000 worker ants. It wasn't that they couldn't burst out more soldiers, but the resources of the 3 areas were limited. More ants would easily deplete other food sources. The bee area and the horned bug area were relatively resource-rich. The initial area had fewer resources. No other new enemies had been discovered in the nearby areas. There were some other bugs, but they posed no threat and were easily overwhelmed by the ant army's numerical advantage. However, sometimes they encountered large creatures. Basically, they were mammals, larger ones like wolves, deer, bears, and the like. Their appearances might be slightly different from those in reality. Smaller ones included rodents such as larger rats. But these larger creatures generally had no conflict with the ants. They didn't regard each other as prey. Within the nearby food chain's lower echelons, ants had already established themselves as the dominant force. A few other insects could still be spotted from time to time, but Zhao Ziyan had no intention of pushing things to the extreme. If he were to devour every weak insect in the vicinity, it would likely cause problems. Occasionally bees and horned beetles wandered in from other areas, yet Zhao Ziyan chose to let them be. Perhaps these scattered remnants of defeated forces had lingered outside, never returning to their nests, thus escaping calamity. Or they might have come from farther afield. After all, this world couldn't possibly harbor only the single hive of bees or the single colony of horned beetles. Similar creatures surely existed beyond. As long as the populations of other creatures didn't expand too drastically and threatened the ants' supremacy, Zhao Ziyan saw no need to intervene. Soon another stretch of time passed and it neared dinner time. Around 4 in the afternoon, the Shunsun Express delivery had already arrived at his doorstep. When Zhao Ziyan received the courier's call, he hadn't expected the package to arrive so quickly. Both orders of ants he had purchased online were delivered by the same courier. He happened to receive them all at once. Although Zhao Ziyan lived in a rural area, the gap between countryside and city had narrowed considerably. The main road at the village entrance was wide and smooth, so the courier delivered swiftly. After hanging up, Zhao Ziyan dashed downstairs excitedly to retrieve the package, then carried it back upstairs. The merchant had packed the ants in small tubes resembling test tubes, each sealed with a stopper. The ants inside were all lively and bustling about. Perhaps due to the heat, a few ants had already toppled over and lay motionless. Zhao Ziyan frowned roughly, counting the ants in the tubes, but the result brought him some delight. He had purchased 2 queen ants of each species along with 50 worker ants per species. Each variety came as a set of 250. However, the merchant had included a few extra worker ants. Even though some had died, the total number still exceeded 50. Ha, conscientious merchant indeed. Zhao Ziyan picked up a small tube containing ants, eyeing it with curiosity. It was his first time buying live ants. The merchant also sent him some messages regarding the habits of these 2 ant species and how to care for them. But Zhao Ziyan couldn't care less about those messages. After all, he wasn't planning to raise them. Shoo Shoo, we've got work. He patted Shoo Shoo's rear to get its attention. At that moment, Shoo Shoo was playing Summoner's Rift, but its screen was black, so it didn't mind the interruption. Shoo Shoo turned its head to glance at Zhao Ziyan, then shifted its gaze to the open tubes of ants. Curious, it stretched its neck and peered at the ants inside. Ziyan, do you want to teleport them now? Have you absorbed the divine power I gave you? Shoo Shoo nodded. I've absorbed 5 strands of divine power with 5 more left to go. Zhao Ziyan asked, so can you use space teleportation again now? How big of a space can you open? Hearing the, Shoo Shoo lowered its head and carefully sensed its own condition. Then it made a gesture with its paw. About the size of a ping-pong ball. I think. Shoo Shoo wasn't entirely sure. Its condition was poor and its sensing ability had diminished. Still, it was its own body, so the margin of error wouldn't be too large. Zhao Ziyan nodded. That was enough. The main thing was to squeeze the queens inside. As for the workers, just pack in enough to fill the gaps. For queen ants plus 100 worker ants, a space the size of a ping-pong ball should be sufficient to hold them right. It shouldn't be too far off. Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to proceed, he realized a problem. Unlike the first queen ant he had encountered, these ants were not his believers. They wouldn't obey his commands at all. If he opened the lids, they would likely scatter everywhere. That was a tricky situation. Could he use some insecticide? But these ants were meant to be sent to another world where the ants there would acquire their gene fragment. What if the poison from the insecticide killed them and the toxicity ended up being ingested by the ant believers in the other world? Should he just kill them all before sending them over? Zhao Ziyan dismissed that idea as well. Ideally, these ants would be converted into believers after being transported to the other world. Having them die and then letting the otherworld ants consume their gene fragments was a matter of probability. If luck was bad they might not even obtain a single gene. But if they were turned into believers their abilities could be utilized at 100. Did he have any knockout drops? No. Then he'd have to make do. Zhao Ziyan pulled out some mothballs from his wardrobe. He crushed them, then added some essential balm and toilet water, mixing everything into an empty cola bottle. After that he found some mosquito coils. Lighting the coils could stun mosquitoes, perhaps it would have a similar effect on ants. He gathered various odds and ends, crushed them all together and ended up with a bizarre abstract concoction. Gazing at the unknown liquid inside the cola bottle he diluted it with some tap water, then poured a bit into the ant tubes. Then he shook the tubes vigorously. The ants immediately erupted into chaos, but after a short while the commotion subsided and they eventually stopped moving altogether. Could the mixture have been too potent and killed them all? Zhao Ziyan shook the tubes again and noticed that the ants could still twitch their legs. They didn't seem to be dead. Come on, Shu Shu, open the space portal. Zhao Ziyan shouted, urging Shu Shu to hurry. He had no idea how long his homemade secret formula would last. Hearing this, Shu Shu immediately activated its innate ability. Its small paws came together, then snapped open. Pale blue spatial energy radiated from its palms and a small spatial sphere slowly took shape. It was slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, just as Shu Shu had said. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan quickly uncapped the ant tubes and carefully poured the ants inside into the spatial sphere. Fortunately his movements were gentle enough not to rouse the motionless ants, or perhaps the secret formula he had brewed was simply too potent. I can hardly wait. There was nothing much to say, having done it once before. This time was even more familiar. Seeing that Zhao Ziyan had almost finished, Shu Shu gently nodded, then closed their hands and teleported all the ants to the previous coordinates. This time Shu Shu had plenty of energy and was in much better condition. After patting their rear they sat back down to continue playing games, showing no signs of weakness. Alright Ziyan, call me if there's any problem. With that Shu Shu lay down again, acting like a slacker. A rift opened from another world and a spatial orb fell down, scattering a large number of ants. However, more than half of them had perished. Only a small fraction barely moved their legs, then shook their heads and began to survey their surroundings. Both ant queens were still alive, but only a few worker ants remained able to move. Zhao Ziyan's faithful ants gathered around, intending to greet these unfamiliar ants. But soon evolution began again. Just like the ordinary ants that had been teleported to the spirit-rich otherworld, an evolution process was triggered. Since these teleported ants were not Zhao Ziyan's followers, the divine perspective could not see their status. However, the struggle during their evolution seemed more intense. Their aura grew weaker and the nearby faithful ants could barely sense the presence of the newly teleported ants. After a little while these ants stopped moving entirely. Zhao Ziyan was somewhat bewildered. Why had all of them stopped moving? Were they all dead? The previously teleported followers had half killed by the spatial fluctuation, but the subsequent evolution was 100 successful. This time the ordinary ants the spatial teleportation killed most and none succeeded in evolution. Zhao Ziyan controlled a small ant follower to check on the ordinary ants. Indeed, every single one had perished, including the two ant queens devoid of any life. But this time Shu Shu was still lively and hadn't fainted, so Zhao Ziyan immediately returned his consciousness to the real world. Patting Shu Shu's rear, Zhao Ziyan quickly said, something's wrong, Shu Shu. Why did all those teleported ants die? Not a single one survived. Is your spatial teleportation unstable? Did you use it improperly? Shu Shu wiggled their tail, put down their phone and looked at Zhao Ziyan with some confusion. Then they grew a bit angry. How could Shu Shu use spatial teleportation improperly? Shu Shu's spatial teleportation is the most stable. Shu Shu crossed their small paws in front of their chest, glaring angrily at Zhao Ziyan. Spatial teleportation was their specialty, the skill they valued most. It could not be slandered in the slightest. Zhao Ziyan quickly patted Shu Shu's head to comfort them and pulled out a pack of spicy strips from his waistband. Receiving the snack, Shu Shu immediately calmed down, bit open the bag and began to eat the spicy strips. That's not what I meant. It's just that the first time went well, some ants died but half survived and all evolved successfully, but this time they all died. What's going on? Zhao Ziyan frowned, asking Shu Shu. Shu Shu, munching on the spicy strips, said nonchalantly. It's perfectly normal. Creatures from a low-spirit world are accustomed to living in a low-spirit environment. When they suddenly enter a world with extremely high spiritual energy density, their bodies cannot withstand the impact of the spiritual energy, leading to death. Afraid that Zhao Ziyan might not understand, Shu Shu added some more. It's like some deep-sea fish that are used to the high water pressure of the deep sea. When they suddenly reach shallow waters, they die instantly due to the change in pressure. Think of organisms as cells and their bodies as cell membranes. Differences in osmotic pressure cause cells to lose or absorb water. If the concentration of cell fluid is low and the external solution concentration is very high, the external osmotic pressure exceeds the internal pressure, causing the external solution to enter the cell. The cell absorbs water, and if it absorbs too much and its own strength is insufficient, the cell ruptures. The internal spiritual energy concentration is low while the external concentration is high. External spiritual energy then flows from high concentration to low concentration. This is actually beneficial. Many geniuses choose places with high spiritual energy concentration for cultivation, greatly increasing their speed. However, some creatures are too weak and their bodies cannot withstand the excess spiritual energy, causing them to burst and die. So it's like cultivating too hastily, bursting oneself. Or perhaps going into chi deviation. Shushu wasn't very familiar with such cultivation systems, they just used examples to help Zhao Ziyan understand. Zhao Ziyan stroked the beard on his chin, basically understanding the situation. But then another question occurred to him and he continued to ask. But why were my previous ants fine? Some died in the spatial teleportation, but all the subsequent evolutions were successful. Shushu was taken aback for a moment, then said that's true. But the small ants that were teleported earlier had already started to believe in Ziyan. In a sense, they were no longer ordinary ants. And with faith, believers receive feedback from the deity, strengthening their bodies. At that time, the power of the seed of faith initially strengthened the small ants, allowing them to withstand the high concentration spiritual energy. Zhao Ziyan stroked his beard again, accepting this explanation. He patted Shushu's head encouragingly, then took out a bag of small sunflower seeds for Shushu to eat. Ha ha ha. Shushu munched on the snacks and acted like a slacker again. With these snacks to pass the time, Shushu was more confident about finding a destined person. Switching to the small ants, since the teleported ants were all dead, they couldn't be recruited as underlings. They would all be taken back for the ant queen to eat. They were still fresh since they had just died. If they grew cold for too long, their genes would lose activity and become inedible. That would be a disaster. The main issue was that he had to pay for them, and Zhao Ziyan didn't have much money left. He was also lazy and didn't want to work a summer job. The ant queen was still eating the bees. If the bees weren't consumed, they would rot. These meat foods had to be eaten quickly. Once spoiled, the nutrients would be greatly reduced. The other ant queens continued to consume the bees while Zhao Ziyan did not disturb them. He called out to Xiaoyi alone, whose talent was considered the best. He was unsure whether the probability of gene absorption related to the talent of the absorber, but Zhao Ziyan decided to let it eat. These are ants with special genes that I specifically found for you. I hope you can acquire their genes. Okay. Divine One. Xiaoyi felt the gaze of the Divine One, and these ants were evidently given to the colony by the Divine One. This shows that the Divine One cares deeply about the colony's development. Xiaoyi would be very happy. Xiaoyi radiated joyful signals. Zhao Ziyan looked at the ant queen that had been with him from the beginning, conveying some encouragement and motivational messages. He managed to coax the little ant queen into a daze. She immediately started her working career, working every day from midnight to midnight with no days off. Keep it up. As long as you work hard enough, I will definitely be able to drive a BMW, crossed out, and will surely succeed. Zhao Ziyan had nothing else to do but watch as the leaf-cutting ants fed and searched online for the ants that could spray formic acid. Those little ants that died upon arrival were small in size and showed no significant changes. However, the ants that did not die upon arrival, having gone through the cleansing of spiritual energy, were slightly larger before they ultimately perished. Yet the number of ants sent over was not many. Additionally, this ant queen was already very large, basically consuming one at a time. Soon all the ants that had just been sent over and died were consumed. The ant queen expressed that she felt nothing and did not acquire any new genes. The ants that had just died upon arrival clearly had weak physiques and no genes were absorbed from them. However, this was not a significant issue, as Zhao Ziyan placed all his hopes on those ants that had undergone some evolution. Soon all the worker ants were consumed, leaving only 2 deceased ant queens. The feeding continued. Even the larger deceased queens were devoured in 3 bites. However, Zhao Ziyan still sensed nothing. Ah. Is there really nothing? Previously, the white meat worms could yield an acid-resistant armor after consuming only a little flesh. Why is it that you seem to be struggling now? Just as he felt a bit disappointed, good news came from Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's large rear twitched twice. It laid a black-purple egg. Or perhaps it was not an egg. The moment this purple-black little thing was born, it immediately covered the surrounding soil. Upon closer observation, it was seen to be composed of thread-like fungi. These fungi derived some mycelium that penetrated the nearby soil and visibly grew. There were also some remains of ants that the queen had consumed earlier. When absorbing genes, some leftovers were possibly not fully consumed, leaving behind some antennae and legs on the ground. Additionally, some bodily fluids leaked out from ants whose bodies had been cut open and flowed into the nearby soil. The fungi were crazily consuming the surrounding nutrients, but it seemed that the nutrients in the surrounding soil had been nearly exhausted, thus halting their growth. However, they were already slightly larger than the initial egg size. Zhao Ziyan was initially stunned, but then he was overjoyed. It worked, and it felt a bit excessive. Why is it growing so fast? Although he did not fully understand ants, the experts in the group had shared knowledge. Leaf-cutting ants can indeed cultivate fungi, but the fungi are very fragile and can easily perish. The experts in the group meticulously cared for their fungi, purchasing various specialized equipment, and through daily experience accumulation and countless failures could finally grow a perfect colony of fungi. Are you telling me that this fungus is growing so quickly? Could it be the talent of the ant queen affecting it? Up to this point, Zhao Ziyan still had not fully understood Xiaoyi's talent. What should this talent be called? The young ants grow quickly, but how can this mycelium grow so rapidly as well? However, he soon realized that he should have the ant queen take all these fungi to the deepest part of the main base where a lot of food was stored. Hatching ants and the like also usually took place here. Xiaoyi immediately dug up all the fungi and brought them to the main base. Then she wiggled her rear and brought out a few more clumps of fungi. Zhao Ziyan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. There was no need to issue additional commands, she knew to produce more fungi. Such a devoted follower truly understood well. Subsequently, many worker ants brought back some rotten leaves. Since winning several battles, the nest had more meat than it could consume. These rotten leaves had been brought back during times of scarcity out of desperation. Now was the time for these rotten leaves to be put to good use. They placed the leaves on top of the fungi. The main body of the fungi seemed to have consciousness, continuously producing mycelium to wrap around the leaves. Soon these leaves turned yellow and shriveled up. However, these fungi were not divine beings and could only absorb a small portion of the leaves covering them. Some leaves were larger and could not completely absorb light. Zhao Ziyan continued to issue orders to cut these leaves into smaller pieces. Then bury them in the soil near the mycelium. This should facilitate absorption, right? If they were cut smaller, they should also be absorbed more quickly. Indeed, the fungi completely absorbed the leaves and grew stronger. Zhao Ziyan then sent a few worker ants closer to the fungi. Let's hope they can distinguish friend from foe and don't absorb their own living ants. However, the results were acceptable. The fungi seemed uninterested in living organisms and did not produce mycelium. Zhao Ziyan had the ants sample its taste. After sensing, several little ants were basically radiating signals of satisfaction and happiness. The status bar also showed some recovery. It seemed the fungi's nutrition was quite good and the effects of consumption were excellent. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan was overjoyed and very satisfied with this fungi. In the future, even leaves that had little nutrition could be digested by the fungi and transformed into nutritious mycelium. Any food that was about to rot or spoil could similarly be buried in this fungi and it would convert the nutrients into mycelium. This was truly delightful. The food supply in the future would basically not be lacking. The ants continued to bring over some leaves and the fungi kept expanding, covering all the nearby soil. The purple-black mycelium spread continuously, almost enveloping the entire ant nest. It was as if a purple-black fungal blanket had been laid over the entire ant nest. The surface of all the covered fungi was constantly writhing with tiny mycelium as if it were alive. Zhao Ziyan nodded approvingly as he gazed upon the dense fungal carpet spreading across the ground. It truly evoked the essence of the interstellar Zerg. As long as the food supply could be secured, mass production of troops would be virtually effortless. Moreover, fungi were far more nutritious, which would result in ants growing stronger in combat. For instance, consider an ant raised solely on decaying leaves. It would survive, but its combat prowess upon maturity would be significantly inferior to that of an ordinary ant. It would not starve to death, but after reaching adulthood its fighting ability would be far weaker than that of a typical ant. By contrast, an ant fed a rich diet of meat and high-nutrient food from an early age would grow far more robust, with all attributes vastly superior to those of an ant subsisting on rotten leaves. Zhao Ziyan gained a solid understanding of the fungi's functions and felt quite satisfied. Yet he recalled that another gene still awaited consumption by the ant queen. What about the formic acid? How does the formic acid gene look? Xiaoyi's intelligence had grown considerably, so Zhao Ziyan felt comfortable asking casually. Formic acid. The ant queen Xiaoyi hesitated at the question as if unsure how to answer. Unable to express herself in words, she began to demonstrate instead. Xiaoyi's head moved slightly and formic acid secreted from her mouth, but instead of spraying out it slowly dripped from her mandibles. Her sharp mouthparts were coated with the acid like an enchantment of corrosive venom. Zhao Ziyan questioned her further for a while. He discovered that the ant queen had indeed absorbed the formic acid gene, but not completely. The ants could now secrete formic acid from their mouths, but they could not spray it. It only served as a melee enhancement, adding a corrosive effect to their bites. They could coat their mandibles with the acid or after biting an enemy drip the acid directly into the wound. Zhao Ziyan felt no disappointment. After all, successfully absorbing the leafcutter ant's fungus cultivating ability was already a remarkable achievement. Unable to spray formic acid. Under normal circumstances, ants would expel formic acid by squeezing their venom glands. But perhaps that mechanism hadn't been fully integrated. Zhao Ziyan then inquired about the mucus-spitting ability of the slimeworms. The slimeworms expelled mucus much like a human spitting, using airflow from the mouth to propel the secretion. Considering their body proportions, the range was quite limited. A slimeworm about 10 centimeters long could only spit mucus a distance of 5 to 10 centimeters. If applied to ants, the effect would be negligible. Ants measured roughly 1 centimeter in length. Even if they could spit 1 or 2 centimeters, it would be useless, far better to engage in close combat. Well, see. There's no rush. Future evolution will surely present opportunities. If nothing else, he could buy more ants capable of spraying formic acid. With enough numbers, perhaps their spraying method could be extracted. The special ants Zhao Ziyan had ordered online had all been devoured by the ant queen Xiaoyi, and their genes were nearly fully extracted. But the surprises were far from over. Zhao Ziyan had already withdrawn his consciousness to the real world, celebrating with a can of cola. Before leaving, he had instructed Xiaoyi to consume the bees with special bloodlines, hoping to obtain unique genes. He also had the queen bee devoured, fearing that if left too long the genes would lose activity and become useless. Not long after, the ant queen Xiaoyi sent Zhao Ziyan another thrilling message. Earlier Shu Shu had mentioned that these special bloodline bees might benefit the ants. Zhao Ziyan hadn't paid much attention, assuming it would just make them stronger. After defeating the horned insects and consuming them, all the ants' strength had indeed increased and their bodies had grown slightly larger. But this time it wasn't just a boost in combat power, the ant queen had created an entirely new unit. A flying unit. When Zhao Ziyan projected his divine perspective to the nest, he was stunned. The newly produced ants all had wings. These flying ants resembled worker ants in appearance but were slightly larger. Notably, the entire troop composition had undergone significant changes. After several major battles, they had devoured their enemies. Now, with a meat-rich diet providing far more nutrition than the earlier days of leaf-eating, the ants had improved drastically. Every unit had been strengthened. Initially, worker ants were only 5 to 6 millimeters long. Now ordinary workers measured about 8 millimeters, with some reaching 9 millimeters or even nearly a centimeter. Soldier ants originally just over 1 centimeter at 1.2 to 1.3 centimeters now approached 1.8 centimeters. Some well-fed soldier ants could grow to 2 centimeters. The two specialized ants had been wreaking havoc on the battlefield, crushing and devouring many enemies with a single bite. Before battle, they usually went hungry. After a fight, they returned to the nest with full bellies, thus absorbing abundant energy. Originally about 4 centimeters long, they now measured close to 10 centimeters. These were the physical transformations of the other ant units. Their combat effectiveness had surged in proportion to their enhanced physiques. The new flying unit was slightly larger than a worker ant, with a body length of about 1.2 centimeters. It possessed thin bee-like wings. Its front mandibles had evolved to be sharper than those of a worker ant. However, to achieve greater flight altitude, its carapace was noticeably thinner than that of any other ant. To reduce weight, the flying unit's defense was even weaker than that of a worker ant. Nevertheless, its overall combat capability surpassed that of bees and ordinary workers. Being larger than a worker, it had greater strength and attack power, and its wings granted superior agility, only its defense was inferior. Even without using its flight ability, if it engaged a worker ant in ground combat, it would still outperform the worker considerably. Moreover, as the only flying unit in the ant army, it held immense strategic importance. Its roles in reconnaissance, patrol, and harassment far exceeded those of any worker ant. Zhao Ziyan observed this new unit and immediately began testing its combat effectiveness. Without any flashy maneuvers, both sides were on the ground facing each other head-on. This new unit could basically take down a single worker ant without issue. However, when facing two worker ants, it would lose. After killing the first, the second, though slightly injured, could dismantle it. Of course, if it utilized its flight ability and engaged in attrition, the two worker ants would likely still be unable to defeat this flying unit. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Today was truly full of surprises. He then asked about food consumption. From the queen ant's response, he learned that this new unit consumed roughly as much food as 3 worker ants. Reasonable. Its combat power was indeed formidable, but its carapace was thinner, making it a light armor unit, so its consumption was somewhat lower than that of thicker-shelled units. Consumption comparable to 3 worker ants was acceptable. If they had had this flying unit before fighting the bees, the war against the hive would have been an easy victory taken directly. But it's not too late now. As for the name, how about flying insect? No, the others are all called ants, so calling this one flying insect would feel misaligned. Let's call it flying ant. With a thought, Zhao Ziyan then produced several hundred flying ants. They continuously patrolled the nearby territory alongside soldier ants, scouting and defending the area. There was no need to produce too many. These units couldn't gather food either. Like soldier ants, they were only good for fighting. Producing too many would waste the ants' food. Zhao Ziyan planned to continue expanding his number of followers. Previously, due to food limitations, he couldn't produce too many ants. Now the food problem had been solved by the fungus carpet. The ant colony had the full ability to explore the wider world. However, just as Zhao Ziyan was brimming with confidence and indulging in fantasies about future development, suddenly from afar there came a deafening wolf howl. Ayo! Roar! Then came the sharp crackling sound of a large tree falling and the roar of an explosion. Boom! Zhao Ziyan felt his ant nest trembling continuously. From time to time, bits of soil debris fell from above the nest. Fortunately, wrapped in the fungus carpet, the ant nest suffered no serious structural damage. If it had been the old nest, it would likely have collapsed, burying all the ants. What's going on? Zhao Ziyan was also a bit bewildered, and the entire ant colony grew restless. It seemed to be a biological instinct sensing impending danger. Zhao Ziyan quickly intended to control a soldier ant to scout the situation. But before he had gone 2 steps, he slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered he had flying units. The scouting ability of flying units was much faster. He controlled a flying ant and steadily approached the source of the sound. The source of the sound was across the river. Previously, due to the river's obstruction, the ant army could only explore the area in front of the nest. The area behind was completely inaccessible because of the river. But now with the new unit, they could easily cross the river. The flying speed was decent, comparable to a bee. The flight was relatively stable with no severe shaking in the image. Soon they arrived at the destination, where a group of beasts and several humanoid creatures were engaged in battle. These creatures were clearly not ordinary. One was a tiger-like creature with wings. There were also wolf-like creatures, blue in color, capable of spewing ice from their mouths. The humanoid creatures were also bizarre, resembling wizard figures from Western fantasy with fireballs flying everywhere. These humanoid creatures seemed to favor fire-type manipulation, with no other elemental skills being used. Through the flying ants' perspective, Zhao Ziyan could also hear some profanity coming from the humanoids' mouths. As expected of the universal language of the universe. From such a distance, a few indistinct curses were still heard word for word. Zhao Ziyan broke out in a cold sweat. Moreover, those beasts could also utter some language, also Mandarin, seemingly trading insults with the humanoid creatures, but their accents were too heavy, making their speech slurred. Zhao Ziyan couldn't quite make it out. But judging from the ferocious expressions on the beasts' faces, they were indeed cursing quite profanely. As the fight continued, a few more beasts ran over, also magical beasts of the same kind. Then the humanoid creatures began to falter, retreating as they fought. After a while, they seemed to have retreated as far as 800 li, on the verge of turning tail and fleeing. But the beasts clung on relentlessly with no intention of letting them go. Suddenly, one humanoid creature seemed to pull something out of its underpants. Then, holding it in his hand, he suddenly raised it upwards. It seemed to be a scroll of some sort, he couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst from above his head. Then the beasts began to wail madly while the humanoid creatures let out cheers. Zhao Ziyan was about to observe closely, but he found that the flying ant he was controlling had its health instantly zeroed. Then the screen went black and he knew nothing more. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head and said nothing more. After all, when gods fight, the little devils suffer. That burst of white light was clearly an area effect attack. The flying ant, being a fragile unit, was caught in it and kicked the bucket, quite normal. He controlled another flying ant and flew it over there. For no other reason than to grab some popcorn and see if there was anything new. As a citizen of the Great Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Ziyan had gossip and drama-loving genes ingrained in his bones. Just as he was eagerly preparing to watch the show, halfway there he seemed to spot a wolf-like creature. It was the same one from the earlier brawl, but this wolf had many wounds, bleeding profusely, and was running in Zhao Ziyan's direction. Behind it, some other beasts were also fleeing in the same direction, but not as fast as that wolf. Zhao Ziyan. He quickly observed the direction of the fleeing beasts. Damn it! My ant nest. The direction the beasts were fleeing was directly toward his ant nest. Zhao Ziyan quickly switched the view to the main base. He tried to make preparations by controlling the ants, but he miserably realized that he had no effective way to deal with these powerful creatures. Damn it! A bolt from the blue. Zhao Ziyan had no other good options, so he could only order all the ants to find some hidden spots to conceal themselves. Inside the anthill, the ants gathered around the queen, with 2 specialized ants standing nearby ready in case the nest collapsed. Other ants would protect the queen, ensuring she wouldn't be crushed to death. As long as the queen survived, there was still hope for everything. A tremendous roar echoed continuously. It was the sound of massive beasts trampling the ground. It was accompanied by some magical attacks. Having gained the upper hand, those humanoid creatures clearly had no intention of letting the beasts escape. They relentlessly pursued the fleeing creatures. Among them, a leopard and a wolf ran the fastest. They quickly reached the riverbank, leaped into the air intending to cross the river and reach the edge of the forest where they could find a place to hide. The leopard's speed slightly surpassed the wolf's, leading by about a body length. However, just as it jumped, the wolf behind it unleashed a freezing breath or similar skill from its mouth. The leopard's body jerked violently, its hind legs instantly frozen into blocks of ice. It hadn't expected an ambush from behind. With its hind legs frozen mid-jump, the leopard could only rely on inertia to carry it forward. Tragically, it failed to cross the wide river. Its entire body plummeted into the river. Previously, Zhao Ziyan had discovered that the river harbored terrifying creatures. Sure enough, several fish with sharp teeth lunged at the leopard, frenziedly attempting to tear into its flesh. Although its hind legs were frozen, the leopard hadn't completely lost its combat capability. A red glow emanated from its body and several flames summoned above the leopard crashed into the river. The strange fish that tried to approach were instantly killed. But the strange fish in the river were nearly endless. The death of their companions did not deter them. Instead, the scent of blood made them even more frenzied and greedy as they charged forward. They quickly devoured the bodies of their own kind and continued to bite at the leopard. Not only those strange fish, but also creatures resembling water snakes swam over, along with mutant crabs, octopuses, and other things. The leopard could barely hold on. It desperately moved toward the shore, trying to escape this terrifying river. However, the pursuing humanoid creatures were also closing in. When these humanoids saw the leopard's plight in the river, they showed no mercy. One of them raised a hand and hurled several fireballs, knocking the leopard deeper into the river. Immediately, other fish and mutant creatures frenziedly tore at the leopard. Soon the leopard was completely devoured, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Only the bloodstained river water remained, as if recording the only trace of the leopard's existence. Hey! The materials of a flame leopard are extremely rare. Why did you knock it into the river? Wouldn't it have been the same to drag it out of the water and kill it? By letting the razorfish devour it, all the materials are lost. These humanoid creatures seemed not entirely united. One with female features immediately questioned. Poof. I'm not as impoverished as you. I don't care about such materials. The humanoid creature that killed the leopard retorted without backing down, its tone dripping with sarcasm. Just as the tension between them was escalating and conflict was about to erupt, an older-looking humanoid stepped forward and offered a few words of mediation. Alright, when we venture out for training, we must stay united. Our elf race grows strong precisely because of our spirit of unity. He went on with a lot of grand empty rhetoric devoid of any practical substance. However, the elder seemed to have considerable authority. The two elves who had been at odds calmed down after hearing his words, each turning away and avoiding the other's gaze. By now, Zhao Ziyan was already controlling flying insects to scout the vicinity. The disaster he had anticipated did not occur. The other beasts seemed to have been entirely driven off or killed by those elves. Only the leopard and the wolf had reached this area. The leopard was ambushed by the wolf. The wolf that used ice magic was the only one to rush near the anthill. But this wolf paid no attention to the weak ant colony. The place it fled to was also a certain distance away from the ant nest. It did not collapse the anthill, it only crushed some worker ants gathering food and patrolling soldier ants. The loss was almost negligible. Because of the leopard's obstruction, all the elves' attention was focused on it. The wolf had already disappeared without a trace. What a cunning fellow! And it dared to crush my little ants. Poof. Next time I'll settle this score. Then he turned his attention to these elves. The elves didn't care about the weak flying insects. So Zhao Ziyan's flying ant had witnessed nearly everything that just happened. Pointed ears, delicate features, and fair skin, they indeed looked like the elves from the movies and TV shows he had watched before. Let's go. Other forces will definitely be vying for this. We must investigate the situation thoroughly and bring clear intelligence to our clan. Yes. Yes. After some more exchanges among the elves, the elder leading them departed with the younger ones. However, the information revealed in their conversation left Zhao Ziyan baffled. What were they competing for? Other forces. He quickly grasped the key words but had no clue whatsoever. Just don't let it affect me. Watching them casually hurl magic around, Zhao Ziyan clearly realized that his current ant army was still far from being formidable enough to contend. He could only focus on developing in peace. A conflict of this magnitude likely involved some exceptionally precious treasure. If the ant army meddled now, they would definitely be annihilated. Nevertheless, Zhao Ziyan believed that his future self would not have to endure such humiliation. After all, it was only the second day since the ant army had been transported to this alien world. It was only the afternoon of the second day and they had already developed so well. The prospects were absolutely limitless. Still, perhaps they could get a small share of the spoils this time. Zhao Ziyan quickly controlled the flying insect to head back to the earlier battleground. From the fierce fighting he had witnessed, there ought to be some dead beasts. Or perhaps some scattered flesh he could scavenge. But when he returned to the battlefield, he found countless other insects already cleaning up the area. Among them were horned beetles and other unknown insects. The scraps of flesh had almost been completely divided. Conflicts occasionally broke out among the insects, likely over the remaining food. Zhao Ziyan continued to observe the chaotic scene through his flying ants. The creatures scrambling for the leftover flesh were mostly engaged in petty skirmishes, with even the Jiaochong, a former loser, managing to thrive amidst the mess. He felt he could produce more flying ants, eliminate all these creatures, and claim the remnants of the beasts' battles for himself. Yet just as he was about to proceed, several large birds swooped down from the sky, treating the insects as a buffet and pecking at them voraciously. After the birds departed, a few squirrel-like creatures scurried over, swatting the insects one by one and devouring them as snacks. One bird, apparently unsatisfied, circled back and also consumed the flying ants hovering nearby. Before Zhao Ziyan could react, the ant's vision went black and it perished. Damn it, how was he supposed to play like this? Was the deep forest always this dangerous? Zhao Ziyan decided to develop first, vowing to one day bring down all those birds and eat them. He would avoid the other side of the river for now, as it was teeming with powerful beasts that could cast magic, leaving the ants utterly helpless. His consciousness returned to the main ant nest. Recent events had been turbulent, nearly threatening the safety of their home base. The current nest was already somewhat unsafe. With ample food and a growing ant population, a single nest was no longer sufficient. It was time to establish sub-bases. Zhao Ziyan planned to assign each queen ant to lead a group of ants. With 5 queens, he could station them in different locations, dividing the army into 5 forces. In case of danger, even if some nests were destroyed, the ants in other locations could continue to thrive unaffected. After all, one shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. Separating the ants also facilitated resource gathering, as keeping all ants in one place would lead to shortages. With the thought, the ants began migrating with the queens. The Jiaochong's former stronghold lay empty, as the ants had rarely visited since its occupants were wiped out. Now it could be repurposed, saving the effort of digging a new one. One queen was settled in the Jiaochong's base. The area near the former hive was also rich in resources. With the bees mostly cleared and no danger, another queen could establish a camp there. Thus, including the original base, there were now 3 bases. The main base housed 3 queens, while each sub-base had 1. For now, 3 bases were sufficient. After dividing the bases, Zhao Ziyan ordered all queens to begin mass production. What was the point of accumulating so many spoils if they couldn't be converted into more ants? The ant army continued to expand outward. The right side was ignored for now, as it was infested with frogs that saw ants as mere snacks, leaving the ants defenseless. Exploration continued to the front and left. With flying units, reconnaissance became much easier. The area ahead was soon mapped out. Zhao Ziyan's flying ants discovered several new Jiaochong nests, but each contained fewer than 10,000 individuals, nowhere near the scale of the original stronghold. Further ahead, the forest ended abruptly. Without the dense canopy, the world seemed clearer and more open. After flying a bit farther, he spotted a city. Various races were entering and exiting constantly. There were elves, dwarves, and humans, mostly resembling Westerners with pale skin and abundant body hair. The dwarves looked much like those in movies. There were also humanoid creatures accompanied by animal companions. Perhaps they were druids. Zhao Ziyan guided the flying ant directly into the city. After all, no one would pay attention to a tiny flying insect. It seemed some major event was imminent, as guards were constantly checking people entering and leaving, their expressions numb from the non-stop work. The city was predominantly human, likely a human-ruled city. Other races staying in inns indicated they were visitors. This world seemed to be a Western fantasy realm. After observing, Zhao Ziyan made some judgments. Inside the city there were shops selling technological weapons, laser guns, energy cannons. Yet the city also featured magical staffs and energy gems. On the other hand, there were tech-heavy weapons like laser guns, energy bombs, and exoskeleton armor. The overall aesthetic was jarringly disjointed, yet oddly fused into a peculiar style that somehow felt natural. Zhao Ziyan guided the flying ant around until he found a tavern-like establishment. As everyone knew, taverns were the best places to gather information. In adventure tales, such venues often yielded valuable news. True to form, upon entering he overheard explosive news. Haha, the allure of this spiritual herb is truly immense. When has Forest City ever been this bustling? In the dim tavern, a bearded human laughed heartily with his companions. Outside was bright, but inside the tavern shadows reigned. Candles made of unknown oiled paper lined the walls, burning slowly with flickering flames that cast a faint glow. Perhaps that was the atmosphere. As the candles burned, black smoke rose, mingling with the smoke from patrons' antique pipes. The stench of sweat and unwashed mercenaries and adventurers filled the air. The entire tavern felt like a cesspool. Fortunately, the flying ant under Zhao Ziyan's control couldn't smell, or it might have been overwhelmed, far more effective than insecticide. Oi! Hans, you old drunkard, why are you suddenly preparing armor and weapons? Don't tell me you're trying to get a piece of the upcoming event. Ha 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 ha. A burly man with a thick beard taunted a man drinking in the corner. The others in the tavern joined in the laughter. Yeah, Hans. Don't let the beasts in the forest bite your head off. Ha ha ha. As the laughter echoed, a young man emerged from the corner shouting at the crowd. The strength of my teacher is beyond your imagination. You damned mercenaries. The youth's argument seemed feeble and pale. The patrons in the tavern paid no heed to his words. Ha ha ha. Little John, stop following your drunken master. Why not come work for me instead? With my strength as a bronze-level swordsman, a few tips from me would be far more useful than anything that drunkard could teach you. What are you learning from him? Drunken sword arts. Ha ha ha. Another middle-aged bald man with a sword strapped to his back joined in the mockery. His tone was dripping with sarcasm, and the offer to teach techniques was merely a jest. Hey, I heard there's an ancient and mysterious race that supposedly passes down a powerful skill only usable when drunk. Something called Drunken Fist. Maybe Hansi knows Drunken Fist. Ha ha ha. Another mercenary chimed in. The youth continued to argue, but no one took his words seriously. Nor did anyone notice the hatred burning in the youth's eyes. The middle-aged man sitting in the corner silently drinking remained utterly silent. He merely drank in silence, as if he had never had a disciple who would stand up for him. The entire tavern was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Zhao Ziyan listened for a while and had a rough idea. It seemed that in the nearby forest several precious spiritual herbs were about to mature, and their fragrance had attracted a host of contenders. Typically, if the herbs grew deep within the forest, powerful spirit beasts would simply snatch them away. But this time was different. These herbs were located at the edge of the forest, so not only would powerful creatures from deep within come to contend, but other races from outside the forest also had a chance to seize them. Normally, the edge of the forest had scarce resources, but for some reason one area had an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, leading to the growth of these rare herbs, many varieties and in astonishing quantities. This drew a vast number of creatures. This was the most significant piece of news. Along with information about other factions and families, Zhao Ziyan also gained some understanding of this other world's cultivation system, weapons and equipment. Zhao Ziyan's knowledge of this world deepened. I heard the tavern next door just hired a few catgirl girls. Their figures, their faces. You young whelps can't even walk straight when you see a female. Back in my day, I single-handedly. Apart from a few useful tidbits, most of what was discussed in the tavern was useless garbage. Zhao Ziyan listened for another hour, then commanded his flying ants to leave. Boring, it was all just lewd talk. These mercenaries were utterly tiresome. As a decent young man, Zhao Ziyan expressed disdain for these mercenaries who spent their days telling crude jokes. He hurried back to plan his next move. According to the information, those spiritual herbs were all growing in the Hontu forest region. His own home was in the black soil area. The Hontu area was not far from his aunt's stronghold. During his earlier exploration to the left, he had already discovered terrain where black soil and red soil were mixed. He could simply follow the great river behind him and keep going left. Exploring a bit further to the left should lead him to the spot. Originally, Zhao Ziyan had no intention of getting involved, but he heard there were many spiritual herbs and there would surely be a chaotic battle. His ant army didn't seek much, just the scraps would be enough. If not, they could wait until the powerful creatures took the herbs. Leaves and roots of the herbs would surely be left behind and no one would want them. The ant army could then scavenge the leftovers. The leaves were not as nutritious as fruits, they should still be a tremendous opportunity for the ants. Zhao Ziyan thought happily. All three bases had begun mass-producing troops. After the powerful creatures left, even the remaining scraps would likely be contested. The lower tiers of the ecosystem included other insects, mice and the like, so he had to ensure a certain level of combat capability. Zhao Ziyan had long since ordered the ant queens to begin mass production. Now food was abundant in all aspects. He had produced 2,000,000 worker ants. Soldier ants 5,000, flying ants 1,000. He hadn't produced too many combat units yet, as this was still the preparation phase. Producing too many fighting units would consume a lot of food. He would increase production when it was time to actually fight. The bees with special bloodlines had been fully digested. The bee queen had also been eaten by the ant queen. In truth, Xiao Ziyan had been quite interested in the bee queen's area effect killing skill. With a single roar she could kill enemies with weak spiritual power nearby. It was fortunate that the ant army with their generally simple minds were immune to spiritual attacks. If they had been hit by that skill, the casualties would have been catastrophic. However, after the ant queen Xiaoyi created new flying units, she did not acquire this skill. She only gained a certain boost in spiritual power. Zhao Ziyan was not too disappointed. Being able to create new units by combining bee genes was already a stroke of luck. Especially in this unexpected opportunity, the flying units should be able to achieve remarkable results. To prepare for the coming opportunity, the ant army began a full-scale exploration to the left. Zhao Ziyan intended to first locate the exact position of the spiritual herbs. Then set up a temporary base nearby. He would station the troops there so that when something good appeared he could seize it directly without having to travel from afar. After all, if he set out from the current ant nest, the distance was too great. By the time he got there, any major opportunity would have already been taken. He would be too late even for the scraps. A perfect plan. Zhao Ziyan acted on it immediately. He commanded several flying ants to begin exploring to the left. Along the way he encountered scattered beasts moving in the same direction. But these beasts showed no interest in the small flying insects. Zhao Ziyan wasn't sure of the exact direction, so when he saw that they seemed to know where to go, he simply had the flying ants follow them. The beasts ran very fast and he lost them midway. Fortunately, he encountered a few more beasts that knew the way and continued following them. After arduous efforts and constant exploration, he finally found the target location. Ahead, many powerful creatures had already gathered. Some carnivorous and herbivorous animals even stood side by side. They did not conflict with each other. They simply focused intently, waiting for the spiritual herbs to mature. Some of these creatures were glowing, and even when they moved a few steps they left behind trailing effects reminiscent of those in video games. There was also a turtle with magma-like patterns on its shell, occasionally puffing a smoke ring from its head. It looked strikingly like a coal turtle. The most eye-catching was a blue deer-like creature. Its two massive antlers resembling ice crystals were very similar to those in an animated series I watched as a child. That video Kunkan released, was it about the 5 spirit guardians? The ice deer in it was just like this one, occasionally shaking its head. A few unknown tiny insects flew near it, and as they approached the ice deer's mouth, the frost deer exhaled a breath that instantly froze the insects into ice cubes, which then fell to the ground. There were also various creatures like monkeys, gorillas, tigers and bears. They frequently roared, and the entire herd seemed quite chaotic. The innermost creatures were mostly extremely powerful, looking formidable at first glance. They would casually emit flames or light, and at the slightest provocation they would unleash some special effects just for fun. The outer area was more normal. Most were ordinary creatures with no flashy abilities. They didn't expect to snatch anything significant, they were simply hoping to pick up leftovers. Of course, who could say that fortune might not fall upon them? Everyone has a bit of luck sometimes. Zhao Ziyan, controlling his flying ants, surveyed the surroundings and found the situation to be similar. All creatures were waiting for the spiritual herbs to ripen. Although they seemed quiet now, a bloody storm would surely erupt the moment the herbs matured. After confirming the location, Zhao Ziyan ordered the rest of the main force to come over. The flying units were fast, but the ground units moved slowly, stumbling along the way. Fallen trees often blocked the path, forcing them to take detours. The temporary base he had set up was quite far from where the spirit herbs grew. Some creatures had vast magical ranges, and he feared they might be caught in the crossfire. A greater distance offered more safety. However, it couldn't be too far or they would miss the chance to feast. Only Zhao Ziyan could determine the exact distance. As the ant army approached, some humans also arrived nearby. There were those carrying swords resembling warriors and others in magic robes looking like scholarly mages. In addition to these supernatural humans, there were those wielding laser guns, wearing exoskeleton armor, and even some shouldering rocket launchers. Assorted technological weapons with massive barrels struck fear into the heart. Elves, dwarves and various beast races also appeared in large numbers. However, the forest's wild beasts and other races did not immediately clash, they mostly tolerated each other. If a conflict were to break out now, other factions might seize the opportunity. If there were any grudges, they could strike covertly during the scramble for the spirit herbs. The innermost creatures were not only powerful but also extremely cunning. After a long wait, Zhao Ziyan finally saw the ant army's arrival. The worker ants soon began digging tunnels at the spot Zhao Ziyan had chosen. This time the nest was dug very deep with a spacious underground chamber. The main base had a total of 2,000,000 worker ants. The numbers of soldier ants and flying ants were rounded up to 100,000 each. All 200,000 plus ants were brought here. Near the main base some new ants had been produced, about 5000 worker ants. The base only needed minimal protection since there were no enemies nearby. 2 new ant queens had been produced at the main base and were also brought along. Xiaoyi, currently the strongest in the ant colony, came as well, making a total of 3 ant queens. Now Xiaoyi, after consuming large amounts of high-nutrient food and the special bloodline bees, had grown to a body length of 13 centimeters. Its carapace was very thick and the spikes on its joints appeared even more menacing. Under Zhao Ziyan's command, all ants began to move. The worker ants built while the flying ants and soldier ants patrolled the area looking for any reckless creatures that might dare to provoke the ant army. The worker ants labored for a while and finally constructed a relatively large nest. However, the number of ants brought was too great, so they quickly built several more nests to hide all the ants underground. This time the nest was dug over a meter deep. Even if bombarded by missiles, the meter-thick layer of soil could provide a long defense. To prevent the nest from collapsing under attack, the ant army had brought some fungi which they spread inside the temporary nests. These fungi acted as a kind of cement, filling the gaps in the soil and making the entire ant nest more sturdy. Meanwhile, a portion of the food was also transported over. The ant queens brought along could produce combat units at any time. By now the aroma of medicinal herbs was spreading throughout the red earth forest. This was a sign that some herbs were about to ripen. In fact, a few less valuable herbs had already matured. However, the dominant creatures at the innermost area looked down on these low-value herbs. They planned to wait for the most valuable ones to ripen before fighting over them. As for these humble herbs, if they were convenient to pick they would, if not they could easily be abandoned. At this time the weaker creatures on the outer edge could seize the opportunity to obtain some low-value herbs which for them were still a great fortune. After the long march and nest building, the ant army's stamina had declined somewhat. Zhao Ziyan saw that their status bars were slightly depleted, not at full capacity. But as soon as the herb fragrance drifted over, their status bars recovered significantly. All lost stamina was restored and they even felt an excess of energy. The effect was even stronger than the group buff talent of the ant queen Xiaoyi. The worker ants first retreated into the temporary nests to avoid unnecessary casualties. Patrol duties were assigned to the soldier ants and flying ants to prevent any creatures from threatening the nest's safety. For instance, in the real world there are anteaters that feed on ants. But in this other world such creatures probably didn't exist. Before Zhao Ziyan could relax for long, a group of fiery red figures appeared nearby. When the patrolling flying ants got a closer look, they saw red ants. And as the images from the flying ants reached Zhao Ziyan, not much time had passed. A translucent green liquid was sprayed by these red ants. The flying ants, caught off guard, were instantly drenched with the liquid. As these liquids splashed onto the flying ants, it emitted a sizzling sound. It turned out to be a corrosive liquid similar to the mucus of the slime fleshworms. Formic acid. Red fire ants. Zhao Ziyan in the real world exclaimed twice. The rat who was playing games nearby heard his commotion and couldn't help but turn his head to glance over. Zhao Ziyan's mood gradually calmed down. The flying ants in the scene showed no damage to their bodies after being sprayed. After all, the ant army possessed an acid-resistant armor gene. The damage from formic acid was inherently lower than that of the slime fleshworm's mucus. Sprayed onto the acid-resistant armor that could even defend against corrosive mucus, the damage was almost zero. However, the wings of the flying ants were similar to those of bees, a thin membrane with far less defensive capability. Even with the acid-resistant gene, how much could a thin membrane withstand? The wings were partially corroded. The flying ants immediately became unstable in flight. Just as they struggled to stabilize their altitude and attempted to flee, several more bursts of formic acid were sprayed. This time there was truly no way out. The wings had suffered too much corrosion and were completely unusable. The flying ants fell to the ground instantly. The red ants on the ground immediately pounced on them. With numbers on their side, 6 red ants bit down on the flying ant's 6 legs while another clamped onto its neck. The flying ant was executed without a chance to resist. It had no strength left to resist. Zhao Ziyan, seeing the flying ant's vision go dark, understood that the flying ant had fallen. In the real world, red fire ants are invasive ants. They have almost no natural enemies and are extremely aggressive, capable of causing great trouble to animals and humans. Normally ants flee from large creatures, but red fire ants are different. When they see a human, they truly dare to bite. Moreover, the bite is excruciatingly painful and inflicts severe damage. Many animals have been bitten to death by them. They also possess formic acid, often biting a wound first and then spraying acid into it. Who could endure that? Acid sprayed into a wound, 1 + 1 far exceeds 2, multiplying the damage several times over. Under normal circumstances, red fire ants are not large. In the real world, worker ants measure only 3 to 4 millimeters in body length. Soldier ants double that, reaching 6 to 7 millimeters. Among the multitude of ant species, they do not hold an advantage in size. Yet their combat prowess is top tier. They spray formic acid to disrupt the enemy's formation, then charge in to bite with formidable jaw strength. Moreover, the scent of formic acid is extremely potent. When other ants are attacked by red fire ants, the mere spray of acid sends them scattering in panic, completely unable to organize an effective resistance. Zhao Ziyan's followers, the little black ants, were originally big-head ants. In the natural world of ants they are relatively strong, but encountering red fire ants would spell their doom. But now, the reinforced ants were undoubtedly the elite among their kind, the cream of the crop. These red fire ants had also undergone some reinforcement. The soldier ants were about 1 centimeter in size, much larger than in the real world, and some robust soldier ants reached 2 centimeters. Behind them followed many worker ants numbering in the tens of thousands. There were many red fire ants near the nest, but they were scattered widely, and those farther away were out of sight. Since they were not his followers, Zhao Ziyan lacked the god's perspective to count their numbers. Once they were spread out, he couldn't be certain of the exact count. Nevertheless, Zhao Ziyan was still reluctant to engage them lightly. In terms of size, the big-head ants absolutely dwarfed these red fire ants. But combat effectiveness couldn't be judged solely by size. In the real world, many ants simply flee at the sight of red fire ants, not daring to fight. This fear seemed ingrained in their very bones. He was unsure whether his big-head ants would exhibit the same behavior. Moreover, the area was chaotic with numerous other species around. This gave Zhao Ziyan room to maneuver. After all, the ability to spray formic acid was something he had always coveted. Not to mention that one of his scout soldiers had been killed by the red fire ants. Zhao Ziyan decided to ignore the red ants for now. He concealed the ant nest's entrance more securely and continued to scout the surrounding area for other information. He also discovered some horned bugs and native black ants. The native black ants were an evolved version of the small black ants encountered at the very beginning. They were slightly larger than the native small black ants. The ant queen of the native small black ants, Shower, was still his second-ranked queen. However, all of Shower's original subordinates had been eliminated. Shower had now become a queen producing big-head ants, but Shower might still retain some native ant bloodline. Should he let her visit her relatives? No. Among ants, even those of the same species will fight each other if their scent is unfamiliar. Zhao Ziyan abandoned this thought. The flying ants continued to circle in the sky. The black ants and horned bugs began to fight. The black ants seemed to have no soldier caste differentiation, all were workers. It was just that some workers were slightly larger and were pressed into service as soldiers. Similarly, the horned bugs were all workers with no combat units. The horned bugs here were also larger than those Zhao Ziyan had encountered earlier, generally measuring about 1 centimeter. Thus the two groups were evenly matched in battle, with casualties roughly 50-50. He wasn't sure why they were fighting. He thought it might be over food. The flying ants circled a few times but saw nothing. Could it be simply for the sake of fighting? The minds of insects were indeed peculiar. Just as the two groups were locked in fierce combat, the red fire ants appeared. The red fire ants had no fixed target. They were simply drawn to the area by the rich medicinal fragrance, as were many other creatures. The red fire ants roamed about, killing any weak creature they encountered and turning it into food. When faced with a tough opponent, they would still take a few bites and flee if they couldn't win. The black ants and horned bugs were exactly the kind of prey the red fire ants could bully. So what were they waiting for? In an instant the red fire ants pounced, spraying formic acid everywhere. Their pheromones were ferocious and their sharp mandibles reaped the lives of enemies. For a moment the black ants and horned bugs suffered heavy losses. However, as creatures of another world, they were not entirely cowed. After some resistance, realizing they were outmatched, they immediately set aside their mutual enmity and began to jointly defend against the red fire ants' assault. But their efforts were in vain. The red fire ants' offensive capability was overwhelming. Moreover, these two groups lacked acid-resistant armor, and the formic acid had a significant impact on them. The two factions set aside their differences and joined forces, yet the results remained meager. Though they managed to offer some resistance, they were still steadily driven back. Soon the ground was littered with countless insect corpses. The combined losses of the two factions amounted to nearly 10,000. Only a small fraction of that 10,000 came from the initial clash. The vast majority were killed by the red fire ants. Each faction had only about 20,000 in number, and in this short time they had been crippled. It seemed only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. At this moment Zhao Ziyan debated whether to intervene. The red fire ants had also suffered some casualties. If he coordinated the black ants and horned insects to fight the red fire ants, the losses would likely be much smaller. While the two factions held the front line, Zhao Ziyan controlled the big head ants to strike from behind, targeting the red fire ants' rear. However, the combat effectiveness of those two factions was rather weak. As allies they contributed little. The main force still had to be his own big-head ants, and his casualties would still be considerable. Thus he hesitated, intending to observe the situation further. But just as he was about to lose patience and join the fray, a swarm of black figures rushed out, helping the black ants and horned insects withstand the pressure from the red fire ants. The new force turned out to be a group of black beetles somewhat resembling cockroaches. Their bodies were large, their heads tiny, and their carapaces were exceptionally smooth and thick, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. Most of their heads were retracted into the carapace, leaving only a small portion exposed. Their mouths, by comparison, were far less intimidating. They were slightly larger than worker ants but smaller than soldier ants, with an average size of about 2 centimeters. All individuals were uniform with no specialized combat units. In nature, most creatures are uniform in form. Species that develop specialized combat units are extremely rare. But enough of that. These beetles had been wandering nearby, and for some reason, upon sensing the battle, they immediately charged over. The black beetles attacked from the flank of the red fire ants. Caught off guard by the flank assault, the red fire ants panicked, spraying formic acid wildly, but to little effect. The black beetles' carapaces remained smooth and heavy after being hit by the acid. They even seemed to gleam. These creatures too possessed acid-resistant armor. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but wonder. Could they have also devoured the slime worms? But then another possibility crossed his mind. In nature, virtually every creature has natural predators unless it is an invasive species. In this other world, the lower ecosystem hadn't been destroyed by the red fire ants, indicating that these ants also had natural enemies, and these beetles were likely one of them. True to form, the beetles pressed on despite the acid spray. Their thick rounded carapaces effectively defended against the red fire ants' attacks. Moreover, most of their heads were tucked inside the shell, leaving only a small part and the attacking mouthparts exposed. For the moment, the red fire ants could do little against them. They could only bite frantically at the beetles' carapaces, while the beetles took the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. However, despite their larger size, their mouths were too small, and the damage they inflicted was disappointing. The red fire ants did not suffer excessive losses. The black ants and horned insects, sensing that a powerful ally had arrived, hastily moved closer, hoping to cling to the big shot's coattails. But the black beetles didn't know them. Seeing unfamiliar insects approaching, they immediately bit the black ants and horned insects as well. Suddenly both factions found themselves in a bind, beaten and scattering in panic. However, the red fire ants were now mostly focused on the black beetles, so their aggression toward the other two factions diminished. After leaving behind some corpses, the two factions fled. But before they had gone far, a large number of imposing ants suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The fleeing insects sensed the formidable combat strength of the ants, and knowing better than to provoke them, attempted to detour around. Yet the ants did not let the horned insects and black ants escape. They immediately charged in for a fierce assault. Meanwhile, some flying insects in the air also swooped down to bite them. Indeed, the roadblock was Zhao Ziyan's big-head ants. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? By now the horned insects and black ants had already endured a brutal battle, and the remaining forces were mostly exhausted. Originally numbering 20,000 each, they now had fewer than 10,000 left. Zhao Ziyan had deployed only 5,000 soldier ants and 50,000 worker ants this time, along with 5,000 flying ants in the air. The combined forces of the two factions, less than 20,000, required no elaborate tactics. A simple direct assault was enough to wipe them out. Escape was impossible. With flying ants in the sky, could ground runners outrun airborne pursuers? Soon the units were annihilated. Zhao Ziyan lost only a few dozen soldier ants and a little over 1,000 worker ants. The flying ants suffered no casualties at all. Nearly 20,000 insect corpses were now his spoils, a bounty of pure protein. Next he turned his attention back to the red fire ants. After all, the red fire ants were his true target. He had to acquire the gene for acid spray. With melee and flying units already at his disposal, he still lacked ranged capabilities. He could even combine the acetic acid spray gene with flying units. Imagine them flying while spraying acid, a pure bomber squadron. They would evolve into biological weapons, delivering a devastating blow to the lower ecosystem. However, it seemed the Ant Queen's genes could only be randomly assigned to certain units for now. He couldn't freely allocate genes according to his will. After all, this wasn't a proper interstellar swarm like the Tyranids. Whether that would change in the future remained uncertain. He felt it should be possible. If not, he could use divine power to evolve further and see if the Ant Queen could be made to freely allocate genes. Meanwhile, the red fire ants and black beetles were still locked in battle, apparently ancient enemies. They fought with bloodshot eyes, showing no sign of stopping. This worked perfectly in Zhao Ziyan's favor. He ordered all his big head ants to turn around and move to the rear of the red fire ants. On the front line, the black beetles attacked indiscriminately. Even if you tried to help them, if they didn't recognize you, they would bite you. The unfortunate black ants and horned insects had already proven that point. Zhao Ziyan struck from behind the red fire ants, launching a surprise attack while avoiding conflict with the black beetles. The ants dispatched for this ambush were far more numerous than those that had surrounded the black ants and horned insects. The red fire ants and black beetles each number roughly 30,000. The ratio of soldier ants to worker ants among the red fire ants is approximately 1:4. However, they are slightly smaller in size. With their fierce attacks and agile maneuvers, they fight the black beetles to a standstill. On Zhao Ziyan's side, he has brought out a full 100,000 worker ants and 10,000 soldier ants from the nest, plus 10,000 flying ants. Leading the vanguard are 2 specialized ants. Actually, Zhao Ziyan is somewhat reluctant to let these 2 specialized ants into battle. Because their numbers are rather small, they were sufficient for simpler battles in the past, but the fights are getting tougher now and Zhao Ziyan fears that these 2 good comrades might get killed. These 2 have been the specialized ants that accompanied Zhao Ziyan from the very beginning in conquering the world. Moreover, after so long, no more specialized ants have emerged and no one knows why. In the absence of any other specialized ants joining the colony, the role of these 2 good brothers has shifted from combat to memorabilia. Zhao Ziyan has a slight penchant for collecting. Nevertheless, to ensure victory in this crucial battle, he hardened his heart and sent them into battle together with Xiaoyi. He gave the army a brief rest and reorganization. He arranged the ant army's formation to minimize casualties in the fight. When the formation was nearly set, Ant Queen Xiaoyi let out a crisp chirp that radiated outward. The ant army received a collective buff from Xiaoyi. All units gained a boost in stamina and an increase in recovery speed. Applying buffs before the team fight. Just then the black beetles launched an assault, causing the red ants to fall into a slight disorder. A perfect opportunity. Charge. The 2 specialized ants, each nearly 10 centimeters in length and Xiaoyi 13 centimeters long, lead the vanguard. However, they dare not charge too far ahead. The current enemies are not like the rookies of before. If they were to be surrounded, they would most likely be overwhelmed and killed. The soldier ants charge the front line, absorbing a great deal of enemy damage. Then countless worker ants follow up with their attacks. The red ants become even more chaotic for a moment. These mindless creatures never expected that someone would resort to such an unsportsmanlike sneak attack. For a moment, the red fire ants' frantic counterattack appears clumsy. This sneak attack instantly wiped out nearly 1,000 red fire ants. However, the red fire ants are no pushovers. After a brief period of chaos, they gradually stabilize the situation. Their offensive drive is extremely fierce. They have always been fearless in the face of enemies. Sometimes even when on the verge of death, they will muster all their strength to bite the enemy. The tactic of trading wounds for wounds, even life for life, is fully embodied by the red fire ants. After the sneak attack, the red fire ants that have recovered their senses become even more enraged. Their hatred for these big-head ants is even greater than that for the black beetles on the front line. The previously invincible soldier ants are now somewhat struggling. The red fire ants are smaller, fight recklessly, and are very agile. The soldier ants indeed deal high damage, but their heavy carapaces also reduce their agility to some extent. Their movement speed is even slower than that of the worker ants. Often just as they are about to bite the enemy, the red fire ants twist their bodies, and with a certain probability they can evade the soldier ants' attack. The dodge rate is high. Roughly every 2 attacks one misses. Moreover, the soldier ants have a large blind spot behind them. Often red fire ants circle around to their rear and bite furiously, leaving the soldier ants helpless. Under the fierce counterattack of the red fire ants, the soldier ants are struggling to hold their ground. Fortunately, the worker ants nearby provide support. Zhao Ziyan immediately changes tactics, ordering the worker ants to protect the soldier ants. Whenever a red fire ant attempts to flank the soldier ants' blind spot, the worker ants are sent to intercept. Moreover, the worker ants are relatively faster. The worker ants can grab the red fire ants. They don't need to deal damage, just briefly immobilize the red fire ant. At that moment, the soldier ants' 2 large mandibles can snap the red fire ants in 2 like scissors. This method proves very effective. The red fire ants are not strong in defense. Once hit by a soldier ant, they are essentially dead. In an instant, the situation shifts again and the red fire ants begin to retreat step by step. Just as the red fire ants fall into crisis, they make another move. They suddenly raise their heads and spray a large amount of pungent liquid. Formic acid. However, they may not realize that the enemies before them are not afraid of its corrosive effects. From past battles with slimeworms, they had already extracted the acid-resistant gene and incorporated it into themselves. The formic acid sprayed by the red fire ants is like a shower from the sky, giving the big-head ant army a bath. Their carapaces become shinier and all the dirt and dust are cleaned away. Except for a few unlucky ones whose eyes were hit or whose antennae, used to sense their surroundings, were corroded and broken off by too much acid. Although the ants all have acid-resistant genes, the carapace is obviously more defensive. If too much formic acid lands on the antennae, they can still be corroded. However, for other ants, if their antennae are severed, they would be utterly unable to sense surrounding information or communicate with other ants, thus falling into chaos. But under Zhao Ziyan's control, even if the ants can sense nothing, they still obey his commands. Only a very small number of big-head ants were injured. Essentially, there was no loss of combat effectiveness. Seeing that the red fire ants had finished spraying formic acid, Zhao Ziyan seized the opportunity and immediately ordered the flying ants to join the battle. At this moment, the red fire ants, already struggling against the ground units, became even more desperate. Attacked from both ground and air, the red fire ants immediately began to falter. The battle on the front line against the black beetles was at least evenly matched, but now the rear battle began to collapse. Under the fearless assault of the red fire ants, Zhao Ziyan's ant army also suffered heavy losses. However, the casualty ratio is much smaller than that of the red fire ants. The red fire ants and black beetles each number around 30,000. Zhao Ziyan's attack has directly eliminated nearly 10,000 red fire ants. The front line's assault on the black beetles has also been affected by the rear's collapse. They are now being heavily suppressed by the black beetles, showing signs of rout as well. At this moment, the red fire ants notice that the enemy's offensive from the rear has actually weakened. Moreover, their numbers are steadily decreasing, as if they are gradually disappearing. After fighting for a while longer, the rear situation, which was clearly collapsing, suddenly stabilizes. The enemy seems to have weakened abruptly and is now being pushed back. And after a while, the big-head ants have mostly run away. Weren't they fighting fiercely just now? The red fire ants are somewhat puzzled. However, they can't worry about that too much. The weakening of the enemy in the rear is certainly a good thing. The temperament of the red fire ant colony had always been exceedingly domineering. Although they did not understand why the enemies behind suddenly weakened, they would never let slip such a golden opportunity. Intending to beat the foe while they were down, they launched a pursuit against the rear enemies. However, once the red fire ants began their chase, the enemies behind seemed to grow stronger, abruptly annihilating the entire pursuing force. Now the red fire ants were somewhat perplexed, yet they attempted several more pursuits. Each time the chasing troops suffered grievous casualties. This time they finally came to their senses and decided to cease the pursuit. After all, they were not stubborn fools. Since the fight was unfavorable, there was no need to gnaw on a hard bone. Subsequently, the over 10,000 red fire ants turned all their attention to the black beetles on the front line. These black beetles were the natural enemies of the red fire ants, ancient foes that would lock in combat upon sight. One possessed extraordinary offensive power and swift agility, while the other boasted formidable defense and sluggish movement. They were indeed a pair of destined adversaries. However, the red fire ants, with their nearly non-existent intelligence, failed to notice that the vast number of corpses left on the rear battlefield had all vanished. All had been carried away by Zhao Ziyan's big-head ants. Zhao Ziyan's big-head ants had not retreated because they were outmatched. They acted entirely under Zhao Ziyan's command. Though the situation had been advantageous, the red fire ants' counterattack had indeed inflicted heavy losses on the big-head ant army. Zhao Ziyan had obtained so many red fire ant bodies as long as he could devour and acquire the corresponding traits that would suffice. Fighting off more red fire ants would yield little additional benefit. He ordered some worker ants to transport all the red fire ant corpses back to the nest. Then the queen ant could digest them at her leisure. However, his retreating army had not yet fully departed. He observed the battlefield situation. If the two sides inflicted mutual destruction, he would claim both the red fire ants and the black beetles. When he withdrew his troops at the moment the red fire ants fell into disadvantage, he did so not only to avoid excessive losses but also with this very intention in mind. As he had anticipated, the two races clashed with intense ferocity, neither showing any sign of backing down. Moreover, their strengths were comparable, so the battle raged on vigorously. Having suffered Zhao Ziyan's sneak attack earlier, the red fire ants were at a numerical disadvantage. Consequently, the black beetles held the initiative on the battlefield. Zhao Ziyan casually dispatched a few ants to scavenge corpses from the periphery of the battlefield where the two races fought. Although food was abundant, he did not mind accumulating even more. The chaotic melee was a sight to behold. Insect limbs scattered everywhere, and both races fought with bloodshot eyes. Some mutilated insects continued to struggle, attempting to rise and deliver a final blow to their enemies. The smaller red fire ants, after breaching the black beetle's defenses, would burrow into their bodies to tear at the flesh within. When a black beetle bit a red fire ant in two, the severed half of the ant, still alive for a while, would crawl with its forelegs to continue biting the black beetle. Sometimes a red fire ant clinging to a black beetle would have its body torn off by another beetle, yet its head remained embedded in the enemy's body, causing grievous harm even in death. The black beetles, despite their formidable armor, were not invincible. After relentless assaults, cracks would inevitably appear. Once a breach was made, the red fire ants would spray formic acid directly into the wound. The shell might be extremely hard, but how could the internal organs withstand the corrosive acid? The entire battlefield was a scene of unspeakable carnage. This was precisely why Zhao Ziyan was reluctant to engage the red fire ants in a direct confrontation. They were pure battle maniacs fighting with unparalleled ferocity, even if victory were assured it would come at a tremendous cost. After another half-hour of mutual slaughter, piles of corpses accumulated. By then the red fire ants had only 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers left, while the black beetles still numbered over 10,000. The black beetles held the overall advantage on the battlefield. Everywhere lay severed legs, joints and bisected bodies of red fire ants. Given the black beetles' larger size and equal numbers as natural enemies, they inherently suppressed the red fire ants. Moreover, the red fire ants had already suffered from Zhao Ziyan's ambush. At this moment Zhao Ziyan was ready to take over the battlefield. He waited for the red fire ants to launch one final desperate counterattack, gauging the damage they could inflict on the black beetles. The remaining nearly 10,000 black beetles, having fought for so long, were already showing signs of exhaustion. If Zhao Ziyan then ordered his main force to attack, the beetles would have no chance to escape. The red fire ants, with their domineering nature, refused to flee even with so few left, opting instead for a fight to the death. Just as they launched their final assault, some green creatures emerged from the surroundings. These creatures were large, standing about a meter tall. A few stronger ones reached a height of 1.2 meters. They had green skin and pointed ears, wearing simple garments made from animal hides. Some carried crudely fashioned wooden sticks, while others wielded bones from unknown beasts. The smaller creatures, empty-handed, followed their larger brethren, gazing enviously at the weapons in their hands. Their faces bore lecherous grins, revealing crooked yellow teeth with bits of leafy greens and shreds of unknown meat stuck between them. Thick, disgusting saliva dripped from their mouths. Each exhale seemed to pollute the air. Zhao Ziyan. Goblins. Who else but goblins could these green-skinned creatures be? In most adventure tales they were merely low-level monsters used for gaining experience. No different from weaklings like slimes. Of course, except for that one film where humans were so pathetic that the goblins seemed comparatively strong. Zhao Ziyan used a flying ant to observe the goblins. The goblins seemed to notice the tiny insects buzzing around, but they paid little attention, casually swatting a few times before continuing forward. By now they had been drawn to the battle between the red ants and the black beetles. The goblins at the front, upon seeing the scene before them, could not control the rumbling sounds from their stomachs. Gurgle, gurgle. Gibberish, gibberish, gabble. Gabble, gibber, gurgle, gurgle, la la. After what seemed like some exchange, the goblins strode resolutely toward the direction of the two insect armies locked in battle. These goblins ran over and began picking up the dead insect carcasses from the ground, eating them directly. These goblins looked as though they hadn't eaten in days, starving like hungry ghosts reincarnated. They devoured the insects on the ground with abandon, causing Zhao Ziyan to frown deeply. These insects were his spoils of war. How dare the goblins eat them? Could he tolerate this? Of course he could. These goblins were enormous. A single swing of their clubs or bones could crush many ants. If a fight broke out, the ants would likely suffer heavy losses. Still, each goblin stood about a meter tall with unknown weight. But judging by their round bellies, there must be plenty of meat. If he could take down one, it would provide food for a long time. Zhao Ziyan pondered silently. In the end, he decided not to act. The ant army continued to hide nearby. In the current situation, all kinds of races were present. There were goblins and perhaps other creatures as well. Even if the hundreds of thousands of ants could surround and kill all the goblins, he feared that during the battle other creatures might swoop in to reap the benefits. He decided to let it go for now, maybe later. Meanwhile, the red fire ants and black beetles also noticed the goblins' arrival. The goblins didn't just eat dead insects on the ground. They also grabbed living red ants or black beetles and stuffed them into their mouths. Both sides of the original battle were stunned. Though neither species was intelligent, they were otherworldly creatures with a sliver of wisdom. Seeing their kind being eaten, they naturally resented it. However, they were natural enemies, inherently hostile to each other, so they wouldn't cooperate like the local black ants and horned insects had. The red fire ants' momentum of fighting to the death subsided. They sent a small number of ants to the front line to barely hold off the black beetles, while the majority began attacking the goblins. The black beetles, meanwhile, were in no rush to attack their natural enemy. They had already gained a significant advantage and no longer feared the red fire ants. They launched an attack on the goblins from another direction. It seemed creatures from other worlds were rather hot-tempered. The goblins would soon find themselves in trouble. These red fire ants were not ordinary ones. They had evolved in another world. Their bites were excruciatingly painful. When a goblin reached down to grab one, it was immediately bitten. The goblin jerked its hand back as if struck by lightning. However, when thousands of ants gathered, their combat power was undeniably formidable. They bit the soles of the frontmost goblin's feet until they were bloody. The goblin howled loudly and retreated. Some ants were shaken off its feet, but others continued climbing up, biting its body. The goblin squad numbered over a dozen. Yet they seemed indifferent to one another. When the goblin screamed in pain, its companions did not come to help. Instead they turned to look, making screeching sounds like nails on a chalkboard and occasionally pointing at the suffering goblin. Soon they stopped laughing as the black beetles also launched their attack. Though their damage was low, their thick carapaces made it difficult for goblins to crush them. For a moment the entire goblin squad was in chaos. These goblins didn't seem very strong, Zhao Ziyan mused. When playing games he loved to fight even with few troops. Now he had so many big-head ants awaiting his command. However, the goblins' combat effectiveness lived up to their size. When insects crawled onto them they rolled wildly on the ground. Their skin rubbed against the earth, stirring up clouds of dust, but the method proved effective. This easily dislodged the insects. Then the wooden clubs and bone clubs in the goblins' hands came into play. They pounded the ground repeatedly. Any hit would instantly flatten an insect into a cake. But the insects were scattered, leading to a chaotic melee with no clear advantage. Overall the insects suffered heavy casualties. Amid the turmoil another change occurred. Several humans approached. They wore armor and carried iron swords that looked brand new from a shop, gleaming and barely touched by dust. These damned green scum again. What a nuisance, but since there aren't many we can warm up and vent some anger. Hee hee, you'll have some fun. The others echoed. At the sight of the goblins everyone's face twisted with disgust. The reason was simple: though individual goblins were weak, their numbers made them a nuisance. Adventurers often encountered them blocking their missions. Even if they killed them, no useful materials dropped. It was just a waste of effort. These humans seemed to be warriors. Their armor rendered the goblins' attacks completely harmless. The foremost man swung his longsword and a goblin's head fell instantly. He executed a few elegant flourishes and 3 more goblin heads hit the ground. Whoa! Brother Fege's swordsmanship has improved, exclaimed a scar-faced warrior behind him, a hint of surprise on his face. So this is the power of a bronze warrior. If only I could be as strong as Brother Fege, said a young warrior nearby, envy in his voice. Hearing his companions praise the man called Brother Fege remained calm, suppressing the smile that threatened to curl his lips, and said indifferently, "Nothing special. These trash are barely worth my blade." But the other goblins took offense at his arrogance. They rushed at him, ignoring the insects on their bodies. Their wooden clubs and bone clubs struck him. Though the armor absorbed the damage, the impact still left the warrior slightly disheveled. Kill. He had just put on a small show of bravado only to be immediately knocked back to his original form. Seeing his loss of face, the leading warrior was extremely furious. He swung his sword again, cleaving off the heads of 2 goblins while signaling to his companions behind him. Kill. Take down these goblins. The others behind him also charged out, finishing off all the dozen goblins. However, one young warrior seemed a bit nervous, still sustaining some injury even against these weak goblins. A severed goblin hand was still wedged in the gap of his armor. The goblin had leaped onto his back, thrust its hand into the armor's crevice and clamped onto his neck. Fortunately, an experienced warrior beside him severed the goblin's arm. I. The young warrior's face flushed red. Being attacked by such weak monsters combined with the fright he received filled him with grief and indignation. It's fine. With more practice you'll get used to it. The experienced warrior patted his shoulder and offered encouragement. The other warriors also comforted him. Gradually the young warrior's emotions calmed down. Then without further delay they set off toward the vicinity of the spirit herb. This group of 5 easily crushed the dozen goblins. Zhao Ziyan silently analyzed the combat power of the other world. In this world different races might have different combat power classification. From what he had heard at the tavern earlier, the human combat power classification here was basically black, iron, bronze, silver, gold and so on. Based on the quality of metals. The strongest warrior just now was bronze. In fact, he alone could have taken down all the dozen goblins. The other warriors were probably black iron rank. The young warrior was likely the weakest black iron, flustered even against goblins. Other black iron warriors with more experience could steadily take down goblins, though not as cleanly as the bronze-ranked warrior. As for his own ant army, could hundreds of thousands overwhelm them? Zhao Ziyan subconsciously compared his ants, but he himself had no idea. After pondering for a while he stopped dwelling on such dead ends. The current situation was nothing short of a windfall for him. Zhao Ziyan counted a total of 17 goblins, each about a meter tall, with a few stronger ones reaching 1 to 2 meters. After the warriors killed them, they didn't take the bodies, perhaps thinking goblins were useless. But all of it became Zhao Ziyan's gain. These dozen-plus lumps of meat were packed with protein and fat. And he hadn't paid a thing. Wasn't this pure freeloading? Zhao Ziyan loved freeloading. Fortunately he had played it safe and didn't recklessly join the fight. Otherwise his ant army would have suffered heavy losses. The black beetles and red fire ants on the ground were practically wiped out. During the earlier clash with the goblins, many of these ground insects had been killed. Then the shockwaves from the warriors' battle with the goblins killed even more. There were hardly any moving insects left on the ground. Although his ant army had been useless in combat. But when it came to work, they couldn't slack off. The soldier ants tore and cut the goblin bodies apart. The worker ants from the nest 200000 in total, including those brought out for the fight, began frantically hauling. As for the flying ants, they didn't work but patrolled nearby watching for any enemies. If any came, the ant army could react in time. The queen ant in the nest was also laying eggs like crazy. There was too much food and the dozen goblins couldn't be stored. The nest space was far from enough. Who would have thought there would suddenly be over a dozen such super large prey? Currently there were only Xiaoyi and 2 ordinary queen ants. Zhao Ziyan immediately had Xiaoyi give birth to more queen ants. Since there was plenty of food, he had 7 more produced, making around 10 queen ants. Next came a frenzy of mass production. The temporary base was buzzing with activity. They also dug a few more temporary bases, each with larger than normal space to store the food conveniently. During the ants' food transport, some uninvited guests came by. Beasts, elves, humans, dwarves and others passed through the area intermittently. Thanks to the flying ants' patrol and reconnaissance, Zhao Ziyan had the ants hide whenever someone approached to avoid conflict. Once they left, the ants resumed hauling. These passers-by showed no interest in the goblin corpses. After all, goblins were utterly useless. Who would eat their meat? Goblin meat had been tried before, tough, sour and disgusting. Finally the ant army carried all the food into the nest without incident. Who said goblin meat was tough? This goblin meat was absolutely wonderful. Seeing the nest brimming with food reserves, Zhao Ziyan's face was split with a grin. After hard work for dozens of episodes, he hadn't gained as much as he did in this one lucky episode. What could he say? Truly a lucky dog. A non-lucky person would have banged their head against the wall. Seeing everything settled, Zhao Ziyan felt relieved. In the meantime, other insects had tried to snatch the meat. But most were driven off by Zhao Ziyan's ant army, and some were even kept as dessert. When his consciousness returned to the real world, it was already late at night. He had done so much today. Aside from meals, he had only used the bathroom in the morning. One thing after another, he had been controlling the ant army and making decisions all day with no time to use the bathroom. He was about to burst. After relieving himself, he ordered all the ants back to the temporary nest. It seemed the spirit herb wouldn't ripen for a while. Time in the real world and the other world was roughly the same, a 1-1 flow. By now the other world was also dark. Zhao Ziyan gave some instructions to the ant army, telling them to produce more combat units. Minor matters were to be decided by Xiaoyi. If something major happened, they were to call him directly. As long as the thought from his followers was strong enough, Zhao Ziyan could sense it. Then he decided to rest. He glanced at the little mouse. It was still lively and full of energy, charging its phone while playing games, constantly turning into a box on the battlefield. Zhao Ziyan reached out to touch the back of the phone but was immediately scalded as he pulled his hand back. Good heavens, the phone was hot enough to fry pancakes. No more playing, you'll break the phone and hurt your eyes. Zhao Ziyan saw the little mouse turning into a box again, so he casually took the phone back. How dangerous. His consciousness was struggling in another world. If this continued, the little mouse might actually blow up its real-world body. Give me the phone. The little mouse, once again losing its sense of hierarchy, pawed at Zhao Ziyan's sleeve with its tiny claws. But with its short little legs, how could it possibly snatch the phone back? You play on your phone all day without resting, and doing this for your own good. Zhao Ziyan glanced at the little mouse without softening. Then he reached out, grabbed the mouse and instantly refined it. He jumped back into the bed and the mouse in his hand couldn't escape his grasp. Wow. ZNU. Seeing itself caught and brought to the bed, the little mouse couldn't help but exclaim. What? Thinking of sneaking off to play on the phone while I'm asleep? Poof. Resigned to its fate, the little mouse finally gave up, struggling, lying sprawled out on the bed. By the way, how much divine power have you collected? Zhao Ziyan asked softly. 67 strands. At the mention of this topic, the little mouse didn't know what to say. During the day, whenever the little mouse played a game, some divine power would drift over, and in considerable amounts. Every time it jumped up to collect the divine power, watching Zhao Ziyan's consciousness wander far away. Then recalling the first time it met Zhao Ziyan. He was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. Now only 2 or 3 days had passed. Every time it thought of these things, it felt a sense of dissonance. Ziyan, you're developing followers in the other world so quickly. The little mouse has never seen a new god collect so much divine power this fast. Head just lucky. This statement carried some sincerity with no hint of pretense. Poof. The little mouse fell silent. How much energy can this divine power restore for you? Zhao Ziyan continued. Upon hearing this, the little mouse instantly perked up. Ziyan, do you mean all this divine power can be given to me? The little mouse's tiny eyes sparkled with bright light and it suddenly stood up. Its eyes met Zhao Ziyan's. Zhao Ziyan smiled and patted its head. You can have it all. I have quite a few followers now and this divine power accumulates relatively quickly. I'm counting on you to regain your spatial teleportation ability so you can take me to explore other worlds. Wow. Hearing this, the little mouse bounced excitedly on the bed. It was so happy it almost lost its bearings. So roughly how much divine power do you need to recover? Zhao Ziyan grabbed the mouse, interrupting its bouncing. The little mouse calmed down and replied, to fully recover I'd need a lot of divine power. But to restore the ability to take you to other worlds much less, about 1,000 strands of divine power would suffice. Hearing this, Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow, inwardly surprised. At the current rate of development 1,000 strands seemed quite achievable. But he thought of another question and asked the mouse, in this low spiritual energy world didn't you say recovery is slow? If you teleport yourself to a world with high spiritual energy concentration, could you recover faster? The mouse was taken aback by the question, then said somewhat hesitantly, in a world with high spiritual energy I would indeed recover faster, but there are many bad people who want to capture me. Their abilities are extremely powerful and strange, often I don't know how they find me. But in a world where the Tao is ending, their abilities would be greatly restricted. So going to other worlds would easily alert those beings. It's better to hide in this kind of end-of-Tao world. Zhao Ziyan nodded in understanding. Given that even the mouse's innate skills were hard to use, others' detection abilities would likely be also severely limited. The mouse had been captured before because others coveted its spatial teleportation ability. Although this world had meager spiritual power, aside from that issue life conditions were quite good. And judging by the mouse's demeanor, it didn't seem like it would cultivate properly anyway, so spiritual energy concentration didn't matter to it. Alright, so you're saying we can't just teleport to another world? Well, just stay home safely then. Mum, the outside world is very dangerous, the mouse replied with lingering fear. So how do we use this divine power? Strengthening followers only boosts individual combat power. It was useful in the early stages, but now the enemies are too strong and on a large battlefield it doesn't have much effect. But if we keep it seems there's no other use. Zhao Ziyan was puzzled. Seeing this, the mouse began to think carefully. It can make the god itself stronger. And with more divine power you can unleash powerful divine spells, later create faith avatars and so on. Many gods create avatars to handle affairs, they just send their avatars. Some avatars are even as strong as the god's true body, and if an avatar is damaged the true body isn't hurt much. The mouse mentioned some general uses, having followed many powerful beings before. Avatars. That would probably require a lot of divine power. How do I learn divine spells? I don't know. Zhao Ziyan. Sensing Zhao Ziyan's disdainful gaze, the mouse felt a bit embarrassed and quickly added, actually many simple divine spells don't need to be learned, gods can comprehend them naturally. Zhao Ziyan turned over to sleep. The mouse's answers had resolved many of his doubts. Even if divine power wasn't used, it could gradually strengthen the god. Although the divine power was stored in the mouse's space, it still had a close connection with Zhao Ziyan. His physical constitution was subtly growing stronger. The divine power constantly influenced him. As for its uses, he had so far discovered one: strengthening his followers. Another use was restoring his followers. If the ant army was on the verge of death, a single restoration could revive all damaged units to full health. But he hadn't used this skill yet, and based on his understanding of various games and settings, the more units restored, the greater the consumption of divine power. Therefore, to save divine power, he rarely used this skill. If the ant army perished, so be it, there were so many, just produce more. Unless it was a special unit like Xiaoyi which truly had talent, he would consider saving it. Finally, the little mouse decided to leave these divine powers for Zhao Ziyan. After all, the little mouse was in no rush to recover. As long as he had food to eat and games to play every day, he was already quite happy. These divine powers could be saved for later use. Even if not used, they would subtly strengthen his physique, a very profitable deal. Zhao Ziyan enjoyed a sound sleep. He had planned to sleep a bit longer, but in his dream he seemed to hear a familiar shout which jolted him awake. Caveman! Start up! When he woke up, he realized that the little mouse sleeping beside him had disappeared. He looked up. Sure enough, the little mouse was already on the desk, engrossed in his phone, battling away. This time he was a traveler in Mondstadt. Zhao Ziyan checked the time. It was just past 4 in the morning, before even the roosters crowed. What are you doing? Zhao Ziyan said out of the blue. Ah! The little mouse was startled and jumped. Then he quickly tried to cover up. He instantly turned off the screen and hid the phone behind his back, attempting to bluff his way through. In not doing anything. Sleepwalking. That's right. Sleepwalking. The little mouse is sleepwalking. Zhao Ziyan glanced at the phone that wasn't completely hidden. Nowadays phone screens were generally large and the little mouse wasn't even as tall as the phone. It was obvious at a glance. But he didn't call him out on it. Go ahead and play. After all, it was his own account. Better yet, help him grind through the forest book quest. Desert book and other messy tasks, do them all for me too. When it comes to the most complex gacha, I'll handle the pulls. Ha ha ha. Alright, the little mouse is sleepwalking. Then the little mouse will sleepwalk and play on his phone. The little mouse was somewhat stunned for a moment, shocked that he had actually fooled Zhao Ziyan. But he quickly recovered and followed the conversation, planning to play along. Alright, since you're already sleepwalking, there's no choice but to let the little mouse play with his phone. Zhao Ziyan yawned and replied perfunctorily. The little mouse could barely contain himself, the joy in his heart was almost bursting out. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, but he pressed his lips tightly together, swaying his body as if sleepwalking. He opened his phone and couldn't help sneaking a peek at Zhao Ziyan. Seeing that Zhao Ziyan wasn't looking in his direction, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then he happily resumed his journey. After this interruption, Zhao Ziyan found it hard to fall back asleep. Perhaps due to the constant infusion of divine power, his need for sleep had diminished. Even though he hadn't slept long, he felt quite refreshed. Not sleepy. He continued his adventure in the other world. First check on the initial base. Everything was normal, there were no enemies nearby. Edible plants like bamboo shoots wouldn't be over-harvested now, so sustainable development was feasible. Worker ants used their mandibles to cut leaves and then brought them back to the nest for fungi to consume. The fungi would grow and provide more food, creating a virtuous cycle. Checking the temporary ant nest on the front line. The goblin corpses had been partially digested. 10 ant queens were working overtime to produce offspring. The corpses of 17 goblins, along with the remains left from the battle between red fire ants and black beetles, provided a continuous source of energy. Current ant army unit count 500000 worker ants, 50000 soldier ants, 50000 flying ants. This was with food not yet fully consumed. Only a little over half of the goblin corpses had been used. In the past, even more units could have been produced. But now the ants had generally been enhanced. With larger bodies and stronger combat abilities, they also consumed more food. If he went all out on production, he could easily spawn a 1,000,000-strong insect army. It already had the feel of an insect swarm. But the individual combat power was too weak. In the games he had seen, the insect race's individual units were also quite powerful. Only with both quantity and quality could a truly terrifying swarm be formed. Currently the ant army was still no match against powerful creatures. Numbers alone were of little use, they would be wiped out by area effect attacks. Zhao Ziyan looked at the ant army before him with great satisfaction. Leaving aside combat power, the sheer numbers alone accelerated the condensation of his divine power. Moreover, the ant army had not only grown in numbers. When Zhao Ziyan transferred his consciousness to the other world, the ant queen Xiaoyi relayed an even more thrilling message. Previously, Zhao Ziyan had ordered Xiaoyi to devour red ants in order to obtain their genes. This time luck was on his side. Among the red ant corpses, they had indeed extracted the gene for spraying formic acid. The formic acid gene had been acquired earlier. The ants delivered via courier previously had not enabled them to spray acetic acid. But they could produce some formic acid to enchant the ants' mouthparts. Now they had gained the ability to control the carapace and muscles, squeezing the formic acid produced in the gland out through the mouth. In essence, the ants now had a specialized gland for producing formic acid. The acid was stored in the gland after production. This gene allowed the ants to control the muscles and carapace around the gland. By compressing the gland and squeezing hard, they could spray all the stored formic acid out. The principle wasn't complicated, but evolving these controlling muscle groups naturally would take an unimaginably long time. This new ability also gave rise to a new unit type, the long-range unit that Zhao Ziyan had dreamed of. In appearance it resembled a worker ant. However, the gland for producing formic acid was notably swollen. Excluding this specialized gland, its body was slightly smaller than a worker ant's. But this gland accounted for half the weight of the new unit. The gland had undergone a drastic mutation, tearing a hole in the back and protruding out of the body, constantly wriggling. The acid inside swelled the gland to enormous proportions, making it almost translucent. With a closer look, one could even see the acid flowing within. Overall, it appeared larger than a worker ant. Like a toxic explosive bug, it carried a large medicine jar on its back. It was like a child carrying a backpack larger than itself. This new unit moved extremely slowly, had weak defense and bite force, but concentrated all its advantages into this ranged attack. What should it be called? Zhao Ziyan immediately thought of a familiar name. Toxic explosive bug. That would be copyright infringement. He looked at it again. No matter how he viewed it, it no longer resembled an ant. He couldn't name it something with ant anymore. Spitter. A name with a certain flavor. Since food was still relatively abundant, Zhao Ziyan ordered the ant queens to produce more spitters and halted production of all other combat units. Through continuous production, the sprayer ants were spawned. Zhao Ziyan also noticed their consumption. It was 3 times that of worker ants for producing the same amount of food. The consumption was the same as that of flying ants. After producing some sprayer ants, Zhao Ziyan directly tested their combat capabilities. He summoned a few worker ants as mock enemies. First, he had 2 worker ants attack the sprayer ants simultaneously. Upon encountering the enemy, the formic acid inside the sprayer ant's body began to operate rapidly. The carapace around the gland contracted sharply, coordinating with muscle movements to violently expel the formic acid. Although ants possessed acid-resistant genes, they were not completely invulnerable. The antennae and weak joints suffered certain damage after being corroded by the massive amount of acid. The worker ant had several legs broken and its antennae corroded away. Although protected by its thick carapace, it did not sustain fatal injuries. Yet it had already lost its mobility and could no longer fight. However, there were 2 attacking worker ants. So just as the sprayer ant killed one, the other pounced on it. Given the sprayer ant's weak defense, the worker ant bit it twice and its body was torn open. Zhao Ziyan quickly called off the experiment. The sprayer ant's defense was indeed too weak, much like the earlier bees, almost 0 defense, crumbling after a couple of bites. He had the sprayer ant shoot with maximum force into the distance to test its maximum attack range. A curved parabolic trajectory flew into the distance. Ultimately, the sprayer ant's maximum attack range reached 1 meter. However, the accuracy was uncontrollable. When the sprayer ant fought the worker ants, the distance was 30 centimeters. At 30 centimeters, it could strike the enemy with relative precision. Beyond that, deviations occurred. At 1 meter, only distance could be considered with no accuracy at all. But accuracy was not a concern. In the future, with more ranged units, a direct firepower saturation would suffice. Accuracy was irrelevant. The amount of formic acid stored was about 1 milliliter. For the sprayer ant's body size, holding 1 milliliter was already quite substantial. It was only about 1 centimeter in length. The specialized gland on its back for storing formic acid was an incredible feat of nature. If using a standard test tube to drip water, about a dozen drops would fill 1 milliliter. Depending on environmental conditions, test results might vary. Due to factors like the test tube impurities in the water or differences in viscosity, there might be slight deviations, roughly 10 to 20 drops with no large error. Each sprayer ant could shoot 1 droplet of water, and after about a dozen shots it would run dry. Zhao Ziyan was very satisfied with this data. If before each battle he could first unleash a barrage of firepower on the enemy, it would definitely cause heavy casualties. And after a rest they could fire another volley. It took the sprayer ant about an hour to replenish its ammunition and produce 1 milliliter of formic acid. However, producing formic acid consumed energy and required food. Grabbing a pack of snacks, Zhao Ziyan lay on the bed and ate. He had gradually learned to multitask with his mind. He could perfectly perform simple actions in the real world while simultaneously directing part of his consciousness into the other world to control things. The temporary ant nest had now developed a sizable force. With a small amount of food left, he decided not to produce more units. And quite some time had passed. The current situation was extremely tense. The fragrance of the spiritual herb grew increasingly potent. Even this scent had miraculous effects. Zhao Ziyan could clearly sense that the nearby ants, even doing nothing, were gradually becoming stronger. Perhaps because ants were inherently weak, the improvement was more noticeable. The powerful creatures inside were even more nervous, confronting each other, warily afraid that someone else would be the first to rush forward and seize the ripened spiritual herb. Zhao Ziyan originally planned to stay low-key, waiting until the great battle fully erupted before venturing out to search for food. After all, he had already obtained so many goblin corpses, and he was content with this fortune. But as luck would have it, the red fire ants seemed to know that their comrades had met trouble here, or perhaps they were just wandering nearby. The red fire ants, originally scattered around searching for food, gradually converged. Perhaps they were fighting powerful enemies or hunting weaker creatures. But all of them stopped what they were doing. Each unit had 10 to 20,000 or 20 to 30,000 individuals. The red fire ants that had been fighting the black beetles earlier were part of them. In short, a massive number of red fire ants gathered here, hundreds of thousands. And the location of their assembly happened to be near the several temporary nests. Zhao Ziyan was a bit stunned. After good luck bad luck comes knocking, right? He really didn't want to fight. Could it be that they truly came for revenge? But insects shouldn't have such high intelligence. Often when a comrade dies it's just dead. When hungry they even eat their own kind. Could it really be a coincidence? Zhao Ziyan believed the temporary nest's defensive measures were quite good. Any traces of ant movement or pheromones had been cleaned up. If they were just passing by they would never find such traces. Unless he saw the main red fire ant force gathering, then worker ants scattering in all directions. They were conducting a methodical search. Watching the orderly formation of the red fire ants and their continuous exploration of the surroundings. They didn't resemble mindless insects at all, but rather an army with a commander's strict discipline and order. Yet Zhao Ziyan's massive ant army. Although well hidden, if the enemy was determined to search they would inevitably find some clues. Under a rotten tree leaf a red fire ant burrowed around, seemingly searching. Then it suddenly raised its head and ran back to the main force. Zhao Ziyan had long sensed the enemy's abnormality. He had already ordered all ants to be ready for battle. At this moment the red fire ants seemed to sense Zhao Ziyan's temporary nest. The main force moved toward the location of the temporary ant nest. Several soldier ants led the way, constantly scouting. Well, they had discovered it after all. Zhao Ziyan's eyes flickered and he made a decision. Though he didn't know why these red fire ants were so abnormal, he was certainly not afraid of them. Strike first to gain the advantage, hesitate and suffer. Since a fight was inevitable he had to launch a preemptive strike. The sprayer ants had been produced in large numbers. The current unit count was as follows: 500000 worker ants, 60000 soldier ants, 60000 flying ants and 50000 sprayer ants. Because the sprayer ants were newly produced their numbers were relatively smaller. But this unit's role was enormous. Zhao Ziyan smirked. My bomber plan can finally be launched. Have the flying ants grab a sprayer ant, then let the sprayer ant spray wildly in the sky. The enemy ground units could only howl but had no way to counter. The scene was too beautiful to imagine and Zhao Ziyan was trembling with excitement. A flying ant latched onto a spray bug and flapped its wings with all its might, striving to lift off. But it failed to take flight. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. However, the next moment a new idea struck him. What if two flying ants carried one spray bug? Surely that would work. Indeed, as soon as he issued the command the situation improved instantly. Two flying ants firmly grasped a spray bug and slowly ascended into the air. From the temporary ant nest such combinations began to take flight one after another. By now Zhao Ziyan's ant army no longer needed to conceal itself. The red fire ants had fully sensed the presence of the big head ants and charged forward with ferocity. A large portion of the ant army was not hidden inside the nests. After the earlier skirmish between goblins and mercenaries they had remained concealed on the nearby trees. Now these forces also dropped all pretense and encircled the red fire ants. Roughly 2/3 of the troops were hidden on the trees outside. 1/3 of the troops remained inside the nests. However, all the spray bugs had just been produced from the ant nests, so they emerged immediately and launched ranged attacks at the red fire ants. The effect was remarkably effective. Although some ants could spray formic acid themselves, they had little resistance. Such was the case with the red fire ants. Sometimes an unlucky one would be hit in a vital spot by a teammate's acid and die instantly. In the very first wave the vanguard of the red fire ants suffered heavy casualties. The red fire ants were bewildered. Bro, is this for real? What kind of ant can spray that far? In an ant civil war you're bringing ranged units. Meanwhile a swarm of flying ants circled overhead poised to strike. Alright, you even have air units now, huh? The spray bugs fired relentlessly. But the red fire ants were driven by a relentless suicidal fury. Although the front lines had suffered devastating losses causing momentary chaos. Yet at this critical juncture a sharp-piercing screech erupted from the midst of the red fire ant army. Screech! The insect cry spread through the ranks of red fire ants, covering almost every single one. In an instant all the red ants became even more frenzied. A faint red glow seemed to shimmer in their eyes. Strange mucus continuously dripped from their mandibles, but they paid it no heed. The front lines instantly regained order, charging madly toward the enemy. Although torrents of formic acid rained down, causing grievous losses. Soon wave after wave of reinforcements surged forward, showing not the slightest fear of death. Yet the red fire ants, constantly suppressed, felt a deep frustration simmering within. Some of the red fire ants, driven to desperation, even bit into their own comrades, venting their rage and replenishing their strength in the process. Zhao Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. It was an area effect skill similar to Xiaoyi's. This red fire ant colony had a special unit. And the earlier orderly behavior was likely due to this unit's control. Otherwise normal red fire ants would have acted like reckless brutes. Zhao Ziyan began to observe the buffed red fire ants closely. Through continuous observation he noticed that these ants had indeed grown stronger. Their eyes were bloodshot and they moved faster but seemed somewhat disoriented, sometimes attacking their own teammates. Their offensive power appeared enhanced. A single bite could kill a comrade, dealing considerable damage. However, their defense seemed compromised as the formic acid inflicted more harm than before. Previously tens of thousands of spray bugs needed 3 volleys to kill a full health red fire ant. Now after 2 volleys a fresh wave of fully healthy red fire ants was nearly wiped out. Well, judging by that, the fact that a red fire ant could kill its comrade in 1 bite wasn't solely due to increased attack power. The lowered defense also played a role. The situation had grown extremely tense. The spray bug's rate of fire wasn't fast. After about 10 volleys the red fire ants were almost upon them. There were some aerial bug bombers overhead, but the number of flying ants in the nest was limited, so the bombers were few. They could only spray a few times to disrupt the red fire ants' advance. At this moment the soldier ants charged out from the nest with worker ants following close behind as cannon fodder. The rear units had to be protected. If ranged units were engaged in melee they would be utterly defenseless. The soldier ants immediately engaged the red fire ants in close combat. The spray bugs behind them ceased fire, though they still had some ammunition left. Further spraying would hit their own allies. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan had other plans for them. Only about 1/3 of the forces were in the temporary nests. 2/3 of the ant army had descended from the nearby trees to provide support. Thanks to their superior speed the flying ants reached the battlefield first. However, the red fire ants could spray formic acid over short distances. The range was about 10 centimeters, with some reaching over a dozen. So the flying ants dared not harass them from the air lest the acid hit their wings and ground them. In direct combat flying ants were only slightly stronger than workers. If they fell to the ground they would be overwhelmed by the red fire ants. Thus they refrained from harassing the red fire ants. Zhao Ziyan ordered them to carry all the spray bugs from the nests. 2 flying ants per spray bug. In this way over 60,000 flying ants lifted more than 30,000 spray bugs. 30,000 bug bombers took off simultaneously. Zhao Ziyan gazed at the spectacular sight and beamed with delight. If the enemy has no anti-air units and you suddenly have a swarm of flying units, you can truly appreciate how satisfying it feels. Even if each attack dealt only 1 point of damage, you could still wear them down. Moreover, the red fire ants were currently under a berserk-like effect. Their attack power and movement speed were greatly enhanced, but their defense had decreased. On the front line the soldier and worker ants were indeed suffering. The empowered red fire ants were even more reckless. Every bite from a red fire ant soldier inflicted severe damage on a big head ant soldier. Conversely, a big head ant soldier's bite might be dodged by the red fire ant's swift movements. Red fire ants were naturally smaller and more agile. In previous battles worker ants would rush forward to restrain the red fire ants, allowing the soldiers to deliver killing blows. But now the red fire ants' damage was too high. When big head ant workers tried to restrain them they were instantly killed, failing to provide any control. Not only the red fire ant soldiers but also the workers were incredibly frenzied. Taking advantage of their small size they madly pushed through the big head ant ranks, even attempting to reach the backlines and bite the spray bugs. The red fire ants actually had the awareness to target the backline. Fortunately all the spray bugs in the rear had already been carried off by the flying ants. Otherwise the red fire ants might have succeeded. Suddenly on the front line the big head ant army was being pushed back step by step by the red fire ants. The queen ant in the nest kept producing and many newly matured ants kept rushing out of the nest to fight. However, the collapse on the front line was still irreversible. The entire 2/3 of the troops that had been hidden outside earlier had now arrived at the battlefield. They began to encircle the front line. The red fire ants had initially assembled about 5,000,000. The soldier ants of this species were relatively more numerous. The ratio of soldier ants to worker ants reached 1 to 4. It was an ant species completely centered on plunder and war. To be honest, this suited Zhao Ziyan's taste. What a pity. They were enemies. Then they would soon die. At this moment the frontline big head ants were holding on with great difficulty. The red fire ants seemed to know that their rear forces had been attacked. The powerful enemy in the rear was not something they could easily contend with. So the red fire ants were now eager to annihilate all enemies on the front battlefield, then go all out to deal with the enemy in the rear. Thus the frontline battle became even more perilous. The red fire ants charged as if they had no regard for their lives. Even some red fire ants from behind directly climbed onto the heads of friendly units crawling forward, continuously trying to attack the enemy. The scene was like zombies, one crowding against another, constantly trying to surge forward. Even dying didn't matter as long as they got a bite, it was profit. Even if they couldn't bite, the red fire ants sprayed their formic acid like it was free. It didn't matter if some acid sprayed onto friendly units. Under this attack of trading wounds for wounds even lives for lives, the casualties among the big-head ant soldier ants instantly soared. The worker ants could no longer hold on either. They tried to help the soldier ants tank damage and provide support but were killed instantly. Zhao Ziyan frowned slightly but then changed his tactics. He decided to directly order the frontline big-head ants to retreat. Originally it was because there were spray bugs behind that needed protection as well as temporary ant nests. But now all the spray bugs had been taken away by the flying ants. Behind the nest contained only the queen ant and some food, and Zhao Ziyan had previously built many temporary nests nearby to store various foods and goblins. This nest was just one of them. Want to break into my ant nest? Go ahead, break in. Retreat. Zhao Ziyan gave a simple command. However, the transmission of this message was only selected for the frontline ants. The big-head ant army fought while retreating, gradually converging toward other big-head ant nests. Without a target to hold, the slowly retreating big-head ants saw their casualties gradually ease. At least they didn't have to hold on desperately and be used as targets. Moreover, the red fire ants would occasionally spray formic acid. Although they had acid-resistant armor, the damage was not too great. But continuous spraying in large quantities was indeed a bit unbearable. As the big-head ant army kept retreating, the entrance of a temporary ant nest was revealed. The red fire ants also noticed this entrance. The aroma of the food inside continuously wafted out, making the already somewhat frenzied red fire ants even more crazed. Kill. No need to say anything more. The first red fire ant to discover the entrance charged straight in. Soon another group of red fire ants rushed in, intending to kill the enemy units inside. At this moment, although the red fire ant army was still pursuing the retreating big-head ants, many red fire ant units had already charged into this ant nest, so the pressure on the big-head ants suddenly dropped. But these red fire ants intending to rush into the ant nest were definitely not having an easy time. Zhao Ziyan had already arranged some soldier ants to guard key positions inside. These positions were basically terrain that was easy to defend and hard to attack, very narrow. When one or two red fire ants came over, they were instantly decapitated by the surrounding soldier ants. Another one came and they decapitated it too. But the red fire ants were already delirious. They were not intelligent to begin with, and combined with the side effects of the frenzy effect, they kept coming one after another like the Calabash brothers rescuing Grandpa, feeding the enemy point by point, sending one after another to their deaths. Of course, this situation couldn't last long. After the soldier ants had killed several dozen times their number of enemies, several red fire ant soldier ants rushed in at once, causing the big-head ant soldier ants to be unable to kill the enemy immediately. This eventually led to them being overwhelmed by the endless stream of enemies rushing in, and they were ganged up on. How despicable. Zhao Ziyan, who was watching, cursed with double standards. This position was excellent. He had thought he could watch a little longer. Then there was nothing more to be done. There was only a little food in this temporary nest. The queen ant left here was caught by the frenzied red fire ants and directly killed. There were also some unhatched eggs and some larvae that were hatching. Zhao Ziyan felt nothing in his heart. He wouldn't feel sad just because friendly units were killed. He had previously thought of using a bit of divine power to save the collapsing frontline situation, but then thought better of it. Divine power was too precious. Zhao Ziyan stretched, then took out a packet of spicy strips and chewed on them. Oh my, so delicious. The red fire ants were rummaging through the complex ant nest for traces of food. Some leftover fungus mats and the corpses of various creatures were all dug out by them. Endless streams of red fire ants intended to come in and get a share of the spoils. Outside they fought for life and death, inside they enjoyed the good life. Although most red fire ants were stupid, they could still tell the simplest good from bad. They had been fighting all their lives. Why not come in and have some good food? This purple-black fungus was really fragrant. Who invented this? How could it be so delicious? Oh, this meat seems to be from our natural enemy, the black beetle. Delicious. Delicious. Wow, is this goblin meat? I've never eaten this before. Delicious. This meat seems to be my second uncle's. My second uncle went to another team to look for food earlier, but now he's lost contact. How can there be my second uncle's meat here? Whatever. Delicious. Under the influence of the frenzy, the red fire ants, already somewhat delirious, were completely dominated by their instincts. The battle outside was still raging fiercely. The big-head ants in front gradually stabilized. Many red fire ants had already entered the ant nest, causing their offensive power to drop significantly. In addition, there was support from the air bug bombers. They would attack with acid from time to time, and the red fire ant army was crazily consumed from a distance, completely helpless. Some red fire ants in anger sprayed formic acid at the bug bombers in the sky, but the distance was completely insufficient. Instead, the acid fell back down and hit their own troops, causing damage to friendly units. The battle between the frontline bighead ants and red fire ants gradually reached a stalemate. Meanwhile, the rear bighead ant forces kept attacking, inflicting heavy casualties on the red fire ants. Even the red fire ants on the front line had suffered severe losses. The red fire ants' previous reckless assaults had driven the bighead ants back step by step. Although the bighead ants suffered heavy losses, the red fire ants' own casualties were no less severe. Moreover, the insect bombers in the sky kept launching attacks. The red fire ants' loss ratio was even higher than that of the bighead ants. At this point, nearly a third of the red fire ants had been killed or wounded. Originally a force of over 5,000,000, they now had only more than 3,000,000 left. On the bighead ant side, most of the casualties were among the ants fighting at the very front. The frontline ants still had about 8,000 soldier ants and 4,000 worker ants. Originally, the front line accounted for one-third of the main force, with 2,000 soldier ants and 2,000 worker ants. Unfortunately, the red fire ants' frenzied attacks had caused many losses. Fortunately, the insect bombers provided support from above, otherwise the front line would have been completely annihilated. In the rear there were many temporary ant nests where the queens were gradually producing new units, barely sustaining the battle. The main issue was that the red fire ant colony had an extremely high ratio of soldier ants to worker ants. The proportion of red fire ant soldiers was as high as 1:4. 1 out of every 5 red fire ants was a soldier. On the bighead ant side the ratio was lower, only 1:10. Often they had to sacrifice worker ants to exchange lives with the enemy soldiers, resulting in particularly heavy losses among the workers. The two specialized ants were following near the main rear force. They were not sent to the front line to endure pressure. At this level of combat, even if they joined, they would not be of much use. These two were rare species. It was enough for them to fight in advantageous situations at the rear. Xiaoyi let out a cry at the very beginning, granting a buff to the main force, and then simply followed the rear troops to deliver some random attacks. Xiaoyi truly could not afford any mishap. Other insects were dispensable. The rear bighead ant forces suffered little damage, basically enjoying an overwhelming advantage. The way the red fire ants had beaten the bighead ants earlier was now exactly how the bighead ants were beating the red fire ants in the rear. At this moment the red fire ant leader seemed to sense the dire situation. Thus it continued to launch frenzied attacks forward, intending to capture the enemy's frontline forces in one fell swoop, then engage the rear forces in a decisive battle. Zhao Ziyan sneered contemptuously. If they wanted to fight, so be it. When they attacked, he retreated. When they retreated, he attacked. He continued to order the troops to fall back. The bighead ant frontline forces soon withdrew to the entrance of the next ant nest. Without any hesitation, they continued to retreat. Another ant nest entrance was discovered by the red fire ants. Without any hesitation, they charged straight in. Already many red fire ants had rushed into the first ant nest. Now a large batch rushed into the second ant nest. Inside there was also only one queen ant, along with some scattered leftover food from the bighead ants. The operation was no different from the first time. Some soldier ants were placed at key positions inside the nest. They killed off many red fire ants one after another. The pressure on the front line decreased significantly. The bighead ants on the front line could even suppress the red fire ants for a moment. At this point the red fire ant leader also sensed something was off. Wait. Where did all my red fire ant army go? These ant nests had all been expanded in size. Previously there wasn't enough space for the goblin meat, so all nests were expanded. Each of these two nests could hold tens of thousands of ants. Plus the red fire ants were smaller than the bighead ants, so even more could fit. These two nests lured nearly 1,000,000 red fire ants inside to feed. The number of red fire ants on the battlefield itself was already low, and now they simply couldn't hold on. Although some red fire ants would come out after eating and rejoin the battle, they were only a minority. At this moment the red fire ant queen began to realize what was happening. Her previous orders were to attack, seize the enemy's nests, and eliminate the enemy queen. The order was sound. Wasn't that how insect battles worked? It had always been that way. But who would have thought there were so many nests? However, it was too late to change the orders now. Insects communicate through pheromones, and transmitting pheromones takes time. There was no way to communicate so quickly. Zhao Ziyan, with his godlike perspective, could essentially command at any moment. For the red fire ant queen to convey a message now, she would have to send a messenger. Clearly it was already too late. The bighead ants continued to retreat. Did the red fire ants want to keep pursuing? If they wanted to keep fighting, they would retreat further. Let's see whether the red fire ants or their retreat routes were more numerous. Not pursuing. If not, then the bighead ants would strike. Suddenly the red fire ants fell into a disadvantage. A large number of their combat units had charged into the enemy's nests and couldn't come out to counterattack. Moreover, those that rushed in were the most aggressive and capable fighters. The ones left outside were generally less fierce. After all, the fast and fierce ones had already reached the front. And with the insect bombers constantly spraying acid from above, many red fire ants in the main force were now crippled. Their antennae were broken or their legs were melted off. Some red fire ants had even been corroded with holes in their bodies revealing muscles and vital organs beneath. They were charging forward purely on willpower and the berserk effect. If they paused for even a moment, they would likely collapse and die on their own. Before the red fire ants could fully react, Zhao Ziyan launched an attack. By now the rear forces had nearly completed the encirclement. The frontline forces directly counterattacked regardless of the casualties. As long as they won, all the corpses could be recycled into protein and recovered. The ammunition of the insect bombers in the sky was almost depleted. So they landed the spray insects on the ground, finding a safe spot for them. Then the flying ants directly joined the battle. At this stage the red fire ants had basically run out of formic acid, so there was no fear of the flying ants being shot down. At the start the red fire ants could still spray a few bursts, but now they were silent, relying solely on melee attacks. Facing these defeated remnants, the two specialized ants and Xiao Xiao directly entered a mode of unstoppable slaughter. They charged in and slashed wildly. Their bodies now measured over 10 centimeters while the ants were mostly 1 or 2 centimeters. This was indeed a massacre. Sometimes enemy ants would climb onto them, so they would run back to their own main force and let their comrades clear the enemies off. Then they would charge back into the battlefield to fight. Xiaoyi had always been somewhat timid in battle. Originally evolved from an ant queen, it was naturally averse to combat. However, this particular fight had thoroughly exhilarated it. Its confidence was fully unleashed. With a single flap of its wings, a powerful gust sent countless foes flying. Xiaoyi didn't even bother to fly, it simply kept flapping its wings. The nearby soil was churned into clouds of dust by its wings while enemies were blown askew, stumbling and overturning in chaos. The actual damage was minimal, but it reveled in the sheer pleasure of dominating the weak. Its raised head and constantly waving antennae radiated pure joy. As for the two specialized ants, they were nothing but ruthless killing machines, no further description needed. They charged wildly through the enemy ranks. When foes climbed onto them and bit, they would retreat to let their own ants clean them off, then charge back in. These two specialized ants were old comrades. If anything happened to them, Zhao Ziyan would be willing to use divine power to save them. However, their combat instincts were indeed far superior. Critical moments were rare. The red fire ants were utterly bewildered. Moreover, the rage ability had its side effects. Its enhancement was gradually waning. Every opponent the red fire ants had faced before would crumble as soon as rage was activated. They had never experienced a prolonged battle like this. The red fire ant queen was undone by its own arrogance. Of course, even if it had been more cautious, facing a foe as insidious as Zhao Ziyan would still spell its doom. After the rage effect ended, a weakness set in, reducing all abilities slightly. Zhao Ziyan keenly sensed this and naturally seized the opportunity. He commanded his ant army to plunge straight into the red fire ants. The red fire ant battlefield was shattered. The vanguard and rear forces of the big-head ants cut through their formation completely. They met at the center of the red fire ant formation. Meanwhile, the nest entrances were blocked by big-head ants. Both openings were surrounded by soldier ants. Any red ant that emerged was killed instantly, unable to escape. Near the entrances, several spitter ants provided ranged support. Huff. The outcome is sealed. He rubbed his temples to ease the strain. Commanding a battle on the scale of hundreds of thousands was his first time. Though they were merely insects, it still exhausted him. Real-time imagery from every direction constantly streamed into his mind, and the continuous issuance of commands drained his mental energy heavily. Hey! Ziyan, your mental energy is heavily depleted. From the side, Shu Shu noticed the situation and exclaimed in surprise. With that, Shu Shu put down its phone, jumped from the desk onto the bed. As mental energy was transferred, Zhao Ziyan felt noticeably more comfortable. Thanks, Shu Shu. You're welcome. Shu Shu chuckled and returned to the desk to play on its phone. It folded a tissue several times into a small stool and sat on it. Zhao Ziyan shifted his consciousness back to the other world. The rest of the battlefield required no further direction from him. It was time to let them act freely. The remaining remnants of the red fire ants were no match for the big-head ants. The survivors were mercilessly harvested. At that moment, red fire ants inside the nest tried to emerge and help, but the big-head ants had already sealed the entrances. This time it wasn't like the ambush inside the nest with just a few soldier ants guarding the opening. Hundreds, even thousands of ants were stationed at the nest entrance, supported by spitter ants. Want to come out? Either dig another exit. But the red fire ants, clearly having lost their minds, never considered that. They were already dim-witted, and the aftermath of the rage only worsened it. On the main battlefield, the red fire ant queen was heavily protected by a mass of red fire ants. They no longer had the courage to launch a frenzied attack. Yet even with all the red fire ants guarding the queen, the numerical disparity was insurmountable. Only a few thousand red fire ants remained, putting up a desperate struggle. Some were even crippled ants hit by corrosive acid. Just as the big head ants were about to annihilate the last of the enemy, the red fire ant queen, surrounded by its guards, let out another shrill cry. Yet the surrounding red fire ants seemed unaffected by any special ability. He. Just the lament of a defeated beast. Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to order the complete annihilation god. Enemy. Surrender. Xiaoyi, now fairly intelligent and articulate, spoke up. It had the intelligence of about a 3 or 4-year-old child. Ha! Zhao Ziyan quickly suppressed his sinister grin, slightly bewildered. Every enemy he had faced before, like the Wasp Queen, had fought to the death without surrender. So his mind was filled with nothing but thoughts of rooting out the enemy completely. Surrender. That was novel. Not to mention this red fire ant queen was quite talented, a large-scale rage buff. Though it had side effects if used well, it was an extremely powerful ability. However, Xiaoyi's group stamina boost was also good. Stamina doesn't directly manifest in battle, but that doesn't mean it's unimportant. For someone like Zhao Ziyan, who favored prolonged battles to wear down the opponent's morale, stamina was especially crucial. Otherwise, declining stamina in later stages would reduce combat effectiveness. With the stamina boost, later stage performance remained nearly as strong as at the start. God. Enemy. Wish to be strong. Surrender. Xiaoyi repeated, adding more information as if it thought Zhao Ziyan hadn't received its message. Zhao Ziyan snapped out of his thoughts. He had been pondering for too long. Agreed. He would accept for now. After all, it posed no real threat. If anything went awry, he could always eliminate it. Wish to be strong. Want to become stronger, huh? That reason was plausible. It even felt like a universal excuse. Why do you want to become my disciple? Because I want to become stronger. Why join our sect? Because I want to become stronger. Why join the demonic path? Because I want to become stronger. I've treated you well, why steal my important item? Because I want to become stronger. Why learn forbidden arts? Because I want to become stronger. We grew up together, why must you marry the sex saint? Because. Nearly 2,000 words. Zhao Ziyan kept applying this universal formula in his mind. It seemed to fit everything. Xiaoyi relayed Zhao Ziyan's message. The Red Ant Queen on the other side received it as well. The tense atmosphere eased slightly between both sides. As for potential betrayal, Zhao Ziyan pondered. Shushu, how do you create a faith seed? How much divine power is needed to produce one? If the Red Ant Queen's talent was indeed remarkable, using a faith seed to subdue it would be acceptable. The seed of faith. The mouse seemed a bit taken aback and asked in return. It then continued speaking. It probably requires 100 points of divine power. There are different tiers of the seed of faith, and the lowest tier requires 100 points of divine power. It can awaken some potential in the believers. There are also higher tier seeds of faith that can significantly enhance the believer's abilities and have a chance to awaken their talents. Basically, the greater the cost to create the seed of faith, the better the effects it produces. If one wants. Zhao Ziyan hurriedly interrupted the mouse. That's enough. I think I understand now. The mouse was cut off mid-sentence but did not get angry. It sized up Zhao Ziyan and then turned back to play with its phone. Upon hearing that it would cost so much divine power, Zhao Ziyan immediately dismissed the idea of using the seed of faith. What a joke. Did they think the divine power he had gathered was just falling from the sky? Well, it did come from the sky, but didn't I put in any effort? This was indeed the case when it came to gathering divine power. The little ants on the front lines only needed to fight hard and sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, we gods in the rear had to consider many more things. Dismiss the thought of using the seed of divine power to 100 control the Red Fire Ant Queen. After all, the data panel can sense the level of faith believers have in themselves. If the faith level is low, then one can just eliminate them. Zhao Ziyan conveyed the message to Xiaoyi, instructing on the capture of the red fire ants. Just like with the local black ants before he made them believe in him. The red fire ants themselves were a very aggressive race. Surrendering was absolutely out of the question. However, their leader, the Red Fire Ant Queen, had already developed a certain level of intelligence. This queen did not behave like her kind, solely focused on relentless offense and crazed battles. She originally believed she was the overlord of this region. When she encountered a powerful ant race that could match and even defeat her, her desire to survive caused her to abandon the thought of fighting to the death. Instead she planned to join the opposing side. Of course whether she would betray them in the future was uncertain. However, when she sensed through pheromones that the opposing race had divine protection, at that moment the entire ant colony fell silent in shock. Divine being. This was the message transmitted by the newly converted red fire ant queen. Zhao Ziyan observed that her faith value was exceedingly high. She had only just converted and was already at 99. Normally one would still count as faith, but it provides very little. These types of believers were always on the verge of losing their faith. The higher the faith level, the more faith they provided. Typically 50 was already quite good. After all, normal beings still had to go about their daily lives eating and sleeping and couldn't possibly devote all their thoughts to their divine being. Except for those fanatical believers, most would just eat, sleep and continuously pray to the god they worshipped. Above 80 was considered fanaticism. Zhao Ziyan's ant believers were generally fluctuating around 98, 99 and 100. Normally they had a faith value of 100, but if they were hungry it would drop slightly to 99. If they were particularly hungry it might drop to 98. Once they were fed, their faith value would return to 100. They typically wouldn't fall below 98. Simple-minded little creatures are quite easy to deceive. The red fire ant queen might have had a thought of developing quietly and then betraying. But upon hearing about the divine being, the idea of betrayal was out of the question. Wasn't it normal to lose? The opposing side had divine assistance. After receiving her message, Zhao Ziyan casually sent a little information back. It didn't have any specific meaning, it was just transmitting his aura a bit. It basically conveyed acceptance of the red fire ants joining his race. Divine beings must maintain an air of aloofness and mystery. Although Zhao Ziyan indeed had a high regard for her talent skills, it didn't mean he would excessively flatter her the moment she came over. What would that lead to? Following that, the two races ceased their mutual attacks. Nearby, the red fire ant queen, the ants protecting her, also began to believe in Zhao Ziyan. After all, their leader had already believed in the divine being. Next, there were still 2 ant nests left where the red fire ants were trapped inside. The queen sent several messengers inside to notify them. Although the tens of thousands of red fire ants in the nests felt incredulous, their ant nature made them 100% trust their queen. Soon everything was almost settled. Inside the 2 ant nests there were about 70,000 red fire ants combined. Originally there were nearly 100,000, but many were lost to the big head ants who decimated them like the heroes in the story of Hulua. After the faith conversion, the red fire ant troops also received feedback from the divine being. Although Zhao Ziyan wasn't particularly strong, he was still considered a divine being. The overall aura of the red fire ants also became stronger. Zhao Ziyan named the red fire ant queen Xiao Hong to help him identify her in the future. Xiao Yi secreted some genetic material from her mouth and fed it to the red fire ant queen. Xiao Hong also imitated her, secreting some genetic material. After merging the gene pools of the two races, the red fire ants became combat units in Zhao Ziyan's ant army. Once Xiao Hong became one of his own, she informed Zhao Ziyan that there were still more of her kind nearby. During the battle earlier, the main force had arrived first, while some smaller groups were still scattered around and had not made it. He could gather them all to increase the strength of the ant army. Zhao Ziyan glanced at Xiao Hong's 100 faith value and agreed to her request. With her faith value at this level, it was clear when she would betray or remain loyal. Zhao Ziyan continued to send flying ants to investigate the situation at the elixir. Previously he had been focused on the battle with the red fire ants and had no idea how things were going elsewhere. The flying ants dispatched several hundred to scout. They spread out and flew in various directions. Ahead it seemed that some creatures were already fighting. It was a group of wolves and a group of crocodiles. However, they seemed to be just ordinary creatures. Many other areas were also engaged in battle involving some relatively weak ordinary creatures. Upon careful observation, Zhao Ziyan concluded that the effects of some spirit herbs were not too strong, but they matured relatively quickly. Those powerful creatures looked down on them, but for the weaker creatures they were still excellent opportunities, leading to a scramble. Zhao Ziyan's gaze grew fervent at the sight of those coveted fruits. After all, ants were not a particularly powerful race. These fruits could undoubtedly grant them a significant enhancement. With the current strength of his ant army, he could surely contend for 1 or 2 fruits. Their sheer numbers alone would make their coordinated assault terrifyingly formidable. However, these areas were chaotic beyond measure, with many clans battling for hours only to have another race swoop in and seize the spoils. The scene of the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind played out everywhere. The ant army had expended tremendous effort coupled with a stroke of luck to reach their current state. A severe setback would spell utter disaster. Zhao Ziyan held back. Though he longed for a share of the bounty, his greatest virtue was his clarity of mind, knowing precisely what to do and what to avoid. He ordered the ant army to hide entirely, just as before, some concealed among nearby trees, others within the temporary nest. His current position had been meticulously chosen. It was sufficiently distant to shield the ant army from the shockwaves of powerful creatures' battles. Yet this location was discovered along a riverbank, and many beasts were accustomed to moving alongside rivers. Whenever a solitary or injured animal passed nearby, Zhao Ziyan would strike without hesitation, intercepting the prey. No sooner had this plan been set than a human figure dashed past. "Damnable ants, you dare kill my clan's young! Even if I fail to seize the spiritual herbs today, I will tear you limb from limb." A thunderous roar erupted. The flying ant scouts reported a massive lion wreathed in flames. The lion's mane blazed with fire, crackling audibly. The trees around the flame lion were ignited by its body heat. The flames spread with terrifying speed, reducing wood to charcoal in an instant. Even its mighty roar caused some of the hidden ant army's status bars to quiver. Zhao Ziyan was stunned. "Ants! Ha! Is it after me? When did I provoke this creature?" In a flash the voice of the fleeing figure reached him. It was a swordsman carrying a blade on his back, dressed in shabby threadbare clothes that seemed worn for ages. His face was unshaven, giving him a careless, unrestrained demeanor. "Ha ha ha, old fool, even if I killed that little lion, so what? Doesn't your jungle lot preach survival of the fittest? That little beast could slaughter weak adventurers at will, so why can't I slay it? Roar! I'll kill you. Come on, come on. Catch me if you can, and I'll let you." The two mighty figures streaked away like the wind. The fierce air currents from their rapid movement caused trees to shudder violently. Some plants snapped, others were scorched to cinders by the flame lion. "Whoa, scared me. I thought ants were aimed at my army." Zhao Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the ants were already hidden and suffered minimal impact. What followed was a long, tedious wait. Though he dared not send the main force to vie for opportunities, the reckless spirit within him still stirred restlessly. He then controlled several hundred flying ants to scout the situation, seeking any chance. Even if nothing came of it, watching the spectacle would be entertaining. The swarm of flying ants advanced steadily. The surrounding creatures paid them no mind. Zhao Ziyan scanned for targets. Yet most of these beings were beyond his capacity to challenge. Even injured creatures would hardly be harmed by a few hundred ant-sized insects. His goal was to stealthily snatch lightweight spiritual herbs, having the flying ants seize them and fly back. The earlier battle between the wolf pack and the crocodile was still ongoing. The crocodile's thick hide resisted the wolves' bites, while the wolves' agility let them evade the crocodile's lunges. Both sides were deadlocked, and neither was weak enough for others to profit. He turned his attention elsewhere. A monkey clutching a fruit leaped through the jungle, surrounded by a few companions apparently guarding it. These monkeys were not particularly strong, but their agility kept them just out of reach. They used their nimbleness to taunt other animals. When they encountered slow-moving creatures, they would scratch their faces and kick them. Roar! Other beasts, unable to seize the spiritual fruit and mocked by the monkeys, grew furious. But they were helpless. One animal roared only to have a monkey toss a handful of dirt into its mouth. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The monkey's face beamed with smug delight, occasionally snapping off a branch to hurl at the creatures below. As they swung from vine to vine, a black fur-covered fist slammed into the face of the fruit-bearing monkey. Thud! It was instantly knocked down. The punch sent the monkey flying 3 meters, and the fruit slipped from its grasp, rolling away. Zhao Ziyan, controlling the flying ants, saw it was a fruit resembling a dragon fruit, but with faint glowing veins, clearly no ordinary fruit. It looked somewhat like a flame fruit. Trouble, such a fruit was too heavy for the few hundred flying ants to carry. He needed lighter spiritual herbs. Things like certain grasses or flowers, which were generally light. Fruits full of juice and weight were impossible to lift. The owner of the black fist revealed itself a robust gorilla. This black gorilla was clearly not of the same clan as the monkeys. The gorilla was both agile and powerful, a natural predator of the monkeys. Yet the monkeys refused to yield. Several rushed to distract it, while one tried to snatch the fruit. But at that moment the soil near the fruit stirred. A hole collapsed, revealing a brown head, a groundhog. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak! The monkeys harassing the gorilla clawed at it frantically, leaving bloody scratches all over its body. One monkey even reached for the gorilla's eyes, aiming to gouge them out. The gorilla, though mighty, was overwhelmed by the swarm of monkeys. With a furious roar, it shook them off violently. 2 monkeys were flung away, but one clung tenaciously to its neck. Enraged, the gorilla ripped it off and slammed it into a tree. The monkey shrieked in pain, its cries echoing through the forest. 3 monkeys went to harass the chimpanzee, while another monkey intended to snatch the spiritual herb back. But by then the groundhog had already extended its claws. Both of them grabbed the fruit at almost the same moment. They pulled backward with all their might, but neither could overpower the other. Although the groundhog was short, the monkey was not particularly strong either. Meanwhile, the chimpanzee could not be distracted for long. The three monkeys were already battered and bruised by the chimpanzee, and one of them had even collapsed to the ground, twitching, seemingly on the verge of death. Seeing the fruit about to be taken away, the chimpanzee lost all interest in finishing off the monkeys. It immediately charged toward the fruit. At that moment, the monkey and groundhog, still locked in a struggle for the fruit, showed no intention of giving up. By the time they noticed the chimpanzee rushing over, it was already too late to flee. A single punch struck the monkey down. It seemed to hit the temple, just one blow, and the monkey began foaming at the mouth, its legs twitching and jerking spasmodically. The groundhog let go. It intended to burrow back into the dirt. But the chimpanzee was not about to let the creature that tried to steal its fruit escape. It yanked the groundhog out of the earth. Then, as if playing soccer, it tossed the groundhog into the air and kicked it away with a powerful swing. Suddenly, the groundhog soared to a height it had never reached in its life. Zhao Ziyan immediately broke into a cold sweat. This chimpanzee was way too ferocious. He should not even think about that dragon fruit. But just as he was about to leave, something seemed to fall from the direction where the groundhog had been sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be something like a stalk of green bristlegrass dropping down. The bristlegrass drifted down slowly and eventually landed on the canopy of a large tree. Zhao Ziyan instinctively felt something was off. Why would a groundhog carry a stalk of bristlegrass? He sent a flying unit to check, and indeed it was no ordinary grass. Although it roughly resembled bristlegrass, its tip faintly emitted an unusual fragrance. The flying ants had been tiring after a period of flight, but just smelling that aroma instantly restored their stamina. Excellent. He knew that the more chaotic the situation, the better the chance to pick up a bargain. Without a second thought, Zhao Ziyan ordered the flying ants to bring the bristlegrass over. Fruits and such were too heavy to carry, but this bristlegrass was very light. Dozens of flying ants grabbed it and took off. Their flight speed was not much slower than usual. Of course, though the ground was fraught with danger, taking to the air did avoid the chaos below. But the sky was not safe either. Many flying birds and strange creatures were circling around. Although there were usually few birds in the sky, how could this place where spiritual herbs gathered fail to attract them? Before Zhao Ziyan could celebrate for long, he had already been spotted. A flock of geese-like birds began swooping in. They seemed to have sensed the uniqueness of the bristlegrass. Damn it! How dare they trespass on his turf? Zhao Ziyan flew into a rage and immediately ordered the flying ants to dodge. The distance was still considerable and the main base had plenty of flying units, but they couldn't get there in time. There wasn't enough time. The geese would surely snatch it away. Zhao Ziyan's eyes darted around. He had some flying ants distract the geese while the others dove into a random large tree. The group carrying the bristlegrass found a tree with dense foliage. They hid the bristlegrass among the leaves. Then they took off again, joining the distraction and flying in another direction while harassing the geese. Soon all those flying ants were sacrificed. The geese swallowed them one by one, and their thick feathers made it hard for the ants to break through. A few hundred flying ants were just a snack to them. After eliminating all the ants, the geese found no trace of the bristlegrass. They cried out in frustration in the sky, then began searching nearby. However, the geese had been led far off course. There was no way they could find the bristlegrass. Zhao Ziyan immediately dispatched the flying ants from his nest. 50,000 ants mobilized at once. 10,000 of them went to locate the bristlegrass. He had memorized the tree's appearance when hiding it, so it was easy to find. The other 40,000 went straight to deal with the geese. Damn it, did they think his ant army was a pushover? The geese searched for a while but found absolutely nothing. But they were extremely unwilling to give up, for they were just weak creatures. They dared not go down to the ground and compete with wolves and leopards. They had almost found a spiritual herb only to lose it. They regretted it so much they could die. And soon they would indeed die. 40,000 flying ants swarmed over like a plague of locusts, surrounding them tightly. The geese initially paid no heed. These small insects were part of their diet. They had devoured countless bugs over time. Could food ever turn the tables? Soon their wings were gnawed off. They fell to the ground, but the impact did not kill them. However, wingless, the geese could only waddle forward like ducks. Zhao Ziyan no longer needed to bother with them. Soon an injured leopard arrived. It seemed to have lost a fight with another creature and was bleeding just in time to replenish its strength. Thus the geese had their necks bitten off one by one, letting out a few pitiful cries before being turned into fertilizer. Zhao Ziyan had no interest in the geese's meat. After plucking the feathers, there was very little flesh on birds. The bristlegrass was safely delivered to the temporary nest without any incident. Zhao Ziyan called Shushu over to take a look, but Shushu also said it didn't know. Every world had its own local specialties, and only some very knowledgeable Shushu would know about them. Many things were of little use, so Shushu hadn't bothered to remember them. If one had to memorize everything in the universe, the brain would probably explode. Since that was the case, Zhao Ziyan decided not to worry about it. After all, it would be eaten anyway. Once it was in his stomach, he would find out what it did. Even if it had no special function, these energy-rich spiritual herbs could serve as high-nutrition food. It would be good to produce more little ants. So he let Xiaoyi eat it. But at that moment, Xiao Hong, who was next to Xiaoyi, also wanted a taste. Zhao Ziyan was taken aback, then recalled that Xiao Hong's talent was probably decent too. So he decided to share a bit with it. Xiao Er, standing nearby, also wanted some. That was the queen ant of the original native black ants. Zhao Ziyan ignored it completely. You can't do anything and your talent is utter garbage. You can eat nothing. Chewing. Delicious. Sweet. Xiaoyi and Xiao Hong ate with relish. Xiao Er was finally given 2 mouthfuls. However, the ant's mouth was small and 2 mouthfuls were as big as a grain of rice. It could only get a taste. Zhao Ziyan was about to return his consciousness to the real world to rest. Because he never expected this green foxtail to provide any special effect. It would be good enough just to enhance the overall size of the ants. Who knew that just as he took a sip of cola, Xiaoyi delivered good news. Divine gene modification. Put. The cola instantly couldn't be held back and sprayed out. Right beside him was Shushu, and Shushu was sprayed all over with cola. What are you doing, Ziyan? Shushu turned around angrily, glaring at Zhao Ziyan. Cough. Sorry, Shushu. Cough. Accidentally choked on the cola. Forcing down his excitement, he took Shushu to the faucet to rinse with tap water. Then he returned to the temporary ant nest perspective. When the divine perspective shifted to Xiaoyi, the status bar changed. Originally, under the divine perspective, the status bar only showed health points and attached buffs. All other places were blank. But now in Xiaoyi's status bar, besides the status bar and health points, there was also a gene modification option. That's right, it was similar to the gene modification of the interstellar Zerg. The divine perspective manifested various abilities in a form understood by the divine itself. This gene modification talent was obtained by Xiaoyi after eating the green foxtail just now. It was just displayed in the form of game options. Zhao Ziyan carefully studied this gene modification and found many genes inside, but they were all scattered in a mess. Some genes had already been combined, forming the combat units that could be produced. For example, worker ants, soldier ants, etc. These were the combined genes. Additionally, acid resistance genes were attached. There were also some strength genes which seemed to be obtained from devouring horned insects earlier. No wonder the ants' attack power was stronger now and their bites were more forceful. It turned out they had this strength gene. Zhao Ziyan originally thought it was just normal evolution. There were also genes for producing formic acid obtained after fighting with red fire ants. This was already known. There were also talents like carapace enhancement, digging, stomach enhancement, stamina boost, etc. They were all relatively normal and weak talents. The amplification effect was not significant. In short, after studying, Zhao Ziyan's excitement could no longer be suppressed. Previously he had to rely purely on luck to see if he could obtain new units. Now he could modify new units by himself. The first thing he did was to fuse the genes of red fire ants and big head ants. Using the big head ants genes as the main body, he fused all the advantages of red fire ants such as agility and strong attack power into the big head ant. Combined with the big head ant's own strength and defense, the combat power was directly greatly enhanced. However, the future consumption might be larger because each added talent would require more energy. But it was definitely worth it. Moreover, during Zhao Ziyan's continuous exploration, he discovered that there was also a hidden gene within the gene modification. That was the gene of specialized ants. It seemed to be a gene for increasing size. This situation existed in the real world. Some abnormally large units would inexplicably appear among ants. These were the so-called specialized ants, basically with abnormally large bodies. Even with the current level of technology, no specific reason had been studied. Various theories had emerged endlessly with all kinds of ridiculous reasons, but there was never conclusive evidence. Zhao Ziyan frowned and studied this gene. This thing was hidden. Or rather, this gene was sealed. The specialized ants produced before were probably lucky, resulting in 2 of them. Anyway, no more specialized ants were produced afterward. However, there seemed to be a crack on this seal. Zhao Ziyan had no idea what to do. This specialized ant gene was definitely very powerful, but why couldn't it be used? With a thought, Zhao Ziyan transmitted a strand of divine power. Xiaoyi was eating food in the nest and suddenly came into contact with this strand of divine power. In an instant, a familiar feeling once again enveloped its body. The entire insect became a bit larger and its various attributes were enhanced. But Zhao Ziyan did not see the crack of this hidden gene become larger in its status bar. It seemed that divine power had no effect on unlocking this hidden gene. Could divine power only enhance attributes but not unlock this gene? Or was it not enough? Would he need to transmit more divine power to unlock this gene? Zhao Ziyan was not sure. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. Anyway, since this gene was here, there would definitely be a chance to unlock it later. Zhao Ziyan tried gene modification again, intending to create the bug bomber. Previously he had 2 flying ants carry a spray bug to barely form the bug bomber. Zhao Ziyan planned to directly fuse the flying and spraying genes. He started the operation without delay. However, after formally modifying the genes, Zhao Ziyan discovered the difficulty. Each gene modification consumed a large amount of food. Moreover, the resulting effect might not be as powerful as imagined. This bug bomber was a failed modification. Using the flying ant's genes as the main body, the special gland for producing acetic acid from the spray bug was added. Although it did combine these 2 genes, the huge ammunition storage gland was very heavy. The flying gene had difficulty carrying such a heavy weight. Later Zhao Ziyan reduced the size of the acetic acid gland and enlarged the flying wings. This time it did fly, but it was very clumsy. It flew very slowly, completely losing the agile characteristics of flying ants. Moreover, after the gland was shrunk, the ammunition storage capacity greatly decreased, weakening the strike effect. Moreover, originally after the spray bug ejected its formic acid, the flying ant could put it down and then the remaining flying ants could rejoin the battle. But this newly created spray flying ant had completely lost its ability to fight Hedon. Its overly clumsy movement speed and fragile defense made it very easy to become a target for enemies. Moreover, the production cost of this unit was also astonishing. Zhao Ziyan let out a deep sigh. This genetic modification had undergone countless adjustments. Each tweak consumed vast amounts of energy yet yielded no results whatsoever. Paying tuition fees. For the first time Zhao Ziyan tasted the bitterness of failure. But it was no big deal, the nest was overflowing with enemy corpses, so wasting a bit of energy mattered little. He could simply replenish it by eating more. This time he had learned his lesson. Many genes appeared formidable, but recklessly merging them together was never wise. Blind fusion only spawned a chaotic mess. Conversely, some less impressive genes could unexpectedly combine into powerful combat units. He set aside the genetic modification issue for now. His current combat units were sufficient. Zhao Ziyan was not one to dwell on stubborn problems. Flying ants tirelessly scoured the chaotic battlefields yet found no other opportunities. Near the temporary ant nest, a few wounded animals occasionally stumbled in, only to be swiftly captured by the ant army. Food reserves swelled once more. Time passed quickly and the daylight hours ended amidst the various skirmishes. The ant army remained hidden, patient. They rarely engaged in direct confrontations with other creatures. Their actions were mostly limited to scavenging animals that had been killed in the chaos, or harvesting those on the verge of death. Occasionally other insects and carrioniating vultures came to compete for the food. But the ant army now exerted overwhelming dominance at the bottom of the food chain. Those who sought to steal their meals rarely met a favorable end. In the real world, evening had fallen. Zhao Ziyan and Shu Shu had already eaten dinner. The other world had also sunk into darkness. Yet Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective seemed to possess night vision. Even in the pitch black, the visual feed remained clear save for the dimmer colors. He could still discern the surroundings. The ant army had concealed itself far away and nothing noteworthy occurred. Zhao Ziyan had grown so bored that he started playing games. He duoed ranked matches with Shu Shu. But Shu Shu's skill was atrocious. Truly, he would cast his first skill and then flash afterwards. Shu Shu. Why did you miss your targeted ability? Ah. I hit the jungle monster. Go go go. Tank the damage for me. No way, Shu Shu wants to eat the jungle monster. They're at our base. Come back and defend. No way, Shu Shu wants to eat the jungle monster. We're about to lose. Bam. The game was lost. Oh, the monster's still alive. Zhao Ziyan sighed helplessly. You play. It's clearly my limit. Haha, it's okay, Ziyan. Shu Shu doesn't blame you. Fine fine, you're the one who's unfazed. Zhao Ziyan said nothing. Words felt utterly powerless at such a moment. Wow, these teammates are so amazing. How did they know Shu Shu has no mother? Shu Shu never told them. Could it be some skill like precognition? Shu Shu hopped around cheerfully, seemingly delighted. Zhao Ziyan. As long as you're happy. Just as he decided to challenge Shu Shu to a ninja duel and teach him a lesson in the arena. A sudden tremor echoed in his mind, news from the other world. The spiritual medicine has ripened. The message came from Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan immediately abandoned the thought of playing on his phone. He instructed Shu Shu to play on his own, then shifted his consciousness to the other world. The scent of herbs had grown intensely thick. Even from the distant ant nest the rich aroma of medicine was unmistakable. Roars and screams echoed through the entire forest. The sounds of booming explosions, crackling fires, and the dazzling flashes of magic spells filled the air. Many patrolling flying ants had perished from the shockwaves of battle. The conflict had begun. Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered the ant queens to consume all remaining food and produce combat units. After this great battle, food would never be scarce again. Far from the ant nest near the area closest to the spiritual countless powerful beings had already engaged in combat. Yet most were locked in standoffs, none able to reach the spiritual medicine. Damn humans, get out of our forest. These spiritual herbs grow in our Luori forest, not for outsiders like you to covet. A bizarre creature roared at the human faction facing it. It had a goat's head, wolf's hooves, a deer's body, and a tail like a dragon's. Its body was covered in crimson scales. Two massive jagged horns on its head continuously emitted shockwaves, attacking the enemies before it. It bore a resemblance to descriptions of Qilin. Yet its ferocious countenance and the murderous aura it exuded starkly contrasted with the auspicious Qilin. The creature was enormous, standing 10 meters tall. All other beings nearby seemed insignificant in comparison. The human before it was equally unyielding. The human wore pitch-black battle armor and wielded a longsword and a shield. However, the dazzling array of special effects made it impossible to discern his exact features. A corona of brilliant light surrounded the human. Behind him many support personnel layered buffs upon him continuous. The interplay of light made him appear spectacular, clearly a figure of great importance. The man in black armor spoke with authority. Humph. Years ago, when the true dragon heart appeared in our forest city auction house, you old monsters from Luori Forest still drove a beast tide to attack us, seeking to seize that treasure. A support member behind him chimed in, getting senile in your old age. You can drive beast tides to attack us, but we can't gather some herbs. Have we given you too much face these past few years? The armored man at the front heard his companion's words, smiled slightly, and continued, moreover, these unowned herbs have always been claimed by the fated. As the Lord of Forest City leading this allied force, I merely seek my share. Another person behind the Lord added, you old bastard, always with your double standards. When you came to steal, you never thought of dying. Now you want us to leave. I don't recall any alcohol in this forest, why are you so drunk? Did you guzzle horse urine? The Lord of Forest City heard the remarks from his retinue and chose not to retort, merely smiling in silence. Good, using a proxy attack. As a lord he had to maintain his image and couldn't spew vulgarities. So he let others speak for him. Listening to the words spoken by the humans before it, the bizarre creature was also enraged. However, as a beast it lacked the sharp verbal attacks of humans. It could only let out a furious roar, the energy attack from its massive horn intensifying. At this moment the Forest City Lord before the strange creature was still struggling to withstand the assault. The Forest City Lord's strength was inherently inferior to that of the bizarre creature. This strange being was the most formidable overlord in the Sunset Forest. Having survived for countless years, its power was terrifying. The City Lord only managed to hold on thanks to the support of many others behind him. Healing and buffs, only by holding off the forest's strongest overlord could others seize the spiritual herbs. Their constant verbal taunts were also intended to keep the bizarre creature's attention on them, preventing it from focusing on others. Clearly the taunts were quite effective. For a moment both sides were deadlocked. Hold on, brothers. Don't let this old beast interfere with our plan. This batch of spiritual herbs is enormous. If all of them fall into the beast's hands, the beast tide in the Sunset Forest will become too fierce for us to withstand. If we can't obtain these herbs, we must at least destroy them all, never letting them fall into the beast's mouths. The supporting members were running low on spiritual energy, but they gritted their teeth and persisted. In the forest other powerful overlord-level creatures were also locked in standoffs. Elves, dwarves, orcs and other races were equally unyielding. Meanwhile the other battlefields were still fiercely contested. The most valuable batch of spiritual herbs remained in a stalemate, with no one successfully claiming them. However, some medium and low-value spiritual herbs had already been obtained by others. These herbs were overlooked by the powerful beings but were exactly what the gatherers needed. Every creature believed they had a chance to acquire something, so they fought more recklessly and desperately. A wolf-like creature even reached the herbs and swallowed one. But a tiger chasing it bit the wolf to death. It then ripped open the wolf's belly and retrieved the herb. A roar of excitement echoed from the tiger's throat. It seemed to be celebrating its victory. Then a gorilla leaped down and punched the tiger's back, snapping its spine. The tiger whimpered paralyzed and could only watch as the gorilla snatched the herb and twisted its neck. Wow, that gorilla is the one that fought the monkey earlier, Zhao Ziyan observed. This gorilla was incredibly fierce. It had already seized several herbs. This area was like a battlefield royale. At the center lay the best, most valuable herbs. But the spiritual energy concentration was high everywhere, and some inconspicuous spots might also yield herbs. In remote areas, herbs could even sprout in corners. One had to search carefully. Even if found, they could be taken by others. This gorilla never bothered to search for herbs itself, it simply robbed others. It was too powerful. The scenes elsewhere were similar, chaotic battles where no one could guarantee a smooth acquisition of herbs. Some were fishermen reaping benefits from a conflict, while weaker creatures scavenged after powerful beasts had weakened each other. Zhao Ziyan remained composed, not yet commanding his ant army to join the fray. At that moment a mercenary squad caught his attention. The squad consisted of 2 people he had seen in the tavern while scouting with flying ants. One was a young man named John and his drunken master. They had formed a squad with other mercenaries. They were currently dealing with wolf-like creatures. It seemed to be a squad where veterans led newcomers. The older mercenaries were clearly more experienced. The younger ones were greener and less skilled. Fortunately, the wolf-like beasts were not very strong and the squad won with some effort. After the battle, they sat under a hidden tree to rest briefly. Lena, look at this pill my master bought me, a spirit-gathering pill that accelerates spiritual energy enhancement. The young man named John constantly boasted to a girl beside him. He held a light blue pill, flaunting it. The pill seemed to emit a faint fragrance, refreshing the weary mind and body. The girl replied, indifferently sounding perfunctory. Did you see my sword technique just now? It's a technique my master taught me. I don't know its name, but it's incredibly powerful. I killed 2 wind wolves with one stroke. John kept trying to engage the girl in conversation. Not bad. Hearing the girl's simple praise, John grinned broadly, the minor injuries he had sustained now seeming trivial. Zhao Ziyan frowned. Damn it. Such a simp. I hate simps. You'll have my ants bite you later. At that moment another young man approached. His armor was more refined and the long sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light. He looked more mature, a few years older. Brother Lan, are you injured? The previously aloof girl now showed concern for the newcomer. It's fine. Here are some pills to replenish mental energy. Lena, you can use them. A mage's combat effectiveness drops significantly without enough spiritual energy. He handed the girl a small bottle containing the pills he mentioned. By the way, John, you were too impulsive in that fight. There's no need for such an aggressive approach. We have more battles ahead. Although you killed the wind wolves faster, a safer method would have kept you from getting hurt. He also passed John a small vial. This is a salve that accelerates wound healing. Apply it to the cuts. Poof. No need, I have my own. The young man named John sneered. Take it. My uncle is the city lord and he gave this to me specially. It's more effective than ordinary healing ointments from shops. The young man didn't mind and placed the vial beside John. So what if he's the city lord's nephew? Nothing special. Little John muttered under his breath as he watched the young man walk away. The 3 young members of this team were each accompanied by several veteran mentors. Since the nephew of the forest city lord was among them, 3 powerful warriors dressed as guards had been assigned by the lord to protect him. The young girl meanwhile was connected to a merchant guild, being the descendant of a prominent figure within it. 2 members of the team were elders of this girl Lena and had accompanied her for training. As for the slovenly drunkard-looking warrior, he was naturally Little John's drunken master. Initially everyone had low expectations of Hans. No one believed a worthless drunk could teach Little John well. Yet Hans intended to take John out for training. Everyone thought he was just talking, for what strength could a hopeless drunkard possess? Bringing along a novice warrior for training, it would be fortunate if they didn't lose their lives in the forest. Who would have guessed that he was actually a bronze-tier warrior? In the end, these people formed a team and set out together, hoping to claim a share of the fortune in this opportunity. Within this team there was a silver-tier warrior. He was the strongest among the 3 guards of the lord's nephew. A silver-tier leading a group of bronze and black iron. Though the forest was exceedingly chaotic, relying on their strength they managed to remain relatively safe. Not bad, Lon. In a little more time you'll surely become an outstanding silver-tier warrior. In the future you'll definitely grow into a top-tier powerhouse as strong as the city lord. Unlike me, who can only linger at the middle of silver. In this life he'll probably just scrape by at the peak of silver. Lon was 2 years older than John and Lena and was already a bronze-tier warrior. His swordsmanship was steady and solid, though lacking any dazzling highlights. It was almost flawless. Uncle Beard, you're too modest. You'll definitely become a gold-tier powerhouse. As for me, Lon gave a bitter smile. My talent is poor. I want to become like my uncle. Don't lose heart, Lon. Your hard work is evident to all of us. But does hard work necessarily make one stronger? It definitely will. Hearing these motivational words from his elder, Lon could only pout. But Uncle Beard, didn't you say earlier that no matter how hard you tried you could only reach silver? The man with a thick beard had intended to offer more words of encouragement. But upon hearing this he was instantly at a loss. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. A silver tier led several bronze tiers at the front, fending off some beasts that had fled nearby. Lena and John, both black iron, stayed behind, taking it easy and merely finishing off injured beasts. Another one. With the strong ones blocking danger ahead, John at the back had little pressure. At this moment he found a spiritual herb under a large tree in a corner covered by fallen leaves. It was a vibrant flower, its petals displaying two colors of ice blue, appearing strikingly alluring. John glanced at the others ahead and moved toward the flower without making a sound. Pretending to stumble, he bent down and grabbed the spiritual herb with one hand. Ha, got it again. John narrowed his eyes, looking very satisfied. This was already the third bargain he had picked up. Normally the team's harvest would be distributed according to contributions at the end. However, fool, what's the use of killing beasts like an idiot? These spiritual herbs are the real treasures. Oh right, he's the city lord's nephew, how could he care about these tiny spiritual herbs? Isn't he just because he has a city lord uncle? Without the city lord, what is he worth? John coldly watched Lon, who was continuously slaughtering beasts ahead. He felt great disdain. At that moment Hans walked over from the front. Are you all right, John? What happened just now? As John's master. After leaving Forest City, the drunkard Hans seemed somewhat different. He had completely shed the decadent look of being perpetually dead drunk in the tavern. John said nothing much. A snake tried to ambush me just now, but I drove it off. Hans nodded and didn't say anything more. This disciple's talent was excellent. He could learn simple techniques in one go while being taught. Even difficult ones, after a few practices, he could execute with decent skill. He was quite satisfied inwardly. Zhao Ziyan had been following behind for a long time. Since the flying ants were small, a few tiny insects buzzing around would hardly draw anyone's attention. Thus he had been spectating from behind, clearly seeing all the little tricks. How does this brat have such dumb luck? He couldn't find a single spiritual herb elsewhere for half a day. Yet following this brat he found that the kid could dig one up every now and then. Seriously, were spiritual herbs this easy to find? Watching elsewhere, beasts of various races fought fiercely, bloodying each other. They fought until brains were spilled, good legs were kicked lame, and lame legs were broken. They would even risk their lives for a single damaged spiritual herb. And then look at this sight, picking them up like trash, effortlessly gathering several. Zhao Ziyan's heart was truly unbalanced. He was almost getting jealous. Though these weaker spiritual herbs outside might be beneath the notice of top experts. But that was only for high-level experts. For creatures of mid to low tiers they were nothing short of miraculous elixirs. Zhao Ziyan even wanted to command his ant army to snatch all the spiritual herbs from this lucky brat's hands. However, after glancing at the silver tier warrior who could unleash sword energy, he thought better of it. In this Western-style fantasy world, Black Iron tier was basically not much stronger than an ordinary person. With some training and a couple of techniques one could be certified as Black Iron. At Bronze it was different, they were almost all like elite soldiers. They were highly proficient in all skills and their physical condition was impeccable. Dressed in full metal armor one could tell how heavy it was, yet they wore it as if it were nothing. They swung their iron longswords as easily as wooden sticks. At Silver tier they could generally unleash sword energy and similar techniques. They barely transcended the realm of mortals. Earlier, when that silver tier warrior was surrounded by a pack of beasts, he directly unleashed a large-scale white sword energy. It instantly cleaved all those beasts in half. However, such powerful moves obviously couldn't be used continuously. After one use he became depleted. Zhao Ziyan hadn't witnessed the stages beyond that. The flying ants leisurely followed behind the team. Little John was indeed lucky, often picking up spiritual herbs, but when the fruits were picked, some leftover leaves and roots still contained spiritual energy. Zhao Ziyan directed the flying ants to take away all the remaining parts with spiritual energy. Though the effects were not as good, every little bit added up. These spiritual plants made decent food. The more spiritual energy something contained, the more likely it was to promote biological evolution. It's nothing, all for the sake of progress. Eating rotten vegetables and tree roots, nothing shameful about it. Following that lucky dog around to pick up scraps isn't too bad either. Zhao Ziyan thought merrily. However, just as he planned to continue drifting along, a furious roar suddenly echoed from afar. Roar. Then other tremendous roars followed. Howl. Chirp. Squawk. Damn. Hearing these sounds, Zhao Ziyan immediately shifted his perspective to the vicinity of the most valuable spirit herbs. Many flying ants unable to withstand the roars were shaken down. However, a few remained with residual health, continuing their surveillance. At first those powerful beings were locked in a standoff. A few fought, but they did so with relative restraint, only exerting a fraction of their strength. But now the battlefield had descended into a frenzy. Damned ants. I will tear you to pieces. Kill these accursed humans and elves. Slay them. Vile pointiers, it's you again. The forest overlords were fuming with rage. These ancient rulers, having lived for eons, possessed intellect no less than humans. Initially their confrontation was a tacit farce, for everyone knew the principle: the bird that sticks out gets shot. As top-tier powerhouses, even if their combat prowess differed, the gap was never vast. Whoever dared to charge first for the spirit herbs would surely become the target of all. Yet just as the forest overlords were scheming among themselves, a squad of races from outside the forest stealthily infiltrated. It was a coalition of elves and humans bearing special artifacts to conceal their auras in various stealth scrolls. These items were clearly crafted by powerful magic masters. For a time they went completely unnoticed by the standoffish forest overlords. It wasn't until they neared the spirit herbs and began harvesting that the overlords sensed something amiss. TCH, brainless beasts can only howl. If you have the guts, come and fight. Why all the barking? The city lord's team, locked in a standoff with the mightiest forest overlord, had held on for a long time. The supporting personnel continued to taunt. By now the pressure on them had reached its peak. But this plan must not fail. They had to draw enough hatred for the infiltrating squad to complete the mission. Even if sacrifices were necessary, they were willing to pay the price. In recent years the beast tides had grown increasingly terrifying. The abundant resources of the Sunset Forest allowed beasts to mature rapidly. If the spirit herb gathering did not curb this trend and all the herbs were seized by the forest beasts, their power would surge, shattering the balance between the beasts and the city's defenses. Forest City would likely fall soon. Roar. Earth-shattering howls echoed one after another. These forest overlords, though vowing to destroy the human squad, rarely took action. These intelligent beasts were no fools. The humans and elves were clearly formidable. The priority now was to seize the spirit herbs. As for those damned ants, they could settle the score later. The standoff was shattered. Once all the overlords rushed for the herbs, the city lord and his guards could no longer hold them back. But no one targeted them now, or rather no one had the time. A humanoid black bear overlord stared intently at a spot where spirit herbs grew. This black bear spirit stood 5 meters tall, with a ferocious savage bear head and limbs that had taken on humanoid form. Its entire body was covered in jet black fur, and its bulging muscles brimmed with explosive power, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. With a powerful leap of its strong legs, it burst through numerous obstacles and lunged toward a coveted spirit herb, a crimson fruit. Aura of blood and chi emanated wildly, clearly of great use for physical cultivation. Ha, it's mine. As its coarse fur-covered arm reached out to grab the fruit, a heavy blow struck its back. Looking down, it saw a bloody hole through its chest. The fruit slipped from its grasp and rolled to the ground. A bird, also an overlord, stood behind the black bear. Its hard elongated beak, wreathed in blazing flames, had pierced straight through the bear's body. The black bear shuddered, then let out a furious roar. Its body, immensely powerful and controlled, clamped its muscles around the weapon within, freezing the beak in place for an instant. It prevented the enemy from fleeing immediately. Bang! A fist slammed backward. The bird overlord was sent flying. Though its attack was potent, it lacked the raw strength of a bear in close combat, taking a loss in a direct clash. Cough. Bear overlord, that blood chi fruit is not for a brute like you. Only in my hands can its true power be unleashed. This firebird did not adopt human form. For some beasts their original form was better for combat. The black bear spirit pressed its chest wound and the blood ceased flowing. Its expression twisted with fury. You bastard, bullshit. Then it launched an explosive charge. Its massive bear paw clenched into a fist and smashed toward the firebird. Boom, boom, boom. The firebird soared to dodge, then spat several fireballs in retaliation. Foolish creature. The firebird sneered contemptuously, then, as the black bear was distracted by the attack, swooped down to the spot where the fruit had fallen and snatched it up. Roar. The black bear, enraged at being toyed with, roared in frustration. Chaotic scenes unfolded everywhere. Not just the overlords, but even slightly weaker creatures ventured into the deepest battlefield. After all, there were only a dozen overlords, while the spirit herbs were abundant. What if they got lucky? If the overlords were the big bosses, these ambitious creatures were at least elite monsters who didn't want to advance, to forever be under the thumb of the overlords. One particular beast caught Zhao Ziyan's attention. Wasn't this the wolf that had been chased earlier? Zhao Ziyan remembered this wolf clearly. It had backstabbed its own teammate, dragging the leopard down. Thus it disrupted the pursuing elves and made its escape. It also trampled to death some of his ant followers. That last point was the most crucial. The wolf leaped nimbly through the chaos, dodging attacks from other beasts. It was in no hurry to grab herbs, instead surveying the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity. Its gaze fixed on the black bear and the firebird overlords locked in combat. Zhao Ziyan watched the scene and couldn't help but smirk. How sly. It was clear it was up to no good. Boom! Several massive fireballs crashed into the black bear overlord. The dark red fireballs displayed the terrifying heat of their temperature. The black bear swung its arms, dispersing the fireballs, but the residual heat still scorched its fur black. Of course, its fur was black to begin with, so after these attacks its appearance remained unchanged. However, only it knew how troublesome the opponent before it was. The initial penetrating wound through its chest, though it had stopped bleeding, still greatly affected its combat effectiveness. Damned red-feathered chicken! The black bear roared, uprooted a nearby large tree and hurled it fiercely at the firebird. As the firebird dodged, the bear's body suddenly leaped up, jumping 20 meters high. It flashed to the firebird's side. Having already leaned backward to avoid the tree, the firebird overlord could not dodge in time. Bang! The black bear overlord clasped its fists together, raised them high above its head and swung them down in a full arc, smashing heavily. Even its fists faintly glowed with a dark red light. The firebird was instantly struck, letting out a mournful cry. It was heavily smashed to the ground by the black bear. At that moment the black bear intended to jump down and deliver a heart-stomping kick. But then came a deer's call. Following that, an icy blue beam struck the black bear's body. An ice blue figure emerged from not far away. It was an ice deer, entirely ice blue, with ice crystals covering its body surface. Get lost! A furious shout came from the ice deer's mouth. Beside them there was a huge turtle covered in magma. A coal turtle. And an icebound deer. The two of them had already started fighting here. Perhaps due to their elemental attributes, the two were naturally incompatible. They weren't even fighting over a spiritual herb, they simply disliked each other. And the black bear, while fighting with the fire crane, had moved into this area, affecting their battle. Naturally they became very angry. And the black bear overlord was not a good-tempered creature either. Seeing itself attacked for no reason, how could it tolerate that? Pa! Fine, you bighorn deer. Just the thing, your bear grandpa is feeling a bit hot now and your ice is just right to cool me down. Then it also threw a punch at the icebound deer. At this moment the nearby coal turtle saw its opponent being attacked. Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, it directly launched a magma burst attack at the icebound deer. The scene became chaotic. Seeing that the attacks were no longer focused on it, the firebird quickly got up, spread its wings and flew high, intending to first distance itself from the battlefield. As a fellow overlord-level creature, its close combat strength was slightly weaker than the black bear's. Additionally, being skilled in long-range magical attacks, its defense was relatively weaker. Yet it had been brutally beaten by the black bear several times at close range. Now its condition was poor and combat effectiveness had greatly declined. Where do you think you're going? The commotion also caught the attention of the black bear overlord. As the enemy who had ambushed it first, the black bear originally thought that this firebird had been killed by its heavy blow. But it didn't expect that this enemy could still barely get up. Then it forcibly endured an ice attack from the icebound deer and lunged toward the firebird. It delivered a powerful uppercut. The fire crane, which had been taking off slowly due to serious injuries, was instantly hit by the punch. This time takeoff was fast. It launched like a catapult, instantly reaching the sky. However, after coughing up a mouthful of blood, the firebird slowly spread its wings in the air and managed to fly. Stupid bear, I'm leaving now. You can slowly look for the spiritual herb yourself. The black bear saw that although its punch had severely injured the opponent, it had successfully sent the opponent to a safe position and couldn't help but feel anxious. But it had no way. Being a bear, could it fly into the sky? That punch had only been satisfying for itself. Calling it a stupid bear was not unjust at all. At this moment there were also some powerful bird creatures in the sky, circling and looking for opportunities. But they still dared not approach the injured fire bird overlord. Although it had suffered severe injuries, the residual might of the overlord still made them cower. Seeing a few eagles trying to test it, the firebird immediately spat out several fireballs, burning all the approaching eagles into charcoal. The bird-shaped charcoal fell straight down, intimidating the other creatures around. Poof! A bunch of useless creatures. The firebird snorted coldly, looking disdainfully at the flying beings around. Then it found a secluded place and landed. Flying in the sky was not good for healing injuries. It needed to stop to recover better. An exceptionally tall broadleaf tree grew there with very dense foliage and no enemies around. It was clearly a good place to perch. Phew! The firebird overlord let out a long sigh. Although the process had been extremely dangerous, the result was good. As long as it could digest this blood chi fruit, its strength would definitely increase significantly. Birds naturally have weak blood chi. Even after becoming an overlord, it still hadn't made up for this weakness. But this fruit could greatly enhance its blood chi and strengthen its physique. Even the improvement in blood chi could in turn nourish spiritual power to some extent. Next time it would definitely burn the damned black bear to ashes. The firebird lord thought viciously. Then it began to secrete saliva from its mouth and apply it to the wounds. This was its unique healing method. The saliva could greatly accelerate wound recovery. As for the blood chi fruit, it planned to absorb it after recovering its condition, otherwise it wouldn't be able to absorb the medicinal power 100, causing waste. But just as it began to recover peacefully, it completely failed to notice that danger was approaching. A dark blue figure was creeping closer. Perhaps due to confidence in its own strength, or because it had relaxed, its vigilance dropped. The firebird overlord was completely immersed in beautiful fantasies of the future. Or perhaps this ice wolf had strong concealment abilities. It was covered in ice crystals, as if using its unique ability to freeze all its own aura. Around it, except for the drop in temperature, there was no aura leaking at all. Why does it feel a bit cold? Since I advanced to overlord level, I have never felt cold again. No. Just as the firebird overlord felt something amiss and was about to act, it was already too late. Awoo! A wolf's howl sounded, followed by a sharp pain in its left wing. Turning its head to the left, it saw a huge wolf head biting its wing. Aye. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. The ice wolf had originally intended to bite the enemy's neck. But since the firebird lord reacted in time, it failed to sink its fangs into the most vital spot. Thus it had to settle for the next best, biting the wing, ensuring the bird could not take flight. The firebird lord ignited its entire body once more, cloaking itself in flames to both protect itself and sear any nearby foes, yet the flames enveloping it were no longer as formidable as before. Still, the damage they inflicted was far from negligible. However, the frost wolf showed no signs of retreat, its jaws clamped tightly around the wing. The excruciating pain from its wing nearly overwhelmed the firebird lord's reason, and it felt as though the bone might snap. A mournful cry rang out. Then several fireballs burst forth, hurtling toward the frost wolf nearby. Such fireballs could not be unleashed at close range, for they would harm the caster as well as the target. The explosive force of the spell did not discriminate between friend and foe. There was no immunity to friendly fire. But as a fire-attributed beast, the firebird lord possessed high resistance to flame. Left with no alternative, the firebird lord had to burn its bridges. Yet it still underestimated the frost wolf before it. After several fireballs struck, the frost wolf was indeed blasted downward by the searing heat and violent explosions. It tumbled from the tree to the ground with a thud. But its jaws never loosened their grip on the firebird lord's left wing. A piercing pain shot through it. Glancing to the left, it saw its wing had vanished. Ah! Damn! The intense heat from the fireballs and the shockwaves threw the firebird lord off balance after losing one wing. It could no longer stay aloft. It plummeted from the broken tree. The frost wolf below had barely recovered. As an elite monster, it could withstand attacks from overlord-level beings, though not without difficulty. But the firebird lord, grievously wounded, could no longer unleash attacks of its former might. The moment the lord crashed down, the frost wolf lunged again, sinking its fangs into the bird. This time it struck true, the neck. Woo-woo! A plaintive cry arose. The flames around the firebird lord blazed even fiercer. This was its only defensive skill, enhancing its resilience while scorching those nearby. Yet its shattered body and depleted spiritual energy had stripped it of its peak combat prowess. The frost wolf's tenacity was such that even as its jaws were nearly cooked, it refused to let go. Its fur, once a glossy dark blue, now hung charred and black. Even its teeth became loose as the flesh in its mouth cooked, causing them to fall out. But it still held the enemy's neck in a death grip. This was its only chance to prevail. At last, after both sides paid a tremendous price, the frost wolf eked out a narrow victory. The flames around the firebird lord gradually died and its life force faded. Gulu-lu. A blood chi fruit wreathed in dark red energy rolled from the firebird lord's feathers. The frost wolf dragging its half-cooked body stood up. It picked up the blood-chi fruit and vanished, not lingering. But soon it returned, tore open the Firebird Lord's chest and devoured its heart. Then it cracked open the skull, retrieved a gleaming small orb and carried it away. For magical beasts, the bodies of other beasts were also treasures to accelerate cultivation. Had time allowed, the frost wolf would have devoured the entire Firebird Lord. But the chaos and danger forced it to seize only the most precious spoils. Generally, a magical beast's crystal core was where its power coalesced. Some beasts also possessed unique materials, like the horn of a unicorn, the wings of a long-winged tiger, or the teeth of a sharp-toothed fish. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan, constantly seeking opportunities, was vexed by losing track of his target. He had ambushed many weaker creatures after they claimed their prizes, taking both their bodies and the spiritual herbs. An army of nearly 1,000,000 ants was no joke. Zhao Ziyan had come to realize the importance of mobility in this chaotic battlefield. Though other units were powerful, the flying ants' maneuverability was unmatched. To exploit every opening, Zhao Ziyan produced many more flying ants. His tactic was to send flying ants ahead to engage and immobilize the target, while soldier and worker ants advanced to finish the kill. So far he had reaped a decent harvest: 7 lesser spiritual herbs and the carcasses of various creatures, small ones like chickens, ducks, geese, and larger ones like goats, wolves, and leopards. All were relatively ordinary beasts. Those that could cast spells and displayed clearly superior combat prowess Zhao Ziyan dared not approach. He had originally kept his eyes on the frost wolf, which had once caused considerable damage to his ant nest. Zhao Ziyan was not a forgiving man. But as he watched, the frost wolf suddenly vanished from sight and he could not find it anywhere nearby. After searching for a while, he realized he could not dwell on it. So he turned his attention to a black gorilla. This gorilla was exceptionally ferocious. It never sought herbs on its own, instead it snatched them from other creatures. It had already seized many herbs. Though wounded, its injuries were not severe and it remained a formidable fighter. Zhao Ziyan had observed for a while. This gorilla was among the stronger elites but still fell short of overlord level. The gorilla was currently chewing on a duck leg, the remains of a fire-breathing duck it had defeated. After killing the duck, it had eaten the meat. Yet while it hunted others, it too was being hunted. Not far away, a thick python coiled on a tree branch. The thickest part of the python's body was nearly half a meter in diameter and its length exceeded 10 meters. 2 sharp fangs dripped with venom as its tongue flickered. Its head was triangular. There was a saying that triangular-headed snakes were mostly venomous. Zhao Ziyan prepared to enjoy the coming spectacle. While anticipating the show, he issued orders to the temporary ant nest. He was ready to scavenge the spoils. The ant army converged on this area; these two were bound to fight to the death. Opportunities were made, not waited for. If they did not cripple each other, the ant army would simply not attack, suffering no loss. As the black chimpanzee cheerfully counted its gains while moving forward, it completely failed to notice the massive python coiled on the tree ahead. The python's skin pattern had a camouflage effect, almost blending perfectly with the tree. Moreover, the chimpanzee was a creature with formidable physical strength. Although it was quite capable in combat, its mental perception abilities were clearly weaker. As the nearly 3-meter black chimpanzee stuffed a spiritual herb into its mouth while chewing on a duck leg, a dark green giant python lunged straight down directly above the chimpanzee's head. Its enormous bloody mouth opened wide as if it could swallow a person in an instant. Even if the chimpanzee had been slow-witted, it could not have failed to react at this moment. It twisted its head to dodge, avoiding the tragic fate of having its head crushed. But the massive snake head still sank its fangs deeply into the chimpanzee's left shoulder. Roar! The chimpanzee let out a furious roar. With its left shoulder bitten, it raised its right fist and punched straight at the snake's head. The giant python had failed to crush its head in one blow. It intended to retreat first, but its massive body meant it could not be very agile, so it had to take the full force of the punch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This punch landed just below the eye. If it had been a bit higher, the snake's eye might have been pierced through. Nevertheless, the left eye was still affected and dark red blood began to seep out. The giant python flicked its tongue, emitting pain sounds. But its massive body was not idle. It immediately coiled toward the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee was not entangled at first; instead it leaped up and stomped heavily on the python's coiling body. Taking advantage of the chimpanzee's momentary stiffness from falling, the giant python successfully coiled around it. The giant python was undoubtedly a formidable elite magical beast. Moreover, its supple body had a certain restraining effect against a powerful opponent like the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee was by no means resigned to its fate. Although its body was coiled, it continued to pound the python's body with both fists. The giant python was relatively larger, with a length of over 10 meters and a diameter of half a meter, making it even more terrifying. However, at higher level, size does not necessarily mean strength. Although the chimpanzee was only a little over 2 meters tall, its physical strength was clearly much greater. If it were an ordinary prey, being coiled by the snake would have killed it instantly. But now, despite the python constantly tightening its coils, it did not inflict serious crushing damage on the chimpanzee. On the contrary, the chimpanzee kept inflicting damage with its fists. Yet just as it continued its assault, the massive snake head suddenly lunged forward again. The enormous bloody mouth still aimed for the head. The chimpanzee used its two thick arms to firmly brace against the python's upper and lower jaws. This prevented the snake's attack. However, in doing so, it could no longer inflict damage on the python. It could only watch as the python relentlessly tightened its coils. The remaining air in its chest grew scarce. The chimpanzee felt its breathing becoming increasingly difficult. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a while. The chimpanzee grabbed the python's two sharp fangs and repeatedly slammed the snake's head against a nearby tree. With both hands needed to control the python's head, this was the only way to inflict damage. But such damage felt somewhat inadequate compared to the python's constantly tightening coils. Moreover, the python was venomous and the initial bite had already injected toxins into the chimpanzee's body. Just as Zhao Ziyan thought the chimpanzee was about to die, suddenly the pitch-black creature emitted a faint red glow and the sound of its heartbeat grew loud. Even beneath its black fur, traces of blood began to seep from the skin. Thump, thump, thump. The tremendous beating of its heart sounded like a drum. At that moment, the chimpanzee's strength seemed to erupt. It yanked out the python's two fangs in one go and quickly landed several more punches on the enemy's head. Then it instantly flung the python's head aside. Its two muscular arms plunged violently into the snake's body. Although the giant python was large, its defense was clearly much weaker. The huge snake scales shattered instantly, utterly unable to withstand the chimpanzee's attack. The chimpanzee then grabbed the python's body and pulled it apart in two directions. It tore open a huge gash, nearly ripping the snake in half. At this point, half of the python's body was connected only by a thin layer of skin and flesh. However, the python now began to fight desperately. Just as the chimpanzee tore open the snake's body, the massive snake head, glowing with a cyan light, lunged forward and bit down. This time the speed was extraordinarily fast, and although the chimpanzee's strength had greatly increased, its movements seemed somewhat sluggish. Instantly, the snake head fiercely clamped onto the chimpanzee's head. Crack! The sound of tearing muscles and breaking bones followed, sending a wave of discomfort. The chimpanzee's head was swallowed into the python's mouth and its massive headless body slumped limply. Squirt, squirt, squirt. The chimpanzee's blood spurted like a small fountain from the neck wound. It somewhat resembled the scene from the old version of Grand Theft Auto when you shot a pedestrian in the head. What a pity. This chimpanzee was a contestant Zhao Ziyan had high hopes for. Unfortunately, it was too reckless. It had already sustained some injuries from previous battles with other creatures, and its combat strength was no longer at its peak. In chaotic battlefields, it's the cunning ones who thrive. Some people always think that as long as they have good skills, they can just charge in recklessly. But if you have good skills and also play cunningly, wouldn't that be even more invincible? The giant python slowly flicked its tongue a couple of times. It was already exhausted. Who would have thought the opponent would be so fierce? Even with a slight advantage in countering the enemy, it started with a surprise attack, applying poison first. Yet it ended up in such a sorry state. Half of its body was nearly torn apart by the chimpanzee. Although a layer of skin still connected it that was purely psychological comfort, it could no longer feel its lower half. Its head was also deformed from the beating, and one eye was completely unable to open. However, despite its heavy losses, seeing several spiritual herbs that had fallen from the chimpanzee, the giant python's head still showed a hint of pain satisfaction. Such gains were definitely acceptable. It wasn't all for nothing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python steeled itself and directly tore off the troublesome lower half of its body. Since it could no longer sense that half of its body keeping it was just a burden, it then flicked its tongue and crawled toward the chimpanzee. Zhao Ziyan was already growing impatient. He. Time for me to take the stage. The ant army had not yet fully arrived. This fight had ended a bit too quickly. But he could certainly send the flying ants to cause some interference and delay until the main force arrived. Just as Zhao Ziyan was about to make his move, a familiar figure suddenly darted out. But no. Bro. You. A frost wolf, its body scorched black but revealing patches of icy blue fur, burst out from a thicket. It was the very one, our sneaky opportunist. The frost wolf. The giant serpent was already on its last legs. It had barely won by mustering its last breath. Now the frost wolf had likely finished its fight with the firebird overlord some time ago and had recovered somewhat from its injuries. Still swift in its movements, before the giant serpent could fully react, it leaped onto the serpent's body. It sank its fangs into a spot 3 meters behind the serpent's head. As the old saying goes, strike a snake at its 7 inches. That 7 inches refers to the vital heart area. Given the difference in size, the exact distance of the 7 inches would naturally shift. How this wolf judged it was anyone's guess. But the moment it bit down, the giant serpent shuddered violently and thrashed about. Yet its battered body could not shake off the frost wolf. With its last ounce of strength, the serpent's toothless head swung back and bit into the wolf's right thigh. A low-pained whimper escaped the frost wolf's throat. But the sound came from its throat. Its jaws remained clamped, tearing furiously at the heart area, its sharp fangs biting even harder. The serpent's body was enormous, with thick scales and muscle. Yet the wolf, also an elite-level creature, cleared the obstacles in a few tries and bit straight into the serpent's heart. A low growl rang out. The frost wolf, gripping the serpent's heart in its jaws, raised its head high. The roar was deliberately subdued, as if to avoid alerting any other enemies nearby. The giant serpent stared in disbelief. One eye had been gouged out, its face battered beyond recognition. Its expression was unreadable, but regret must have consumed it. So there was still a hidden master. Snake, oh snake, in the art of being a sneaky one, I crown you the strongest. It cast a last glance at the spirit herbs hidden beneath its scales and those scattered near the dead black gorilla. The giant serpent was utterly helpless. If only it had quietly returned home with the spirit herbs it had found. But it was too late, it had no strength left to fight. Life ebbed away. Hiss. Hiss. HSS. Serpent curses. Soon the giant serpent was lifeless. Zhao Ziyan was dumbfounded. Could there be another sneaky one? He dared not descend easily. What if more opportunists were lurking, watching the show? In the chaotic battlefield, scenes of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, played out repeatedly. He had been thoroughly spooked. Flying ants scoured the area patrolling. They didn't just glance around casually. They flew into the grass, squeezed between leaves, and even pried open cracks in the earth to taste the soil. No more sneaky ones, it seemed. A great weight lifted from Zhao Ziyan's heart. Finally. Finally, it was my turn. Charge. The frost wolf was utterly stunned. Its mood was like watching a sneak ambush a greenhorn, only for the sneak to be ambushed by another sneak and then discovering yet another sneak plotting to ambush it. Ah woo. Woo. Wolf curses, but Zhao Ziyan paid no heed to what the frost wolf was thinking. Currently, having hunted many weak beasts and picked up some mediocre spirit herbs, he had converted all the food from recent scavenging into combat units. Flying ants were the most numerous, as they were convenient for reconnaissance and support. There were 2,000,000 flying ants, 1,000,000 soldier ants, 6,000,000 worker ants, and 5,000,000 spitter bugs. The swarm could have been larger, but skirmishes with other creatures had caused some losses. But if he could win this battle, food would no longer be a concern. That serpent alone was over 10 meters long. Moreover, creatures from another world, especially magical beasts beyond ordinary wildlife, were generally far more nutritious than common food. 1,5,000 flying ants launched a direct assault, while another 5,000 patrolled the perimeter. If any other beasts approached, they could provide early warning. If an enemy did come this way, they could also harass and provoke other creatures, luring them elsewhere. At first, the frost wolf looked utterly indifferent to the flying ants, completely dismissing the swarm. But when it saw the endless stream of enemies pouring out, its expression shifted from cold disdain to bewildered stupor. Though the flying ants' damage was low, their sheer number, 150,000, filled almost half the sky. The frost wolf, barely 2 meters tall, seemed minuscule before the ant army. Whoosh! The frost wolf exhaled a blast of frost. It was not one to sit idle. A stream of icy blue gas spread out, freezing every flying ant it touched into ice. The frozen ants were utterly helpless. Ice cubes fell like rain, crashing to the ground. Over 500 flying ants were affected. Those lucky enough landed on dirt, the unlucky ones shattered on rocks. This frost wolf was unlike the gorilla and the serpent. The latter two merely strengthened their physical bodies with little accomplishment in magic. The frost wolf had a bit of both, decent physique and passable magical abilities. The previous Firebird Overlord, for instance, had maxed out its magical prowess, but was physically frail. In a direct confrontation, it would be no match for even an elite frost wolf. Several more frost breaths were exhaled. This time the flying ant army was more dispersed, avoiding clustering. Thus the area effect breath caused fewer casualties. The ants that were hit fell to the ground. Only a little over 100 flying ants were struck. The air around the frost wolf rippled, this time not frost breath but 3 ice crystals forming around it. The cone-shaped crystals radiated bone-chilling cold, their glossy surfaces gleaming with a sharp icy light. Each was over 10 centimeters long. After a second, the 3 ice shards were complete. Then they shot toward the flying ant army with ferocity. But these ice shards were single-target attacks against the ant swarm. They dealt even less damage than the frost breath. 3 shards flew out. Ants hit directly were shattered into pieces while nearby units were slowed. The already dispersed army pressed on, paying a small price. The 3 shards combined caused only a little over 100 casualties. The kills were few, but some units were afflicted with a frost slow debuff. By now the flying ant army had reached the frost wolf's side, and some of the faster ones were already biting into its flesh. Awoo! The frost wolf howled in fury. Its pitch-black eyes gradually turned icy blue. The charred fur on its body began to emit a blue glow. With a loud bang, its aura suddenly surged and a wave of spiritual energy burst forth, dyeing the area half a meter around it in icy blue. By now many combat units had already rushed near it and begun attacking when the frost wolf suddenly unleashed such a wide-area assault. Instantly nearly 10,000 combat units were wiped out. These were all the units that had charged forward with the greatest speed. Damn! Zhao Ziyan slammed the table violently, startling the rat beside him. Nearly 10,000 combat losses. This was the first time such a disaster had occurred. Moreover, losing so many units in a single enemy strike made Zhao Ziyan's heart ache even more. However, seeing the main force rapidly approaching, he felt a measure of relief. It was not a major problem. After unleashing this skill, the frost wolf's entire body turned an icy blue as if it had encased itself in a layer of frost armor. This protected its previously scorched skin. Yet its aura grew even weaker as the consumption of such a technique was evidently significant. Already on the verge of exhaustion, it had expended a life-preserving skill with high energy cost, severely draining its stamina. The frost wolf's heavy eyelids twitched as it forced its collapsing body to move toward the nearby spiritual herbs. It had already decided to flee. If it didn't run now, its life would be forfeit here. Before leaving, it would gather whatever spiritual herbs it could nearby. This operation had been far too costly. It had nearly lost its life. The frost wolf's heart was filled with bitterness. Having played the sneaky ambusher its entire life, it had now capsized before these insects. It had to return quickly to recover. But how could Zhao Ziyan let it go? All surviving flying ant units continuously harassed it from the air. Of course, to avoid another wide-area attack, they did not press too aggressively. Though the frost wolf seemed on the verge of death, a final desperate counterattack was still possible. However, when the flying ants tried to bite through, they discovered an awkward problem. Now that the frost wolf was wrapped in a layer of ice armor, its defense had greatly increased. Despite the flying ant army having undergone multiple enhancements, their bites could not penetrate the armor. And if the flying ants couldn't break through, the worker ants certainly couldn't either. After all, worker ants had even weaker attack power. The frost wolf, after several rounds of combat, was already extremely weakened. One of its hind legs, bitten by the giant serpent in a desperate counterattack, was completely crippled and nearly hanging off. Soon the main force arrived. By then some flying ants had been killed, but at least they had succeeded in pinning down the frost wolf. With its crippled leg and depleted stamina, it could not escape far. Facing the dense ant army surrounding it, the frost wolf fell into utter despair. The soldier ants struck first. They were the only ones capable of dealing damage now. Other units were essentially ineffective. The spray bugs were too slow and had not been brought along. Otherwise, continuous acid corrosion might have inflicted some damage. Large numbers of soldier ants climbed onto the enemy and swarmed over its body. Their sharp mouthparts coated with ant acid shattered the frost armor piece by piece, sending fine ice shards falling. The ice armor was not very thick, and soon the soldier ants bit a large hole. At this moment the worker ants became useful. Without the ice armor protecting the flesh, the worker ants could inflict damage easily. Meanwhile, the soldier ants continued to tear apart the ice armor on other parts. A howl. With a miserable cry, the frost wolf knew it was at the end of its rope. A beam of frost ray shot from its mouth. It was a wide-area attack. The frost ray formed a cylindrical beam about 10 centimeters in diameter, extending far into the distance, almost piercing through the ant army. Any ant caught in the beam was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, then shattered into ice fragments. Zhao Ziyan willed the ants to launch a full-scale assault. The frost wolf had now completely drained its last reserves of energy. It was safe to attack without restraint. Soon the throat of this lifelong ambusher was bitten open. Wolf blood sprayed out, tinged with a faint icy blue. The ants splashed by the blood seemed to grow slightly stronger. Thud! As the frost wolf rapidly lost its life force, its massive body crashed to the ground. Thus, in this battle of ambushers, the ant army led by Zhao Ziyan emerged victorious. This is a huge jackpot. Murder and arson bring golden belts. The ancients were not wrong. Steady development was never as fast as plundering others. From the frost wolf's corpse they found the blood chi fruit hidden in its fur. They also discovered many other spiritual herbs it had apparently stolen from other places. Combined with the spoils from the black gorilla and the giant serpent, there were over 20 spiritual herbs. However, among them only the blood chi fruit was a top-tier herb. The rest were ordinary herbs with mediocre medicinal effects. But for the ants they were more than sufficient. Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered the ant army to bring all the herbs back. Then they extracted the crystal cores from the 3 magical beasts, leaving the meat behind for now. The meat was too much to carry all at once. They would take back the most important items first. Soon 3 crystal cores were retrieved. The frost wolf's was icy blue, the giant serpent's was white with a faint green glow. As for the black gorilla's, it was red, likely due to its strong physical cultivation, and it even emitted some blood chi energy. Excellent. Though it was his first time seeing such things, Zhao Ziyan, having read many novels and watched films, knew that these were definitely treasures that could promote the evolution of the ant army. There were 30 spiritual herbs in total. One was the top-tier blood chi fruit. Among the other 29 ordinary herbs, 11 belonged to the black gorilla, which had been plundering from the very beginning and had gathered many. The giant serpent had 7 herbs. It preferred to ambush others, so its collection was slower. The rest all belonged to the frost wolf, showing it had ambushed more than 1 or 2 targets. But now all of them belonged to Zhao Ziyan. After transporting these most important items back, he sent some ants to gradually bring back the meat. The giant serpent's meat was abundant. For now he tried to avoid conflicts with other creatures. Bringing back all the spoils was already a perfect outcome. The number of ant queens had grown to 50. At this stage food was absurdly plentiful, and the original queens were far from sufficient. Even now these queens were extremely busy, eating non-stop and producing ant eggs without pause. All the spiritual herbs were fed to Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan hoped to use these herbs to break the seal on the genes of the specialized ant. The other ant queens also looked on eagerly, hoping to get a share of the spiritual herbs. But this time Zhao Ziyan was determined to break the seal on the specialized ants. Logically, the more energy there was, the higher the probability of evolution. That gene would also be easier to unlock. If all else failed, he could use the remaining divine power reserves to help. With the current scale of the ant army, the divine power reserves were already immense. It was no longer a wisp or 2 of divine power, but a massive lump. In the squirrel's storage space, large chunks of divine power were stored, making it impossible to distinguish how many wisps there were. Anyway, it had definitely exceeded 1,000. Xiaoyi's body, over 10 centimeters long, was not slow in devouring the spiritual herbs. A vast amount of energy was gathered and stored within its body. Zhao Ziyan's guess was indeed correct. From the divine perspective, the cracks in the specialized ant gene were also expanding continuously. The massive amount of energy was indeed impacting the seal. Half of the spiritual herbs had been eaten and the crack had expanded by 1/3. When almost all the spiritual herbs were consumed, only a single chi blood fruit remained. The crack had expanded to 2/3. The final pivotal chi blood fruit was also directly devoured by Xiaoyi. The crack expanded to 4/5. The further it went, the harder it was to expand, like the last sliver of a Pinduoduo-style discount. Zhao Ziyan gritted his teeth and directly bestowed a large lump of divine power to Xiaoyi. Several hundred wisps of divine power were intertwined. The crack expanded to 7/8. Damn it! So this is how it plays. Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened and he threw 2 more lumps of divine power. Crack! A clear sound echoed in Zhao Ziyan's mind, exceptionally pleasant. Ha ha ha! Old Dao, I made it! Zhao Ziyan ecstatically examined the specialized gene before him. No loss at all. Even paying such a great price was perfectly acceptable. This specialized ant gene was not only capable of producing specialized ants. It could also be detached and fused with other ant genes. In other words, it could make every other ant as large as a specialized ant. Originally, the 1 centimeter worker ants and 2 centimeter soldier ants were already formidable. And that was just the size of the previous ant army. Now the ant queen had consumed these spiritual herbs along with the powerful demon beast cores. All of these could greatly enhance the combat power of the ant army. Combined with the nearly 10-fold size increase from the specialized ant gene, all the buffs stacked together, who knew how powerful the ant army could become? Without a word, he directly integrated all the genes. Ordinary worker ants could now reach a body length of 10 centimeters, while soldier ants reached over 20 centimeters. Other units also increased in size by a factor of 10. But the increase in combat power was far more than 10-fold. Not to mention 10 times, 100 or 1,000 times might not be enough. Of course, the energy consumption was also huge. To produce such a large insect, it had to at least consume food equal to its own volume. Moreover, after production it had to eat every day or it would starve. With increased size, appetite also skyrocketed. Supporting an insect army was no simple task. The ant nest was already completely insufficient, too small. If the genetically modified ant army were produced here, they would likely be crushed to death. Without further ado, Zhao Ziyan directly issued orders to start producing these giant ant units. Currently the million-strong insect army consisted of ordinary ants without the specialized gene. These were all produced long ago. There was no need to recycle the small units already produced. Only the future production needed to add this specialized gene. Zhao Ziyan was not in a hurry at all. The chaotic battlefield was still ongoing, but it was nearing its end. He could grab some more benefits and then return to his base. After returning, he would slowly study and modify his ant army. Right now the tyrant-level beings at the core of the battlefield were still contending for the top-tier fruits. Most of the spiritual herbs on the field had already claimed owners, leaving only the last few top-grade spiritual herbs being fought over. However, these last few were also the rarest. This dragon blood grass is of great use to me. Who dares to compete with me? Roar, roar. The strongest forest tyrant, a strange creature resembling a qilin but emanating black qi, bellowed. Huntian. Stop dreaming. Who doesn't find the dragon blood grass useful? Do you think you alone can claim such a treasure? The coal turtle spat out smoke with magma constantly splashing from its body, looking extremely furious. The black qilin named Huntian glanced over, then shot a black beam from its mouth, attacking the coal turtle. The coal turtle did not yield and attacked back. It shot a stream of magma from its mouth toward the black beam. Boom! The two collided. The black beam was clearly superior, slamming into the coal turtle. For a moment molten rock flew everywhere and the coal turtle stumbled back. But its defense was decent. The attack did not cause too much damage. He let everyone compete on their own merits. The city lord added insidiously from behind. The forest city lord was still lurking nearby. Seeing the forest's tyrant-level beings fighting among themselves for profit, he was quite amused. He wished these beasts would fight and cripple each other. Already several tyrant-level corpses lay on the ground, having been killed in the heat of the struggle. How about we first drive out the other races? These spiritual herbs should belong to us, the beasts of the forest. A winged snake nearby said coldly. Its eyes glowed green and there was a faint bulge on its head as if horns were about to grow. Drive us all away. Not a bad idea. After all, I don't have much spiritual power left now. At most I'll injure a few before I leave. The forest city lord said disdainfully, his tone carrying a roguish air. The tyrant-level beings fell silent. It was a good idea, but who would take the lead? As that human said, although he could not stop the beast's siege, he could certainly injure a few. Once injured, how could they continue to compete for the upcoming opportunities? Even worse, if severely injured, they might be targeted by other tyrant-level beings, as the beasts of the forest had always followed the law of the jungle. Nearby the elves, dwarves, halforcs and other races also gathered, approaching the forest city lord. Together these races formed a considerable force. Just as the standoff was lingering, a white figure suddenly swooped down from the sky, heading straight for the dragon blood grass. Damn bird! How dare you steal the dragon blood grass? The strongest tyrant Huntian roared in fury. The dragon blood grass was something he was determined to obtain. A giant white bird spread its wings and glided from afar to the vicinity of the dragon blood grass. The other creatures were locked in a standoff, allowing it to seize the opportunity. With a sharp peck, the bird plucked the dragon blood grass from the ground. Ha ha, you muscle-bound fools can only eat my dust. What if I took it? Can you catch me? The white bird spoke in human tongue, its tone dripping with contempt, clearly dismissing all other creatures present. Upon closer inspection, its wings were exceptionally broad and its body was streamlined for speed. After snatching the grass, it flapped its wings again and soared into the air. A furious roar echoed from Huntian. Not just a sound, but a sonic wave erupted from his maw. The sonic wave gathered from Huntian's mouth and struck the white bird instantly. What? The once arrogant bird showed terror. Its left wing was hit and it lost its balance, crashing down. Ha ha. Brother Huntian, I was just joking. How would I dare to take the dragon blood grass you want? The white bird immediately begged for mercy. With its flight compromised, it had no chance to compete. Its greatest asset was speed. In other combat aspects, it was far weaker than apex predators. Roar. Stupid bird. That's not what you said earlier. You dared to steal my dragon blood grass. I'll tear you apart. Huntian was not easygoing, nor was he foolish. He had no intention of sparing such a two-faced coward. Don't come near. Remember, the dragon blood grass is in my beak. If you kill me, you'll destroy it first and you'll get nothing. Seeing that its pleas were futile, the white bird turned vicious. If it couldn't survive, what good was the grass? Better to destroy it and spite the damned Huntian. Huntian was left speechless. You Though the bird was weaker in combat, it was still an apex predator and could destroy the grass before dying. The white bird sneered, "Hell, let me fly again and I'll return the grass." But mid-sentence it fell silent. A long sword pierced its throat. A man in tattered armor with a scruffy beard appeared behind it. This was John's drunken master. "You." The bird managed one word before falling silent. Drunken Hans pulled out the sword and delivered a finishing blow to the bird's head. The apex predator died instantly, having lived only half an episode. Hun Tian was overjoyed. With the bird dead, no one else could challenge him for the herb. He alone would claim it. "Human, give me back my dragon blood grass and I'll grant you ample resources. I've collected powerful human cultivation techniques from slain adventurers. Hand over the herb and you can take whatever you desire." But to his surprise, the human showed no interest. Drunken Hans snatched the grass from the bird's feathers. He replied calmly, "This dragon blood grass was born from heaven and earth. When did it become yours? Such treasures belong to the capable and you are not worthy." Hun Tian raged. "Damn human! How dare you defy my majesty? Today I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Hun Tian lunged, intending to crush the insolent human. His front claws gleamed with dark light, striking at Hans with murderous intent. Hans remained unruffled, blocking the attack with his worn long sword. Hun Tian was shocked that a human could withstand his strike. Drawing on his vast combat experience, Hun Tian instinctively spat a dark ray. The human's sword stopped his claws, but how could he block a point-blank ray? But as Hun Tian expected the ray to finish the human, he saw it hit the ground instead, only a phantom. The explosion rocked the area. Hans stood unscathed on a nearby patch of ground. "You are..." Hun Tian refrained from attacking further, a name surfacing in his mind. But the Forest City Lord, visibly excited, blurted out the name. "Phantom Sword Saint. Are you the Phantom Sword Saint?" The Forest City Lord was overjoyed. The human faction had been at a disadvantage, but if this man truly was the Phantom Sword Saint, their strength would see a massive boost. "It's me." Drunken Hans nodded casually. "Excellent. With the Phantom Sword Saint joining us, we can surely rout these beasts of the forest." The Forest City Lord led his team closer to Hans. Hans gave a wry smile. "I was severely injured in a fight with a dragon. My strength is far from what it once was." The Lord's expression faltered, disappointment flickering. A Sword Saint was at least diamond rank, and Hun Tian was also diamond, making him incredibly formidable. The Forest City Lord, a platinum peak, needed a whole support team just to barely hold off Hun Tian. "Oof. I've heard that the Phantom Sword Saint was hunted by the Red Dragon clan. Your current strength can't be above platinum. My earlier test proved it. I can sense your weak spiritual energy fluctuations. You only blocked me with some trick." Hun Tian sneered from a distance. "So what? Blocking you is enough," Hans retorted. Would he return the herb to an enemy? "John, come here." Hearing his master's call, young John hurried over. Master." John stammered, not expecting his master to have such a renowned reputation. He had always thought his master was modest and disliked ostentation. But who would have guessed his master was once a sword saint? "Take this dragon blood grass. Find a quiet place to refine it later. Your talent is excellent. This grass will grant you a trace of draconic bloodline, which will greatly aid your future growth." Hans instructed his young apprentice, the one he had declared his last disciple. The boy's talent surpassed even his own at the same age. Now gravely wounded and with his strength greatly diminished, he could no longer return to the peak of his former power. His only remaining wish was to impart all his lifelong skills to his disciple so that the young man might ascend to the world's summit in his stead. This dragon blood fruit could greatly enhance potential. "Thank you, master. I haven't received any spiritual herbs yet. Brother Lon and I formed a team, and when we divided the spoils, he got a herb while I got none. Now I finally have one." John took the dragon blood grass and casually mentioned his team's situation. The team had originally agreed to pool all gathered spoils and distribute them according to contribution. Since John had always stayed behind the team, never blocking any magical beasts, his contribution was minimal. The team had only picked up 2 mediocre herbs. One went to the silver warrior with the highest cultivation, the other was given to Lon, who had fought fiercely against the beasts and often protected his teammates. Yet John only mentioned that he hadn't received a herb, omitting that he had never shared the team's burden. The Forest City Lord was displeased upon hearing this. Lon was his own nephew. As the city lord, he had always taught his juniors to be responsible and not to bully others because of their status. And now to bully the disciple of the Phantom Sword Saint. The city lord was misled by John's words, thinking his nephew had used his position to oppress a novice warrior. "Lon, come here. Look what you've done." Give the herb you received to the Phantom Sword Saint's disciple at once. The city lord did not realize he had wronged his nephew. Eager to curry favor with the Phantom Sword Saint, he extended his goodwill to the saint's disciple. Lon hurried to the city lord's side. How have I taught you? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Give the herb to him now. The city lord's authoritative pressure silenced Lon. Lon could only force a bitter smile knowing his uncle was in a rage and that any explanation would be futile. John, I failed to consider the team's distribution fairly. I apologize for neglecting you. Lon awkwardly handed the herb to John. John took the herb with a smile, noticing a slight resistance. Lan's reluctance was evident. It's fine, brother Lon. Even if you didn't give it to me, it wouldn't matter. After all, you're the city lord's nephew. John added a few more words after receiving the herb. The matter quickly passed. The great figures naturally cared little about a few herbs, while Lon could only retreat to a corner and sigh. Once everyone's attention had shifted away from him, John couldn't help but flash a smug, wicked grin. Fools. So what if he's the city lord's nephew? He's still as easy to manipulate as a pig. Looking at the pile of herbs in his storage ring, he added the dragon blood grass and the ordinary herb he had just taken from Lon. The triumphant smile on his face grew even more pronounced. He had no intention of pooling the spoils he had found for the team to share equally. But by now everyone's attention had moved away from him and no one noticed his anomaly. However, while human attention had shifted, the insect's attention had not. Zhao Ziyan watched the entire drama unfold and couldn't help but applaud. What a scheming little green tea putting on such a show. Zhao Ziyan had witnessed everything. Initially he thought the kid was just lucky. He had only planned to trail behind the boy scrounging for scraps. But now he increasingly saw the boy as bearing the mark of a protagonist. Taken in by a gravely wounded sword saint as a disciple, ridiculously lucky, while the entire team fought tooth and nail to gather 2 mediocre herbs. He alone could pick up a basketful just by wandering around. His master even gave him a top-tier herb. And the kid seemed to be an orphan. There was also a girl he liked, but she didn't like him back. She favored Lon instead. Could he really be a protagonist? Zhao Ziyan recalled that in some stories there existed a child of fortune or destiny's child. Could this green tea brat named John be one of them? While Zhao Ziyan was still lost and thought, the distant Hundian grew displeased. Humans dared to ignore him, chatting away as if he didn't exist. Without a word, it fired a ray beam intending to annihilate the annoying humans. But naturally the city lord blocked the attack. Damn humans. Hand over the dragon blood grass. Such a potent herb is not for you to control. Then it turned to the other overlord level creatures behind it. Join me in reclaiming the dragon blood grass. I hunch and swear by the beast god that if we succeed, I will share the herb with all of you. It was not foolish facing such powerful human foes. Its strength alone was insufficient to seize the herb from the human coalition. Only by allying with other overlord level creatures could it hope to reclaim the dragon blood grass. Sharing the herb with others was better than gaining nothing at all. Roars, howls and cries echoed as the beast swiftly formed this alliance. What was most terrifying was that these overlord-level creatures led their own clans, and they were the strongest within them. Not only their own clans, but many weaker tribes also sought protection under these powerful races. Even without overlord-level beasts, there were many elite-level ones. Normally platinum rank could be a regional overlord. The strongest overlord Hunshin was diamond rank, the elite among overlords. Elite magical beasts were typically silver or gold rank. Iron and bronze were ordinary magical beasts. Those below iron were mere wild animals. With a series of roars echoing through the forest, many beasts began to converge toward this location. Hearing the call of their leader, the beasts that had previously only dared to scavenge low-grade spiritual herbs from the outskirts or simply followed others out of curiosity now hastened toward the core of the forest. Summoned by their master, they all gathered deep within the forest, soon forming a massive beast tide. The vast majority were ordinary beasts, not even of any rank. These creatures posed little threat, but among them were elite monsters whose combat prowess rivaled that of overlord-class beings. The previously encountered elite black gorilla and giant python had already neared the overlord level. The roars of countless beasts now echoed through the forest in waves. At times the sounds were like the deafening roar of a tiger, at others the mournful howl of a wolf, then again the terrifying growl of a bear, sending chills down one's spine. Even the most seasoned and powerful mercenaries and adventurers would likely feel a surge of fear in such a scene. The crossbows and spears in their hands seemed to have lost their former might, becoming heavy and powerless. The Lord of Forest City, along with the alliance of humans, elves, dwarves and other races, began to retreat. The beast tide had not yet fully formed. If it did, everyone present would be annihilated. Think you can leave? Not so easily. Moo! A yak wreathed in flames bellowed and charged forward. As an overlord-level beast, the yak possessed formidable physical defenses. Many attacks meant to repel its charge merely sparked against its hide. I'll hold them off. You go first. A sturdy dwarf wielding a massive shield charged directly at the overlord level yak. He too was a powerhouse of brute strength perfectly suited for defense in such a situation. Well, help you. The Forest City Lord and other leaders and top-tier experts rushed forward to block the beast tide. The weaker mercenaries and adventurers began to retreat. John, go back to Forest City first. Its defenses are strong, the beast tide won't breach it anytime soon. Find a place to refine the dragon's blood grass. I'll help hold off these powerful creatures, don't worry about me. Hans instructed his apprentice, knowing John was not yet strong enough for such a battle. Hans himself could not simply flee. Though he was severely injured and his strength was diminished, he was still a sword saint. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and stand with the city lord against the beast tide lest he lose face as a sword saint. I understand. But before the drunken sword saint could finish, his apprentice had already started running. By the time he uttered his last warning, little John had already disappeared into the distance. Hans stared at John's retreating figure, then turned and singled out an overlord-level beast. Huff! 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 A figure sprinted madly toward Forest City. John, gasping for breath, was utterly terrified by the horrific scene. Watch out! A spider the size of a half-grown man leaped from a nearby tree, aiming to ambush John. Just as John froze in fear, a long sword deflected the spider away. Why are you running so fast, John? We need to stick together as a team to ensure our safety. Lon had saved John just in time. He had already gathered the rest of the team nearby, fending off the relentless beasts while retreating. The long-haired girl Lena, following close behind, said to Lon, "Brother Lon, let me heal you first. It's fine, just minor injuries still need attention. If ignored, they can easily become inflamed, and accumulated wounds will severely affect combat ability." Lena pouted, her words reproachful but her tone gentle. A yellow glow emanated from above Lan's head as Lena cast a healing spell. The small wounds on Lan's body began to close and the bleeding areas started to scab. Lena, am wounded too. Can you heal me? John swallowed and asked. Wounded? You ran so fast, what beast could catch you? Lena retorted. The largest wound on John's body was nothing more than a few scratches from branches as he rushed through the forest. John's face flushed red, but he could not speak. At that moment Lon sighed and said to John, "I still have some high-grade healing medicine. You can use it if you need." Though he held a slight grudge against John over the spiritual herbs, his long-nurtured sense of responsibility and justice made him set aside that resentment. I don't need your help. What's so great about some healing medicine?" Lon was momentarily speechless, but Lena was not one to tolerate such behavior. Always complaining, who owes you anything? When offered high-grade healing medicine, you still act picky. On your own, you'd never afford such medicine in your lifetime. Lena's words made John hang his head. Still, he muttered, "My master is a sword saint. He said my talent is even better than his was at my age." Facing the girl he admired, John dared not speak harshly. Had anyone else said such things, he would have responded with venomous words. No matter how talented you are, without effort it's useless. The atmosphere within the team soured. However, with several seasoned mercenaries holding the front line, the retreat to Forest City, though fraught with danger, was overall uneventful. Little did they know that a powerful enemy awaited them. Zhao Ziyan was well aware of how many spiritual herbs John possessed. Initially, the ant army could hardly threaten high-level mercenaries and adventurers. But now he had the specialized ant genes. By integrating these genes into his combat units, each unit could evolve into a giant creature over 10 centimeters long. Palm-sized insects charging forth would not merely tear off a chunk of flesh. He transmitted his consciousness back to his lair, urging all the ant queens to accelerate the production of his insectoid army. Currently there are more than 100 ant queens. Previously, many spiritual herbs and the corpses of other creatures were collected, accumulating a significant amount of food and energy. However, large insect units cannot produce excessively, as the food consumption is quite alarming. It is better for large and small units to produce together. At present, Zhao Ziyan possesses nearly 1 million small insects. After they were produced, they have just been sitting there and not much was consumed in battle. Currently, the large insect tribe has already produced several hundred. Compared to small insects, the eggs of large insects are significantly larger, making it relatively more difficult for the ant queen to produce them. It is no longer possible to produce insect eggs like before, like a machine gun. The eggs of large insects are akin to how a hen lays eggs, requiring a long time to produce one. It seems I will need to find an opportunity to add specialized ant genes to the genetic template of the ant queen. Each genetic modification consumes a tremendous amount of energy. At that time Zhao Ziyan observed that the energy consumed for genetic modification of the Ant Queen was exceedingly frightening, far more than for other units. Therefore this matter has been postponed and it will have to suffice for now. He plans to produce enough large insects to reach a quantity of 1,000, as the consumption is indeed too great. This quantity of 1,000 is sufficient to produce many small units. Although the number may not seem excessive, their combat strength is by no means weak. Insects may be small in size, but if they were of the same size there are few creatures that could compete. An ant can easily lift food that is several times its own weight. Insects such as fleas can easily jump dozens of times their own height. The thick exoskeleton armor of insects provides excellent defense against enemy attacks. When insects are merely a few millimeters long, their bites are already quite painful. When an insect grows to several centimeters, its attributes become terrifying. Giant worker ants can grow to more than 10 centimeters. Giant soldier ants can reach lengths of over 20 centimeters. From a distance they resemble small tanks. At this size the thickness of their exoskeleton can be several centimeters. Combined with various enhancements from spiritual herbs and the genetic boosts from consuming other creatures, even a hammer might not be able to break through the defenses of these ants. Of course, these adventurers and mercenaries are not ordinary humans. Black iron and bronze levels can barely be considered within the human realm. Silver and gold levels are capable of casually unleashing sword energy and large-scale spells. John's team does have some experts. Zhao Ziyan has been waiting for an opportunity. This adventuring party is being continuously worn down by other beasts. Although there have been no casualties so far, their stamina is rapidly declining and their internal spiritual energy is becoming insufficient. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan has also been luring some other magical beasts from the vicinity to harass the adventuring party. He continuously directs several flying ants to disturb other magical beasts. Once those magical beasts get agitated, they begin to flee towards the adventuring party. As long as the magical beasts are drawn close to the adventuring party, even if the flying ants are eliminated, they can still cause the beasts to attack them. Let me increase the intensity for you. Facing endless beasts, the adventuring party is finding it hard to cope. Moreover, it was manageable at first, but why are there more beasts as time goes on? The pressure on everyone has suddenly increased. Furthermore, John is a bit of a deadweight. Talent is one thing, but without diligent training his combat power is not impressive. Not good. It's a human-faced spider. The leading silver warrior shouted, alerting the others behind him. A spider as tall as a person crawled out from the edge of the forest. What? Human-faced spiders are notoriously difficult to deal with. Their direct combat power may not be particularly strong. However, their ability to spit poison and ensnare enemies with webs makes them a nightmare for their foes. Moreover, human-faced spiders possess a talent ability that instills fear in their enemies. Faced with such a formidable foe, the strongest silver warrior stepped forward without hesitation, intending to drive this spider back. Yet a sharp strike from the spider's leg sent the silver warrior staggering back. It's actually a peak silver human-faced spider. There are other human-faced spiders nearby. A sparse sound echoed as more black spiders emerged from the surroundings. Though their size is not as large as the first spider, their terrifying appearance combined with their overwhelming numbers creates an immense sense of pressure. The silver warrior was struck with panic. Even at his peak, through rich experience, he could only barely contend with a peak silver human-faced spider, let alone now when he is already heavily depleted from fighting other beasts for a long time. Everyone run. I will hold them off. The silver warrior gritted his teeth, struggling to utter these words. He was specifically sent by the city lord to protect Lan and had watched these children grow up. If he retreated, there would be no escape for the others. The human-faced demon spiders do not care about such things and pounce directly at them. They will not spare these nutrient-rich humans. Chicken-flavored crunchy protein is like beef. Struck out, the first and largest spider lunged forward, followed by the remaining spiders attacking alongside their leader. John was the first to flee before the silver warrior could finish speaking. He had already begun to escape. The others also scattered in panic. Facing the onslaught of powerful enemies, they could no longer form a cohesive team. This team also included other guards. The guards protecting Lan and those protecting Lena split into two directions to flee. John's master is still holding off a dominant level creature ahead with no one to protect him. He could only run alone. Many flying ants lost their lives to lure these human-faced spiders to you. Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. Zhao Ziyan's face was filled with pride. I detest luckless brats the most. Today I must take your life. Although John ran quickly, his stamina was depleting fast. After running for a while, he found it hard to continue. However, he was now very close to the forest city, having reached the outskirts of the forest where the danger had diminished significantly. John felt a bit relaxed. He casually jumped onto a large tree, intending to rest for a while. Looking at the countless spiritual herbs in his storage ring and the most important dragon blood grass, his face was filled with satisfaction. With the aid of these spiritual herbs along with the top-notch sword techniques taught by my master and my relentless training, I will surely become a powerful sword saint. Zhao Ziyan he. As long as I can eliminate this brat and obtain the spiritual herb in his possession combined with my relentless efforts and the strength of my insect army, I will surely become a powerful deity. Zhao Ziyan said with a triumphant smile. At that moment the insect army was already rushing over. The insect units had grown larger, their legs elongated, and they ran at incredible speed. The giant units were crawling with smaller units while flying ants were dragging some smaller units along. Notably, the specialized units such as flying ants and spraying insects had not yet been equipped with specialized genes. Only the most ordinary worker ants and soldier ants had been genetically modified, as these two units consumed the least amount of energy to upgrade. Soon the vanguard had nearly arrived. Zhao Ziyan had produced 1000 giant units including 100 giant soldier ants and 900 giant worker ants. Each giant worker ant was covered with small units on its legs and head capable of carrying over 100 small units. The giant soldier ants were twice the length of worker ants, but their volume was several times greater. It was like a large sphere with a diameter twice that of a smaller sphere, yet the larger sphere's volume was far greater than just double. A giant soldier ant could carry 700 to 800 small ants. John was still enjoying himself. The grand insect army had already reached the tree where he was resting. In the forest many flying ants were monitoring the situation. His movements were completely exposed within Zhao Ziyan's line of sight. With 1000 giant units and over 100000 small units, there were still about 100000 flying ants in the sky. How could he possibly hide from that? Zhao Ziyan felt a bit fearful of this lucky brat. If luck struck, he might end up being the fool. Thus he had brought nearly all the troops he could muster. As for the hundreds of thousands of small units at home that were too slow to come over, they were irrelevant. After all, if the enemy truly fled, the smaller units would be unable to catch up. John was not completely foolish either. Although he initially dismissed the ants, he soon realized something was off when he saw large ants measuring over 10 centimeters and even 20 centimeters nearby. Who would let their good-natured ants grow to the size of a plate? However, by the time he decided to escape, it was already a bit too late. The countless ants surrounded his position. He had nowhere to run. But as John's mind raced, he thought of an idea. He couldn't walk on the ground, but could he not move on the trees? As he planned to jump from one tree to another to escape, countless flying ants swooped in intent on knocking him down. What the hell, get away! But his shouts had no effect. The flying ants harassed him mercilessly as he leaped. In the end, John failed to grasp the next tree and fell directly to the ground where an army of ants awaited him. Bite him! Quick, bite him! Zhao Ziyan had no bad habit of unnecessary chatter. As soon as John hit the ground, he commanded the ant army to swarm and tear him apart. However, John was equipped with some armor which provided a certain level of protection. Bite his hand and get that ring off. The command was transmitted and the ant army immediately began to bite John's fingers. Although he was protected by armor, his fingers, which were only wearing gloves for sword handling, were quickly bitten through by the ants. Then they launched a fierce attack on the finger with the storage ring. Without hesitation, a giant soldier ant charged in. Its massive pincers acted like a little pair of scissors, easily severing John's finger. The sound was crisp. John's scream echoed through the forest, but Zhao Ziyan was grinning from ear to ear. In the distance, Han seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked up in the direction of his disciples' retreat. However, it was too far away and he could not hear the sounds from this side. He felt a bit uneasy. Just as he was a bit distracted, the tail of an alligator ruler swung over, sending Hans flying and crashing into a large tree. Phantom Sword Saint. Bah! Today I'm going to swallow you, this so-called Sword Saint, as I have yet to taste what a Sword Saint is like. The alligator ruler spat viciously. Then it opened its mouth wide and lunged at the Phantom Sword Saint. The Phantom Sword Saint refocused his scattered thoughts and resumed the battle wholeheartedly. Looking at the storage ring on his finger, Zhao Ziyan paid no heed to the blood flowing from his wounds. Haha, it's secure now. With a thought, he commanded the ant army to continue attacking John. This lucky brat was somewhat like a child of destiny. He had to be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Countless insect troops were tearing into him frantically. A giant unit the size of a plate could easily rip off a chunk of flesh. Although the small units dealt less damage, they bit off small pieces of flesh akin to a slow form of death. The pain level was extremely high. But just as the insect army bit through his armor, causing blood to flow profusely from his chest and nearing his heart, a small scroll emerged from John's chest, enveloped in a white light that encased his entire body. Any insect units that touched the white light were directly bounced away. In an instant, the insect army surrounding John was all thrown back. Following that, the white light transformed into a hemispherical shield encasing John within. The light inside the shield grew increasingly bright, almost obscuring the situation within. The insect army attacked the shield fiercely, but to no effect. Soon the shield disappeared. Inside, John had vanished without a trace, leaving only some bloodstains and torn clothing as proof that he had been in that spot. Zhao Ziyan twitched his mouth. He had sensed earlier that such a child of destiny would possess some life-saving means. After all, his master was the Sword Saint, so it was possible he had given his disciple some formidable protective equipment. But it didn't matter, he had already obtained his storage ring, which contained the most precious herbs. As for John, despite his high talent, he was cowardly and useless, so he posed no real threat. My insect army has only been in this other world for a few days, yet we have grown from tiny ants to an army of millions. Every combat unit has undergone genetic modification, consuming and evolving. Our combat strength is now formidable. No matter how high your talent is, can it surpass my insect army? In a few days, when your injuries haven't healed, my insect army will have reached your doorstep. Zhao Ziyan didn't take this child of destiny to heart at all. That said, Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat like a child of destiny himself. After all, how could an ordinary person develop so rapidly? Scratching his head, Zhao Ziyan turned his thoughts over a couple of times and glanced at the mouse on the table. Others had grandpas in their starting rings. I start with a gaming mouse. At this moment, the Phantom Sword Saint Hans, who was engaged in battle with the overlords from afar, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He sensed that the life-saving scroll he had left for his disciple had been activated. This scroll, which he had entrusted to his disciple, would not activate on its own during normal times. It would only passively open a protective shield when the user's life was under lethal threat, transporting them to a safe location. The activation of the scroll indicated that John was undoubtedly facing great danger, severely injured, and even on the brink of death. Hans' heart was no longer in the battle. His achievements in this life had reached their peak, and this disciple was his only hope left. Lord City Master, the life-saving scroll I left for my disciple has been activated, indicating that they encountered tremendous danger during their retreat. Continuing to hold our ground here is meaningless. We should retreat first, Hans said solemnly to the Lord of Forest City. By this time, the powerful figures on the field were also beginning to find it difficult to hold their ground. After all, the number of overlords was greater, and with the harassment from some elite monsters, their defense was extremely challenging. Very well, everyone, let's begin the retreat. The Lord of Forest City nodded and then spoke to everyone. The strong beings from the elf, dwarf, and halforc races all agreed with this decision. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan, having secured the storage ring, immediately started running back to his lair. This ring contained a plethora of spiritual herbs. Aside from the most precious dragon blood grass, there were at least 100 ordinary spiritual herbs with lower potency. All of these were collected by John from the trailing team or scavenged from the corpses of deceased magical beasts. Though these were merely ordinary spiritual herbs, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. The combined spiritual energy fluctuations from these herbs were far greater than that of the dragon blood grass. Additionally, the blood fruit initially seized from the ice wolf was also a top-tier spiritual herb. This time, Zhao Ziyan's swarm of insects directly harvested 2 types of top-tier spiritual herbs. Among them, the dragon blood grass was the most valuable of all the spiritual herbs. In contrast, other overlord-level magical beasts averaged just 1 top-tier spiritual herb, while the unfortunate ones ended up with none. Ha ha ha. The belt of gold for killing and arson. Zhao Ziyan quickly ordered his swarm to transport this storage ring back to their nest. However, after seizing the ring, he encountered a challenge. Although he could inspect the contents of the ring through mental power, only the owner could retrieve the spiritual herbs. Strangers could not casually open another person's storage ring. Zhao Ziyan's mind raced. He had the queen ant devour John's finger. This allowed the queen ant to absorb John's essence, devouring his finger while also gaining a bit of his genetic material. He also smeared the blood that flowed from the finger onto the ring. Finally, the queen ant used her spiritual sense to probe this ring. Indeed, she successfully opened it. Spiritual herbs instantly spilled everywhere. Fortunately, the ant nest was dug deep, making it difficult for spiritual energy fluctuations to escape, otherwise it would definitely attract countless magical beasts to fight over it. Currently, the queen ant's swarm had grown to over 100. Zhao Ziyan instructed them to consume all the ordinary spiritual herbs as energy to produce combat units. The most precious dragon blood grass was intended for Xiao Yi to consume. He had heard from the overlords that this dragon blood grass could allow one to gain some dragon bloodline, greatly enhancing one's potential. If his swarm of insects could also gain a hint of dragon bloodline, he wondered what kind of evolution they would undergo. Currently, energy was sufficient with plenty of spiritual herbs and many animal corpses. Previously, the overlord-level creatures commanded a beast tide to attack the human camp, intending to seize the dragon blood grass. The battlefield nearby was littered with an abundance of beast carcasses. There were many corpses of black iron and bronze-level magical beasts as well as elite magical beasts. Some overlord-level creatures even perished in that battle, and several human powerhouses also fell. Once he digested these spiritual herbs, the corpses could allow his swarm to develop further. Zhao Ziyan accessed the gene modification interface. Previously there had been too little food and insufficient energy, so only the ordinary worker ants and soldier ants were modified with specialized genes. Now energy was abundant. Zhao Ziyan planned to install specialized genes on all combat units. First up was the queen ant. The current queen ant was too small, making it very difficult to produce large insect units' eggs. The specialized genes would merge directly with the queen's genes. Aside from Xiaoyi, the initial queen ant, Dug in the real world, Xiaoer the local black ant queen, and Xiaohong the original red fire ant queen, these three special queens were excluded. Ordinary queen ants originally ranged between 3 to 4 centimeters. After integrating the specialized genes, their size began to grow wildly. Now they reached over 30 centimeters. They were already the size of a small basin. Now producing large insect eggs could be done continuously like a machine gun. The spraying insects had become even more terrifying. The gigantic venom glands on their backs felt as if they would explode at any moment. Their bodies had also become bulkier, measuring around 15 centimeters. The exoskeleton was very thin and their defensive capabilities were still poor. However, the enlarged venom glands could instantly spray a vast amount of ant venom. The total ammunition storage was roughly equivalent to more than half a bottle of cola. This was far more powerful than the previous drops of ant venom. The spraying distance had also greatly increased. Previously they could only spray a little over a meter, but now they could spray dozens of meters. However, when it came to the flying ant combat unit, issues arose with the fusion of specialized genes. Under normal circumstances, flying ants were slightly larger than ordinary worker ants. After specialization, ordinary worker ants could reach about 12 centimeters. Flying ants could reach 15 centimeters. Along with the exoskeletal armor and their internal muscular structure, their weight was substantial. However, the wings of the flying ants were integrated with bee genes resembling bee wings closely. When small, this was acceptable. Bee wings were entirely sufficient. But once their size increased, the fragile structure of bee wings could not support such a hefty weight. If he forced the fusion of these two genes, it would lead to the scenario where the flying ant had the size but could not take flight at all. Zhao Ziyan's first thought was to switch to bird wings. However, integrating bird wing genes also posed problems. Insect genes and bird genes often exhibited rejection phenomena. Zhao Ziyan had to think in other directions. Fortunately, there were several existing plans he could draw from. Flying dragon. I have a plan. Zhao Ziyan intended to draw inspiration from the image of the flying dragon in StarCraft. However, returning to the point, how could this be called copying when it's a scholarly endeavor? The wings of the flying dragon form a lightweight outer frame followed by a membrane resembling skin in the middle. They are very similar to bat wings. The overall structure of the wings is extremely lightweight, completely unaffected by flight, and also possesses considerable strength. Even pterosaurs have this membranous wing structure. Even if the size becomes larger in the future, the structure will still be more than adequate. Zhao Ziyan thought of this and immediately took action. It will definitely be difficult to find similar creatures in another world. He directly opened the shopping app. Zhao Ziyan began searching for the presence of bats, but it seemed that no living bats were available for sale. There were only some bats that had been dried and turned into medicinal materials. The genetic activity of living organisms is higher, making it easier to successfully devour them. The genetic activity of deceased organisms declines significantly, reducing the probability of acquiring new genes. However, Zhao Ziyan didn't mind. He could just buy more. As long as the quantity increased, he would eventually obtain the gene. However, the desire to shop cannot be so easily suppressed. After buying bat wings, Zhao Ziyan's gaze was drawn to other items. The store he entered was a medicinal material shop. With no merchants selling live bats, he could only find some medicinal materials made from bats. Scrolling down through the store's products, he also saw some centipedes, venomous snakes, and the like. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Adding some toxins to the spraying insects would only make them stronger, right? Currently, the spraying insects can only spray formic acid, harming enemies through the corrosiveness of the acid. Adding a bit of poison would make it even more repulsive. Without hesitation, he decided on centipedes, venomous snakes, toads, scorpions, and geckos. A complete set of 5 poisons. He bought a large quantity of various medicinal materials until he had completely emptied his wallet. Zhao Ziyan let out a long sigh of relief. This time he opted for express delivery service. Although it cost a bit more, it would arrive by tomorrow. The forest was already littered with corpses. After tidying up various battlefields, he successfully obtained a large number of animal carcasses. Zhao Ziyan yawned. It was already late in the real world. He issued an order to the insect army to collect all the dead animal bodies nearby. If they encountered other creatures trying to snatch the meat, they should avoid confrontation as much as possible. Everything could wait until he woke up the next day. Back in the conscious world, Zhao Ziyan was so tired that his eyelids began to droop. It was already late and the chaos triggered by the competition for spiritual herbs was finally coming to an end. It has already been the 5th day since the insect army entered the otherworld. Due to the intense monitoring of the battlefield in the forest along with commanding the insect army to seize the bodies of dead animals, Zhao Ziyan, whose mental energy was heavily depleted, fell asleep immediately. Dinner time. Ugh. Upon waking, Zhao Ziyan rubbed his eyes. The sun was already high in the sky. It was already noon. He only woke up when his grandfather called him for dinner. In the past day or two he had been tirelessly controlling the insect army, hardly taking a break, leading to immense mental fatigue. He quickly washed up and finished his lunch. After a night and a morning of development, the insect army had further strength. In the evening, since Zhao Ziyan was not online, the insect army was controlled by Queen Anne Xiaoyi. While seizing the bodies of dead animals, many other creatures also came to contest. For beasts and magical creatures, the bodies of other organisms greatly promote their evolution. The forest is also home to many scavenging organisms that like to pick up leftovers. Several times the insect army clashed with them. Under Xiaoyi's control, the insect army constantly maneuvered against the other hostile creatures, with both sides suffering casualties. During a food transport operation, the insect army encountered goblins and hyenas trying to snatch food, leading to a battle with the enemies. The red fire ant has a defiant nature and the hot-tempered Xiaohong charged forward to counterattack. As a result, the fight became too fierce. Her exoskeleton was struck by an elite goblin wielding a large stick and then bitten by a hunting dog, causing most of her exoskeleton to be damaged. Fortunately, with the protection of other larger units, she was barely rescued, otherwise she would have been finished. Zhao Ziyan frowned at the scene. The ordinary 100 queen ants had completed their genetic modifications. However, the 3 special queens Xiaoyi, Xiaoer and Xiaohong had not yet been modified. Before modification, their size was already over 10 centimeters. Zhao Ziyan had an idea and directly instructed Xiaoyi to devour various foods madly. Soon the food consumed transformed into tremendous energy. Xiaoyi began to integrate specialized genetic templates and her size started to grow. Her armor became tougher and heavier. However, while the sizes of other ants increased tenfold, Zhao Ziyan did not allow Queen Ant Xiaoyi's size to grow too large. Originally 10 centimeters long, Xiaoyi's size stopped growing at half a meter. The remaining energy was compressed within her body, continuously enhancing her physical strength. Being too large is not necessarily a good thing. For a queen ant, ensuring her survival is the most critical task. If her size becomes too conspicuous among the insect army, the enemies will easily identify her as the leader and execute a beheading plan, which would be disastrous. Moreover, although her size was deliberately controlled to be under half a meter, the remaining energy made Xiaoyi's physical body strengthen to a terrifying degree. Her true combat power is not inferior to those larger creatures. With her extremely fierce sharp mandibles, densely packed barbs on her exoskeleton armor and sharply pointed limbs glinting with a chilling light. Additionally, she evolved a pair of broad wings. After a series of enhancements, Xiaoyi no longer resembled an ant at all. By the way, the genetic modification talent is unique to Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan selected the genetic modification option in the status bar. After devouring energy, Xiaoyi began to spit out the hereditary material of the specialized genes from her mouth. A mass of saliva-like genetic hereditary material gathered in Xiaoyi's mouth and was fed to the other ants. After the other ants received these hereditary materials, they completed digestion, allowing them to merge and modify their genes with this hereditary material. Xiaohong and Xiaoer performed the same operation. Both are currently the intelligent queens among the insect army. When Zhao Ziyan is not around, they can also take command of the insect troops, leading them to battle and hunt for food. Moreover, the insect army is simply too numerous. Many times Zhao Ziyan cannot manage them all by himself. Their sizes are also controlled to be under half a meter. After gaining evolution, Xiaohong immediately began to emit cheerful insect chirps. Xiaoyi and Xiaoer, one was the queen of the big-head ants and the other was the queen of the black ants. They were not overly enthusiastic about fighting. However, Xiaohong was different. As a fire ant, she inherently exuded madness and a desire for battle. At this moment, the enhancement of Xiaohong's combat power by the divine being perfectly aligned with her insane desire for battle. Xiaohong's faith became even more fervent. Divine being. Faith. Enemies. Devour them all. Zhao Ziyan. He realized that Xiaohong was simply a battle maniac. This was exactly what he wanted. The previous invaders had caused significant losses to the insect army. This grudge must be avenged, otherwise the thought would be unbearable. Recently they had seized a large number of corpses of nearby deceased animals and the size of the insect army had surged to an astonishing level. Zhao Ziyan began to assemble his troops. Over 2,000 giant soldier ants, each measuring over 20 centimeters. More than 5,000 giant worker ants, each measuring 12 centimeters. 2,000 small soldier ants. 1. 5 million small worker ants. 1,000,000 giant jetting insects each measuring 15 centimeters. 2,000,000 small jetting insects. 5,000,000 small flying ants. There were no large units for flying ants, yet the specialized ant genes were not compatible with them. They had to wait for the bat wings to arrive, and after integrating the bat wing genes they could merge them with the specialized ant genes. Millions of insect troops directly marched toward the battlefield. The underground near this temporary headquarters had almost been hollowed out by the insect army. The densely packed insect tunnels crisscrossed, forming a vast insect nest underground. As millions of insect troops moved out together, the ground nearby began to tremble. The flying ants began to explore everywhere. Last night hyenas and goblins had harassed them several times, causing some casualties among the insect army. Today, with so many troops deployed, they had to teach them a lesson. With their agile flying speed, the flying ants scoured the forest, quickly relaying news. They spotted a large group of goblins in the distance transporting the corpses of ordinary beasts, and there were even many high-grade magical beasts. Zhao Ziyan narrowed his eyes. The core area. This core area referred to the most precious section of spiritual herbs. Although chaotic conflicts had erupted in many places in the forest, the quantity and quality of spiritual herbs in the core area were the highest. The conflicts in the core area were also the most intense, and the battles between the forest overlords summoned beasts and the human-elf alliance had left behind a large number of corpses. Even some overlord-level beings had perished there. Good. I was initially thinking of eliminating you first before raiding the core area for magical beast corpses, but now this is a perfect two-for-one deal. Zhao Ziyan smiled and said. The million-strong insect army marched grandly toward the core area. Along the way they encountered several corpses of magical beasts which were directly used as food for the insect army. Instantly transformed into excrement, they were too lazy to transport them back to the insect nest. They also came across some live beasts which were immediately turned into dead ones and then processed into excrement. They bit into the tender leaves by the roadside, and even the worms in the soil were pulled out and bitten in half. If any wild or magical beasts dared to look over, the jetting insects would spray them in the face with corrosive liquid, giving them a facial SP. The insect army learned from the army ants and began their march, leaving no living beings in their wake. Their primary strategy was sheer dominance. At this moment in the core area, many weak creatures were indulging in this feast. Devouring the bodies of other beings could also promote their evolution. The ground was littered with the corpses of wild beasts and even high-level magical beasts, a rare Aleocaniate buffet. With their strength they were usually the prey. How could they possibly get such high-quality food? With so much energy-rich food laid out before them, it felt like a festival. Countless customers at the buffet were enjoying themselves, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Soon they too would become someone else's buffet. Ing. A clear insect chirp spread out. The soft sound was very pleasant, but it also emitted a chilling aura. Xiaoyi directly shouted among the insect army, bestowing a buff that increased stamina upon all the insect troops, preparing them for the ensuing battle. Rustling. Countless insect troops rushed out of the forest. The ground seemed to be covered with a dense swarm of insects, and the sky was filled with numerous flying ants constantly patrolling. Gee. A few clever mice seemed to sense that something was wrong and immediately planned to flee to the other side. However, at that moment the insect army opposite revealed some larger insects which appeared to be carrying a massive potion canister on their backs. The mutated glands on the backs of the jetting insects were exceptionally large, and they had been stockpiling ammunition overnight, nearly transparent like balloons. One could even see the corrosive liquid churning inside. Poo. Dense streams of corrosive liquid sprayed from their mouths and instantly shot toward the targets ahead. Zhao Ziyan had obtained over 100 ordinary spiritual herbs. Although he did not know the names of these herbs, some of them had effects that could enhance corrosive abilities. After various enhancements, these corrosive liquids had become particularly terrifying. As soon as they came into contact with those rabbits, deer and mice, their skin immediately sizzled. In an instant the sounds of beasts wailing filled the area. However, these beasts could only be considered minor appetizers. Zhao Ziyan's true goal was to settle accounts with those goblins. The vast majority of the corrosive liquid was aimed at those goblins. There were about 5,000 goblins in total. It should be a relatively large goblin tribe. They had not anticipated an enemy attack and were completely unprepared. Some of the quicker ones managed to grab wooden sticks or leftover bone fragments to shield themselves, slightly blocking some of the attacks. But those who reacted slowly faced dire consequences, being directly hit by the corrosive liquid, their skin instantly corroded and bloodied. Some unfortunate goblins were hit by several sprays of corrosive liquid and a portion of their bodies was melted away, leading to their demise. Others had their heads thoroughly sprayed, with their entire heads melted away, leaving their bodies to collapse helplessly to the ground. Moreover, goblins were a rather cunning race. Their companions were merely disposable tools to them. Some goblins, sensing the danger, directly pushed their companions in front of them. Others larger elite goblins casually picked up smaller goblins to use as shields. The immense quantity of corrosive acid rained down like a storm from the sky. All enemies on the battlefield were sent fleeing, clutching their heads in panic. In an instant some weaker creatures had already begun to escape. However, Zhao Ziyan paid no mind to those weaker creatures. If they wanted to run, so be it. He could deal with them later. His primary target today was the goblins. After several rounds of acid spraying, Zhao Ziyan ordered the spraying insects to cease their attacks. It was prudent to conserve the remaining ammunition. There was no need to use it all at once in case it might be needed later. The giant insect units were the first to charge. Their size, ranging from 10 to 20 centimeters, significantly enhanced their combat power. The already heavily armored exoskeletons provided even greater defensive capabilities. Against the giant soldier ants, the wooden clubs wielded by some goblins couldn't even breach their defenses. Instead, the goblins were left with aching hands from the impact. Moreover, the insect army's prototype was the large-headed ant, which possessed a much larger mandible than other insects. The giant soldier ants, measuring over 20 centimeters, had undergone a series of evolutions and genetic modifications, resulting in sharp mandibles specifically designed for capturing prey, each about 5 to 6 centimeters long. With a single bite they could tear off a large chunk of flesh. When a goblin swung a bone club down, it was instantly caught by the giant soldier ant's sharp mandibles, snapping it in half. The goblin, terrified, fell to the ground in shock. The soldier ant then lunged forward and bit down on the goblin's arm that was holding the bone club. Crack! The goblin's delicate arm was severed cleanly. Goblins were not known for their resolve. Losing its arm, it writhed in agony on the ground. Crack! Another crisp sound of shattering echoed. The goblin was decapitated. Seeing the goblin in such pain, the kind soldier ant felt a twinge of sympathy. Thus it rushed over and crushed the goblin's skull, ending its suffering. Thank our benevolent insects. The insect army's assault on the goblins quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Goblins averaged around 1 meter in height, making them quite small and pitiful. Furthermore, they were among the weaker magical creatures, essentially on par with slimes. Often they struggled to find enough food, each one emaciated and lacking strength. Even if the insect army did not defend, the wooden clubs and bone sticks they swung could only inflict damage on the smaller units. The giant units suffered almost no losses. Moreover, the initial acid spray had demoralized these thousands of goblins. Each one had been splashed with some corrosive acid, causing injury and affecting their combat capabilities. As the battlefield turned into a slaughter of goblins by the insect army, a roar erupted from the goblin ranks. Roar! A towering goblin standing 2 meters tall emerged. Accompanying him were several strong goblins measuring between 1.5 to 1.6 meters. He wielded a large bone club over a meter long, with vital areas wrapped in the hides of unknown beasts, and wore simple armor made of bone fragments. A beast's skull hung from his shoulder. The skull had a long jaw, and it was impossible to determine what creature it belonged to. Zhao Ziyan's spirits lifted instantly. What a fine specimen, an elite monster. Compared to the other scrawny goblins, this one was clearly robust and vigorous. He kept pushing aside the ordinary goblins in front of him. Several times, growing impatient, he kicked the goblin, blocking his path, sending it flying. The kicked goblin crashed to the ground and lay still dead. These goblins truly regarded their companions as expendable. Killing a fellow goblin offhandedly, was that acceptable? This strong goblin reached the front lines of the battlefield, facing the relentless assault of the insect army, and began to swing his club wildly. When he swung his club down, the impact was incredible, far greater than that of the scrawny goblins, who stood only 1 meter tall. Several giant soldier ants were instantly knocked over, their legs twitching, their fates uncertain. The giant worker ants, measuring only a few centimeters, had even less defense than the soldier ants. Being struck, they were crushed into a paste. They were literally smashed to pieces, their insides splattering everywhere. Soon this 2-meter goblin, wielding his weapon, rampaged, turning the tide to some extent. Accompanying him were several larger goblins, each around 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall. Although these larger goblins did not match his ferocity, they were still capable of inflicting considerable damage. They were well-muscled, able to deliver significant harm to the insect army. What a challenge! Zhao Ziyan could no longer hold back and immediately issued commands. The insect army should retreat for a moment, then the spraying insects would focus their attacks on the strong goblin. Now the ammunition saved earlier would come in handy. The giant spraying insects had also produced some corrosive acid during this time. Combined with the remaining acid, they began a concentrated assault on the frontline elite goblin. Put! A large amount of acid was sprayed, providing heavy fire onto the elite goblin. Zhao Ziyan deemed the damage insufficient, so he deployed the smaller spraying insects, even though they had less stored corrosive acid. Given that the small spraying insects had a range of just over a meter, Zhao Ziyan ordered the flying ants to carry them above the strong goblin. Like the initial bombardment by the insects, they began spraying wildly. Ah-ow! Ah-ow! Wah! Ah ow! The strong goblin was suddenly caught in a cacophony of screams. Although they were elite goblins, the tattered beast hides and broken bone fragments they wore provided almost zero defense. They were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the acid. Geely gulu gulu gulu. Geely gwala gwala gwala. Goblin curses ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan smirked slyly, his thoughts churning as he directly issued the attack command. In an instant the retreating insect army launched another assault. Their targets were concentrated on the strong goblin at the front as well as the larger goblins behind him. The acid spraying continued, aiming to suppress the goblins' attacks. Given that the insect army possessed acid-resistant genes, even if the corrosive acid hit their own ranks it would merely make their shells shine a bit brighter. The large goblins could only endure the pain caused by the corrosive acid, forcing themselves to continue their assault, but their strength was greatly diminished. Moreover, when one of the goblin minions attempted to aim at its target, it accidentally splashed acidic liquid into its eyes, instantly losing its sight and rolling on the ground in agony. The other goblins could only swing blindly with their eyes shut, as opening them ran the high risk of getting acid splattered in them. While the acid splashed onto their bodies was manageable, the larger goblins were generally stronger than the regular ones, but their eyes were exceedingly fragile, suffering immense harm in an instant. Their random flailing did not inflict significant damage on the insect horde, which was already gnawing at them furiously. Hiss! A bug's screech echoed. This time it was the furious buff from Xiaohong. As a fire ant, it was innately passionate about combat with a wealth of battle experience. This bug's screech was perfectly timed, amplifying the damage inflicted by the insect horde while the goblins were in chaos, leading to remarkable success. A chilling scream erupted from the mouth of a 2-meter-tall goblin. The rough, sorrowful roar was earth-shattering, startling Zhao Ziyan. It turned out that one of the large soldier ants had bitten into the goblin's little Gigi. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. Little Gigi broke in response. Crack! Crack! 2 more crisp sounds followed. Little Dandan also fell to the ground. At this moment the robust goblin had completely lost its combat ability, writhing in pain on the ground. The insect horde was frantically tearing at it, yet it offered no resistance. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyan's eyes lit up. Ah! I have a plan. As the thought crossed his mind, he issued a sinister command to the insect horde. Thus the insect horde began executing Zhao Ziyan's orders. In no time the ground was littered with the little Gigi and little Dandan of the goblins. The little minions of the strong goblins were also subjected to the decapitation plan. The ground was covered with numerous goblin parts mixed with the thick blood seeping from their wounds. To the insect horde this blood was like a rich fragrant broth, creating a ghastly scene that resembled making a bowl of egg soup. How delicious! After sustaining a number of casualties, the insect horde severely damaged all the vital parts of the goblins. When the vital areas of the goblins were struck hard, they naturally lost all resistance. The insect horde easily eliminated them, with chunks of goblin flesh scattered everywhere. The scene was exceedingly brutal. Whether it was influenced by their insect followers or due to their naturally bold hearts, it was unclear. Zhao Ziyan felt a thrill at the sight. Attack! With the command issued, he seized the moment while the furious buff was still active. The swarm charged at the remaining goblins. Without their leader, the rest of the goblins had completely lost their will to resist. They began to flee in panic. However, the insect horde showed no mercy, spraying their last corrosive acid in a frenzied assault. This time the acid was aimed specifically at the fleeing goblins' legs. Their escape speed plummeted and the remaining insects harvested their heads indiscriminately. The larger insect units initiated the attack, reaping heads among the goblin army while drawing aggro to keep the goblins' attention on them. At this moment the smaller insects could unleash their fury. Numerous small flying ants continued to harass the ordinary goblins. They had no chance to escape. Ultimately, with the coordination of various units, the goblins were nearly annihilated. Only a handful of fortunate goblins managed to flee. However, it no longer mattered. The battle came to an end with goblin corpses strewn everywhere, already mangled by the insect horde, blood pooling on the ground. The insect horde's larger units suffered considerable losses this time. Over 500 large soldier ants were lost. More than 1,000 large worker ants were also lost. These losses primarily occurred due to the chaos caused by the elite goblins' sudden arrival. The main issue was that these larger units charged too aggressively and too far forward, and when they tried to retreat it was too late, resulting in many being crushed by the elite goblins. The small units lost around 5,000. For the million-strong small units this number seemed utterly insignificant. Next came the time to collect the spoils. All the goblin corpses were to be dragged back. Moreover, they were now within the core area. The corpses left behind from the previous battles between the forest overlords and external forces were still largely present here. Although some had been consumed by other creatures, that was only a small fraction. Zhao Ziyan ordered the insect horde to continuously transport these food supplies. Recently they had found an overwhelming amount of food, with some already on the brink of rotting. This was truly a pleasant dilemma. To prevent the food from decaying and losing its nutritional value, Zhao Ziyan ordered that a large quantity of meat be stuffed into the fungal blankets. Fungal blankets are extremely nutritious and they have no issues with spoilage, allowing for permanent preservation. As a result, the quantity of fungal blankets had greatly increased. The temporary base was nearly covered with them inside the underground insect nest. However, after collecting food in the core area for a while, Zhao Ziyan suddenly remembered a concern. The forest overlords had already chased the forces outside the forest. No one knew that the blood dragongrass had already been snatched by him. When those forest overlords realized they couldn't find it, they would undoubtedly return. Wouldn't that render the food in the core area inedible? Zhao Ziyan was unsure when those overlord-level beings would return after pursuing. So he issued another command instructing the insect horde to prioritize moving the vital parts of the beasts and magical beasts in the core area. For example, the hearts of magical beasts and the crystal cores in their heads. In any novel or movie, these are undoubtedly the most important. Zhao Ziyan felt reassured watching the insect horde transport all these critical items back to the nest. Next, he could focus on moving them. Meanwhile, the flying ants remained vigilant from a distance. Should any abnormalities occur, the insect horde would begin to retreat. After all, the most important and nutritious parts had already been taken away. The remaining meat on the bodies of the beasts and magical beasts was not a concern. There was still plenty of meat in the nest that hadn't been consumed. Recently, the insect horde had developed rapidly with an abundance of food, leading to a saturation of meat. More than 100 queen ants were having a hard time keeping up with digestion. It truly was a delightful dilemma. Of course, that being said, the meat on the ground should not go to waste. The swarm of insects can carry as much as they can until the forest overlords return, or until they can carry no more. However, while the goblin army has been annihilated, the vendetta is far from settled. In addition to the goblins, there were also hyenas and vultures among other carrion-eating creatures that previously attacked the insect horde. The flying ants continued to scour the forest searching for traces of the enemy. They also discovered a few scattered hyenas, but their numbers were quite few. They did not find the pack of hunting dogs that had previously attacked the insect army. That pack comprised thousands. After searching for a long time, they found no clues. Zhao Ziyan decided not to dwell on it any longer. If they encountered them again in the future, he would make them pay. For now, all energy was focused on transporting food. After a while, some corpses from the core area were removed, but at this moment the distant flying ants also sounded the alarm. Those overlord-level creatures along with their subordinates seemed to be returning soon. The invading forces ultimately fled back into the forest city. The overlord-level creatures were all short-tempered. Although the foreign forces had successfully hidden in the forest city, the overlord-level beings were still unwilling to relent. Thus they began to unleash a beast tide to besiege the city. However, the defenses of the forest city were extraordinarily strong, and it had endured many beastly sieges before making them quite experienced in facing such attacks. Ultimately, in the face of this beast tide assault, the forest city barely held its ground. The forest overlords and the forces from outside the forest both paid a heavy price. After realizing the severe losses incurred by their troops, the forest overlords gazed at the solid and tenacious defenses of the forest city, feeling uncertain about their ability to conquer it. They could only retreat back into the forest in disgrace. Damn humans, we will not let you off next time. Damn pointed ears and dwarves, don't let me run into you again, or I will surely tear you to shreds. You only hide in your turtle city for defense, bah. A bunch of spineless cowards. If you have the guts, come out and duel with me. Don't let me see you in the forest again, otherwise I will kill you on sight. Although they failed to conquer the forest city, they would not let their verbal bravado falter. Before leaving, the forest overlords hurled a few taunts and insults. The various forces within the forest city, of course, would not be provoked by their words. To become the leaders of various forces, not only must one possess great strength, but one must also be extremely shrewd. In response to the taunts from the magical beasts in the forest, the archers within the forest city merely shot a barrage of fiery and magical arrows as a reply. These attacks struck among the beast horde, causing some casualties. With several wild beasts falling, this beast tide could only conclude in failure. Haha, damn beasts, hurry back to your forest. Dream on about breaking through our forest city. Better drink less horse urine, you're talking nonsense when drunk. If I see you next time, my sword will surely pierce through your rear. Ha ha ha. With the retreat of the beast forces, the atmosphere within the forest city brightened. Ha ha, Hans, you've really struck it rich this time. Dragon bloodgrass is an exceptionally precious spiritual herb. With this, your apprentice's talent will surely reach new heights, and surpassing you will be a matter of course. The city lord patted Hans on the shoulder, laughing heartily. After such a long time fighting side by side, their relationship had become quite close. Originally he would respectfully address him as Sir Phantom Sword Saint, but now he called Hans by his name. It seems our human race will soon have another Sword Saint. Haha, this truly is something to celebrate, exclaimed a warrior with fiery red short hair standing nearby. At this moment the dwarf clan leader also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Why say so much? Drink. Drink. Everyone come to our dwarf tavern, I will pay for today's drinks. To celebrate Sir Phantom Sword Saint's acquisition of dragon bloodgrass and to celebrate our successful defense against the beast tide tonight, we shall drink until we drop. Alright, alright. Good. With the chorus of agreement, everyone smiled, ready to celebrate today's victory. However, Phantom Sword Saint Hans wore a troubled frown. He knew very well that his apprentice must have encountered a life-threatening situation which triggered the life-saving scroll on his body. To prevent his apprentice from missing out on necessary training, this scroll would not activate easily. Hans did not join in the celebration. He maintained a solemn expression and quickly walked toward the inn where he had previously stayed. This was the location he had set for teleportation. If John encountered a life-threatening danger, he would be teleported directly to this inn. Sure enough, Hans' frown deepened as he approached the inn. His keen nose detected a faint scent of blood. He quickened his pace and rushed into the inn. Inside the inn he had previously booked. A strong smell of blood wafted out through the door crack. Upon opening the door, John was gaunt and battered. Several fingers were broken and one leg was missing. His body was covered in blood, with much of his flesh eaten away by an unknown entity. Severely injured, John had already slipped into unconsciousness. John! Hans shouted, rushing forward to lift John. At this moment the leaders from other races also hurried over, their keen senses easily detecting that something was wrong with John. They planned to delay the celebration and came to see what was going on. Upon arrival they were greeted with this scene. A tall and voluptuous female elf stepped forward. Sword Saint, let me try to heal this child. He is gravely injured, and if not treated soon it could endanger his life. Hans, in a state of anxiety, could only step aside to make way. Spirit of nature, please show your might. A green light emanated from the female elf's hands. Nature's healing technique. The green light enveloped John's small wounds, gradually beginning to heal. However, many areas were no longer mere wounds but large patches of flesh that had been torn away. This healing technique stabilized his condition temporarily, but the lost flesh could not regrow instantly. Unless the lost flesh and limbs were found, they could not be reattached. However, John's missing leg and fingers had already been consumed by the insect army, and after such a long time they had likely been processed into waste. P.S. Many readers have differing opinions on the plot direction, and it has truly been overwhelming. I've thought it over and decided to write according to my own ideas. I won't spoil any further, just wait and see. Where am I? John furrowed his brows, forcing his blood-red eyes open. His eyes were bloodshot and his lips were torn. It's me, John. What happened? Hans rushed over to his disciple upon seeing him awake. Don't come near me. Ah. John. It's me, your master. Hans' face was filled with anxiety. Your disciple's mind is too fragile, let me calm him down, your excellency, Sword Saint. It was the female elf who had previously cast a healing spell. After saying this, she cast a small white spell in her palm, which she then controlled to float above John's head. Soon John's head began to merge with the white light. His expression of terror gradually calmed down. After a while, many influential figures continuously healed John. With numerous calming spells cast, he finally managed to communicate normally. What exactly happened? Hans asked. John looked at his master and couldn't help but shed tears. Whoa, master. It was terrifying. It was so terrifying. I was attacked by some huge bugs. These bugs were over 10 centimeters long and there were too many of them. When I was in a team with Brother Lon and Lena, we continuously fended off the attacking beasts, exhausting too much spiritual energy. In the end, after I fought with all my might and killed tens of thousands of bugs, I still ran out of energy and was defeated by them. John continued to recount the earlier events, mentioning the human-faced spiders and how the team scattered, leaving him alone. He mainly talked about how he killed enemies and skillfully employed his techniques until he drained the last drop of his spiritual energy, ultimately being overwhelmed by the enemy. As John spoke, everyone had a general understanding of the situation. However, if Zhao Ziyan were here, he would absolutely scoff at this. This guy, seeing his own bugs, was acting cowardly. He never fought back at all, only thinking about escaping, and even failed to escape getting taken down by his own bug army. Hans anxiously asked, what about the dragon's bloodgrass? I kept it in my storage ring, which has been on my finger all along. John raised his finger. His storage ring was always worn on the middle finger of his left hand. When John was attacked by the bug army, he was frantically bitten all over, causing him pain to the point of losing consciousness. He only felt pain everywhere and did not realize that his finger had already been bitten off. John raised his palm, placing it between himself and his master. It was empty. His left hand was missing a middle finger. Through the gap where his middle finger used to be, one could clearly see his master's bewildered face. John. Hans. Everyone. The dragon's blood grass is gone. Wasn't the whole point of today's battle for the dragon's blood grass? If the dragon's blood grass is missing, what were we fighting for? If you had said the dragon's blood grass was gone earlier, we wouldn't have to fight these overlord-level magical beasts. However, if we were to explain that the dragon's blood grass is missing to those overlord-level magical beasts, they probably wouldn't believe it either. The expressions of everyone darkened. Some bugs. You said you were defeated by some bugs, but after fighting these bugs for so long, do you know what kind of bugs they were? A dwarf asked. At this moment John felt a bit awkward. I think they were ants. No wait, they looked a bit like cockroaches. John couldn't quite explain, mainly because the ants at that time had evolved to not resemble ants anymore. At the same time, he was also somewhat in pain and lost his rationality. Various genetic modifications along with devouring evolution. And there were also flying units. Who could have known that these creatures were essentially ants? Hans glanced at his disciple and could only sigh, saying, "It's all right, master, we'll find the best doctor to treat you. Your missing limbs can regrow with special potions and healing spells." Previously at the auction, master bought a drop of true dragon's blood, which was originally intended for you to use after you broke through to the silver stage. However, your injuries are too severe now. This drop of true dragon's blood can transform your body, increase your potential, and enhance your recovery ability, allowing your injuries to heal quickly. I'll let you use it today. Upon hearing this, John's eyes lit up and the pain in his body seemed to lessen a bit as he happily said, "Thank you, master." Others present looked at John and couldn't help but silently sigh at this kid's good fortune for having such a great master. This drop of true dragon's blood is extremely precious. Many of them had already reached the platinum level but had never used such a treasure. True dragon's blood can gradually transform a person's bloodline into that of a true dragon. From then on, that person will possess dragon blood and become a human treasure. It allows one to continuously unlock their potential and increase their training speed. One could even achieve the effects of a normal spiritual medicine just by dripping their blood. After learning that John's storage ring was lost, the Lord of Forest City issued an order to search for his ring. After all, in their understanding, even if bugs attacked John, they lacked intelligence and the storage ring would likely be left behind. They just needed to send someone to search for it and they should be able to retrieve. Soon this matter spread throughout Forest City and many adventurers and mercenaries began searching for the storage ring. They also encountered many wild beasts during their search. And they likely wouldn't be able to find the ring. At this moment Zhao Ziyan was completely unaware of the trouble he had caused. He was still happily transporting the last batch of food. After receiving the warning from the flying ants, he ordered the bug army to retreat. This god's eye view is refreshing. Whenever something seems off, I can see it immediately and make adjustments and responses in the first instance, greatly minimizing losses. Those damn humans and those elves and dwarves. Next time I must eliminate them all. Damn stinky bird, why were you hiding behind during the attack just now? I was desperately attacking Forest City while you were just watching from behind, right? Stop talking nonsense. I was shot by that damn elf with an arrow. Are you blind? You clearly set me up. Seeing me being besieged by them, you deliberately didn't provide support, wanting me to die there. Poof. After the overlord level creatures in the forest failed in their attack, they began to complain. Many conflicts among them were reignited. The overlord level magical beasts are leading the beast tide back. Although many weaker magical beasts perished in this battle, it is of little consequence to these overlords. Even if a batch of these weaker creatures dies, they will regenerate another batch in a few years. With their numbers reduced, they can save on food and resources. If overlord-level magical beasts also die in this battle, it would be a good thing for them. In the future, when competing for resources and territory in the forest, the surviving overlords will reap more benefits. Zhao Ziyan has already ordered the insect army to begin their retreat. If they do not leave soon, they will be directly killed if caught by these overlords. They must adhere to the strategy of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats, surrounding the forest center from the outskirts. Much of the meat on the field has already been consumed, but when Zhao Ziyan was transporting food earlier, he discovered that some of the dead overlords and many powerful magical beasts had their cores missing. Cores of this level are of great significance to other overlord-level beings. Zhao Ziyan even began to suspect whether overlord-level creatures might secretly eliminate their companions just to consume their cores for power. No wonder the overlord forces in the forest are clearly much stronger, yet still cannot take down those races hiding in the forest city. It is truly terrifying upon reflection. Although many were killed, the vast beast tide continues to return to the forest. The leading overlord-level creature keeps shirking responsibility and insulting others. Some of the hot-tempered ones are on the verge of internal conflict. The insect army has already retreated in advance while many weaker creatures were previously driven away by them. Now seeing the insect army retreat, these weaker creatures do not realize the situation and instead excitedly begin to feast at the buffet on the field. When the overlord-level creatures return to the battlefield and see this scene, they are instantly furious. Many of the overlord-level creatures have their own tribes and many of their kin have also perished in this great battle. Upon witnessing other creatures eating their kin's corpses, they erupt in rage once more. In an instant, the weaker creatures who came for the buffet face disaster again. They cannot escape. Surrounded by the massive beast tide, they will either be killed by other creatures or directly turned into mush by the overlords. Where did this mildly corrosive acid come from? An overlord-level bear creature stepped on some corrosive antacid. The giant bear overlord looked around and found that some of its kin's corpses were also stained with this acid, causing it to frown. This overlord-level creature intended to collect its kin's corpses for burial, but found that not only had they been gnawed to the bone, but the acid had also corroded their bodies, making it quite displeased. This acid was left behind from the insect army's attack on the goblins. It has dried up somewhat now, but due to the excessive amount sprayed earlier, it is still detectable. Isn't this acid quite normal? Many snakes and birds can spray toxins and learn some ranged skills, so they basically have these tricks right. Nearby, a massive yak answered the black bear overlord's question. Poison spray, acid spray, and the like. Seeing so much meat, it's likely that those greedy little creatures fought over food, leaving this behind. That's true. The black bear overlord nodded and did not take the matter to heart. Soon some overlord-level creatures collected their kin's remains, intending to take them back to their territory for burial. For overlord-level creatures that possess intelligence comparable to humans, they already have some moral concepts and take this aspect somewhat seriously. After all, they are considered prominent figures, and interacting with other races while behaving like uncivilized beasts would easily lead to disdain. There are still many chaotic beast corpses in the core area. They have no relation to these overlord-level creatures and were merely drawn to the call of the beast kings. The corpses of these beasts are entirely inconsequential and can be consumed, so they are directly devoured by the beast tide. Meanwhile, the corpses of individual overlords are shared among the other overlords. Soon a large amount of meat in the core area was completely consumed. The gathered beasts returned to their own homes, each seeking their mothers. As for the overlords, they hurriedly ran back into the depths of the forest to start redividing their territories. After all, since several overlord-level creatures died in this battle, they must quickly seize the resources left in their territories. Moreover, some overlord-level beings even have grudges against each other. With their old rivals gone, they must ensure that their descendants receive some good rewards. The battle for spiritual herbs has officially come to an end. Some are joyful while others are sorrowful. Zhao Ziyan, of course, is among the joyful. Taking advantage of the time leak in his god's perspective, he moved a large amount of meat into his nest. The underground insect nest has expanded greatly and there is simply too much food to store. Moreover, there are still many spiritual herbs left uneaten, and those with slightly inferior effects are all fed to the other ant queens. Zhao Ziyan plans to have the higher quality spiritual herbs consumed by Xiaoyi. Her aptitude is good and she might gain some useful enhanced genes. However, there is just too much and it will have to be digested slowly. If she eats too much at once, Xiaoyi might explode. This is truly a happy dilemma. He still remembers when he first arrived, he only had tens of thousands of ants, each about 1 centimeter in size. After this battle, the number of his insect army has exceeded 1 million. If he produces small units while consuming all this food, it is estimated that he could reach 10 million or even over 100 million. The nest in the red earth area was initially a temporary nest. Now it has developed far better than the original main camp. Zhao Ziyan looked at the date. He has already been in this other world for 10 days. Although many battles were fierce, the duration was not as long as expected. Ultimately, a temporary nest is still a temporary nest. It is necessary to return to the original main camp for greater peace of mind. Zhao Ziyan sent flying ants out as reconnaissance units to scout around. The overlord level and other powerful creatures have all returned home and there are currently no dangers outside. Thus the insect army was dispatched intending to head back to the original main camp. However, a small part of the insect army remained nearby to continue searching for food. Some spiritual herbs grow in particularly remote corners with a chance of not being discovered by other creatures. A careful search should yield a few more. The insect army marched steadily towards the location of the spawning point's main camp. Most importantly, Zhao Ziyan had not forgotten the grudges he had formed long ago. That refers to the frogs in the right area. Based on the spawning point, it belongs to the black soil region. Ahead is the former camp of the horned insects, and moving further ahead will lead out of this forest close to the human cities. To the left is the area where the bees were initially fought. Continuing left will lead to the red soil region, which is the core area for competing for spiritual herbs. Behind is a river filled with piranhas and other predatory fish. Crossing the river leads to the depths of the forest. To the right is a marshland where the water and mud are extremely viscous. Numerous frogs occupy this area. Any small insects that fly by will be swiftly taken down by these frogs. Previously many exploration ants were lost here. However, the ants before were generally just over 1 centimeter long. And now my insect army. He. Zhao Ziyan revealed a kind smile. 3 days to the east, 3 days to the west. Do not underestimate the insect's poverty. Millions of insect soldiers marched over here, consuming all living beings along the way. Many leaves have been stripped bare. Soon the initial main camp has arrived. Many of the ants here are still in their primitive forms. They have not undergone upgrades and have become outdated. Some soldier ants are even smaller than evolved worker ants, causing Zhao Ziyan to shake his head. However, this is of no concern. I can find an opportunity to eliminate them all later. Just consume everything and produce new insects. He did not pay much attention to these primitive version ants. After the insect army arrived here, they continued marching towards the right area. Little frogs, come and have some fun with my insect army. Previously ants around 1 centimeter were easily devoured by you, crunchy and delicious, right? Then how should my 30 centimeter basin-sized ants deal with you? In this battle Zhao Ziyan did not command but instead allowed the insect army to act freely. This would surely be a crushing victory with no need for commands. So this time Little Red led the team. The insect army, shedding their usual composure, pounced viciously. Facing the invading enemy, the frogs did not hold back, launching their long tongues. However, these frogs only measured a mere 10 centimeters in length and only the more evolved ones reached 20 centimeters. Could they possibly swallow creatures larger than themselves? Moreover, there were only a few hundred to nearly 1,000 of these frogs. The frog's tongue struck the giant soldier and a swift shake of the giant ant's head easily flung the frog's tongue aside. Some frogs entangled the legs of the giant soldier ant with their tongues only to find they could not pull it. The soldier ants did not tolerate them, directly biting down and severing the tongue, causing the frogs to croak in pain and jump around incessantly. Little Red charged forward, crazily harvesting the lives of the enemies, instinctively raising her head and opening her mouth. It seemed she wanted to shout out a cheer, boosting the insect army. However, after sizing up the enemy, Little Red lowered her head again. What was the point of boosting against such weak foes? The vanguard of the insect army rushed forward, and before the rear units arrived on the battlefield, all the frogs had already been eliminated. The rear units had not yet reached the battlefield and were already heading back home. Little Red was drenched in the frog's blood, conveying messages of joy and happiness. Every exhilarating battle and slaughter made her faith more loyal. Her faith value had long reached 100. The faith value of the insect army was all at 100. However, Zhao Ziyan felt that her faith seemed much higher than that of the other ants, even more intense than Little E. After all, Little E had been with him from the start. Other insect soldiers had a faith value of 100 because that was their only limit. But Little Red's faith value of 100 was because the highest limit of faith value was only 100. Hey, you were captured by me halfway, how come your faith value was so high? Zhao Ziyan was somewhat at a loss. At first he even thought Little Red's loyalty would be low and remained cautious. Yet with such a high faith value, her loyalty must be maximized. Soon the frog forces here had been completely cleared. These frogs were not even enough to fill the stomachs of the insect army. Just as the insect army returned from afar to this main camp, they were all hungry. However, this time only Little Red came back. Little E was still at the temporary insect nest in the core area, consuming spiritual herbs. Little Air had been following Little E all along. Since taking out the spiritual herbs could potentially release spiritual energy fluctuations, attracting other magical beasts to snatch. Thus, after bringing the spiritual herbs to the temporary nest, they were placed at the deepest part, not daring to move them outside. The fungal blanket seemed to have a certain isolation effect on spiritual energy. Inside the cave, various spiritual herbs exhibited exceptionally fierce spiritual fluctuations, but standing outside one could sense no aura from the insect nest. Under such circumstances, Little E could only stay at the temporary camp. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan's attention remained focused on the frogs, relishing the joy of revenge and not paying much attention to Little E. Meanwhile, Little E was diligently executing Zhao Ziyan's orders, working hard to digest these spiritual herbs. The dragon blood grass, as the most precious spiritual herb, had to be saved for last to be consumed after all the other herbs were gone. Among insects there were no taboos. All spiritual herbs were placed on the ground, not caring about cleanliness, as they would all be consumed. At this moment the fungal threads began to move slightly. Perhaps it was due to the constant writhing of the threads, or because the dragon bloodgrass was placed too close to them. No one noticed that some fungal threads near the dragon bloodgrass slowly approached. Dragon bloodgrass, as the name suggests, is a spiritual herb formed by absorbing dragon blood. It does not differ much from other wild grasses, but the veins in the leaves glow faintly red, containing immense energy. The fungal threads finally touched the dragon bloodgrass and they seemed to gently caress the crimson leaves. In an instant the fungal threads that contacted the dragon bloodgrass turned a deep crimson as if stained with blood. Subsequently the crimson hue gradually dissipated and the thread slowly withdrew from the dragon bloodgrass. Coincidentally at that moment the nearby ordinary ant queen was frantically laying eggs. The insect queen sprayed her eggs like a machine gun and one egg happened to fly towards the fungal threads. The nearby fungal threads seemed to sense something gradually wrapping around the egg then vanishing into the fungal blanket. After eliminating the frog the insect army frantically expanded their initial nest. The nests which originally housed around 1 centimeter-sized bugs have now expanded by dozens of times. Currently the insect army is divided into two parts, one in the core area and the other at the initial base camp. Zhao Ziyan's consciousness returned to the real world and it was dark again. Fighting goblins and frogs time quickly passed. He even purchased bat wings and other medicinal materials along with the 5 poisons to enhance the toxicity of the spraying insects. The fast delivery service hasn't arrived yet, the courier probably won't come until tomorrow. With nothing else to do Zhao Ziyan was able to sleep more peacefully. The insect army rapidly expanded and a multitude of followers provided him with endless faith power. The faith power continuously transformed into Zhao Ziyan's own divine power. There was nothing else to do today, all the vengeance had been avenged and all the food had been collected. Any matters could wait until tomorrow. Waking up refreshed Zhao Ziyan felt relieved. With various matters weighing on his mind over the past few days his stress had been significant. But now that everything was over he could sleep soundly. Looking at the time it was already 9 o'clock. The courier had called and was about to arrive. Soon Zhao Ziyan received the purchased package from the courier. Once home he opened the package and took out the bat wings and dried centipede scorpions and other 5 poisons. He had bought a large bag full. At this moment Zhao Ziyan glanced at the mouse that was playing a game and said, "Stop playing, mouse. Serious business has come up, help me send these things to the other world." The mouse didn't even look up and simply replied, "Got it." After saying that it used one paw to operate the screen while extending the other paw to the side. The paw opened suddenly. In an instant a spatial sphere was formed. Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow. While previously it took both paws to open a spatial sphere, but now one paw can do it, huh? Looks like the recovery is good, it must have snuck a lot of my divine power. Zhao Ziyan silently murmured. Ziyan, is the spatial sphere big enough? Just put whatever in there. The mouse remained engrossed in the game, not even lifting its head while chatting with Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan, just awake, yawned. With a wave of his hand a stream of divine power lifted the purchased medicinal materials and tossed them into the spatial sphere. Alright mouse, you can teleport now. Okay Ziyan. The opened paw snapped shut suddenly. Instantly the spatial sphere vanished. At the same time another spatial sphere appeared near the initial base camp in the other world. The insect army was already waiting nearby. After all, the coordinates set by the mouse were in this place, every teleportation fixedly transported items here. Zhao Ziyan only tore off the outer cardboard, the plastic bag containing the medicinal materials remained unopened. The insect army didn't care about that and directly tore open the plastic, transporting the contents into the insect nest. The torn plastic bag fell to the ground. They had no sense of environmental protection. Bugs littering. Bugs are bad. The plastic bag severely polluted the environment. Speaking of which, could they blow up the forest overlords with a river bomb? Putting aside some unrealistic thoughts, Zhao Ziyan instructed the insect army to carry the items back to the nest. However, Xiaoyi is currently digesting the spiritual medicine in the core area. It's quite far from the initial base camp, and since the spiritual medicine isn't fully digested yet, placing more pressure on Xiaoyi to digest these materials is quite overwhelming. Zhao Ziyan directly called for Xiao Hong, as Xiao Hong's talent should be decent, capable of comprehending a berserk skill in the wild. Let's see if Xiao Hong can acquire the Batwing gene and enhance the toxicity of the spraying insects. However, these medicinal materials have been dead for a long time and dried out. The gene activity is alarmingly low. It's best to consume live organisms to have a higher chance of obtaining genes. After a while, Xiao Hong had become a ruthless devouring machine. However, the results were good, perhaps due to Xiao Hong's good talent or the sheer quantity of purchased medicinal materials. Although they had been dead for a long time and dried out into medicinal materials, the gene extraction process was exceptionally smooth. The ability to acquire genes through devouring is something all queen ants possess. Similar to chimeric ants, after devouring other organisms they absorb their genetic material and have a chance to integrate some excellent genes into the units produced later. However, the gene modification talent is unique to Xiaoyi. It was gained after consuming a special spiritual medicine. For other queen ants, they cannot freely modify their troops. But insects have their methods. Xiao Hong moved its mouth a couple of times and spat out something resembling saliva. Although these substances looked quite slimy and disgusting, they were all genetic material. Xiao Hong continued to spit out more. These saliva-like substances were quite sticky. After being spat out, they formed a large lump that Xiao Hong held with its forelimbs. After some time, these genetic materials slowly solidified. As long as other queen ants consume these genetic materials and digest them, they can share these genes. After all, it's not a game. Gene synchronization cannot be achieved in an instant. This lump of ant saliva contains genes from bat wing, snake venom, scorpion venom, centipede venom, and other fusion toxin genes. Subsequently, Zhao Ziyan sent some ants to deliver this lump of genetic material to Xiao Yi in the distance. Seeing that the gene had been successfully extracted, Zhao Ziyan instructed the insect army to explore further to the right. After all, they had already explored the left side, and after cleaning up the frogs on the right, they could continue to delve deeper into that direction. Having completed all this, Zhao Ziyan glanced at the river behind, which was filled with many fish and some powerful creatures. Currently, the insect army only has ground and aerial units, and Zhao Ziyan is considering creating some underwater units, but he still has no ideas for the time being. Watching the insect army gradually grow, Zhao Ziyan began to feel more at ease. He directly picked up snacks and cola and relaxedly started eating. Just as he was leisurely enjoying life, trouble arose in the core area. The insect tribe in the core area conveyed not only faith power to Zhao Ziyan but also feelings of anger, frustration, and panic. Zhao Ziyan immediately put down his snacks and shifted his view to the core area. Upon seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, only a small portion of the insect race remained in the core area. The majority of the insect army had returned to their original stronghold. However, while the insect army in the core area was searching for food and exploring their territory, a large group of goblins emerged from seemingly nowhere. Chirp chirp. Goo goo gaga. The nearby goblins appeared to be extremely angry. Not only were there the small skinny goblins about a meter tall, but many stronger goblins also led the charge, most of these robust ones standing over 1.5 meters tall. Whenever they encountered an insect, they relentlessly attacked with the weapons in their hands. Moreover, these goblins seemed to have a specific purpose. They did not attack other weaker creatures but specifically targeted the insects. These goblins couldn't even distinguish between Zhao Ziyan's insect army and other insects. Any small insect they encountered was killed indiscriminately. In a short time, the area was filled with the blood of the insects. As soon as the insect army was attacked, they immediately fled back to their lair. These goblins primarily attacked unrelated insects. Zhao Ziyan was a bit bewildered at first but quickly realized that these goblins were seeking revenge. Previously, when they snatched monster corpses in the core area, many goblins had come to steal food from the insect army, and Zhao Ziyan had commanded his forces to eliminate several thousand of them. However, despite the defeat of several thousand goblins, their sheer numbers remained. They ultimately fled in all directions, and it was impossible for the insect army to eliminate every last one. A few goblins managed to escape. Zhao Ziyan rubbed his unkempt stubble. It appeared that these goblins had other tribes. The initial few thousand were not their entire population. Let's avoid direct confrontation. Advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances. Currently, the number of insects in the core area is not significant, as most are near the original nest. A hidden clash would be disadvantageous. Fortunately, the insect lairs were dug deep, making it impossible for the goblins to burrow underground to trouble the insect army. The insects they were attacking now had little to do with the insect army. There were approximately 10,000 goblins this time, many of them being strong, making a frontal confrontation impossible. However, these goblins were not always gathered together. Some goblins, upon spotting insects from a distance, would run off to attack. As they engaged, they would stray away from the main group. At this time, Zhao Ziyan showed no mercy towards these isolated goblins. They would directly surround and beat to death these lone goblins with superior numbers. Once successful, they would retreat back to their lair. In an instant, these goblins not only posed no threat to their enemies but also lost some of their own ranks. The insects they killed were not part of Zhao Ziyan's insect army. They were just various cockroaches, beetles, and so on. The goblins were not very clever. To them, all insects seemed quite similar. Many people in reality cannot distinguish between different kinds of insects, let alone goblins. After a while, these goblins returned home. The goblins wreaked havoc everywhere, and their anger had been vented sufficiently. They were also hungry. Zhao Ziyan sent out some flying ants to follow behind them. He wanted to see where these goblins lived to facilitate future plans. The flying ants followed the goblins, who were quite oblivious and unaware they were being tracked. Even when many isolated goblin companions were taken down by the insect army, they remained unaware, each one returning as if they had won a victory, high-spirited on their way back. The flying ants trailed behind the group as the goblins chattered non-stop. Zhao Ziyan found it a bit annoying, but thankfully they finally reached their destination. The destination was a location deep in the forest, surrounded by makeshift wooden fences, broken branches, and bones forming a shabby wall. There were also animal skulls and some damaged pelts nearby, some hanging on the wooden fences. This dilapidated wall had several gaps. Each gap was blocked by 2 broken wooden planks. Additionally, some wood and vines were woven together to form a very abstract wooden door. Nearby, several goblins stood as guards. Surprisingly, at first glance they did resemble something resembling a guard. Zhao Ziyan looked at the goblin camp before him and felt 1,000 complaints brewing inside. As the outside goblins approached the area, 2 goblins with makeshift bone clubs immediately jumped out at the camp entrance. Chirp, gurgle. Gurgle, chirp. After a round of abstract communication, the makeshift wooden door was opened and the goblins hastily entered. The flying ants flew directly upwards, easily surpassing the dilapidated wall. Upon entering, they discovered many female creatures. These female creatures were confined in wooden cages with many goblins guarding them nearby. Some goblins were even engaged in. Goblins were mostly male, though there were a few females, but their numbers were remarkably small. If they relied solely on themselves to reproduce, they would soon face extinction. Fortunately, goblins had a peculiar trait, being able to produce offspring with females of other races. Thus the goblin population remained quite large, and even if a batch were killed, their strong reproductive capabilities would quickly replenish their numbers. Many female creatures had been captured here. Lizards, wild boars, rabbits, wolves, snakes. There was anything you could think of the goblins could do. There were even a few fish trapped in cages. Those fish had long since perished after leaving the water. They had already begun to rot. Yet the goblins still. Confused, non-gift, Zhao Ziyan's body jolted and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was a password. I was hiding in the real world. I only let my followers cause trouble in another world. I never expected such a mental attack. It was able to directly pierce through 2 worlds and attack my eyes. Nevertheless, with the intent of exploring the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, Zhao Ziyan opened his eyes and continued to investigate. Many female creatures were already visibly pregnant, clearly carrying future goblins. There were even some human females trapped in wooden cages. Scattered clothing and weapons near a few wooden cages indicated that these women used to be adventurers. There were also some civilian women nearby. However, these humans now had vacant expressions, looking as if they had crawled out of a garbage heap. They reeked of foul odor, having not bathed for who knows how long. Some of them had swollen bellies, yet they showed no signs of resistance, appearing utterly numb. However, the number of human females captured by these goblins was not large, as they were very weak magical beasts. Most captured were mindless female beasts used as breeding machines. One could only say that these human females were incredibly unfortunate or overly arrogant. Faced with the numerical advantage of the goblins, they had been captured. Goblins generally stood at around 1 meter tall and were extremely thin. Even an untrained commoner could easily kick several of them away. Even the strongest goblins were only about 1 meter 40 to 1 meter 50 in height. However, as Zhao Ziyan continued his observation, he discovered many powerful goblins. These goblins were nearly 2 meters tall, exceptionally robust. Each one resembled a small tank. Pah! Why does today's monster meat taste so awful? Who went to find food today? Step forward. A giant goblin several times larger than all the others sat in the center on a beastskin chair, chewing on the meat of an unknown beast, roaring at the surrounding goblins. GG. GG Guala. A small thin goblin trembled as it stepped forward from among the other goblins. Seeing a goblin admit to it, the giant goblin slowly rose from its chair, which creaked loudly. He. It slowly approached the small goblin, emitting a sinister laugh. When it reached the small goblin, the goblin was so frightened that it urinated itself, trembling uncontrollably and daring not to meet the giant goblin's gaze. The giant goblin suddenly reached out a hand, lifting the small goblin. It then brought it to its mouth and bit off the small goblin's head. The monster meat is unappetizing. It seems you are tastier, haha. At that moment, an exceptionally hunchbacked old goblin stepped forward from nearby. It held a tattered staff, but the red gem at the end of the staff appeared very strange and dazzling. My king, eat this fellow to calm your anger. If it's not enough, I can have more monster meat prepared. Please do not get too angry, my king. The goblin king glanced at the old goblin before revealing a sinister smile. He. The priest is truly thoughtful, worthy of being my trusted aide. You flatter me, my king. The old goblin priest replied, casually instructing the nearby ordinary goblins. Oi! What are you fools dawdling for? Hurry and find food for the king. Remember to search for the tender and delicious meat. If you dare to slack off, you will pay for it. GG Gulu. Another chaotic response followed, presumably assuring that they would complete the task. Soon some ordinary goblins went out to start searching for food. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan had already surveyed the goblin camp. The number of goblins was approximately 50,000. The 1 immortal ordinary goblins made up the majority. Among them were many strong goblins, mostly around 1 meter 40 to 1 meter 50. There were also a few guard goblins, each about 2 meters tall. These guard goblins were mostly around the Goblin King, seemingly only listening to the Goblin King's orders to protect him. Then there was the Goblin King and a Goblin Priest. The Goblin King was as robust as a tank. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, he resembled the tyrant from Resident Evil. His musculature could rival that of the previous gorilla. It felt like he might not be on par with Apex-level creatures, but he wasn't too far behind. He was a strong figure among elite-level beings. The Goblin Priest, however, was not as muscular, standing just over 1 meter. Yet his murky eyes always emitted a strange light, and his entire body radiated a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. The staff in his hand was clearly not just for show. Zhao Ziyan felt a bit challenged. This creature seemed difficult to deal with. For now he decided to set aside the goblin issue and handle it later when he was stronger. It was similar to the previous frog problem. Initially he lacked the strength and was easily slaughtered by the frogs. But after a few days he found that his growth rate was too rapid, and he directly crushed the frogs in return. It was indeed exhilarating to crush weak opponents. Zhao Ziyan shifted his consciousness back to his insect hive. The unit responsible for transporting genetic material from the initial base camp was almost at Xiaoyi's location. Xiaoyi had already digested many spiritual herbs, leaving only a few final spiritual herbs and the most precious dragon blood grass. After digesting another spiritual herb, the insect race's genes were enhanced once more. The genetic material was then sent to Xiaoyi. The insects did not mind the slimy saliva. Xiaoyi directly consumed the genetic material from Xiaohong. Soon Zhao Ziyan opened Xiaoyi's genetic modification panel from a divine perspective. Indeed, the genes for bat wings and toxins appeared in the genetic modification options. This toxin gene did not belong to any of the 5 poisons. It was a type of fusion toxin that emerged after Xiaohong devoured snakes, scorpions, toads, geckos, and centipedes. With the thought, the bat wing gene was added to the flying ant gene. This gene fusion was remarkably perfect, with no signs of rejection. Subsequently, the specialized gene was also added. Soon the genetic modification was complete. Zhao Ziyan instructed Xiaoyi to produce a giant flying ant to test the results. A giant flying ant egg was laid, and through Xiaoyi's rapid reproduction ability the egg quickly hatched and rapidly grew. Zhao Ziyan waited anxiously, and soon the giant flying ant had reached its full form. With a powerful flap of its wings, the bat-like membranous wings perfectly supported the flying ant's body. Perhaps it should no longer be called a flying ant. The new type of flying unit now bears little resemblance to an ant. Let's call it a flying insect. At this moment the wings of the giant flying insect had transformed to resemble those of a bat. The outermost part of the wings is a framework made of slender hard bones, while the middle consists of a membranous skin. These wings are incredibly lightweight yet sufficiently resilient. The membranous skin also possesses a degree of elasticity, making them difficult to damage even upon impact or attack. The outermost part of the wings is also covered with a layer of exoskeleton to protect them from harm. Additionally, there are several sharp spines at the very front of the wings. During flight, the flying insect can slice through enemies using the sharp spines at the edge of its wings. Perfect. Zhao Ziyan excitedly waved his fist, thrilled with the flawless genetic modifications of this giant flying insect. Its combat capabilities have significantly increased, and it has gained the ability to cut enemies while flying. Furthermore, the mouthparts at the front have also become sharper. At that time it can secrete some formic acid, coating its mouthparts as it bites while simultaneously applying formic acid to the wounds of its victims. As for the sprayer insect, it has incorporated genes for mixed toxins. There hasn't been much change in its overall size. It still resembles a bulky insect carrying a large medicine jar. However, the previous formic acid had a faint green hue, whereas the liquid sprayed from the jar behind the sprayer insect has now turned dark purple. Not only can it corrode enemies, but it also contains extremely repulsive toxins. Now the flesh and blood of the sprayer insect are infused with intense toxins and corrosive properties. The energy consumption of the genetically modified Xiaoyi is also quite substantial. After 2 consecutive rounds of intense modifications, it now feels somewhat weak. Witnessing this scene, some divine power was conferred upon Xiaoyi by Zhao Ziyan. Xiaoyi called out comfortably, its previously listless expression now invigorated. Its antennae quivered continuously, conveying messages of joy to Zhao Ziyan. Good, good, good. Develop the insect army while I will always be your strong support. Thank you, great deity. It continued to utter a plethora of phrases commonly used by the Black Star boss, wildly painting a grand vision for the little ant. But it must be said, Xiaoyi was indeed taken in by this, left dazed by Zhao Ziyan's coaxing. What a wonderful subordinate. Whether in the past, present, or future, Zhao Ziyan would always silently marvel in his heart. The divine power restored Xiaoyi to its peak condition, and it even received an additional layer of divine power buff. In other passionate comics, this would likely be considered the explosive phase. In any case, Xiaoyi now feels exceptionally good, better than ever before. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan directly commanded Xiaoyi to digest the dragon blood grass. With the current state enhanced by divine power, it would surely bring the effects of the dragon blood grass to the utmost. With a wave of its forelimbs, several worker ants immediately came to help bring the dragon blood grass over, requiring no effort from Xiaoyi itself. Except when facing Zhao Ziyan, Xiaoyi still exhibited a very queenly demeanor among the insects. By the way, why does this dragon blood grass seem less vibrant than before? Zhao Ziyan rubbed his chin, recalling that the dragon blood contained within the dragon blood grass used to be as vivid as real blood. Now it looks somewhat dull, as if it had been left overnight, giving off a slightly stale impression. What's going on? Could it be that it has lost spiritual energy from being stored too long? That shouldn't be the case, or is it just my illusion? Zhao Ziyan was also unsure, but ultimately felt it was merely his own misperception. Perhaps he was too anxious. Crunch! Crunch! Xiaoyi was unaware of Zhao Ziyan's current thoughts. Regardless, Zhao Ziyan issued the command and Xiaoyi resolutely carried it out. The insect had no pretenses, immediately devouring the dragon blood grass. Crunch! Crunch! Xiaoyi didn't notice anything unusual, it just tasted like regular grass. In the past, when it was hungry, Xiaoyi had eaten leaves and wild grass by the roadside, feeling no difference. Crunch! Crunch! In just a few bites, Xiaoyi had consumed the dragon blood grass. Chew chew chew, not tasty. Chew chew chew, quite hard to chew. Chew chew chew. It felt a bit fiery. Xiaoyi suddenly ceased its chewing movements, instinctively swallowing the remaining dragon blood grass in one gulp. Suddenly the feeling of heat in its belly intensified. Xiaoyi sensed its body was no longer under its control. It attempted to move but felt no sensation in its limbs. The entire insect emitted a red glow. It felt as if it had swallowed a fireball. Painful. So painful. What's happening? What's going on? Zhao Ziyan was also a bit bewildered, wondering if the potency was too strong and Xiaoyi's body couldn't handle it, potentially causing it to burst. He didn't know what to do. Another surge of divine power was sent forth, hoping to assist Xiaoyi through this crisis. It's okay. Great deity. Xiaoyi can endure. Xiaoyi managed to convey some information, seemingly trying to comfort Zhao Ziyan. However, within the nest, its trembling body and extremely unstable aura fluctuations revealed its dire situation. Zhao Ziyan's expression was extremely serious, shedding his usual indifferent demeanor. Shu Shu opened the space for teleportation. He patted Shu Shu, who was playing games at the desk, and spoke. Hey, what's up, Ziyan? Shu Shu appeared somewhat confused, having never seen Zhao Ziyan with such a serious expression. Do you remember that believer of the Ant Queen we initially developed? It's having problems. I must go to the other world. Shu Shu was momentarily stunned, then nervously asked, what's going on? It has consumed too many spiritual medicines and seems like it's going to burst. Following that, Zhao Ziyan was at a loss for words, deciding to let Shu Shu see for himself. With a thought, he transmitted the divine perspective to Shu Shu's mind. Through Zhao Ziyan's viewpoint, Shu Shu also observed the situation within the ant nest. It feels like evolution. This glow should be the light of impending evolution. Only a significant evolutionary leap would cause such a phenomenon. In other words, Ziyan's believer can go from being weak to extraordinarily powerful. Shu Shu, having seen the scene, became somewhat excited, eagerly tugging at Zhao Ziyan's sleeve and joyfully speaking. Zhao Ziyan contemplated for a moment, deciding to go for a visit. Better safe than sorry. With a thought, a small figure glowing with golden light emerged from his body. The small figure bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Ziyan, albeit shorter, resembling a small boy of only a few years old. It was a perfect version image of Zhao Ziyan. There is no mistake. This golden radiant version Zhao Ziyan is the embodiment of Zhao Ziyan's divine power. Mainly, the consumption of an exact replica of the divine embodiment is too great. I can only manage with a version, which will have to do. Don't be fooled by the small stature of this version Zhao Ziyan. It actually consumes a significant portion of Zhao Ziyan's accumulated divine power. The gains in the past few days have been immense. The insect race army numbers in the hundreds of thousands, nearing 10 million. Among them there are many giant insect units that provide a greater amount of faith. Furthermore, they are all fervent believers with nearly 100 faith value, meaning the quality of the faith power transmitted is exceptionally high. A fervent believer can equal several shallow believers with lower faith values. Of course, that being said, the insect race is not very intelligent, so the quantity of faith power they provide is not substantial. If it were a human fervent believer, it would likely surpass the faith given by many insects. Recently I've been quite stingy, refusing to grant divine power to my followers, all in order to accumulate divine power for this faith embodiment. Looking at the faith embodiment before him, Zhao Ziyan revealed a satisfied expression. This can indeed be referred to as a divine embodiment. Shoo shoo, please open a portal for me. As long as I can send this faith embodiment to another world, I can ensure the safety of my followers. Okay. Shoo shoo also sensed Zhao Ziyan's resolute will. Without further ado, they directly opened the space transmission. Thankfully, Zhao Ziyan's conversion divine embodiment is relatively small. Thus Shoo shoo's consumption was not as great as imagined. Looking at the space transmission before him, Zhao Ziyan said, "Alright, thank you this time, Shoo shoo." "No need for thanks." Shoo shoo felt a bit embarrassed and quickly turned away. After completing the space transmission, Shoo shoo returned to their game as if nothing had happened. Soon the conversion Zhao Ziyan arrived at the teleportation point in the familiar location. He surveyed the other world with a sense of novelty. The consciousness and feelings of the embodiment are linked with his main body. Thus, in a certain sense, treating them as one person is not an issue. However, this is not the time for admiring the scenery of another world. Resolving Little E's evolution issue is paramount. Therefore Zhao Ziyan did not linger and immediately rushed towards Little E's direction. The faith embodiment automatically adjusted to resemble a normal young Zhao Ziyan. Otherwise the golden radiance would be too conspicuous. Now Zhao Ziyan had transformed into a child dressed in children's clothing. However, this child moved incredibly fast, barely touching the ground. The surfaces he passed left faint traces of golden light. For the faith embodiment, engaging in any activity consumes faith power. While a car requires gasoline to operate, the faith embodiment needs faith power or divine power to function. As Zhao Ziyan moved rapidly without restraint, he soon arrived at the core area of the insect nest from the initial insect nest. The journey consumed nearly 20 strands of divine power due to his speed. Upon seeing Zhao Ziyan's arrival, the insect army in the temporary nest all expressed their reverence as if they had encountered the sun. "Your salt, my vinegar. People from Chaos Han, pay attention to rice and pots. Stay up late." Of course, although Zhao Ziyan is a conversion, he is still a bit too large compared to the insects, making it impossible to enter the insect nest. Thus a few worker ants carried Little E out. Little E usually communicated with Zhao Ziyan through the thoughts of deities and followers. In reality, Little E and the other ant queens cannot speak. Upon seeing Zhao Ziyan, Little E appeared exceptionally excited. Even the pain in her body seemed to dissipate significantly. Little E was so pained that she couldn't move, only shaking the antennae on her head. "It's okay, I'm here." The energy fluctuations within Little E grew increasingly intense. Suddenly a massive wolf head emerged from the surrounding forest. Roar! The wolf head fixed its gaze on the insect nest, then gradually emerged, slowly making its way towards them. It was attracted by the fluctuations of spiritual power emitted by Little E. The insect army immediately became vigilant, assuming defensive positions while moving closer to protect both Zhao Ziyan and Little E. At this moment, Little E, seeing the enemy approach, struggled fiercely, trying to regain control of her body. However, she could not move at all. Zhao Ziyan glanced back at the charging giant wolf. He clenched his small fist tightly and delivered a punch that killed the wolf instantly. "What the hell are you pretending for?" Then with a wave of his hand, a protective shield enveloped the small area around the insect nest, preventing any unwelcome intruders from disturbing Little E's evolution. The conversion Zhao Ziyan gently lowered his head to examine his fist. That giant wolf was not a weak creature. Although his punch instantly killed the giant wolf, it also consumed over 100 strands of divine power. Although the insect army is vast and faith power is continuously supplied, it is still not at a level where he can squander it freely. Conserving it is still advisable. With the opening of this protective shield, all emitted auras were suppressed within it, preventing the surrounding beasts from sensing anything unusual. Zhao Ziyan did not make any further movements, simply remaining quietly beside Little E. Meanwhile, Little E could always feel Zhao Ziyan's presence nearby, causing her previously anxious expression to calm down. Though the pain in her body continued to torment her, her mind was filled with unparalleled tranquility. Suddenly the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Little E became intensely agitated. After consuming the dragon blood grass, the red light emanating from her belly gradually dissipated. Instead, a white glow began to radiate from her entire body, quickly enveloping her. Zhao Ziyan simply watched Little E quietly. The fluctuations of spiritual power from Little E surged violently, sending nearby insect units flying. Moreover, Little E seemed to be undergoing some changes. Experiencing such intense changes for the first time, she began to feel panicky. She remembered that previous evolutions had never been so exaggerated. "Don't worry, I'm here." Zhao Ziyan stepped forward and gently pressed his small hand on Little E's head. He slowly transmitted pure divine power into Little E's body from a close range. The turbulent fluctuations of spiritual power gradually calmed down. However, the white glow enveloping Little E grew thicker, even gradually encompassing Zhao Ziyan, who was squatting nearby. With a clear sound of an insect's chirp, Little E's cry was devoid of any sense of pain. The white glow became increasingly vibrant and Little Li's body began to undergo a transformation. The chibi version of Zhao Ziyan continued to place his hand on Xiaoyi's head, slowly transmitting divine power. However, at the moment when the white light was at its most dazzling, he suddenly realized that he had lost the sensation of touch in his hand. Moreover, Xiaoyi enveloped in the white light seemed to have grown even larger. Originally Xiaoyi was only the size of a basin, but now shrouded in white light it was somewhat hard to see clearly. However, judging by the rough outline, it seemed to be over a meter tall. Ya! A clear and ringing sound suddenly emanated from the white light. Zhao Ziyan, also enveloped in the light, suddenly felt a tightness around his body. Then came a suffocating sensation. His eyes, previously filled with the blinding white light, were now engulfed in pitch darkness. Moreover, it seemed that he was also entangled, completely unable to move. So soft. Zhao Ziyan began to struggle even though his faith avatar did not require breathing. However, being human, he had grown accustomed to breathing, and not being able to do so suddenly made him very uncomfortable. The soft feeling continued to envelop him. What is happening? Zhao Ziyan quickly shifted his consciousness back to his true body. The divine perspective was instantly activated. The scene switched to Xiaoyi's perspective. Where is Xiaoyi? Also, why is there an extra humanoid creature? Quickly release my faith avatar, it's about to suffocate. After swallowing the dragon blood grass, Xiaoyi felt an unimaginable pain in her body, as if she were being torn apart. She felt that her life was nearing its end, and the scenes of her life began to flash before her eyes. However, there were not many memorable moments in her early life. It mostly consisted of dark, damp ant nests and the busy hustle of ants. In her mind, a towering figure occupied the entire scene. Xiaoyi's consciousness lingered on the brink of dissipating. I cannot die. Just when she was in immense pain, countless pure energies suddenly surged into her body. Rest assured, I am here. The white light eventually dissipated, revealing a voluptuous humanoid creature in Zhao Ziyan, who was tightly embraced. As the light faded, Xiaoyi felt that her body was no longer her own. Where are my 6 legs? Why do I feel like something is missing? My head feels strange and my tail seems to have turned into 2 rounded halves. My back also feels chilly. Where is my heavy exoskeleton armor? The front of my chest feels odd too. Xiaoyi felt somewhat unfamiliar with herself. Woo! What is going on? Looking down, Xiaoyi saw nothing but her own robust chest muscles. However, she soon felt something struggling beneath her chest. It seemed like something was completely buried under her chest muscles. Just as Xiaoyi was puzzled, the chibi version of Zhao Ziyan suddenly radiated golden light. His divine power surged and he broke free from Xiaoyi's tight embrace. Seeing the tiny divine being suddenly appear before her, Xiaoyi felt overjoyed. Divine Lord! This time she did not convey her message through thought but spoke it out loud. Excited, she rushed over and hugged Zhao Ziyan tightly. Looking down again, Xiaoyi only saw her own massive chest muscles. The figure of the Divine Lord had been completely buried. Xiaoyi hurriedly put the chibi Zhao Ziyan down. Zhao Ziyan touched his nose. Why didn't you break free from the beginning? To conserve divine power. Looking at Xiaoyi before him, Zhao Ziyan was at a loss for words. Although Xiaoyi still had some insectoid features, overall she had transformed into a humanoid being. Xiaoyi now had an overall appearance of dark purple skin, somewhat resembling a dark elf, but with some differences. Her arms and lower legs were covered in exoskeletons extending inward somewhat. The inner thighs and the insides of her arms exposed dark purple skin. Don't get too excited. Her prominent female features and vital areas were covered with purple-black exoskeleton armor. But this seems to be more thrilling. Xiaoyi's eyes glowed with purple pupils, and there were multiple pupils densely distributed in her eye sockets with almost no whites. 2 ant-like antennae on her head still swayed vigorously. Xiaoyi's purple hair cascaded down to her waist, yet even without wind her hair kept twisting as if each strand had a life of its own. She had a pair of large wings on her back, somewhat resembling bat wings but also like bird wings, with some scales covering them. Each scale emitted a faint golden red glow similar to dragon scales. A few fierce-looking barbs at the edges added a touch of ferocity to Xiaoyi's overall exquisite form. Divine Lord! You are bleeding! However, her voice at this moment contrasted with her appearance. Xiaoyi, not having time to familiarize herself with her body, looked nervously at Zhao Ziyan. The chibi Zhao Ziyan tilted his head back, trying his best to prevent his nosebleed. It's nothing. The sudden ambush from other magical beasts made me extremely angry. And only blood can wash away my rage. Zhao Ziyan casually provided a ridiculous reason. Surely he couldn't tell the truth. The young lad had never seen such a scene. Was he really causing a nosebleed? But then again, how could an avatar composed of faith power bleed? Zhao Ziyan examined the successfully evolved Xiaoyi. Although she still seemed somewhat uncoordinated, he figured she would soon become familiar with her body. These details were not the main focus. What mattered was that Xiaoyi's aura had become extremely strong. Her spiritual energy fluctuations were now comparable to those of elite magical beasts. However, she was still weaker than the previous ice wolves and black gorillas. After all, they were properly trained while Xiaoyi had purely relied on spiritual herbs to level up. Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin but realized that he was in his childhood form and could not feel any stubble. He recalled the various spiritual herbs he had given to Xiaoyi before. The top-tier blood chi fruits along with some others whose effects might be slightly inferior numbered over 100. Coupled with the dragon blood grass desired even by overlord-level creatures. It seemed that ascending to elite level was not so difficult to comprehend. In fact, if it weren't for undergoing several genetic modifications and consuming vast amounts of energy, Xiaoyi's strength might have advanced even further to the pinnacle of the elite level. A massive amount of energy continuously accumulated within Xiaoyi's body, and while various spiritual herbs enhanced her combat power, the remaining energy was stored within her. Finally, through the catalyst of the dragon blood grass, all the energy was released at once, resulting in such a strong evolution. Moreover, not only had Xiaoyi evolved, but the entire insect race had also undergone significant changes due to the powerful effects of the dragon blood grass. Perhaps due to the consumption of numerous beast blood genes previously coupled with various spiritual herbs of different effects ultimately stimulated by the dragon blood grass. Now the insectoid army has begun to gradually develop internal skeletons. Internal skeletons are a crucial factor in limiting the size of living organisms. For instance, small insects only possess an exoskeleton because their size is small and does not require an internal skeleton to support their muscle tissues and various organs. Thus, having developed some external skeletons, they can adequately protect themselves and support their bodies. However, once the size increases, the weight will also grow, and without the support of an internal skeleton, it is easy to collapse into a puddle of flesh under the influence of gravity. Therefore, under Zhao Ziyan's continuous development, the insectoid army size can only grow slowly and cannot become too large. Reluctantly, Zhao Ziyan shifted his gaze away from the small one. His consciousness returned to his main body, opening the genetic modification options of the divine perspective. All these internal skeleton genes automatically fused into the genetic templates of various insectoid soldiers. Zhao Ziyan did not need to modify them himself. Some genes with particularly high fusion rates can fuse by themselves. It seems that this internal skeleton gene is highly compatible with his insectoid army. Zhao Ziyan pondered silently. The formation of the internal skeleton also signifies that giant beings finally have a foundational basis for their existence. They are no longer merely tens of centimeters long insects that can be considered as giant units. Previously, the genes of insects had a limit to how much they could be strengthened. To truly develop into supergiant beings of several meters or even hundreds of meters, an internal skeleton is essential. The development of an exoskeleton is difficult to contribute to size. It can only enhance defensive capabilities and combat effectiveness. Not only did the internal skeleton genes fuse automatically, but the various beast corpses consumed from core regions previously also had a very high degree of fusion among their genes. They fused with each other automatically, forming two brand new units. Zhao Ziyan originally intended to obtain new troops through genetic modification. Now, with no consumption at all, he was suddenly overjoyed to have acquired two new units for free. The first new troop from this comprehensive evolution is a giant unit measuring over 3 meters long and nearly 4 meters with a height of 2 meters. Although this unit is currently only over 2 meters tall, it has already established a dual foundation of both an internal skeleton and an exoskeleton. The groundwork has been laid and its potential is immense, with a very high ceiling. Using the giant soldier ant as the initial genetic template, it incorporated genes from previously consumed bovine beasts found on the battlefield, along with a trace of thin dragon bloodline. At the front of its head, two enormous chitinous exoskeletons protrude outward, forming two dreadfully fierce super horns. The sharp horns, combined with its enormous body, continually exude a chilling aura of slaughter. Underneath the horns are two side-like mandibles which can be used to slash enemies while charging and colliding with them, akin to harvesting wheat. The exterior skin is entirely jet black, covered in exoskeletal armor with only its eyes exposed. Its legs are no longer as slender as those of previous insects. With the internal skeleton providing support, its 6 legs have also grown robust, no longer as easily severed as before. Additionally, the joints are adorned with some barbs, and unlike conventional toes, they feature protruding claw-like spikes formed by the exoskeleton. Anyone who is stepped on is doomed. This unit was named the War Behemoth by Zhao Ziyan. While this creature is indeed powerful, its consumption is excessively high, making it impossible to produce many within the insectoid army. Its role is to charge at the front lines, breaking apart the enemy formation. Producing a few at the front of the ranks is sufficient. The second unit is a smaller one. This is based on the giant worker ant as the initial genetic template, incorporating the genes of the mantis beasts found on the battlefield. In fact, this beast is quite different from the real mantis. Primarily in appearance, Zhao Ziyan called it this way because the two large blades at the front are quite representative. It also incorporated genes from grasshopper beasts known for their high jumping ability. Its size is around 30 centimeters with a body similar to that of a worker ant. However, its chest and head are no longer lying flat on the ground but are slightly raised like a mantis. Its 6 legs also have internal skeleton support, becoming sturdier, all concentrated in the lower body section. The raised chest front has sprouted 2 new parts resembling 2 sharp large blades. However, the edges of these 2 blades are not as sharp as a normal kitchen knife. Instead, they resemble saws filled with various barbs that can instantly capture enemies, then utilize its mouth to reap them or cut back and forth to injure enemies. The 2 sides at the front of the mantis do not rely on sharpness to win. After all, those 2 blades are merely grown by the mantis and cannot compare to true iron weapons. They cannot simply chop down like a kitchen knife, cutting through in one stroke. Rather, they rely on the dense barbs to latch onto prey, ensuring it cannot escape. The mantis' strongest attack capability still lies in its mouth. After capturing its prey, it often needs to use its mouth to harvest. However, as a child watching the show Sailor Moon, I was misled by the 2 mantis spirits that constantly emitted blades and sharp large knives. As a child, I truly believed the mantis sides were very sharp. In reality, the 2 large blades of the mantis are not sharp at all. This new unit's mouth is still quite sharp, and with the grasshopper genes it can jump very high. It can move quickly through continuous jumping, and its agility is much greater than that of ordinary insectoids. However, to enhance its mobility, the exoskeleton armor of this new insectoid unit is not as heavy as that of worker ants. Instead, it is similar to flying insects belonging to the light armor units. Although its defense is low, its agility is greatly enhanced, making it difficult for enemies to attack. Moreover, although it has sprouted 2 new large blades, the exoskeleton armor has thinned, so its consumption is not much different from that of the giant worker ant. By the way, the current giant worker ant is already 30 centimeters long. Zhao Ziyan directly named this new unit the jumping insect. With powerful attack capabilities and exceptionally agile mobility but possessing a fragile body, it would be a pity not to call it the jumping insect. After Zhao Ziyan learned about the 2 new units, he looked towards the older combat units. Other old units have not undergone significant changes in appearance. They have basically integrated the internal skeleton genes and a trace of dragon bloodline brought by the dragon bloodgrass. In terms of size, they have all seen certain enhancements. After incorporating the bloodline of the dragon clan and the inner skeletal gene, the ant queen now stands nearly 1 meter tall. With her increased size, the speed of egg laying has also accelerated, allowing for the smoother production of larger unit eggs. Otherwise, with a small rear, she wouldn't be able to produce large eggs, which would get stuck. The giant worker ants have grown to nearly 30 centimeters, their limbs becoming sturdier and their defensive capabilities and biting power enhanced. The giant soldier ants have also reached 60 centimeters with similar enhancements in all aspects. The spitting insects and flying insects are both 45 centimeters long, their sizes lying between that of worker ants and soldier ants. All abilities have significantly strengthened alongside the increase in size. Of course, the smaller units have also seen a proportionate enhancement. The ratio of small units to giant units has always been 1 to 10. With giant worker ants at 30 centimeters, the small worker ants are only 3 centimeters. Moreover, after obtaining the dragon bloodline, the insect army no longer solely relies on size to increase their combat power. Though their size hasn't increased drastically, their combat effectiveness has multiplied exponentially. The evolution among the insect swarm has finally concluded with tremendous enhancements across the board. Coupled with the elite insect Queen Xiaoyi as their leader, the insect army can now be said to have barely established a foothold in this other world. As the sky began to darken, Zhao Ziyan received a delivery of bat wings and 5 types of poisonous insects. The various evolutions of the insect army had already consumed a considerable amount of time. However, Zhao Ziyan no longer needed much sleep. He could finally play games all night long. Leading the insect army in continuous development and expansion, how could this not be considered a unique form of otherworldly adventure? At this moment, Zhao Ziyan's avatar of faith had left the nest near Xiaoyi. The most tense evolution had concluded, and he could now leisurely enjoy the scenery of the otherworld. In the form of a human child, he could easily wander the cities of the otherworld as he had never visited those cities before. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and so on. He had almost become calloused from hearing such settings in games, novels, and movies. How could he waste this rare opportunity for a personal experience? Of course, part of the reason was that Xiaoyi always recklessly bumped into people. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyan's avatar resembled a child. If it had been an adult version of Zhao Ziyan, it would have likely been overwhelming. Great deity! Xiaoyi gazed longingly at Zhao Ziyan's figure as it gradually receded until he disappeared from her sight. Once Zhao Ziyan's presence completely vanished, Xiaoyi's expression suddenly changed. The previous sounds of scuttling ceased entirely. A mature and cold voice emanated from Xiaoyi's mouth. "Hurry up and move the food. Who dares to slack off?" She softly commanded the nearby insect swarm. Instantly, a wave of pressure radiated from her, causing the nearby insect swarm to speed up their work. Then Xiaoyi lightly leaped onto a large tree and jumped down, delivering a punch to the thickest part of the tree trunk. The trunk immediately emitted a crisp crack. Xiaoyi then directed her hair towards a nearby tree. She was also beginning to familiarize herself with her body. Ultimately she arrived at the riverbank where countless monstrous fish and piranhas swam beneath the surface. However, Xiaoyi merely examined her current appearance through the reflection on the lake's surface. She gently touched her cheek with her hand, feeling highly satisfied. After all, during her evolution the image of Zhao Ziyan had filled her mind, so her final form emerged as a human shape. While possessing a physique similar to that of the great deity, she also retained some characteristics of her previous ant form. Xiaoyi glanced left and right, admiring herself by the lake for quite some time, her face once again displaying a satisfied smile. Just as she intended to continue appreciating her evolved appearance, a message from Zhao Ziyan suddenly surfaced in her mind. I found a pack of hyenas. They seem to be the ones that previously fought with the insect army for food, located in the core area. Nearby the forest was almost covered in the small flying insects Zhao Ziyan had dispatched. Though the small units lack combat strength, they can sometimes be particularly useful. For instance, at this moment scouting the conditions in the forest was very effective. Not only do they consume very little energy, but they are also hard for other creatures to detect and eliminate. Xiaoyi immediately put away her smile and became serious and cold. She leaped several times, her figure vanishing from the riverbank and quickly arriving near the temporary nest. With a thought she emitted a pheromone signal. Instantly the nearby insect army emerged from their underground nests. Some that had been hiding in nearby trees also gathered together. Most were the old units, with only a few new ones. Recently, after various evolutions, other ant queen's production speed has also increased. It originally took 2.5 hours to hatch an egg into a mature combat unit. Now it only takes 2 hours. However, the new combat units have just been developed and the nests have only recently begun production, so the number of new combat units is still quite limited. There are still many eggs in the nest that have not yet had the opportunity to mature. Nevertheless, it no longer matters, the old version of the insect army is still very formidable. As time goes on, it would be unfavorable if the enemy escapes. Seeing that the numbers were sufficient, Xiaoyi charged forward to engage. It was also an opportunity for her to test her new abilities. A small number of new combat units were also brought out by Xiaoyi at Zhao Ziyan's request to test their capabilities. A melodious sound resonated from Xiaoyi's lips, and her group stamina buff had already been enhanced. The duration has greatly increased and the speed of stamina recovery has also become very rapid. As long as the insect army consumes the stamina buff, they essentially won't tire and can work tirelessly day and night. In the daily life of the insect army, Zhao Ziyan also had her frequently apply this buff to the surrounding insects. Thus the insect army could work without rest. Of course, Zhao Ziyan's stated reason to Xiaoyi was certainly not just that. He claimed it was to let Xiaoyi practice this skill more. Quickly the insect army arrived at the initial core area. The core area had been nearly devoured by the previous insect army and beast tide. The flesh from various magical beast corpses had been consumed, leaving only some scattered bones and bits of meat on the ground. These meat scraps had largely mixed with the soil, and since Zhao Ziyan had ample food at the time, he was too lazy to dig up these scraps. These bones and meat have already begun to emit a foul odor. It has been quite a while, and with the hot weather the decay is rapid. However, hyenas and vultures are scavengers by nature, and for them such food poses no problem at all. These hyenas have lived in this alternate world for a long time, and their bodies are significantly larger than those of hyenas, in reality roughly the size of leopards. Their sharp teeth and pack mentality make it rare for other magical beasts to provoke them. Moreover, the reputation of the veterinary doctors in the animal kingdom is not unfounded, who can endure having their skin flayed. Fortunately, these hyenas cannot reach the skin of our insect tribe. There are about 3,000 of these hyenas, and previously there seemed to be over 5,000. However, Zhao Ziyan no longer cares. As long as he sees them, he will eliminate them all, and he can deal with the remaining enemies later. These hyenas are happily feasting. Although most of the meat has been stripped from the bones, they can still gnaw through the bones to access the nutritious marrow inside. There are many magical beast corpses here, and the quantity of marrow inside these bones is astonishing. At this moment Zhao Ziyan, who was monitoring the scene, also brightens up. How come I didn't think of marrow before? I must reflect on this. Recently food has been somewhat abundant, leading to neglecting the collection of many edible items. From now on I must cherish every drop of food. At this moment Xiaoyi has already led the insect army close by. She stands atop a large tree watching the enemies before her, gnawing at the bones. She silently sighs. Truly worthy of the Divine Lord. It seems that not sending the insect army to clean up these bones was a calculated decision, knowing that the enemies would be attracted by them. Deliberately leaving bait for the enemies to take the hook, then striking them down all at once. The Divine Lord's thinking is indeed beyond what I can imagine. Xiaoyi reflects, but Zhao Ziyan does not focus on her at this moment. He remains oblivious to Xiaoyi's misunderstanding about him. Of course, given his personality, if he were to know, he would probably shamelessly admit it. Fire at them with the spitting insects. In the divine perspective, Zhao Ziyan selects all the spitting insects and launches a righteous ambush on the hunting dogs that are feeding in the core area. The spitting insects not only increase the toxicity of the corrosive acid they spray but have also undergone various evolutions that significantly enhance their range. The ambush strikes from over 100 meters away and the hyena pack is completely unaware of the enemy so far off. Among them, some dogs having eaten their fill lift their heads to move around and digest their food. Only then do they notice something flying towards them. However, due to the late hour and the speed of the liquid, they cannot see clearly. Most of it is the initial version of the corrosive acid. However, there is also a small amount of the new type of spitting insect which combines mixed toxins. By the time these corrosive toxins hit the hyenas, it is already too late. The defensive capabilities of these otherworldly hyenas are quite decent. If the toxins only sprayed onto their fur, that would be fine. However, this substance is corrosive, directly eating into their fur and creating small wounds. Although the corrosive wounds are small and will heal quickly if ignored, the fused toxins seep through these small wounds into the hyenas' bodies. The synergy between the corrosive acid and the mixed toxins can be described as 1 + 1 far exceeding 2. The corrosive acid alone can only inflict a certain amount of damage. However, when combined with the toxins, it can continuously inflict damage and apply a debuff of weakness and poisoning to the enemy. If calculated, the damage may not seem particularly high, but it is certainly effective at causing discomfort. As the barrage of firepower ends, the remaining insect army charges forward. The fastest to reach the battlefield are the latest type of jumping insects whose movement speed is astonishing. Following them are the modified flying insects. With their tough skin-like wings, their flying speed has increased once again, and after charging into battle, they immediately use the spikes on their wings to inflict slashing damage on the hyenas. They then take to the air, their agile movements making them hard for the enemy to hit. As for the war beasts, their large size causes them to hatch much slower than other insects, and they have not been brought along by the adult units. The hyena pack, having suffered a wave of ranged attacks, has significantly decreased in combat effectiveness. Some of the unfortunate ones, hit multiple times by toxins, are already lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. However, they still promptly drop the food in their mouths and begin to retaliate. With their heavy claws and massive size, the attacks of these hyenas can inflict substantial damage on the insect tribe. Generally, a few swipes can crush a giant insect. Their terrifying biting force is even higher. With one bite they can crush a giant unit. As for the smaller insect units, merely brushing against them can be fatal. However, the agile figures of the jumping insects stand out. They inflict significant damage on the enemy, but the enemy cannot seem to hit them. Suddenly, as a jumping insect dodges, a paw comes crashing down from behind. This time the jumping insect is not so lucky and is directly hit, instantaneously crushed. One strike and the enemy takes it out. Well, while they are fast and deal high damage, their defense is astonishingly weak. Quite reasonable. If there were no flaws at all, then the hexagonal creatures would indeed be too overpowered. However, weak defense is not a major issue. After all, the insect army does not need to worry too much about casualties. As long as the numbers pile up, even gods can be defeated. Dead insects can also be dragged back to recover protein for producing new insects. Zhao Ziyan feels no remorse. The new units are not particularly numerous. Mainly the old giant soldier ants and giant worker ants serve as the primary offensive units. The old version of the insect army is about 20 centimeters long, able to bite the legs of these hyenas while lying on the ground. Their massive mandibles can inflict significant damage on the hyena's legs. Even the giant soldier ants with their size can directly bite off an enemy's leg if they latch on. Hyenas are quite similar to wolves, with tough heads and bodies but weak midsections. Once these otherworldly hyenas fall to the ground due to broken legs, the insect army launches a frenzied attack on them. The waist and abdomen are always very soft parts of the hunting dogs. The sharp mandibles of the insect army specifically target these vital areas, making it relatively easy to tear through their flesh. Immediately, many hunting dogs in the area collapse with severed legs scattered everywhere, losing their balance and combat effectiveness. Many even have their bellies ripped open, with various vital organs and blood mingling and flowing all over. The data is as grim as ever. I posted the draft and I might need to do some work later. Many small insectoid units took advantage of the opportunity, burrowing directly into the bellies of the hyenas that had been torn open, launching frenzied attacks on various vital organs. They directly undermined the enemy's defenses from within. The scene was exceedingly brutal, yet the effectiveness was undeniably immense. Many hyenas rolled on the ground in pain, their haunting wails echoing through the nearby forest. Even those hyenas that were relatively unharmed felt their fur stand on end at the cries of their kin. The morale of the hyenas plummeted, as they were social creatures with flesh and blood. They could not emulate the insectoids' reckless and frenzied assaults, disregarding their lives. The downed hyenas had poor mobility, their legs bitten off, and they could only lament on the ground. Some resilient hyenas managed to maintain their will but could only shake their heads, hoping to strike at nearby enemies. The surviving hyenas were also in dire straits. At first, facing these relatively weaker foes, nearly every hyena was able to take down some insectoid units. Their spirits were still quite high at that time. However, confronted with an endless tide of insectoids, just as they killed 1, 2 or 3 more would rush in from the side and even more would follow. Their companions around them were dwindling. Moreover, some of their comrades were being torn apart by the enemy, their bodies shattered and their innards strewn about. A living kin could be torn to shreds by the swarm of insects within mere seconds, becoming a pile of flesh that was instantly devoured. As the enemy numbers swelled, it seemed impossible to slay all these swarming insects. Even creatures with a shred of intelligence could sense an overwhelming despair. Roar! A hyena's eyes turned crimson, its mouth smeared with remnants of insectoid corpses. It was one of the fiercest warriors in the pack, having lost count of how many enemies it had slain. Yet these enemies were too brutal, each one fearless of death. Just moments ago, 2 giant insectoid units had taken advantage of a moment of inattention to launch a fierce attack on its belly. However, this hyena had robust physical attributes and swiftly dealt with the attackers. Even though the crazed insectoids were already dead, their sharp mandibles still fiercely sank into its belly. The massive mandibles had already sliced open its belly, and it could feel smaller insects beginning to crawl onto its body. Facing the larger insects was manageable, but these smaller ones were quite difficult to shake off given the hyena's size. Unless other kin could assist in clearing them away. Under normal circumstances, it could splash around in water or roll in a mud pit to easily shake off some smaller insects. But in this bloody battlefield, it was utterly helpless, as its kin were preoccupied with their own survival. The wound it suffered was itching, as it seemed some small insects were starting to burrow into its injuries. Then a wave of excruciating pain surged throughout its body. The hyena's steadfast will forced it to grit its teeth, emitting muffled sounds, but it did not scream in agony. Its legs were broken, its internal organs severely injured, with fragments of viscera mixed with blood spewing out. Yet it remained half kneeling on the ground, unwilling to fall. But this hyena knew that its life was nearing its end. As the insectoid army continued its reckless assault. Soon the enemy's defenses were shattered. Although the insectoid army suffered significant casualties due to their frenzied attacks. As long as they could win this war, the bodies of their kin could be brought back to the den to produce new units, and the losses were not as devastating as one might imagine. Unlike in games where creating a combat unit consumes a lot of resources and once it dies nothing remains. In games, the mechanics are merely to balance the gameplay between different races. If the insectoid units had an option to reclaim both enemy and their own corpses, they would undoubtedly possess overwhelming combat power. At this moment, Xiaoyi was hiding in a large tree playing with her hair. As the insectoid queen evolved from a giant-headed ant, she was not overly keen on slaughter and combat. If it were Xiaohong, she would probably have charged into battle with a loud roar. However, given that the situation was overwhelmingly in their favor, Xiaoyi felt it was fine to laze around at the back. Although some hyenas had reached the black iron and bronze tiers, and a few were early-stage silver-ranked beasts in the face of the densely packed insectoid army after reaping a certain number of insectoid lives, they could only exhaust their strength watching helplessly as the insectoid army engulfed them, then devoured their bodies. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the side of the battlefield. A powerful pressure emanated, enveloping the entire battlefield. However, the insectoid army showed no reaction. They continued their attacks, biting at legs and tearing at bellies. They were mindless insects. What good was pressure and mental prowess against them? Then a massive hyena emerged from the woods. It was followed by 2,000 to 3,000 hyena subordinates. All their eyes were crimson, filled with unbridled rage. The slaughtered hyenas on the battlefield were their kin and friends. They had originally split up to search for food, with some hyenas scavenging in the core area while others, led by their leader, hunted elsewhere. The massive hyena was their leader, but no one expected that the leader had just led part of the pack to forage in another location. As a result, those left behind to scavenge had encountered misfortune. Zhao Ziyan's eyes brightened at this sight. While previously there were around 5,000 hyenas that clashed with the insectoid army, now only about 3,000 hyenas were present here. Zhao Ziyan was pondering how to seek out the remaining hyenas for revenge, but now the remaining hyenas had come knocking on his door. Looking at the hyena pack that had presented themselves, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He then planned to notify Xiaoyi to stop slacking. After all, the large hyena leading the charge was clearly not an ordinary foe. With soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals, Xiaoyi's current strength was also formidable. Zhao Ziyan was eager to see how much combat power Xiaoyi could unleash. The hyena king roared, radiating a mental pressure that had little effect on the ordinary insect army. However, it was enough to impact Xiaoyi. Once again, Xiaoyi experienced a loss due to her own intellect. At that moment, she was busy arranging her hair, which had transformed into a beautiful shade of purple after her evolution. Previously, as a mere insect, Xiaoyi had never encountered such a thing as hair. Perhaps it was this novelty, or perhaps it was simply her feminine nature. At any rate, she was then tidying the split ends of her hair, meticulously picking out the damaged strands and discarding them. Moreover, Xiaoyi often infused her hair with spiritual energy, making it even more smooth and lustrous, and a smile gradually spread across her face. However, the sudden mental pressure caused her to exert too much force, resulting in several strands of hair being yanked out. While it didn't cause any real harm, Zhao Zian, viewing through a divine perspective, could still see Xiaoyi's originally beautiful face begin to distort. Xiaoyi's aura began to fluctuate violently, causing many leaves to fall around her and several small branches broke and shattered. Even Zhao Zian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, sensing that something unpleasant was about to happen. Bang! Xiaoyi let her hair fall back and jumped abruptly to the ground. The sound of her slender legs encased in purple-black exoskeleton armor colliding with the earth was thunderous. Instantly dirt flew everywhere. Xiaoyi's face gradually regained its calm, as if her earlier anger had completely dissipated. She leaped lightly, yet her form shot far away. At that moment on the battlefield, the core area of hyenas, which had originally numbered over 3,000, was now reduced to less than 1,000. The group of newly arrived hunting dogs, witnessing the heavy losses of their kin, were now frantic with anxiety. Not far away, the hyena king was preparing to lead its underlings in a side attack against the enemy to avenge its fallen kind. However, just as it charged forward, a purple-black figure appeared before it. Although the creature before it seemed calm, the killing intent it exuded was palpable, piercing into its body. The hyena king suddenly halted, but its underlings, driven by vengeance, paid no heed to their leader's hesitation and continued their charge. Thud! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed. A few more hyenas, unable to stop in time, surged forward. Thud! 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 More piercing sounds followed. Xiaoyi stood still motionless, yet her purple-black otherworldly hair began to writhe. It seemed to have a life of its own, like venomous snakes. The tips of her hair were exceptionally sharp, attacking wildly like steel needles, piercing through all incoming enemies. With a ripping sound, numerous strands pierced into the body of a single enemy, then erupted outward. These strands acted like steel needles, tearing the hyenas apart as if they were mere ragbags. In an instant, blood, bones, sinews and flesh scattered everywhere, with the hyenas unable to form a complete corpse. The heads of the dogs were shattered, red and white matter strewn across the ground. Flesh and blood flew in naturally, as the instigator Xiaoyi could not escape unscathed. Her body was stained with copious amounts of mangled flesh. Yet at that moment she lightly licked the dark red stains on her lips. A faint smile appeared on her previously calm face. However, this smile was entirely different from the one she had when with Zhao Zian. It was unsettling in its own way. Truly delicious. Before she could finish her thought, her bloodstained purple-black hair surged toward the hyena king once more. This hyena king naturally could not be easily slain like other weaker beings. As the leader of a pack, its strength was at the golden level. Only upon reaching the platinum level could one be called a dominant creature. The golden level was already among the strongest of the subdominant beings. With diligent training and a sprinkle of luck, it might manage to cross the threshold from golden to dominant. The hair-like tentacles shot forth, but the hyena king leaped upward, narrowly avoiding the attack. As the strands were about to intertwine, Xiaoyi retracted her hair. The hyena king seized this opportunity to spring toward her. Its heavy and sharp claws struck mercilessly, with its mouth wide open, launching a dual assault. Xiaoyi remained unfazed, raising her hand for a punch. With a swift movement, she delivered an uppercut to the hyena king's jaw. The hyena king failed to bite Xiaoyi, instead receiving a heavy punch to its chin. Yet its claws still landed solidly on Xiaoyi's chest. Awoo! The hyena king let out a pained howl. From previous combat experience, it assumed Xiaoyi was one of those who excelled in long-range attacks. After all, she appeared slender as a humanoid creature. Moreover, her tendency to attack wildly with her hair suggested she was weaker in close combat, relying on ranged attacks to inflict damage. However, who could have guessed that after receiving that punch it nearly shattered its own jaw? As for Xiaoyi, after being struck hard by the sharp claws, she staggered back a few steps. The exoskeleton armor covering her chest showed a faint white mark, her massive chest muscles quivered slightly. Not painful. Xiaoyi turned her head to locate the hyena king. She saw the hyena king retreating to a distance after being punched, beginning to doubt its life choices. With powerful long-range attacks, the hair struck in dense waves, making it quite challenging to evade. In close combat it was fierce and strong, yet this elite beast, which was supposed to be a physical powerhouse, was launched away by a single punch. Its defense was incredibly strong, having taken its claw strike solidly, yet it only retreated 2 steps as if nothing had happened. Come on, what was that about? This is outrageous. The hyena king glared at Xiaoyi with resentment, yet it had no good plan at the moment and dared not attack recklessly. However, Xiaoyi was not in the mood to play alone. Fueled by her anger, she was filled with a strong desire to attack. Her hair unfurled once more, this time expanding her attack range. The densely packed strands of hair possessed excellent extensibility, resembling a large net as they pounced upon the enemy. The speed of her hair's attack was incredibly fast, reaching the enemy in the blink of an eye. At this moment the hyena king could only evade with difficulty. Its size was much larger than that of a normal hyena, although its movements were agile. It was a large target akin to a living target. In the moment of movement the hyena king was still struck by the strands of hair. Fortunately, being a physically enhanced beast, the strands could only pierce its back, leaving several bloody wounds but failing to penetrate further. Unlike other hyenas, it did not suffer a direct and chilling blow. With a pop the strands were withdrawn, causing secondary damage to the hyena king. Groaning, the hyena king suppressed its pain. The injuries it had sustained only ignited its bloodlust. Several claw shadows emerged, attacking the strands of hair around it. The sharp claws quickly severed some nearby strands, revealing a gap in the dense net of hair. The hyena king dashed through this gap. At that moment Xiaoyi attacked the enemy with her strands rushing towards this direction. She clenched her teeth tightly, the killing intent emanating from her growing more intense. Her slender, graceful legs possessed unparalleled explosive power. In an instant she charged forward for several dozen meters. As the hyena king escaped, she reached its side. Suddenly the spiritual energy surged and the severed strands grew back, seemingly longer than before. The surrounding strands ensnared the hyena king once more, forcing it to face Xiaoyi's attack directly. Again a delicate glistening fist was thrown towards the enemy. It was a remarkably unadorned punch if one disregarded the killing intent radiating from it. Roar! A roar erupted from the mouth of the hyena king, a powerful sound wave enveloping a torrent of spiritual energy, exploding instantaneously. Crash! Boom! The fist struck directly at the chest of the hyena king. This sound wave attack landed solidly on Xiaoyi as well. As an elite-level beast, this sound wave attack was the hyena king's most potent explosive killing move. It was often employed at critical moments to slay enemies, akin to the final light beam released by Ultraman. It was indeed rare for such a powerful move to be forced out so soon in a fight. As expected, even Xiaoyi's physique could not withstand this ultimate attack. Much of her exoskeleton armor had been shattered. The area in front of her faced the brunt of the sound wave attack, with large pieces of armor falling off and her massive chest muscles trembling violently. Fortunately, her chest was the area with the strongest defensive power. The injury was not too severe. However, the hyena king could no longer see its enemy's current state. It was dead. Killed by a single punch. The slender fist pierced through its entire body, directly shattering its heart. The bloodied fist emerged from its back, carrying fragments of its heart. With a tearing sound, countless strands shot forward. The now lifeless body could no longer muster spiritual energy for effective defense. Instantly the strands pierced into the flesh of the hyena king, then violently withdrew, tearing it apart just like the previous enemy. Its body was shredded to pieces. It seemed that Xiaoyi's resentment was indeed immense, leaving the hyena king with no chance of a complete corpse. Xiaoyi slowly retracted her fist, shaking off the blood and flesh clinging to her hand. She took a deep breath, her spiritual energy surging. In an instant the shattered exoskeleton armor began to regrow, covering her once more. Afterwards she scanned her surroundings. Upon spotting her target, Xiaoyi walked towards the hyena king's head. With her right hand she picked up the hyena king's head, still warm and steaming. Xiaoyi opened her mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and grinned menacingly. Then with a forceful grip the hyena king's head instantly exploded. A yellow crystal core ultimately fell into Xiaoyi's hand. Seeing the monster's crystal core in her hand, Xiaoyi showed no hesitation, disregarding the blood and mixed red and white matter on her hand, and swallowed it directly. Her densely packed sharp teeth crunched the crystal core like a blender, swallowing it into her stomach. However, shortly after, Xiaoyi seemed to remember something. She nervously shook her hand, wiping off the remaining bloodstains on herself. Finally she wiped her mouth clean of blood. Looking up at the sky, she revealed a gentle smile. Zhao Zian. The blood and viscera were not cleaned up properly. Chunks of flesh were hanging on her face. Moreover, pieces of hyena flesh were scattered everywhere, making it look like a crime scene. It was even more gruesome than a zombie film. It had reached a point where it might not pass inspection. Zhao Zian didn't know how to complain anymore. Most importantly, the corpses of these enemies were excellent sources of food. Having been shattered to such an extent, collecting them would be quite troublesome. Additionally, many bits of meat were mixed with dirt. How could she possibly separate them? A large amount of blood was highly nutritious, but it had already seeped into the soil. This could no longer be collected. Such a waste of food. Wasting food is an extremely shameful act. Everyone must conserve food. Speaking of which, it had reached a point where positive energy was needed to offset the violent imagery. With the trend of the leader, the other little pups could not escape their fate either. If you provoke my Intukiang, I will not spare you. Zhao Zian directly commanded all the insect army to pursue. The initial 3,000 or so hyenas in the core area were nearly wiped out. The ground was littered with the corpses of enemies and insects. The 2,000 to nearly 3,000 hunting dogs brought by the hyena king were all planning to flee. With their leader already taken down, the other little brothers had completely lost their fighting spirit. A large number of insects redirected their targets in the core area towards the other hyenas that had come to help. Instantly these assisting hyenas understood why their kin had been so badly beaten before. Limbs and broken legs were scattered everywhere, blood and chunks of flesh were splattered all around. However, the hyenas were intent on escaping, making them difficult to pursue. The insect tribe's size and speed were inferior, their short legs could not outrun the enemy's forlorn legs. The jumping insects had a very high speed, but the newly produced jumping insects were too few. They could only rely on flying insects to harass and attack, constantly intercepting the fleeing hyena army. The flying insects hovered near the enemies crazily, using the sharp exoskeletons on their wings to inflict damage. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would land on the hunting dogs, using their mouthparts to bite. Once the hyenas were injured, their speed would naturally decrease, and then other insects would charge in to deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, as the strongest unit of the insect tribe, Xiaoyi was not idle either. Originally, Xiaoyi did not particularly like fighting. She did not seek trouble, but if trouble came knocking, she would not shy away. After defeating the enemy leader, Xiaoyi, still feeling her anger simmering, continued to slaughter the other hyenas. Without the interference of equally powerful foes, the strength of the powerful was vividly displayed on the battlefield. It was as if her own troops were led by heroic units in a game, while the enemies were merely a group of ordinary combat units or even wild beasts. Thus the battle between the two sides was bound to be a one-sided massacre. There were hardly any hyenas that could escape, even though other insectoid units might not be able to catch up. However, Xiaoyi's powerful explosiveness allowed her to chase after the fleeing enemies in just a few leaps, swiftly taking them down. Along the way she encountered other creatures, such as a few leopards gathered in a den feasting on their hunt. After bumping into the bloodthirsty Xiaoyi, her hair instinctively locked onto the enemies, instantly freezing the leopards in their tracks. Soon all the leopards were left lifeless. Before long, Xiaoyi finished off the remaining hyenas. 3 rabbits and 2 vultures were dangling from her hair, returning towards the core area. In this battle the insectoid army fought fiercely, primarily exchanging injuries, even exchanging lives for wounds, resulting in significant troop losses. However, this behavior was also the result of Zhao Ziyan's deliberate control, as these were old versions of the insectoid army. Their best fate was to die on the battlefield, otherwise when the new types of insectoids were produced, these old units would still meet the fate of being recycled into protein. Currently there were still over 3 million small insectoid units. Ants, worker ants, flying insects and spitting insects were numerous, and there was no need to count them all. The large insectoid units, however, were fewer in number due to heavy consumption. There were 2,000 large worker ants and 4,000 large soldier ants. There were also 5,000 large flying insects and 5,000 large spitting insects left after this hyena ambush battle. Before the battle their numbers had been greater. At this moment Zhao Ziyan felt a bit troubled. With so many troops, could they really be directly recycled into protein? Although insectoid units had high energy utilization rates, there was still some loss. A piece of meat weighing 100 pounds would likely produce about 80 pounds of insectoid units. Moreover, a lot of blood and fluids would spill onto the ground, which could not be consumed. Just like when Xiaoyi had left the enemies scattered everywhere, some had even been turned into blood mist, directly scattering into the air and drifting away with the wind. There were also tiny bits of meat on the ground. While they were somewhat nutritious, they were extremely difficult to find. Many of them were even mixed with soil, and the insectoid army could consume the soil, digest the nutrients, and then spit out the soil. However, it was not worth it. Wouldn't it be better to hunt a few prey and enjoy fresh meat? Thus the actual energy utilization rate of the insectoid army was not as high as imagined. Zhao Ziyan pondered for a moment. I have a plan. Let's proactively seek trouble with others. Zhao Ziyan set his sights on the city outside the forest. Forget it, attacking the city with their current strength seemed a bit too far-fetched. After all, a bunch of overlords had failed to break it. Then it can only be the goblin camp. Zhao Ziyan directly issued an order, sending Xiaoyi the approximate coordinates of the goblin camp, instructing her to lead the insectoid army towards it. Instantly the image of the minimap from Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective appeared in Xiaoyi's mind. She not only knew the location of the goblin camp but also gained a better understanding of the surrounding areas. As expected of the divine lord, Xiaoyi crossed her arms over her chest, adopting a prayer-like pose, her eyes sparkling with stars. As Zhao Ziyan's strength increased, the faith of his followers also returned some energy to him, which would help enhance his power. The higher the faith value of the followers, the stronger the response from the divine being. This is also the fundamental reason why those clerics were so powerful. Led by Xiaoyi, the insectoid army began to advance towards the goblin camp. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan leisurely admired the scenery as he made his way back to the initial base. As he released his aura around the insect nest, the insects stopped their work and trembled slightly. Although the little insects had little brains, their faith in the divine was ingrained in their bones. This was their first encounter with the divine beings present. Naturally, they were all thrilled. Little Hong was even more dramatic, suddenly darting out of the nest and landing by Zhao Ziyan's feet. Feeling Zhao Ziyan's aura up close, Little Hong fainted from excitement. Zhao Ziyan lifted Little Hong with one hand and patted it as if fixing a broken television. Seeing that Little Hong still showed no reaction, he placed his other hand on its head, channeling some divine power into it. Immediately Little Hong regained consciousness, but upon seeing the Divine Lord seemingly holding her closely, she twitched a couple of times and fainted again from excitement. Zhao Ziyan was also a bit taken aback. Such high faith values didn't seem like a good thing. However, it was impossible to waste divine power again, so he directly tossed Little Hong back into the nest. He shared some motivational words with the other insects. For instance, to keep watching over their home, to work hard in the future, and that the Divine Lord would always bless them. The other insects were instantly thrilled. However, these insectoids were all old versions. What they did not know was that Zhao Ziyan had long intended to recycle them into protein. After strolling through each insect nest, he headed towards the forest. He planned to experience the customs of this other world and see what the situation was like in the forest city outside. At present, he had no intention of attacking the city, primarily due to insufficient strength. Secondly, Zhao Ziyan was still human. Fighting insects and animals was fine, but sending the insectoid army to devour the humans of another world felt a bit too abstract. After all, he had only been in this other world for a little over 10 days and his thoughts had not yet become so unrestrained. Soon Zhao Ziyan arrived near Forest City. It seemed that the previous retaliatory actions by those overlord-level creatures had led to an increase in the number of guards. Fortunately, these guards were mainly focused on the magical beasts and wild animals outside. Zhao Ziyan's avatar of faith took the form of a small child, clearly a genuine human. He was unrelated to those wild beasts. The guards were primarily there to prevent halford druids and the like, as some halfords would engage in shady dealings with magical beasts, acting as spies to gather intelligence. Druids often had animal companions as well. Other profit-driven races might also conspire with magical beasts, creating disturbances within the city. However, what malice could a small child possess? Zhao Ziyan, dressed in children's clothing, walked right in. The guards conducted their usual checks but of course found nothing. Many races interacted and exchanged with each other. Some technologically advanced races had developed to a modern level not too different from reality. His colorful children's attire was actually manifested from his memories of the clothes he wore as a child. The shoes he wore were the kind that triggered a switch with a step flashing and glowing. These shoes were particularly favored by children, and it was quite amusing to walk around at night with them flashing beneath. As soon as Zhao Ziyan entered the city, he was captivated by the array of dazzling sights. There were all sorts of weapon shops, food stores, medical facilities, blacksmiths, and various other establishments. There were vendors selling staves, laser guns, and even cultivation manuals, as if all kinds of movie and novel settings were stitched together in chaotic harmony. He encountered magic users as well as those practicing genuine cultivation through sword flight. There were also muscular body cultivators displaying their well-defined physiques. There was a beastmaster with an eagle perched on his shoulder and a bear beneath him, accompanied by a druid surrounded by a multitude of animal companions. Beautiful and youthful elves. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Wow! Long legs. What a sight! Perhaps it was because Zhao Ziyan appeared as a child that the nearby elf lady noticed his gaze, yet she did not show any signs of disdain. As Zhao Ziyan flashed a sweet smile at the elf lady who looked over, she smiled back and complimented, "What a cute little boy. Here, little brother, have some candy." "Thank you, sister." The elf girl for some reason felt an inexplicable warmth upon seeing the child before her. This was partly due to Zhao Ziyan's divine identity. Although his power was not very high, he was still an avatar of faith. Ordinary beings, as long as their strength was not too high, would instinctively feel a sense of familiarity upon encountering Zhao Ziyan as an avatar of faith. Zhao Ziyan took the candy and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. After all, what could an avatar of faith fear? "If you had the ability, you could make me choke on it." Zhao Ziyan wandered around trying to learn about the customs and culture of this other world. He encountered all sorts of people with countless settings woven together chaotically. There was magical power, celestial energy, and various forms of energy and soul power. Different names for essentially the same spiritual power, just termed differently. Perhaps each region had its own terminology based on local conditions. It was nearing morning. After the late-night ambush against the hyenas, which was already very late, Zhao Ziyan had spent some time wandering around. Now the sky was beginning to lighten and the other world was not much different from the real world. Many food shops had already opened, preparing to sell breakfast. Although many people in the other world enjoyed sleeping in, there were still plenty eating breakfast on the streets. Various aromas wafted through the air, some familiar and others completely new. These must be dishes made from unique ingredients from the otherworld. Zhao Ziyan's inner foodie genes instantly awakened. His eyes lit up. So many delicious foods. Zhao Ziyan was quickly drawn to a food store. Inside were numerous meats from magical beasts, all prepared with bones removed and skins peeled. If it were whole magical beasts Zhao Ziyan might recognize some, however with the meat already prepared he had no idea what kind it was. They were placed in a steamer appearing soft and tender, drenched in an unknown sauce with plants resembling scallions and garlic alongside to eliminate any gamey smell. When the owner lifted the steamer lid, the meat wobbled enticingly, clearly very flavorful. How much for this meat? How, little friend, a bowl of gopher meat is just 12 Lwin copper coins. Lwin copper coins. Zhao Ziyan swallowed hard, mumbling to himself. Oh dear, I forgot I don't have any money. You know, in reality I have some money, but in this other world I can't obtain any. It smells too good and I got sucked in not expecting this. Zhao Ziyan felt a bit awkward. Perhaps noticing the awkward expression on Zhao Ziyan's face, the owner added, little friend, you probably aren't from our Lwin kingdom, right? If you have elven coins or dwarven minted coins, that would be fine too, as long as they are worth the same as 12 Lwin copper coins. However, I don't accept currency from the Senna kingdom or the Luban kingdom, as the relationships between nations are a bit tense now. I'm too old to travel elsewhere, and what you give me would be useless, haha. Seeing Zhao Ziyan's attire, which was quite different from the clothing of Lwin kingdom, the owner assumed Zhao Ziyan was from another kingdom and thus offered this reminder. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ziyan felt extremely embarrassed and could only mask his feelings with a smile. He truly had no currency at all. As he was about to leave, a gentle voice came from behind him. Wow, little brother, I ran into you again. In fact, Zhao Ziyan could sense that someone was nearby, but he still pretended to be surprised. Ah. Big sister, you scared me. Zhao Ziyan exaggeratedly placed his hand on his chest, pretending to be frightened and responding in shock. Haha, have you run out of money for food? Zhao Ziyan felt even more awkward. There's nothing more embarrassing than going out to buy something, agreeing on a price and not bringing money. Of course, after all this happened, he ran into an acquaintance. A seasoned older person probably didn't care at all. But how could a young man like Zhao Ziyan endure this? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ziyan burst into laughter. Generally, people often use laughter to mask their true feelings. The louder and longer they laugh, the more awkward it becomes. Little brother, if you let me hug you, will treat you to a meal, how about that? He he he. The fairy girl in front of Zhao Ziyan suddenly smiled mischievously, licking her lips with her tongue. It was hard to fathom why such a charming face could show such a lewd smile. Okay. Zhao Ziyan was a bit confused and suspected he had encountered a pervert. However, for the sake of a meal, he decided to accept this humiliating condition. It was definitely not just to leech off the big deal. Lily! What are you doing? At that moment, two female fairies approached from outside the shop. Counting Lily, there were 3 fairies in total. Lily and one of the taller fairy girls were relatively young, while the other appeared to be older. The taller fairy girl loudly questioned Lily. Lily instantly shrank back like a mouse seeing a cat, turning her head to look. Ah, it's Sophia, the big sister. Lily. He he he. Lily is just helping someone. After instinctively shrinking back, Lily suddenly remembered she hadn't done anything wrong. Immediately her head perked up again. And in a flash she suddenly hugged Zhao Ziyan tightly. Sniff sniff. Sniff sniff sniff. Hey. He he he. Oh no, Mom. I've really encountered a pervert. Although Zhao Ziyan had hit a big deal, he was not happy at all. Boys really need to protect themselves when they are out. Who understands, huh? This time he ran into a troublesome girl. Hey. Lily. What are you doing? Sophia directly approached, intending to give Lily a proper lesson. They were out in public representing the image of the fairy race. How could you openly molest a little boy in the street? Where would the face of the fairy race go from here? Hey, Lily said earlier that as long as she hugged this little brother she could treat him to a meal. Lily hasn't done anything wrong. If you don't believe it, big sister can ask this little brother. Lily stood up straight, her lewd smile instantly disappearing as she rebutted with righteous indignation. It is indeed like that. Zhao Ziyan replied helplessly. The password is that it can't be used here. Next time you dare to enter the forest, I'll make sure you pay dearly. Zhao Ziyan thought fiercely in his heart. I haven't eaten yet. Zhao Ziyan tugged at Lily's clothes, reminding her. Let me eat, you hugged me but aren't letting me eat right. Haha, it's no big deal. If next time you still don't have money for food, come find me. It's the old rule, as long as you hug me I'll treat you to a meal. Lily looked at Zhao Ziyan's little face, her eyes filled with greedy light, lewdly saying to him. Hey. Saliva was already dripping. Saliva was almost dripping to the ground. For the first time Zhao Ziyan regretted his decision to create a child avatar. Ha! Lily. Lily doesn't have money either. The fairy girl suddenly looked a bit dejected as she rummaged through her wallet. What? Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened. His anger was reaching a boiling point. His aura suddenly fluctuated. He was on the verge of losing it even if it cost him some belief power. He wanted to punch this fairy girl in front of him into the wall so deep that she couldn't be pried out. However, at this moment the older female fairy raised an eyebrow slightly. Big sister, can you lend me some money? Lily will definitely pay you back next time. I also have no money left. I spent it all on cosmetics yesterday. Ah. Why is Sophia big sister out of money too? If that's the case, Lily can't buy meat. What does my money have to do with you? If you have no money, don't make those despicable promises. Sophia was a bit anxious as she scolded Lily. The two fairy girls started to converse, but their words made Zhao Ziyan's eyes widen even more. No way you're trying to get a free meal. Just as he was about to stop hiding his aura and punch the fairy girl in front of him, a super big deal flashed past his eyes. Let me pay for this child's meal. The figure of the older female fairy appeared in the food store. She pulled out a pile of coins that Zhao Ziyan couldn't understand. At this moment Lily had already been dragged outside and Sophia was giving her a thorough scolding. This is deception. You actually deceived such a cute little child. You are really getting more and more excessive, Lily. Lily didn't do it on purpose. If you have no money, why would you trick someone into treating you? Molesting a little boy in public, how could that be appropriate? You really need to change this bad habit. Lily just likes young boys. What's wrong with that? Young boys are the best. Ah. A scream echoed out. Sophia's hands were already on Lily's ears, twisting them incessantly. This cute little young boy, big sister, it's your lack of appreciation that's truly tragic. Lily will never give up. Silence technique. Woo woo. Zhao Ziyan also heard the commotion outside and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The gathering was too frightening. Just as Zhao Ziyan's thoughts were wandering, the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Zhao Ziyan looked up and could only see the super big deal. Nothing else was visible. Kid, are you starving? Hurry and eat. The meat of the burrowing mouse is beneficial for the growth of young races. A gentle female voice floated down from above. Zhao Ziyan took a few steps back, finally seeing the face of the fairy woman. As a member of the elven race, a species generally possessing extraordinary beauty. However, when gazing upon the elven woman before him, she did not particularly stand out compared to the other two elven maidens. Yet there seemed to envelop her an elusive and enigmatic charm. Just being quietly beside her was enough to make one feel an unparalleled warmth, like being embraced by the spring breeze. Zhao Ziyan looked at her face and his previously angry and restless emotions gradually calmed down without him realizing it. The elven woman before him no longer possessed the youthful vigor of the two elven girls from earlier. However, she exuded a sense of maturity and gentleness. Her deep green hair cascaded down to her chest and waist. There were slight crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, though they were obscured by her dark green locks. Her emerald green eyes scrutinized Zhao Ziyan as if trying to see through him. Zhao Ziyan's own eyes were usually keen and sharp, known for detecting danger. But in front of the elven woman he seemed to become docile. Ah, thank you, elder sister elf, I won't hold back then. Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat uncomfortable under the elven woman's intense stare. He felt that the elven woman before him was not simple, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Although she continued to smile gently, Zhao Ziyan sensed an undercurrent of danger. With his own strength, would he be discovered? Zhao Ziyan felt uncertain. He had been an ordinary college student in the past, though he had gained strength now. However, in terms of emotional control and cunning, he still lacked compared to these ancient beings. In reality, there were many powerful figures who could glean much from one's micro-expressions and subtle body language. Thus he casually found an excuse and directly went to enjoy some delicious food. Crunch. Chew chew chew. Although it was early in the morning, this bowl of meat was not greasy at all. The lean meat was stewed to perfection, easy enough for even a toothless old lady of 90 to chew. The fatty meat was almost like jelly, melting immediately in his mouth. And the unknown sauce poured over it. Wow. It was worth the trip. Ha hoo. Zhao Ziyan exhaled a satisfied breath. Then he buried himself in the food again. Speaking of the incarnation of faith, it should be able to digest what he consumes, right? Once digested, would the incarnation of faith excrete it? As Zhao Ziyan ate, some nonsensical questions popped into his mind. Is it tasty? A gentle female voice came from the side. Zhao Ziyan looked up at her. Delicious. Thank you, elder sister elf. He he he. It's been so many years since someone called me sister. The elven woman chuckled softly and moved to sit beside Zhao Ziyan at the same table. As she bent down to sit, she gently lifted her skirt seemingly to prevent it from touching the ground. However, in that instant her skirt resembling a cheongsam revealed her fair thighs. Boss, bring me another serving of mole meat and 2 cups of ale. 2 cups of juice. The elven woman languidly stretched while sitting on the stool. Then she leaned her entire body on the table, her brows hinting at a little fatigue. It was as if she were a university student who, after exerting all her energy to arrive at an early morning class, collapsed like a salted fish on the classroom desk. Of course, no matter how lazy she seemed, she was still as beautiful as a painting. University students truly face exhaustion in early morning classes. At this moment Sophia and Lily, who had just argued at the entrance, were nowhere to be seen. Zhao Ziyan had caught a glimpse of Lily being silenced, and it seemed Sophia had dragged her away to prevent her from embarrassing herself in public. Meanwhile, the elven woman appeared to have lowered her guard. Her previously dignified demeanor vanished, with most of her weight resting on the table. At that moment the table creaked under the unexpected weight, seemingly struggling to bear it. Despite her slender waist like a willow branch, she did not weigh much. The main issue was her ample bosom, heavy and nearly straining the somewhat flimsy fabric to its limits. It was evident that it was not lightweight. Zhao Ziyan truly felt a sense of dread. He feared that the table might collapse under the strain, and it looked a bit old. With her chin resting on the table, her bright eyes remained fixed on Zhao Ziyan. As her whole body lay on the table, her delicate arm inadvertently brushed against Zhao Ziyan's face. Pinch QQ plump. Oh, this is a description of Zhao Ziyan's cute face. Zhao Ziyan was eating and of course did not appreciate someone pinching his face. But no matter how he tried to evade, it seemed that this slender jade hand would always find its way back to his face. Zhao Ziyan was sweating profusely. This was no simple playfulness. In fact, every step was filled with deadly intent. Confidently, Zhao Ziyan was currently a genuine deity. This incarnation of faith could utilize all the divine power he had accumulated. Previously, although he had transmitted some to Xiao Yi for evolution and depleted some fighting against some foolish magical beasts, his main body had replenished a significant amount of divine power back to the incarnation of Zhao Ziyan. Even if Zhao Ziyan's incarnation was suppressing his own power, he was definitely not someone that just anyone could bully. He. It seemed that the elven woman found Zhao Ziyan's puffed-up demeanor even cuter. The elven woman intensified her antics, and her other jade hand joined in pinching Zhao Ziyan's cheeks. Zhao Ziyan quickly finished the meat in his bowl and stood up. I'm done eating. It seemed like he was trying to mask his inner panic, or perhaps declaring the end of this invisible battle. With beads of sweat forming on his forehead, once Zhao Ziyan stood up, the elven woman could no longer reach his face. There's more. The elven woman had ordered another serving of mole meat and 2 cups of juice. She slowly pushed her share of meat toward Zhao Ziyan. The boss also brought over 2 cups of juice, which contained small yellow fruit particles. It resembled orange juice. She casually handed over the juice and pushed 1 cup to Zhao Ziyan's side. Zhao Ziyan. In truth, he wanted to leave directly. Some deities, no matter how much divine power they possess, are ultimately unable to condense a manifestation of faith. It requires numerous preconditions. The believer's faith value must be high, the power of faith must be pure, not that chaotic kind of faith power, and the deity themselves must. In short, this matter requires great talent and fortune. I cannot let my precious manifestation of faith be lost here. Zhao Ziyan slowly sat back down, seemingly aware of his predicament. The female elf in front gently raised her hand to wipe the sweat from Zhao Ziyan's forehead, then took out a handkerchief adorned with forest and various animal patterns from her bosom. She cleaned up the meat stains and soup left by Zhao Ziyan when he was eating heartily, then slowly withdrew her delicate fair hand. Her body slightly lifted, arms wrapped around her chest. However, it seemed that her arms were too slender, or perhaps her chest muscles were just too large. When the slender arms returned to her chest, they were instantly submerged by the undulating waves of her chest muscles. No rush. Take your time to eat. If you like to eat big sister can buy you some more. It seemed she truly regarded Zhao Ziyan as an innocent child who knew nothing. The female elf spoke softly to Zhao Ziyan with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Ziyan was truly sweating profusely. It wasn't that he was particularly afraid. If he truly encountered a powerful enemy, he could simply explode. A young and reckless lad was never afraid of trivial matters. Mainly for the adolescent Zhao Ziyan. The allure of such a mature sister was simply too great. Zhao Ziyan fell silent, merely focusing on devouring the beast meat in his bowl. And the female elf across from him no longer touched him, simply maintaining a lazy posture as she watched him finish the meat. Gulp. Burp. Zhao Ziyan finished the meat in his bowl and gulped down a few big swigs of juice. He finally let out a slow sigh of relief. After eating, he felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. This was the taste of mother. To be honest, it is truly delicious. Zhao Ziyan exclaimed his heartfelt thoughts loudly. Perhaps due to the influence of this juvenile body he now had the temperament of a child. If it were the old him he would never have said such childish things and certainly not so loudly. If this shop were particularly delicious he would only think it in his heart. Do you want to eat more? The female elf sitting beside him blinked her eyes and asked. No thanks. Zhao Ziyan's thoughts immediately returned to reality and he hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. I finished eating, thank you big sister, I need to go now. After finishing his meal Zhao Ziyan wiped his mouth and stood up forgetting everyone. He lifted his pants and was ready to escape. However, just a few steps out he immediately felt destiny's grip around his neck. His small body was lifted into the air, his short legs flailing, unable to touch the ground. At this moment the female elf who had been sitting in the chair stood up at some point. With a stride of her long legs she quickly caught up with Zhao Ziyan's few steps. Although her arms were slender she effortlessly lifted Zhao Ziyan without any effort. She grasped Zhao Ziyan as if he were a small chick and placed him back on the chair. Perhaps fearing that Zhao Ziyan would escape again, the female elf and Zhao Ziyan sat on the same stool. However, Zhao Ziyan felt as if he was about to be squished to the ground. Her thick and ample lower body occupied a large portion of the chair and the female elf alone nearly filled the entire seat. The female elf leaned closer to Zhao Ziyan, her arms subtly encircling him. Perhaps because they were so close her voluptuous body almost enveloped Zhao Ziyan entirely. Zhao Ziyan once again experienced the feeling of being buried in the body of someone smaller than him. Though she seemed to be wary of Zhao Ziyan's movements, the smile on her face remained undiminished. Child. Little brother, could you tell me your purpose? Zhao Ziyan turned completely red, feeling like a boiled shrimp. The aroma of an unknown flower continuously wafted into his nose. It was not an overpowering scent but rather faint yet uniquely unforgettable. The aura exuded by the mature female enveloped him. It was unclear whether it was due to the exposure of his identity or the shyness of youth. What could Zhao Ziyan say? He was completely flushed, and if it continued he would probably explode. Zhao Ziyan was unsure why he had become like this. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run every day. Sometimes he would watch pigs run along with a few friends. Completely inexperienced yet absurdly experienced, even though he had never driven he was already a seasoned veteran. Logically speaking this shouldn't be the case. Seemingly sensing Zhao Ziyan's embarrassment, the female elf appeared to be momentarily stunned, then her smile reappeared. She shifted her mature body slightly to the side. Their bodies were no longer pressed so closely together. Zhao Ziyan's arm had been completely engulfed before, but now the other party generously returned it. What a terrifying enemy. I am actually a traveler who has drifted to this world from another. I don't believe you. Why not? There's no reason, just a feeling. Alright, it seems I can't fool you, actually am just a passing child in disguise. I don't believe you. Actually I am not human, I sprang forth from a stone that nurtured the essence of heaven and earth, which ultimately birthed me such a miraculous being. I am actually a ninja from a village and my goal is to become stronger and protect my village. I am actually a pirate chasing dreams on the ocean, always embarking on great adventures in pursuit of the One Piece. Just as Zhao Ziyan was rambling on and fabricating stories, the female elf gently pinched him, directly delivering a playful tap. What is the power of faith? The female elf leaned in close to Zhao Ziyan's ear and gently inquired. Well, actually our family believes in a very powerful deity. I wanted to venture out on my own and my elders gave me a necklace that contains a rich power of faith to ensure my safety. Zhao Ziyan's mind was quite sharp. He knew that the female elf in front of him must have sensed something. However, it was his first time using the manifestation of faith and he was unsure if he could deceive these powerful beings. Not knowing how much the female elf understood about him, he always hesitated to reveal anything useful. Often the first to speak means losing the initiative. Although he was previously speaking nonsense with words that sounded utterly false, he did not expect these lies to get him through. Zhao Ziyan's intention was to force the female elf before him to speak. At this moment the belief power that the female elf mentioned must have been what he inadvertently released when his aura was unstable earlier. It seemed that he had not revealed too much of his identity. The concealment ability of his divine incarnation was still extraordinarily powerful. Zhao Ziyan steadied his mind. This necklace is an item blessed by the divine and the belief power within it is quite rich. The belief power you sensed should be stored inside this necklace of mine. Zhao Ziyan opened his round eyes and calmly spun a tale. His current divine incarnation resembled his childhood self, wearing children's clothing and adorned with a jade necklace representing his zodiac. While it was called a necklace, it was actually just a zodiac jade pendant with a hole in the middle strung on a red cord. In his hometown every child would typically have something like this. Though this jade pendant was quite ordinary, in reality the one Zhao Ziyan manifested through his divine incarnation was purely formed from belief power. A 24K pure belief jade pendant. As for the divine blessing. What's wrong with giving himself a blessing? You don't believe me. The female elf shook her head. However, there seemed to be a hint of hesitation in her brows and her tone lacked certainty. Why? I'm not lying to you. The version of Zhao Ziyan puffed up his cheeks again, resembling a little hamster, looking quite aggrieved. Seeing Zhao Ziyan like this, the female elf began to waver further. What ill intentions could a dazed and cute child have? Surely a child that brings disaster wherever they go couldn't exist. Zhao Ziyan's words contained both truth and lies, making it easy to discern pure truths and pure lies. Yet it was precisely this blend that made them difficult to unravel. Zhao Ziyan directly removed the jade pendant hanging from his neck, holding it in his hand and leaning closer to the female elf. Zhao Ziyan even infused some belief power into the necklace. Now any creature with a hint of power in the shop could clearly sense the vast belief power stored within the necklace. However, at this moment only Zhao Ziyan and the female elf could sense the belief power. How could your elders give you such a precious item? Moreover, how could a child like you possibly wield something so powerful? Are you lying to me again? The female elf's face showed a hint of anger. She then clenched her delicate fist tightly and threw a chestnut at him. Ouch! Zhao Ziyan grimaced and cried out in pain. Immediately he concentrated and activated the zodiac-shaped jade pendant in his hand. In an instant the belief power spread out, illuminating the nearby worn tables and chairs with a golden glow. I clearly did not lie. It can be used. Zhao Ziyan's eyes turned red as he spoke, his voice choking up and becoming incoherent. You. The female elf frowned slightly as if wanting to say something more. However, at that moment Zhao Ziyan had already activated the strongest skill of a child. Wah! Wah ah ah! Perhaps due to his current childlike appearance, Zhao Ziyan's consciousness hidden within the divine incarnation was influenced. After being hit with 2 chestnuts, a sliver of grievance in Zhao Ziyan's heart inexplicably amplified. He burst into tears right there. The crying was heart-wrenching. Most abstractly, the childlike Zhao Ziyan did not feel anything wrong with his current state. It seemed that crying was what he should do. Ha! Ah! The female elf was now also at a loss. In an instant her expression management fell apart and her originally stern demeanor became flustered. What to do? How to comfort a child who is crying? She could only fumble and softly reassure him. It's okay. Sister doesn't not believe you. Please stop crying, alright? Sister. Let me buy you some treats. And she gently patted Zhao Ziyan's back with both hands. Watching Zhao Ziyan's choked sobs, her heart was in turmoil. However, it was of no use. A child would either not cry, but once they started they had to cry to their heart's content. They wouldn't stop until they were satisfied. He. The dynamics of offense and defense have changed. Zhao Ziyan's emotions, which were originally at an unbearable low, suddenly sparked an odd thought. Then his own consciousness finally awakened. As he began to gradually regain his original will, he realized that his eyes were already red and swollen from crying. This meant he had inexplicably cried for quite a while. Zhao Ziyan suddenly felt a sense of horror. His earlier behavior was absolutely not something someone his age should do. Initially he intended to utilize the advantage of being a child to cry and dispel the female elf's doubts. However, was it not too real that he cried even to the point of losing control of his emotions? Zhao Ziyan managed to open his swollen eyes but found he could see nothing. He only felt a pair of cool slender hands continuously patting his back. Don't cry. Don't cry. The gentle comforts ringing in his ears along with a melodious song whose lyrics he could not understand. The soft sensation before him and the earlier experience of being hugged by someone made him realize he had once again been killed by being held. This feeling was even more exaggerated. Yes, sir. I can't breathe. Zhao Ziyan struggled a couple of times but found he couldn't break free at all. Fairy, please retract your divine powers. Sensing the crying had diminished in Zhao Ziyan's struggles, the female elf gradually loosened her grip. Zhao Ziyan could finally breathe easily, though he wouldn't perish even if he couldn't breathe. His swollen eyes barely opened a slit. The female elf's chest was already dampened by his tears, and due to his head moving away it was trembling slightly. Her green dress appeared rather disheveled, a clear result of his earlier outburst. Yet at that moment the female elf no longer showed doubts or anger. Instead her gaze revealed a touch of tenderness. Little brother, are you still crying? The female elf blinked and spoke to Zhao Ziyan. Sorry. Yes, it was my sister who misunderstood you. By the way. As compensation, take this seed. Perhaps it will help you in the future. At this point the female elf's eyes revealed a complex expression. Zhao Ziyan had left the restaurant and was walking freely on the street. Without the pressure of the previous elven girl he felt much more relaxed. He glanced at the seed of life in his pocket and couldn't help but smile. It seemed he indeed had some connection with various seeds. The previous seed of faith and the current seed of life were all forms of seeds. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the sudden change in attitude of the elven girl. After a child cried for a while, was the impact really that significant? Just as he was wondering, Zhao Ziyan thought of the elven girl who now bore a somewhat worried expression. Such a young human being, yet capable of wielding immense power of faith so freely. Is he the child of destiny? She thought, clenching her fists unconsciously. The child of destiny sounds impressive, but in reality it is quite tragic. Often powerful deities have already touched upon rules and concepts. They may have even lost their physical forms, having transformed into concepts of rules. The deeper they transition into such concepts, the stronger the deity becomes. But for some unknown reason, the more powerful a deity becomes, the harder it is for them to interfere with the world. At this moment, the role of the child of destiny comes into play. Firstly, the child of destiny is often very talented, and the deity has some special means to select various children. For deities, such children of destiny, after certain training, become the vessels for their descent into the world. By continuously compressing and transferring their power into the body of the child of destiny, they can descend into the world, breaking the rules and constraints that make it difficult for deities to intervene. As for the child of destiny, forcing a mortal body to bear the power of a deity will undoubtedly lead to a poor outcome. After all, it is not their body. If it gets damaged, they can simply choose another. For those powerful deities with billions of followers, aren't there plenty of vessels to carry their power? The child of destiny is merely a tool for them. With such a rare opportunity to descend into the world, how could there be thoughts of protecting the tool? Thus, sacrifice is inevitable for the child of destiny. A lucky outcome might leave them disabled for life. At least they get to keep their life and continue to survive. The unfortunate ones end up with their bodies shattered and their souls extinguished. Sacrifice. As a believer, isn't it expected to give everything for the deity one worships? To sacrifice for the deity should be seen as an honor. I hope the seed of life can offer him some assistance, she sighed, seemingly recalling something. She took out a jade pendant from her bosom which emanated a rich power of faith. It was the item the child had insisted on giving her as a repayment. Originally she didn't want to accept such a precious item given so casually to another. However, when that child simply took off his clothes and shoes, which were all blessed by the deity, she decided to accept it. Dot. The elven woman's eyes flickered, her expression uncertain. She quietly closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. The demeanor returned to its usual grace and composure. Your Excellency the priestess, I was just looking for you. I plan to use the blood of a true dragon on my disciple at noon, but his physique is too weak. I'm worried he won't withstand it and might need your assistance. A deep male voice suddenly interjected. The elven priestess turned to see Han's figure. No need to be modest, I'm naturally willing to assist the disciple of the Phantom Sword Saint. The priestess smiled with her signature expression. Haha, then it's settled. Hans will surely remember your kindness, Your Excellency. He. Following this was a round of meaningless commercial flattery, but it solidified the arrangement. Zhao Ziyan, who had already started wandering around, was completely unaware of the events happening here. He thought the sudden change in the elven girl's attitude meant she believed his words. But he did not realize a huge misunderstanding had occurred. After all, who would have thought this little child was the deity himself? A deity crying in one's arms, can you believe that? No way, no way. It can't be true that a deity enjoys wandering the mundane world without money, right? Looking at the seed of life in his hand, Zhao Ziyan couldn't figure out what use this thing had. It only emanated some life force and a faint fragrance somewhat similar to the scent of the previous elven girl. The scent reminded him of that elven girl, causing Zhao Ziyan to chuckle. He thought he might have hit the jackpot. After all, nothing was lost. Meanwhile, in the real world, Zhao Ziyan had already started his breakfast. The incarnation of Faith, Zhao Ziyan, also began to buy some delicious food and eat. Before leaving, the elven girl had given him a lot of colorful money. He wasn't sure how much exactly, but each bill seemed to have a particularly high denomination. He casually handed a bill to the owner of the food shop, who then needed to return a large stack of smaller bills to him. Zhao Ziyan wandered around the city. Along the way, a few unknown thieves attempted to ambush him. However, when Zhao Ziyan deliberately walked into a narrow alley, those thieves who followed and met with unfortunate results. He didn't kill them outright, as that would be too troublesome. Zhao Ziyan simply removed one of their testicles. It is said that a one-testicled man is often very bold. After all, as the old saying goes, a man with one testicle is bold. Daring to attack me, it seems you all fit the description of the old saying. In truth, the other world is merely a novelty. When it comes down to it, it's just like any other place. No Wi-Fi, no cell phone. The entertainment facilities are extremely lacking. One can only go to taverns to boast. Of course, if one has money they can. The public order is particularly chaotic, and as Zhao Ziyan wandered around he encountered theft 3 times, being followed 4 times, and attempted abduction 5 times. The food might taste good simply because it was his first time trying it. Moreover, meat from certain magical beasts has a unique flavor slightly superior in terms of ingredients, but the seasonings and cooking methods leave much to be desired. After exiting the city gates, Zhao Ziyan's figure flashed and he immediately moved in the direction of the insect race. At this moment 2 war beasts have already been produced. Zhao Ziyan did not dare to produce too many as these creatures are massive and consume a significant amount of food. 2 should suffice, right? It's a desperate situation. The new insectoid race is growing stronger and the consumption during production has naturally increased proportionally. What was once a relatively affluent household has been completely drained. Zhao Ziyan sighed. What to do without resources? Steal, of course. With so many units produced, would they just sit and watch? At this moment the old version of the insectoid army led by Xiaoyi was already near the goblin camp. Without further instructions from Zhao Ziyan, they had been waiting there for quite some time. These old version insectoids, after finishing off the hyenas, were reluctant to convert them directly into food and planned to attack other races to expend that batch. Behind the goblin camp on a small hill numerous insects were hiding. If a careless goblin came nearby to scout or search for food, it would vanish in an instant without a sound. Zhao Ziyan was somewhat troubled, wondering whether to let other insectoid races come over and launch a major offensive. Now many new insectoid races had also been produced, and the faint draconic bloodline brought immense power, making them significantly stronger than the old version insectoids. Forget it. Let's first test with these old version insectoids. Zhao Ziyan ultimately decided to play it safe. After all, there are 2 special goblin units among them, which is somewhat different. Although he had never clashed directly, the Goblin King and Goblin Priest should possess elite level strength. Since Zhao Ziyan had made up his mind, he had no more to say. It was the usual tactic: the spitting insects would initiate the attack by spraying corrosive acid. The positioning of the insectoid army was quite favorable. From the small hill behind the goblins, the spitting insects launched their ammunition downward. The distance made it even harder to gauge, causing chaos among the tens of thousands of goblins in the camp. Some particularly dim-witted goblins even thought they were being ambushed by their own allies. Grabbing their large wooden clubs, they started to violently beat their nearby companions. The goblin that was being hit certainly was not pleased and retaliated. However, within the goblin camp, densely packed goblins made it easy to hit others while fighting back. In an instant, the goblin camp was thrown into disarray. Several goblins were even killed by their foolish companions. Bang! The Goblin King, seated on his throne, stood up in a fit of rage. The beast meat he had been chewing was thrown away in anger. A nearby unfortunate goblin was instantly crushed by the flying beast meat. Who dares to invade my goblin camp? I will make sure you return in defeat. Goblin Chang, the Goblin King, immediately grabbed a large bone club nearby and roared angrily. Fortunately, the Goblin Priest next to him had some sense. He quickly identified the invading enemy. My king, there are enemies at the hillside behind the camp. The ugly Goblin Priest hurriedly pointed out the location of the enemy. Damn those guys, the Goblin King gritted his teeth and said. He then grabbed a few nearby goblins, mashed them together and threw them towards the enemy. It was somewhat reminiscent of goblin flying barrels from a certain game. However, there were only 3 or 4 flying goblins. Once they flew into the midst of the insectoid army, they posed no threat whatsoever. The goblins thrown from such a distance were already on the verge of death from the fall. Struggling to get up, they were completely dazed and had no combat capability, quickly being torn apart by the insectoid army. Only a few cries of anguish echoed through the forest as their flesh and organs were stripped clean by the insectoid army. Everyone be quiet, the enemy is behind the camp. The Goblin Priest pointed his staff at the ground and shouted angrily. Instantly, the chaotic scene among the goblins in the camp gradually calmed down and they all turned their attention to the insectoids behind the camp. Squeak, squeak. Wah wah. After a series of disorganized shouts, the goblins ceased their chaos and began to charge towards the insectoid army. However, many goblins had already been taken down by the corrosive acid from the spitting insects. Sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive acid continuously spewed from the mouths of the spitting insects, raining down upon the goblins. The corrosive effect was particularly pronounced against goblins without armor. Soon the goblins rushed forward fearlessly. The small hill where the insectoids were located was not especially large, but it still had a geographical advantage. Various soldier ants, worker ants and giant units all pushed forward to engage the goblins heeding. Facing the ferocious insectoids, the goblins showed no fear, their eyes seemingly glowing red. The skill the Goblin Priest had used on the goblin army seemed to provide a degree of pain insensitivity. Even facing the fierce bites of the insectoids, goblins continued to attack with their remaining limbs even if they had lost a leg or an arm. Compared to the thousands of goblins eliminated in the core area, the quality of the goblins in this camp was generally higher. Among the ordinary goblins there were many strong goblins standing at 1.5 meters tall. Coupled with the fact that these insectoids were old version units, their defenses were not particularly strong. They could easily be crushed by those strong goblins who would then take them down directly. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi was beginning to feel anxious, although she didn't care much for the lives of these ordinary insectoids. However, she was unwilling to accept the scene of the insectoid army potentially facing defeat. Wait a moment, don't attack yet. Under Zhao Ziyan's command, Xiaoyi ultimately followed the orders, quietly hiding behind a nearby large tree, concealing her presence. At this point, the frontline insectoids and goblins had already plunged into a heated battle. Numerous ordinary insectoids and giant units fell alongside many ordinary and strong goblins, perishing as well. Those 2-meter-tall guard goblins did not rush to the front line to fight. They remained near the Goblin King, guarding him, and would not easily leave. However, witnessing the insectoids persistently resisting, the Goblin King's agitated heart was becoming increasingly restless. Faced with the swarm of goblins, the insectoid army did not hold a significant numerical advantage. This time they primarily brought the older versions of large units to engage in battle. There were only a few tens of thousands in total. The over 3 million smaller units could only serve a role in harassment and support, so there was no need to bring too many. Only about 5,000,000 smaller units were brought along. Against the larger creatures, the small insectoid units could only bite at their eyes and wounds. Moreover, after the large units tore open the enemy's wounds, the smaller units could burrow into the wounds for internal destruction. However, in terms of capabilities on the front line, the combat power of the smaller units was very weak. Thus, when facing a multitude of robust goblins, the insectoids finally experienced a setback. The disadvantage in size was hard to compensate, for a robust goblin standing at 1.40 m to 1.50 m could knock down large insectoid units with a single swing. Seeing the situation becoming tense, the Goblin King could no longer remain seated. It instantly rose from its chair, brandished its bone club, and leaped out of the goblin camp. With the Goblin King's strength, its speed of movement was exceptionally fast. After a few leaps, it had already reached the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was littered with numerous corpses, both insectoid and goblin, though the insectoid casualties were notably higher. Although the insectoids had previously been at a disadvantage, they still managed to hold on, but when a powerful foe suddenly emerged from the opposing side, the balance between the two forces was completely shattered. The Goblin King was an elite-level beast belonging to one of the stronger factions among elites. With a mighty swing of its massive bone club, nearby insectoids were instantly smashed into pulp. This bone club, made from an unknown creature's bone, emitted a faint white glow and was extremely hard. The large club struck the ground multiple times, shattering the insectoids and the stones beneath. Moreover, the bone club showed no signs of damage. With the Goblin King's involvement, the battlefield soon turned overwhelmingly in favor of the goblins. The insectoid army was soon beaten back, with limbs and exoskeletons flying everywhere, while broken insect pieces and bodily fluids formed a small puddle. The Goblin King roared in fury on the battlefield, its eyes increasingly bloodshot. The weapon in its hand swung faster and faster, seemingly relentless in its slaughter of enemy units. Just when the Goblin King was thoroughly enjoying its massacre among the swarm, a purple figure stealthily slipped into the battlefield, quickly approaching the Goblin King. At the moment, the Goblin King swung its bone club down. Just before pulling it back, countless sharp needle-like strands of hair shot towards its body. However, the Goblin King was wearing an unknown leather armor which prevented the ambush from penetrating too deeply. Most of the strands were blocked by the armor. Sizzle. Still, a few strands fiercely pierced into the Goblin King's flesh. Seizing the interval between the Goblin King's attacks, Xiaoyi charged forward and delivered a punch to the Goblin King's forehead. Bam! The unprepared Goblin King was instantly sent flying 10 meters by this combination of attacks. The strands embedded in its flesh acted like hooks, pulling out some of the Goblin King's blood and flesh, inflicting secondary damage. Roar! The Goblin King let out a furious roar, forcing its wounds to stop bleeding, and with its bone club in hand it lunged towards Xiaoyi with the intent to crush her. Xiaoyi certainly could not take this hit. The Goblin King was not comparable to the Hyena King. The Goblin King was elite among elites, while the Hyena King was merely a weak chicken among elites. With a quick movement, the strands of hair were once again manipulated by Xiaoyi, piercing towards the Goblin King. Sizzle. Again, a small number of strands penetrated into the Goblin King's flesh. Then with a swift motion they were pulled back, causing secondary damage. However, just as Xiaoyi planned to continue kiting the enemy, the Goblin King suddenly grinned. A roar erupted from the Goblin King's mouth, causing all living beings present to experience a surge of energy, momentarily losing control over their bodies. Seizing this opportunity, the Goblin King counterattacked Xiaoyi. A club swung horizontally, crashing into Xiaoyi's waist. This swift strike sent Xiaoyi flying. Although her body was robust in human form, she was slender and light. Her overall weight was not substantial and this hit sent her soaring into the air. This attack was a heavy blow from the Goblin King filled with rage. Even Xiaoyi's physique struggled to withstand it. Her waist was directly deformed from the impact. Her exoskeleton shattered and many of her internal bones also broke. Xiaoyi grimaced, revealing a cruel smile. Her spiritual energies surged and her injuries began to heal slowly. Then her wings spread wide and she soared directly into the sky. However, just as Xiaoyi intended to counterattack the Goblin King, several fireballs suddenly hurled towards her. It turned out that the Goblin Priest had also arrived on the battlefield. The short hunched figure seemed frail, but the staff in its hands waved continuously. A few more fireballs were conjured and hurled at Xiaoyi in the air. Meanwhile, the Goblin Guards had gathered around the Goblin King. Looking at the towering 2-meter-tall Goblin Guards and the arriving Goblin Priest, Zhao Ziyan immediately stopped Xiaoyi from attempting revenge. All high-level combat forces from the opposing side had now gathered here. Xiaoyi charging in alone would not yield any advantage. Xiaoyi also abandoned her thoughts of revenge. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. Next time she would bring a large number of new insectoids to completely eliminate this group of goblins. Surely the Goblin King's flesh would be delicious. She imagined breaking open its skull to consume the crystal core within. Xiaoyi thought cruelly to herself. However, on the surface she displayed a smile. She transmitted a message to Zhao Ziyan, then cast a few small spells like fireballs and ice spikes before flying away. These spells were minor skills she had mastered while devouring other spiritual herbs. However, the skills gained from consuming spiritual herbs were relatively weak and the spells cast were quite poor, lacking any significant damage in high-level battles. With a few small spells landing, taking down a couple of weak goblins, the remaining insectoid army had already been significantly diminished by the goblins. Some agile flying units all fled. As for the slower ground units, they could only be eliminated. After all, when the insect army strikes back, they can drag these corpses back and consume them. For now they are merely stored at the goblin camp. Zhao Ziyan felt no panic at all. He channeled some divine power into Xiaoyi, accelerating the healing of its wounds. He then gathered a large number of new type units. After obtaining the genetic material of the new insect units, Xiaoyi expelled some of it. He dispatched some insects to relay this to the queen ant at the initial base. Currently, the insect nests near the core area are just a part of the insect army. At the initial base, a large number of new insect units are also rushing over. Zhao Ziyan awaited the convergence of all battle units from both sides before launching a total assault on the goblin nest. Fortunately, the new units possess strong attributes across the board and their movement speed has significantly increased. Although the distance between both nests is considerable, the insects from the initial base soon arrived here. Jumping insects and flying insects had already arrived early, but the large worker ants and soldier ants had slowed down the speed. Zhao Ziyan even contemplated producing only jumping and flying insects. However, although these two units are very agile, they are all light armor units and relatively fragile. On the front line, it is difficult to withstand the enemy's attacks. The large worker ants and soldier ants, being heavy armor units, have thicker exoskeletons, often achieving commendable results on the battlefield. Various units need to cooperate to achieve the best results. Soon the new type of insect units assembled. Large soldier ants 10000. Large worker ants 20000. Jumping insects 20000. Flying insects 20000. Large jetting insects 20000. War beasts 2. Though the numbers of each combat unit do not seem particularly large, the food consumption is exceptionally staggering. Each of these units has significantly enhanced combat capabilities, consuming much more than the previous old combat units. As for the small insect units, there are still millions. However, their primary role is to provide auxiliary disruptions. Zhao Ziyan's avatar of faith has already sneaked over here. Having experienced the local customs of the city, he planned to explore the local customs of the forest. Upon reaching the vicinity of the insect army, all the insects began to get excited. The sun. The sun has arrived. You take salt, I take vinegar. Attention people of Chaos, on to rice and pot, sleep late. Luckily, the insect army does not have the function of shedding tears. Otherwise little pearls would probably fall everywhere. Set off. The insect army led by Zhao Ziyan had an unusually high morale. It directly granted the insect army an additional buff of leading the charge. Xiaoyi followed closely behind Zhao Ziyan, creating a feeling of an adult taking a child on an outing. Little Hong and Little Air, the two queens, flanked Xiaoyi, guarding like two gate gods. These two queens were thrilled to see Xiaoyi evolve into such a strong form. Especially Little Hong, who was extremely fond of battle and killing. It felt that if it could possess such a powerful body, it would have already slaughtered through the entire forest. Moreover, Little Hong continuously conveyed similar messages to Zhao Ziyan. Of course, it did not dare to directly tell Zhao Ziyan that it wanted such a powerful body. Instead it expressed sentiments like I envy this strong body so much I really wish I could evolve. Sending subtle hints to Zhao Ziyan about wanting a promotion. There will be opportunities, there will be opportunities. As long as you work hard for the tribe and fulfill the tasks assigned by the deity you will definitely become stronger than Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan may lack other skills but he is quite adept at painting grand prospects. He began to entice little Hong on the spot, painting a beautiful future for it. Soon a large number of the insect army arrived near the goblin camp. After enhancement the insects moved very quickly. Those slow-moving small units all clung to the large units moving along. In fact, the goblin camp had no awareness of the approaching enemy. The last battle had only just ended. Who would have thought the enemy would return so soon? In the previous battle tens of thousands of old version insect units had already inflicted nearly 10,000 losses on the goblins. Almost all of these nearly 10,000 fallen goblins were the most ordinary ones, with only a few being strong. The main cause was the long-range attacks from the jetting insects at the beginning along with the kill count during the direct confrontations, and after the Goblin King joined the battlefield the insect army was slaughtered in a one-sided manner. At this moment the Goblin King was seated upon its exclusive throne, its face twisted with rage. It had previously endured several attacks from Xiaoyi and its wounds had yet to fully heal. The hole made by a hair strand had just stopped bleeding, with a thin scab forming over the wound. The Goblin King had been struck by a heavy punch from Xiaoyi, leaving a chilling red mark on its chest. The goblin priest somehow produced a few unknown herbs. Placing them in its disgusting mouth it chewed them with its yellowing teeth. The herbs, covered in yellow saliva, immediately combined into a clump of mush. It was then smeared onto the Goblin King's wound by the goblin priest. Ow! The Goblin King winced in pain, baring its teeth as it grabbed a nearby ordinary goblin. With a sudden strike from its other hand it smashed the unfortunate goblin's head. It then chewed on the goblin's body a couple of times to replenish its strength. My king, just bear with it, this herb is very beneficial for your wound. The Goblin King glanced down at the herb smeared on its wound and could only nod with a grimace. Despite its explosive temper it still knew the difference between good and bad. Those damned insects. The Goblin King growled through gritted teeth. What kind of species are they that possess such combat power? The goblin priest replied, the world is vast and full of wonders. These insects must have evolved from certain special bloodlines, achieving their current form through mutation. Truly despicable, how dare they attack us? If I encounter these damned insects again I will surely tear them to pieces. The Goblin King recalled its recent experiences in anger, lifting up a large bone club and smashing a nearby ordinary goblin. The Goblin King vented his emotions while the nearby goblin priest continuously comforted him. They believed that their momentary negligence had led to such heavy casualties from the insectoid forces. The goblin camp had 2 elite-level beings. Moreover, the Goblin King was among the strongest of the elite. In this forest, apart from those races that possessed overlord-level creatures, the goblin camp could be considered a very powerful force. However, the humanoid creature that sneak-attacked the king at the end had some strength. The goblin priest said. The Goblin King slammed his bone staff against the ground disdainfully and remarked, "Humph. I was ambushed by her and got injured by mistake. If we had met head-on I would have easily defeated her." The Goblin King grew more furious as he spoke, snorting hot air like a bull, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Sigh. My king, we can't just kill her. Such a powerful female being could bear offspring for our goblin race. He. The goblin priest then let out a sinister laugh. The Goblin King was taken aback and then broke into a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, drooling disgustingly. Just as they were contemplating how to take revenge on their enemies, the insectoid army they had just discussed appeared nearby. What's going on? Didn't we just wipe out a large batch of insects? The goblin priest exclaimed, picking up his staff, his eyes wide in disbelief. The Goblin King was equally incredulous. He stood up from his throne, his eyes filled with confusion. A large group of insects appeared outside the goblin camp, and they seemed to be even more numerous than before. Moreover, each insect emanated a much stronger aura and was significantly larger than the previous ones. Damn insects! With the Goblin King's roar, he crushed a few unfortunate goblins nearby into a ball and hurled them at the enemy. He always delivered a little gift to the enemy before every battle. Seeing the previously repelled enemies dared to invade again, the Goblin King was furious and decided to show them a lesson. You little ones, attack! With his roar, a large number of goblins from the camp charged toward the insectoids. On the other side, Zhao Ziyan was also bewildered. In past battles he had always been the one to seek out trouble. This time the enemy dared to take the initiative to attack. It seemed they truly underestimated his insect race. However, if these goblins mistook this new version of the insect units for the previous ones, they would be gravely mistaken. As Zhao Ziyan's orders accurately transmitted into the minds of each insect unit, the first battle of the new type of insect units began. The stamina buff from the small one had already been applied to the insect army as they approached. Two war beasts akin to armored vehicles charged directly towards the Goblin Legion. Their massive size and incredibly thick exoskeleton armor rendered them nearly invincible. With a physique as strong as a wild bull, they could easily crush enemies into a pulp. Even a slight brush against the frail bodies of goblins would result in broken bones. Moreover, with their thick skin wrapped in exoskeleton armor, the goblins' wooden clubs and bone staffs had no lethal effect. A few stone-tipped spears made by tying stones to wooden sticks were thrown by goblin throwers. However, the makeshift spears shattered instantly, failing to pierce their defenses. The insect army directly clashed with the goblin army. However, right from the start, the goblin army was thrown into chaos. The two war beasts pierced deeply into their formation like two sharp blades, creating a massive breach. The jumping insects followed closely behind. Their bodies were quite fragile, but the goblins' firepower was concentrated on the war beasts in the front. This allowed the jumping insects to unleash their output and agility freely. They continuously harvested the lives of goblins behind the war beasts. With their massive side-like forelimbs, they could easily slice open a large gash on a goblin's neck. Although the goblins' body structure differed from humans, there were still major arteries in their necks which caused blood to spray wildly from the wounds. Occasionally, sporadic attacks hit the jumping insects. However, after being enhanced by dragon blood, despite being light armor units, they still possessed a certain level of defensive capability. Attacks from simple weapons could not inflict significant harm on them. At this moment, a large number of strong goblins gathered to try to block the charge of the war beasts. If they had taken advantage of the war beast's initial speed before it fully ramped up to block them, they might have succeeded. Now that the war beasts had completely charged, standing 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, they were utterly unstoppable. As a result, numerous strong goblins were also sent flying, wailing. Those with slightly better luck suffered broken arms and legs, while those with worse luck were directly killed. However, the injured strong goblins might not survive either, as a large number of jumping insects and other insectoids began to reap lives. At this point, the front ranks of the goblins were in complete disarray. Faced with the enemy's onslaught, they had lost all will to resist. Large soldier ants and worker ants kept advancing, harvesting the lives of their enemies like bulldozers. Meanwhile, the goblin priest's face was filled with urgency. He forcefully raised his staff, gripping it with both hands, and struck it heavily onto the ground. Instantly, a circle of white light waves spread out. However, this circle of white light waves was much fainter than the last time he used it, and the range of its spread was significantly smaller. After using this skill, the goblin priest's complexion also turned a bit pale. This skill was a powerful mental technique that could make the covered units ignore pain and become exceptionally resolute, fighting to the death without retreating. For the goblin race, known for their penchant for fleeing, this skill was undoubtedly a divine ability. Yet such a powerful skill came with significant limitations. Having just used it once, he immediately used it again. The consumption was undoubtedly immense. At this moment, the Goblin King also made his move. He directly stepped in front of a charging war beast, holding his massive bone club horizontally across his chest, colliding with the war beast. The war behemoth pays no heed to who stands in its path. Its goal is eternally to follow the divine mandate, charging forth and obliterating all obstacles in its way. Zhao Ziyan witnessed this scene and directly infused some divine power into the war behemoth. Want to face the war behemoth, Hedon? Then prepare to experience its might. With the enhancement of divine power, the war behemoth crashed violently into the Goblin King before it. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending nearby insectoids and goblins flying. Although the war behemoth was powerful, it was still not an elite-level beast. Faced with the physically formidable Goblin King, it was evidently insufficient. The Goblin King had ascended from black iron to golden level, specializing in physical prowess. If it could be knocked down with a single charge, that would truly be laughable. The war behemoth's neck had already twisted into a strange curve, and the two horns at the front of its head had completely snapped off. The hard exoskeletal armor protecting its head shattered, exposing blood-soaked muscle tissue, and even broken skull fragments were visible. However, the Goblin King was not faring well either, as it already bore some injuries. With the war behemoth charging at peak speed, it was reaching the zenith of its momentum. One of the horns pierced directly into the Goblin King's chest. This horn penetrated deeply, nearly piercing through its torso. Zhao Ziyan shook his head at this scene. The Goblin King was truly a brute with simple wits. As an elite-level beast, it could have easily employed some tactics to neutralize the war behemoth's charge. Yet it insisted on using the most foolish approach. Facing the charge, Hedon may seem impressive, but wasn't it merely crashing into the enemy's line of fire? The simplest tactic would be to trip the war behemoth with that large bone club, causing it to topple over. Wouldn't that suffice? While it couldn't directly eliminate the war behemoth, it could at least disrupt its charging momentum. At that moment, the Goblin King's injuries from the earlier encounter began to rupture. The tremendous force shattered the thin scabs over those wounds, causing blood to flow freely once more. Glancing at the carcass of the war behemoth, Zhao Ziyan sighed inwardly. It had only just been produced, yet after a brief battle it had already met its end. But if it was dead, so be it. As long as they won the battle and could retrieve the body, it could be recycled into food to produce new units. At this moment another war behemoth continued to wreak havoc among the goblin army. The Goblin King certainly couldn't allow it to remain active on the battlefield, as the destruction caused by the war behemoth's charges was far too great. Just as the Goblin King prepared to punish the other war behemoth, another purple figure appeared beside it. Xiaoyi approached the Goblin King with a cold smile, her long purple hair billowing in the air, dancing like countless venomous snakes poised to deliver a fatal strike. "Damn you!" the Goblin King roared, yanking the war behemoth's horn out of its body and charging directly at Xiaoyi. Its thick green fists, calloused and scarred, smashed towards Xiaoyi. Yet Xiaoyi was not the least bit afraid of physical confrontation. This was her advantage. Her slender fingers tightly clenched together and she struck back at the Goblin King. In that moment her delicate fair arms contrasted starkly with the Goblin King's coarse heavy fists. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaoyi's seemingly soft and tender fist actually sent the Goblin King staggering back several dozen meters, while she herself only stepped back a few paces. Xiaoyi shook her arms, still wearing a faint smile, while the Goblin King gasped for breath, the pain from its wounds pressing relentlessly into its mind. Many wounds had widened from this clash, blood flowing freely as if it cost nothing. "You have your injuries fully healed?" The Goblin King's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage as it glared at Xiaoyi, its rough voice questioning. It had previously found an opportunity during their last battle, landing a powerful horizontal strike with its bone club against Xiaoyi's waist. That blow had been delivered with utmost force, fueled by anger, making it even stronger than usual. Even a foe of the same rank would surely suffer broken bones and require a long period to recover. Even a dominant level being would not emerge unscathed from such an attack. Yet through their earlier exchange it seemed the opponent bore no injuries. The other party appeared to be in peak condition. He. Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh, not offering any explanation to the Goblin King. Her snake-like purple hair lunged towards the enemy. The Goblin King clumsily rolled aside, dodging most of the hair, but with so many strands it was challenging to evade all of them. A few strands still struck true, pulling away flesh and blood, causing secondary injuries. Roar! At this moment the Goblin King's eyes were bereft of anger, replaced instead by panic and fear. It roared, swinging its bone club in the air, attempting to fend off the attacking hair. But how much damage could a blunt weapon like a bone club inflict on hair? If it were a sword or blade it might have some effect. The agile hair split off a portion to entangle the bone club, while the rest continued to assault the Goblin King. At that moment the Goblin King had no choice but to abandon its beloved weapon, rolling and leaping on the ground to evade the hair attacks. It had been years since it had encountered such a powerful foe. No creature below the dominant level had ever made it feel so desperate. Yet the adversary before it had completely suppressed it. The Goblin King's heart began to panic. It could not fathom how the opponent could recover from injuries so swiftly. "Priest! What are you standing there for? Come here quickly." The Goblin King had completely lost its earlier arrogance, intending to join forces with the Goblin Priest to confront the enemy before them. As soon as the words left its mouth, several fireballs came flying in to provide support. They smashed toward Xiaoyi's vicinity. Naturally, Xiaoyi, who was constantly aware of the battlefield, would not be easily hit. With a light leap she swiftly evaded the explosion radius of the fireballs. However, the unfortunate goblins nearby and the scattered insectoids were directly blown away. From the center of a few fireball explosions the aroma of roasted meat wafted faintly. The Goblin Priest's physical condition is not particularly strong and he cannot run fast, so he can only cast spells to provide support. Meanwhile the Goblin Guards have quickly arrived. With a height of about 2 meters and massive muscles, they possess considerable physical prowess. They quickly surrounded and protected the Goblin King. A piercing insect cry suddenly erupted from Xiao Hong's mouth, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant all the insectoids emitted a blood-red mist which rapidly spread and engulfed the entire battlefield. Zhao Ziyan directly ordered Xiao Hong to unleash the frenzy. The Goblin King was already injured. They must take advantage of its weakness and prevent it from recovering. Nearby the insect army abandoned their current opponents and began to converge towards the Goblin King. The large soldier ants and worker ants frantically tore at the Goblin Guards, blocking their way. Even if they were hit by attacks they did not dodge as long as they could inflict some damage on the enemy. The flying insects, empowered by the frenzy effect, flew even faster, their sharp exoskeletal wings continuously darting and slicing at the enemy. With their increased flying speed the impact and cutting effects were even more pronounced. Some flying insects even crashed into the enemy's heads, clinging to them and tearing at them. The jumping insects recklessly surged forward. While their physical condition was very weak, their strong attack capabilities, further amplified by frenzy, became terrifying. Their sharp side-like forelimbs could inflict significant damage with each strike. Coupled with their sharp mandibles, the enemy's wounds would further exacerbate. Moreover, the insect units possess glands that produce formic acid. Thus they have the ability to secrete corrosive acid, albeit not capable of spraying it from their mouths. However, they can smear the acid on their weapons and secrete it into the enemy's wounds at close range. In truth, the amount of acid secreted at close range is not large and the damage inflicted is quite limited. However, the pain caused by this is unimaginable. Smearing corrosive acid on a wound is infinitely more painful than simply sprinkling salt. In an instant the various goblins were howling in agony. Amidst the continuous interference from other insectoids, the jumping insects successfully penetrated the goblin guard's defensive circle. Inside, the seriously injured Goblin King was gasping for breath and recuperating. Its body was enveloped with a rich aura of spiritual energy as it used its energy to heal its wounds. The jumping insects that had rushed into the protective circle howled at the Goblin King, then suddenly lunged toward it. Boo! Boo! Although the Goblin King was heavily injured, it was still not something that mere small insects could easily defeat. With 2 punches it smashed the 2 nearest jumping insects into pulp. Then with punches and kicks it eliminated all the jumping insects that had breached the encirclement. Pah! How dare such lowly creatures attack me? The Goblin King was increasingly furious. It could not understand why these weak creatures devoid of any aura of spiritual energy dared to attack it without fear of death. Normally living beings would have a fear of death, yet these damned insects, faced with such a clear suicidal act, still charged forward recklessly. Logically speaking, the pressure it emitted should have frightened these weaker beings into immobility. The Goblin King sat down again, using its energy to heal its wounds. However, at this moment the Goblin King's expression was quite grim. The reckless assaults by those jumping insects had still caused it some harm. The other parts of its body were fine, suffering only minor scratches with a bit of blood. The primary damage was to the previously injured areas, which had been further ravaged by the jumping insects. The Goblin Priest in the distance was unable to enter the battlefield. Despite possessing powerful spellcasting abilities, its frail physique made survival difficult against the insectoid assault. It could only continuously cast spells from the edge of the battlefield. After the Goblin King recovered some of its injuries, it immediately stood up, planning to retreat from the battlefield. The Goblin King did not waste any more time and hurriedly fled from the battlefield. Its intention was to regroup with the Goblin Priest. At this moment, while the Goblin Guards were strong, they were struggling against the insectoids that possessed dragon bloodlines. The current insect army was not comparable to the insectoids of the past. In just a few minutes several Goblin Guards had already fallen. Countless insectoids tore their bodies into pieces. Although they were robust, they were helpless against the endless swarm of insects. These 2-meter-tall Goblin Guards had no way out. Ordinary 1-meter-tall goblins were hardly a match for the insectoids, especially after the latter had been enhanced with dragon bloodlines and the dual structure of internal and external skeletons. The insectoids' defenses and attack power had significantly improved. In the face of large insectoid units, a simple strike from a regular goblin's club barely managed to bypass their defenses. On the battlefield, only elite goblins standing about 1.5 meters tall could inflict some casualties on the insectoids. Furthermore, a war beast was constantly charging and trampling. The goblin side had already shown signs of a complete rout. Seeing their leader starting to flee, the goblins on the battlefield lost all morale. Instantly the battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre, with the goblins having no desire to resist against the terrifying insects. The Goblin King, witnessing this scene, roared angrily. As it continually cursed and threatened the goblins on the battlefield. It was essentially a warning that if any goblins dared to flee upon returning, the Goblin King would execute all these deserters. However, the Goblin King's threats had no effect. In fact, the other weaker goblins fled even faster. After all, the Goblin King itself had begun to run. How could the lowly soldiers still heed such words? If the general had already led the retreat, wouldn't the soldiers below just be waiting to die? Goblins are inherently not a brave species. They have a penchant for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, just as the Goblin King continued to roar at the goblins on the battlefield trying to salvage the situation, a purple figure filled with murderous intent arrived once again. On the battlefield, a multitude of goblins and insectoids were incessantly fleeing and battling. The small figure of Shao Yi, deliberately concealing itself, went unnoticed by the Goblin King. Just as the Goblin King was about to escape the battlefield, nearing the Goblin Priest, it felt that it was on the verge of fleeing. The Goblin King's previously tense nerves gradually began to relax. However, at that moment the Goblin Priest nearby widened its eyes. "My king, be careful." The Goblin King abruptly halted its fleeing form, intending to dodge to the side. However, it was too late. A slender arm encased in exoskeletal armor struck its back. The immense force directly hit the Goblin King, sending it flying forward and causing it to crash into a large number of goblins ahead. Cough. Put. A vast amount of blood spewed from the Goblin King's mouth like an unrestrained fountain, spilling out several bowls worth. Those goblins that were knocked down and crushed beneath the Goblin King naturally met a grim fate, all suffocating under the immense weight. The goblin priest's eyes almost blazed with fury witnessing the enemy attempting to deliver a finishing blow to its king. It immediately unleashed several giant fireballs. Xiaoyi's figure flashed once again, evading the incoming fireball assault. The fireballs lost their target once more, smashing into and killing a large number of allied units. At this moment the goblin guards had already suffered heavy losses. Even though they remained staunchly near the goblin king, they were being relentlessly pushed back by the insectoids. The goblin king observed its subordinates, realizing that the other goblins could not provide much help. "Hold the line!" the goblin king roared, and the goblin guards that had been faltering in their defense suddenly steadied themselves. Compared to the other goblins, these goblin guards had protected the goblin king for many years and were exceedingly loyal. The goblin king forcibly suppressed its injuries and continued to flee madly towards the battlefield's edge. It had already seen through the fact that the goblins could not win this battle. The main issue was that its own goblins were simply too weak to provide any assistance in such a fight. Meanwhile, the opposing insects were able to perpetually harass them, and on top of that there was a mysterious and formidable foe among them. Thus the goblin king had resolved to abandon its own race. As long as it survived, it could establish a new goblin camp with its elite-level strength. Although this faction had cost it a great deal of effort, it was still a necessary sacrifice. After all, its own life was of greater importance. When the goblin king reached the side of the priest, it loudly instructed, "Hey priest, hold the line here for now, I need to recuperate and find some reinforcements, I'll be back to support you soon." The goblin king, dragging its severely wounded body, was trying to deceive its subordinates. Of course it had no intention of returning. It was already too late for that. The idea of seeking reinforcements was even more absurd. With the goblin's vile nature, how could they have any allies? The goblin king had already planned how to start a new life. Regarding betraying its own race, it felt no guilt or sorrow. For goblins, such things were utterly commonplace. What surprised it, however, was that the goblin priest was still continuously casting fireballs to attack the insectoid army, completely ignoring the goblin king's commands. "Hey, are you listening?" the goblin king questioned as it saw the priest unresponsive to its orders. "Priest! Are your ears deaf? How dare you disobey my command?" The goblin king noticed that the goblin priest was still disregarding it. Its anger surged even more. Facing a powerful enemy suffering losses was one thing. But now even its subordinates were starting to ignore its commands. This was a tremendous humiliation. "Ha! My king, are you planning to flee?" The goblin priest turned its head and replied, a strange light gleaming in its eyes. "Flee? You seek death?" Instantly angered by the priest's exposure of its intentions, the goblin king swung a fist towards the goblin priest. Though it did indeed plan to flee, hearing that word come from another's mouth still filled the goblin king with rage. However, just as the goblin king's fist was about to strike the priest, a wave of black mist emanated from the goblin priest's bosom. Unlike other goblins, the goblin priest wore garments fashioned from the hides of unknown beasts. When the black mist made contact with the incoming fist, the goblin king's entire body movement slowed considerably. This strike was meant to be an angry blow from the goblin king, utilizing all its strength. However, given its severe injuries now, the power of this move had naturally diminished significantly. "You!" The goblin king found its body gradually immobilizing, its eyes filled with dread. Although it was ruthless and dominant towards other goblins, when faced with danger it was always exceptionally timid and cowardly. The goblin priest slowly pulled out a black crystal from its bosom, the source of the emanating black mist. The goblin priest said little more, holding the black crystal in hand, and then removed the red gem from the top of its staff, replacing it with the black crystal. It poured all of its spiritual power into the staff holding the black crystal. Instantly more black mist surged forth. It enveloped the goblin king's entire body with tendrils of black mist continuously infiltrating its wounds. Its mouth, nose and eyes were also incessantly invaded by the black mist. The goblin king could no longer utter a word. Its body was now completely out of control. If it were in its peak condition, it certainly would not have been subdued by such minor tricks, but now the damage it had sustained was too severe. It was already at its limit. "Ha! Ha!" The goblin king emitted unintelligible sounds from its mouth, gradually becoming hoarse and weak. Zhao Ziyan, observing through the divine perspective, felt a twitch in his eyes. With a thought, a massive number of insectoids rushed towards this side. "Defend!" the goblin priest bellowed. Immediately a large number of goblins rushed over to defend. Its status among the goblins was also quite esteemed. With the goblin king absent, its orders were paramount. However, on the battlefield before them, the goblin king had completely vanished. In its place was only a massive ball of black mist. The goblin priest's resistance was remarkably swift, almost unnoticed by the other goblins around it. Meanwhile, the ordinary goblins who witnessed its counterattack against the goblin king had their pupils gradually replaced by darkness. A thick black mist enveloped its entire body, moving as if it were a machine. Many goblins on the battlefield were still fleeing while only a few chose to follow its orders and come to defend. At that moment the goblin priest's staff continued to point towards the ground. A beam of black light radiated outward, instantly enveloping all the goblins in its vicinity. In an instant a dense black fog spread across the battlefield, shrouding the goblins in its dark embrace. Their eyes began to emit an ominous black glow. The goblins who had intended to flee rushed back to engage in defensive maneuvers. Once again the same technique caused the goblins to lose their fear, turning them into reckless warriors. However, there seemed to be some peculiar changes. Zhao Ziyan commanded Xiao Yi to eliminate the priest. He observed everything happening on the battlefield keenly. Clearly the enemy was preparing a lengthy charging skill. He could not simply allow them to cast it successfully. Once charged, such a skill would undoubtedly create a massive disturbance. However, the remaining goblin guards fiercely resisted Xiao Yi's assault. Having lost their sense of pain and fear, they became increasingly troublesome. The Goblin King, who had been barely hanging on, now completely lost its vitality. Normally when a creature dies, its various energies dissipate. Yet at this moment the death force emanating from the Goblin King became exceedingly potent. Countless strands of black mist penetrated into its body. Its lifeless body began to swell gradually. Furthermore, the mist started to spread outward. A multitude of dead goblin corpses became ensnared by the fog. Under the influence of the mist, a mass of goblin corpses began to converge towards the Goblin King. Strangely, these flesh and blood pieces appeared to be quite elastic. These flesh pieces became soft like clay, sticking together upon contact. By this time the battle had been ongoing for quite a while, leaving countless corpses on the ground, both goblins and insects. A large number of goblin corpses were gathered together with a few insect bodies mixed in. Ultimately the black mist grew larger and larger. The central Goblin King had completely lost its original shape, becoming grotesquely bloated. The once thick black mist could barely conceal the bizarre creature within. Faint outlines of this stitched monster's body began to reveal themselves. Zhao Ziyan widened his eyes, scrutinizing the details reminiscent of a grotesque abomination. Unlike the stitched abominations in games which are sewn together with haphazard threads, this monster appeared melded together as if coated in transparent glue, lacking any chaotic stitching. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the disordered clay had fused into one mass. The black mist gradually thinned and the surrounding corpses ceased to converge towards the center. This stitched monster gradually became visible on the battlefield, its body smeared with a mixture of blood and mud. Various incomplete body parts and organs were haphazardly assembled, yet they clung together tightly like a grotesque amalgamation. Its massive form towered over 10 meters high, accompanied by an equally enormous weight. The soil beneath was saturated with blood, becoming much softer and wetter. As the stitched monster's feet pressed down, 2 deep impressions were left in the ground. Its body became exceedingly bloated, with a huge gash in the center of its belly continuously oozing a grotesque liquid. Inside the gaping wound, what appeared to be an arm could be seen writhing. It emanated a thick black mist from every part of its body. The Goblin King's originally robust arms grew even larger, not from muscle but due to the accumulation of vast amounts of flesh. Moreover, it now sported 2 additional arms made from other flesh, resulting in a total of 4 bloated, decaying arms that waved around incessantly. As for its head, it remained the Goblin King's without any other flesh amalgamated to it. The black mist mainly served to enhance the combat ability of this stitched monster. The head had no offensive capabilities and its absence would not matter, hence no enhancements were applied. The overall appearance resembled a grotesque amalgamation, a fusion of the abomination and the stitched creature. Ha ha ha. Great King, you truly look majestic now. Ha ha ha. The goblin priest sneered, clutching its staff as it burst into wild laughter. Damn insects, allow me to show you my secret weapon. Attack! The goblin priest shouted vehemently, its eyes glowing crimson. Then it climbed onto the stitched monster's palm, positioning itself on its shoulder. Now the insect swarm on the ground found it challenging to reach it. The massive stitched monster advanced relentlessly across the battlefield. The insects attempted to bite at it, yet their efforts were futile. Any part of the stitched monster, any organ, could potentially manifest an offensive capability. For instance, when large soldier ants attacked its legs, they could become ensnared by chains formed from unknown flesh. Then numerous lifeless arms would emerge from the mass of flesh, pulling the soldier ants into the meaty lump. Subsequently, Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective would be severed and the life force of the dragged combatants would swiftly deplete. That body part might then regenerate, incorporating parts of the slain insects. Some areas still contained the arms of dead goblins striking at the insects with sticks, while other regions had the mouths of deceased insects gnawing at their former allies. The large units had no means to deal with this stitched monster, while the smaller insects were easily exterminated upon approach. The corpses littering the ground could continuously reinforce this stitched monster, enabling it to grow even larger. Zhao Ziyan blinked a couple of times. This situation felt somewhat beyond his control. He contemplated whether to summon his avatar of faith to resolve it. He knew that his avatar of faith should be quite formidable by now. However, insects were not sentient beings and could not provide much faith. Yet he could not gauge just how powerful this stitched monster was. What if his avatar was destroyed? Zhao Ziyan pondered and after a moment broke into a smile and made a decisive choice. Fall back completely. A command echoed in the minds of all the insectoid creatures. In an instant they all began to retreat. Only a few agile insects remained to harass the stitched beast, buying time for their retreat. A small number of jumping and flying insects surrounded the stitched beast while the slower moving ones prioritized their retreat. The most troublesome were the spitting insects. This time many large spitting insects were brought along. However, they proved ineffective in this battle. The goblins charged directly towards the insect swarm, quickly engaging in a chaotic melee. The spitting insects could easily injure their allies. After all this time they had a mixture of toxins added. The current insect army possessed acid resistance genes but lacked any toxin resistance genes. Zhao Ziyan dared not let the spitting insects provide support. On the battlefield the insect army was completely slaughtering the goblins. The absence of the spitting insects' ranged attacks was more than sufficient. This retreat involved 2 flying insects carrying 1 spitting insect while 4 jumping insects clung to another spitting insect. The worker and soldier ants ran on their own. Small insects climbed onto larger ones, allowing them to be carried away. Soon the insect army retreated completely. The goblins on the ground found it very difficult to catch up. Although they were currently buffed, they could only endure pain and had become fearless of death. Their movement speed remained unchanged. Faced with an escaping enemy, they could only watch helplessly with no means to intervene. At this moment the goblin priest stood on the shoulder of the stitched beast, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Damn insects! Cunning insects! Damn it! However, no matter how angry he was, it was only impotent rage. The massive stitched beast moved at a painfully slow speed. The accumulation of flesh granted it remarkable survivability and offensive and defensive capabilities. But everything is relative. While other abilities significantly enhanced its movement speed, inevitably suffered a drastic decline. After sacrificing some jumping and flying insects, the insect harassment mission was successfully completed. The remaining insects also began to retreat quickly. Only the small flying insect Shaoyi remained flapping its wings. Under Zhao Ziyan's command it attempted several times to snatch the staff from the goblin priest. Zhao Ziyan also noticed that the staff was undoubtedly a prized possession. Unfortunately, the forearms of the stitched beast were troublesome. Whenever Shaoyi approached it, would swat it away like a fly. After the insect army retreated, Shaoyi no longer needed to provide cover and began to withdraw as well. The stitched beast, having lost its insectoid enemies, turned its gaze toward the nearby goblins. Its eyes, devoid of vitality, showed no signs of emotion as its forearms swung wildly in the air. A large number of goblins were scooped into its mouth. Meanwhile the goblins were bewildered. Wasn't this creature one of their own? Why was it now attacking its own kind? The goblin priest was also somewhat flustered. He did not have as strong control over the stitched beast as he had imagined. After all, he was merely an elite, while the stitched beast had clearly reached the level of a dominant being. The disparity in power left him with no real control. He could barely command the stitched beast through the staff in his hand. More accurately, it was through the black crystal. Stop. I command you to stop. The goblin priest poured his spiritual energy into the black crystal. However, the stitched beast merely paused briefly before continuing to feast on the nearby goblins. Zhao Ziyan, observing everything through the lens of life, nearly burst into laughter. Serves you right for dabbling in such dark arts. Look what you've brought upon yourself. Although the insect army had already left, Zhao Ziyan had a habit of leaving some small flying insects scattered throughout the forest. These small flying insects acted as true eyes, allowing him to scout the surroundings by channeling divine perspective through them. At this moment he was witnessing these events. The goblin priest was now panicking. Unlike the goblin king, he valued his kin due to his intelligence. With many of his kin dying tragically, he felt a deep sense of unease. I created you not to kill my kin. Stop this at once. The goblin priest stood on the stitched beast's shoulder, shouting angrily. Yet there was no reaction. In his fury, the goblin priest began to strike the stitched beast. He pounded its head with his fists and feet, striking the stitched beast's head that looked just like the goblin king's, venting the humiliation the goblin king had inflicted upon him in the past. In no time he became more adept at the strikes. His fists and feet felt insufficient, and he picked up the staff in his hand to continue beating the stitched beast. Bang! 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 The goblin priest repeatedly struck the stitched beast's body with the end of the staff, yet he could not inflict any harm. The goblin priest was merely a spellcaster skilled in magic, possessing very poor physical attributes. What damage could he inflict with his strength? Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. Just as the goblin priest raised the staff to strike again, he found that the crystal at the tip was already missing. The groove originally meant to hold the crystal had developed a small crack. Snap! Bang! The black crystal fell from the stitched beast, landing on the ground. The goblin priest stared at the broken staff in his hand. The stitched beast turned to look at the goblin priest's broken staff. Finally they locked eyes. Goblin priest. Stitched beast, I'm late for my 8 o'clock. With that, the stitched beast let out a furious roar, then slapped its arm against its shoulder. The goblin priest who had been standing on its shoulder was now at a loss for what to do. The bewildered goblin priest was instantly flattened into a puddle of flesh. In an instant this mass of flesh was absorbed into the stitched beast's body. In an instant its aura became even stronger. Zhao Ziyan. Is it that abstract, my friend? He widened his eyes in disbelief. The surrounding small flying insects gradually flew lower, taking a closer look at the black crystal which had now fallen at the feet of the stitched beast. Seeing the goblin priest's demise, the other goblins were now completely panicked. The buff that made them fearless of death had also dissipated. Suddenly all the goblins began to flee. Meanwhile the stitched beast continued to pursue its prey, casually chasing after a goblin. Zhao Ziyan's perspective remained focused here. The stitched monster had disappeared, but Zhao Ziyan was completely unconcerned. His attention was solely on the black crystal. Although he had no prior knowledge of it, he instinctively felt that this object was something valuable. Stop for a moment, return to the previous battlefield first. Zhao Ziyan issued a command to Xiaoyi. Understood, my lord. Without any further ado, Xiaoyi hurried back. Soon they returned to the original location, but the stitched monster was nowhere to be seen. Only a faint black mist lingered on the battlefield, now quite thin. A large number of mangled bodies lay scattered across the battlefield. The black crystal had fallen into the blood-soaked soil. At that moment the surrounding blood and some black mist seemed to be slowly absorbed by it. Do you see that black crystal? It's similar to a monster's crystal core. Walk forward a bit to the left and then a bit more forward. Yes. Right beneath your feet. Following Zhao Ziyan's instructions, Xiaoyi finally spotted the black crystal. The crystal, devoid of spiritual power, resembled a mere stone, showing no signs of energy fluctuations. Xiaoyi gently picked up the black crystal, examining it in her hand. She couldn't understand why her lord valued such a small object so highly. Just as Xiaoyi intended to continue her observation of the black crystal, it suddenly released wisps of black mist that enveloped her arm. Xiaoyi felt as if she had been electrocuted, abruptly throwing the black crystal away. This seems to be eroding my body. She was uncertain, as this was her first encounter with such a situation. Zhao Ziyan frowned, noticing in the divine perspective that Xiaoyi's status bar had suddenly dropped. Why couldn't she hold it? Did it automatically attack those nearby when picked? But why was the previous goblin priest able to handle it? They could even use it to control the stitched monster. Zhao Ziyan was puzzled, but thankfully his faith avatar had already been sent to another world. Although he didn't use his faith avatar during the previous battle to conserve power, it was time to utilize it in this critical moment. Soon the faith avatar arrived. Zhao Ziyan used a small flying insect to scout for the stitched monster. It had already run far away, allowing the faith avatar to examine the situation comfortably. As soon as the faith avatar arrived, Zhao Ziyan instinctively felt a strong desire to possess the black crystal, wanting to claim it as his own. Zhao Ziyan directly picked up the black crystal, and soon the same phenomenon occurred with him. The crystal emitted black mist that coiled around his faith avatar's arm. In an instant the defense mechanism of the faith avatar was triggered. A surge of divine power surged forth, resisting the encroaching black mist. The shimmering golden divine power quickly dispelled the black mist, and it began to envelop the black crystal. However, Zhao Ziyan's divine power continuously flowed, enwrapping the black crystal tightly, dispersing the mist that emerged. After a brief stalemate, the black mist finally ceased its violent fluctuations and grew quiet. The crystal's color lightened, becoming somewhat transparent. Zhao Ziyan sensed that the black crystal no longer resisted, and he relaxed. This encounter had likely cost around 1,000 units of divine power, dimming the area of the faith avatar's arm slightly. But it was all worth it. At this moment Zhao Ziyan held the black crystal in his hand. He could clearly sense the death energy contained within. He casually waved it to the side, and a beam of black light shot toward a nearby goblin corpse. Then the goblin corpse twisted on the ground like a zombie, its body arching backward as its broken leg joints contorted to stand up. Subsequently the torso straightened, and finally the head lifted at an odd angle. Its eyes were hollow, cold, and devoid of warmth. Zhao Ziyan blinked. He had no prior knowledge of what this crystal was. However, after enveloping the crystal with divine power, its resistance weakened, and he faintly sensed a submissive aura. Then a method of use surfaced in his mind. Just like before, it could revive a deceased creature. Hey mouse, come check this out, I think I found something particularly amazing. Zhao Ziyan's consciousness returned to the real world as he patted Mouse's small head. At this moment Mouse was not playing a game but had turned his phone sideways, leaning against the wall to watch a Korean idol drama. Next to him was a bag of sunflower seeds that Zhao Ziyan had bought. With his paws brought together he held the seeds and crunched down with his front teeth. Instantly the seed kernel was bitten out. His small eyes were glued to the idol drama without pause. What's up? What is it? Mouse asked with a mouthful of seeds. Zhao Ziyan wasted no time and directly shared the divine perspective into Mouse's mind. Look at what my faith avatar is holding. Wow. Ziyan, your faith avatar has solidified a lot. Ha ha ha. Ah. Little Ziyan was really cute back then. Mouse laughed heartily. Zhao Ziyan gave him a light slap on the head, causing Mouse to stagger. I didn't mean for you to look at my faith avatar, I meant for you to look at the thing he's holding, that slightly transparent black stone. Ha ha ha. Little Ziyan is so adorable. Why do his shoes sparkle when he steps? With a twinkling light. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan. He directly pinched Mouse's cheeks, causing the laughing Mouse to stop suddenly. Woo woo. Still laughing. Woo woo. Zhao Ziyan helplessly set Mouse down. Mouse no longer dared to be mischievous, rubbed his face and focused his gaze on the black crystal. Oh. Wow. Oh. TSK. Stop marveling, what is it? It's incredible, really incredible. Then tell me. Zhao Ziyan felt that Mouse was becoming increasingly unruly. After getting familiar he began to reveal his true nature. Zhao Ziyan grabbed Mouse and promptly refined him. As Zhao Ziyan's training concluded, Mouse finally revealed the truth. It's a fragment of a divine position. What? Divine might. What divine might? Zhao Ziyan was momentarily confused, not fully understanding what Shu Shu meant. It is a divine position. Divine position fragments. The seat of the deity. Oh. Zhao Ziyan finally grasped the concept. Normally each deity with an official divine office possesses their own divine position. Divine positions and deities are two sides of the same coin, they only separate when a deity falls or during the transition between old and new deities. Zhao Ziyan began to understand. Having read numerous novels and watched many movies, he quickly comprehended this concept. But why has my thing turned into fragments? If I gather the fragments, can I exchange them for a bag of crispy noodles? Zhao Ziyan posed his question. Shu Shu shot him an exasperated glance. Normally divine positions do not shatter. However, under the interference of exceptionally powerful forces, a divine position could indeed be damaged. For example, if two deities were to battle and one was on the brink of death and then their opponent unleashed a particularly formidable attack, it could potentially shatter the divine position along with it. Shu Shu explained. Oh, now I think I understand. Zhao Ziyan nodded. This fragment in my hand isn't a death fragment, is it? I can sense the power of death, and it seems I could even use this fragment to resurrect a fallen enemy. It should be so. Both the life and death divine positions are immensely powerful, and many strong beings vie for these two positions, which ultimately leads to the divine positions being shattered. Moreover, many fragments of the life and death divine positions have triggered various conflicts, resulting in larger fragments being shattered into even smaller pieces, making it increasingly difficult to collect them. Shu Shu confirmed Zhao Ziyan's statement and added some details. Ziyan, the one in your hand should be a relatively small death fragment, but do not underestimate this fragment. Possessing it grants you a portion of the authority over death. Shu Shu said seriously. Make sure no one else discovers it. Although there are many fragments of the death and life divine positions, they are largely in the hands of powerful factions. Even a minuscule portion of authority is extremely precious. Kukuku, since you already know I possess a death divine position fragment, it seems I can no longer keep you alive today. I shall silence you. Ah. Healing medicine. Healing medicine to kill Shu Shu. Zhao Ziyan pressed down on Shu Shu, one hand mimicking a knife, sliding it across Shu Shu's neck a couple of times. Shu Shu was instantly frightened and lost all composure. Haha, this little creature is indeed amusing. By the way, what divine position do I have? I am the god of the swarm. The ancient Greek god who governs insects. Zhao Ziyan looked around himself, not feeling anything particularly special, and sensed no divine position within. No, Ziyan, such wild deities do not possess divine positions. After receiving a lesson, Shu Shu had become much more obedient. With his two paws resting on his legs, he sat upright like a primary school student. Wild deity. Zhao Ziyan's lips twitched slightly, yet he felt helpless. Fine, if I'm wild, then I can just see some divine positions later. The embodiment of faith used the death divine position fragment several more times to familiarize himself with its functions. Zhao Ziyan pondered for a moment and decided to bring this fragment into the real world. After all, the real world is a realm devoid of magic, making it hard for others to discover various things. Placing it in another world would be troublesome if it were to be exposed later. Shushu, open a spatial gate. I plan to bring this fragment into our world and keep it close to my main body for security. Oh, okay. Zhao Ziyan instructed the embodiment of faith to transmit some of its aura. Shushu used this aura to lock onto the target location before skillfully releasing a spatial sphere. This time the spatial sphere appeared directly in the other world, representing a reverse transmission from the other world to the real world. The embodiment of faith placed the Death Divine Position fragment inside the spatial sphere. However, just as the embodiment of faith intended to step back and avoid interfering with the transmission, it noticed the spatial sphere began to ripple like water. Suddenly a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted and the spatial sphere shattered instantly. The black Death Divine Position fragment fell directly to the ground. Ouch! In the real world, Shushu's expression lost its calm. He abruptly closed his eyes and plopped down onto the ground. Then he began to gasp heavily. Ah! It actually failed. The spatial sphere couldn't sustain the transmission of the Death Divine Position fragment. Zhao Ziyan was also dumbfounded at this scene. What now? Does that mean you can't bring it back? However, upon hearing this, Shushu suddenly opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. No worries, if the spatial sphere can't transmit it, I can still open a spatial gate directly. After saying this, Shushu stood up again, his little paws beginning to gesture in the air. However, Zhao Ziyan could tell that Shushu's spellcasting this time was much more strenuous than before. As Shushu's paws glided through the air in a peculiar rhythm, a lot of spiritual power lingered in the air. The nearby intense fluctuations became increasingly apparent and the space began to distort. It was as if a smooth and tidy sheet suddenly became wrinkled. Soon the wrinkled space was torn apart. A gap appeared in midair. Zhao Ziyan curiously glanced over and was surprised to see the situation in the opposing world. Moreover, at this gap the dense spiritual energy from the opposing world began to surge toward this side. Hurry, hurry! Ziyan directly opened the spatial gate to connect the two worlds. The consumption is immense and... Shushu was panting heavily, unable to continue speaking. Zhao Ziyan understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately reached his hand into the gap. The spatial gate wasn't large, maybe just a few dozen centimeters anyway, a person couldn't directly squeeze through. Stretching an arm to grab the Death Divine Position fragment would suffice. Zhao Ziyan's main body reached through the spatial gate, feeling around on the other side. However, he still couldn't touch the fragment. After all, relying on just one hand to fumble around was indeed inefficient. Then the embodiment of faith directly handed the Death Divine Position fragment to Zhao Ziyan's main body and Zhao Ziyan instantly pulled his hand back. At that moment the spatial gate closed with a snap. Phew, that was close, my hand almost got severed by the spatial gate. Zhao Ziyan exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, deep within the sunset forest near a grand altar, numerous beasts gathered. In the center of the altar was carved an unusual magical beast. Upon closer inspection one could find that the magical beast depicted resembled the forest overlord Hun Tian from the previous spiritual medicine contest. Divine power fluctuations. An unfamiliar aura. In the real world, Zhao Ziyan surveyed the fragment of the divine seat before him. At this moment the fragment exuded an aura of submission, no longer displaying its initial rebellious demeanor. A faint aura of death lingered in the room, yet Zhao Ziyan found it oddly comforting. Sigh, wasn't our world supposed to be a land of no magic? Why does it feel like this fragment of the divine seed isn't suppressed much? Didn't you mention before that in a land of no magic many things, fluctuations of spiritual energy, would be suppressed? Zhao Ziyan asked Mouse while examining the fragment. Mouse, engrossed in a drama, replied without looking up, of course less impressive things will be suppressed by the land of no magic, but it's difficult to suppress powerful items. The fragment of the divine seed is an exceedingly top-tier item. Oh. Wait. Didn't you tell me before that even immortality elixirs would be suppressed? You even showed me your immortality elixir, the devil fruit or something, which turned out to be suppressed to the point of being no different from health supplements, right? Zhao Ziyan cast his gaze towards Mouse. Mouse, nibbling on a sunflower seed, suddenly froze. Its entire body spun around, avoiding Zhao Ziyan's gaze. Zhao Ziyan turned his body slightly as well, staring intently at Mouse. Mouse tried to evade Zhao Ziyan's gaze again but was captured by him. Ha 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 ha. Mouse burst into laughter. Zhao Ziyan just kept staring at it, not saying much. Soon, perhaps from tiredness or embarrassment, Mouse finally ceased its laughter. Mouse scratched its head and awkwardly said, ah ha ha ha. Actually, I was boasting earlier. The items I showed you were all spiritual herbs discarded by previous masters, which I picked up. Zhao Ziyan sighed helplessly. Mouse's experiences were indeed consistently dismal. He had originally hoped to find an opportunity for Mouse to provide some good items to help their tribe develop. But it turned out that those immortality elixirs and devil fruits were all mere fabrications. After all, Mouse had been struggling to the point where it couldn't even afford a meal, so how could it possibly obtain such top-tier spiritual herbs? What a pity. I'll make sure you get an extra couple pieces of braised meat tonight. Eh? Wow. You're the best, Xian. Mouse immediately bounced up in joy. Upon hearing about the braised meat, the fatigue from earlier seemed to vanish. Zhao Xian patted Mouse on the head and returned his consciousness to the other world. The Zerg army was no longer retreating. Earlier they had run a bit far due to fear of the stitched monsters chasing them. However, since the stitched monsters had fled elsewhere, there was no need for the Zerg army to continue escaping. Instead, they began to head back towards the battlefield near the goblins. After all, there were still numerous goblin and Zerg corpses on the battlefield. This was a source of high-quality protein. The Zerg army returned to the battlefield in full force, starting to clear it. Unfortunately, many corpses had already been taken by the stitched monsters. When the goblin priest created the stitched monsters, it consumed a lot of corpses. Moreover, the stitched monsters instinctively absorbed the flesh and blood of various creatures on the ground into their bodies, thus consuming many corpses. As a result, there were actually less than half of the goblin corpses left on the battlefield. The most nutritious goblin king and goblin priest corpses had all been integrated by the stitched monsters. The remaining ones were just ordinary goblin corpses with little combat power. Such goblins could only serve as food and could not provide excellent genes to enhance the Zerg's combat effectiveness. However, there were more than 50,000 goblins in the camp, and a portion had been absorbed by the stitched monsters, plus some goblins had fled. There were still about 20,000 goblin corpses left on the battlefield. At least they were all around 1 meter tall, with some stronger ones being 1.4 to 5 meters and a few goblin guards even reaching 2 meters in height. The amount of flesh and blood was still quite sufficient. Zhao Xian looked around the camp with the Zerg army. There were some female creatures captured by goblins and some food stored by the goblins. However, the goblins stored very little food because they were generally very lazy and wouldn't deliberately hoard supplies, usually only capturing some when they were almost out of food. As for those female creatures used as breeding machines, Zhao Xian directly ordered them to be eaten. He also couldn't be bothered to save a few human adventurers. For certain special plotlines, these adventurers might actually find enjoyment in their situation. Yet seeing the numb expressions and battered bodies of these female adventurers, Zhao Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps for them death could be a form of liberation. He rummaged through the goblin's nest and found some adventurers' equipment and weapons. All of it was of relatively poor quality. After all, goblins are a race that preys on the weak and fears the strong. They wouldn't dare provoke too powerful adventurers. There wasn't much else left, just some tattered belongings. The most valuable item should be the fragment of the death seat held by the goblin priest. As for the origins of this fragment, Zhao Xian couldn't be bothered to investigate as long as it was in his possession. Now that was enough. The embodiment of faith returned to the battlefield, absorbing all the surrounding death energy. Although the death artifact wasn't here, Zhao Xian's true form had already grasped part of the authority, allowing the embodiment of faith to be used directly without needing to carry the fragment of the death. The effectiveness of using the death authority might be slightly inferior compared to his true form, but for safety's sake, incurring some loss was worthwhile. Earlier it seemed that controlling the goblin corpses to stand up again cost a bit of divine power. However, by absorbing the death energy into the fragment of the death seed, he wouldn't need to expend divine power to activate it in the future. When death energy is available, it can be prioritized for use. Goodness, the undead calamity feels quite strong too. Now with the Zerg calamity combined with the undead calamity, it feels like we are invincible. Zhao Xian thought to himself with delight. In future battles, after defeating the enemy, he could also make their corpses continue to rise and fight. The death energy could also be collected and the flesh could be used to produce the Zerg army. Zhao Xian took out the death fragment and began to sense it. The death energy could actually also be seen as soul energy, quite similar to spiritual power. Zhao Xian felt that these concepts should be synonymous, just with different names in different worlds. Living beings should embody spiritual power, while the dead would transform into soul energy or death energy. This was Zhao Xian's understanding. While Zhao Xian was continuously exploring the uses of the fragments of the god of death, the little one from another world had already led the insect army to clean up the battlefield. A large amount of flesh and the remnants of food from the goblin nests were all brought back to the lair. Meanwhile, the flesh-merging monster had already run far away and was clashing with other races. Zhao Xian kept an eye on the situation of the flesh-merging monster through the little flying insects scattered throughout the forest. Oh dear, how did it get into a fight with the face spider? Through the images transmitted from the perspective of the little flying insects, Zhao Xian saw the flesh-merging monster violently beating the face spider. These face spiders were the same ones that had previously attacked John and his adventurer team. In the entire Sunset Forest, they were considered a relatively powerful species. The terrifying spider beast over a meter tall could spit silk and had venom. Its 8 spider legs were as sharp as blades and few creatures could confront them heat. Moreover, the human face beneath its body naturally instilled a sense of intimidation and fear, and it could also unleash mental attacks to instill chaos and terror in its enemies. As a spider beast, its defenses were slightly weaker, but in every other aspect it was maximized. However, when these face spiders encountered the flesh-merging monster, they were utterly crushed. The flesh-merging monster was completely unaffected by their mental attacks and fear effects. Being undead, it acted purely on instinct. Without a brain, how could it feel mental attacks? Without a brain, how could it experience fear? The close combat abilities of the face spiders also had no effect on the flesh-merging monster. With a strength on par with a dominator, it lacked combat skills, but it was not something these face spiders could contend with. Once the face spiders got close, they were simply crushed or stomped to death. A kick from the flesh-merging monster could easily send a large number of face spiders flying. Its massive size gave it a significant advantage in this battle. In contrast, even if the face spiders used their sharp legs to slice into the flesh-merging monster's body, the wounds would instantly be healed by other flesh. On the other hand, if a spider leg got stuck in the flesh, it could be directly corroded and digested. The silk sprayed by the spiders had little effect on the massive body of the flesh-merging monster. The flesh-merging monster was too heavy, while the spider silk was potent. It was only effective against creatures of smaller size. Even when a large amount of spider silk wrapped around the flesh-merging monster, it could only slightly hinder its movements. In summary, the face spiders had no means to counter the flesh-merging monster. All their various attack methods were ineffective, and they could only use their webs to try to restrict the flesh-merging monster's movements, but the effect was minimal. At this moment on the battlefield, hiss. The largest face spider let out a hoarse roar. A large amount of spider silk was shot out from its mouth, continuously firing and almost forming a white liquid. Its 2 spider legs had already disappeared. At first, when it inserted its legs into the body of the flesh-merging monster, the flesh inside actually absorbed its spider legs. If it weren't for the timely severing of its legs, its entire spider body might have been sucked into the flesh-merging monster. As for the fate of those sucked into its body, one could understand just by looking at the many spider heads reappearing on the flesh-merging monster. Hiss. Ugh. The foremost face spider's belly suddenly caved in, and after sporadically shooting out a few strands of silk, it fell silent, unable to produce anything further. Hiss. Ugh. Ugh. The other face spiders behind it also began to exhibit similar symptoms. After all, ammunition cannot be infinite. After using a large amount of silk to restrict the flesh-merging monster's movements, they had very little silk left. Roar. The flesh-merging monster let out a chilling roar. The Goblin King on top revealed a cruel smile, its mouth almost stretching to its ears, exposing the crimson flesh inside. With the removal of the overwhelming spider silk hindrance, the flesh-merging monster's speed of movement instantly returned to its peak. It raised its leg and charged forward, instantly stomping several face spiders to death. With another kick, it sent a large group of face spiders flying. Its flesh arms reached down to the ground, scooping up a bunch of spiders and sending them directly to its mouth. However, it seemed to disdain that the Goblin King's head was too small to be satisfying. The flesh-merging monster's belly split open into a gigantic gash. Through this massive opening, one could see the heads of various dead creatures it had previously taken down. These heads also cracked open their mouths, revealing sharp teeth. The spiders that the Goblin King could not consume were all sent into the giant belly, and the subsequent captured face spiders were also all fed in. The gash in its belly resembled a deep abyssal maw, ravenously devouring everything tossed inside. Creak crack. The nauseating sounds of chewing echoed as the various heads inside the flesh-merging monster chewed on the prey thrown in, with crimson myoglobin slowly dripping down the edges of the gash. The numerous heads that surfaced on the flesh-merging monster also displayed eerie smiles, seemingly somewhat satisfied. Meanwhile, the face spiders on the other side were drenched in sweat. Hiss. The leading face spider immediately let out a roar. Instantly, the other spiders began to retreat. With its long 8 spider legs, the face spider had a relatively high mobility. After spitting out its silk, the spiders began to flee. The face spiders that still had remaining silk inside them squeezed out their last ammunition, desperately delaying the flesh-merging monster's assault to buy time for their kin's retreat. Hiss. The foremost face spider, the leader, nimbly dodged the massive arm of the flesh-merging monster that reached for it, emitting a faint low growl. The flesh-merging monster's forearms reached out in a series of grabs, all of which were evaded by its agile form. Having lost 2 spider legs, its evasion ability had somewhat declined, making it a very dangerous maneuver. However, to ensure the safe retreat of its kin, it had to first distract the terrifying enemy before it. With 2 more arms reaching in from either side, the face spider leader's energy fluctuations emerged as it leaped backward, dodging this attack once again. The flesh-merging monster, with its abhorrent intelligence, failed to realize that the little spider before it was merely stalling for time. In its rage, it roared and continued to attack the face spider leader, intending to crush the little creature before it. However, while they were engaged in their back-and-forth battle, a large number of face spiders had already evacuated from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the powerful enemy, and began to regroup. They too had taken considerable damage. Some had lost several spider legs, while others had sustained injuries from the battle, causing their bodies to fracture. Their combat effectiveness had also significantly diminished. One by one, the human-faced spiders retreated to the safe zone behind. Some of them, having lost their legs, supported each other. They began to secrete a transparent saliva from their mouths, applying it to their wounds. For areas they couldn't reach, they sought help from companions to apply it, and they also helped others with their injuries. For creatures in the wild, saliva often possesses certain healing abilities. The entire human-faced spider tribe consists of magical beasts of a certain rank. They are a naturally extraordinary race. Once they reach adulthood, they can attain bronze-level strength without any This is known as a bronze race. Even throughout the entire universe, such races that can all become extraordinary beings upon reaching adulthood are quite rare. Thus most of them are at the bronze level, with a small number of younger, smaller human-faced spiders around the black iron level. Their leader is also a powerful golden-level elite magical beast. However, perhaps strong talent comes with certain limitations. Although their starting point is high, subsequent upgrades become more challenging. The leader of the human-faced spiders reached the pinnacle of the golden level long ago, but has never been able to upgrade to the platinum level and become the overlord. Moreover, the human-faced spiders have great difficulty in reproducing, and after a long period of development, this tribe only has around 1000 members. However, after enduring the massacre by the flesh and blood seam monster, only about 600 or 700 human-faced spiders managed to escape here. At this moment, their leader is engaged in combat with the flesh and blood seam monster. Despite the leader's absence, these human-faced spiders, although somewhat injured, still represent a powerful force that hardly anyone dares to provoke in the forest. The leader of the human-faced spiders stands tall, just a little under 2 meters. Meanwhile, the ordinary human-faced spiders before them are around 1 meter tall. However, for spiders, they tend to crouch despite their height being around 1 meter. Their width when crouching far exceeds 1 meter. A few uninjured human-faced spiders patrol the area. Their bodies are mostly intact, and they are fortunate enough to have suffered no harm. Possessing bronze-level strength means that even if they are separated from their tribe, they are still incredibly powerful magical beasts in the forest. However, a patrolling human-faced spider's head suddenly fell off, and the severed head felt the world spinning before it turned to see its headless body collapse limply. Before the head even hit the ground, a slender arm covered in purple-black exoskeletal armor grasped it. Crack! The head of the human-faced spider was placed in the mouth and chewed a few times. Delicious. Tastes like chicken. Crisp and refreshing. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the slender figure. But her movements showed no mercy. With a push of her legs, she immediately charged towards the nearby human-faced spiders. Here 2 human-faced spiders were patrolling together quite close. These 2 human-faced spiders had not yet sensed anything unusual, they only felt a slight disturbance in the air behind them. Just as they began to notice something amiss, a slender arm struck down like a blade at one of the spider's heads. The spider's head fell directly to the ground. At that moment, the slender figure halted as the other spider was about to react. The exoskeletal wings on her back suddenly spread open, and the sharp edges of the wings sliced through the human-faced spider's body. The other human-faced spider was sliced in half, its body falling apart and its internal organs spilling onto the ground, black-green liquid flowing everywhere. The slender figure again popped the spider's head into her mouth and continued her next round of killing. Meanwhile, not far away, the insect army lay in wait in a concealed location, waiting for Zhao Zian to give the order. Watching as the slender figure eliminated some of the patrolling human-faced spiders, tearing a large gap in their patrol circle, Zhao Zian knew the time had come. He immediately ordered the insect army to attack through this gap, trying not to alert the other human-faced spiders. Soon the insect army began to approach the resting place of the human-faced spiders. The insect army launched a barrage of ranged firepower. A large number of spitting insects began to unleash their long-repressed arsenal. Previously on the goblin battlefield, the insects and goblins had been embroiled in close combat, and due to fears of hitting their own kind, they had no chance for ranged strikes. Now they had to make up for that. A large amount of corrosive acid mixed with toxins attacked the human-faced spiders. The corrosive acid fell like raindrops into the resting area of the human-faced spiders. In an instant, this inflicted the first round of damage on the human-faced spiders. However, the spiders also had a certain degree of exoskeletal protection. Although the human-faced spiders have low defense, they are mostly bronze-level magical beasts, and their outer layer of exoskeletal armor can effectively resist the corrosion of the acid. Under normal circumstances, if the corrosive acid does not cause a certain wound, the mixed toxins find it difficult to penetrate their bodies. After all, no matter how potent the toxins are, if they remain on the surface of the body, they cannot inflict significant harm. They must have pores or wounds as entry points. However, these human-faced spiders are mostly injured. Some have broken legs while others have shattered exoskeletons, and all have some degree of injury. This allowed the corrosive acid in mixed toxins to easily invade their bodies. The corrosive acid entered their wounds, eroding their internal flesh, causing immense pain that made many human-faced spiders curl up their legs and roll on the ground. However, the mixed toxins pose an even more lethal threat. These human-faced spiders unknowingly discovered that their bodies were becoming weak. They gradually began to lose control of their limbs. Fortunately, they are all ranked magical beasts, not those weak beasts. Except for a small number of immature human-faced spiders, all others still possess some combat capability. However, those at the black iron level or the recently hatched little spiders are in trouble. After being battered by the flesh and blood seam monster and corroded by mixed toxins and acid invading their bodies, they have been thoroughly tormented. Watching their fellow tribe members struggle to rest only to be further injured, and seeing the tragic state of the little human-faced spiders in their tribe, the ambushed human-faced spiders naturally could not sit idly by. A surge of counterattack powerful as a tidal wave immediately surged towards the insect army. The human-faced spider also possesses long-range attack capabilities. Its silk laced with numerous toxins can weaken and paralyze its enemies upon impact. However, it had already used up most of its abilities when restraining the flesh stitcher earlier. Furthermore, effects like mental attacks, intimidation, and fear also require spiritual energy to activate. Now it is difficult for them to employ these skills. Of course, if these human-faced spiders could utilize these abilities, they would find them equally ineffective against the insect race. At present, their only remaining asset is their melee combat capability. The sharp legs of the spider pierced through the bodies of the frontline insects like spears. The legs of a human-faced spider can measure between 70 to 80 centimeters in length, and those of larger specimens can even approach 1 meter. In such direct combat, every inch of length translates to greater strength. The foremost jumping insects were instantly impaled. Some of the closer ones were skewered by the spider's legs, resembling candied hawthorn. In one thrust, 2 jumping insects could be pierced. However, unless their vital areas were struck, the jumping insects would not die immediately. Those that were pierced continued to push forward. Forcing their legs deeper into the spider's body, they closed in on the human-faced spider and slashed at it with their sharp forelimbs. Some jumping insects disregarded their injuries and aggressively attacked the spider's legs, using their forelimbs to slice and their mouths to bite, willing to inflict damage even at the cost of their own lives. Although human-faced spiders generally possess bronze-level strength, they find it challenging to achieve absolute dominance against the evolved insect army. The jumping insects in the front lines suffered considerable damage. Zhao Ziyan quickly ordered the larger soldier ants and worker ants from the back to advance and absorb the damage. Managing such a large force has its drawbacks. Fast-moving units often sprint to the front, making it difficult to maintain formation. Frequently, the fragile fast units take damage while the tanky units lag behind, unable to catch up. With too many combat units, micromanaging becomes overwhelming. Under Zhao Ziyan's control, the jumping insects slowed their offensive. The jumping insects retreated, allowing the larger soldier ants and worker ants to take the front line and bear the brunt of the damage. For heavily armored units like soldier ants and worker ants, the human-faced spider's attack potency significantly diminished. Against the large worker ants, they could still defeat them, but it would not be as effortless as skewering them like before. They had to attack with all their might. The physical cost was immense. In direct confrontations with the large soldier ants, a single strike could not penetrate. Multiple full-strength attacks were required to breach their heavy armor. Moreover, the human-faced spiders themselves were already injured, unable to sustain high-intensity assaults. After a bout of fighting, the frontline human-faced spiders were beginning to tire. Soon numerous wounds appeared on the bodies of the frontline human-faced spiders. Meanwhile, the jumping insects from the back began their advance. After the large worker ants and soldier ants absorbed a significant amount of damage, they retaliated fiercely against the enemy. In the sky, many flying insects harassed and sliced at the human-faced spiders. In a short time, the casualties among the human-faced spiders began to rise dramatically. For this assault, the war beasts had not been brought along. Otherwise, the noise would be too loud and easily detected by the enemy. However, it was already sufficient. The number of human-faced spiders was not large. Although all were of extraordinary rank, after the chaos wrought by the flesh stitcher, their numbers of 600 or 700 were still far too few. Moreover, none were in peak condition. They had all been severely weakened by the residual attacks of the flesh stitcher, compounded by secondary damage from corrosive toxins. Faced with tens of thousands of insect troops, these human-faced spiders stood no chance. The advancing insect army surged towards the human-faced spiders like a tide. They cared not for their injuries, willing to trade blows and lives to inflict damage. Sometimes even at the cost of their lives, they would bite off a leg of a human-faced spider or create some wounds on them. The human-faced spiders, already drained of stamina, collapsed instantly, unable to withstand the onslaught akin to a locust invasion. Hundreds of human-faced spiders were engulfed like rafts in an ocean, instantly overwhelmed. They were torn apart like wheat in a field by the invading locusts. The casualties among the human-faced spiders surged. Having already lost their peak fighting ability, they could only rely on their melee skills to battle the swarm. This most primal and savage form of close combat was also the preferred fighting style of the insect race. For these human-faced spiders, colliding with the area where the insect army excelled left them with no room for resistance. In just over a dozen minutes, the several hundred human-faced spiders had suffered near total casualties. Meanwhile, the insect side had lost a considerable number of jumping insects. The large worker ants and soldier ants, despite many injuries, had not lost many lives, only a few in the initial stages of the battle. The relentless advance of the insect army primarily relied on the jumping insects to inflict damage, while the aerial insects suffered minimal losses. Only a few human-faced spiders retained some silk within them, managing to ensnare a few flying insects from the sky, while the rest had no offensive means to harm the flyers. This battle could have been fought more cautiously, but Zhao Ziyan aimed for a swift resolution, fearing the return of the human-faced spiders leader. He needed to seize the moment and eliminate all the human-faced spiders at once. Once these ordinary human-faced spiders were dead, even if their leader returned, it would pose little threat. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the distance, followed by heavy footsteps approaching. The sound indicated that a massive creature was racing this way. Hiss! The spider's hiss reverberated across the battlefield. The leader of the human-faced spiders had returned. It had successfully restrained the flesh stitcher and was returning to lead its kin to safety after drawing it away. However, to its shock, its kin seemed to have transformed. They were once all spiders, but now they had all turned into ants. And what about those oddly shaped ones? Had its kin undergone a collective evolution? But upon seeing the numerous dismembered limbs and shattered exoskeletons of the insects on the battlefield, and the torn and battered heads of the spiders, even the leader of the human-faced spiders, despite its usual dullness, could grasp the grim reality that its kin had been utterly annihilated. Hiss! The human-faced spider leader emitted a furious aura and charged directly towards the insect army. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its spider legs alone were over a meter long. With elite-level strength, its attacking capability was maximized. In the face of the insect army, even heavily armored units like the large soldier ants found it difficult to withstand the piercing strikes of its sharp spider legs. It was as easy as cutting through tofu. As soon as it broke into the encirclement of the insect army, it immediately speared 10 or so large worker ants and soldier ants to death. After breaking into the encirclement, the human-faced spider leader spun around, its entire body instantly rotating like a top. Its sharp spider legs sliced through a multitude of insect bodies akin to the sword blade storm of a beast clan sword saint. The insect units could not approach. Even if they wanted to trade injuries for injuries, they had no chance. As soon as they got close, they would be torn to shreds by this spinning human-faced spider leader. Puff, puff, puff. The melee units began to retreat as large spitting insects in the distance started spraying corrosive acid towards them. However, the human-faced spider leader's spinning body generated powerful gusts of wind. The corrosive acid, as it approached, was instantly blown away by the strong swirling air before it could even touch the spider leader. Not far away, Xiaoyi furrowed his brow and moved to counter the human-faced spider leader. Against the peak golden-level human-faced spider leader, the ordinary insect army found it hard to resist. The level suppression was too severe. Although they were numerous, they still struggled to directly overwhelm it. Relying solely on the ordinary insect army meant sacrificing lives to exhaust the spiritual energy of the human-faced spider leader. Only when it had exhausted its skills could other insects close in to eliminate the enemy. However, this would lead to devastating casualties. Zhao Ziyan's thoughts stirred as he transmitted a command into Xiaoyi's mind. Immediately, Xiaoyi, who was about to act, fell silent, halting his intention to strike. Zhao Ziyan's faith avatar had appeared near the battlefield without anyone noticing. With a subtle lift of its hand, a gray-black mist dispersed into the air. After a short while, the gray mist thickened rapidly, soon enveloping the battlefield. A large amount of gray-black mist began to flow towards the dead human-faced spider corpses. These corpses seemed to possess a spirit of their own, beginning to absorb the black mist. The corpses of the human-faced spiders absorbed the power of death, and the lifeless bodies, which had lost all vitality, seemed to exhibit slight movement. The once broken bodies gradually started to move. The shattered and disordered spider joints along with severed limbs began to converge towards the center. The pieces of the shattered corpses eventually fused together to form a multitude of complete human-faced spider bodies. However, many of these components were no longer their own. One leg might belong to Uncle Spider, another to Spider Dad, while several others were from distant cousin Spider. Perhaps the head belonged to the older nephew, the body to Auntie Spider. In any case, as long as they could form a complete human-faced spider, it was acceptable. These human-faced spiders, pieced together from various fragments, eerily stood up. Their spider legs wobbled. The bodies were likely missing some components, such as a large hole in the middle or half a leg missing and a blood hole in the head. But their eyes all glinted with a black sheen. In a bizarre manner, they began to advance forward. Hiss! The The human-faced spider leader paused at this sight. For a moment it felt dizzy after all. While the whirling storm was powerful, even a creature could be overwhelmed by the constant spinning. Dizziness was to be expected. Seeing its fallen kin rise again, it held on to a glimmer of hope. Could it be that some of its kin were merely too severely injured to stand and were not entirely dead? With the black mist shrouding the battlefield and the human-faced spider leader's dizziness, the painful reality of its fallen kin occupied its mind. Now with a slight glimmer of hope, it was akin to a drowning person grasping at a final straw. It moved towards its kin, not noticing the eerie black glow in their eyes and their bizarre movements. Its dizzy head and the pervasive black mist prevented it from realizing that the resurrected kin were covered in cracks and wounds, having completely lost their vitality. Hiss. Hee. Woo. Hee. As the two sides drew near, the previously slow-moving human-faced spiders suddenly surged in speed. They lunged at the human-faced spider leader at an entirely unreasonable speed. The cracked and even mangled spider legs ruthlessly jabbed at the former leader. Their deathly mouths frantically tore at the human-faced spider leader. Caught off guard, the leader was suddenly covered in a multitude of wounds. For a moment it stood frozen, the flicker of hope extinguished, and the entire spider seemed to be in a daze. The pain from the numerous wounds stimulated it. The human-faced spider leader realized something was wrong and quickly retreated a distance. However, the resurrected kin before it showed no mercy, crazily charging towards it. Hiss. The human-faced spider leader let out a resentful hiss, casting a spiteful glare at the insect army. Yet it did not strike at the kin before it. Now regaining its senses, the human-faced spider leader had no desire to attack its former kin. Even though they had become undead creatures, seeing their appearances reminded it of its former kin, rendering it unable to strike. Moreover, its injuries were severe. Another conflict would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Its elite-level strength also granted it a degree of intelligence. With its intelligence not to be underestimated, the human-faced spider leader immediately devised an escape plan. As long as it could recover from its injuries, there would be plenty of opportunities to settle the score with these insects later. The human-faced spider leader took one last glance at the insect army, seemingly trying to remember their appearances before turning to flee. However, roar! A massive blood-colored figure emerged from behind a large tree. It was in fact the flesh-and-blood fusion monster that had been lured away earlier. Before them stood a colossal flesh-and-blood abomination, its crimson eyes fixated on the human-faced spider leader below. Its limited intellect recalled the incessant harassment by the little spiders that had once plagued it. Despite its relentless attacks, it could never bring down this detestable foe. The human-faced spider leader's hatred towards the flesh-and-blood abomination had reached its peak. At this moment, caught between the insectoid army and the abomination, the spider leader instantly sensed that the situation was dire. It immediately planned to flee to the side. However, just as this thought crossed its mind and before it could act, the undead human-faced spiders began to convulse, spewing forth a torrent of blood-red silk. These undead spiders had lost the ability to produce normal silk. The blood-red strands they exhaled were actually woven from their own veins, flesh and blood vessels. A deluge of flesh and blood silk infused with a potent aura of death struck the human-faced spider leader directly. The flesh and blood abomination moved closer, seizing the perfect opportunity to capture this vile spider, its four enormous hands reaching out to successfully grasp the human-faced spider leader that was attempting to escape. The injuries it bore rendered it incapable of agile evasion. The vast amounts of flesh and blood silk further constrained its ability to move. The human-faced spider leader, with its dramatically reduced speed, had no chance to fight back. Roar! The flesh and blood abomination let out a furious roar, tightening the grip of its bloody arms. The immense force caused its muscles and blood vessels to burst violently. The abomination itself struggled to withstand such power. Blood gushed from its arms and chunks of flesh began to fall away. The tremendous force from its arm crushed the human-faced spider leader into a pile of mush. Just as it intended to devour the corpse it had caught, a voice echoed. Autumn Bean Sack. Zhao Ziyan's mind stirred and the avatar of faith moved forward instantly. The once radiant golden divine power that surrounded the avatar began to shift to a dull gray. A much denser aura of death surged towards the flesh and blood abomination. The undead human-faced spiders also released vast amounts of death energy. The undead human-faced spiders, deprived of their supporting death energy, swayed and fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in droves. This emanating death energy enveloped the flesh and blood abomination. These death energies pierced the flesh and blood abomination like needles. Roar! The abomination roared once more. However, this time its roar was devoid of the previous anger, instead tinged with a hint of panic and fear. Thud thud thud. The abomination's massive arms flailed wildly on the ground, its entire body struggling as it crashed down upon numerous trees, creating deep pits in the earth. The human-faced spider leader it had been holding was nowhere to be found. Retreat, retreat! Zhao Ziyan commanded the insectoid army. It would be quite comical to be crushed at such a moment. After a short while the surrounding aura of death diminished and this dissipated energy had of course all entered the body of the flesh and blood abomination. At this point the flesh and blood abomination was no longer as frantic and enraged as it had been at the start. Instead it stood like a robot motionless. Through the fragment of the death deity in his hand, Zhao Ziyan could clearly sense the connection between himself and the flesh and blood abomination. Raise your hand. The flesh and blood abomination lifted one of its arms. Lift your leg. It raised one of its legs. Shake hands. The abomination extended another arm and the faith avatar resembling Zhao Ziyan extended its hand to shake with it. Sit down. The flesh and blood abomination obediently squatted down, sitting on the ground. Good dog. Zhao Ziyan nodded in satisfaction at this scene. The consciousness transmitted to the avatar of faith and Zhao Ziyan excitedly sized up this massive creature before him. The strength of this flesh and blood abomination was indeed impressive. It had undoubtedly surpassed the elite level, reaching the dominator level. However, it seemed not very bright, relying heavily on instinct in battle with little to no combat technique. If it were to truly engage in combat with a dominator level creature, it would certainly suffer in this regard. However, this creature appeared to be capable of endless consumption, enhancing its combat power by devouring the flesh and corpses of various beings. Initially its aura was not particularly strong, merely a step above that of the Goblin King, qualifying as a half-step dominator. But after the Goblin Priest instructed it to consume and fuse a large number of goblin corpses, it instantly achieved the strength to step into the dominator level. However, this strength could only be considered as just having stepped into the dominator level, even its aura remained somewhat unstable. Under Zhao Ziyan's command the insectoid army fled, for even a newly minted dominator level being was challenging to contend with. Later the Goblin Priest abstractly lost the fragment of the death deity, and after the flesh and blood abomination crushed the Goblin Priest, it began to rampage. It had just devoured a large number of human-faced spiders, and judging by the heads of other animals on the flesh and blood abomination, it seemed to have consumed other things as well. On its body were not only the heads of insectoids, goblins and spiders, but also those of wolves, deer, rabbits, bears and other beasts. Who knows how many beings it had devoured. Regardless, its aura had stabilized at the dominator level and had clearly strengthened compared to the very beginning. Normally, as one progressed, the advancement became increasingly difficult. Without top-tier spiritual herbs or fortuitous opportunities, slow cultivation alone would require an unimaginable amount of time. Moreover, after reaching a higher level, consuming lower-level spiritual herbs would have no effect whatsoever. Yet for the flesh and blood abomination, even low-level flesh could enhance its power. As long as the quantity was sufficient, it seemed capable of infinitely stacking its realm. Zhao Ziyan thought of this and waved his hand, issuing a command to the flesh and blood abomination. Eat up. Devour all these spiders, and later I'll take you to eat something else. In this forest there might not be much else, but there were small animals everywhere, right? Coincidentally, there were also many outdated insectoids that he had no idea how to handle. They had fallen behind the insectoid ranks by several versions. The ants at the initial base might not even be able to defeat a frog, their combat power laughably low. If all else fails, they could be brought over to be devoured by the flesh and blood abomination. Zhao Ziyan looked at the large figure before him, feeling immensely satisfied. Now he had a dominant level of combat power under his command. Unlike the previous Goblin Priest, who had exhausted all his death energy to enhance the strength of the flesh and blood abomination, resulting in his inability to control it after its creation, Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin, confident that he would not face such a problem. Even if his death energy ran out, he could use divine power to recharge the fragments of the death deity's throne. He would then let the fragments of the death deity's throne convert divine power into death energy. Subsequently, Zhao Ziyan returned his consciousness to his faith avatar. The flesh and blood abomination first devoured most of the corpses of the humanoid spiders on the battlefield. Then he instructed the faith avatar to take the abomination and some of the Zerg to begin rampaging through the forest. A small portion of the humanoid spiders was left for the Zerg to consume to see if they could absorb some useful genes. At the very least, they needed to learn how to produce silk, as spraying webbing could effectively disrupt enemy movements and capture airborne units. Such control skills are critically important in many real-time strategy games. Meanwhile, the Zerg army was bustling with activity, each bug assigned its own task. Some were transporting items, others patrolling, while the injured rested to regain their strength. The battles on the battlefield were intense, with movements vigorous enough to send many bloody fragments flying. Some flew far away, while others got caught in the trees, needing to be collected and gathered together. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi sat in the center of the battlefield with nothing to do, casually stuffing a spider leg into her mouth. It was much like eating flavored beef jerky, crunchy and salty with a hint of fishiness, quite delicious. From time to time she would share a piece of spider leg with her little follower beside her. The little one beside her, enjoying the spider leg handed over by her leader, transmitted affectionate and joyful pheromones to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi and Xiaoer had been following Zhao Ziyan into battle since they were little ants. They had forged a deep friendship since they were tiny ants. After all, both of them had once been ant queens and their kin had all perished. Now they were wholeheartedly striving for the development of the Zerg, sharing many common topics. The other Zerg were devoid of intelligence, merely following orders. The two of them, being intelligent, had a closer bond. As for Xiao Hong, she had been an enemy in the past, being the ant queen of the red ants. Her character and temper were extremely fiery, making it impossible for her to get along with the black ant, big head ant. Thus Xiao Yi and Xiao Er could only communicate with Xiao Hong regarding the development of the Zerg. Their private relationship was not particularly close. Xiao Hong, enthusiastically devouring the corpse of the humanoid spider, felt a sense of urgency regarding her own strength. Moreover, the former big head ant queen had now become immensely powerful, often sensing the attention the Divine Lord bestowed upon her. Xiao Hong always considered Xiao Yi as a hypothetical rival for comparison. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er leisurely rested while gnawing on spider legs. Xiao Yi specifically chose some stronger humanoid spiders on the battlefield to feed Xiao Er with their legs. Xiao Er and Xiao Hong had accumulated quite a bit of energy as well. Although most of the spirit herbs were consumed by Xiao Yi, the two of them also had a small share. Moreover, with the large number of biological corpses and magical beast cores they had amassed a considerable amount of energy. In fact, evolution was merely waiting for an opportunity. However, the strength after evolution would likely not match that of Xiao Yi. After all, Xiao Yi had ultimately consumed a dragon blood herb which even platinum and diamond ranks coveted. If they were just accumulating energy for a normal breakthrough in evolution, the resultant strength would certainly not be so exaggerated. At first Xiao Er was quite happy eating the food, but later, after Xiao Yi fed it too much, it felt a bit uncomfortable with its swollen belly. However, it understood that its leader was doing this for its own good, for the sake of strength enhancement, and thus continued to slowly digest the large amount of flesh. Yet Xiao Er seemed to have suddenly noticed something moving its antennae and abruptly lifting its head. Xiao Yi then offered another spider leg, but due to Xiao Er suddenly lifting its head, the leg did not make it into its mouth but poked against Xiao Er's chin instead. Xiao Yi immediately raised her hand to pat its head. "Eat. It's good for you." She thought the little one was being picky and reluctant to eat, so she gave it a slap as a lesson. "Gee, yeah." Xiao Er let out a wrong sound. Some pheromones were transmitted. Xiao Yi realized she had misjudged it. The little one had lifted its head because it had discovered something. Xiao Er moved its antennae again, its head swaying. It seemed like the antennae had sensed something, or perhaps smelled something. By the way, do insects have a sense of smell? Zhao Ziyan also noticed the situation here. Logically, insects should not have noses and therefore no sense of smell. However, Xiao Er had consumed a lot of spirit herbs and magical beast flesh. Who knew if it had evolved a sense of smell? Xiao Er moved its entire body toward the side. It continued to walk further in one direction. Xiao Yi watched her little follower wander off and said nothing, continuing to munch on spider leg jerky. After all, they were surrounded by Zerg. What unexpected events could occur? Xiao Er walked a short distance and arrived near a dense thicket. Xiao Er moved its antennae and hesitated. It could sense a special aura within the thicket. Looking around, it saw that its leader had not followed and that there were only a few large worker ants nearby. It was actually quite timid. Like Xiao Yi, who disliked trouble but was not afraid if trouble arose. Big head ants were not weak in combat and ordinary bugs dared not provoke them. Moreover, Xiao Yi's big head ant clan had been in the real world where there were few formidable enemies. Xiao Er was genuinely afraid of trouble. Before Zhao Ziyan had incorporated it into the Zerg army, the native black ants were truly at the bottom of the food chain in this strange world. Their combat power was like the lowest of the low. Outside, mutated creatures and powerful magical beasts ran rampant. Even the lowest tier bugs were not ordinary. Perhaps today the horned bug would cause trouble at their door, and tomorrow they would be invaded by red ants or mutated insects. Losing kin meant only dying in vain. The little black ants had no power to retaliate. Anyone nearby who lacked food would simply come to their nest for a buffet. Since Xiao Er became the queen of its clan, it had been living a life of hiding in fear. All it could do was lead its kin to run away, continuously, constantly submit and survive in this dangerous world. The newly crowned queen ant Xiao Er was indeed a creature of temperament. Facing the invasion of the horned insects, she led her kin to counterattack. However, the result was a tragic loss of many clan members, nearly leading to their extinction. This was the only time she acted recklessly. The painful price paid made her subsequent life cautious and prudent. A familiar sensation suddenly enveloped her. It felt as if a gaze was fixed upon her. Xiao Er knew that the divine being's attention had turned toward her. Logically, she should have been unable to sense the divine being's gaze like other insect tribes. After all, she had asked the leader, and even he, a powerful insect, could not sense it. In most cases, she could only react when the divine being issued commands, realizing that the divine being had focused on her. Yet she did not know why, but every time the divine being's gaze fell upon her, she could perceive it clearly. Perhaps it was because long ago she had to be constantly alert to the slightest movement preventing enemy incursions and being ready to flee, which sharpened her perception. After all, if her perception had not been strong, she might have perished long ago. Xiao'er lifted her head and twitched her antennae at a few nearby worker ants. She wanted them to scout ahead. However, she soon lowered her head again. After all, she was still a queen ant. Was this behavior a bit too timid? After all, the divine being was still watching. Oh right, the divine being was watching, surely nothing would go wrong. Xiao'er seemed to recall something, raising her head high and stretching her legs straight. She boldly entered the thicket like a little spirit insect. Just as she parted the leaves of the thicket, she almost frightened herself. Fortunately, she did not have the function to urinate. Before her lay the severed head of a massive spider with bits of flesh scattered around the broken head, and the spider's eyes wide open, glaring defiantly at the approaching visitor. This scene instantly imprinted itself in Xiao'er's mind. The owner of this spider head had once rampaged through the ranks of the insect army. Fortunately, it was now dead. Xiao'er cautiously navigated around the head of the human-faced spider leader. As she proceeded deeper, she gradually encountered several broken spider legs and pieces of spider carcass. The previous giant, before being subdued by the divine being, had crushed this great spider with ease. When the giant was captured later, it seemed to have struggled fiercely, flinging the large spider away. Xiao'er's heart suddenly raced. She did not understand why her heart was pounding. Often she would experience a slight sense of foreboding. She chose to follow the direction guided by her instincts. When Xiao'er reached a large patch of indistinct flesh and blood, her heart raced even more violently, almost bursting through her exoskeleton. Extending her forelimbs, she began to uncover the indistinct mass of flesh. Inside lay a crystal core quietly resting. This crystal core emanated a faint purple hue, slightly translucent. The fluctuations of spiritual power were very weak, yet it radiated a strong malevolent aura and a faint scent of death. Xiao'er's insect eyes widened, her body suddenly stiffened, and her heart raced furiously, the surging vitality almost bursting forth from her body. Yet the divine being's faint gaze still lingered. Xiao'er gradually regained her composure. She knew that she had accomplished something significant this time. Xiao'er instantly radiated a wave of joyful energy. I will bring this back to the queen. The insect queen referred to Xiao'er. Though they had a good relationship privately, the message relayed to the divine being had to be official. After all, her leader was the queen of the insect swarm. Her own strength was already formidable. The owner of this magical beast crystal core was the human-faced spider leader, whose strength was also unfathomable. As long as her leader consumed this magical beast crystal core, her strength would surely increase. There was even a chance for her to break through again, becoming as powerful as that giant. Xiao'er glanced at the crystal core before her mouth moved a few times, swallowing back the drool that had come forth. Quickly she shifted her gaze elsewhere, trying not to be tempted by the crystal core. The instinct for biological evolution constantly influenced her. Xiao'er feared that if she looked a few more times she would end up devouring the crystal core. Hold on, she must hold on. Such a thing must be reserved for the queen to consume as for herself. Xiao'er swallowed again and retracted her head. Just eat it. Zhao Ziyan's divine command echoed directly in her mind. At this moment, Xiao'er, standing in place, was somewhat stunned. She, who had always considered herself timid and insecure, never imagined that such good fortune would fall upon her. Hiss. Xiao'er's eyes instantly lit up, and Zhao Ziyan clearly sensed that the power of faith emanating from her had intensified. Zhao Ziyan did not waste words with her. A surge of divine power was directly transmitted to Xiao'er, enhancing her strength first. After all, evolution comes with risks. Xiao'er had nearly perished during her evolution. It was necessary to strengthen her physical constitution first, making the evolution safer and allowing her to absorb the energy from the crystal core more effectively. Creak! A crisp sound rang out. Xiao'er bit down on the spider leader's crystal core. She couldn't penetrate it. Xiao'er suddenly felt embarrassed. Her excitedly twitching antennae came to a halt. Creak! She bit down again. If Xiao'er could express emotions, she would be blushing now. She did not expect such a small thing to be so hard. Previously she had seen her leader devouring this item with ease. Yet here she was unable to even bite through it. Xiao'er steeled herself, opening her large jaws wide and swallowing the magical beast crystal core whole. As a queen ant, Xiao'er measured about 1 meter in length, so swallowing a crystal core posed no issue. The moment the spider leader's crystal core was consumed, a large amount of white light emerged from Xiao'er's body. Her internal energy was already quite abundant, and the spider leader's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the elite level. The magical beast crystal core contained the essence of the spider leader's power. The immense energy instantly stirred the energy within Xiao'er. The light of evolution surged forth in abundance, enveloping Xiao'er entirely. Having experienced evolution once before, Zhao Ziyan remained entirely calm. A few strands of divine power floated out from his body, transferring to Xiao. Instantly the light of evolution became even more intense. It might be due to Zhao Ziyan enhancing Xiao's physical abilities in advance. It could also be that the crystal core of this spider leader is slightly inferior to the dragon blood grass. The energy is not on par with the dragon blood grass. This time Xiao's evolution did not exhibit any significant fluctuations. Xiao himself did not feel much pain, only a warm sensation enveloping his body which was quite comfortable. Unlike Xiao's previous evolution where the surrounding aura was extremely violent and attracted many magical beasts, Xiao's evolution was much more subdued. Xiao had experienced intense pain, feeling as though his body was about to burst from the overwhelming energy. Had it not been for Zhao Ziyan using a significant amount of divine power to stabilize Xiao's body, he might have truly been blown apart by the energy. The white light surrounding Xiao intensified, but the fluctuations in aura remained relatively calm. It appeared that the evolution was about to be successfully completed. However, just when Zhao Ziyan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, believing that this evolution would proceed smoothly, suddenly the white evolutionary light revealed a surge of crimson with a hint of black energy intertwined within. At this moment Xiao's emotional fluctuations also became intense. The information transmitted from Zhao Ziyan was no longer joy and excitement but had turned into pain. Hiss. At this moment through the evolution light it could be seen that Xiao's body was trembling incessantly. A series of painful low moans escaped from his mouth. A blood-colored phantom of a spider slowly emerged above Xiao's evolutionary light. This blood-colored phantom unmistakably resembled the human-faced spider leader. Its eyes were filled with malice and hatred, constantly emitting a violent aura. What the hell? Zhao Ziyan, who was originally lying on the bed, instantly sprang up. Shoo shoo. Something big has happened. What happened? Shu Shu, who was playing a game, turned to glance at Zhao Ziyan, feeling somewhat bewildered. I have another follower about to evolve. That's great news, but what's wrong? I can't explain it clearly right now, so let me share the screen with you. You take a look. Zhao Ziyan focused his mind and transmitted his divine perspective to Shu Shu through the pet contract. As he looked at the image of the ferocious blood-colored phantom, a serious expression appeared on Shu Shu's face. Even though his face was furry, Zhao Ziyan could still sense his seriousness. It seems like it's about to possess. Shu Shu said to Zhao Ziyan. Possess. Zhao Ziyan was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a skill only the great figures in cultivation novels can use? How could this spider possess? Regardless of the system, such an ability exists. The conditions for possession are extremely harsh. It must be during battle that this spider didn't die completely. If the battle intensity is high, the soul will be shattered, turning into death energy, which is commonly referred to as being scattered to the winds. This spider likely belongs to a species with high spiritual power, and combined with the immense resentment and unwillingness before death, its crystal core was just right to harbor the soul, allowing it to survive for a while longer. If no one notices, the soul cannot last long. After a while it will dissipate. However, Zhao Ziyan's little ant follower happened to absorb its crystal core, which gave it an opportunity. Alright, so what should we do now? Zhao Ziyan asked Shu Shu while the power of belief continuously flowed into Xiao's body. However, this power of belief merely maintained Xiao's condition, preventing it from deteriorating further. The blood-colored phantom outside the evolutionary light was continuously drilling into Xiao's head. The spider-shaped soul was using its sharp legs to incessantly stab at Xiao's head. Shu Shu said helplessly, physical attacks are generally ineffective against soul entities. It would be best to use attacks specifically for dealing with soul entities. Zhao Ziyan lowered his head in silence, continuously pondering what method to use. However, soon his eyes lit up as he took out a fragment of the Death Divine Seat beside him. The soul should also be managed by the Death Divine Seat fragment, right? Since it's already dead, it should obediently dissipate. How dare it cause trouble after death? Take this, my exorcism / Stupid soul. Return to the river of souls. Zhao Ziyan shouted, activating the divine seat fragment in his hand. Instantly death energy surged into Xiao's body. This operation is quite similar to transmitting divine power, using Xiao's body as a medium to wield the authority of death. In an instant the once arrogant and overbearing blood-colored phantom shrank back. The spider phantom displayed a human-like expression of terror. It could not speak. By rights, an elite-level pinnacle would barely learn the universal language of the great cosmos, while a dominator level would master it proficiently. However, the human-faced spider leader looked down upon learning. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood-colored phantom emitted some meaningless hissing sounds which were soon engulfed by the dense death energy. In the end it attempted to attack the below Xiao, seemingly aware that it was about to be completely annihilated, wanting to make one last struggle before death. However, as its spider legs struck towards Xiao, the death energy formed a barrier around it and the sharp spider legs could not penetrate through. Hiss. The howls grew weaker until finally the blood-colored phantom mixed with a large amount of killing intent was completely dissolved by the surrounding death energy. Like ice meeting hot water, the spider leader's body rapidly dissolved and merged with the surrounding death energy. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Ziyan focused his mind and the death divine seed fragment began to absorb the death energy in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding death energy instantaneously absorbed into the center of Xiao Er's body, even forming a small whirlwind in the middle. This is Zhao Ziyan using Xiao Er's body as a medium to absorb the death energy here. Using his follower's body as a medium is far less effective than using his own. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with a soul entity that barely existed in this world. Zhao Ziyan sensed that the death energy in the divine seed fragment in his hand had become richer, and he let out a sigh of relief. Having resolved this significant trouble, he could finally focus on evolution. After the blood-colored phantom was eliminated, Xiao Er's body ceased trembling and his emotions calmed. The subsequent process unfolded without any surprises. Zhao Ziyan, for the sake of caution, infused some divine power into him to stabilize Xiao Er's body. Then there was nothing more to do. It was much simpler than the previous evolution breakthrough for Xiaoyi. The white light grew more abundant and Xiao Er's body continually transformed. At this moment the power of evolution was already very intense, completely obscuring the situation inside. However, this white evolutionary force typically envelopes the entire body. When it had surrounded Xiao Er earlier, it resembled a cocoon. As for the current power of evolution, why did it seem like it had enveloped a person inside? Zhao Ziyan suddenly roared in his heart. Why is this happening again? What I wanted was a powerful and imposing insect race, not for you to evolve into an adorable girl. Of course that statement could be reconsidered. It's not entirely unacceptable. The consciousness returned to the avatar of faith. Originally the avatar of faith was meant to consume food with the flesh and blood patchwork monster, but it felt that Xiao Er's breakthrough was more important, so the patchwork monster would be left to rely on instinct to consume. With its strength there should be no issues. The avatar of faith hurried back to the gathering place of the insect race. Zhao Ziyan called Xiaoyi to accompany him in supporting Xiao Er. Xiao Er's evolution was nearing completion, and often at the moment of breakthrough it would trigger some fluctuations in spiritual energy. This could potentially attract enemies. Having learned from Xiaoyi's previous breakthrough experience, Zhao Ziyan was already quite familiar with the breakthrough process. Thus normal creatures would seek a secluded place with no one around for their breakthroughs. Alternatively, they would find a few close companions to keep watch over the surroundings, acting as guardians to prevent any enemies from disturbing them. Upon arriving at Xiao Er's location, the breakthrough was already nearing its end. The white light of evolution had begun to fade, allowing one to see the general outline inside. As Zhao Ziyan had anticipated, it had indeed transformed into a human form. What one transforms into after a breakthrough is also related to the deep-seated thoughts of the breaker. Previously, Xiaoyi had always admired the Lord of the Gods, so her appearance after the breakthrough closely resembled Zhao Ziyan, the deity that is a human form. Xiao Er's situation was similar. She admired her superior and the Lord of the Gods. Thus subconsciously she wished to become similar to both. Transforming into a humanoid form was not surprising. The white light gradually dissipated. With the evolutionary light no longer constraining it, the fluctuations in spiritual energy erupted, shaking the surrounding brush and causing numerous leaves to fall, many branches snapping. However, this area had already been swept clean by the insect race after the intense battle with the humanoid spider. Most surrounding creatures had fled, so no enemies were attracted. The white light completely faded. A humanoid creature resembling a young girl appeared before Zhao Ziyan. The slightly shy girl knelt on the ground, seemingly lost in thought, looking dazed. Her thick black hair cascaded down, enveloping her entire body. However, it seemed that due to its overwhelming prominence, the thick hair could not conceal the protruding chest, which was glaringly exposed. By the way, why was the first thing noticed always the chest? There was no way around it. Certain features were simply too prominent and would inevitably attract attention. Speaking of which, this time even the exoskeletal armor was not covered. Previously, when Xiaoyi evolved, the exoskeleton had concealed the private areas. At this moment, Xiaoyi stepped forward and gave Xiao Er a light tap on the head. Although it was her first time seeing Xiao Er's humanoid form, the familiar aura made Xiaoyi recognize that the humanoid being before her was her little sister. Eh? Xiaoyi did not speak but directly placed her hand on Xiao Er's chest. Spiritual energy flowed directly into her and the exoskeletal armor instantly manifested from Xiao Er's chest, swiftly concealing the exposed parts. Don't you even know this kind of thing? Xiaoyi said with a hint of frustration. Since you've already transformed into a human form, shouldn't you know to cover such crucial areas? Though it's your first time transforming into a human form, haven't you seen those human adventurers? I. Xiao Er stammered, unsure of how to respond to Xiaoyi's question, and she also didn't dare to argue back. Of course, it might also be that she wasn't quite adept at speaking yet. Helpless, Xiao Er glanced over at Zhao Ziyan's avatar of faith. Put. 2 streams of nosebleed gushed forth as Zhao Ziyan fell back on the ground. It was too explosive. How could a young man in his 20s handle this? The avatar of faith lay immobile on the ground, blood composed of faith spewing forth with a massive amount of divine power rapidly draining away. Divine. Lord of the gods. Xiao Er suddenly stood up looking towards Zhao Ziyan. Xiao Yi also noticed the anomaly and followed Xiao Er's gaze. Lord of the gods, what happened to you? Zhao Ziyan. The fluctuations in spiritual energy during the breakthrough were too intense. I was injured by the shock. Ah. I'm so sorry. Xiao Er hurried over to help Zhao Ziyan up. The small body of the avatar of faith was immediately cradled in her arms. Soft, but it doesn't feel that big. It's okay, I forgive you. Thank you. Lord of the gods. What is that? It feels so prickly. Zhao Ziyan looked up. Aside from the prominent chest, there were glaringly large steel-like needles. Upon closer inspection, they were actually spider legs. Zhao Ziyan quickly broke free from the gentle embrace and stood up. He immediately noticed the 8 enormous spider legs protruding from behind Xiao Er. Could this thing have grown out after the evolution? Could it be that the breakthrough effected by consuming the humanoid spider leader's crystal core caused the spider legs to sprout? Zhao Ziyan silently pondered. Aside from this explanation, he couldn't think of any other reasons. When Xiao Yi had her breakthrough, she also retained some ant-like traits. For instance, she had ant antennae on her head which significantly enhanced her sensory capabilities, allowing her to perceive her surroundings. Looking at those massive and menacing spider legs, Zhao Ziyan knew that Xiao Er's combat power would definitely not be low. At this moment, Xiao Er's spiritual energy fluctuations had just reached the early stage of Golden Core. There was no comparison with Xiao Yi, who had just reached the peak of Golden Core after her breakthrough. After all, Xiao Yi had consumed the dragon blood grass, which was a spirit herb that could significantly enhance even dominant level beings. Before Xiao Yi and Xiao Er's breakthroughs, they were basically at the peak of bronze level. As the Ant Queen, they had also consumed quite a few spirit herbs and crystal cores with the flesh of various magical beasts containing a lot of spiritual energy. Although they had produced many insect race units, this spiritual energy would still remain within them, continuously enhancing their strength. Looking at the 2 beautiful figures, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but display a motherly smile. Although he thought that they were previously insects, he wouldn't resort to harming insects. However, the appearance of the 2 pretty girls was certainly much more pleasing to the eye than the grotesque and fierce forms of the insects he had seen before. One shouldn't harm insects, at least not in this form. Yet observing their human-like appearance, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but ponder a question. By the way, now that you have evolved into human forms, can you still produce insect soldiers? Previously, Xiao Yi's combat power was extremely fierce. Zhao Ziyan had always regarded her as a killing machine. Moreover, there were plenty of other insect queens for breeding, so there was no need to rely on Xiao Yi for producing insect units. Thus he hadn't considered this question during this period. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi revealed a shy smile. Yes, my lord, we can. Xiao Yi started to say, but trailed off, her voice growing softer and more bashful as she nearly buried her head in her ample chest. From a distance, Zhao Ziyan, as the embodiment of faith, could only catch a few scattered words through his keen hearing. The vague terms he picked up seemed to be not prepared, want, lord, mating, and I. What the hell? Zhao Ziyan walked over to Xiao Yi and glanced up at her. He noticed her face turning pale. However, Xiao Er, who was nearby, didn't have so many scruples and directly answered Zhao Ziyan's question. Yes. We can. After saying this, Xiao Er began to demonstrate. But it was a far cry from Zhao Ziyan's expectations. The scene was not as he had envisioned. Xiao Er's formerly delicate face suddenly split open with muscle tissue and exoskeleton bursting forth. Finally, it formed a grotesque insect head. The rest of the girl's body was instantly torn apart. Flesh and muscle tissues throbbed as they grew. Strangely, there was no blood splattering out. A massive amount of flesh and muscle quickly reorganized. The exoskeleton surfaced, protecting the muscles and veins. In the blink of an eye, the formerly delicate girl instantly transformed into a fearsome insect queen. 8 spider legs stabbed into the ground like daggers, stabilizing her massive form. The sharp barbs at the joints and the menacing patterns on the thick exoskeleton displayed the intimidation of an insect queen. The enormous insect head suddenly appeared before Zhao Ziyan. The constantly churning sharp mandibles, swaying antennae, and saliva dripping from the mandibles seemed to showcase the girl's shyness. Sizzle. The saliva dripping onto the ground emitted an uncomfortable corrosive sound. As an insect queen, Xiao Er naturally possessed all the characteristics of her kind. The corrosive acid was even more potent than that of spitting insects. My lord. Please don't. Keep staring at me. She seemed somewhat embarrassed under Zhao Ziyan's direct gaze. The girl spoke shyly. Her enormous and fearsome head turned away, her eyes no longer meeting Zhao Ziyan's as her ferocious mandibles continued to churn. The corrosive acid nearly splattered onto Zhao Ziyan as she turned her head. Sizzle. Another tooth-grinding corrosive sound erupted as the splattered acid dripped just a few centimeters from Zhao Ziyan's feet. Zhao Ziyan. It's about to produce. My lord. As the girl shyly spoke, her massive rear end was twitching. The tail sprayed like a machine gun, releasing a multitude of insect eggs as if they were free. Zhao Ziyan. He didn't know what to say. To be honest, it felt a bit abstract. He thought, all right. That's enough, you can transform back now. Zhao Ziyan's tone trembled slightly as he spoke. Okay. Xiao Air obediently stopped producing. Her entire body shuddered. Subsequently, a large amount of flesh collapsed and the exoskeleton shattered. Flesh and veins ruptured and compressed, all being squeezed inward. In the end, all the flesh compressed into a shape resembling a human form and the girl's delicate body re-emerged. Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Air's spiritual energy surged, wrapping the Grand Lightning with her exoskeleton once more. Zhao Ziyan glanced over blandly, showing no reaction. Joking aside, just thinking about the previous grotesque insect appearance made it impossible to have any improper thoughts right. Zhao Ziyan sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have had this curiosity, as it completely shattered his fantasy of his subordinates turning into cute girls. They were essentially still terrifying insects. Turning his head, Zhao Ziyan noticed another massive insect. Its appearance was quite familiar. Its broad exoskeleton was covered in spikes, its legs thick and sturdy, and it boasted a pair of large exoskeleton wings. Overall, it didn't differ much from Xiao Yi before her evolution. After evolving, it was basically just a proportional enlargement with thicker exoskeletons. Her body stood about 3 meters tall, larger than the war behemoth. The size was similar to Xiao Air, but her legs were short. In comparison, Xiao Air's spider legs were slender and long, making her look larger overall. However, size alone does not determine much. When it comes to combat capability, one must consider other factors. Simply inflating one's size could lead to vulnerabilities. For instance, even if a human race cultivates to demigod status, they only have so much size. An elite biological entity, no matter how large, could never withstand a single punch from a human demigod. Even among beings of the same cultivation level, having a larger size isn't necessarily a benefit. Xiao Yi in her insect form stared blankly at Zhao Ziyan. My lord. Mating. Zhao Ziyan. Enough already. Even if one were to engage in such activities, it shouldn't be in this insect form. I'll say it again. One shouldn't harm insects, at least not in this manner. Zhao Ziyan silently roared in his heart. However, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. He was too lazy to engage in unnecessary talk. He directly slapped out with a surge of divine power, sending Xiao Yi flying. After being knocked away, Xiao Yi transformed back into her human form midair. Of course, Zhao Ziyan wouldn't use excessive force. Xiao Yi herself was unharmed. The two females, one large and one small, followed Zhao Ziyan back to the insect horde. If Xiao Air was of a girl's stature, then Xiao Yi was in a fully developed female form. Xiao Yi's human form stood just over 1.7 meters tall, while Xiao Air was only about 1.6 meters. When the two stood together, they truly looked like a pair of sisters. Back to the insect swarm. In fact, Xiao Air's breakthrough in time was not too long, and a large number of insects were still cleaning up the battlefield. The three returned here. Although Xiao Air had changed significantly, the other insects showed little reaction. For these insects, it did not matter what form they took as long as their aura remained unchanged. However, while the other insects were indifferent, Xiao Han was not. Originally, Xiao Han thought that its opponent had always been the already evolved Xiao Yi. It had never regarded the follower behind Xiao Yi as a threat. All along, Xiao Han believed that it would be the second insect unit to evolve. Yet this follower had already evolved while it remained at the peak of bronze, a situation no one could endure. Moreover, from the aura, it was not just an ordinary breakthrough. It had directly crossed from the bronze peak to reach the golden level. Xiao Han could not bear the stress and began to devour the spider corpses on the battlefield. Zhao Ziyan continued to paint a bright future for Xiao Han, persistently encouraging it. Xiao Han's small head was completely convinced, feeling it was not working hard enough, thus increasing the speed of its consumption. The insect army on the battlefield was methodically collecting food. Although the number of human-faced spiders was not too many, their size was considerable and their levels were high, rich in energy. Not only at this battlefield but also in the area where the Flesh and Blood Stitcher had fought against the human-faced spiders, many scattered spider corpses remained. Due to the constant harassment from the human-faced spider leader, some spider corpses were left uneaten by the Flesh and Blood Stitcher, which had chased after the leader to another location. The Faith Avatar glanced at the insects and saw nothing significant happening, deciding to return to the Flesh and Blood Stitcher. Previously it had rushed back due to Xiao Air's breakthrough. Now that it was complete, there was no reason to stay here. However, just as Zhao Ziyan was about to leave, new information came from Xiao'er. What the hell, a new troop type has emerged. Zhao Ziyan's consciousness returned to his main body. He directly activated Xiaoyi's genetic modification function. Xiao'er had just sent word that after completing her evolution she had also acquired the genes of the human-faced spider. As a result, the genes of the human-faced spider were highly compatible with several others, and these genes had automatically fused together. After acquiring the new troop gene, Xiao'er transmitted both the human-faced spider genes and the new troop genes to Xiaoyi. However, only Xiaoyi had the genetic modification talent, so the genes could only be observed after being transferred to her. This was somewhat inconvenient. But there was no time to worry about that. Zhao Ziyan opened the new troop type. A creature resembling a spider appeared in his mind. This new troop type looked similar to a spider. It had 8 sharp spider legs, but the front 2 legs were relatively short. It seemed that these 2 legs were not for movement but were meant for attacking enemies. The 6 legs behind were thick and sturdy, covered in a heavy exoskeleton and a layer of fur that could easily support its body. Each of the 6 legs was nearly a meter long, while the front legs were only 50 to 60 centimeters. They were shorter but could be raised directly as weapons to attack enemies. Its body appeared smaller compared to the long-legged variant, measuring only 50 centimeters in length. Moreover, the large tail at the back occupied a significant volume. The tail was filled with spider silk, which could be sprayed from its mouth to control enemies. The spraying distance was decent, about half that of a sprayer. While the sprayer could shoot over 100 meters, the new unit could spray over 50 meters. However, after exceeding 100 meters, the corrosive acid sprayed became quite inaccurate. Spider silk too was easily misdirected. The closer the target, the higher the hit rate, but it became less effective at a distance. After all, the silk was very light and surrounding disturbances like wind could easily divert it. Even if the silk was exhausted, it could still bite with its mouth. The new unit's mouthparts were only slightly smaller than those of soldier ants, more than sufficient for biting enemies. Additionally, the sharp spider legs could greatly harm enemies. The 8 slender spider legs moved slightly slower than jumping insects, yet were very agile. However, the new unit's defensive capability was not particularly strong. Its armor was of the light type. After all, the spider legs were very slender, and overly heavy exoskeleton armor would restrict movement. The internal skeletal genes and dragon bloodline genes were also integrated into the new unit's genes, making its overall combat power quite formidable. Although the spider legs were very slender with both internal and external skeletal support, they were not easily snapped. Perhaps due to the influence of the human-faced spider genes, the new unit also gained a certain talent for mental attacks. It could exert a certain deterrent effect on enemies through mental power. In severe cases, it could instill fear in opponents. However, the effectiveness of this fear skill depended on the opponent. It could generally work against enemies of the same or lower realm, but was ineffective against much stronger foes. With the fear skill combined with the ability to spray silk, the new unit could be considered a qualified auxiliary insect unit. Its melee attacks were also decent, and it could serve as a secondary attacker on the battlefield when necessary. Zhao Ziyan looked at the new type of insect unit with satisfaction. He then ordered the queen ant to produce some new units to observe their practical effects. Since this new unit was modified based on the human-faced spider genes and possessed the fear skill, it was directly named Fear Spider. Zhao Ziyan originally planned to test the combat effectiveness of the new unit after it was produced. However, at this moment the distant flesh and blood stitcher began to cause trouble. This creature floated away without the faith avatar beside it. It began to wander aimlessly. The flesh and blood stitcher, free from the faith avatar's constraints, sought food by instinct. Naturally, this undead creature was highly sensitive to the aura of life. It looked down on the scattered animals in the forest, but was coveting the city of sunset beyond the trees. After all, that city outside gathered a large number of living beings with an overwhelmingly rich aura of life. Roar! 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 A hoarse roar emanated from the mouth of the flesh and blood stitcher. On the outskirts of the sunset forest, numerous adventurers were swallowed whole. Are you really that bold? A whole bunch of overlords couldn't break into Forest City, and yet you, a lone fool, charge right in. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan was also extremely anxious. However, strictly speaking, the flesh golem was not one of his followers. This type of undead creature lacks any brains. It is controlled by fragments of the god of death's divine position and must have a faith embodiment nearby to manipulate it using deathly power. Alternatively, powerful individual followers like Xiaoyi and Xiao'er can also serve as mediums to wield deathly power and control undead creatures. Unfortunately, the only nearby creatures are some small insects used for scouting. Such weak followers cannot bear the power of the divine. At this time, the adventurers and mercenaries in the Sunset Forest were essentially out of luck. Recently, the news about John's lost storage ring had spread throughout Forest City. Everyone knew that the Phantom Sword Saint Hans had given the precious dragon blood herb to his prized disciple John, and that precious herb was in John's storage ring. No one knew that the dragon blood herb had already been absorbed by the swarm of insectoid armies. Everyone hoped to find this storage ring and obtain the dragon blood herb. If it were returned to the Phantom Sword Saint, one could expect to receive a substantial reward. Furthermore, it wasn't mandatory to return it, whether for personal consumption to enhance cultivation or to sell it in the black market. Both choices were quite appealing. As long as the dragon blood herb was up for grabs, it could fetch an astronomical price, ensuring a lifetime free of financial worries. Even though the relationship between the Sunset Forest and Forest City had recently soured, with many beasts obeying the commands of Overlord-level creatures to attack any foreign powers entering the forest. For the sake of this elusive opportunity, a considerable number of hopeful individuals came to search. Thus those adventurers and mercenaries looking for fortune on the outskirts of the forest encountered the flesh golem. Moreover, this group often comprised higher-level individuals who were confident in themselves, daring to wander deep into the forest. The nutritional value was indeed quite high. Run! There is a powerful undead creature on the forest outskirts. This undead creature is heading toward Forest City. It's too strong, it is absolutely beyond our ability to contend with. A multitude of adventurers began to flee, but the flesh golem's overlord-level strength was not to be trifled with. Although its bulkiness affected its mobility, its realm was still imposing. Capturing some bronze and silver-level adventurers was still an effortless task. Creak! Creak! The sound of bones and muscles breaking echoed from the flesh golem's mouth. The gaping maw in its belly evolved into sharp fangs, gradually forming a gruesome flesh-like visage. At this moment, both mouths were constantly moving up and down, incessantly chewing on the captured food. The nearby adventurers would emit countless cries of despair and pleas before being devoured. However, these sounds only served to heighten its appetite. The adventurers on the outskirts had mostly received the news a murderous undead creature was hunting adventurers in every direction. As a result, hardly anyone dared to wander around, and they all began to flee towards Forest City. In a brief moment, the number of beings entering Forest City surged. Dwarven gunners, elven archers, human swordsmen, elven mages, human practitioners. A large number of adventurers fled into Forest City, gathering the life essence of the living together. After the flesh golem prowled around the outskirts of the forest and found no prey, it directly strode toward Forest City. Lady Yali, I entrust you with the matter of my disciple. If I encounter rejection symptoms while enhancing John's bloodline with the blood of a true dragon, I will need your healing magic to alleviate such adverse reactions. Hans said. By this time it was already late. Many events had occurred today and time had slipped away unnoticed. Hans was currently standing in a rented guest room facing the elven priestess who had come to assist as agreed. This guest room was specially arranged by the Lord of Forest City for these notable figures. Typically, these were leaders or powerful figures occupying high positions. No matter where they were placed, they were all boss-level characters. In these specially arranged rooms, isolation formations were set up so that Sword Saint Hans would not be easily disturbed while altering his disciple's dragon bloodline. Of course, since I have come here, I will do my utmost to provide assistance to Sword Saint. However, if my healing skills prove ineffective, I hope Sword Saint will forgive me. The elven priestess Yali replied courteously to the man before her. If Zhao Zian were here, he would surely be astonished to find that the elven priestess in front of him was the same one he encountered that morning. However, compared to the fiery scene of the morning, the priestess now appeared much more poised and dignified. Hans nodded at the elven priestess before him and said, as a wood elf, you are undoubtedly an authority on healing injuries using the power of nature. I have complete faith in your healing magic. If even you cannot help my disciple, then perhaps no one in Forest City can. Hans complimented her sincerely. After all, he was asking someone for help, so he had to say some flattering words. Yali smiled and nodded without replying. Ah. Pain. It hurts too much. A piercing scream escaped from young John's mouth. He was undergoing the transformation of his bloodline with the blood of a true dragon. He lay on a specially designed bed surrounded by pale blue ice blocks that emanated a chilling aura and faint spiritual energy. These were profound ice acquired by Hans at a high price. The cold aura they emitted could help one attain tranquility during cultivation, making it less likely to go astray. It was also extremely beneficial for cultivating mental energy. Naturally, it provided some assistance for John's transformation with the blood of a true dragon. Hans lifted a drop of faintly glowing golden blood using his internal energy. This drop of true dragon blood floated in the air, slowly descending above John's body. As just a wisp of blood mist entered John's body, he could no longer endure it. It hurts. It hurts too much. The Sword Saint Hans looked at his disciple and couldn't help but offer some comfort. This bloodline transformation can enhance your body. With the dragon bloodline, you will also gain the powerful regenerative abilities of the dragon race, which will improve your injuries, and even severed limbs can regrow through its potent vitality. You must hold on, child. If you give up now, all your years of cultivation will go to waste. Hans earnestly advised. However, John was completely unresponsive to these words, his wails growing louder. At that moment Yali furrowed her brow. Although the blood of the dragon was indeed painful to transform, wasn't it a bit exaggerated? That single drop of true dragon blood had barely been consumed, only a minuscule wisp of blood mist had integrated, and he couldn't endure this level of pain. There were even those who after slaying dragons would bite open the neck of the true dragon and gulp down several mouthfuls of its blood without uttering a sound, directly refining it on the spot. With Yali's cultivation level, she could feel that John indeed had great potential. The circulation of spiritual power within him was exceptionally smooth without any delay. This indicated that his cultivation would definitely be efficient without any hardships. However, no matter how good the talent was, if he couldn't endure this bit of suffering, he might as well remain an ordinary person. She thought that the Sword Saint's disciple seemed somewhat unsuitable for cultivation. Of course, as an outsider, Yali felt it inappropriate to voice such opinions. She could only mutter a few words to herself quietly. The Sword Saint was pleased with his disciple, and it wouldn't be right for her to say otherwise. However, after John had screamed like a pig for a while, Yali could no longer bear to watch. Let me use some calming spells to alleviate this child's pain. All right. The Sword Saint replied succinctly, as most of his energy was focused on controlling the transformation of the true dragon blood. Speaking was a strain. A green light appeared in Yali's hand and floated towards John. However, he continued to wail like a pig, showing no signs of relief. Yali frowned again, conjuring several more beams of light and sending them into John's body. Finally, John's pig-like cries lessened. He gratefully said, "Thank you so much, Grandma Elf. This spell is really effective. I hardly feel any pain now." Upon hearing the word Grandma, Yali's mouth twitched slightly, her frown deepening. The Sword Saint, however, paid attention only to his disciple. Seeing that John was not in so much pain anymore, he intensified the bloodline transformation. If the true dragon blood continued to transform at the initial slow pace, it would take an indefinite amount of time. The Sword Saint himself had also been injured, and his spiritual power had significantly diminished. If he didn't speed up, he might exhaust his spiritual power and fail to complete the transformation. But at that moment John began to scream again. His incomplete body thrashed on the bed, making it even harder to subdue than a pig being slaughtered. Yali scoffed coldly. This time she didn't even ask. With a wave of her delicate hand, numerous vines emerged from the specially designed bed, directly binding John's remaining hands and legs. Like handcuffs, they restrained John's limbs. Now the pig could no longer thrash about. Eventually the room was filled with continuous tragic and piercing screams. Those unaware might think a pig was being slaughtered inside. After a long time the room finally opened. The Sword Saint, exhausted, pushed the door open and stepped out. The bloodline transformation for John had barely succeeded, but the cost was enormous. Not to mention the extensive preparations, he had spent a great deal of money and treasures, and he now owed a favor to the elf priestess. His own cultivation had also regressed significantly. Originally he had planned for a perfect transformation. However, due to John's constant screaming, he was forced to slow down the process, which prolonged the overall time and excessively drained his spiritual power. In the end he completely ran out of spiritual power, but at the critical moment he couldn't give up. Thus he could only consume his own origin power, paying a hefty price to forcibly continue the bloodline transformation. Moreover, this transformation could only be considered barely successful. John did not absorb 100 of the essence of the true dragon blood. He only absorbed a little over 60. A portion of the true dragon essence remained in John's body but could not be utilized. However, achieving this bare minimum was the result of the Sword Saint's utmost effort. If he had continued, he might have truly met his end. Originally, with the Sword Saint's strength, he had reached the diamond tier. However, after sustaining severe injuries, he had fallen to the platinum tier, and even then it was just the early phase. Now, having forcibly consumed his origin power, he had dropped a significant tier, leaving him at the peak of the gold tier. Yali also exited the room, looking at the exhausted Sword Saint with a complex expression. She felt that the image of the Sword Saint before her was completely dragged down by his disciple. To put it bluntly, what would happen if the old man didn't take on a disciple? After the true dragon blood was auctioned off successfully, he couldn't bear to use it, and even the dragon blood grass, after being obtained, was reserved for his disciple. And what was the result? The dragon blood grass was given to his disciple, but John could not retain it, and it was lost. He struggled to improve his disciple's physique with the true dragon blood, but it was not fully absorbed, utilizing only a little over 60, wasting nearly half. Even the wasted portion of true dragon blood could fetch an exorbitant price. If only the Sword Saint had reserved these two treasures for himself. Recovering from his injuries and returning to the diamond tier would surely be just around the corner. Sword Saint, I shall take my leave. If you require any assistance next time, just send someone to contact me. As for a powerful figure like you are, what elf race is always willing to befriend? After a few polite words, Yali intended to leave directly. She took one last glance at John in the room, feeling that this boy would never amount to much. Perhaps this was a typical grandma type of prediction regarding a younger generation's future. Had ha. As she turned her slender waist to leave, the streets of Forest City erupted with shouts and pushes from other races. Yali heard the commotion from the street, and suddenly her spiritual energy surged, lifting her body up. She was currently in a guest room on the 3rd floor. To save time, she floated directly down from the window of the guest room. It's the elf priestess. Nearby, several adventurers who had escaped back to the Forest City saw the elven figure before them and couldn't help but feel excitement. A powerful undead creature has appeared outside the Forest City, and it has already claimed the lives of many adventurers and mercenaries who ventured out. Even the city guards are struggling to hold it back. What? Yali questioned in confusion. How could such a powerful undead creature suddenly appear out of nowhere? In this other world, the appearance of undead beings is quite normal. Some souls with strong attachments refuse to dissipate and thus become ghosts. In certain situations, dead bodies influenced by a large amount of death energy can also resurrect. Therefore, such occurrences are not too rare, and naturally formed undead are generally quite weak. If no other factors interfere, normal undead won't pose much of a threat and the law enforcement personnel can handle them easily. However, when other factors are involved, undead can be extremely terrifying. The first thought that arose in Yali's mind was that there was an undead mage nearby. An undead creature strong enough to overpower numerous adventurers and even the city guards is certainly not something a mere undead mage could conjure. Just as Yali was feeling uneasy, the communication scroll in her arms began to emit a glow. The scroll warmed slightly as she took it out. After channeling her spiritual energy into it, the scroll opened, revealing the large face of the Forest City's lord. It was akin to a video call. The lord of the Forest City appeared extremely tense, and the chat screen showed that he seemed to be moving quickly, with the background changing constantly. A large group of powerful individuals had gone to a celebration banquet earlier and had consumed several barrels of wine, resulting in many of them passing out. These powerful individuals did not use spiritual energy to counteract the alcohol's effects, and many simply fell asleep, some of whom had yet to awaken even now. Notifying these individuals now was quite troublesome, and the lord immediately thought of Yali, who had not partaken of the alcohol. Priestess, an undead creature, has appeared outside the Forest City, and it seems to have reached platinum level. The city guards are struggling to hold it back. I hope you can come and assist in repelling it. I am already on my way, and I have also contacted the other lords. They will arrive for support shortly. All right. Yali did not hesitate and agreed immediately. The undead creature, brimming with death energy, was a natural adversary to her elven kin, who excelled in wielding nature's powers. After all, the forces of nature and life are closely intertwined. She hurried towards the city gate, and the closer she got, the stronger the death energy she could sense. At this moment, Yali's heart sank. She could vaguely see a massive flesh giant towering over the city walls, slaughtering the creatures near the gate. Many parts of the city walls had already been damaged. Previously, a large number of dominant magical beasts had led a beast-tide attack, and though many other powerful individuals had resisted, the city walls still suffered significant damage. Now those damaged gaps had become even larger. Many places on the walls had originally been inscribed with protective arrays, granting them strong defensive capabilities. However, numerous gaps had already appeared, and the defensive arrays were shattered. The massive undead creature had already wedged half of its body inside, with its enormous fleshly arms attacking the city guards upon the walls. Though many city guards bravely resisted, the damage from swords and arrows proved to be virtually ineffective against the flesh giant. They could only endure its merciless slaughter. When the beast tide had attacked previously, the Forest City had been well prepared. Numerous powerful individuals and various defensive weapons had been readied in advance, making the defense relatively easy. But this formidable undead creature seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There had never been any reports of a powerful undead creature in the vicinity. Yet it suddenly emerged at the outskirts of the forest and quickly began its assault on the Forest City. By the time the Forest City reacted and began to notify for defense, it was already too late. All sorts of powerful individuals had not yet arrived at the scene, leaving only some relatively weak city guards. Various defensive weapons and arrays had also sustained damage during the previous defense, with some broken beyond repair. This battle was impossible to win. It was unrealistic to expect a group of bronze and silver rank guards to defend against platinum level threats. Watching the loss of countless lives, the city guards were consumed by the enemy's screams. At this moment, Yali could no longer afford to consider anything else. A flash of light emanated from the storage ring on her left hand. An elegantly patterned elven longbow appeared in her hand. As an alpha bow was an essential means of attack for Yali. With her delicate hands grasping the elven longbow, her other hand rested on the bowstring. Spiritual energy continued to converge, and an ethereal elven arrow manifested in her hand. Whoosh! An arrow glimmering with a fierce chill flew towards the flesh amalgamation. Sizzle! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out as the arrow struck deeply into the body of the flesh amalgamation. Roar! The flesh amalgamation let out an enraged roar and turned its gaze towards Yali. It instinctively sensed that the pain it felt came from the small figure before it originating from that distant creature. Though the opponent appeared to be a mere small fry, the flesh amalgamation could perceive that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the elf were not much weaker than its own. Roar! Another angry roar erupted as the flesh amalgamation smashed through the city wall, which lacked defensive arrays. In an instant a gap appeared in the one solid city wall, with all defenders on that section being instantly reduced to fragments. The nearby defensive arrays had already been damaged by the previous dominant magical beasts. Unfortunately, time was too tight and they had not found anyone to repair them. A wall built merely of dirt and stone could not withstand the flesh amalgamation. The flesh amalgamation charged directly into the city, running towards Yali, snatching up any nearby beings to devour along the way. Its 4 large hands waved about, capturing a multitude of creatures to devour voraciously. Moreover, its fleshly body was not fixed, it could stretch and shrink like modeling clay. She did not retreat. At this moment she was still on the outskirts of the forest city. If she retreated any further she would enter the city itself, and the consequences would be far more terrifying. With a wave of her hand a natural spell was cast. The power of nature could be used to heal allies, but it could also be wielded to harm enemies. A green beam of light instantly emerged from the body of the flesh-merging monster. It was like pouring a cup of hot water onto a snowy field. A chunk of flesh was suddenly missing from the flesh-merging monster. A huge blood hole appeared on its shoulder. However, the flesh surrounding it surged forward, pushing towards the opening. Like a piece of clay that had been pinched off, the rest squeezed together to fill the missing part. For the massive figure of the flesh-merging monster, this minor loss of flesh was hardly significant. Another green glow emerged. This time it struck directly at the head of the flesh-merging monster, instantly melting away the Goblin King's head. However, for such an undead creature, losing its head was of no concern. In the next moment flesh surged from the gap where its head had been and an identical goblin head grew back. Throughout the entire process the flesh-merging monster did not pause, continuing to charge towards Yali. As Yali prepared to cast another spell, the flesh-merging monster was already upon her. 2 of its 4 arms reached out and extended to grasp her. Yali's spiritual energy surged and she flew upward to evade the grasp. As she did, she began chanting a spell, causing the trees in the nearby greenery to twist and move. Thick roots pulled from the soil, sending dirt and small stones flying in every direction. The roots gradually twisted and intertwined, forming 4 massive legs. The dense leaves swayed continuously and various branches began to contort. At the highest point 2 anthropomorphic eyes formed on the treetop. The lower branches and leaves mingled together, forming 2 gigantic wooden hands. Oh ho ho! A strange roar emanated from the mouth of the enormous tree ant before her. It was unclear how its wooden mouth produced sound, but it was evidently quite excited. Block it! Yali shouted angrily at the tree ant in front of her. Oh ho! The tree ant looked at Yali, knowing she was its summoner. As a tree ant guardian it had a very amicable relationship with elves. Since this elf was in trouble it had to lend its assistance. The tree ant turned around and faced the flesh-merging monster. Roar, roar, roar. The flesh-merging monster immediately roared at the trent, a dense aura of death surging towards it. The once vibrant green leaves of the tree ant were instantly wilted by the power of death. Swish swish. A large number of wilted leaves fell from the trent, which had appeared to have a lush canopy, now transformed into a bald figure. Seeing the terrifying creature before it, the tree ant could not endure. The tree ant's once lively expression turned to one of despair upon seeing the flesh-merging monster, its face now resembling that of a dead fish. Yo ho ho ho! After calling out to Yali, it turned and began to flee. With short legs formed from tree roots, it ran with surprising speed, its limbs flailing as if leaving after images behind, racing backward in a cloud of dust. You! Come back! Yali was somewhat dumbfounded. She did not expect the tree ant she summoned to be so cowardly. Upon seeing the powerful enemy, it fled without regard for its summoner. After all, tree ants were known for their unpredictable behavior. If it were a battle tree ant cultivated by the elven races, it would be incredibly formidable and unafraid of combat. However, this trent summoned haphazardly from the roadside had an uncertain temperament. It was like a random lottery. Each tree ant's personality could differ vastly. Once the elves bestowed life upon the trents, it was inevitable that each tree ant would have a distinct personality. Of course, no matter how timid or fearful, a tree ant that ignored its summoner and ran away at the sight of a powerful enemy was certainly a rarity. Damn it! Yali had originally hoped the tree ant would buy her some time, even if just to delay the enemy, allowing her to unleash some high-damage spells that required charging. But this shameless creature had fled. Seeing the flesh-merging monster closing in, Yali realized she had no way to evade. The 4 massive flesh arms had blocked all possible escape routes, the surging flesh almost overwhelming Yali. A verdant glow radiated from her just as the flesh-merging monster struck. Bang! The flesh-merging monster's arm, which was supposed to grab Yali, was deflected and some of the flesh on its arm was blasted away by the powerful recoil. Roar, roar, roar. The flesh-merging monster roared again, this time intending not to grasp its enemy but to swing its arm into a fist aiming directly at Yali. This time it did not intend to capture the tiny figure before it but rather to crush her into a pulp. Its enormous fist, propelled by a gust of wind, lunged toward the beautiful figure. To the flesh-merging monster, beauty and ugliness were irrelevant. Everything was meant to be consumed, and after digestion it might simply sprout another head. Yali gasped for breath and the green glow enveloped her once more. For someone of her profession as a spellcaster, being attacked up close by such an enemy placed her at a severe disadvantage. If she could manage to keep her distance, she could wear down such a cumbersome tank unit. Spellcasters typically had an advantage over other professions. But she could not retreat. Numerous weak humans, elves and dwarves were panicking as they fled behind her. If she retreated, the flesh-merging monster would wreak havoc among the crowd and the consequences would be unimaginable. The gust from the flesh-merging monster's massive fist ruffled Yali's hair. She knew that even if her spiritual barrier could not be breached, it would certainly leave her severely injured if not dead. The decaying, foul-smelling fist came crashing down. The green barrier shattered like tofu. Just as Yali closed her eyes and channeled her spiritual energy, resigned to her fate, a golden light suddenly appeared. From her storage pouch a gleaming jade pendant leapt forth. A rich, almost liquid-like aura of divine power surged forth from the pendant. The pendant depicted a cute little chick, as children's zodiac signs are often engraved on such pendants as talismans for protection. Zhao Ziyan's childhood pendant featured a depiction of an older brother. The flesh and blood amalgamation was hurled away by the dense divine power, a large chunk of its flesh falling off in the process. The roar became less ferocious. At this moment the flesh and blood amalgamation's eyes no longer held a cold glare but revealed a hint of fear. Trembling, it picked up the large piece of flesh that had fallen and reattached it. The amalgamation's gaze turned towards Yali, ultimately locking onto the floating jade pendant. It wasn't afraid of the divine power, rather it felt a sense of familiarity from it. Isn't this the divine power of the one who controls it? Although the amalgamation lacked intelligence, its instincts warned it that it shouldn't attack this little one before it. That individual possessed terrifying methods capable of inflicting immense pain and seemed to be able to easily take its life. Although the flesh and blood amalgamation was an undead being and had already died, it did not wish to die again. However, when Zhao Ziyan had initially subdued this amalgamation, it was utterly uncooperative. So during that time when the Faith Avatar took it out for a joyride, the Avatar had to employ some methods. Since this flesh and blood amalgamation was created using fragments of the Death Divine position, it would be effortless to absorb its fragmented soul back using those same fragments. At that time the amalgamation's body could be reassembled using the power of death to create a broken soul to be reintegrated. If this disobedient one could be remade, perhaps the next would be more compliant. Boom! The flesh and blood amalgamation discarded Yali and charged towards a nearby crowd. Meanwhile Yali had collapsed on the ground, her defensive barrier shattered and suffering a backlash of spiritual energy. At this moment she could only lie on the ground watching the flesh and blood amalgamation wreak havoc with no means to intervene. The jade pendant continued to emit a rich divine power, gently enveloping Yali, aiding in her recovery from injuries and replenishing some of her spiritual energy. Yali felt a whirlwind of confusion in her heart, her thoughts scattered. She couldn't understand why the flesh and blood amalgamation had spared her. Nor could she fathom why the jade pendant before her was imbued with such immense energy. Perhaps it was indeed laughable that as an elf she was risking her life to protect other races in this city. She gently closed her eyes, the scene of slaughter before her only deepening her inner torment. "My lord, are you all right?" The lord of Forest City had rushed over, but his first concern was not for the slaughtered citizens. Instead his attention focused on the elven priestess. For the entire Forest City, even if some residents were killed, what difference would it make? After all, there were many, a few deaths were inconsequential. However, the female elf before him was the bridge between Forest City and the elven race. She was also a highly esteemed priestess among the wood elves. Previously they had formed an alliance for the friendly communication and development between Forest City and the wood elves. The elven priestess before him must not encounter any mishaps. Find just a bit of spiritual backlash. Lord Mayor, hurry and stop that undead creature, or it will continue to cause more slaughter. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, this undead creature will never be allowed to rampage in Forest City. The Lord of Forest City replied sternly. However, he then turned his gaze back to Yali. Had I known that the undead creature before me was so powerful, I shouldn't have allowed the priestess to come and confront it. It seems I've failed in my duty as mayor. The mayor looked earnestly at the fallen Yali. Looking at the beautiful and voluptuous mature elf lying on the ground, there was an unusual morbid beauty about her. The Lord of Forest City couldn't help but swallow hard. Fine Lord Mayor, please hurry and stop that undead creature. Yali sensed the Lord's gaze and felt a tinge of displeasure, but her tone remained calm. Ha, how dare this undead creature rampage in my forest city? It truly does not know its place. The mayor flicked his hair, smiled at Yali, then stood up, drawing his longsword as he charged towards the flesh and blood amalgamation. For the Lord of Forest City, possessing great cultivation and being the mayor of a formidable city, women were never lacking in his life. However, this female elf was not only powerful in her cultivation but also a priestess of the elven race. For him, having such a partner would be ideal. Moreover, Yali exuded a strong woman's aura. Her qualities were certainly not to be compared with mere beautiful vases with looks and figure. As the Lord of Forest City approached the flesh and blood amalgamation, he immediately struck down with his long sword. The amalgamation felt the pain and retaliated with a punch. However, due to its large size, the movement was somewhat cumbersome and failed to hit its enemy. The Lord of Forest City nimbly dodged, leaping to an adjacent empty spot, and elegantly swung his longsword in midair. A gust of sword energy instantly sliced through the flesh and blood amalgamation's body. The amalgamation sensed a formidable threat and abandoned the nearby delectable prey to turn its attention towards the Lord of Forest City. Roar! A furious roar resounded towards the mayor, splattering a large amount of saliva onto his handsome face. A pig's intestine was even hurled out and landed on him. The mayor, due to his high cultivation, appeared relatively young. Although there were slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he could still be considered a handsome older man. A foul, decayed stench emanated from the mayor. Damn it! He had initially harbored some thoughts about Yali and intended to show off in front of her. Now his plan was completely ruined. As he angrily attacked the flesh and blood amalgamation, he realized something was amiss. The flesh and blood amalgamation before him had actually reached the pinnacle of platinum strength. While he himself was also at the platinum peak, he had suffered some injuries from previous battles with dominant beasts, causing his strength to significantly decline. After all, the previous Misty Heaven had been diamond level, and he had tangled with Misty Heaven for quite some time. Although he had many aides to assist him, fighting across greater realms without paying a price was still exceedingly difficult. The forest city was thrown into chaos as the city lord clashed with the undead creature, unable to determine the victor amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, other apex-level powerhouses had just received the news and were delayed in arriving. At this moment, the city lord felt somewhat helpless. The flesh and blood monstrosity before him possessed an extraordinarily high life force. It wasn't particularly difficult to fight, but it was incredibly hard to kill. Essentially every attack inflicted some damage, causing the creature to splatter flesh everywhere, yet due to its massive size the lost flesh was quickly replenished from other parts, rendering the assaults practically ineffective. "My lord, I am here to assist you." A deep voice resonated from not far away. The city lord of Forest City turned to look at the newcomer, his eyes lighting up. "It is truly you, Sword Saint, who has arrived. It seems this damned undead creature is on the brink of death." The man before him was none other than the Sword Saint Hans. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, there was a steadfastness in his eyes as he gazed at the flesh and blood monstrosity raising the iron sword in his hand. Looking at the devastation caused by the monstrosity in the city, with numerous severed limbs, broken arms, scattered debris and blood splattered everywhere, the Sword Saint could not help but feel a surge of anger. The title of Phantom Sword Saint was indeed well deserved. His blade struck with a speed akin to a phantom, instantly slashing at the flesh and blood monstrosity. However, it seemed to have little effect. As he attacked, the flesh and blood monstrosity retaliated. Bang! In an instant he was sent flying. Sword Saint Hans was slammed against a nearby building, crashing into one wall and then embedding himself into a second wall. Not far away, Yali had regained some composure, sitting against a collapsed wall. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but rub her forehead. While others were oblivious, she was well aware. The Sword Saint Hans had consumed a bit of his essence to help his disciple fuse with the true dragon bloodline, causing his strength to regress from platinum level to gold level. Previously, the city lord of Forest City was at the peak of platinum, battling a novice at the diamond level. A large number of support personnel were providing him with healing, boosting his attack and defense and applying buffs, which barely held off the creature for some time. And the Sword Saint at peak gold level was facing off against the flesh and blood monstrosity at platinum peak. Moreover, having just completed the bloodline fusion, the spiritual energy he consumed could not be fully restored, leaving him in a weakened state. He truly dared to fight. Yali couldn't help but shake her head in wry amusement. At this distance she could only manage to cast a healing spell to support the Sword Saint. The Phantom Sword Saint, being a good-natured individual, often lent a helping hand even to strangers when faced with difficulties. However, perhaps it was precisely because of his nature that he wasn't living a particularly pleasant life. Faced with such a person, Yali still held a shred of respect in her heart. The city lord continued to grapple with the flesh and blood monstrosity, no longer in a rush. As long as he could delay for a while longer, the leaders or powerhouses from other factions would soon arrive. He had already sent someone to notify them beforehand, and as long as everyone worked together, this apex-level undead would be nothing to fear. While lost in thought, the city lord momentarily let his guard down and was struck in the face by a punch from the flesh-and-blood monstrosity. This damned undead creature, even if released outside, should have no other creature capable of defeating it alone except for the mixed Tian. The city lord felt quite frustrated, as at their peak everyone was at platinum level, and with rich combat experience and human wisdom, defeating this undead creature was still possible. However, now in his diminished state he could only be unilaterally beaten. He seemed to sense that his opponent was incredibly tenacious and troublesome. The flesh-and-blood monstrosity became enraged, unable to eliminate the small fry before it. Consequently, it focused its attention elsewhere. It turned its head, its gaze locking onto the sword saint embedded in the wall. Sword Saint ZZZ. The flesh-and-blood monstrosity launched its 4 fists at the city lord of Forest City. Seizing the opportunity while the city lord dodged, the flesh-and-blood monstrosity turned and charged towards the unconscious sword saint. After such a prolonged battle, the creature had sustained some damage. Its instincts told it to eliminate some weaker creatures first and consume their flesh and blood to replenish its own energy. The other residents had mostly retreated, making it impossible to capture anyone. The sword saint who had been knocked away by its attack was clearly the weak and easy target. The frenzied flesh-and-blood monstrosity pushed aside the rubble of collapsed houses like a bulldozer, clearing all obstacles in its path, drooling at the sight of the tender and delectable sword saint. Not good. Its target is the phantom sword saint. The city lord of Forest City shouted, and several swordlights struck the flesh-and-blood monstrosity. However, due to the flesh-and-blood monstrosity's high life force, the damage inflicted had little effect. Yali, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly anxious. The phantom sword saint had always been a figure of righteousness. Many had received his assistance. Furthermore, the Wood Elf clan had a relatively amicable relationship with him. Due to the elves generally possessing exceptional appearances, many races would harbor ulterior motives regarding this. Previously, other races had captured a large number of young wood elves, intending to auction them off to satisfy certain strong individuals' peculiar preferences, thus reaping immense profits. However, before they could deliver them to the auction house, the phantom sword saint uncovered the masterminds behind this operation and liberated all the captured young wood elves. After this incident, the phantom sword saint became a distinguished guest of the Wood Elf clan. This was also the reason Yali readily agreed to help when he sought assistance. The entire Wood Elf clan was grateful for the sword saint's kindness, and Yali held deep respect for this upright and righteous powerhouse. She slowly rose to her feet, her spiritual energy having barely recovered some, and as she looked towards the sword saint, her gaze grew resolute. Her figure swiftly approached the sword saint, a green light flashing in her hand as a healing spell enveloped him. The sword saint, upon receiving the healing, jolted and opened his eyes in a daze. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the flesh-and-blood monstrosity charging towards him. Am I still dreaming? As he struggled to pull himself from the wall and shook his head, he realized he was not dreaming. This calamity seemed unavoidable. Images from his life flashed through his mind. Just when he was in despair, a green figure appeared before him. Your Excellency the priest, what brings you here? You must leave quickly. This undead creature is far too powerful, and I am left with only my golden level strength. Even if the two of us teamed up, we couldn't possibly contend with this monster. The sword saint said with a bitter smile to Yali. The figure approaching was none other than Yali. Great sword saint, you are a benefactor to our Wood Elf race. I cannot bear to see you devoured by this undead creature. Yali's expression was extremely serious. Her nature was inherently kind and empathetic, and she would help others whenever she could. Moreover, this was the phantom sword saint who had shown immense favor to the entire Wood Elf race. The seed of life given to Zhao Zian as a divine incarnation was also a precious treasure that could save lives. When she gave this seed of life, she had no ulterior motives, nor did she seek to gain anything in return from Zhao Zian. She merely hoped that as the chosen one, his fate would not end too tragically. Perhaps it was this unique kindness and empathy, coupled with the inherent emotional psyche of femininity. Yali's mastery of natural and life forces was even among the entire elf race second to none. Two green lights merged into the bodies of herself and the sword saint, providing maximum protection to vital areas. Even if they could not withstand the assault of the flesh-and-blood fusion monster, it would at least help them hang on to life. In such times, one must prepare for the worst. She quickly took out the zodiac jade pendant given to her by Zhao Zian and infused it with her spiritual energy. Instantly, the remaining divine power surged forth. However, having been used once before, the divine power now was significantly less than the first time. Yali did not know if it could block the attack of the flesh-and-blood fusion monster, but she had no other options and could only gamble with this pendant. The enraged flesh-and-blood fusion monster cared little for such matters. Originally lacking in intelligence, it became even more mindless in its fury. Though the divine power fluctuations before her were familiar, the undead's instinct for the powerful appetite to consume flesh had completely suppressed any other considerations. Roar! As the roar sounded, the faint natural energy and thin faith power could not stop the assault of the monstrous fist of flesh. In an instant it smashed towards its enemy. At this moment the head of the Goblin King that the flesh and blood fusion monster possessed was filled with ferocity. Droplets of foul saliva fell as it could hardly wait to savor the delectable flesh before it. However, the expected scene did not unfold. A small body stood in front of Yali and the sword Saint Hans. The disguise of the divine incarnation child had been completely torn apart. Surrounded by the power of faith, bright eyes sparkled with a sharp golden light. Is this truly a broken soul pieced together by a foolish goblin? Greed and mindlessness are indeed remarkably similar. At this moment Zhao Ziyan felt quite displeased. This creature is far too mindless. While powerful, it is not very controllable and has a high probability of going out of control at critical moments. Having displayed his own power of faith, this creature still dared to attack. Losing control is a very fatal issue. After a fierce collision, the area affected by the battle had been completely reduced to ruins. At this moment both Yali and Sword Saint Hans had lost consciousness. Roar! The treeman that had originally fled inexplicably returned, anxiously pacing around the ruins. Seeing the summoner unconscious among the ruins, this quirky treeman was also very anxious, for the wisdom it gained from evolving from a great tree relied on Yali's natural power. If something were to happen to Yali, this treeman might revert back to being a great tree that could only sit on the ground. The Lord of Forest City cautiously approached to assess the situation, ignoring the treeman that was continuously pacing nearby. He sensed that this treeman bore no hostility. A flash of golden light appeared at the earlier location and the presence of a strange deity suddenly descended. The attack of the flesh and blood fusion monster was firmly blocked, and this undead creature seemed to sense fear, immediately halting its assault and fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. The Lord of the City walked into the ruins where Yali and Sword Saint Hans lay unconscious nearby. And there was an additional child. The Lord of Forest City was somewhat confused, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be that a deity had descended to the mortal realm just now? However, the presence only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Yet this child still retained the essence of the deity. What does this mean? Don't tell me this child before me is the deity. However, such an exaggerated thought quickly faded from the Lord's mind. Sensing the rich power of faith emanating from this child, the Lord with his strength could see that the child's entire outfit was imbued with a large amount of faith power. Whose child is so extravagant? Soon after, a thought emerged in the Lord's mind. The Chosen One. If that's the case, then the earlier situation is not so surprising. It wasn't a deity descending, but rather the Chosen One attracting the deity's presence. The Lord of Forest City immediately began contacting people to clear the scene. The three individuals in the ruins were carried out, receiving care from a multitude of medical personnel. At this time, other powerful beings who had been sleeping from drinking too much at the celebration banquet also hurried over. However, by this time the flesh and blood fusion monster had already escaped beyond the city, and they naturally had no mood to pursue it further. At this point, Zhao Ziyan's consciousness had returned to his original body. His little flying insects only covered the forest area, so the deity's perspective could only encompass the region of the forest. On the side of Forest City, since there were no followers, he could not shift his perspective to investigate the situation among them. Thankfully, his faith incarnation encountered a bizarre treeman. This treeman bore obvious signs of having been corroded by death energy. Zhao Ziyan directly stopped this treeman and through simple intimidation compelled it to lead him to the location where the death energy appeared. As Zhao Ziyan had anticipated, only the flesh and blood fusion monster in the vicinity could wield such powerful death energy, thus he quickly found it and saved Yali and the Sword Saint. Upon reaching the battlefield, the soul of the flesh and blood fusion monster was swiftly collected. Although the battle scene appeared intense, in reality Zhao Ziyan had exerted little effort. With a slight activation of the power of the fragment of the death throne, the soul of the flesh-stitching monster was directly collected, leaving behind a powerful body that could not display its might without the control of a soul. After losing its soul, this soulless corpse was directly controlled by Zhao Ziyan using the power of death. The subsequent escape of the flesh-stitching monster was also manipulated by Zhao Ziyan. The avatar of faith emitted a large amount of faith power to conceal the process of using the power of death. Then it continued the previous disguise of a child. The avatar of faith, now devoid of Zhao Ziyan's conscious control, collapsed to the ground, becoming nearly unconscious. The avatar could also lurk within Forest City, preparing for a future assault. Zhao Ziyan controlled the flesh-stitching monster and headed towards the insect tribe. At this time, the insect army had already cleaned up the battlefield. The flesh-stitching monster had also arrived near the nest where the insect tribe gathered. Xiao Yi and Xiao Air were already there. Zhao Ziyan could use Xiao Yi and Xiao Air as mediums to perform soul transformation on the flesh-stitching monster. Controlling the flesh-stitching monster's actions only required some power of death, but the delicate task of soul transformation still needed a medium. The so-called undead is to bestow new life upon the deceased. If a normal person is compared to a computer, then this computer would certainly have all original parts with every component functioning properly. If any part breaks, then the computer becomes unusable and thus that creature would perish. However, if the broken parts are removed and replaced with new ones, then this computer can naturally be used again. It's just that the new parts are not original, so there will definitely be some minor issues such as lag. But that's okay, as long as it works it's fine. When the goblin priest created the flesh-stitching monster, a large number of goblin souls and flesh were used. Moreover, the summoner of the flesh-stitching monster is strictly speaking the goblin priest. Zhao Ziyan can at most be considered a second-hand dealer. Therefore his control over the flesh-stitching monster has never been particularly strong. The flesh-stitching monster obeyed his commands out of fear of the death artifact in Zhao Ziyan's hands. However, the personality of a large number of goblins has merged into its soul. Betrayal, treachery and mindless greed are inevitable. Thus there are times when the flesh-stitching monster is uncontrollable. Zhao Ziyan extracted a large number of soul fragments related to the insect tribe from the fragment of the death throne. Under Zhao Ziyan's control, the power of death composed of these insect soul fragments condensed into a large mass. Looking at this large mass of assembled souls, Zhao Ziyan was uncertain if it could be used. Whatever, let's give it a try. He forcibly stuffed this mass of souls into the body of the flesh-stitching monster. Zhao Ziyan used some power of death as an adhesive to secure the body and the mass of souls. He quietly waited for a moment and soon the body began to stand up slowly. There was even a faint trace of faith power emanating. What the hell? Undead beings can also generate faith power. That's absurd. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head, wondering if it was because these insects were originally his followers, so even in death their soul fragments could still resonate with him. Feeling the connection between himself and the flesh-stitching monster now infused with insect souls, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but nod. It was indeed much better than forcibly controlling the original flesh-stitching monster using the fragment of the death throne. At this moment the flesh-stitching monster's eyes no longer held greed or ferocity. Instead they were replaced with calmness and a chilling indifference towards all life. Inside Forest City, a large number of medical personnel were moving back and forth. Yali's injury was not serious, she was mainly stunned by the impact of divine power and her weakened state caused her to faint. In fact, her injuries were not too severe. After being sent to the hospital arranged by the Lord of Forest City, she would soon awaken. She didn't even need anyone to treat her, she would wake up on her own as she possessed powerful healing abilities and the natural power significantly aided her recovery. She turned her head to see the sword Saint Hans beside her, then quickly shifted her gaze to Zhao Ziyan. At this moment the avatar of faith Zhao Ziyan had returned to the appearance of a child. However, the initial golden appearance of the avatar of faith was deeply etched in Yali's mind. That rich aura of divinity was something only a divine being would possess. Yali's emotions were quite complicated at this moment. Normally a deity could actively descend upon the chosen child. However, when a follower was in a critical situation they could also call upon the deity's descent. It was similar to a spell for summoning a deity. When a deity descends upon an ordinary follower, the consumption of divine power is substantial, but when descending upon the chosen child the consumption is minimal. It must have been this child who used the reverse summoning technique leading to the current situation. Yali felt a wave of guilt rising within her. At this moment the aura of Zhao Ziyan's avatar of faith had weakened significantly. This was primarily because Zhao Ziyan had used the avatar of faith to travel quickly, consuming a great deal of divine power, and to conceal his use of death power he had also released a substantial amount of divine power. Moreover, the avatar of faith had been wandering in the forest without replenishing its power. Thus it now appeared significantly weakened because the divine power stored within was running low. Then when Zhao Ziyan used the power of death to control the body of the flesh-stitching monster, he hurriedly fled. After all, if other powerful beings arrived, the flesh-stitching monster alone would definitely not be able to withstand a large number of strong opponents. In such an urgent moment he didn't have the time to recharge the avatar of faith. Hence the current avatar of faith looked terribly weak. The more Yali looked at the little Zhao Ziyan beside her, the more guilty she felt. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. Initially she had given him a seed of faith without expecting anything in return. However, considering the first protective talisman that blocked a fatal attack from the flesh-stitching monster and the second instance where this child used his small body to summon the deity in reverse to protect her, she felt a sense of indebtedness. However, in situations of divine descent, while one can temporarily borrow the power of a deity to gain immense combat strength, the more one gains the higher the subsequent cost. Other chosen ones have already reached their peak cultivation before enduring the power of the deity. Even so, they could be torn apart by the divine force. And this little guy before her, with the fragile shell of a young human experiencing a divine descent. Even the possibility of losing one's soul is quite high. But did they still resolutely perform the divine descent merely to protect themselves? The more Yali thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Now other than feeling a bit weak, she was not in any serious danger. Thus she slowly sat up from the sickbed and moved to Zhao Ziyan's side. She reached out and gently embraced the avatar of faith on the sickbed, holding it close to her chest. Woo-woo. Yali felt the frail little body in her arms and couldn't help but sob quietly. At this moment Zhao Ziyan was directing the reorganization of a large number of combat units, planning to seek trouble with the Overlord-level magical beasts. After all, having a proper Overlord-level combat unit meant he had to find some enemies of the same caliber to fight. Continuously bullying weak opponents was a bit dull, to be honest. However, Zhao Ziyan's brow furrowed slightly. Although his consciousness was not near the avatar of faith, it was still his own avatar, so some sensations would certainly be there. With the thought, the avatar of faith that Yali was holding suddenly moved its eyebrows. Its long eyelashes trembled and it struggled to open its eyes a crack. What is this blocking my eyelids? Why can't I seem to open them? Zhao Ziyan managed to open his eyes a little, but the surrounding thunder had buried his head deep. His entire face was squished and his eyes could barely open. As if sensing the slight movement in Yali's arms, she finally stopped crying and looked at Zhao Ziyan in her embrace. I'm fine. Zhao Ziyan replied intermittently. By heaven's conscience, he was really not pretending to be weak on purpose. Mainly the pressure from the thunder was too strong, and coupled with the tight embrace, it was a bit strenuous to breathe. Speaking was somewhat breathless. As he spoke, several beams of healing light appeared on the avatar of faith. Yet the aura of the avatar of faith remained so feeble, showing no signs of improvement. Seeing the scene, Yali frowned slightly, almost in tears again. Had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Even the healing beams had no effect. Zhao Ziyan felt the warmth of the healing beams on him. However, he wasn't really injured, it was just that the avatar of faith was running low on energy. The connection between the avatar and the main body had always existed. The main body could transmit a large amount of divine power to recharge the avatar of faith at any time. But now, with so many eyes around, it would be too obvious if he went from weak to vigorous in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ziyan didn't want to expose any flaws. You don't need to pretend, I already know. Yali said to Zhao Ziyan, her voice slightly choked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyan became a bit anxious. I really am a deity worshipped by my family. The powers I use are all granted by the deities. Zhao Ziyan intended to continue with his old excuse. However, Yali's next words interrupted him directly. As a chosen child of the gods, don't you know the dangers of divine descent? You're still so young, and now you've performed a divine descent. What will you do in the future? Is the power of the gods so easy to control? A single misstep could lead to the destruction of your soul. How many chosen children have died from this, their bodies burst apart by the power of the gods? Even if the power of the gods is incredibly strong and easily acquired, do you truly trust those deities? Do you really think those deities are what they claim to be? Her slightly urgent words came to an abrupt halt. Yali's expression was slightly flustered. She knew she had overstepped today and said too much. Zhao Ziyan. Chosen child of the gods. Right. The medical staff were inspecting Zhao Ziyan's body, but their expressions were not looking good, while Yali beside him was full of anxiety. How's the examination going? Yali asked. The medical staff beside her fiddled with the instruments in front of them. This machine looked somewhat similar to modern medical equipment, but was engraved with numerous formations and strange runes. In the center there was a glass chamber, and Zhao Ziyan was inside this chamber. A thin stream of white light enveloped Zhao Ziyan, seemingly conducting some kind of examination. Unfortunately, my lord, this child has no spiritual energy fluctuations left in his body. During the spiritual energy test, it was found that all spiritual energy passing through this child's body would directly penetrate without any pause. The medical staff said regretfully. Yali understood very well what these words meant. No matter the system. Normal beings, when cultivating, would draw spiritual energy into their bodies and run techniques to transform that energy into a part of themselves, thus enhancing their power. If spiritual energy passes through the body without stopping, it naturally cannot be transformed into one's own body. Thus one would be unable to cultivate. Spiritual energy, magical power, soul power, etc. are all the same thing, merely different names. In other words, one would be unable to cultivate in any system. To put it bluntly, one would have become an incapable person who cannot cultivate. Zhao Ziyan at this moment inside the machine could not hear what the people outside were saying. The glass chamber before him slowly rose and he jumped directly out of the machine. Zhao Ziyan continuously observed the expressions on the faces of the medical staff and Yali, seemingly trying to discern something. Please don't really discover anything wrong with me. After all, I don't know if this body condensed from the avatar of faith differs from a normal human. Zhao Ziyan felt a bit anxious, like when the exam results are handed out but he doesn't know his score yet. No problem, little brother, your body is very healthy. Yali forced a smile and said to Zhao Ziyan, not wanting to crush the child's confidence. If Zhao Ziyan had heard what the medical staff had just said, he would have scoffed dismissively. Nonsense, this avatar of mine is condensed from divine power. Ordinary spiritual energy simply isn't worthy of this avatar of faith, alright. Like a steed of 1,000 miles, it wouldn't eat just any grass, it must be fed high-quality fodder that has been carefully cultivated. It certainly wouldn't eat all sorts of wild grass by the roadside. Glancing at the expressions of the people around him, they didn't seem to have discovered any of his secrets. Zhao Ziyan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Hee, then I can comfortably play the role of a spy next. Just right for my little insect to infiltrate the city. There are no channels to investigate internal city news. In this city, many ranked adventurers and mercenaries have a certain intuition. If the little insect continuously monitors them, it may be discovered. Yali conducted numerous examinations on Zhao Ziyan, but the results showed that his body did not have any significant injuries. However, he would no longer be able to cultivate. Yali and Zhao Ziyan wandered around the city for a long time. She felt somewhat distressed, but there was also a sense of relief. After all, for the chosen one, as long as one could preserve their life, that was enough. Those with worse luck could have perished on the spot. To be able to survive even if he could no longer cultivate growing up safely seemed to be a good thing. The sky had grown quite dark. After a series of physical examinations and wandering around the streets, there were hardly any people left outside. Yali gazed at the night sky. Not all worlds were illuminated by the sun and moon. In this other world, the night was filled with stars, yet the moon was nowhere to be seen. Yali slowly crouched down and pinched the face of the avatar of faith, Zhao Ziyan. His small frame was unable to escape. Sister is leaving. I came to the city just to compete for some spiritual herbs. After the matter was over, I didn't expect such things to happen, implicating you now. Yali paused, her words not having told Zhao Ziyan the results of the examination yet. She feared that once she revealed it, she would see her little brother break down before her. Zhao Ziyan blinked and said nothing. Ever since he infiltrated this city, he had tried several times to slip away to scout the city's defenses and personnel distribution. This was to facilitate his future plans to send the insect race army to attack the city. Yet the elf before him kept dragging him around for examinations and shopping. Was she trying to compensate him? Yali looked up at the sky once, seemingly lost in thought. Then Yali took out a vine inscribed with runes from her storage ring, which had a tag featuring a small elven design resembling a chibi version of herself. This is my token as the great priestess of the wood elves. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to the elven homeworld to find me. Okay, thank you, big sister. Zhao Ziyan displayed a cute smile, thinking that this girl was finally going to leave him and he could finally execute his long-planned evil scheme. After ruffling Zhao Ziyan's hair, Yali said nothing more. After escorting him to his guest room, she returned to the residence arranged for them by the city lord for other powerful figures. The place where Zhao Ziyan was currently staying was a guest room rented for him by Yali. His earlier excuse was that he had come out alone to train. Now this excuse had evolved into one where he claimed to be a chosen one coming out to train. Thus Yali rented him a room for half a year, providing him a place to stay. When Yali worried about his safety, Zhao Ziyan said he had already contacted his family, who would come to pick him up. After all, Zhao Ziyan's current background identity was that of a powerful family that served a deity. Yali had no reason to doubt this. During the long night, Zhao Ziyan certainly could not waste this precious time. It would be too suspicious to go out at night to scout the layout of the city. Thus he redirected his consciousness back to his main body. As the strongest unit of the insect army, the Flesh Stitcher had reached the pinnacle of the platinum level. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi and Xiar had golden level combat power. The other insect army units also possessed considerable strength, making them a formidable force within the entire forest. However, the Flesh Stitcher seemed to have reached a limit in its strength. After slaughtering a significant number of residents in Forest City, its power had already peaked at the platinum level. Although it had engaged in a tussle with the city lord for a while, it did not sustain significant damage. After all, using a sword to cut flesh rarely caused substantial harm. Such sharp weapons were generally ineffective against the undead. After returning and replenishing some flesh, it regained its strength. However, when Zhao Ziyan wanted it to continue devouring flesh to enhance its power, he encountered a problem. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the platinum level, further consumption of flesh yielded no enhancement. After eating some fresh flesh, certain parts of its body began to rot and shed. When it consumed more flesh, other areas would similarly lose approximately the same quantity. In short, it could no longer assimilate additional flesh. It appeared that whatever amount of flesh it ingested, an equal amount would fall away. It had seemingly reached its limit. However, thinking about it, if it could evolve infinitely, the undead race would be too overpowered. Yet Zhao Ziyan was quite satisfied from initially entering the overlord level to now being at the pinnacle of the platinum level. In this forest, aside from the strongest beast, the mix heaven, no other opponents could potentially defeat it. During this time it had slaughtered a large number of animals and hunted powerful magical beasts on the forest's outskirts. Even many plant insect armies were not spared, bringing back food for the fungal blanket to digest. The insect army under Zhao Ziyan had become quite formidable. 30,000 large soldier ants. 50,000 large worker ants. 50,000 large spitting insects. 50,000 large flying insects. 50,000 jumping insects. 10,000 spiders. 100 war beasts. It was worth noting that these were all fused with a hint of dragon bloodline. They were super insect units with integrated internal and external skeletal armor. Each large unit, when taken out individually, was likely close to the black iron level. The combined combat power of hundreds of thousands working in unison was unimaginable. The other smaller insect units were countless, it was too tedious to tally them. While the large insect units attacked, the small insect units could creep into wounds to cause damage and bite. This was equally disgusting. With so many troops at his disposal, who should Zhao Ziyan target? He pondered for a moment. There were quite a few overlord-level magical beasts in the forest. Currently these powerful beings were oblivious to the rise of his insect race. They had been developing quietly for these days, staying on the outskirts of the forest, allowing the insect race to catch them off guard. Those overlord magical beasts were located within the core area of the forest. The first attack of the insect race could yield surprising results, but the subsequent overlord-level beings were not foolish. Once they prepared defenses, it would be difficult to defeat them. They might even unite together. Zhao Ziyan considered this and decided to proceed cautiously. He could not waste the opportunity of the first surprise attack. First he would deal with the fish in the river. It should be noted that the animals on land fighting amongst themselves are generally limited in numbers due to natural enemies, so their quantity would not be excessively outrageous. The ecological balance was maintained to a certain extent. However, the fish in the river were absolutely unrestrained. The piranhas would tear anyone who dared to invade their territory into pieces, having no natural enemies. Even elite-level magical beasts would not fare well in the river. Moreover, dominant-level creatures would unlikely stoop to the level of troubling the fish within. This has led to the fish in the river thriving in a savage manner, lacking any natural enemies, resulting in their numbers being countless. Under Zhao Ziyan's control, a large number of insectoids arrived near the Great River. Although it is called a river, the water surface is quite broad and the turbulent currents separate the outer and inner forests. From time to time, unknown aquatic creatures leap from the water, splashing large amounts of water. Previously, the insectoids had often been attacked by these creatures while fetching water. However, the insectoids are now completely different, alternating between attack and defense. Although there are no aquatic units, this is hardly a concern for Zhao Ziyan. The worker ants of the insectoids brought a large amount of unfinished animal blood and flesh. Xiaoyi casually tossed some of the flesh into the lake. These fresh pieces of flesh mixed with a significant amount of uncoagulated blood quickly dissolved in the river water. The originally somewhat murky surface of the lake suddenly turned crimson. The fish in the river are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. The moment the flesh was tossed, and several fish rushed over. Soon a large number of piranhas and other underwater creatures gathered in this vicinity. Splashing and floundering. Numerous piranhas began to fight over the fresh flesh. In an instant, the calm surface of the lake became tumultuous. Some piranhas, while enhancing their strength with the flesh, bit their own companions or were injured by others of their kind. The wounds left by the piranhas themselves attracted the appetite of their kin. When the wounds on those piranhas began to ooze blood, nearby piranhas, unable to seize the blood and flesh in the center of the river, began to bite at their injured companions. The scene became incredibly chaotic. In the midst of the piranha swarm, tentacles occasionally emerged stealthily, snatching away a few piranhas. Upon closer inspection, one could see several strange creatures resembling octopuses lurking in the murky riverbed. Many piranhas were drawn to the scene from the riverbed, but they could never squeeze into the center to snatch the meat. They could only anxiously wander at the riverbed, occasionally turning on their own kind to fill their growling stomachs. Meanwhile, the octopus continued its hunting. Sensing that its companions were being ambushed, a portion of the piranhas discovered the octopus below and charged toward it. With a splatter, a blob of dark green ink was expelled by the octopus, instantly covering the approaching piranhas. Immediately these piranhas swam away as if they had smelled something foul. Their movements became less nimble than before, and their bodies were marked with dark green stains. Zhao Ziyan surveyed these underwater creatures through a divine perspective. The primary underwater group remained those piranhas. There were also some crabs and octopuses among other species, but their numbers were not as significant. These piranhas were not particularly strong, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In terms of their terrifying biting force, it could definitely reach the damage level of black iron or even bronze. However, Zhao Ziyan had his own methods to deal with the thought a large number of spiders rushed to the forefront of the line. Each of these large spiders stood about a meter tall, and in the thousands they formed a dark mass almost completely filling the riverbank. Puff puff puff. A large amount of spider silk was spewed by these spiders, shooting toward the piranha swarm that was seizing the fresh flesh in the center of the river. The piranhas, caught off guard while snatching the flesh, were bewildered. They had never experienced the sensation of being ensnared by spider silk. In this river they were the undisputed dominators. No one had ever dared to fish or catch them. They had always bullied others. How could they be bullied in turn? The bewildered piranhas, unable to comprehend the situation, were already being dragged ashore. Fish with their limited brains could not understand why they were in the water one moment and on the shore the next. However, instinctively they began to struggle. Many piranhas once on the shore began to thrash about, snapping their sharp, but under Zhao Ziyan's orders the insectoid army stepped back, allowing these piranhas ample space to flounder. A multitude of piranhas continued to struggle and bite, yet they could only snap at air or bite into the bodies of their own kind, unable to inflict any effective damage on their enemies. In an instant the bloodshed among the captured piranhas was considerable. However, all the blood was from the chaos of their thrashing, having bitten into their fellow creatures. At this moment the jumping insect lunged forward, its long side slicing the piranhas into pieces. The piranhas who had been struggling suddenly met their demise. The side of the jumping insect measured several dozen centimeters. It did not need to get too close to take down the piranhas in front of it, so the piranha's struggles posed no threat to the jumping insect. At this point the lake's surface had already been littered with numerous pieces of flesh. The spiders also spread along the riverbank, initiating their fishing operation. Sometimes when the spider silk ensnared a piranha, it would be bitten off in the struggle. However, this was inconsequential. There was plenty of spider silk, and even if one piranha escaped, they could simply spray again. As long as the spider silk was aimed at the piranha's body and tail, it could not be escaped. Though some of the flesh in the river had been consumed, the residual blood continued to attract more piranhas. Even if they could only take a few sips of the bloody broth, they seemed to find it endlessly enjoyable. Once the topmost piranhas were captured, others below would push up, wanting to taste the flesh or sip the soup. After being stimulated by the blood, these piranhas became mindlessly aggressive. Their minds filled with a craving for blood and flesh. Given that fish are generally not very intelligent, none of the piranhas could recognize that this was a trap. This mode of fishing continued. Zhao Ziyan looked at the abundant spoils of piranhas and felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as he could catch more fish meat, he could further grow the numbers of the insectoid army. Then he would have more confidence in dealing with those dominant level creatures. First, eliminate all the dominant creatures in the forest. Then break through the forest city. Without the protection of this vital city, he could march straight into the Senna kingdom, subsequently invading this entire world. The efficiency of the spider hunting the piranhas suddenly slowed down. Initially, Zhao Ziyan thought that the number of piranhas in the vicinity had decreased, hence the slower capture was understandable. Therefore he did not take it to heart. He had already planned to return to bed for a good sleep, and the time was getting late. However, the next scene startled him awake. He noticed that the piranhas in the river were no longer surfacing. Even with scattered remnants of flesh floating on the lake's surface, no piranhas moved forward to devour them. Beneath the water, the shapes of the piranhas were still densely packed, showing no signs of a decrease in numbers. Moreover, there was an enormous dark shadow at the center, a stark contrast to the other piranhas, akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant. Suddenly a massive wave erupted from the surface and a gigantic fish head shot out of the water. Its enormous mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs gleaming ominously. In an instant it leaped from the water to the shore, snapping its jaws down. A multitude of insectoids was swallowed whole without even a chance to resist. Nearby, the two sisters Xiaoyi and Xiaoer were whispering and chatting. They were responsible for tossing some fresh meat. Once the meat was thrown, they didn't need to participate in the hunting any further. Thus they were idly passing the time when the sudden commotion startled them awake. Xiaoyi was the first to relay the information to Zhao Ziyan. He sat up from his bed, his mind completely alert. The nearby rat was still fast asleep, and Zhao Ziyan had not disturbed it. After becoming a deity, divine power continued to gather within him. Zhao Ziyan no longer needed to sleep, but out of habit from his days as an ordinary person, he still maintained a regular schedule. After all, he had sent the little ants to another world just over 10 days ago, and the habits of an ordinary person are not easily changed. What day was it exactly? Zhao Ziyan couldn't quite remember. Summer vacations were like that. Apart from the last few days, he never really counted the days in the middle. His consciousness shifted to the insectoids. The terrifying creature that had sprung from the river should also be a fish. It looked somewhat different from the smaller piranhas, but not by much, merely a larger evolved version. It resembled a shark-toothed shark from Pokemon. Its body length was a full 5 meters. Compared to the ordinary piranhas which were only about 20 centimeters long, it was indeed a behemoth. After the giant piranha bit down on its prey, it slowly slid back into the water. Instantly a large pool of dark red blood floated to the surface, emanating a strong insectoid scent. There was no need to think too much, those insectoids swallowed by it had clearly met their demise. Its scarlet gaze scanned the insectoid army on the shore while the giant piranha remained concealed beneath the surface, seemingly waiting for the next opportunity. At this moment Xiaoyi and Xiaoer had also approached the shore. Originally the deity had high hopes for them to manage this fishing plan, but now this incident had occurred. The actions of this giant piranha felt like a slap in their faces. The expressions on the two girls' faces turned somewhat cold. The giant piranha remained lurking in the water without a hint of presence. However, judging by the aura it had emitted during its attack from the river, it had likely reached the peak of the golden level. Xiaoyi's expression tightened and her dark green hair began to grow rapidly, resembling countless steel needles aiming directly into the water. However, the moment her dark green hair touched the water, the currents began to surge. The river water churned and the silt from the riverbed started to rise, making the situation in the river increasingly murky. With a cracking sound, a muffled noise echoed from the bottom of the water. Xiaoyi retracted her hair, shaking off the mud that had clung to it. As she began to assess her hair, she noticed that part of her long hair had vanished. Her attack not only failed to harm the enemy but also resulted in her hair being bitten off by the enemy, which was a small loss. As her spiritual power surged, the severed hair regrew, but Xiaoyi's expression had turned even more unfriendly. When she retracted her hair, the river's currents suddenly began to converge towards a certain point, gradually forming a thick column of water. This massive column of water shot up, descending from above, crashing down on the insectoid army by the shore. Instantly the insectoid army was knocked over by the powerful flow. The immense force scattered those insectoids, directly hit their bodies, shattering. The insectoids caught in the edges of the water flow only sustained minor injuries. However, while these edge insectoids were not severely harmed, they were forced to retreat under the impact of the water flow, with some of the ones near the river's edge accidentally falling into the water. At once the piranhas in the river began to frenzy and bite. The insectoids that fell in were all mercilessly torn to pieces, becoming the piranhas' food. Zhao Ziyan grimaced. He hadn't expected such a powerful creature to exist in the river. He ordered the insectoids to retreat further back to prevent being disgusted by such attacks. Yet even as the insectoid army withdrew a distance, they still couldn't stop the assault from the river. 3 thick and powerful tentacles emerged from the water's surface, swiftly reaching for the insectoid army on the shore. Each giant tentacle ensnared several insectoids, intending to drag them into the river. However, Xiaoer reacted quickly and her 8 spider legs lunged towards the attacking tentacles. The spider legs pinned one of the tentacles to the ground, rendering it immobile. The girl's shy face shattered, revealing a massive insectoid head. Xiaoer transformed into a grotesque creature with the pure figure of a young girl but a terrifying insectoid head. She extended her sharp, fearsome fangs and fiercely bit down on the tentacle pinned to the ground. Her sharp fangs quickly sliced through the tentacle and her corrosive and toxic saliva made it sizzle ominously. The tentacle began to thrash and writhe in pain. At that moment a pained roar came from beneath the water's surface. Woo woo! The sharp fangs continued to slice, coated in corrosive saliva. Like a red-hot knife cutting through solid butter, the tentacle was easily severed. Once this was done, the head of the insectoid queen shrank back down, collapsing inward. The exquisite features of the girl re-emerged. The severed tentacle continued to writhe. Xiaoer, with her fingers covered by an exoskeleton, dug out a piece of tentacle flesh and placed it in her mouth to chew. Instantly her eyes sparkled with delight. She took another large piece of tentacle meat and handed it to Xiaoyi. Delicious, she said to Xiaoyi, clearly wanting her to taste the flavor of this tentacle meat as well. Xiaoyi took the piece of tentacle meat and chewed on it. The frown that had been on her face gradually relaxed and her expression became much more at ease. It's indeed quite good, feeling a bit better than the spider meat we had before, Xiaoyi commented. Upon hearing her sister's evaluation, Xiaoer couldn't help but smile. He. She then turned her gaze to the other 2 large tentacles. However, these 2 tentacles had sensed danger and quickly retracted. At this moment Zhao Ziyan was also mumbling to himself. Looking at the appearance of these tentacles, it seemed there was also an octopus monster lurking in the river. Could it be that they are teaming up with those piranhas? Xiaoyi and Xiaoer transmitted a strong will to fight to Zhao Ziyan. They intended to confront the 2 terrifying creatures in the river. Xiaoyi's spiritual power had already reached the peak of golden level, while Xiaoer was only at the initial stage of golden level. However, her actual combat strength was definitely much stronger than her cultivation level. After all, spiritual power within the body is merely a standard for grading combat strength, cannot be calculated solely based on the amount of spiritual power. As Bugkin, their physical strength was truly remarkable. However, Zhao Ziyan suppressed their desire to attack and issued a command for them to continue retreating. Though the two girls were somewhat puzzled, they remained steadfast in obeying Zhao Ziyan's orders. Leading the bug army, they retreated several meters. However, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Er felt a bit disheartened. As leaders of the bug army, they had never experienced such a forced retreat. They always devoured those powerful enemies as food. Could this time be an exception? Of course it was impossible. Zhao Ziyan was a person who held grudges. He never liked to delay revenge. Previously, the frog tribe near their main camp had wiped out a small squad of his ants, and it had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Once the bug can evolve to a certain extent, they immediately sent troops to crush and eliminate those frogs. Hoof. Zhao Ziyan chuckled, a strange curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He summoned all the large spitting bugs from behind, maneuvering other bugs to clear the way for the spitting bugs so they wouldn't obstruct their path. Immediately all the spitting bugs raised their mouths, ready to launch ranged attacks at any moment. It should be known that these spitting bugs had undergone numerous evolutions, and the acidic liquid within them had a strong corrosive effect as well as a highly unpleasant toxic effect. For beings of very high levels, it might not have a significant effect. However, even the fully bronze-ranked humanoid spiders were greatly affected back then. Zhao Ziyan did not believe that those piranhas in the river could withstand it. At this point it was very clear what Zhao Ziyan intended to do. He planned to have the spitting bugs continuously spray their acidic toxin to pollute the entire river. If I suffer, then no one else will have it easy. Anyway, his bug army initially had acid-resistant churns, and toxin-resistant churns had slowly been equipped as well. In the future, even if they drank some toxic water by the river, at most they would just have a bit of a stomachache. It wouldn't be a significant problem. But for the other creatures in the river. Launched the attack. With a thought, Zhao Ziyan's command was directly conveyed to the minds of all the spitting bugs. Based on their 100 loyalty to the great deity, the spitting bugs began to spew forth the corrosive acid from their bodies without hesitation. A massive amount of corrosive acid mixed with toxins surged towards the river like a tidal wave. There were also a few trees along the riverbank, but upon encountering this corrosive acid they immediately began to rot and wither. Although the firing range of the spitting bugs becomes less accurate when far away, the sheer volume was overwhelming. A large amount of corrosive acid blended into the river water. In an instant the entire river surface shimmered with a faint eerie green. Moreover, occasional sizzling sounds emerged from the lake surface as the acid corroded certain things on the river. Many of the corrosive acids that did not reach the river landed on the riverbank, instantly corroding the soil there. The sizzling sound of the soil being corroded spread throughout the vicinity. The entire riverbank turned a dark green. Furthermore, the acid that fell on the soil began to flow towards the lower areas of the river. The corrosiveness of the acid was not the most terrifying aspect. What was more frightening was the mixed toxins carried by the spitting bugs. The ordinary piranhas in the river initially did not sense anything, they only felt that the river water had changed somewhat. Generally speaking, river water is alkaline. When a large amount of strong acidic liquid with high corrosion enters the river, the acidity of the lake water changes to acidic. This would lead to the gradual death of the fish. However, this is a slow death. The mixed toxin made of 5 kinds of poisons along with numerous evolutions had become incredibly terrifying. As the piranhas in the river began to feel discomfort in their bodies, they quickly realized they were unable to breathe. Their bodies became unbearably hot and they felt extremely weak, unable to move. Soon some of the weaker or younger piranhas in their growth phase began to die. Numerous piranha eyes turned white, their bellies flipped, and they floated to the water's surface. These floating piranha corpses were then struck by the corrosive acid that flew in afterward. The sizzling sound of corrosion on the lake surface became even more piercing. Nearby, some ordinary wild beasts that had been wandering around, upon hearing such a chilling sound, instantly fled without a trace. A vast area around became eerily silent, with only the harsh sound of corrosion echoing. From time to time a muffled roar echoed from the riverbed, clearly the two powerful beings at the peak of golden level struggling unwillingly. The gigantic piranha leaped out of the water several times, but it could not reach the bug army, which was far from the shore. The giant octopus also surfaced several times, its body dark with hints of red. Its tentacles did not seem very long, but they possessed a remarkable elasticity and extensibility. The huge tentacles, dark yet tinged with red, attempted to stretch out multiple times to attack the distant bugs. However, they were continually blocked by Xiao Yi and Xiao Er, who had been on guard. After several attacks, not only did they fail to eliminate any bugs, but they also severely injured their own tentacles. In fact, one of the tentacles was severed by Xiao Yi. At that moment, the enormous octopus, unwilling to yield, attempted to forcefully attack the bugs. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately wrapped her sharp exoskeleton wings with her spiritual power. The wings, which were already very sharp, now resembled a massive cleaver, instantly slicing through the gigantic tentacle. After several evolutions, the jet bugs could carry an immense amount of ammunition. Tens of thousands of jet bugs continued to spray incessantly. The jet bugs in front exhausted their ammunition, and the ones behind took their place, continuing the cycle as each finished their supplies. Then the initial batch of jet bugs replenished some of their ammunition and resumed their assault, continuing for a full half hour. The entire surface of the lake had turned a vivid green. The water was littered with bodies nearly covering the entire river. Most of the corpses were of piranhas mixed with some other animals such as octopuses. It appeared that this river was not solely inhabited by piranhas. The deaths of underwater creatures extended far beyond those that floated to the surface. Many others lay on the riverbed unseen. At this moment a significant number of aquatic animal corpses had sunk to the riverbed. This invasion by the insect army had caused immense damage to the entire river ecosystem. This river had become completely uninhabitable for life, with only a few exceptionally strong creatures managing to survive, albeit in discomfort. The giant piranha emerged again, its massive head breaking the surface, its eyes glowing even brighter with a menacing red light. If looks could kill, the insect army on the shore would have perished 1,000 times over. However, the giant piranha found itself powerless against the insects. As an elite of the depths, it could contend even with the dominant species that ventured underwater. Yet once it surfaced, its combat effectiveness diminished significantly. Although it was a fish, its formidable strength allowed it to breathe in air. However, lacking any evolved ability to walk on land, it was unfortunate enough to starve if it couldn't find food. Its kind was already few in number, and many of its offspring perished due to various accidents at birth, leaving very few to grow successfully. By this time the ordinary octopuses that had accompanied it were nearly all dead, leaving only a handful of slightly larger and stronger ones by its side. It was different from the giant piranha. Its 8 tentacles could manage to walk on land, albeit with difficulty. However, the 2 humanoid creatures on the shore exuded a presence that matched its own, possessing formidable combat power. It feared that it would be eliminated by these 2 powerful beings upon surfacing. Woo woo woo. Hiss hiss hiss. They were not yet capable of speaking the universal language of the cosmos, and learning it required certain opportunities. These 2 elite creatures roared in anger in the water, but their rage was futile. The insect army showed no desire to attack in response to their incessant provocations. Zhao Ziyan curled his lips. He had no intention of eliminating these 2 elite underwater creatures, as it was unnecessary. Given the current food reserves of the insect army, the flesh and blood of these 2 elites were not needed. If he were to forcefully kill them, the cost would undoubtedly outweigh the benefits. After all, the river was already overflowing with aquatic animal corpses, more than enough for the insect army to develop additional units. As for those 2 underwater creatures, they could wait until they left on their own. And indeed the situation unfolded as Zhao Ziyan had predicted. After a while of roaring provocations, the 2 powerful elite creatures realized that the insect army on the shore had utterly ignored their taunts. They felt a deep sense of discomfort. Furthermore, the overall environment of the river was now laden with a toxic mix of corrosive acids. Although they could endure it, it was a painful experience. After some time they had no choice but to leave with their remaining kin, albeit reluctantly. They were left with only a few powerful members of their kind. These piranhas and octopuses were clearly much larger than their ordinary counterparts. However, they were also extremely weakened. It was evident that their strength was not on par with that of their leader, and while they could barely withstand the river's environment, they couldn't last much longer. The 2 elite creatures had no choice but to leave, which played a part in their decision. Zhao Ziyan controlled several insects to explore the lakeshore, confirming that the powerful auras from the river had completely vanished. He then instructed the other insect army units to advance. Although the worker ants and soldier ants could not enter the river to retrieve the piranha corpses, there were still spiders. These spiders could easily ensnare the immobile corpses. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of flying insects in the sky. These large flying insects could directly seize numerous fish corpses and transport them back. They could even push these fish bodies to the shore, allowing the worker ants to carry them. In a short time, a substantial amount of protein was transported back to the nest. Inside the nest, the queen ant began consuming food, rapidly producing eggs at an astonishing rate. These eggs hatched rapidly, with a multitude of insect units emerging overnight. Moreover, after the pollution of the river in this area, the toxins and acidic liquids would spread to other river regions. Soon after the aquatic creatures in this area perished, other contaminated zones would also yield numerous aquatic corpses. After all, this river was long and vast, and this operation only attracted the nearby piranhas. Many aquatic creatures elsewhere continued to live normally. However, once these toxins spread, they too would become food on the insect army's table. The abundance of aquatic corpses on the river surface was overwhelming. Many more aquatic bodies had sunk to the riverbed. For instance, some crabs and shrimp bore a certain degree of enhancement, their exteriors gleaming like steel. Their shells were exceptionally hard and heavy, sinking to the bottom upon death. Zhao Ziyan had a small one consume some aquatic units, successfully acquiring some underwater genes. Soon a brand new unit was engineered by Zhao Ziyan. Through genetic modification, some genes that allowed survival underwater were integrated. Using the large worker ant as a template, this new unit developed fish gill-like organs on either side of its head. Additionally, it grew two fish-like appendages in its abdomen, giving this insect unit a somewhat swollen appearance. Otherwise, it closely resembled a large worker ant. For this underwater unit, Zhao Ziyan had no particular demands. After all, he did not expect to engage in combat underwater. It was merely intended to transport the corpses of aquatic creatures. Instead, Zhao Ziyan reduced the thickness of the shell of this underwater unit, making its attacking mouth significantly smaller. The legs and various joints were also somewhat weakened. All of this was to conserve resources. This unit was only meant for underwater transport and not for regular offensive battles. Zhao Ziyan named this new unit the Underwater Transport Bug. Soon some very resource-efficient underwater transport bugs were produced, with several hundred being created right from the start. As they entered the water, Zhao Ziyan directed his divine perspective into the depths. Upon seeing a vast number of aquatic creature corpses, he immediately ordered the queen ant to produce more. If only these few hundred underwater units were to transport so many corpses, it would take ages. The corpses sinking in the water far outnumbered those floating on the surface. Most creatures from other worlds had undergone certain enhancements resulting in high body strength and density, making it difficult for them to float. Various transport bug species continued to carry food, while the remaining combat-type bug army was also busy heading towards other areas of the river. Continuing with the old strategy, they poisoned the river. Throughout the entire night, every sprayer bug was nearly drained of its energy. By dawn, each of them was utterly exhausted, their legs trembling like sieves, barely able to stand. They sprayed forward relentlessly, extracting their last drop of venom, their gazes vacant as if their entire insect lives had lost all meaning. Yet Zhao Ziyan paid no mind to the plight of these sprayer bugs. Looking at the mountain of spoils piled up in the underground nest of the insect tribe, he felt immense joy. Daylight had fully arrived. The scene shifted to the insect tribe's core subbase. After a night of hard work, the food in the insect tribe's nest was nearly overflowing, with a strong fishy smell pervading the air. In fact, there was so much food that the nest could barely accommodate it. Previously, Zhao Ziyan had ordered the insect army to temporarily expand the nest several times. The abundance of food caused the fungus blanket to expand rapidly, occupying a large territory outside the nest. Now the insect tribe's fungus blanket had become increasingly dark and thick, with mycelium spreading in a menacing manner, surely capable of causing a significant drop in SAM values. Just a glance was enough to make one feel as if their spirit would be drawn into it. The harvest from the night's fishing combined with previous accumulations. After a night of rapid production, the numbers of the insect army nearly doubled. 50,000 large soldier ants, 100,000 large worker ants, 60,000 large sprayer bugs, 100,000 large flying bugs, 200,000 large jumping bugs, 20,000 large spiders, and 500 warbeasts. For Zhao Ziyan at this moment, he decided to produce more high-damage jumping bugs. After all, their consumption was not much different from that of worker ants, making them excellent cannon fodder. Although they had low defense, their agility and offensive capability were highly valued by Zhao Ziyan. At dawn, the insect army had already set off towards their target location. At this time, the magical beast species in the forest were still mostly resting, with their vigilance not particularly high. Zhao Ziyan's followers, the small flying bugs, were spread throughout most of the forest. However, near the territories of some powerful magical beasts, there were still areas that could not be scouted. After all, the small flying bugs were too weak. The aura fluctuations of these strong creatures would easily knock them down, rendering them ineffective for reconnaissance. In a valley surrounded by towering trees and peaks, a faint white mist enveloped the area, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. The valley was silent, with only sporadic bird calls echoing within. The crisp sounds of birdsong reverberated, giving the valley a sense of vastness. Crack! The sound of a sharp weapon closing rang out. A large green mantis suddenly burst forth from the peak, its body measuring nearly 2 meters long, with its front pair of sides almost a meter long. The blade's glint flashed, instantly slicing the passing bird in half. The bird also shimmered with a hint of blue light, seemingly a magical beast of some rank. However, it did not even have time to scream before dying on the spot. The two halves of the bird's corpse fell directly into the valley, caught deftly by the mantis, which quickly darted downward, using its sharp front claws to grip it. The intestines and organs of the fallen bird splattered down. From the mist emerged several smaller mantis beasts, and after a brief struggle, one of them seized the prize and swallowed it. Hey! What good stuff is this? A giant green mantis lounged lazily on a large stone. It seemed this stone had been shaped into a pit in the center from frequent use, resembling a stone bed. This mantis was 3 meters long, with a plume of flame rising from the top of its head, yet it appeared unfazed by any burning sensation. The dark green mantis that had just slain the bird approached and presented the bird's severed body to this giant mantis. Taking the bird's corpse, the mantis flicked its scythe-like forelimbs and tossed it into its mouth. The meat of the Chui Ming bird is indeed delicious. However, it's been a long time since I've tasted such a delectable meal. The giant mantis seemed in good spirits and the flame atop its head blazed even more fiercely. It swallowed the food in its mouth, leisurely rolling over on the large stone. However, its expression suddenly changed and its movement halted. The mantis beast bore a shocking scar on its waist, faintly emanating a blue glow. This scar nearly cut through the mantis' waist, almost tearing it in two. Hee, having caught this Chui Ming bird, how should I reward you? The giant mantis suddenly laughed, addressing the smaller mantis in front of it. The smaller dark green mantis looked somewhat excited. Gee. Its scythe-like forelimbs waved incessantly as if trying to convey something. He. I can grant you anything you desire, come closer. The dark green mantis excitedly approached the giant mantis. However, just as it got close, the giant mantis had not even raised its head. Suddenly the massive body of the giant mantis lunged forward, its terrifying head opened its sharp mandibles and it bit down on the approaching dark green mantis. Gee. The test is over. The dark green mantis beast had its entire head bitten down, only able to emit a painful chirping sound. It never expected that the strongest of its kind, who had just treated it with kindness and even wanted to reward it, would suddenly turn against it. Crack! The neck of the mantis race is extremely slender. Even the mantis beasts of this other world have very fragile neck joints. Soon the head of the dark green mantis beast was bitten off by the giant mantis. Creak! The nauseating sound of chewing echoed. The giant mantis chewed on the head of its kin with a satisfied expression. The red and white mixed neural tissue fluid along with the beast's crystal core inside the head. The taste was truly indescribable. The giant mantis absorbed the energy from the beast's crystal core and its waist wound began to heal a little. The once bright blue glow which had continuously obstructed the healing of its wound and caused great pain to its body had now dimmed. The pain from the wound gradually lessened. A smile grew on the anthropomorphized face of the giant mantis as it scanned its surroundings. A large number of mantis beasts of its kind surrounded the giant mantis. Their gazes towards it were filled with fear, admiration and joy. Damn that frozen deer daring to ambush me while I was obtaining spiritual herbs, causing my wound to remain unhealed. Decades ago we had just stepped into the Overlord level, but recently it has actually entered the mid-platinum level. If it weren't for the gap in realms, how could I have been successfully ambushed? The mantis beast, sensing its wound, scolded with a gloomy expression. However, it then crawled down from the large rock, walked to the side of its designated seat and took out a small box. The box seemed to be made of bamboo enveloped in a faint green glow. The bamboo patterns were clearly visible. Gently opening the box, 2 spiritual herbs immediately revealed themselves, emitting a rich wave of spiritual energy. The giant mantis inhaled deeply, excitement instantly appearing on its face. He. 2 top-tier spiritual herbs. When you think about it, I'm not losing out at all. Some unfortunate souls reached the mid or even late platinum level, yet they didn't manage to obtain a single top-tier spiritual herb. Some even met their demise on that battlefield. While I am only at the early platinum level, my fortune is astonishing and I actually managed to acquire 2 top-tier spiritual herbs. It said that certain worlds give rise to beings of fortune known as the children of fortune. Could I be the child of fortune in this world? Ha. The Overlord level mantis beast laughed proudly. It seems that although I was ambushed and wounded by that damn stupid deer, this harvest still makes me the envy of others. It seems that the stupid deer didn't even obtain a single top-tier spiritual herb. Daring to ambush me, it truly deserves it. Once I heal my injuries and fully absorb the medicinal power of these 2 spiritual herbs, I will definitely be much stronger and able to take down that stupid deer. The Overlord level mantis glanced reluctantly at the 2 spiritual herbs in the box. Its instincts urged it to absorb them immediately. However, its rationality told it that with its current injuries, if it forced the absorption, it would not be able to utilize the medicinal power fully. Such precious spiritual herbs may never be obtained again in this lifetime. They must be completely absorbed to avoid regrets. It closed the lid. The box was also made from spirit bamboo, which can greatly preserve the spiritual energy of the herbs, preventing them from losing their chi due to the passage of time. After feeling its injuries again, the Overlord level mantis turned its gaze to its fellow kin. Its injuries were indeed too severe. Relying solely on its slow recovery would take an unknown amount of time. And since these kin share the same bloodline, devouring them could significantly speed up its healing. It said that some powerful secret techniques can even use kin to enhance one's own qualifications. The mantis overlord's eyes gleamed as it scanned its kin, selecting its next target for devouring. Tisk, who should I eat? This one looks quite plump, that one seems decent too, and this one looks strong, the meat should be quite chewy. The kin before it were all distantly related, yet this did not diminish the mantis overlord's appetite. Aunties and uncles. Second uncle. Aunt. Truly delicious. Just as it relaxed and selected a target to devour. Suddenly the sky seemed to darken and large amounts of liquid began to drip from the sky. Could it be raining? The sun had seemed very strong lately, how could it suddenly rain? The Mantis Overlord looked up in confusion, but the scene in the sky was not as it expected, with dark clouds gathering. Instead, unknown creatures were flying through the air. The falling liquid was also emitted by these creatures. What are those things daring to rampage in the territory of our blade mantis? Pretending to be mysterious. Watch as I bring you down. The Mantis Overlord shouted angrily, its greenish blade-like forelimbs flashing with light as it swung fiercely, sending a blade of light flying towards the creatures in the sky. Instantly one creature was struck, dying, instantly cut in half, its body falling with the spraying liquid. Drip. Drip. What is that? The blade mantis Overlord felt puzzled as it sensed the liquid dripping onto it was slightly warm. However, its body was indeed of Overlord level, and this corrosive venom did not pose any threat to it. The creatures spraying the corrosive venom were of course the insect army brought by Zhao Ziyan. Although the spraying insects had undergone many evolutions and had become exceptionally large with internal exoskeletons and traces of dragon blood, they still used the same tactics as when they were small insects. A swarm of insect bombers continuously dropped bombs from above. However, the blade mantis below lacked effective means for counterattack. Only a rare few elite-level blade mantises could unleash cutting strikes. However, their numbers were quite sparse and the bombers operated at a great height. Once the strikes reached such heights, their power diminished significantly. Even if they hit the insect horde, the damage dealt was minimal. Only a few blade mantises at the golden high tier, along with the strongest among them, the Overlord-level giant mantis, could deliver the terrifying attacks capable of instantaneously slaying the insect race. Yet these sporadic attacks were of little effect as the insect horde was simply too numerous. By the time the blade mantises retaliated, the corrosive acid from the insect army had already splashed onto them. The more advanced blade mantises might not feel much from it, as the corrosive venom posed little threat to them. However, for lower-level magical beasts and even those beasts without any rank, the effects were akin to a one-sided slaughter. A pure tool for tormenting the weak. The chilling sounds of corrosion echoed throughout the valley. Numerous weak blade mantises screamed in agony after being hit by the corrosive venom. The shrill cries of the mantis beasts resonated throughout the valley. The surrounding peaks reflected the sounds, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The mantis race was typically characterized by high attack power and low defense. Their powerful side-like forelimbs granted them exceptional cutting capability, yet their fragile exoskeletons offered little in the way of defense. Moreover, the joints of the mantis race were particularly prone to breaking. Connections between legs and body, waist joints, head and body connections, and various connections of the forelimbs were all exceedingly brittle. If some of the corrosive venom dripped onto the joints, a sufficient amount could directly cause their bodies to snap. Thick yellowish insect slime instantly oozed out from the wounds. Some mantises with their waist joints melted away could only helplessly squirm and crawl with what remained of their bodies. It seemed they wished to get closer to their companions for help, yet their comrades were also struggling to survive. The mantises with severed limbs, those with broken legs and those split in two, were still alive, yet they suffered more than if they had simply died. This lingering, desperate existence brought them no relief, only increasing their suffering. Some were particularly unfortunate. A rare few careless mantises had their neck joints directly sprayed with a large amount of corrosive venom, causing their heads to drop off instantly. The terrified head of the mantis rolled on the ground, its wide eyes staring at its kin as if expressing resentment and pain. Yet perhaps this mantis was lucky, for at least those who remained alive could end their suffering swiftly. However, the blade mantises would not allow the enemy to attack them unopposed. After sustaining the first wave of assault, they quickly retreated. They no longer lingered in the open field, but instead sought refuge in some excavated caves, evading the onslaught of corrosive acid. However, during the retreat, panic inevitably led to some chaos. On their escape route, some powerful blade mantises, perceiving their weaker kin as obstacles, ruthlessly attacked those who blocked their path. Kicking aside the corpses of their kin, they sprinted towards the caves for refuge. Such occurrences were not rare. Although there were many caves, there was a significant difference in proximity. Some caves that were relatively close quickly filled up with blade mantises. And when those powerful blade mantises saw that there was no room left for them, they unleashed carnage upon the weaker kin hiding inside the caves, merely to ensure their own survival. If the cave they entered was already filled with mantises and they lacked the strength to push through, they were left with no choice but to flee to more distant caves. However, in doing so, the corrosive acid from above would not spare these panicked blade mantises. The potent corrosive properties and subsequent toxic damage would teach them a harsh lesson. The venom sacs of the insects, after evolving, greatly increased in capacity, and the flying insects sprayed their venom for a considerable time before departing. As the insect army flew overhead, they ultimately released a large quantity of corrosive venom. Still, many fortunate blade mantises survived. Although they might have suffered physical injuries, they managed to preserve their lives. Just as the blade mantis race thought they could finally catch their breath. The subsequent toxic damage tormented them to the brink of despair. Toxins mixed through their severed limbs continuously invaded their bodies, wreaking havoc on their flesh and sinews. Even their internal organs became tainted with black toxins. Even the fortunate ones who remained intact would still have their exoskeletal defenses compromised by the corrosive effects. With their surface defenses breached, the mixed toxins continued to invade their bodies through the wounds. Damn it! Damn it! Who dares to attack our Blade Mantis race? If you have the guts, don't run. Come back here and fight me openly, you turtles. I will eventually tear you to pieces, just wait. The Blade Mantis Overlord cursed incessantly. Although it usually treated its kin as expendables, occasionally devouring a few relatives. Yet it only consumed a small amount at a time, perhaps one or two at most, which was a mere drop in the bucket for the entire race. There would still be young mantises growing to fill in the gaps. However, losing so many kin all at once was a devastating blow, and those young mantises had the weakest defenses. While the adult blade mantises could withstand a certain amount of damage, albeit not highly powerful. These young mantises could be said to perish at the slightest touch, suffering injuries from mere grazes. With the younger generation of blade mantises nearly wiped out, future developments would surely face great challenges. The growth of a race cannot rely solely on a single strong individual. If only one blade mantis is left, how can the race expand its territory and seize resources? Often in confrontations between top-tier powers, the strongest on both sides cannot influence the battlefield. Next, they could only send their kin to fight and kill, seizing resources. As the Blade Edge Mantis Lord continued to roar for the insectoid army to return and face it in battle, a faint tremor echoed from the outskirts of the valley. Suddenly the Blade Edge Mantis Lord felt a surge of vigilance within. Its wealth of experience informed it that a substantial number of creatures were advancing towards the valley. It seemed that its earlier taunts had come true. A large number of creatures were indeed coming to challenge it. Hedon. The Blade Edge Mantis Lord. The mantises gradually emerged from their caves, most of them being formidable magical beasts. Although the tremors between the valleys were quite subtle, they could still be felt by all. The gazes of all the Blade Edge Mantises instinctively turned towards the direction from which the tremors originated. Originally there were Blade Edge Mantises patrolling the surroundings of this valley. However, since the attack earlier, not a single patrolling mantis had returned with news. Clearly they had all perished outside, swiftly taken down by their opponents. The mood of the Blade Edge Mantis Lord grew increasingly heavy. This opponent was formidable and not to be trifled with. Great beast God above. Please bless our Blade Edge Mantis clan with the strength to repel the invading enemies. The Blade Edge Mantis Lord murmured silently. This once arrogant and proud being now felt a hint of anxiety, seeking protection from the beast god it believed in. However, while most beasts in the forest held faith in it, the likelihood of a divine manifestation was slim. It ultimately depended on their own strength. Everyone come forth. The enemy is approaching. Get into defensive positions. We must repel the invaders and show them that our Blade Edge Mantis clan is not to be trifled with. The Blade Edge Mantis Lord bellowed, calling forth its kin to stand against the incoming foes. At this moment the higher-ranked mantises had already taken their stances. These strong ones had initially suffered little damage from the corrosive acid, maintaining a relatively high combat effectiveness. Meanwhile the wounded remnants gradually emerged, barely forming a defensive formation. However, they lacked any fighting spirit, clearly terrified by the earlier attacks from the enemy. Everyone get your spirits up. If I catch anyone slacking off, they'll pay dearly. As long as I am here, our Blade Edge Mantis clan cannot face any issues. Everyone defend well. Once this battle is over, I will lead you to reclaim our honor, wiping out the enemies and leaving no trace. They will all become sustenance for our clan. The Blade Edge Mantis Lord noticed its kin's despondency and low morale, prompting it to shout loudly. It began to inspire its clan members, painting a promising picture. Upon hearing these words, the mantises slightly lifted their spirits. However, the trembling limbs and flickering gazes still betrayed their inner fears. Just as the Blade Edge Mantises readied their defenses, the invading insectoid army gradually revealed itself. As they drew closer, a faint mist began to disperse. The first wave of the insectoid army was now visible to the Blade Edge Mantises. Why does it feel somewhat familiar? This was the first reaction of the Blade Edge Mantis clan. Could it be a branch of their own clan? Could it be that this branch was defeated in the past and has returned for revenge? The mental activities of these Blade Edge Mantises were complex and chaotic, yet not a single one guessed correctly. When they had previously created the jumping insect, it seemed that the mantis genes were already present. The mantises they had devoured back then appeared to be of the Blade Edge Mantis species. Zhao Ziyan couldn't quite recall. There had been a multitude of corpses in the core area during the struggle for spirit herbs. These Blade Edge Mantises seemed to have been led into battle by their clan leader, so it was not surprising that the insectoid army had gathered many mantis corpses with their genes. The appearance of the jumping insect indeed resembled that of a mantis. Although the jumping insect's body contained some ant genes, the two large side-like blades at the front were almost identical to those of the blade-edge mantis. With a rustling sound, other insectoid units began to emerge from the mist, with numerous soldier ants and worker ants advancing. The jumping insects slowed their advance, waiting for the worker ants and soldier ants to charge ahead. They all followed behind the heavily armored units. Having witnessed the earlier events where the light armored units were slaughtered by the enemy, Zhao Zian remained cautious. He now ensured that the light armored units controlled their speed, allowing the heavy armored units to engage. At this moment, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er had also arrived at the forefront of the insectoid army. The blade-edge mantis lord and the two girls exchanged glances filled with disdain. Although the two humanoid beings before it were strong, reaching the golden level, one had even reached the peak of golden, merely a step away from the monarch level. But so what? It was a platinum level being. Even at the early stages of platinum, the gap between monarch and elite levels was akin to a vast chasm separating the two tiers. Even though the insect army appeared numerous and powerful, there was not a single monarch-level powerhouse among them. Thus, as long as it charged into the enemy ranks, it could wreak havoc without anyone being able to stop it. The blade-edge mantis lord's expression grew icy, its twin blades were raised and its limbs tensed slightly. In the next moment it would charge into the enemy ranks, ready to unleash devastation. However, in the next instant it dismissed that thought. A massive figure gradually emerged. A dense and violent aura of death swept through the valley, reaching the blade-edge mantis clan. Some mantises already wounded felt the heavy aura of death and fainted instantly. At that moment the blade-edge mantis lord felt a chill in its heart. The formidable undead creature before it was also at the monarch level and even at the peak of platinum level, while it was merely at the early stages of platinum. Wasn't this directly a disaster? The blade-edge mantis lord's expression fluctuated between gloom and hope as it glanced at its subordinates. It seemed it could only fight with all its might. Within its clan there was only one monarch level. It still had several elite level subordinates, 5 at the golden level and 17 at the silver level. Meanwhile, the enemy only appeared to have 2 at the golden level. As long as it could hold off the strongest platinum peak undead creature, then its clan's golden and silver level combatants should be able to crush the enemy's lower tier forces. The undead creature appeared dazed. Despite possessing the battle power of a platinum peak, it would be better to play it safe and avoid a direct confrontation, right? The blade-edge mantis lord gritted its teeth, knowing it had no other choice. After blocking this undead beast, it would have its kin eliminate the opposing insects, and then they would collectively besiege the undead creature. This was the best solution the blade-edge mantis leader could devise in such a short time. Moreover, this plan seemed to have a certain degree of feasibility. Roar! A series of angry roars echoed as large creatures charged out from behind the insectoid army, one after another, revealing a multitude of war behemoths. Over 500 war behemoths surged forward. Roar! The flesh and blood amalgam beast let out a roar, eager for carnage, refusing to be outdone. It followed closely behind the war behemoths, charging ahead. Due to its large size, it made big strides and soon found itself in front of the war behemoths. The blade-edge mantis lord quickly charged out to distract the flesh and blood amalgam. If the amalgam managed to breach its kin's ranks, it would spell disaster. The flesh and blood amalgam, struck by intense slashes, roared in defiance. It began to pursue the blade-edge mantis leader. Though it was powerful, its movements were clumsy, allowing the blade-edge mantis leader to become entangled with it for the time being. Was the first step of the plan a success? As long as it could tie down the strongest enemy, its kin would be able to secure victory in this battle. The mantis lord thought. Its body constantly shifted and leaped, even managing to kill a few nearby insects. However, the insectoid army paid it no mind and charged straight toward the blade-edge mantis clan. Over 500 war behemoths reached the battlefield first, their powerful impact shattering the defenses of the blade-edge mantis. This blade-edge mantis clan, led by a dominant creature, was a formidable race within the entire forest. There were over 10,000 magical beasts of various ranks. Most were of black iron level, with a fair number at bronze level. Additionally, there were several tens of thousands of ordinary blade-edge mantises, which were unranked wild beasts. The battlefield also had many other species of mantises, such as the fong mantis and the giant winged mantis. These mantises were from other clans seeking to affiliate with the blade-edge mantis clan. After all, a dominant creature resided here. Furthermore, as fellow mantises, they shared some degree of kinship, so living together posed no issue. Naturally, the blade-edge mantis clan could not reject these impoverished relatives who sought refuge. After all, being of the same kind, they could reproduce together. Moreover, with the integration of these other mantid races, their strength could greatly increase, enhancing their influence within the forest. These other mantid clans included some black iron and bronze level mantises and even some silver level ones, but they were significantly weaker compared to the blade-edge mantis clan. The total number of mantises on the battlefield was still considerable. There were over 10,000 ranked mantis magical beasts alone. Including the unranked beasts and others, the count exceeded 100,000. Fortunately, the insectoid army had already severely injured many of them beforehand. The heavy artillery bombardment prior to the battle was indeed a crucial tactic. Puff puff puff. At this moment the insectoid army and the foremost units of these mantises clashed. Meanwhile the rear line of spitting insects began to launch their surprise attacks. Previously the flying insects had sprayed a round of corrosive venom, but the mantises had mostly retreated into caves and had not sprayed again. Since further spraying would merely waste ammunition, many spitting insects still had some ammunition left. Now that they were engaged in a frontal battle, the mantises could no longer find shelter. Now it was time to see how they would cope. Zhao Ziyan, observing the battle from a divine perspective, thought with delight. This heavy artillery coverage was simply exhilarating. A large amount of corrosive venom was sprayed out once again. The mantises, upon seeing the corrosive venom, panicked immensely. These things had previously claimed many of their kin, causing significant casualties, and they were already mentally scarred. With another round of corrosive venom coming, who could withstand it? Even before it reached them, the mantises had started to panic, leading to chaos on the battlefield. The morale among the mantises plummeted, allowing the insectoid army to charge and wreaking havoc. Meanwhile the corrosive acid was already falling upon them. Those mantises, barely maintaining some combat capability, were reaching their limits. Under both ranged and melee attacks, how could they hold on? When the corrosive venom struck the mantises, it meant corrosion and poisoning, weakening them. But when it hit the insectoid army, it had no effect. In fact, it even cleaned the insectoid's exoskeleton armor, making it shine brighter and look more impressive. Fortunately, the mantises still had numerous ranked mantis magical beasts supporting them. The damage from the corrosive venom was less severe against black iron and bronze level creatures, while for silver and gold levels it was virtually negligible. Ji cha cha. The mantises communicated seemingly as the powerful ones encouraged the weaker mantises. However, with many deserters emerging among the mantises, if they did not start boosting morale soon, it would truly turn into a one-sided slaughter. Despite the mantises managing to stabilize their morale with some encouragement, the insectoid army still held a significant advantage. They had already endured an acid rain at the beginning. Many mantises on the battlefield were severely injured, with some having died in that acid rain. With the second round of corrosive venom spraying down, even if the insectoids did not attack, some mantises would likely succumb to the venom shortly. The insectoid army was rampaging, slaughtering their enemies. Worker ants and soldier ants pushed forward, absorbing a great deal of damage from the enemy. Meanwhile the jumping insects at the rear acted as the main damage dealers. Whenever they felt tired, they would simply pick up the corpses of the enemies and stuff them into their mouths to replenish their strength. For a time many jumping insects were having a buffet on the battlefield. Some jumping insects would even feed a bit of the corpses to their comrades who were bravely taking damage. What a scene of camaraderie! Yet this did not affect the slaughter in the slightest. With their sharp mandibles they bit into the bodies of their foes, tearing them apart and swallowing them whole. The two large sickles in hand continued their relentless motions. Some of the jumping insect sickles had even been damaged not by enemies but due to the sheer number of foes they had slain. The sharp sickles struck against the enemy's defenses, causing slight tremors, ultimately resulting in their own shattering. The large blades had already become dull. After breaking through the enemy's defenses, the war beast began rampaging across the battlefield, its massive horns towering above, exceptionally fierce. With its terrifying charge speed, anything it touched met death, and anything it grazed was wounded. Some silver and gold level mantises attempted to block its path. The silver level mantis's sickle struck against the war beast's heavy exoskeleton armor, failing to inflict any significant damage. Even if they managed to wound it through level suppression, it was of little consequence. The war beast was immensely large and minor injuries were completely inconsequential. In fact, one careless move could result in it colliding with and injuring the mantises. Only with precise aim or by continuously attacking the beast's legs could they barely restrain its frenzied slaughter. For such a defensively robust and thick-skinned creature, these mantises were quite troubled. Even gold-level mantises found it particularly challenging to deal with the war beast. Some of them had only just reached the gold level. They could only rely on their nimble movements and high damage output to gradually weaken the war beast's health until they could finally slay it. However, there were over 500 war beasts. Even if these mantises could take down some, what difference would it make? Poochie! 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 A gold-level blade mantis had already severed one of the war beast's legs. It was now comfortably attacking the beast's defenses. Faced with the legless war beast, it resembled an immobile target, allowing the mantis to attack at will. Just as this blade mantis was feeling proud, several sharp and massive spider legs pierced through its body, pinning it firmly to the ground. It attempted to resist but had already lost all strength. The spider legs seemed to be coated with venom. It turned to look at the approaching enemy and saw a humanoid creature behind it with 8 terrifying spider legs protruding from its back. Poochie! Another sharp spider leg pierced directly through its head. A mixture of yellow and green insect juices splattered everywhere. The little one gently squatted down and picked up a light green magical beast crystal core from the mangled mass of brain tissue accompanied by a creaking sound. The little one had already placed the magical beast crystal core in her mouth and began to chew. Delicious. So tasty. Her eyes brightened as she focused on the other gold level mantises. Meanwhile, in front of the little one there were 3 mantises, each of them was gold level. 2 were high tier gold and 1 was mid tier gold. On the ground lay 2 corpses, both also gold level blade mantises, along with several corpses of silver level blade mantises. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, the 3 mantises were trembling in their legs. What a joke! Why was this female creature so powerful? 5 gold level mantises against 1 with a few silver level ones providing support, and after several rounds 2 of their gold level companions had already been taken down. High attack. High defense. High agility. They could even cast some small spells. How could they possibly defeat such a hexagonal warrior? At this moment the 3 gold-level blade mantises were already considering retreat. Their intelligence had risen sufficiently and they were unwilling to engage in such a clearly losing battle. There was a gap even among gold levels. It was like primitive humans, no matter how skilled, couldn't defeat Trisolarians. The 3 blade mantises exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and began to retreat together. However, the little one had no intention of letting them go. Being at the peak of gold level, she was just a step away from entering the Overlord tier. The little one would not miss any opportunity to enhance her strength. She had her sights set on the magical beast crystal cores of the 3 mantises. She was determined to claim them. The familiar hair attack struck again. Although the name was rather ridiculous, the damage was quite terrifying. In massive quantities with a large area of effect, long range, and the ability to retract freely, it possessed formidable piercing power. It could also be pulled out, causing secondary damage. It was exceedingly sinister. The 3 fleeing blade mantises had no choice but to turn around and use their sharp sickles to cut through the incoming hair. However, there was simply too much hair and some areas remained unguarded, allowing the hair to find gaps and penetrate through. Poochie! The hair violently penetrated their flesh, curling into barbs and extracting a massive amount of flesh and blood. After enduring this attack, the 3 mantises continued to flee, but the hair twisted like a snake, entangling their limbs. The blade mantises had to stop to continue cutting at the hair. Although they managed to escape the hair's grasp, it still hindered their speed of retreat. At this moment the little one violently flapped her wings. A powerful gust propelled her forward, closing the distance to one of the mantises. With a punch, the mantis had no time to react and a large hole was blasted through its chest. Another punch struck its head, causing the mantis head to explode. A vibrant green magical beast crystal core was grasped in the little one's hand. Creak, creak. As she observed her enemy cruelly dispatching her companions and then directly scooping out a crystal core to chew. The 2 mantises nearby were terrified, nearly losing their minds. Yet they could not escape the little one's grasp. As the little one conjured 2 small ice spell orbs with her hands, she directed one at each of the fleeing mantises. Although the damage was low, the slowing effect was still present. The 2 mantises that had been slowed could not escape. With a flap of her wings, the little one directly cleaved one blade mantis in half, nearly shattering its crystal core. She pierced another blade mantis body with her hair, then yanked it violently, causing the mantis to be torn apart, leaving only a cloud of blood mist behind. With the hair retracted, the little one obtained another crystal core wrapped in hair. She turned her gaze toward the little 2. Not far away, the little 2 spat out a massive amount of spider silk, wrapping a mid-tier gold blade mantis like a dumpling. Using her delicate hands, she pried open its head and extracted the crystal core. Seemingly aware of the little one's gaze, she appeared somewhat bashful, revealing a shy smile. There were still some golden-level mantises attempting to obstruct the rampage of the war behemoth. They had never anticipated that their companions sent to assassinate the 2 humanoid beings had all perished. Logically, having several times the number of enemies should have made victory easy. Who would have thought that each of these foes was more terrifying than the last? The strongest fighters had already been dispatched to attack Xiaoyi and Xiaoer. The mantises that rushed to block the war behemoth's attacks had just entered the golden level, and their combat prowess was not particularly strong. Their fate was naturally not hard to predict. The remaining golden-level mantises soon fell to the combined onslaught of Xiaoyi and Xiaoer. As for the silver level, they posed little threat. Some unfortunate silver-level mantises, due to misjudgment, were caught off guard. While attempting to evade the war behemoth, they were momentarily restrained by nearby jumping insects, resulting in a delayed escape that led to their demise by the war behemoth. Soon the battlefield displayed an overwhelmingly one-sided situation. The mantis race had already lost more than half of their numbers, whether they were blade mantises or other mantis species. All the powerful ones had perished. Only a few silver level and black iron bronze level mantises remained, leaving a large number of ordinary mantises in a desperate struggle for survival. The average combat power of the insect army was only slightly weaker than that of the black iron level, making them comparable to half a black iron level. With their overwhelming numbers, the battle was nearing its conclusion. There were already many fleeing mantises on the battlefield. However, the agile jumping insects would not allow them to escape. Coupled with the assistance of spiders, numerous strands of webbing were continuously spewed out, trapping those fleeing enemies. Even if they broke free, their escape speed would be slowed, allowing other insects time to eliminate them. Large flying insects continually dove from the sky, attacking the enemies. Once a successful strike was made, they would pull up sharply, making it difficult for the mantises to even retaliate. From behind there were occasionally spitting insects spraying corrosive venom. This only exacerbated the already precarious situation of the mantis race, compounded by the incessant gnawing and biting from numerous small insect units. Whenever large insect units opened a wound on the mantis's exteriors, many small insect units would begin to crawl inside the wounds. The sensation of being gnawed from within was akin to a fate worse than death. At this moment, Xiaoyi and Xiaoer had also arrived near other golden-level blade mantises. These golden-level blade mantises were oblivious to the impending dangers, still striving to fend off the enemy's assault. One of the blade mantises was attacking the leg of the war behemoth with a large blade. The plan was to first incapacitate the war behemoth, then slowly take it down. At this point, the war behemoth's leg was already riddled with wounds, just a step away from being completely severed. Just as the blade mantis prepared to deliver the final blow, an unexpected surge of powerful airflow came from behind. The golden-level mantis intended to turn its head but found itself unable to control its body. Its line of sight fell downward as its head plummeted to the ground, twitching twice just in time to see its own headless body spouting fluids. Had it already died? After Xiaoyi eliminated it, she did not rush to claim the beast crystal from its head. Instead, she turned and advanced toward the other blade mantises. At this moment, the golden-level blade mantises initially tasked with blocking the war behemoth finally reacted. These two formidable enemy units had not been taken down by their kin and were now coming to exact revenge. Their strength was not particularly formidable, being mostly newly promoted golden-level mantises. They could not even defeat the powerful golden-level latest-stage kin, and it seemed none of their remaining kin could match these foes. Thus these mantises dropped their assault on the war behemoth, intending to unite and resist Xiaoyi and Xiaoer. After all, there were precedents. If they acted alone, they would surely meet a swift end. Seizing the moment before these mantises fully regrouped, Xiaoyi and Xiaoer attacked once more. After eliminating two more golden-level initial blade mantises, the remaining three blade mantises managed to gather together, intending to collectively resist the enemies. However, they only had two golden-level mid-stage and one golden-level initial mantis left. The expressions on their ugly insect faces gradually twisted into despair. Although our mantis race has fallen into a disadvantage on this battlefield, our leader still lives, and with their formidable strength they will surely bring hope for a turnaround. As for the clan leader, the three golden-level mantises looked towards the dominant blade mantis, engaged in a fierce battle with the flesh and blood amalgamation. They saw the dominant mantis being relentlessly pursued by the flesh and blood monstrosity. Though the dominant blade mantis was very agile, its strength was undeniable. The flesh and blood amalgamation had an absurd amount of health, allowing it to make countless mistakes. However, if the dominant mantis leader made even one mistake, it would be reduced to a pulp by the terrifying fists of flesh and blood. There's no need to struggle. Whether it's you or your leader, a fatal end awaits you. Become food for our insect race. Your flesh and blood will merge with our kind, witnessing the rise of our race. Xiaoyi coldly addressed the enemies before her. Yet as she spoke, her words grew increasingly fervent and her gaze towards the enemy grew fiercely aggressive. Zhi. These blade mantises could understand the language of the vast universe, but they could not yet speak, only able to emit instinctive calls. Yet from their expressions it was evident they were extremely angry. Just then it seemed these blade mantises had been prepared. The golden-level mid-stage blade mantis charged towards Xiaoyi and Xiaoer, raising its two large blades high, seemingly intending to strike. Meanwhile, the other two weaker golden-level initial mantises began to flee backward, showing no hesitation. The golden-level mid-stage mantis aimed to use its life to create an opportunity for its kin to escape. Though the enemy was strong, delaying them for a moment should not be an issue, especially since the blade mantises were a race known for their speed. As long as it could buy even a little time, it believed its kin would be able to utilize their high speed to escape. The blade-wielding mantis charged forward, determined to confront the two girls undeterred, even when a single strand of hair from Xiaoyi pierced through it. It wildly swung its large cleaver, shattering many strands of hair in the process. In that moment, Xiaoyi found herself blocked. Run! At that moment, Xiaoer smiled, revealing a terrifying insectoid shadow behind her. Though the shadow was vague, its outline still resembled Xiao'er's form. The antennae on her head gradually emitted a blue glow and a wave of mental energy radiated from them. This was the mental attack ability Xiao'er acquired after devouring the crystal core of the human-faced spider leader. Suddenly the two fleeing blade-wielding mantises trembled all over. Their gazes grew increasingly vacant. The frantic pace of their running slowed down. However, soon the dullness in their eyes began to dissipate and they regained their composure. As they prepared to flee again, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching from behind. They turned their heads, realizing it was too late to escape. As one of the mantises turned back, Xiao's enormous sharp wings had already struck its body. The mantis was cleaved in half. At the pinnacle of the golden stage, and with the formidable combat power of Xiao, facing such a beginner-level golden opponent was like slaughtering a chick. As for the other mantis, it was so frightened that it urinated. Fortunately, the two mantises had fled separately, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Thus, after Xiao took down one of them, she couldn't immediately pursue the other. Just as the other blade-wielding mantis was feeling secretly pleased about its good fortune. Suddenly a massive wave of white silk thread surged towards its body. It wanted to evade but didn't know which way to turn. There were simply too many threads blocking all escape routes. At that moment a gigantic spider leg attacked it. The mantis quickly raised its scythe-like forelimb to defend. Another spider leg struck and the other scythe was lifted in response. Just as it felt a sense of relief thinking that the enemy wasn't so formidable, two more spider legs suddenly thrust towards it. The mantis' previously smug expression gradually turned numb. This is truly sinister. 8 spider legs, how can I possibly defend against this? In the desperate gaze of the mantis, 2 spider legs pierced through its body. Green insect juice sprayed out. The mantis' defense was not strong and it easily penetrated through. Then they forcefully pulled apart in both directions. Like a superhero tearing apart an enemy in a drama. This unfortunate mantis was ripped to shreds like a piece of paper. Ah! Xiao'er looked at the enemy that was easily dispatched before her expression gradually turning excited. Her previously insecure heart began to change. She pulled back her extended spider leg and slowly licked the juice off of it. A wider smile appeared on her face. The golden tier units of the blade-wielding mantis were merely a dozen or so. Now that these 3 golden tier mantises had been eliminated, there were no more golden tier units left. Xiao and Xiao'er collected the magical beast crystal cores from the fallen golden mantises. They turned their attention to the remaining silver tier mantises. Although these silver tier mantises were more numerous, facing these 2 terrifying beings, they would undoubtedly be crushed like chicks. However, the 2 girls had only just begun their slaughter. Just as they were getting into the swing of things, Zhao Ziyan's thoughts suddenly transmitted into their minds. Soon the 2 girls ceased their massacre of the remaining blade-wielding mantises and began to hurry towards the flesh and blood amalgamation monster. The remaining group of silver-tier mantises could easily be overwhelmed by the terrifying numbers of the insectoid army and their considerable individual combat strength. The priority was to shift their focus to the dominant blade-wielding mantis. At this moment the dominant mantis was anxiously watching as its kin were slaughtered. It was not the type to be benevolent towards its kind. Primarily in its mind, these kin were its possessions. Whether to serve at tea or to be consumed, they were all quite useful. Moreover, expanding territory and seizing resources also required some subordinates to assist. No matter how strong one is, there are times when one cannot manage alone. At this moment the powerful group it had painstakingly assembled was being easily destroyed. The blade-wielding mantis leader felt an intense unwillingness, but there was nothing it could do. Although its kin had perished, as long as it was alive there was still a chance to rebuild a powerful group. After all, with its dominant strength in this vast world, where could it not go? Although it was platinum tier in this current era, gods did not exist in the world. Demigod-level beings rarely showed themselves. The strongest combat power in the world could only be diamond tier, which could surpass it. Quickly the blade-wielding mantis leader made a resolution in its heart. It took one last look at its kin, but there was not a hint of reluctance in its eyes. All that filled its mind was the regret over the loss of its possessions. Facing the powerful flesh and blood amalgamation monster, the blade-wielding mantis leader skillfully dodged, narrowly avoiding the enemy's attacks. Its scythe-like forelimb raised, it delivered a slash to the flesh and blood amalgamation. However, the wound was immediately filled by flesh from other areas, leaving no trace behind. Damn it, this guy is indeed troublesome. The blade-wielding mantis leader realized it should leave. Although none of these attacks had harmed it, it had dodged them all. However, this undead creature was surrounded by a large amount of death energy. This death energy would cause severe corrosive effects on other lifeforms nearby. In plain terms, even if one was not attacked by the flesh and blood amalgamation, being near it would slowly drain health. Furthermore, being tainted by death energy would apply a weakening buff to living beings. This skill is quite disgusting. The blade-wielding mantis leader was also feeling extremely uncomfortable in such an environment. After a while its body would likely be eroded to the point of immobility. By then it would be too late to try to escape. After making up its mind, the blade-wielding mantis leader took the opportunity when the flesh and blood amalgamation's fist came crashing down. After the flesh and blood amalgamation attacked, it experienced a brief moment of stiffness. Seizing this opportunity, the blade-wielding mantis leader quickly dodged to the side and then fled into the distance. Supplement. Suddenly a multitude of white objects began to fly towards the blade-edge mantis leader. The blade-edge mantis leader instinctively swung its blade, but to no avail. These white objects were exceptionally tenacious and viscous. Even when severed, they would still cling to the body, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. This severely affected the movement speed. Upon closer inspection, these white objects were neither spider silk nor anything else recognizable. At this moment the small waiter nearby had his cheeks puffed out. He looked just like a little squirrel. His mouth was full of spider silk, which he kept spewing out. Little E, as the ant queen, also possessed this skill. Endowed with spider silk genes, she was also expelling spider silk. However, Little Air had consumed the core of a human-faced spider leader, which gave her an extraordinary talent for spitting out spider silk. While her combat power was questionable when it came to spewing spider silk, 10 Little E's would not equal the output of Little Air. Meanwhile, a large amount of spider silk was wrapping around the blade-edge mantis leader. This stuff had little lethality but was quite disgusting. It clung to the body in a messy way, and the spider silk would also stick to the ground, dragging the body and greatly reducing movement speed. Although the blade-edge mantis leader's dominant strength could easily tear it apart, the sheer quantity of spider silk was overwhelming. Moreover, those two damn creatures nearby were continuously spraying more. In that moment, the blade-edge mantis leader found itself trapped, unable to run or fight back. Seeing the flesh-stitched monstrosity charging toward it from a distance, the blade-edge mantis leader's expression suddenly turned icy. In that case, it would first eliminate those two culprits. The blade-edge mantis leader was also a very decisive creature. The moment this thought crossed its mind, its form began to rush towards Little E and Little Air. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through its body, increasing its movement speed. This was its unique acceleration skill, allowing it to counteract the effects of the spider silk in a very short time. Though the duration was brief, it should be enough to eliminate those two pesky creatures. Ah! It's coming! Little Air said, slightly panicked. However, at that moment Little E directly grabbed her, pushing her behind herself. Little E calmly observed the oncoming enemy. Deep inside, an uncontrollable agitation surged within her. She was still unsure just how strong her current power truly was. However, she knew that opponents of the golden level could no longer pose a threat to her. It was time to test just how powerful this so-called dominant creature really was. Little E's expression hardened and she assumed a boxing stance. This was a technique used by adventurers in battles against magical beasts. At that time, Little E was resting on a tree. Normally she did not enjoy excessive killing. Unless commanded by the divine or provoked by other creatures, she would not easily strike. Little E didn't know why, but many techniques she had only seen once she could quickly learn to a large extent. Perhaps this was due to her high talent. No wonder she was the first vassal recruited by the divine. Truly, the divine had excellent taste. From being a mere insect to reaching the pinnacle of golden level, Little E had never fought seriously. There were various reasons. Perhaps she disliked pointless conflict, or perhaps the enemy she faced could never compel her to fight at full strength. However, the enemy before her was truly formidable. For the first time, Little E took the opponents seriously. The ancient boxing stance was fully displayed. As the blade-edge mantis leader charged in, Little E took a step back. The strike from the blade-edge mantis leader missed completely. The blade-edge mantis leader's side-like forelimbs waved continuously, yet it could never hit the enemy in front of it. Many times it missed by mere centimeters, but still could not land a blow. Just a tiny bit off, yet it remained just that tiny bit off. It was quite frustrating. Every now and then Little E would also take the opportunity to land a few hits. Although Little E was merely at the pinnacle of the golden level, she possessed a peculiar strength. After a few slaps, the blade-edge mantis leader felt as if it was about to be torn apart. After all, despite being platinum level, the defensive capabilities of the mantis race had always been a weak point. Facing this dominant level powerhouse, the little golden level creature was unafraid and dared to engage in close combat. In fact, it was at a disadvantage in this close quarters battle. Such bravery! Who was this subordinate? How can you be called a dominant level powerhouse with such meager strength? With such little power, you can't even match me at the golden level. How have you survived in the forest? Against opponents of the same level, you wouldn't be able to withstand 2 of my strikes. Little E said with a smile, belittling the opponent before her. She aimed to provoke anger and frustration in her enemy, hoping to expose a flaw. However, the opponent clearly did not fall for the bait, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. At this moment, the Blade Edge Mantis leader's heart grew serious. Initially, due to the intense erosion from the power of death, it did not wish to employ its stronger skills. It had thought that being a platinum-level creature put it well above this golden level 1. Under normal circumstances, a few basic attacks should suffice to eliminate the opponent, but it seemed it had underestimated them. A blue glow began to swirl around its body, suddenly bursting forth with a powerful aura. Lily sensed that the situation was dire and quickly dodged to the side. Without pausing, her hair began to swell and surge toward the enemy as a probe. The overwhelming mass of dark green hair like venomous snakes lunged at the enemy. But the moment it touched the blue glow surrounding the opponent's body, in an instant the hair melted away as if snowflakes had encountered hot water. Soon the glow on the Blade Edge Mantis leader dissipated and its two side-like blades appeared to be enchanted. The tips of the blades extended forward and became wider and thicker. To compel me to use this move, you can consider yourself fortunate. Even dominant level creatures have suffered under this technique. A mere golden level like you has no need to resist, just clean your neck and wait for death. The Blade Edge Mantis leader mocked. Seeing the flesh-stitched monstrosity approaching, it knew it must get serious. But just as it charged forward, the previously fierce and valiant opponent suddenly smiled faintly. Lily's beautiful features radiated a unique charm with that smile. However, the Blade Edge Mantis still preferred insect-like creatures and felt no inclination toward these humanoid beings. Just as the Blade Mantis leader was about to charge forward to confront Xiaoyi Heeding, Xiaoyi swiftly retreated, showing no intention of engaging in a direct clash. Wasn't it just incredibly fierce a moment ago? Why has it suddenly become timid? The Blade Mantis leader was a bit bewildered, having not expected the female creature before it to back down so quickly. It had just displayed an appearance of unparalleled bravery, unafraid of anyone. Now it was actually too scared to even throw a punch. Wasn't that a waste of its skills? The expression of the Blade Mantis leader darkened as it wielded its reinforced blade-like forelimbs forward, unleashing a flurry of blade-like strikes. These strikes flew toward Xiaoyi in the distance. These attacks were extremely fierce, with flames howling above them adding fire damage. However, with this kind of ranged attack, the further they flew, the more their power diminished. By the time they reached Xiaoyi, their power had drastically decreased and Xiaoyi could easily evade them. In fact, it didn't even need to dodge, it simply swatted and shattered the blade light. As the Blade Mantis leader pursued, Xiaoyi continued to retreat. Seeing this, the Blade Mantis leader decided to turn and flee, no longer wanting to engage. Xiaoyi rushed over to spit out silk, slowing down its speed. At this moment, Xiaoyi was also nearby, secretly observing the situation. Although it lacked combat power and couldn't contribute in such battles, it occasionally spewed out a large amount of silk, significantly affecting the Blade Mantis leader. Whenever the Blade Mantis leader tried to grab Xiaoyi would come to help. In short, it was a frenzied tug-of-war against this melee fool. Continuously kite them to exhaust their strength was the best choice. Although the mantis had wings, the excessive silk made it difficult for them to fly properly. Moreover, Xiaoyi also possessed wings and could fly. The Blade Mantis leader could neither escape on the ground nor in the air. Soon the flesh-stitching monster arrived here, relentlessly attacking the Blade Mantis leader while Xiaoyi provided assistance from the side, occasionally dealing some damage. If the Blade Mantis leader attempted to escape, Xiaoyi would obstruct it, pushing it back into the attack range of the flesh-stitching monster. The following Xiaoyi was purely supportive, continuously spitting silk to apply a slow buff to the Blade Mantis leader. Before long, the Blade Mantis leader was severely eroded by the power of death, covered in a large amount of spider silk, causing a significant decrease in various attributes. Its movement speed had already become incapable of evading the attacks of the flesh-stitching monster. With a single punch from the flesh-stitching monster, the Blade Mantis leader was directly smashed into a deformed state. Its once plump abdomen exploded and its neck twisted into a bizarre curve. After 2 punches, it was already bursting with juice, with insect fluid oozing from its eyes and nostrils. After 3 punches, it had completely met its end, its body shattered into pieces, some parts purple, others green. With a thud, when the flesh-stitching monster delivered its final punch, a deep green beast crystal core fell from the shattered head of the Blade Mantis leader. It bounced a couple of times on the ground before finally landing at Xiaoyi's feet. Xiaoyi crouched down to pick up the beast crystal core and quickly walked over to the mangled body of the Blade Mantis leader. With fingers together transforming into a palm blade, Xiaoyi fiercely struck down, cleaving the Blade Mantis leader's shattered head. Finally, it flapped its wings and flew into the air, shouting loudly at the battlefield. "Your leader is already dead, so surrender at once and do not struggle in vain. Immediately become food for the insect army. Integrate into the great revival of the insect race." After finishing its speech, Xiaoyi tossed the head it was holding onto the battlefield. Although that head was severely damaged and looked unrecognizable, it still emanated a familiar aura. The mantises on the battlefield could basically sense that aura belonged to their leader, making it impossible for there to be any possibility of forgery. Even though the owner of that head had died, the leader had once brought prosperity to the mantises and a place in the forest. The power of the leader was engraved in the hearts of all mantises. If even a powerful being like their leader could be slain by the enemy before them, then their resistance would be utterly meaningless. The blade mantis and other allied mantises on the battlefield lost their fighting spirit one after another. The desire to resist the enemy had almost entirely vanished, and they were all thinking about how to escape. They had originally hoped that their leader would return to the battlefield and turn the tide for the Mantis clan. But now that their leader was dead, there was no point in resisting any longer. If they could escape, that would be good enough, at least to avoid the complete annihilation of the Mantis race. Those Mantis beasts of silver and bronze rank also felt somewhat dispirited. Even if they survived, what would it matter? Without the protection of a dominant leader, survival in this dangerous forest was uncertain. They had previously had many conflicts with other races in the forest. If those races with whom they had conflicts learned that their dominant leader had fallen, their vengeance against the Mantis race would surely be as fierce as a storm. Even if they could escape alive, they would no longer be able to survive in this forest. As Xiaoyi's words echoed, the severed head of the Blade Mantis leader fell upon the battlefield. The Mantis race was already struggling against the onslaught of the insect army. Now it had turned into a one-sided massacre. A multitude of mantises began fleeing towards the valley's exit, with the higher-ranked black iron, bronze and silver-grade mantis beasts leading the way. However, a vast number of spiders shot out webs to hinder their escape speed. Moreover, the valley was lower in the middle and higher on the outside, resembling a natural prison. This trapped all beings inside. To escape, they would have to scale the towering peaks. The mantises fled to survive, but after losing their ability to resist, the insect race's speed of slaughtering them only intensified. With the top-tier combat strength lost from the mantis race, the flesh and blood stitching monsters and Xiaoyi and Xiao Air from the insect race began to slaughter the enemy units like tigers among sheep. In an instant, it was as if they were in a realm devoid of any opposition. Severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. The splattered juices of the mantises converged into small streams flowing at the center of the battlefield. The mantises attempting to flee did not fare any better. The flying insects as aerial units moved much faster than these ground units. Those fleeing were completely surrounded and slaughtered by the multitude of flying insects. Furthermore, while the insect race was slaughtering on the battlefield, they also devoured some of the enemy's flesh. Some insects had already broken through the black iron level shackles, becoming true black iron grade beasts. Their combat power had risen a tier, making their slaughter even more ferocious. Soon this morning's assault concluded with the insect race achieving a resounding victory. The mantis race was nearly exterminated. The blood and flesh on the battlefield piled up like mountains. The high-grade mantis beasts possessed exceptionally rich nutritional value in their flesh. It seemed the insect race would give birth to many powerful units once again. Many insects, after experiencing several battles and devouring a lot of flesh, had already evolved to black iron grade. Some of the more valiant ones were nearing the bronze grade. At this moment, the battlefield's flesh was enough for the insect army to significantly increase its numbers. The ordinary mantises that had not reached any rank were nearly a meter in size. The ranked black iron and bronze beasts all stood over a meter tall. The golden grade blade mantises were already 1.8 or 9 meters tall, even nearing 2 meters. The blade mantis leader, however, stood over 3 meters tall. Despite their relatively modest size, their nutritional value was exceptionally rich. Some creatures might appear meaty, but their nutritional value was actually low. In contrast, these concentrated ones were all essence. Zhao Ziyan collected the crystal cores of those beasts, preventing the insect army from devouring them. Normally, any ranked beast has a chance to grow a beast crystal core. However, for black iron and bronze grade beasts, the probability of developing a crystal core is quite small. Only those with exceptional talents or fortunate encounters can grow their own beast crystal cores in their minds. Beasts that develop crystal cores are generally stronger in combat than other beasts of the same rank. As they reach silver grade, the chances of developing crystal cores significantly increase, with nearly 1 in 2 succeeding. Having a beast crystal core is a fundamental requirement for becoming a golden grade beast. The stage from silver to golden grade is when the crystal core develops. Upon reaching golden grade, beasts will have a 100 chance of possessing a crystal core. Once they reach platinum grade, these beasts can change forms and speak the universal language of the cosmos. However, with a fortuitous encounter, there is a chance for them to change forms and learn to speak even at the golden grade. Xiaoyi and Xiao Air find themselves in such a situation. Beasts that can possess higher level abilities at lower ranks exhibit relatively good talents. After this battle, the insect army also sustained some losses. Originally, the insect army had 1,000,000 large soldier ants, 1,000,000 large worker ants, 6,000,000 large spitters, and 1,000,000 large flying insects. 2,000,000 jumping insects, 2,000,000 spiders, and 500 war behemoths. After this battle, each unit suffered losses of nearly half. 40000 large soldier ants, 50000 large worker ants, 60000 large spitters, 80000 large flying insects, 80000 jumping insects, and 10000 spiders. Over 300 war behemoths. The losses among the main combat forces such as worker ants, soldier ants, and jumping insects were particularly severe. They were the main damage dealers on the battlefield, dealing high damage while also receiving high damage. Such losses were inevitable. After all, their opponents were the dominant forces of the forest. If it weren't for the insect units having undergone several significant evolutions, possessing a trace of dragon blood and being reinforced by dual skeletal structures, total annihilation would have been quite possible. After taking a few rounds of attacks, the spitters retreated to hide. They did not engage in frontline combat, thus suffering minimal losses. Perhaps they were only slightly injured at the beginning from the enemy's ranged blade strikes. However, the insect nest continued to produce relentlessly, quickly replenishing their numbers and even increasing them. The losses among the flying insects were also minimal, only some high-ranking strong ones among the mantises had flying capabilities. The ordinary blade mantises could not fly as they seemed to have focused all their capabilities on enhancing the attack of their large foreclaws. The enormous sickles being very heavy made it difficult for them to fly during combat, thus they completely abandoned the evolutionary path of flight. A large amount of flesh was gradually transported back, and the numerous queen ants in the insect nest began producing small insects tirelessly. Moreover, through these blade mantises and a small number of other mantis species, the queen ants gained some genes by devouring their flesh. This strengthened the sharpness of the jumping insects' forelimb attacks and enhanced their biting capabilities against other insect units to a certain extent. Attributes like stamina also increased slightly. Zhao Ziyan, seeing these enhancements, nodded in satisfaction. Truly a dominant biological race. Previously other races could barely enhance one ability, but this time the blade mantises provided quite a few attributes. Zhao Ziyan ordered the insect army to return and rest for a while. Through Shaoyi he integrated all these enhanced genes into the genetic templates of the insect army. Soon the insect army's attack power and stamina became stronger. Then he handed over various hereditary materials to the remaining queen ants, enabling them to produce insect armies with these enhanced attributes. After finishing this battle, Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat fatigued. After all, such large-scale combat consumed a great deal of his mental energy as the controller. Often on the battlefield there are complex situations that require him to make intricate maneuvers, all of which are very taxing on his mental strength. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan was quite stingy, unwilling to use divine power to restore his mental energy, so he could only tough it out. However, this also had its advantages. Only by pushing his mental energy to the extreme and continuously exploring his limits could he foster a more rapid growth of his mental strength. In the absence of battles, Zhao Ziyan wandered around the insect race nest, observing the current scale of its development. Thinking back to when he first arrived, when the insect race was still very weak and only numbered in the hundreds, Zhao Ziyan felt a deep sense of emotion. Now the insect race nest was covered in vast expanses of fungal mats, allowing the insect army to lower their heads and feast on the mats whenever they were hungry to replenish their strength. Moreover, when the insect race moved over the fungal mats, it seemed to increase their speed. The mats automatically smoothed out as the insects moved over them, transforming the originally uneven paths into ones highly suitable for movement. Thus the movement speed of the insect army was accelerated. When hostile creatures approached above the mats, they would automatically hinder the movement of enemy units. Thin fungal threads would occasionally entangle enemies, slowing their movement speed. As Zhao Ziyan continued to inspect the condition of the fungal mats, the current fungal mats were becoming increasingly aligned with the image of the interstellar insect race's mats in his mind. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan had a vague feeling that the mats seemed to possess their own consciousness. When Zhao Ziyan observed the mats from a divine perspective, they seemed to sense his gaze. The fungal threads would wave continuously as if welcoming Zhao Ziyan's arrival. When Zhao Ziyan shifted his view to a location in the insect race nest where food was stored, he saw worker ants bustling in and out, transporting all the food from outside. Numerous queen ants were voraciously devouring food here, while their abdomens continuously emitted eggs. Beside these queen ants there were many newly hatched larvae and eggs that were in the process of hatching. Suddenly Zhao Ziyan was captivated by a certain egg. It seemed that the queen ant's force was too great when spraying the, or perhaps these eggs were very elastic. In any case, after the queen ant ejected the eggs, a few of them bounced on the ground and directly flew into the nearby fungal mat. Coincidentally, there was a lot of fresh flesh nearby that had been transported. Upon sensing the presence of the eggs above, the fungal threads surprisingly enveloped the eggs. Zhao Ziyan was somewhat puzzled. He had previously conducted experiments showing that the fungal threads would not harm friendly units. These eggs were their own, destined to grow into insect race units to fight in the future. What did it mean for the fungal threads to wrap them up? Did they intend to absorb the nutrients from the eggs? However, the actual situation was beyond Zhao Ziyan's expectations. He watched as the fungal threads wrapped around the eggs and a faint crimson hue began to emerge. Zhao Ziyan blinked as memories surged through his mind. This shade of crimson seemed very reminiscent of dragon blood grass. Its unique allure was something that other things could not imitate. As the fungal threads emitted a crimson hue, the enveloped eggs gradually took on the same color. Then the fungal threads slowly released the eggs, pushing them outward. Conveniently, there was plenty of fresh flesh nearby, fresh from the blade mantis. The eggs were pushed right next to the fresh flesh, and soon some fuzzy protrusions began to emerge on the surface of the eggs. Zhao Ziyan observed closely. Those fuzzy protrusions were small fungal threads. They extended toward the nearby flesh as if they were sensing something. They directly penetrated into the flesh adjacent to the egg. The small portion of flesh that the egg relied on was instantly drained of nutrients. Quickly, a small circle of surrounding flesh began to wither and dull. Meanwhile, the egg became exceptionally plump and significantly larger. The egg grew at a visible speed, and a faintly crimson insect race emerged from it. It took less than 10 minutes from the moment it absorbed the flesh to now becoming a mature insect race. It resembled a jumping insect. However, it was slightly smaller in size, and on its back there appeared to be several tendrils resembling fungal threads. The strange insect race plunged its tendrils into the flesh. Immediately the flesh shriveled a bit more while this insect race grew larger by a few measures. What on earth is this? What the hell? His own insect race army, due to the rapid reproduction talent of Xiaoyi, can grow from eggs to mature forms in just a few hours. This was already extremely outrageous. Normally insects in nature take at least 10 days to hatch into adulthood. The fact that his insects could grow in just a few hours was already quite abnormal. Yet this new insect race unit astonishingly transformed from an egg into an adult in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Ziyan had never seen this new insect race unit before, but he could sense a connection between it and himself. Clearly it was one of his followers. It seems to be an insect race unit that grows quickly by absorbing the flesh of other creatures. It kind of resembles those parasites. But the key is, I have never seen this new insect race unit before. Although it resembles a jumping insect, there are still some differences. Could it be that Xiaoyi and Xiao Er secretly developed a new insect race unit? Haven't they told me yet? Want to give me a surprise? Zhao Ziyan was also a bit indecisive. He was too lazy to think more and directly began to inquire about Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan switched his divine perspective to Xiaoyi's side, finding her sitting motionless on a tree in the valley where the Blade Mantis clan resided. She seemed to be vigilant of her surroundings, preventing the insect army from being attacked by others while they were cleaning up the battlefield and transporting food. Of course, sitting there without moving could also simply mean she was daydreaming. Xiaoyi, do you have a moment? I want to discuss something with you. Mating. Zhao Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyi always started abruptly, leaving no room for a response. Oh. I'm free. Xiaoyi quickly woke up, cupping her face and hurriedly responding to Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan remained silent. Recently, are there any new bug units in the insect army? No. Does the Divine One think that the current bug units are insufficient and wants to create more bug units? After calming down from her slightly panicked state, Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Ziyan with some confusion. From her puzzled expression, Zhao Ziyan could sense that she was not lying. Xiaoyi truly did not know about this new bug unit. It was not meant to surprise him or anything. Then why don't you visit the bug nest near the spiritual medicine contest area? A new type of bug unit has appeared, seemingly born by accident. Okay. Divine One. Xiaoyi exclaimed and jumped down from the large tree. She instructed Xiao Er, who was below, to keep an eye on the surroundings to avoid any unexpected incidents. After all, the insect army had previously experienced other creatures snatching away the fruits of their victory after defeating the enemy. They could not allow a situation where the clam and the sandpiper fight only for others to profit. Soon Xiaoyi arrived at the nest. This nest was enormous. Currently, the insect army size is generally large, so the nest's entrances and exits have been greatly expanded. Xiaoyi, being a humanoid creature, could easily enter. At this moment, a bug with a faint aura of blood was quietly staying in the corner. More than 10 minutes had passed since this new bug was born. What do you think? Zhao Ziyan asked. Xiaoyi curiously examined this new type of bug unit. She said, this is indeed a new bug unit. I have never seen its genetic template before. It seems to be similar to the genes of jumping bugs, but the dragon blood within it seems to be even more concentrated. It is very similar to the dragon blood grass dragon blood. After all, Xiaoyi had evolved by devouring dragon blood grass, making her very sensitive to its aura. They studied the two for a while longer. Zhao Ziyan ordered an ant queen to produce bug eggs on the mycelium, intending to replicate the entire process that this bug egg went through. Sure enough, several bug eggs were covered by crimson mycelium. Then these bug eggs were placed on the flesh of other creatures. These bug eggs would absorb the energy from the flesh, rapidly growing within a few minutes. The growth time varied. It seemed to change based on the energy and nutrients of the flesh. Some flesh being that of high-level magical beasts would lead to the bug egg growing extremely fast. Some flesh was just from ordinary magical beasts resulting in a slower growth rate. However, even at the slowest it would only take about 10 minutes. Xiaoyi continuously studied this new type of bug unit. Additionally, she managed to eliminate one of the new bug units to devour its flesh and obtain its genetic template. However, soon Xiaoyi's expression became strange. Divine One, this new type of bug unit seems to be a bit different. What is different? Before Zhao Ziyan could finish his question, the parasite before them began to change. Before their eyes the parasite suddenly began to tremble, its once proud head drooping. The fierce and violent light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Ultimately, after trembling for about 10 seconds, the parasite could no longer move. Blood mist began to gradually spread around its body. A large amount of blood energy was emitted. Its body began to shrivel. It seemed as if moisture and blood were flowing into the air. After another 10 seconds, the entire parasite's body had shriveled up, resembling a piece of newspaper. It was wrinkled and had completely lost its vitality. Zhao Ziyan blinked. It seemed like over an hour had passed since it quickly hatched from the bug egg. Then it quickly shriveled and died. But if one were to say it like that, it seemed acceptable. After all, this thing could serve as high-quality cannon fodder. Suddenly Zhao Ziyan had another idea. Could they place this thing inside a living creature's body? Just like in the movie Alien. Place the bug egg inside the enemy's body and directly absorb the energy from within. Ultimately it would drain the enemy and then emerge as a bug. Damn, just thinking about it is thrilling. Without hesitation, Zhao Ziyan ordered Xiaoyi to go out and catch a random animal. Soon Xiaoyi returned holding an ordinary wild wolf. When they arrived, the wild wolf was still howling, but after Xiaoyi tapped its head it quieted down. Hee. Then Xiaoyi directly pinched the bug egg between her fingers. With her index and middle fingers together, she inserted them into the wild wolf's body and placed the bug egg inside before pulling her fingers out. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. The wild wolf, which had been somewhat listless, suddenly regained its spirit. It howled endlessly in the bug nest. However, this time Xiaoyi did not knock it out. Instead, she kept a close eye on the changes in its body. After about 2 minutes of howling, the wolf could barely make a sound. After another 2 minutes, its vitality rapidly diminished and its body visibly shriveled. 2 minutes later, the wolf was practically on the brink of death. There was a noticeable bulge in the middle of its body, which should be where the bug egg began to grow. Another 2 minutes passed. The wolf had completely lost its vitality and the bug egg had begun to squirm incessantly, with the bulge on its belly becoming enormous. 2 minutes later, the shriveled corpse of the wolf burst open from its belly. First, a pair of slightly blood-red blades poked out, followed by the entire body of the parasite emerging. Thus the parasitic process of the parasite was completely over. Since this wild wolf was an ordinary beast, the nutrients in its flesh were not rich, so the parasitic time was relatively long. If it were a more powerful magical beast, it would likely hatch faster. Furthermore, the parasite would not necessarily kill the host. If the host being parasitized was very strong, after losing some nutrients and flesh, the parasite would emerge, leaving the host severely weakened. For example, if a parasite were to inhabit an elephant, that elephant would not be completely drained. After all, elephants are large and even the most ordinary elephant would only lose a bit of flesh. However, if the parasite were to place its egg inside the elephant's belly, it might start to bite around inside. Zhao Ziyan looked at the parasite before him, thoroughly satisfied. Its combat power was slightly weaker than that of the jumpworm, but it hatched quickly and could absorb the flesh and blood of enemies. Once hatched on the battlefield, it could immediately join the fray, making it an excellent cannon fodder unit. Although it would expire after an hour, that was of no concern. Anyway, the body left behind after its demise could be taken back to the nest and recycled into protein for the production of new insectoid units. The main focus was on efficiency, not waste. Now the question arose how to place this egg into the enemy's body. Zhao Ziyan pondered for a moment and soon had an idea. It was simple, all he needed to do was create a host for the parasite. In Zhao Ziyan's memory, the Tyranid species from Warhammer had a combat unit that could parasitize the enemy. The Morkdix parasite. This parasite resembled a large bat and had spiny forelimbs designed for attacking. But its most significant feature was a large tail with barbs. This tail was hollow in the center, allowing it to store the eggs inside an enemy's body. As long as the spiny tail pierced the enemy's body, the egg would parasitize the enemy and destroy it from the inside. Zhao Ziyan thought for a moment and immediately began genetic modification. He could use the genetic template of the original flying insect. The flying insect had agile flight speed and powerful attack capabilities. Although it was a light armored unit with weaker defenses, that didn't matter. The genetic template of the flying insect was already quite similar to that of the Morkdix parasite from the Tyranids. He just needed to add a hollow spiny tail capable of producing eggs at the rear. Soon the new unit was successfully modified. Zhao Ziyan named it Flying Parasitic Motherworm. Since it borrowed the genetic template of the flying insect, many steps were saved and the modification was incredibly fast. The flying parasitic motherworm was quite similar to the flying insect overall, mainly differing by the addition of a tail covered in barbs. Moreover, the tail had a slender shape similar to that of a scorpion. At the very tip of the tail there was a sharp stinger made of exoskeleton that could easily pierce the skin and external defenses of enemies. The center of this stinger contained a minuscule hollow ovipositor. The parasite's eggs could be produced from this stinger. However, normal eggs were still relatively large, so to allow the eggs to fit into the stinger's tube, Zhao Ziyan specifically altered the eggs' genes to make them extremely small. This way the eggs could easily enter the enemy's body, and even if the enemy tried to dig them out they would find it difficult to locate. If I had used a normal-sized egg from before, it would have been visible to the naked eye. If the enemy were tough enough, they might directly tear open their flesh to find and discard the egg, which would prevent it from parasitizing. During the egg phase the parasite was incredibly weak and had no means of resistance. Once fully matured, the parasite's base combat power would be slightly weaker than that of the jumpworm, roughly around 70 to 80% of its strength. Additionally, the parasite could also gain a portion of the host's energy. The base combat power combined with the host's strength meant that once fully developed the parasite's power could very well approach or even surpass that of the jumpworm. The flying parasitic motherworm itself also possessed formidable combat capabilities. After all, the template was based on the flying insect, so its fighting style was quite similar. It constantly harassed and bit at the enemy while using the sharp exoskeleton at the tips of its wings for slashing attacks. However, the addition of the tail and the organ for producing eggs added extra weight. As a result, its flight speed would be somewhat reduced, but its attack and defense capabilities would be on par with the flying insect. However, the production organ of the flying parasitic motherworm could only be used for producing parasites. The genes of other insectoid units were not compatible with the flying parasitic motherworm, meaning it could not produce all types of insectoid units like a queen ant. This was only natural if it could produce all units. Placing a war behemoth directly into the enemy's body would obliterate them. Zhao Ziyan instructed the queen ant to begin producing new flying parasitic motherworms. The numbers of other insectoid units were also rapidly replenished. Thousands of mantis corpses were being frantically consumed by the insectoid swarm, continuously transformed into new combat types. Among them were more than 10,000 elite-grade mantis beasts, their flesh and blood exceptionally nutritious. On the previous battlefield, numerous worker ants were still transporting the spoils. The death energy on the battlefield was also being absorbed by Zhao Ziyan through the intermediary of Shao Air. The fragments of the death divinity glimmered brighter. Zhao Ziyan initially intended to transform the corpse of the blade mantis leader into an undead creature. However, he discovered that the strength would significantly decrease after the transformation. Originally, the blade mantis was merely at the early platinum level and its corpse had been battered and torn by the flesh-weaving monstrosity. Even if transformed into an undead creature, it would likely only possess the strength of a gold level. Many skills would be unusable and its physical defense would greatly diminish. Additionally, the mantis was known for its agility and high dexterity. After becoming an undead creature, its movements would be very stiff and its sensitivity would decline significantly. The blade mantis' proud strengths would be nullified. A sluggish, stiff mantis. Might as well forget it. Moreover, transforming a corpse into an undead creature would require consumption based on the strength it had in life. A platinum level consumption yielding only the strength of a low gold level was hardly worth it. Zhao Ziyan sighed and turned his gaze toward the flesh-weaving monstrosity. This creature could be considered a gifted undead being. He wondered how that goblin priest managed it. Being able to enhance its strength rapidly by consuming ordinary flesh was an incredibly overpowered skill. Zhao Ziyan even suspected that if this flesh-weaving monstrosity were not under his control, it could potentially become an ultimate undead creature in the wild. It might even rise to become a Death Emperor. Putting those thoughts aside, the insectoid nest was still busily producing combat units. Zhao Ziyan planned to immediately assault the next apex-level faction. Because the apex-level creatures in the forest were still unaware of the horror of the insectoids. For the past several days the insectoids had been hiding very well. However, once the insectoids made their move and revealed their terrifying power, the other races would be on guard, making future attacks much more challenging. Thus it was essential to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. Expand the victories and build momentum. Although the Blade Mantis tribe was annihilated early in the morning, the news should not have spread that quickly. In the vast forest there are no telephones or similar devices. Communication can only rely on the interactions among animals. Previously, when Zhao Ziyan arranged for the insect tribe to clean up the battlefield, he specifically instructed them to hunt down nearby animals to delay the spread of information as much as possible. After some time of reinforcements, the numbers of the insect army have increased again. There are 1,000,000 large soldier ants and 1,500,000 large worker ants. Additionally, there are 5,000,000 large spitting insects, 1,000,000 large flying insects, 1,80,000 jumping insects, 5,000,000 spiders, and 500 warbeasts. There are 3,000,000 flying parasitic mother insects and 1,000,000 parasites. The new parasitic mother insects have only recently been developed, so their production is still limited. Some of the other insect species have increased in number while others have decreased. However, the newly produced insect units having undergone genetic enhancement from the blade mantis are stronger than the older versions. The overall combat power of the insect army is certainly much stronger than before. In fact, Zhao Ziyan even created 1,000 parasites intending to use them as the frontline cannon fodder. Due to the genes of the parasites, all the queen ants also possess them. Although they will die within an hour, their consumption is minimal. As long as they charge into the front lines of the battlefield, they will perish within half an hour. They cannot die naturally, so they can be used without hesitation. The time is now approaching noon. The insect army is almost ready. Zhao Ziyan has set his sights on another dominant biological species. Currently there are still over a dozen dominant biological beings in the forest. One of them is a mid-level diamond-class creature known as the Mixed Sky. At that time Zhao Ziyan couldn't tell what species it was. It resembles a Qilin somewhat, yet it also looks like something else. In any case, it is a very peculiar creature that seems to have no own tribe, only subservient species that have come to associate with. It can be considered one of the more unique dominant biological beings in the entire forest. The rest are all platinum-class dominant beings. Most are at the early to mid-level of platinum. There is only one at the late platinum stage, the Ironclaw Tiger, along with several mid-level platinum creatures. The most notable among them are the Icebound Deer, Divine Wood Monkey, and Earth Bear, along with a Fire Crane. These 5 attribute-dominant biological beings seem to have formed a small alliance. Referred to as the 5-attribute alliance, it stands as a powerful force among the forest's dominants. It is said that the relationship between the Fire Crane and Icebound Deer is not good. However, these rumors have become meaningless as the Fire Crane had perished in the previous Spirit Herb battle. Yet no one knows who the culprit is. It is said that the magic beast crystal cores in its body have been hollowed out. This time Zhao Ziyan did not choose a target from the mid-level platinum dominant beings. He still opted for a mid-level platinum magic beast. Even a small gap in rank can lead to a significant difference in combat power. Such interspecies life and death battles are exceedingly perilous. It is best to play it safe. This time the target is a species known as the softbone rabbit. The leader of the softbone rabbit tribe is merely a mid-level platinum rabbit. Although its rank is high, it is still just a... In terms of the same rank, a rabbit is certainly much weaker compared to lions or tigers. Of course, to reach the dominant level as a rabbit is no simple feat. However, just as Zhao Ziyan planned to set off, good news came from the battlefield of the Blade Mantis tribe. In the place where the Blade Mantis leader used to sleep, 2 top-tier spirit herbs were unexpectedly discovered. They were placed in a bamboo box rich in spiritual energy, clearly untouched. Zhao Ziyan was overjoyed. However, he instructed the worker ants transporting food to bring the items back and did not concern himself further. He did not plan for Xiaoyi and Xiaoer to absorb these spirit herbs, as absorbing and breaking through is a time-consuming process. Now it is imperative to take advantage of the enemy's lack of information and launch a surprise attack. Many times it relies on this information gap and time difference. If the news spreads that a powerful tribe can easily destroy the dominant beings in the forest, who knows what changes may occur. For example, 2 or 3 dominant forces might unite to seek refuge together. Zhao Ziyan does not wish to see such developments. All gains will be enhanced after this battle is concluded. Based on the intelligence gathered by the small flying insects, Zhao Ziyan leads the insect army towards the location of the softbone rabbit. In the depths of the forest there are many areas that the small flying insects cannot penetrate. Various birds and insects prey on small insects. Although large flying insects are very powerful, the tiny small flying insects can only be used for reconnaissance and have almost no combat capability. Some powerful creatures passing nearby can easily shock and kill small flying insects with their mere presence. Fortunately, the area where the softbone rabbits reside is considered a junction between the depths and the outskirts of the forest. It is a race that the small flying insects can fully gather intelligence on. At this moment, the softbone rabbit camp is filled with a large number of rabbits. The area they inhabit is relatively lush with vegetation and the terrain is quite flat. There are many grasses and shrubs as the rabbits rely on these plants for food. Many trees and plants show signs of being gnawed by rabbits. Even in the surrounding area, the presence of these rabbits can be seen as they continuously cut and transport tender grass and juicy leaves. Being a tribe acknowledged by dominant beings, most creatures dare not provoke them casually. In this vast area, the plants serve as the food source for the softbone rabbit. Some high-level softbone rabbits even consume some meat for variety. Only low-level beasts adhere to the instincts of various creatures. For high-level magic beasts, they have transcended ordinary biological boundaries and become extraordinary beings, naturally reducing various restrictions. At this moment, Xiaoyi and Xiaoer have already arrived near the softbone rabbit tribe. Through their visuals, Zhao Ziyan can see that the softbone rabbit tribe is densely populated with rabbits. Zhao Ziyan grinned. This is why he chose the softbone rabbit tribe as his second target. There are just too many of them. Those who have raised rabbits know that they reproduce at an astonishing rate. In a year they can give birth to several litters, with a single litter sometimes containing over 10 offspring. At the very least there are 5 or 6. Female rabbits are essentially in a breeding cycle throughout the year. Just find a male rabbit and by the end of the year the production can be overwhelming. Moreover, rabbits grow quickly. By next year the young rabbits have turned into adult rabbits and the adults begin having more young. The numbers can increase exponentially. One time during a spring outing, the younger brother of a relative bought 2 baby rabbits. It just so happened that one was male and the other was female. After 2 years the relatives had a huge number of rabbits, to the point where they began giving them away to friends and family. Not to mention they are indeed quite tasty. However, they have a strong odor, require fresh plants regularly, and as their numbers grow they become quite troublesome. Eventually the relatives decided to get rid of all the rabbits. They no longer wanted to raise them. The softbone rabbit population before their eyes clearly inherited this trait of easy reproduction. As far as the eye can see there are densely packed hundreds of thousands of them. Moreover, due to the cover of leaves and plants, many areas remain unseen. Rabbits also dig holes. Many may be hiding underground and haven't come out. If one were to count, there could easily be over 1 million. These rabbits are all plump and robust, looking extremely adorable. How could anyone bear to eat such cute rabbits? However, one must not be deceived by the soft-boned rabbit's appearance. When these rabbits move one can clearly see the muscle contours between their legs. Moreover, when they chew on plants their sharp teeth are clearly visible, capable of snapping small branches with ease. Zhao Ziyan had previously taken an interest in the combat style of these rabbits. Their powerful long legs are their most formidable weapons. As a dominant species they possess certain capabilities. Zhao Ziyan had observed these rabbits in battle before. A single black iron-class softbone rabbit can kick and kill a wolf. The wolf was immediately killed with a blow, its skull shattered. It's important to note that the phrase copperhead iron-body tofu waste refers to wolves. Their heads are incredibly hard. Normally an adult would need considerable effort to break one with a hammer. Not to mention a softbone rabbit that can crush a wolf's skull with a kick. One can imagine the strength behind that kick. Even ordinary softbone rabbits that have not reached a rank may be somewhat weaker, but they are still quite formidable among ordinary animals. Their mouths can also inflict some damage, yet comparatively they are weaker than their legs. The gaze shifts to the soft-boned rabbit population. The vast majority are ordinary rabbits that have not reached any rank. However, given the substantial base number, many rabbits are fortunate enough to have ranked up. They have become black iron and bronze soft-boned rabbits. There are even a few that have reached silver and gold. Among the golden-class soft-boned rabbits, a few already exhibit some humanoid features. These few soft-boned rabbits already have human-like outlines, yet their faces still retain rabbit-like features such as small noses and classic rabbit lips. Their ears stand erect at the back of their heads and their large eyes emit a faint red glow. Their hands and legs still resemble fuzzy rabbit limbs with small tails at the back. Moreover, it seems these soft-boned rabbits are all female, exhibiting prominent feminine features on their chests. Though their bodies are wrapped in beast skin, some white rabbit fur still manages to poke through. This situation can only be described as a delight for those who appreciate such things. In the center of the soft-boned rabbit population stands a human woman, yet she has long rabbit ears atop her head. Her appearance is striking, with a well-proportioned figure, clearly making her the leader of the soft-boned rabbit group. Especially her long elegant legs paired with a golden ratio body are simply irresistible. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but glance over several times. Her legs are quite long. However, they aren't as petite as those of Xiaoyi and Xiaoer. It seems he still prefers his own kind. Her rounded thighs appear crystalline and full, with hints of muscle contours subtly visible. They must be quite chewy, right? The taste must be quite good. Zhao Ziyan was so tempted that he nearly drooled. However, he blinked and suddenly realized he is after all a human. Even though he is a deity of the insect race, he is not an insect. Why would he feel appetite for such humanoid beings? It shouldn't be. Yet Zhao Ziyan quickly discarded these bizarre thoughts. The human woman before him clearly resembles the transformed appearance of the soft-boned rabbit leader. All magical beasts can transform once they reach the platinum level. However, some magical beasts prefer to remain in their original forms, feeling more comfortable that way, and continue using their original form. Others may choose to evolve into forms resembling intelligent life. For instance, elves or humans. Having a similar appearance allows for better communication with these intelligent beings. It can also enhance their own capabilities, greatly benefiting their future development. Furthermore, after taking on the appearance of certain intelligent beings, it seems that their cultivation becomes smoother. Many bottlenecks that exist in their beast forms naturally disappear. Perhaps it's because the Tao treats these intelligent beings with special favor. However, this claim has never been substantiated. It's merely a belief that one either accepts or dismisses. Zhao Ziyan's divine power envelopes Xiaoyi and Xiar. This prevents their presence from leaking. Otherwise, observing the enemy from such a distance could easily lead to discovery. After all, the opponent is a platinum-level creature with a keen sense of danger. With a single command, the insect army in the distance gradually advanced towards this side. All the rabbits encountered along the way were eliminated. Most of them were ordinary soft-boned rabbits gathering food. These rabbits are akin to worker ants, merely the laborers transporting food within the colony. Their own strength is not very strong. Zhao Ziyan aimed to eliminate them to prevent any warning from reaching their colony. 3 golden late-stage semi-transformed soft-boned rabbits surrounded the fully transformed platinum-grade soft-boned rabbit. A humanoid woman held a milk bottle in her hand, cradling a newborn rabbit in her arms, continuously feeding it with the bottle. Beside her, several little rabbits hopped around, exuding great cuteness. It was a warm and harmonious scene. After a while, the humanoid woman put down the milk bottle, stretched lazily, and stood up. She said, "I feel a bit tired today. I leave these young ones to you. They are the future of our soft-boned rabbit clan, so you must take good care of them." "Yes, clan leader," replied a nearby semi-transformed soft-boned rabbit. "I gave birth again a few days ago, which slightly drained my energy. I mentioned wanting to eat some blood food to replenish my strength. Have you prepared it?" The woman yawned again, narrowing her eyes as she looked at the 3 golden-grade soft-boned rabbits, a cold glint flashing in her gaze. "It's ready. Do you want to eat it now, clan leader?" Another golden-grade soft-boned rabbit replied nervously. He. Are you stating the obvious? If I weren't going to eat, why would I ask? How foolish. I'm sorry, clan leader, I will go and fetch it for you right now. The woman scolded, but the semi-transformed soft-boned rabbit did not dare to retort, only lowering its head and quickly leaving. Soon a little deer was brought back by the departing golden-grade soft-boned rabbit. The little deer emitted continuous cries of despair, struggling but unable to escape from the grasp of the soft-boned rabbit. Even if it could escape, it would be unable to run away, as its limbs had already been severed and blood was pouring out profusely. Clan leader, this little deer has a partial bloodline of the icebound deer and should belong to a branch of the icebound deer clan. Although it has some bloodline, eating it won't provoke the icebound deer clan's resentment, and its taste is not much inferior to that of the icebound deer," said the soft-boned rabbit. However, the woman immediately slapped it. "A branch of the icebound deer? Then why not just capture an icebound deer directly? Do you think I'm afraid of them?" the humanoid woman shouted. Yet none of the other soft-boned rabbits dared to respond. They felt quite aggrieved, but fearing retaliation from their clan leader, they dared not voice their thoughts. The leader of the icebound deer is a mid-stage platinum-grade powerhouse, while their own clan leader is only early-stage platinum-grade, making it impossible for her to defeat them. Why provoke them? Moreover, the soft-boned rabbit clan inherently lacks the potential compared to the icebound deer. Even at the same level, they may not be able to win. If it weren't for that great one who often comes to protect our clan. However, these thoughts were only dared to be kept within their hearts. Useless. All of you are useless. The humanoid woman cursed fiercely, showing no regard for the feelings of her kin. Quickly, the little deer was grabbed by the woman, and with another hand she dug towards its heart, instantly eviscerating it. The little deer's cries became even more tragic. As she listened to its mournful wails, the anger on the woman's face dissipated, gradually revealing a look of pleasure. With a swift motion, the little deer's heart was extracted. The piercing cries ceased. The fist-sized heart was swallowed whole by the woman. Surprisingly, despite the size of the heart swallowing, it did not cause her cheeks to bulge. Blood flowed down her chin, soaking her fur clothing. Her eyes slowly closed as she reveled in the bloody scent filling her nostrils. And the intense impact of fresh blood and flesh on her palate. Later I will go and produce some offspring. Remember to find some strong males in the clan. Don't bring back any useless ones. Yes. Clan leader. Soon all the soft-boned rabbits around her scattered, leaving her standing alone in place. She began to ravenously devour the corpse of the little deer before her. Just as she was indulging in her feast, a sudden sound erupted. Various strange and chaotic sounds like zhi and goo 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 suddenly rang out from the soft-boned rabbit clan. The other rabbits in the clan were thrown into chaos, struggling to escape. A large amount of aggressive liquid splattered within the clan, causing numerous casualties. While the previous mantises had some external defense, the rabbits only had a layer of fur that offered no protection. Upon contact with the corrosive liquid they would suffer severe injuries. Especially the most ordinary rabbits, who were essentially living targets. Although their hopping movement speed was decent, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of rabbits. Even if this rabbit jumped to the other side to evade the corrosive liquid's attack, there would surely be more rabbits behind it. With hundreds of thousands of rabbits, even blind firing would easily hit a target. The spitting insects were truly enjoying themselves, spraying wildly with closed eyes, completely unconcerned about accuracy. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being corroded echoed throughout the gathering place of the soft-boned rabbits. Countless ordinary soft-boned rabbits fell like wheat being harvested. They collapsed in droves. Now the venom of the spitting insects was so potent that it posed a certain threat even to black iron-grade creatures. Ordinary rabbits without any rank would die upon contact, and even brushing against it would lead to death. Even if they weren't killed on the spot by corrosion, they would be slowly poisoned to death by the subsequent toxicity. Although soft-boned rabbits are a special breed, their racial standing was evident. In comparison to the insect army, they were mere novices. To quickly eliminate the enemy, Zhao Ziyan sent in the melee units as soon as the spitting insect's ammunition had barely been sprayed halfway. A large number of worker ants charged into the battlefield. The war beasts began to charge as well. Their massive bodies and solid defenses allowed them to move as if in a no-man's land. They trampled over the countless rabbits beneath their feet, leaving behind innumerable souls, yet the rabbits truly had no means to counter the insect army. While they may pose a certain threat to ordinary wild beasts facing an insect army with average strength nearing black iron grade, their powerful kicks would hardly penetrate. Under the fierce assault of the insect army, the ordinary soft-boned rabbits suffered immense casualties almost immediately. However, the ground soon began to tremble. The seemingly flat ground revealed numerous rabbit holes. Once again a large number of rabbits drilled out from underground, most of them being ranked rabbits. Finally they posed a certain threat to the insect army, beginning to halt its advance. Bang! Bang! Several war behemoths were suddenly kicked over. Standing nearby were several striking figures, which were none other than the half-transformed soft-boned rabbits. There were also some other golden-level soft-boned rabbits. However, the other golden-level soft-boned rabbits had not transformed and still maintained their original rabbit appearance. They were much larger than ordinary rabbits, almost reaching 2 meters. Bang! A tremendous rumble sounded as a golden-level soft-boned rabbit kicked squarely at the head of a war behemoth. This was a high-level soft-boned rabbit that came to block the charge of the war behemoth. Confident in its own strength, it did not believe that the giant before it could harm it. However, the outcome exceeded its expectations. The moment it collided with the war behemoth, it realized something was wrong. To its surprise, the giant before it had little fluctuation of spiritual energy, yet its power was terrifying. The war behemoth was taken down by its strike. Its neck twisted at a strange angle, with blood streaming from its ears, nose and 7 orifices. Its massive body fell to the ground lifeless. However, the legs of the soft-boned rabbit were immediately broken. The broken bone shards were incredibly sharp. The bones of its legs shattered largely, with the joints suffering from a comminuted fracture. The broken bones directly pierced through the flesh of its legs, protruding out. The soft-boned rabbit spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Moreover, its strongest legs were heavily wounded, reducing its combat power to 0. Zhao Ziyan saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Why do some people never believe in the supernatural? Combat power cannot be judged solely by fluctuations in spiritual energy. Do they really think that just because their insect army has less spiritual energy, their combat power isn't strong? If they attacked from the side, given enough time, 100 war behemoths would also be slain by golden-level powerhouses. But if one insists on facing them heathen to showcase their strength, then they can only laugh. These ranked rabbits were clearly much larger. The most ordinary soft-boned rabbits, though a special breed of rabbits, only measure about half a meter. Compared to normal rabbits, this size is already quite large. However, these ranked soft-boned rabbits are at least 1 meter tall. The bronze level is a bit higher, measuring about 1.2 to 3 meters, while the silver level exceeds 1.5 meters. The key is that each of them is wide and plump, appearing quite fleshy. At the same level, these rabbits are significantly better than those lean mantises. Those mantises mainly eat the outer shells with barely any meat inside. This kind of mammal has much more meat. In reality, rabbits are very cute and delicious. I wonder how delicious the special breeds from other worlds would be. Zhao Ziyan's mouth watered again. However, being in the real world, he couldn't taste such delicacies. Perhaps he could have his faith incarnate taste the flavor. It may indeed be due to the soft-boned rabbit race's innate talents not being particularly great. Although the total number of soft-boned rabbits on the battlefield had already surpassed 1 million. However, the soft-boned rabbits that had reached the extraordinary level only number around 20 to 30,000. The previous mantises had a ratio of ordinary beasts to ranked magical beasts of about 10 to 1. 10 ordinary mantises plus 1 ranked mantis magical beast. But among these rabbits the probability of evolving into an extraordinary magical beast was much lower. Black iron and bronze level soft-boned rabbits can shatter the exoskeletal armor of the insect army with a single kick. However, this attack efficiency is not high. The insect army tears at enemies with their mouths. Jumping insects and flying insects can also use their evolved appendages to harm enemies. This attack speed can inflict damage almost every second. However, when rabbits jump up to kick their enemies, they must return to the ground before jumping again, which makes their attack speed quite slow. Each time they must return to the ground to jump again, and there is a certain charge time when they do so. During this time the giant blade of the jumping insect has already struck the soft-boned rabbit several times. In fact, some soft-boned rabbits are attacked at the moment they jump up to kick the enemy. The giant blade of the jumping insect would strike down, severing the soft-boned rabbit's legs. At this point the soft-boned rabbit would completely become a helpless meal. The legless soft-boned rabbit was instantly torn to pieces by the insect army. After some time on the battlefield, the attention of the soft-boned rabbits was mostly drawn away by other insects. At this moment Zhao Ziyan's secret weapon could be activated. The newly produced tens of thousands of flying parasitic mother insects were set to launch. The soft-boned rabbits on the battlefield were completely unaware of the impending danger. The appearance of the flying parasitic mother insects was almost indistinguishable from that of flying insects. These soft-boned rabbits thought there were just a few more flying insects around. However, when the massive tail of the flying parasitic mother insect pierced into the soft-boned rabbit's body, they realized something was amiss. Several black iron and even bronze-level soft-boned rabbits were caught off guard and attacked by the parasitic mother insects. The huge stinger pierced into their bodies. Initially they didn't notice anything unusual. After the parasitic mother insect inserted the needle into their bodies to complete the parasitism, it withdrew immediately, not giving the enemy any time to counterattack. And those soft-boned rabbits, being ranked magical beasts, suffered greatly from the tearing sensation in their bodies. However, their willpower was still relatively firm and they did not pay much attention to the pain, still focusing on the battle. Suddenly a bronze-level soft-boned rabbit froze, its body twitching, eyes filled with bloodshot, and its expression grew strange. It struggled to hop a couple of times. The two small front paws continually pawed at its body. It had realized that something was wrong within it and its body was becoming weaker. It tried to dig out the things inside its body but found no way. Its body was already extremely weak and its front limbs were not sharp like claws. Unable to cut open its own body to extract the parasitic eggs, it could only feel the flow of life within it fading away, painfully looking towards its companions hoping for help. However, what terrified this soft-boned rabbit was that many of its companions had also begun to exhibit this condition. Their eyes were blood-red, bodies twitching, and their physiques gradually withering, as if they hadn't had water for days. At this moment the soft-boned rabbit also suddenly felt parched. Its consciousness was gradually blurring, but there was no water source around. All that remained was a pool of blood. The blood of its companions. It instinctively began to lick the blood on the ground, which was the fresh blood temporarily spilled by its companions. The soft-boned rabbit frantically licked the blood, trying to replenish the moisture within its body, but it only felt drier and thirstier. The blood on the ground seemed unable to quench its thirst. The overwhelming dryness made it nearly go mad. However, soon the soft-boned rabbit no longer felt this pain. It was already dead. Its belly had unknowingly swollen into a large pouch resembling a massive malignant tumor. This tumor emitted a faint blood-red glow and was continuously writhing. The corpse of the soft-boned rabbit became even more shriveled as the last trace of energy was completely absorbed by the parasite. Splash! The soft-boned rabbit's deflated belly was easily sliced open like paper or plastic. A side-like sharp forelimb similar to that of a jumping insect first emerged. Hiss! This parasite clearly had a violent temperament. It could hardly wait to emerge. Compared to its companions, it was much more aggressive. It directly tore its host's deflated corpse into pieces. Meanwhile, other soft-boned rabbits nearby, which had been parasitized by flying mother parasites, also underwent similar changes. One after another, some dead soft-boned rabbits suddenly had numerous parasites emerging from their bodies. Some even had 2 or even 3 parasites crawling out of their corpses. This was because the flying mother parasites had laid too many eggs. They had lost control. However, those emerging parasites were much smaller in size. Clearly they had not yet grown to full size, but the energy of the host had already been drained. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, as they were merely cannon fodder. Getting a single strike is already a profit. The soft-boned rabbits fighting on the front lines were completely unaware of what was happening behind them. Out of nowhere many enemies appeared from behind with numerous foes emerging from the corpses of their fallen companions. A sense of fear began to spread through the hearts of the Softbone Rabbit clan. Soon the Softbone Rabbit clan also started to realize that some of their companions were being parasitized. Unfortunately they had no good methods to counter it. They didn't even know how their companions were being parasitized. The attacks of the flying mother parasites were very stealthy. The sharp stinger on their tails pierced in and was instantly withdrawn. At that moment the eggs produced from the tiny transmission channels of the stingers had already been left inside the enemies. It was almost impossible to defend against. The frontal assaults from the worker ants and soldier ants were already difficult to defend against. The high damage from the jumping insects caused immense suffering to the soft-boned rabbits. Above them were the jetting insects occasionally spraying corrosive venom to assist the melee units in their attack. Moreover, the flying mother parasites looked very similar to ordinary flying insects except for an extra tail. While the mother parasite harassed and attacked in the air, it quietly injected a needle into the enemy. After laying the parasitic eggs it fled immediately. There was absolutely no way to counter this. A large number of parasitized soft-boned rabbits died, followed by a swarm of parasites emerging from their bodies. The situation on the battlefield was entirely a one-sided massacre. As their own units were taken down, they would also be transformed into enemy units. Who could endure such a thing? The morale of the soft-boned rabbits had plummeted to the lowest point. Vast numbers of them could not withstand it any longer and began to flee towards the rear and sides. However, at that moment a furious female voice rang out across the battlefield. Attack! You bunch of useless fools, I'm still here. What are you afraid of? All of you attack. I want to see who dares to flee. I will definitely tear them to pieces. The dominant soft-boned rabbit slowly emerged from the back of the clan. She had just finished consuming the entire body of a small deer. Upon discovering the bloody massacre of her kin, she was furious. After all, these soft-boned rabbits were her descendants. She bore children, and those children gave birth to grandchildren. Grandchildren then gave birth to great-grandchildren. This whole nest of rabbits continued to proliferate, eventually growing to this extremely terrifying scale. Just as the dominant soft-boned rabbit planned to repel the invading enemy, she was blocked by other more powerful foes. That was the small one who volunteered to intercept the opponent. The previous small one did not get enough of battling the blade mantis leader. This time she happened upon a more suitable opponent. This dominant soft-boned rabbit was not particularly weak, but she indeed lacked combat power. One could say she was the bottom of the dominant tier. The golden pinnacle small one delayed her for a while, which could be considered a mutual exchange. However, ultimately there was still a significant gap and she only lost slightly. The previous blade mantis leader's final skill had posed a tremendous threat to the small one, making her hesitant to confront it directly. In contrast, the current dominant rabbit was one with whom the small one fought from beginning to end, only retreating when her internal spiritual energy and stamina began to dwindle. When the small one sensed that things were going awry and decided to retreat, the dominant soft-boned rabbit had already realized that her clan had suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, damn it, damn it! How dare you run rampant in my territory? I see you truly are tired of living. The dominant soft-boned rabbit charged directly into the battlefield, relying on her level suppression and the abundant spiritual energy of her dominance. For a moment it caused the insect army's offensive to slow down. However, just then a massive figure began to appear on the outskirts of the battlefield. With a command from Zhao Zian, the flesh amalgamation monster, which had already reached the platinum pinnacle, charged toward the soft-boned rabbit. After devouring many corpses of mantis beasts, the flesh amalgamation monster had grown slightly stronger. Ordinary flesh was no longer effective against the flesh amalgamation monster, but the flesh of strong beings could still enhance its power. What? There are such powerful undead creatures. The dominant rabbit named Dancing turned pale immediately she began to retreat, frantically abandoning her kin on the battlefield. Taking out a water droplet-shaped jade pendant from her bosom, she infused it with spiritual energy and then crushed it. After completing these actions, the beautiful face of Dancing gradually relaxed. Hold the line, reinforcements will arrive soon. I want to see who dares to retreat. As long as I spot anyone who dares to be a deserter, even if they survive this battle, I will definitely make them wish they were dead. Dancing roared at the clan members on the battlefield. For a time the rabbits dared only to resist, desperately not daring to retreat in the slightest. Dancing glanced at the situation on the battlefield, feeling extremely anxious. However, she was very wary of the figure of the flesh amalgamation monster and did not dare to engage. The flesh and blood abomination on the battlefield wreaked havoc without any interference from creatures of equal rank, slaughtering everything in its path. These rabbits posed no threat to it. Previously, when fighting the scythe mantis, their leader was able to entangle some of the flesh and blood abominations, preventing the battlefield situation from collapsing instantly. However, the soft-boned rabbits were unable to stop the onslaught due to their cowardly leader. The insectoid army advanced like a tide, requiring no strategy, as if they were slaughtering chickens. Even the higher-ranked silver and gold-class softbone rabbits were no match for Shaoyi and the high-level flesh and blood abominations. At this moment a half-transformed gold-class softbone rabbit lay dead on the ground. Its skull had been crushed by Shaoyi, revealing a faint yellow glow from its core. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within were not as violent as those of other magical beasts. Instead they appeared quite serene, making absorption effortless. The rabbit's head was simply tossed to the flesh and blood abomination. As the flesh and blood abomination swallowed the throne rabbit head, a new round of slaughter commenced. Soon nearly half of the rabbits on the battlefield were dead or injured. With over 1 million softbone rabbits, the corpses on the battlefield piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. The remaining rabbits could not withstand the assault despite the strong threats from their own leader. However, the enemy's attack was simply too fierce. Especially without anyone to restrain the high-level combatants, it was like mowing grass on the battlefield. Yet the leader of the softbone rabbits dancing never entered the battlefield to restrain the enemy's supreme combatants. Even Zhao Ziyan felt a bit bewildered. The battle was progressing too smoothly, making even him feel that something was off. Why did this softbone rabbit tribe seem so weak? Previously, when Zhao Ziyan observed the situation in the forest, many capable races were deeply wary of these rabbits. However, their combat strength did not match their status in the forest. If we were to assess the overall combat power of the tribe, these softbone rabbits would be completely outmatched by the previous Scythe Mantis tribe. Although they were numerous, their individual combat strength was not strong, and most critically, there was an enormous gap between the leaders of the two tribes. The leader of the Scythe Mantis was in the early stages of platinum, yet could entangle a peak platinum flesh and blood abomination for a long time. Meanwhile, this humanoid rabbit didn't even dare to show up. If nothing unexpected happens, soon something unexpected will occur. Zhao Ziyan's questions were about to be answered. A towering figure flew in from the distance, radiating a faint blue light with afterimages trailing behind as it moved rapidly. A man soon appeared above the battlefield, floating in the air supported by spiritual energy. This was a fully humanoid being devoid of any animal features, exuding an aura that suggested he was likely human. He had a slight stubble, was quite handsome, dressed in blue, and held a weapon resembling a harpoon. Brother Sean, you finally arrived. These thugs are simply too bullying. War really has no way out. Woo woo. Originally dancing was watching her companions die in the rear of the battlefield without any reaction. Upon seeing the man arrive, her previously gloomy face suddenly changed, turning into a pitiful and aggrieved expression. She cried to the man before her, and by the end small pearls of tears began to flow. Don't be afraid, War. As long as I Tang Shan am here, you will never come to any harm. The man named Tang Shan spoke solemnly to Dancing. Hearing this, she cried even louder and leaped into his embrace. Don't cry, War. Just as the two were deeply immersed in their emotions, the softbone rabbits were already caught in dire straits, with their numbers reduced to less than half, slaughtered mercilessly by the insectoid army. Still caught up in their own world. The soft-boned rabbits on the battlefield, exclaimed Aminos. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly ambiguous. Had it not been for the ongoing battle, they might have ended up in each other's arms. However, amidst the screams of countless soft-boned rabbits, the two finally snapped back to reality. Brother Sean, War's clan is facing annihilation, but these enemies are just too powerful. I truly have no way out and can only ask for your help. Dancing said tearfully. At that moment, with a beautiful woman in his arms, Tang Shan naturally could not refuse and confidently patted his chest in agreement. Don't worry, War. With me, the river god Tang Shan here, nothing unexpected will happen. Yes, Brother Shan, War can only rely on you. Woo woo. Immediately the aura of the river god Tang Shan was no longer concealed. A surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, revealing his cultivation at the midstage of platinum. Truly terrifying. He stomped the ground fiercely and charged towards the center of the battlefield. The river god's dual trident was hurled directly at the insectoid army on the battlefield. The trident flew wildly across the battlefield. In an instant, many insectoid soldiers were skewered, dying on the spot. The river god Tang Shan is here. Who dares to be reckless? Tang Shan shouted angrily at the insectoid army. The dual trident, akin to a harpoon, returned to Tang Shan's hand after spinning around and eliminating a large number of enemies. The river god Tang Shan, wielding the dual trident with his black hair billowing behind him and his clothes fluttering in the wind, appeared quite majestic. Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened, his mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. Tang Shan. Did I hear it wrong, or did he misspeak? It's a mountain, not three. Zhao Ziyan felt that the man in front of him resembled the one he remembered. However, upon closer inspection, it should not be the case. The man before him held a spear with only two sharp points, which did not match the image of the so-called trident of the sea god. Nonetheless, the vast world holds countless surprises. The emergence of a river god named Tang Shan was unexpected for Zhao Ziyan. With the man's mid-level platinum strength combined with a platinum-grade soft-boned rabbit from the sewers. Regardless, it could at least be considered as two platinum powerhouses guarding the tribe. This indeed explains why the soft-boned rabbit holds a relatively high position in the forest. He has attached himself to a powerful ally. While Tang Shan was showing off, the insect army would not show him any mercy. At this moment Tang Shan slowly floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield with a proud expression. However, the corrosive venom from the spitting insects began to spray towards him. Large numbers of flying insects started to gather to attack Tang Shan, who was in the sky. For a moment Tang Shan found himself in a bit of a predicament. Although he was not harmed, his pretentious pose was shattered. Damn insects! Tang Shan roared, swinging the river god's dual tridents in a sweeping motion, instantly eliminating many of the surrounding insect creatures. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan ordered the surrounding insect army to retreat and attack other rabbits on the battlefield. Currently the insect army was still too weak and could hardly inflict any damage against such a powerhouse, even failing to break through defenses. Even if Tang Shan lay on the ground and let the insects attack, it would be difficult to achieve any effect. They still needed to match power against power, king against king. With a thought, the blood-meat stitching monster that had been slaughtering rabbits in the distance halted its actions. It stuffed a golden-grade soft-boned rabbit into its mouth and bit off its head. Previously there had been no top-tier powerhouses to interfere on the battlefield. Several golden-grade soft-boned rabbits had already been killed by the blood-meat stitching monster. It turned its head and directed its gaze toward Tang Shan. Roar! After swallowing the delicious rabbit meat, a roar erupted from the blood-meat stitching monster's mouth. Its eyes were filled with a red glow as it charged into war against Tang Shan. Along the way numerous soft-boned rabbits were crushed underfoot, their bodies reduced to fragments and rabbit cakes. Tang Shan felt a bit flustered seeing the blood-meat stitching monster charging at him. Why would such a powerful undead creature appear in this place? Earlier he had been too distracted with dancing and flirting, not realizing that there was such a formidable enemy on the battlefield. Tang Shan felt the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-meat stitching monster. He looked at it in disbelief, then glanced over at the dancing side. But he saw Dancing gazing at him eagerly, her eyes filled with admiration and trust. Ah! Tang Shan pursed his lips, realizing he could only swallow his pride. Damn undead creature, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, everyone should hunt you down. I, the river god Tang Shan, shall send you to hell. Taste my green silver grass bind. Roar! The blood-meat stitching monster did not back down, raising its massive fist and smashing it towards Tang Shan. Although the blood-meat stitching monster had no skills, each of its basic attacks contained immense power, making it difficult for enemies to defend. As Tang Shan retaliated, the two dominant powerhouses were directly entangled in a fierce struggle. The aftermath of the battle eliminated many of the surrounding soft-boned rabbits and insect creatures. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan hurriedly ordered the surrounding insect army to pull back to avoid causing collateral damage. The insect army launched an offensive against other soft-boned rabbits. Even if they could summon powerful allies, what difference would it make? Now that Tang Shan was no longer interfering, he doubted the soft-boned rabbit tribe could withstand the insect army's assault. However, at this moment the threat of the blood-meat stitching monster was gone. In the distance, the soft-boned rabbit leader Dancing had also arrived on the battlefield, launching an attack against the insect army. After all, the only thing she feared was the peak platinum blood-meat stitching monster. She didn't regard the lesser one as a threat. Xiao Yi, go! Stay focused, don't lose face. As Zhao Ziyan's words echoed in Xiao Yi's mind, a surge of divine power was transmitted to her. In an instant, a large amount of divine power merged into Xiao Yi's body, instantly enhancing her aura. She charged towards Dancing. Damn! Dancing's face twisted in rage as she looked at Xiao Yi, whose aura had become even more powerful, cursing angrily. Xiao Yi, however, merely smirked and without further ado directly struck her with 2 punches. The powerful force stunned Dancing in an instant. This isn't right. How did the enemy in front of her suddenly become so strong? Dancing found herself at a loss. As a platinum-level powerhouse, she was unexpectedly entangled by a golden-level enemy. Kill, kill, kill. Both sides' high-end combat forces were entangled together, leaving no time to manage the other situations on the battlefield. Xiao Er at this moment stood up. Attack! She commanded the insect army to charge wildly on the battlefield, causing the soft-boned rabbits to flee in panic. Wisps of dark energy emerged from Xiao Er's body. This was Zhao Ziyan beginning to utilize the power of death through Xiao Er. On the battlefield, the corpses of the blood-meat stitching monster and the previously crushed golden-grade soft-boned rabbits. Their once shattered and lifeless bodies began to twitch. A substantial amount of death energy enveloped their corpses, wildly seeping into the fragments of their bodies. As more death energy was infused, their previously dim and lifeless eyes lit up. Their bodies twisted in a grotesque manner, eventually standing up. With eyes filled with the aura of death, they turned their heads towards their original companions. On the battlefield the number of high-level softbone rabbits was not too many. There were only 12 golden grade ones. The potential of the softbone rabbit tribe was not particularly strong, making it difficult to level up. However, given their tribal size, there were still a significant number of lower-level softbone rabbit beasts. With close to 30,000 in number, they far outnumbered the previous blade mantis tribe. Hiss hiss hiss. Woo! The deceased golden grade softbone rabbits emitted terrifying howls that sounded like weeping. The explosive power of the undead rabbit's legs was somewhat diminished. However, after resurrection their teeth became even larger and sharper, now protruding outside their mouths. They began to incessantly bite their own kind. These golden-level softbone rabbits, although their combat power slightly declines after transforming into undead beings, are still not something lower-level rabbits can withstand. They have completely lost their reason, viciously tearing apart their former kin without mercy. A massive amount of flesh and blood from their kind has been devoured, temporarily strengthening their aura. Could it be that consuming the flesh and blood of their kin boosts their power even more? Zhao Ziyan commanded these undead rabbits to continuously slay on the battlefield. The remaining golden-level soft-boned rabbits are already exhausted. On the battlefield many monstrous beasts are rampaging, making it extremely difficult to resist. Now the companions they once protected have revived, and they wonder if they too will become like those wretched beings after death. The remaining golden-level rabbits are filled with dread. The once protective Lord Tanshen has already been entangled by that powerful undead creature. Their tribe leader appears unreliable. Is there truly any hope of victory in this battle? What makes the golden-level softbone rabbits feel worse is that those undead softbone rabbits have also begun to charge towards them. Damn it, the enemy can actually revive our fallen comrades. Two of you go and hold off those dead companions while the rest of you continue to block the charge of the larger creatures. The largest among them, a semi-transformed softbone rabbit, began to instruct the other golden-level rabbits. Its strength has reached the peak of golden level, making it the second strongest in the soft-boned rabbit clan. It could even be said that its talent surpasses that of Jiao Wu. Initially Jiao Wu received assistance from Tanshen. Through an ancient secret method, Tanshen transferred a portion of his spiritual energy to her. With the aid of other precious items she barely broke through to platinum level. Jiao Wu had no prior accumulation and relied solely on external forces to ascend to platinum level, which is why her strength is so weak. This soft-boned rabbit, however, has the potential to break through to platinum level. Just as it continued to inspire the morale of its companions preparing to fiercely resist the insectoid army. A sharp spider leg pierced directly through its heart. It turned its head with great effort and saw Xiao Er's figure. Fortunately it had already semi-transformed. Had it been in its original form, finding its heart would have been much more difficult. Its vitality began to wane. However, as a magical beast, the heart isn't the most crucial part. The magical core is the source of a magical beast's power. But in the next moment another spider leg struck, piercing through its head. A slender, delicate hand reached into the gap in its head. The pale yellow magical core was swiftly extracted. Before it died, it still wore an expression of disbelief as it gazed at the enemy behind it. Ha! Xiao Er excitedly looked at the spoils in her hand. At this moment she was enveloped in divine power with no trace of aura leaking out. This was why Xiao Er could perfectly execute a stealth attack. Moreover, Xiao Er's spider legs were also covered in thick divine power, elevating her already formidable attack power to another level. Losing a peak golden level softbone rabbit, the remaining softbone rabbits were thrown into further chaos. However, at this moment a surge of thick black energy appeared, madly drilling into the recently deceased corpse. The recently deceased peak golden level softbone rabbit was once again transformed into an undead being. In fact, due to the rapid transformation, the softbone rabbit's body was still warm. The second strongest in the clan began to raise its slaughtering knife against those it once protected. Goo goo. Squeak squeak squeak. In an instant the cries of the softbone rabbits filled the entire battlefield. The insectoid army was gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Tanshen noticed the situation on the battlefield. But right now he was engaged in a fierce battle with the flesh and blood amalgamation, completely unable to spare any attention to support the battlefield. As the flesh and blood amalgamation was a platinum level undead being, its strength was slightly weaker than a normal platinum level. Tanshen, being among the stronger mid-platinum level, occasionally gained the upper hand in battle. Tanshen dodged an attack from the enemy, seizing the opportunity to use the river god's trident to slice off one of the flesh and blood amalgamation's arms. The amalgamation let out a furious roar. However, Tanshen was indeed very strong, a genius capable of fighting beyond his rank. Especially with that green-silver grass entanglement technique, it was incredibly troublesome. Every time the flesh and blood amalgamation attempted a heavy strike, it would be interrupted and countered by Tanshen. It found the situation quite frustrating. Facing such a nimble opponent, it had no good countermeasures. Just when Tanshen planned to continue his attack and create an advantage, a sudden cry echoed from a distance. Even amidst the noisy battlefield the transmission of this voice could not be blocked. Brother Shan, save war. The familiar voice caused Tongshen to shudder. His fierce assault came to an abrupt halt. But the flesh and blood amalgamation was unconcerned, hammering 2 punches onto Tongshen's body. Tongshen was forcefully slammed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he stood up. Yet he did not retaliate or even pay attention to the flesh and blood amalgamation beside him. His gaze was fixed on the direction of his companion. He saw that War, who had been battling Xiaoyi, was now kneeling on the ground with 2 humanoid creatures staring menacingly at the captive in their hands. A thick spider leg was poised near Jiao Wu's neck, seemingly ready to sever it at any moment. Although magical beasts possess strong vitality, platinum-level magical beasts are even harder to kill. However, the most important magical core of a magical beast is stored in its head. If the head is severed, it will still die. Jiao Wu was completely ensnared in dense spider silk, her body resembling a dumpling wrapped in webs with only her head exposed. At this moment Xiaoyi stood behind Jiao Wu. Xiaoer was constantly waving her spider legs behind Jiao Wu's head and neck, creating the impression of a kill that could happen at any moment. Poof! Hurry up! Surrender quickly! The waiter pressed a spider leg against the neck of the dancer, speaking in a tone he believed to be quite fierce. War! Are you okay? Tang Shan managed to fend off another attack from the flesh-sewing monster, anxiously glancing over. War is fine for now. Brother Shan, you must save War. The dancer said tearfully to Tang Shan. The pitiful appearance made Tang Shan's heart ache. This platinum peak undead creature has already been entangled by me. War, how were you defeated by the enemy? I remember there were only some golden level enemies left, right? The strongest should just be at the golden peak, shouldn't it? Tang Shan said anxiously, not understanding why his War couldn't even defeat golden level enemies. War. Woo-woo. Upon hearing Tang Shan's words, the dancer immediately started crying, her pitiful appearance adding to her charm. Mainly she didn't know how to explain it. As a platinum-level overlord creature, being defeated by a golden-level elite monster was indeed hard to justify. Meanwhile Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow in delight. He had specifically infused a lot of divine power into Xiaoyi, significantly increasing her combat power temporarily. Originally Xiaoyi's combat power was not much weaker than the dancer's, and after this enhancement it became even stronger. Furthermore, there was a continuous stream of bug tribe forces attacking and harassing the enemy. Although they couldn't inflict much damage, they served to distract and restrain the enemy. Later the waiter also rushed up to assist, continuously spitting out spider silk to limit the enemy's performance. At this moment the dancer could no longer defend herself. As the weakest platinum-level creature, she was directly hit twice in the chest by Xiaoyi. She felt her body go numb, nearly exploding from the impact, and her internal organs endured severe trauma, suffering immensely. Zhao Ziyan had initially planned to call his Faith Avatar over. However, after thinking it over, even if the Faith Avatar came, a large amount of divine power would be consumed in battle. It would be better to directly enhance Xiaoyi with that divine power, saving the Faith Avatar from running around. Moreover, the current relationship between the Faith Avatar and the Bug Tribe army was still unknown to outsiders. If he helped recklessly this time, it might alert potential enemies. Thus, under the enhancement of Zhao Ziyan's divine power, Xiaoyi gained a temporary boost in combat power and directly beat up the enemy. Surrender quickly. Surrender. The waiter continued to speak fiercely but lacked any intimidation. Zhao Ziyan could no longer stand it and directly instructed the waiter. His voice rang in the waiter's mind. Your threats lack any real intimidation. Let me teach you how to speak. Just repeat after me, understand? The waiter's eyes lit up instantly. In her mind she responded to Zhao Ziyan, okay Lord God. Zhao Ziyan, you say Lord River God Tang Shan, you wouldn't want your wife to be harmed, would you? The waiter, you say Lord River God Tang Shan, you wouldn't want your wife to be harmed, would you? Zhao Ziyan became a bit anxious. Don't include the words you say at the beginning. Don't include the words you say at the beginning. The waiter repeated in confusion, but even she, who was usually very muddled, felt something was off. Zhao Ziyan felt a bit heated. How could you mess up such a classic line? At this moment Xiaoyi could no longer watch. She walked over to the waiter's side and took the captive in hand. She directly choked the dancer's neck and applied a slight force. Immediately the veins on the dancer's neck bulged, making her face turn ugly. Lord River God Tang Shan. Your wife is in our hands now. If you don't want her to be harmed, drop your weapon. The waiter also viciously chimed in from behind, that's right, drop your weapon. At this moment Tang Shan's face also looked grim. If he really dropped his weapon, the flesh-sewing monster would be very difficult to resist. This weapon was perfectly compatible with his cultivation method. Together his combat power could greatly increase. It was precisely because of this weapon that he could barely contend with that powerful platinum peak undead creature. But if he didn't drop it, Tang Shan glanced at the crying dancer and felt a bit lost on what to do. If I drop my weapon, will you definitely let war go? Of course, as long as you drop your weapon and stop resisting, we Bug Tribe will keep our promise. Xiaoyi squinted and said. However, Tang Shan was not foolish. He immediately questioned, what if you don't keep your promise? What guarantee do you have that this promise will be fulfilled? Hearing this, Xiaoyi sneered. She tightened her grip a bit more, and for a moment cracking sounds came from the dancer's neck. Her neck twisted at a bizarre angle, seemingly on the verge of breaking at any moment. You have no right to negotiate with me right now. You can only gamble that we will keep our promise. Brother Shan. Brother Shan, save me. I don't want to die. Didn't you say before that you would give up everything for me? War cried at the right moment, repeatedly pleading with Tang Shan. Beside her, Xiaoyi glanced at the dancer with appreciation. This girl is quite sensible, knowing how to cooperate with me to threaten Tang Shan. Alright, don't get excited. I'll drop my weapon now. You must ensure War's safety and don't harm her anymore. Quickly let her go. Tang Shan became anxious upon seeing Xiaoyi seemingly about to choke War to death. He gritted his teeth and directly threw away his river god trident. The trident flew in a perfect parabolic arc, landing in the distant battlefield, crushing a few Bug Tribe members and soft-boned rabbits. Roar! The flesh-sowing monster's angry roar echoed again. It could feel that sharp little thing that had caused it great harm was thrown far away. The enemy in front had inflicted considerable damage with that sharp little thing. Now that it was gone, the flesh-sowing monster immediately perked up. It unleashed a powerful punch, aiming at Tang Shan before it. Tang Shan sensed the impending danger and swiftly dodged to the side. He then raised his hand, and the green-silver grass emerged from the earth, aiming to pierce the undead creature before him. If you continue to resist, your wife will die here. A voice floated over from a distance, calm yet laced with murderous intent. Tang Shan's offensive momentum faltered, retracting the green-silver grass that was meant to thrust forward. In that moment, the flesh amalgamation creature seized the opportunity and landed a punch on Tang Shan. With a thud, he took the hit. The protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounding Tang Shan shattered, causing him to tumble to the side. He struggled to rise and spoke to Xiaoyi. I have given up resisting. Why won't you let war go? Xiaoyi smiled again. The spiritual energy surged, gradually unraveling the spider silk that bound War, yet her hand still gripped War's neck. It's not that simple. You just killed so many of our insectoid army. You must pay a price for that. I demand one of your arms and one of your legs as compensation for our insectoid army. Xiaoyi said coldly. Tang Shan gritted his teeth, yet this time he did not respond easily. He knew that if he did so, his combat ability would be severely diminished. Setting aside the issue of regrowth after losing limbs, it was uncertain if he could escape from here missing an arm and a leg. Brother Shan. Save War. At that moment, War's voice rang out again, shaking Tang Shan's resolve. He glanced at War, then at his own arm, gritted his teeth, yet remained silent. Haha, since you can't bring yourself to do it, let our people assist you. Xiaoyi chuckled lightly. Immediately, the flesh amalgamation creature behind Tang Shan charged forward. Its belly heaved and half of a humanoid monster emerged. The humanoid monster's head split open, transforming into a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth resembling a grotesque version of a carnivorous plant. The monstrous jaws clamped down on Tang Shan's thigh. Taking advantage of Tang Shan's moment of indecision, it bit off one of his legs. So deep was the bite that part of Tang Shan's backside was also severed. Ah! A scream escaped from his lips. But it was not over yet. The enormous mouth chewed twice, swallowing Tang Shan's thigh whole, then clamped down on his arm. Instantly, Tang Shan lost an arm as well. His left hand, which wielded a weapon, was devoured. Blood sprayed forth, radiating a faint blue glow unique to Tang Shan. It contained the powers of water and wood elements. Now can you release War? Tang Shan said through gritted teeth. However, as he uttered these words, his body emanated a fluctuation of spiritual energy. At that moment, the river god's trident he had thrown far away also shimmered with the same energy, pulsating in sync. Ha ha ha! Xiaoyi erupted into loud laughter, her voice echoing across the battlefield. She laughed genuinely from the heart. You really are naive. When your enemy says such things, do you truly believe they will honor the agreement? Do you really expect me to release the hostage in my grasp? Rest assured, today I will ensure that you both die together, even if it means becoming doomed lovers in hell. Ha ha ha! Xiaoyi laughed once more, her laughter filled with sarcasm and mockery, embodying the image of a true villain. Zhao Ziyan observed this scene, nodding slightly. Good job, don't lose face. Meanwhile, on the other side, the belly of the flesh amalgamation creature transformed into a massive gaping mouth. From its belly extended a crimson tongue, curling towards Tang Shan, intending to devour him whole. Xiaoyi continued to laugh maniacally, not neglecting her actions. Her delicate hand suddenly exerted force. The seemingly fragile boneless hand possessed unmatched strength. In her grip, War didn't even have time to utter her last words before her eyes glazed over from being choked. After a few convulsions, her already weak body gradually lost all vitality. A foul odor began to emanate from beneath War. It turned out that upon hearing that she would not be spared, she had been so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. The situation seemed to be unfolding entirely as the insectoid army had anticipated. However, at that moment the trident thrown by Tang Shan began to emit a brilliant glow. The river god's trident flew up, but instead of returning to Tang Shan it soared towards War. At this moment Tang Shan was entangled by the crimson tongue extending from the belly of the flesh amalgamation creature. Nevertheless he struggled continuously, the residual spiritual energy within him surging. At this point he could no longer concern himself with any agreements about not resisting. The green-silver grass condensed with spiritual energy pierced through the body of the flesh amalgamation creature. This caused the creature's movements to halt momentarily. Above Tang Shan's head a torrent of water appeared, all formed from his concentrated spiritual energy. These streams of water transformed into a water blade directly slicing towards the tongue of the flesh amalgamation creature. The severed tongue fell, its decaying remains scattering on the ground. Now missing a leg, Tang Shan hopped like a rabbit towards War. Meanwhile the trident also reached War. Xiaoer spat out spider silk intending to ensnare the trident. Although she did not understand why Tang Shan was desperately trying to control the trident to fly over. But whatever the enemy aimed to accomplish, it had to be stopped. However, the trident moved swiftly, charging towards Xiaoyi, who was choking War. Xiaoyi's eyes narrowed, her hands positioned defensively against her chest, preparing to block the impending attack. Yet as the river god's trident reached her side, it did not strike her. Instead it made a sharp turn towards the lifeless body of War. From a distance Tang Shan exclaimed at the top of his lungs, "Revive my beloved." Zhao Ziyan had already planned to use the power of death to resurrect the corpse of the fallen overlord-level soft-boned rabbit. However, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. With a furious roar, Tang Shan unleashed the river god's trident, which immediately radiated a golden glow. This golden light merged into War's body. The lifeless War suddenly stirred, her eyelids fluttering. The neck that had been twisted into a bizarre shape began to reconnect as the severed part gradually joined back together. Xiaoyi, witnessing this, charged forward and threw a punch at the resurrecting War. However, the golden light acted like jelly, not dispersing but merely creating a ripple. Instead, the rebound force sent Xiaoyi flying away. Inside the golden light, War gradually opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. However, she quickly recalled the events leading up to her death and her expression turned anxious. Yet as she looked around, confusion began to set in. Hadn't she died? Why was she suddenly alive again? War. This is my final ace. I used the resurrection scroll to bring you back, and with the fragments of the river god's divine position I've protected you. You won't be attacked by enemies for a while. The power of the river god's divine fragments will continuously replenish your spiritual energy. We must run. The enemy before us is absolutely beyond our ability to resist. As long as the two of us escape, there will still be opportunities ahead. As Tang Shan spoke, he hopped over on one leg towards War. Despite the numerous insectoids around him boldly obstructing his advance. Though he was missing limbs, his overlord-level strength remained. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The insectoids, at best bronze-black iron level, could not hinder his steps. Hearing Tang Shan's words, War, who had been somewhat confused, gradually regained her senses. She glanced at the surrounding enemies, then at Tang Shan, who was left with only one leg. She could feel the power surging within her. This must be the ability granted to her by the divine fragments Tang Shan mentioned. However, this power was gradually waning, indicating a time limit. After the time was up, it would completely dissipate. It could not be endless. In a short span, many thoughts flashed through War's mind. Quickly her eyes darted and she directly fled towards the outskirts of the battlefield, not even casting a glance at the approaching Tang Shan. The surrounding insectoid army incessantly blocked her path. Xiaoyi also attacked War. However, all these attacks were repelled by the golden light, rebounding the force back to the attackers. Many insectoids were injured as a result, and Xiaoyi was also sent flying. As a soft-boned rabbit, War was determined to flee. Possessing overlord-level strength and with the ability to continuously replenish her spiritual energy, the golden light surrounding her could protect her indefinitely. The insectoid army truly had no way to deal with her. War, you haven't taken me with you. I'm still here in this battlefield. Hurry and take me away. Tang Shan anxiously watched War flee, knowing that this was his last life-saving card. Bah! You with one arm and one leg missing have the audacity to ask me to save you. I only pretended to be interested in you because your strength was passable. Who knew you couldn't even handle these damned undead creatures, you worthless fool? If it weren't for your decent strength in the past and the protection you offered our clan, do you really think I would be willing to call you Brother Shan? You weak useless fool aren't even worthy to help me with my shoes. War didn't even turn her head as she spat out scornful words, leaving Tang Shan utterly humiliated. She even ruthlessly belittled the part of a man that matters most. Reviving me and sending me away from the battlefield could be the last good deed you'll ever do for me. I'm off to find Iron Fist Tiger. He's much braver than you worthless fool can just wait here to die. The implication of her words was overwhelming. Soon War reached the outskirts of the battlefield. Tang Shan, who was still in the center of the battlefield, froze in place upon hearing these words. Once struggling to escape, he now completely abandoned any thoughts of survival. He had once believed that War was a pure and innocent girl, but who would have thought that the truth was so far from that? Even without the Iron Fist Tiger that War mentioned as an old rabbit, she must have given birth to countless baby rabbits by now. As a seasoned veteran, she was no stranger to battle. Pure and cute. She was just teasing you. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan in the real world was also enjoying the spectacle. He even took out some sunflower seeds. The small theater of everyone flying for their lives was simply too entertaining. The seeds were truly delicious. With War's departure, the soft-boned rabbit clan had completely lost their fighting spirit. With the strongest leader having fled, who among the remaining clan members could withstand the formidable enemies before them? Moreover, the once protective Tang Shan had also completely lost his fighting spirit. Given the ruthless words War had just spoken, it would be fortunate if Tang Shan didn't seek revenge on the soft-boned rabbit clan. How could he possibly come back to help them? As the reassembled army continued to advance, the flesh and blood amalgam lacking opponents wreaked havoc on the battlefield. The soft-boned rabbit clan had no means to resist. Especially against the flesh and blood amalgam with its massive body nearing 20 meters in height, it could easily serve as a minor monster in Ultraman. This was due to Zhao Ziyan controlling its body to prevent it from becoming too enormous. If it were to expand indefinitely, the flesh and blood amalgam size could reach 40 or 50 meters tall. Sometimes having a massive size isn't advantageous, as it can easily make one a target and inherently less agile. By reducing its size, its combat effectiveness would actually increase. The insect race swiftly harvested lives on the battlefield. Initially, the enemy's resistance was quite fierce. However, after a dance of escape, the soft-boned rabbits showed no intention of fighting back. Most were in a chaotic retreat, and the insect army simply kept stabbing, resulting in minimal casualties. The rabbits on the battlefield were almost unable to escape. After all, could two-legged bouncers outrun flying creatures? In the center of the battlefield, Tang Shan lay on the ground, his face ashen. Within the insect army, there was hardly anyone who could inflict harm upon him. It was the flesh and blood amalgamation that approached, directly biting off his head. Thus ended the life of Tang Shan the clown. Perhaps being betrayed by his beloved and then dying was the best conclusion for him. Controlling the flesh and blood amalgamation, it regurgitated Tang Shan's head along with the arms and thighs it had previously consumed. After piecing together Tang Shan's fragmented body, Zhao Ziyan once again used the power of death, only to find that the previously stored power was insufficient. It seemed that a significant amount had been used when creating the soft-boned rabbits undead. Plus, Tang Shan being at the mid-platinum stage required a great deal of death power. However, it was no problem, as Zhao Ziyan gathered all the death power from the soft-boned rabbit battlefield. Soon a large amount of death power filled the fragments of the Death Divine position. Due to the overwhelming number of soft-boned rabbits here, the death power was exceptionally rich. Once again releasing the death power, Tang Shan's corpse was gradually enveloped. Soon Tang Shan's eyes turned pale and his eyelids flipped up. His twisted body began to rise, exuding immense resentment and malice. The overall aura was surprisingly not much different from when he was alive. Zhao Ziyan observed him. This must be due to the immense resentment he harbored before dying, which caused his combat power not to diminish much after becoming undead. This unexpected delight was somewhat surprising. Who would have thought that the words spoken before the dance departed would ignite the resentment in Tang Shan's heart? Zhao Ziyan controlled the insect race to find Tang Shan's weapon. There, the river god's trident surprisingly bore a light blue crystal fragment. From the aura emanating from it, Zhao Ziyan felt an inexplicable familiarity. This should be the so-called divine position fragment, right? The river god's divine position. Zhao Ziyan curled his lip, thinking it was the sea god. In the end, it turned out to be a fragment of the river god. But it didn't matter, having it was better than not having it. Controlling the insect army, he searched the territory of the soft-boned rabbit clan. He discovered some food hidden by the soft-boned rabbits, though it was merely some grass-like plants. Under Zhao Ziyan's careful search, he even found a few spirit plants. However, these plants were nowhere near as valuable as the spirit herbs he had previously obtained. The insect army continued to clean the battlefield, starting to transport the soft-boned rabbits to their own insect nests. Yet as Zhao Ziyan surveyed the battlefield, he noticed that many rabbit holes were quite deep. With some modifications, they could directly serve as underground nests for the insect race. Zhao Ziyan promptly ordered the insect race to explore these rabbit holes. He also planned to bring some ant queens from other insect nests to establish a branch base for the insect race in this area. This way there would be no need to transport the rabbit meat far to the insect nests. Just moving it into these rabbit holes would suffice, saving a lot of time and allowing the ant queens to produce new insect units more quickly. After this battle, Zhao Ziyan intended to stabilize and develop for a while. The two large wars had increased the resources of the insect race significantly and provided many magic beast cores and 2 top-tier spirit herbs yet to be digested. He still hadn't absorbed the magic beast core from the dominant blade mantis. However, the soft-boned rabbit clan did not yield any dominant-level magic beast cores. The dominant soft-boned rabbit as the clan leader had fled. Meanwhile, the one who came to help Tangshan was a human. Humans did not possess magic beast cores. However, as intelligent beings they were a highly spiritual race in the universe, inherently containing vast energy within their flesh. But Tangshan had now been turned into an undead creature by Zhao Ziyan. He had become one of their own, and it would be somewhat disrespectful to gnaw on his flesh. Xiao Yi was already impatient. Her accumulation was profound and she had experience battling dominant-level creatures, gaining many insights. Zhao Ziyan divided a top-tier spirit herb for her. She could eat one first, and if she couldn't break through then he would give her the other top-tier spirit herb along with a dominant-level magic beast core. As the strongest combat power of the insect race at present, she still hadn't reached the dominant level, which was a very serious issue. In contrast, some undead creatures had already attained that level. However, the key issue was that Zhao Ziyan controlled an army primarily composed of insects, not the undead calamity. Because undead creatures could not provide the power of belief. The scale of the insect race had to be expanded to continuously provide more belief power, allowing Zhao Ziyan's own strength to become even greater. Undead creatures under Zhao Ziyan would forever only serve as auxiliary combat units. Zhao Ziyan waited eagerly. Xiao Yi's evolution was progressing quite smoothly. Earlier in the morning they had defeated the Blade Mantis clan, and by noon they had taken down the Soft-Boned Rabbit clan. Since the noon battle ended, Xiao Yi had been breaking through and was nearing evening now. Though it had been a long time, Xiao Yi's aura during the breakthrough was very stable and comparable to previous breakthroughs. The fluctuations of spiritual power on her body were continuously rising. Suddenly a tremor ran through Xiao Yi's spiritual power and she instantly stood up, her emitted pressure becoming even more formidable. Zhao Ziyan had already started queuing with Shu Shu. Upon sensing this aura he immediately logged out, causing Shu Shu to complain. However, it was of no use. Zhao Ziyan paid no attention. Nothing was more important than Xiao Yi breaking through to the dominant level. Little Yi smiled as she stretched lazily. In fact, she was already capable of breaking through to the platinum level, but Zhao Ziyan had not rushed her to do so. Instead, he encouraged her to continuously compress her spiritual energy. The accumulation of strength leading to a breakthrough meant she did not experience any pain, rather her body felt quite comfortable. It was as if she had naturally broken through, just like water flowing smoothly. This type of breakthrough was a reflection of her ability to fully digest her own accumulation and foundation. It indicated that her base was solidly established, allowing her to proceed more steadily on her future path. Such a breakthrough method was far superior to forced enhancements. Zhao Ziyan sensed Little Yi's aura and nodded in satisfaction, noticing that the power of faith he received had increased. Moreover, with the insect race having its own dominant leader, they would no longer need to be subservient. With undead beings one would still have to worry about potential rebellions. However, the insect race genuinely believed in themselves. Additionally, Little Yi's combat prowess could not simply be measured by her spiritual energy level. As a numerical anomaly, Little Yi had just broken through to the early platinum stage, and she could likely contend with those in the mid or even late platinum stages. At this moment, Little Air happily approached. Seeing her leader's breakthrough, she felt no jealousy. Instead, she was very pleased. She was holding a magical beast crystal core in her hands. If you digest this, it can absorb spiritual energy and make you stronger. Little Yi indeed smiled and pushed the magical beast crystal core back into Little Air's hands. No need for that. If you keep relying on external forces for breakthroughs, it could negatively impact your future evolution. You should absorb these resources since your current strength is still weak. These spiritual herbs and magical beast crystal cores will benefit you more. Little Air looked at her leader and agreed, thus retrieving the crystal core. Her foundation was not yet that solid. Zhao Ziyan had no intention of forcing Little Air to rely directly on external power to forcibly reach the dominant level. Currently, having Little Yi as the dominant leader was barely sufficient. Little Air was already at the mid-gold level. Zhao Ziyan also provided her with a top-tier spiritual herb, but cautioned her not to rely on it to rush into the platinum level. She should try to suppress her cultivation within the gold level. Accumulating strength steadily would be beneficial for her future path. After all, a top-tier spiritual herb is a treasure that even platinum and diamond levels would covet. As a gold level being, Little Air had a substantial accumulation, and Zhao Ziyan allowed her to feast on various magical beast meats. She was now capable of breaking through to the late gold level at any time. With the addition of this top-tier spiritual herb, if she truly wished to break through, she might indeed reach the platinum level. Furthermore, the insect army had many magical beast crystal cores to collect. Previously there were over a dozen gold-level magical beast crystal cores from the blade edge mantis. There were also a dozen from the soft bone rabbit, though slightly fewer. As for the magical beast crystal cores of lower levels, their numbers were even greater. Silver and bronze level magical beast crystal cores, though the probability of low-level magical beasts possessing them was not high, were still abundant in quantity. No matter how low the probability of crystal cores appearing, there would still be many. To be honest, with so many resources it was hard to decide who should benefit from them. Little Hong also received some. However, she was quite principled and decided to cultivate diligently, not taking too many resources. She feared that over-relying on external forces would affect her. And Little E no longer needed low-level magical beast crystal cores. With a top-tier spiritual herb, Little Air had started to look down on lower-quality items. Was she supposed to give resources to other insect units? After all, in Zhao Ziyan's eyes, the other insect units were basically just cannon fodder. One could never tell when they might be sent to their deaths. Wasting resources on such cannon fodder seemed foolish. Moreover, the genes of the insect units were continuously evolving. Perhaps one day there would be a significant genetic upgrade. New and more powerful types of insect units would emerge, and then these old versions would be discarded by Zhao Ziyan. However, he suddenly remembered two other insects. He recalled that initially specialized units could not be produced. After the specialized genes arrived in this other world, they were actually in a locked state with only normal-sized little ants. Yet even while the specialized genes were locked, two specialized ants managed to emerge, a fact Zhao Ziyan never anticipated. In the early stages, when the enemy was merely 1 to 2 centimeters long, Zhao Ziyan possessed two nearly 10-centimeter giant ants. Their combat power was akin to driving a tank rampaging across the battlefield. In the early battles, these two specialized ants played a crucial role, essentially becoming veteran ants. However, as the insect race's genes upgraded repeatedly, these two old version specialized ants gradually became obsolete. They were remnants of a bygone era, and the new world had no vessel to accommodate them. Nevertheless, out of nostalgia, Zhao Ziyan kept them both in the nest. These two veteran ants were now well-fed and plump. Zhao Ziyan no longer assigned them combat tasks. Their current size was comparable to that of regular large soldier ants. After other insect units had acquired specialized genes, their size no longer offered any advantage compared to others. However, Zhao Ziyan sensed that these two were definitely not simple. In a situation where genes were locked, they somehow managed to forcibly produce themselves. Zhao Ziyan vaguely remembered seeing a fine crack on the seal when he first encountered the seal's specialized genes. He felt that this matter was not straightforward. There was definitely something noteworthy. With a surplus of resources and nowhere to spend them, Zhao Ziyan directly brought these two out. Currently, the strength of these two specialized ants appeared to be at the black iron level. Though they did not engage in combat, they could still enjoy the spoils of the insect nest. The bodies of various magical beasts were also highly nutritious. By consuming them, they could reach the black iron level. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan produced many bronze and silver level magical beast crystal cores. Zhao Ziyan wanted to see what unique traits these two specialized ants possessed. A multitude of magical beast crystal cores lay before the two elder specialized ants. With a thought, Zhao Ziyan transmitted his commands into the minds of these two ants. The two specialized ants began to eat voraciously without any restraint. Their bellies resembled bottomless pits, and even after a while their stomachs showed no sign of swelling as they continued to feast. Zhao Ziyan was somewhat taken aback, but he had plenty of resources at the moment. No matter how much these two ants consumed, they could never impoverish. Thus he brought out more items for the two specialized ants to consume freely. The mouths of the two specialized ants were not particularly large, yet they were still eating with great effort. Zhao Ziyan decided to leave them be for now, planning to check the results later. At this time it was also time to enhance the genes of other insect tribes. Previously, the insect units generally had a body size of about half a meter. After integrating the dragon bloodline, the large worker ants and jumpers measured 40 centimeters, the large soldier ants were 80 centimeters, and the large spitting and flying insects were around 60 centimeters. Though their size was not particularly large, the combination of the dragon bloodline and dual skeletal enhancements made their combat power extremely formidable. Concentrated essence indeed. Moreover, they had also eliminated powerful groups such as the human-faced spider and the scythe mantis. A large amount of enhanced genes had been integrated into the insect gene template. Currently, the large worker ants and jumpers had a body length of 50 centimeters. The large soldier ants were twice as long as the worker ants, boasting a full meter in length. The spitting and flying insects were positioned between the soldier and worker ants, measuring 75 centimeters in length. The flying parasitic mother insect template was also similar to the flying insect, also having a body length of 75 centimeters. Parasite insects were about the same size as the jumpers with a body length of 50 centimeters. However, their combat power was still somewhat inferior to that of the jumpers. They were merely similar in size. At present the insect tribe's size was still not particularly large. Zhao Ziyan felt that having a larger size would not be a good thing. Many times they could easily become live targets. It would be better if their size were reduced. This way they would be more agile and their combat power would be stronger. In many films insect tribes are depicted as very large, making it easy for armies to eliminate them with guns and cannons. However, if the insects were smaller and extremely agile, they would be much harder to deal with. Moreover, the previous scythe mantis genes and jumper genes were very close with a high degree of genetic compatibility. Thus the jumpers received additional enhancements, significantly increasing their attack power and agility. Their large scimitars became sharper and the legs used for jumping were strengthened. As for the war behemoths, there was no need for a significant increase in size. Zhao Ziyan merely enhanced their strength. Once they charged, they were virtually unstoppable. Soon these insect units had been sufficiently enhanced. However, Zhao Ziyan felt it was still not enough. During previous battles he discovered an issue. Although the insect army was numerous, it could only pose a threat to low-level enemies. Many times when facing high-level powerhouses they were utterly powerless. Just like the previous scythe mantis and Tang Shan. It was necessary to have equally high-level units to restrain them. Otherwise, even if such powerhouses stood still allowing ordinary insect units to bite and attack, they would cause no significant damage. Even with a large number it would be difficult to kill the enemy. It was imperative to create a combat unit with sufficient damage output. Zhao Ziyan already had a rough plan in mind. That was the poison explosion insect. This was inspired by the insect units in the interstellar realm. The greatest advantage of this insect was its ability to self-destruct, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Often when faced with enemies they wouldn't know whether to attack or not. It was quite bothersome. Zhao Ziyan thought about enhancing the power of the genetically modified poison explosion insect. Even if its attributes in other areas were somewhat lower, it didn't matter as long as it could charge near enemy powerhouses and self-destruct. That would be sufficient. He already had a certain idea for the specific modification plan. The spitting insect naturally contained a large quantity of toxins and corrosive venom. These liquids were well protected within the spitting insect's body, only being sprayed out during combat to attack enemies. Zhao Ziyan planned to enhance the glands that produced the corrosive venom in the spitting insect, making them stronger. This would allow the insect to store more corrosive venom internally, then run up to the enemy and explode, thereby generating greater lethality. However, simple corrosive venom alone would not suffice. If the defenses were not breached, the corrosive venom could not enter the enemy's body and would be unable to harm the powerhouses. Zhao Ziyan intended to install an igniter inside this insect. By using the igniter he could detonate the venom within the insect while also inflicting some damage on the enemy through the shockwave. As for the concept of the igniter, it was akin to a bomb. However, bombs require gunpowder to explode, while in this alternate world spiritual energy could be used as a substitute. Similar to a hidden backup energy source, it could be modeled after a magical beast crystal core. Generally, magical beasts possess crystal cores within them, and the spiritual energy within these cores is very stable, providing a continuous energy supply. Thus Zhao Ziyan could create an unstable crystal core. By controlling the energy within this unstable magical beast crystal core to create chaos, an explosion could be triggered. Without hesitation, Zhao Ziyan directly initiated the genetic modification. After all, there was plenty of food available now, and with ample energy it wouldn't be a problem if the genetic modification failed. The first step, modifying the venom glands of the spitting insect, was relatively simple. It only required reinforcing the glands that produced corrosive venom, increasing the quantity and potency of the venom output. However, this would make the gland somewhat too large. The spitting insect was already quite deformed in size. The gland storing ammunition on its back had already bulged out, stretching the protective skin thin, and the exoskeleton was difficult to cover, resulting in very low defensive capability. Zhao Ziyan first had the queen ant produce one to observe the situation. After reinforcing the venom-producing glands again, the back of the new type of insect resembled a giant tumor. That tumor was uneven and appeared quite repulsive. Moreover, it was very large, stretching the insect's outer skin. It looked like a balloon that had been overly inflated, with the skin becoming extremely thin. The corrosive venom flowed inside the tumor, shimmering with a green glow. Not only had his back bulged out, but his belly was also swollen. The belly, filled with corrosive venom, was pressed directly against the ground. The limbs that were originally used for movement were now rendered useless by the weight of his belly. After the evolution, his legs were too short to reach the ground. Zhao Ziyan once again modified the gene template. He integrated the 8 spider legs into the body of the new insect. With the elongated spider legs, this new insect could move without being hindered by the tumors, no matter how enormous they were. Although due to its heavy weight its movement was slightly slower than that of a normal spider, it was not immobilized. Now the general framework of the new insect unit was almost complete. What remained was a core device for detonation. Zhao Ziyan assessed the magical beast crystal cores he had collected. The insect queen had consumed many magical beast crystal cores and had some understanding of this item. The magical beast crystal core was akin to an inner Dan. Its outer membrane was designed to contain the spiritual energy and prevent it from leaking. Moreover, it could continuously compress the spiritual energy within the magical beast crystal core, causing the gaseous spiritual energy to gradually condense, ultimately leading to liquefaction or even solidification. This formed a higher quality and stronger spiritual energy. This is essentially the nature of evolution from a lower level to a higher level. Upon reaching a higher level, every gesture possessed spiritual energy fluctuations far exceeding those of lower levels. The reason being that the quality of the spiritual energy within had become higher and stronger. Zhao Ziyan even held a viewpoint that perhaps divine power was just a stronger form of spiritual energy. Setting aside some other thoughts, Zhao Ziyan began to modify the detonation core within the venomous explosion insect according to the template of the magical beast crystal core. After a long period of time, having experienced numerous failures and even close calls of explosion, Zhao Ziyan finally crafted something that resembled a proper device. This device was somewhat similar to a fish bladder. It integrated the venom-producing glands of the insect race and the genes of fish that store gas to balance themselves. Compared to the hard magical beast crystal core, Zhao Ziyan had created a softer outer shell, making it easier to store spiritual energy. Even if there were some fluctuations, it would not directly rupture the outer shell. Relatively speaking, the safety would be higher. Moreover, this bladder-like spiritual energy storage gland could slowly absorb spiritual energy from the outside. After absorption, it could compress the energy continuously within. The compressed spiritual energy storage gland would yield a greater explosive force. Zhao Ziyan directly implanted the newly modified spiritual energy storage gland into the body of the venomous explosion insect. With the queen's production, an insect egg was ejected from its rear. Zhao Ziyan did not want to wait for the egg to hatch slowly. He directly enveloped the egg with divine power, causing it to begin hatching at a visibly rapid pace. In less than a minute, the egg had hatched into a mature insect. A venomous explosion insect with 8 spider legs and a grotesquely bloated body came into Zhao Ziyan's view. This venomous explosion insect could not fully cover its exoskeleton armor. The glands within its body used for storing corrosive venom and the spiritual energy detonation device were simply too massive, reaching a grotesque level. The head and the front half of its body still had some exoskeleton armor covering them, but the rear half could not be covered at all. Even if it were covered, it would easily be torn apart by the grotesque tumor-like body. Only a thin layer of outer skin encased it. The entire belly and back were swollen, and through the thin outer skin one could see the corrosive venom inside and the active organs. Zhao Ziyan was quite satisfied upon seeing this new insect. He planned to take it outside to test its power. However, just as he was about to control the insect, an accident suddenly occurred. The venomous explosion insect, covered in tumor-like growths, had only taken a few steps. It shook its belly a few times. It seemed that the spiritual energy storage gland hidden within its belly was affected by the fluctuations. The originally smooth and even bladder-like surface began to undulate violently. At the same time, the fluctuations of the spiritual energy inside became exceedingly intense and chaotic. Zhao Ziyan widened his eyes. No. Don't explode. At least not inside the insect nest. Yet the situation did not unfold as he hoped. Boom. A deep explosion sound suddenly emanated from below the ground. The venomous explosion insect, which had just been produced not long ago, exploded directly in the insect race's underground nest. The massive explosion spread throughout the insect nest. It should be known that the current insect nests were generally located underground at depths of tens of meters. However, this explosion was so powerful that even the ground felt a violent tremor. Rustle. A large amount of soil began to fall. As the structure of the underground insect nest was compromised, soil began to collapse in great quantities. This insect nest was directly buried. Zhao Ziyan's vision turned black and he could see nothing. Quick, go save them. Zhao Ziyan sent a rescue order to the nearby nests. Instantly, other insects in the vicinity rushed over to start clearing the debris. As the soil was extensively cleared, the original insect nest soon revealed its true form. This nest served as a subbase for the insect race, containing a moderate number of insects. Although there had been an explosion, it did not cause significant damage. However, the power of this explosion was still evident, as a large amount of fungal mat had been destroyed. The fungal mat had originally supported the soil, reinforcing the insect nest and preventing collapse. But it was precisely because of the disappearance of the fungal mat that the collapse of this nest occurred. The nearby worker ants were blown to pieces on the spot. Tiny fragments were densely embedded in the soil with the largest piece not exceeding 1 centimeter. Apart from the worker ants, there were only some insect eggs left in this insect nest. And some undeveloped larvae, but even adult worker ants could not endure this explosion's power, so these eggs and larvae were certainly no exception, all meeting their fate. Only a few ant queens in the deepest part of the nest barely clung to life. As ant queens, they were significantly larger than ordinary insects and possessed much stronger vitality. However, after experiencing an explosion and the collapse of the nest, their life force was now in dire straits. From Zhao Ziyan's divine perspective, the life force of these ant queens had begun to turn red, and without treatment soon they would likely perish. With the help of allied units approaching the nearby insect nest, the collapsed insect nest was quickly rebuilt. The injured queen ant gradually recovered after consuming some food and high nutrition beast blood, stabilizing her condition. The various shattered insect troops were dragged back to be processed into protein. Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat embarrassed watching this scene. Unexpectedly, this time it was he who blew up his own home. However, the research progress of the new units could not stop. He directly took a queen ant to the outside. Once the genetic modification was completed, he would allow this queen ant to produce units on the surface. Even if there was an explosion, it would not affect the underground insect nest. He quickly organized the aftermath of the explosion. Zhao Ziyan thought for a moment and decided to continue improving in this direction. Although it was somewhat unstable and prone to explosions, its power had already met Zhao Ziyan's expectations. Currently he was just lacking a means to control when the explosion would occur. If he could make this new unit stable during normal times and allow it to explode only at critical moments, that would be perfect. He continued to improve this scheme. Firstly, the fish bubble-shaped glands were prone to rupture under spiritual energy, triggering explosions. Therefore, thickening the glands should solve part of the problem. Zhao Ziyan directly adopted a double-layer structure like a thermos. 2 layers of fish bubble skin. He left some space between the 2 layers of fish bubble-shaped glands as a buffer. Just like a thermos. Hot water is inside, but the cold air outside has difficulty affecting the internal temperature. However, this wasn't enough, since the spiritual energy inside could easily become chaotic. Zhao Ziyan added some small partitions inside the fish bubble-shaped glands. This turned the spiritual energy storage glands into small compartments, allowing the spiritual energy to be divided into multiple parts stored separately in each small compartment. These small partitions were made of the same material as the outer skin, capable of isolating the spiritual energy on both sides. The total amount of spiritual energy remained the same, but it separated them instead of letting all the energy gather together. When the amount of spiritual energy decreased, its stability would naturally increase significantly. Zhao Ziyan looked around and felt that this improvement was nearly perfect. However, although the fluctuations in spiritual energy had stabilized, when to trigger the explosion was still a problem. Zhao Ziyan pondered again. He inspected the outer part of the self-destructing insect glands. He thought of the jetting genes of the jet insects, which compress inward through the muscles and bones outside the glands. This would squeeze out the corrosive venom stored inside the glands. The self-destructing insects could also use the same method. Zhao Ziyan directly reinforced the muscles on the outside of the self-destructing insect glands. In this way, at critical moments, these muscles and bones could compress inward. The fluctuations in spiritual energy were already relatively unstable, and once external pressure was sensed, then the spiritual energy inside the storage glands would definitely become uncontrollable, leading to chaos. Then it would explode just like before with chaotic spiritual energy. Genius. I am truly a genius. Zhao Ziyan thought happily. Soon this idea was put into action. After the genetic modification was completed, he shared this gene with the queen ant's gene pool. Before long, a new type of self-destructing insect was created. Zhao Ziyan transmitted a surge of divine power to it, causing this venomous explosive insect egg to grow rapidly. Soon the improved self-destructing insect appeared before him. Although its appearance was not much different from the first version, its internal structure had undergone significant improvements. Zhao Ziyan controlled this self-destructing insect to take a few steps and run around. The spiritual energy within the self-destructing insect was steady, showing no signs of chaos. Indeed. Zhao Ziyan was very pleased. He then controlled the self-destructing insect to run toward a large tree. Controlling the self-destructing insect, he activated the internal explosion device. Boom! A loud explosion echoed out. The entire body of the self-destructing insect was blown to pieces with its internal juices. And the corrosive venom stored within the glands splattered out, causing widespread damage. The large tree was instantly shattered by the compressed spiritual energy. Nearby plants were obliterated by the explosion of compressed spiritual energy. Moreover, distant plants and grasses were withered by the splattered corrosive venom. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan was very satisfied watching this scene. The current self-destructing insects fully met his expectations. He immediately ordered the queen ant to produce a large number of venomous explosive insects to prepare for the upcoming battles. However, the resources required for the venomous self-destructing insects were still considerable. After all, although the self-destructing insects were not very large, their internal structure was very complex. However, producing a considerable amount of resources is worthwhile. Such great power could also cause some harm to strong individuals. As long as the numbers piled up, it would not be impossible to blow some strong individuals to death. At least they would no longer be as powerless as the current insect army. A new insect unit had been modified. Zhao Ziyan shifted his gaze back to the first two specialized ants. He saw that the two specialized ants had nearly consumed all the food on the ground, and a large number of beast crystal cores had been eaten into their belly. Moreover, their size had actually grown to over 3 meters. This was already larger than the war behemoths. It should be noted that the insect race has always had genetic limitations with a maximum size cap. They could not grow indefinitely. However, these two top ants seemed to be cheating, as if they could continue to grow larger. It was just that they had stopped growing because they ran out of energy after finishing the food. However, Zhao Ziyan didn't care how much they could eat. The resources he currently possessed were simply overwhelming. What he previously fed these two specialized ants was merely a tiny fraction of it. If they could eat, then let them continue to eat. I want to see just how much they can consume. Zhao Ziyan thought, and had the worker ants bring over a large amount of meat and beast crystal cores. Now that the specialized ants had grown to 3 meters, their mouths were larger and eating was akin to a gigantic abyss. Zhao Ziyan also called over a large number of worker ants. However, the speed at which these worker ants transported food was even slower than the pace at which the ants devoured it. Until the two specialized ants reached a height of 5 meters. Zhao Ziyan was at a loss for words. Previously, the insectoid army had all been lying on the ground, measured by their body length. They were measured while lying down from head to tail. However, these two specialized ants stood 5 meters tall. The height from the ground to their backs was also 5 meters. As for their length while lying down, Zhao Ziyan couldn't even begin to calculate it. It must be at least 10 meters. There was still no fluctuation of spiritual energy within. It seemed that aside from the special units like the little ones, the other insectoids were all of the physically enhanced type. Their spiritual energy levels appeared to have no relation to their combat power. Even the spiritual energy levels of the little ones had little to do with their combat effectiveness. The strength of their physique was their greatest combat capability. Zhao Ziyan looked at the two specialized ants. They were still voraciously consuming food with no signs of stopping. He wondered whether they were going to keep growing. If they got any larger, it would become inconvenient, making them easy targets for others to pull at. Zhao Ziyan muttered to himself. Fortunately, it seemed that they had heard Zhao Ziyan's thoughts, as the sizes of the two specialized ants remained stable at 5 meters. If their size grew uncontrollably, they could become slow-moving targets. Stopping their growth would allow the energy gain to be converted into physical enhancement. This would increase their combat capabilities. After their size increased, the mouths of the two specialized ants grew larger and their speed of consuming food became even more ferocious. Watching them eat, Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat numb. Eat up, eat up. If you can devour all my resources. Zhao Ziyan instructed the worker ants to bring as much food to the two as possible. He himself turned away from the sight, unable to bear seeing the resources he had worked so hard to accumulate being devoured completely. However, he also understood. Some resources, if left unused, were as good as non-existent. Only by utilizing them to successfully enhance one's strength could true gains be realized. If he could use some mid to low-level resources to create two powerful war machines, it would be a tremendous profit. It seemed that these two specialized ants were indeed gifted. They could break free from the size limitations of normal ants and grow this large. After eliminating two dominant clans in the morning and at noon, Zhao Ziyan chose not to stir up trouble that evening. Instead, he planned to focus on developing the scale of the insectoid army, digesting the resources gained from these two wars. Soon many new types of insectoid units were produced, and the enhanced old insectoid units became even more formidable. After defeating the soft-boned rabbit clan, the losses of the insectoids were not as significant as imagined. Originally, the numbers were 1,000,000 large soldier ants, 1,50,000 large worker ants, 5,000,000 large jetting insects, and 1,000,000 large flying insects. 1,80,000 jumping insects, 5,000 spiders, 500 war beasts, 3,000 flying parasitic mother insects, and 1,000 parasitic insects. The insectoid army suffered minimal losses. Only a few tens of thousands of soldier ants, worker ants, and jumping insects had died. The long-range or flying units like flying insects, jetting insects, and flying parasitic mother insects had sustained almost no damage. The soft-boned rabbit clan had no means of long-range attacks and could not reach these units. Coupled with the high-level combat strength, they were crushed by the insectoid army. The soft-boned rabbit clan only showed some resistance at the beginning, and with some being wiped out by Tang Shan, they ultimately collapsed without inflicting significant losses on the insectoids. They were merely chasing down the enemies. However, the parasitic insects died automatically after the battle ended, and all those corpses were brought back to be made into food for the insectoids. After another half a day of production and enhancement, the quantity was significantly replenished. Currently, the number of the insectoid army had nearly doubled. 200,000 large soldier ants, 700,000 large worker ants, and 100,000 large jetting insects. 100,000 large flying insects, 100,000 flying parasitic mother insects, 400,000 jumping insects, 100,000 spiders, and 100,000 war beasts. The numbers of other insectoid units had basically doubled as well. However, the number of worker ants had multiplied several times. This was primarily because worker ants were needed not only for combat but also for cleaning up the battlefield and transporting food. They also had to handle various dirty and tiring jobs. Some worker ants in the insectoid nest had to be assigned to raise larvae and take care of the queen ant. Nearby edible plants and the capture of prey also required worker ants for transportation. With fewer numbers, it was truly challenging to manage. The other insectoid units were mainly enhanced for combat. Their numbers were indeed large, but their efficiency in doing work was very low. If the other insectoid units were tasked with transporting food, after a while the food gathered in the insectoid nest could be less than the energy they consumed. Assigning other insectoid units to work also consumed a lot of stamina. After half a day of work, they might have only moved 2 pieces of meat. By the time it was time to eat, if they had consumed too much stamina, they would eat 10 pieces of meat, which would result in a loss, wouldn't it? Therefore, without combat orders, the other insectoid units mostly remained quietly in place. To minimize stamina consumption, they would eat a little less during meals, just enough to maintain basic life activities. When it was time to fight, they would be fed a hearty meal and then taken out to battle. As the insectoid army's production neared completion, Zhao Ziyan felt it was sufficiently stable, and thus he set out to cause trouble under the cover of night. It was already the dead of night. Even magical beasts needed rest. Typically, aside from a few nocturnal animals, most would be asleep at night. Thus, departing at this hour was relatively safe. Even if the enemy had some patrol units that successfully detected the invasion of the insectoid units. However, the enemies who were hastily awakened in the middle of the night would certainly have their combat power diminished. "Tiger brother, will you avenge me?" At that moment, a sultry voice echoed within a cave. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously escaped Overlord-level soft-boned rabbit dancing. She still retained her stunning human form, only now she was nestled in the embrace of a massive tiger-headed humanoid. Unlike her previous demeanor with Tang Shan, her eyes sparkled with flirtation and her alluring expression was unrestrained. Her attire had also become significantly more revealing. The fabric that once covered her modestly was nearly non-existent. Her snow-white chest was almost bursting forth, nearly bouncing into the tiger-headed man's face. "Didn't I hear that the river god Tang Shan had a good relationship with you? Why don't you go ask him for help?" The tiger-headed man's hands were extraordinarily large, and when he clenched his fists, the enormous shadow cast could engulf half a person. His fist, the size of a sandbag, was instantly materialized. At this moment, one of his hands pressed against Dancing's chest, continuously groping, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Yet Dancing's attitude was completely different from before. With Tang Shan, she showed no signs of resistance. Instead, she was accommodating the tiger-headed man's actions. Sigh. "Tiger brother, don't mention it. I have no real connection with Tang Shan. I only thought he was somewhat strong and wanted to maintain a good relationship with him, just to be surface-level friends so that he could help me when needed." Dancing paused for a moment before continuing. "But who would have thought that the river god Tang Shan was all bark and no bite, easily defeated by enemies, even failing to escape, directly killed by those damned bugs on the battlefield. As for my situation, Tiger brother, you know that although I'm platinum level and barely on the threshold of Overlord, I'm just at the beginning of platinum and my potential is lacking. Even among platinum initial stages, it's tough to surpass others. Seeing that useless Tang Shan being killed, I could only flee." Dancing roughly explained the situation, omitting how Tang Shan had sacrificed himself to protect her, becoming surrounded by the insect race. She also concealed the fact that Tang Shan had protected her with his divine fragment and revived her, merely stating she relied on her own abilities to escape. That Tang Shan's strength shouldn't be weak. I've heard of the river god Tang Shan, yet he was taken down by those suddenly appeared bugs. It seems their strength cannot be underestimated. The tiger-faced Iron Claw tiger bore a serious expression, yet his hands continued to violate Dancing. At that moment, a chilling aura swept over. A blue deer-shaped beast covered in frost emerged, its frosty presence lowering the temperature of the space by several degrees. As it approached, it gradually transformed into a human form. Compared to Iron Claw Tiger, he retained only his antlers as an ice-encrusted deer. All other features, whether facial or physical, were indistinguishable from those of a human. At this moment, a burly figure approached. He emanated an earthy aura. It was a tall man with bulging muscles and a brownish-yellow complexion. He had a pair of bear ears atop his head and his hands bore sharp bear claws. Other parts of him had also transformed into human form. Big brother. Big brother. Old bear, little dear, you two should speak up as well. I feel something is off about this matter. Iron Claw Tiger addressed the two newcomers. By the way, why hasn't that monkey shown up? Iron Claw Tiger asked. The monkey doesn't believe in this matter. He thinks it's impossible for a mysterious powerful force to suddenly emerge from the forest. If such a powerful race existed, it would have been discovered long ago. The ice-encrusted deer explained. At this point the earth bear also picked up on the conversation. I also find this matter a bit strange. Logically, if such a race appeared in the forest, there would surely be traces of their development. Whether they came from elsewhere or developed gradually within our forest, they would be sensed by other creatures in the forest. It's impossible for them to have suddenly appeared, right? A race requires a significant amount of time to develop from weak to strong. It's impossible for them to be black iron level today, bronze level tomorrow, gold level the next day, and then become overlord level 2 days later, right? With the earth bear's words falling, Iron Claw Tiger burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how could that be? It sounds like a joke. After their discussion, everyone turned to Dancing, their expressions clearly indicating disbelief in her claims. A race of such power suddenly emerging in the forest. As the rulers of the forest, they believed they had a grasp on all situations but received no news, naturally leading them to distrust so easily. Dancing gritted her teeth, feeling her body being toyed with by Iron Claw Tiger. However, Iron Claw Tiger had no intention of avenging her, only seeking to take advantage of her, stirring a sense of anger within her. Yet she dared not show it, maintaining a smiling facade. How could I dare to deceive you, Tiger brother and brother, dear brother bear? Didn't the Blade Mantis tribe in Mantis Valley disappear as well? That damned mantis, even at the initial platinum stage, was considered a strong creature and was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-platinum stage, yet even he was inexplicably taken down. Doesn't that indicate something? Dancing continued. In the surge of spiritual energy from our tribe, I believe everyone can sense it. This suddenly emerged powerful race is known as the insect race, seemingly evolved from those small bugs in vast numbers, each possessing tremendous strength. We absolutely did not deceive you. The Iron Claw Tiger inquired. Have there been any reports from the tribe members you sent out? None. Although many scouts have been dispatched, there are no abnormalities in the Mantis Valley or around the soft-boned rabbit. Even the remains have completely vanished, leaving only dried blood. Replied the frozen deer. Same here, said the earth bear. The Iron Claw Tiger sighed upon hearing these words. It seems a powerful tribe has indeed appeared suddenly. Sometimes not discovering anything is the most abnormal situation. The fact that they could end a battle so quickly and clean up the battlefield indicates their tremendous combat strength and considerable numbers. At this moment the earth bear began to mumble. But we have never received any news about them. This tribe can't just have emerged from the ground, can they? Even if they came from another place, there should be traces. The frozen deer said, all right brother bear, although this powerful tribe has indeed appeared inexplicably, you shouldn't dwell on where they came from anymore. This powerful tribe must exist. What we should consider next is how to respond. So tell me, what enemies have you encountered and how strong are they? The frozen deer's gaze shifted towards Dancing. After a few more words of discussion, these dominant beings quickly realized that the insect tribe indeed existed. The initial skepticism was merely a result of their arrogance as dominant beings. As dominants, they naturally adhered to their own thoughts at first. However, when evidence was presented before them, they would not blindly cling to their views. No one is a fool, one can easily deduce the answer to the problem. He. Brother Tiger, you finally believe me. I risked my life to rush here to report to you all to prevent you from being ambushed by those despicable insects. Dancing said. The three dominant beings curled their lips, clearly unimpressed. However, they did not show it and continued to listen to Dancing. In fact, those insects aren't that strong. The main threat is a peak dominator level undead creature. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other three dominant beings changed, clearly alarmed by this peak platinum level undead. However, Dancing recognized this and continued, oh, that peak platinum undead creature is actually quite easy to deal with. Its size is enormous and its movements are slow. Even a mid-platinum level Tangshan could entangle it and even gain some upper hand. After that, there are no more platinum level threats, just one troublesome peak golden creature. That creature attacked me along with the other insects, and in the end I was pushed back. Dancing's words were vague, not wanting to reveal the fact that she had been defeated. As long as Brother Tiger sends one to hold off that undead creature, the other insects are mostly peak golden level and they are absolutely no match for. After Dancing spoke, the frozen deer chuckled softly. As a platinum level being to be defeated by a peak golden one must know that the gap between platinum and golden is like a chasm. To be defeated by a golden level creature, it seems this rabbit's strength is indeed the lowest of the low. The frozen deer laughed, lowering his estimation of this rabbit's abilities even further. Though unspoken, everyone present understood the implication of his laughter. Meanwhile, Dancing's expression turned angry, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it and once again donned a smile. So brother tiger, brother deer, brother bear, as long as you can join forces, that so-called insect tribe will definitely be easily dispatched by you. They are numerous and strong. As long as you can devour them, your own strength will surely rise and your tribe will gain great advancement. In the forest, all magical beasts can devour and evolve each other, gaining certain enhancements after consuming the bodies of the strong. Thus the flesh of their own kind holds great allure for them. However, the relationships among various races in the forest are quite complex. There may be allies or friendly relationships between them. Waging war against other races too easily could easily provoke a united resistance from the other races. Therefore, the dominant beings in the forest generally find it difficult to fight among themselves. Meanwhile, the foreign beings lack any roots or background, making it easy for them to engage in slaughter and consume their flesh. Good. It's all thanks to you, Dancing. As long as we can devour those foreign powers, our strength will absolutely reach new heights. In the future, aside from the mixing heaven, we won't have to regard any other dominators as threats. The iron-claw tiger chuckled greedily, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He turned his gaze towards his two brothers. The frozen deer and earth bear both nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing this plan. The iron-claw tiger continued, I will hold off the peak platinum undead creature first. Little deer and old bear, you go take care of the other insects, then come back to assist me. With our combined strength we can definitely slay that undead creature. Although the death power of the undead creature is quite troublesome, as long as we slowly digest and neutralize the death energy within, consuming the flesh of this undead creature will surely elevate our strength. Okay. It's getting late today. Tomorrow we will set out early to search for the traces of those insects. We will personally take action and surely find their whereabouts. After the iron-claw tiger finished speaking, he shifted his gaze towards Dancing. Ha. Dancing, you brought such good news today. You've truly made a great contribution. How should I reward you? A lewd grin appeared on his face as he eyed Dancing with a greedy gaze. Of course, it's up to Brother Tiger to reward me. Dancing's eyes sparkled with allure as her body nearly leaned against the iron-claw tiger. Their relationship had begun long ago. The top of Tang Shan had long since turned into a sea of green grass. Ha, little dear, old bear, are you coming? I'll pass, I'm not interested in that kind of female. I want to come. Ha, good. Hey brother tiger, what are you doing? Soon the sounds of indecency erupted among the several dominant magical beasts. It is not just these three dominant level creatures. Other powerful clans in the forest have also received some news and sensed that something is amiss. Although the insectoid army has been very discreet in their operations, even if scouting units detect their traces, they would be directly eliminated by the insectoid forces. However, the fluctuations from the battles of the previous two wars and the chaotic spiritual energy on the battlefield are very intense. Many clans in the distance can feel it and are all sensing danger. Clans that have good relations are gathering together to avoid becoming the next target. Clans with mid to latest stage platinum powerhouses are relatively fine, especially those clans whose highest combat strength is only at the early stage of platinum. They are basically a little scared. After all, the power displayed by the insectoid army is simply too overwhelming. However, there are still a few confident, strong individuals who plan to strike against the insectoids and devour their flesh to enhance their own strength. In the depths of the forest, at a peculiar altar, a divine statue stands erect in the center. The sky has already turned dark. In this other world there are no sun or moon, yet a faint light source still shines down from the sky, covering the top of the statue. The strange stone statue emits a faint glow, appearing extremely sacred. Surrounding it are 10 altars filled with the flesh and blood of various animals. The faces of these animals in death appear to be filled with terror and distortion, clearly having endured something horrific before their demise. The strongest overlord in the forest, Hunshin, approached the stone tablet and slightly bowed his head. Great Lord, do you have any instructions? Oh, such a thing has occurred. Alright, I will investigate thoroughly. Great Lord, please rest assured. At this moment Zhao Ziyan arrived at a camp of a dominant level clan. This clan was originally a group of birds resembling eagles from the real world. They are slightly larger than eagles with broader wings, and their wing edges are extremely sharp, capable of slicing and striking enemies. They can also unleash skills like blade-like projectiles. Zhao Ziyan had seen these birds during the competition for spiritual herbs, where almost all dominant level creatures had come. Zhao Ziyan had managed to send little insects to scout their information from afar. Although the forest is vast, there aren't many dominant level beings. In total, only about a dozen dominant level creatures had come to compete for the spiritual herbs, and 2 of them had perished during the competition. Later, the forest's dominant level magical beasts united to seize the dragon bloodgrass, eventually chasing it to the forest city, where they lost another one. There should still be about 15 left. However, this assumes that all dominant level beings in the forest had come during the spiritual herb competition. If there were dominant level beings who could resist the temptation of spiritual herbs and did not come out to seize them, then Zhao Ziyan would not have seen. Based on the aura sensed during the previous scouting, the remaining Iron Claw Tiger should be the strongest apart from Hunshin and should possess latest stage Platinum cultivation. The mid-stage Platinum ones should include the Icebound Deer Earth Bear and Divine Wood Monkey. Zhao Ziyan remembers these dominant level magical beasts quite clearly, because they resemble characters from the animated series he watched in his childhood. There is also a turtle exuding magma, a large water buffalo, and a big black gorilla. These three should also be in the mid-stage Platinum. The rest are all early-stage Platinum dominant level beings. Among the 7 early-stage Platinum beings, the Blade Mantis has already been eliminated and the Soft-boned Rabbit has fled. The remaining 5 should be a horse, sheep, dog, pig, and bird. However, these are also magical beast versions of animals from another world. Compared to ordinary animals, they are generally mutated to some degree. The eagle-like bird does not know where it has gone. It likely joined forces with other clans in their territory. Being birds, they are quite fast. The news has only just spread and they have already relocated. This indicates that this clan has some clever birds acting very decisively. However, no thief leaves empty-handed. Zhao Ziyan led the insectoid army to raid here. In such a short time, even if they relocated, it is impossible to move everything. As expected, he discovered a lot of food in this camp surrounded by trees. These birds are carnivorous, primarily feeding on high nutrition meat. It can be considered a decent haul. As he saw that they had almost finished raiding, Zhao Ziyan headed towards the insectoid army, making his way to another camp. By tonight it is likely that other clans will unite. After all, the news has spread, and if they do not act quickly, it will be difficult to build momentum again. He found the main camp of another clan. This clan seems to have already received some news. Zhao Ziyan saw many dog or wolf-like creatures rapidly moving about. They are somewhat like huskies, resembling both wolves and dogs. However, compared to the intelligent gaze and silly expression of real huskies, these magical beasts, which are similar to huskies, have cold eyes and a much fiercer appearance. They seem to have already begun to relocate. However, they have only just started moving, and only a small portion of the dog-like magical beasts have gone out, while most of the beasts are still in the camp. Zhao Ziyan sneered. It seems he has not arrived too late. Hurry up, you lot. The forest is not safe right now. Are you slowpokes trying to get yourselves killed? Before dawn you must reach Old Turtle's side. Our clan and Old Turtle's alliance will surely allow us to live steadily. Everyone be quick about it. Set off quickly. If there are things to eat and drink, leave them behind if you can. Even if there is less food, we can replenish it all when we reach Old Turtle. If anyone lags behind and gets killed by that inexplicable emerging clan, don't blame me for not warning you. A fierce-looking man stood atop a large tree, shouting angrily at the wolf-dog magical beasts below. His face bore a scar that traversed the entirety of it, and his neck was similarly marred, extending downward. Nevertheless, wrapped in animal hide, the injuries on his body remained concealed. On his head was a dog ear, the other half missing as if torn off during a struggle with a human. Behind him a black dog tail was anxiously wagging. The aura emanating from him was unabashed, revealing him to be a platinum-level powerhouse. Clearly he was the leader of this canine beast. Also at the early stage of platinum, yet his aura was exceedingly fierce, suggesting he was on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage of platinum with combat prowess far surpassing that of a soft-boned rabbit. Watching his kin below move sluggishly, he appeared increasingly anxious. The number of his kin was exceedingly large, making their evacuation a daunting task. If they could evacuate by dawn, it would be a blessing. Moreover, this dominant canine leader harbored a persistent sense of foreboding which grew ever stronger. For beings of their caliber, such instincts were often remarkably accurate. At times these premonitions could even save their lives. The dog leader grew increasingly agitated, urging his kin below to hurry. However, soon enough his premonition would prove true. Corrosive venom was sprayed directly into the canine beast's stronghold. The stronghold was located within a forest surrounded only by rudimentary wooden barriers for protection. For them, having a dominant level powerhouse station meant that few dared to provoke them, thus the defenses were not particularly effective. If a rival of the same dominant level sought revenge, the defenses would be even less meaningful. Therefore no significant defenses were established outside the stronghold. The corrosive venom easily penetrated the wooden barriers, with most of it splattering onto the canine beasts inside. Some of the corrosive venom that was obstructed by the wooden barriers hissed as it corroded through. It directly dissolved the barriers. Such simple defenses were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of the corrosive venom. With the various evolved spraying insects, the distance of their attacks was significantly enhanced. Coupled with Zhao Ziyan's deliberate concealment, even the dog leader at the early platinum stage remained completely unaware. Fortunately, the time spent masking the insect army's aura was brief, otherwise Zhao Ziyan would have been reluctant to expend such a significant amount of divine power. However, the effect was remarkably good. By the time the insect army launched their full-scale assault, the canine beasts had no time to react. The first to charge in was the flesh-melding monster. With a roar, it charged directly into the enemy's stronghold. Its peak platinum strength meant that few could withstand it in a frontal confrontation, let alone the lower-tier beasts and the ordinary wild animals that had yet to attain a rank. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er simultaneously darted out to launch an assault on the dog leader. Currently, Xiao Yi had stabilized at the early platinum stage. Xiao Er's strength had also stabilized at the peak golden stage. The dog leader was left dumbfounded. He was merely at the early platinum stage. Wasn't this display a bit too terrifying? The war beasts below made no move to attack. After all, they were in a forest. Charging forward was quite difficult, and if they merely moved slowly, the war beasts' lethality could not be demonstrated. It was better to sit and rest, conserving some stamina to eat less food later. This terrain was completely unnecessary for them. However, the two specialized ants made their debut. Standing 5 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length while lying on the ground, their gigantic forms towered over many of the large trees in the forest. With a casual push, a tree snapped in two. One of the specialized ants bit down, uprooting a large tree and tossing it aside. It was thrown into the stronghold, instantly crushing many panicked canine beasts. The other specialized ant effortlessly shattered the protective barriers outside the canine beast's stronghold. Entering the enemy's stronghold, it began a rampant slaughter. Lowering its massive head, it swallowed a canine beast whole, crunching it with ease. Its sharp limbs stomped down, piercing through a beast's body. It seemed to find that this method of slaughter was too slow. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it leaped into the air, its massive body soaring above before crashing down hard. Its enormous form flattened numerous canine beasts beneath it. The ground was littered with broken beast corpses, blood mingling with shards of internal organs. As it slowly stood up, much flesh was still clinging to its exoskeleton armor, blood and bits of flesh dripping down. Its forelimbs covered in sharp barbs slightly bent as it swept forward. Forming a scythe shape, the canine beasts ahead were sliced in half like wheat. The stench of blood on the battlefield became even more intense. However, some canine beasts attempted to climb onto the specialized ant to attack its weak joints. Though the specialized ant was extremely fierce and had powerful attacks, its massive body rendered it less agile. There were certain areas that had blind spots for attacks. After suffering heavy casualties, the enemy desperately climbed onto the specialized ant's body, exploiting these attack blind spots. Just as they were about to strike, they discovered that other insect units were already waiting for them. The specialized ant's enormous body became like a combat platform. Several jumping insects arrived on its body, and the moment the canine beasts approached, the brutal attacking prowess of the jumping insects was revealed. As soon as the canine beasts climbed up, they merely caught a glimpse before being torn apart. The sharp side-like limbs sliced through, causing dismembered remains to drop from the specialized ant's body. At this moment, the silver and even golden-level canine beasts within the group also began to move. They could not bear to watch their kin be slaughtered by the enemy. However, in the face of such power, Zhao Ziyan had long been prepared. Numerous self-destructing insects gradually revealed themselves in the forest. The time since the creation of the self-exploding insects has not been too long. After Zhao Ziyan obtained the genetic template for the self-exploding insects, he did not produce many. There are only about 3,000 of them. Moreover, the production of self-exploding insects is quite resource-intensive. Although they are not very large, the consumption is comparable to that of soldier ants. It is worth noting that the consumption of a single soldier ant can produce 10 worker ants. The main reason is that the internal structure of the self-exploding insect is incredibly complex, requiring a substantial amount of energy for its construction. Although small in size, they require a tremendous amount of energy. This battle also serves as a test of the practical combat capabilities of this new unit. If the results are good, then more can be produced next. However, thinking about the fact that detonating a self-exploding insect requires the resources of a soldier ant, Zhao Ziyan feels somewhat reluctant. 2 golden-grade wolf dogs charged towards the specialized ants. Although Zhao Ziyan was unclear about what to call these beasts that resembled both dogs and wolves. But it did not matter. They could just be called wolf dogs for now. These 2 golden-grade wolf dogs also understood that their greatest threat at the moment was these 2 specialized ants. They must first eliminate these 2 behemoths. However, as they bared their fangs preparing to tear into the bodies of the specialized ants, suddenly several oddly shaped insects emerged beside them. Nevertheless, these golden-grade beings did not pay much attention to them. After all, the insect army generally lacked strength, although they posed a significant threat to their lower-level kin. However, against golden-grade beings such as themselves, inflicting damage was quite difficult. Soon enough, something unexpected occurred as these strange insects approached them. They did not come to bite or attack using their exoskeleton armor like other insects. Instead, a burst of white light suddenly emanated from their bodies. What is going on? This was the only thought fleeting through the minds of the two golden-grade wolf dogs. However, in the next moment they were too busy to think. At the moment the white light radiated from the bodies of these insects, they erupted in a violent explosion. Massive waves of spiritual energy accompanied by corrosive venom sprayed outwards. Moreover, the self-exploding insects had a certain degree of exoskeleton coverage. Although this exoskeleton could not cover the entire body of the toxin-exploding insect, it was challenging to mount any effective defense when attacked by enemies. However, during such self-detonations the effectiveness proved unexpectedly advantageous. It was similar to a fragmentation grenade. At the moment of explosion, the internal immense impact could cause substantial damage. Furthermore, when a grenade explodes, it generates a large number of fragments. These shards would penetrate the enemy's body at extremely high speeds, causing even greater damage. The defense of the toxin self-exploding insects was not strong. Subjected to the powerful internal explosion, their exoskeletons shattered in an instant. These exoskeletons were reduced to tiny fragments. However, the terrifying kinetic energy generated by the explosion rendered these small fragments incredibly lethal. They gained unparalleled acceleration. With their newfound high speed, these tiny fragments could penetrate the bodies of the golden-grade wolf dogs like bullets. The golden-grade wolf dog, already injured from the explosion, suffered a second round of damage on the spot. The combined explosion of several self-exploding insects left the two golden-grade wolf dogs in a dire state. Fortunately, the golden-grade physique was still intact. Although they sustained some injuries, it was not too serious. Controlling the movements of their muscles, the two golden-grade wolf dogs expelled the fragments of the exoskeleton lodged within them. These fragments were not deeply embedded, making it easy to push them out. As their blood surged, the powerful recovery abilities brought about by their physique began to manifest, with the wounds gradually ceasing to bleed and slowly healing. Phew! Just as the two golden-grade wolf dogs let out a long sigh of relief, they realized they had not only failed to kill that large insect but had also sustained such injuries. However, it was fortunate that these insects were so powerful, surely there couldn't be too many of them. At least their lives were spared. Just as the two golden-grade wolf dogs felt thankful for their survival, more self-exploding insects appeared around them. Moreover, in the forest behind them a large number of identical insects emerged. The sight of countless self-exploding insects shrouded in the night appeared as a dark mass, making it impossible to discern how many there were. The two golden-grade wolf dogs. They could not allow these insects to self-explode again. One of the golden-grade wolf dogs took the initiative to attack. It struck at the two self-exploding insects with its sharp forepaws. Meanwhile, the other golden-grade wolf dog opened its mouth wide and lunged at another self-exploding insect. Boom! The sound of several massive explosions echoed. As these self-exploding insects were attacked by the golden-grade wolf dogs, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within them became unstable, once again triggering an immediate explosion. Due to the first golden-grade wolf dog firmly striking the self-exploding insect with its forepaws suffered immense damage, charred black from the force of the explosion. The shockwave from the explosion and the scattering fragments of the exoskeleton hit it squarely. Its forepaws were drenched in blood and many exoskeleton fragments had penetrated deep into its body. After all, with its forepaws lunging forward, the distance was simply too close. The other wolf dog faced an even more tragic fate. It had attempted to bite down on a self-exploding insect. At the moment it bit down on the self-exploding insect, it felt as though it had secured its catch. The soft body of the self-exploding insect had low defensive capabilities, easily breached by this golden-grade wolf dog. However, in the next instant this golden-grade wolf dog felt a strong and chaotic fluctuation of spiritual energy in its mouth. At the moment of the explosion, this golden-grade wolf dog even envisioned its life flashing before its eyes. How tragic! The self-destructing insect exploded in the mouth of the golden-tier wolf dog. Saliva mixed with blood splattered everywhere and crimson chunks of flesh fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the golden-tier wolf dog's tongue had been severed. Awu! 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 The golden-tier wolf dog let out a mournful howl of agony. This pain was akin to a hand grenade exploding in its own mouth. The wolf dog's once protruding nose and mouth were now a bloody mess. Corrosive venom and sharp exoskeleton fragments surged into its body through the gaping wounds. Although its strong canine teeth suffered no damage, they all fell out of the gums. Flesh and blood fell from its mouth in droves, revealing the faint outline of its bones. With such severe injuries, even a golden-tier wolf dog would find it hard to recover. Future feeding would be greatly affected. However, it seemed that it would not have the opportunity to eat again. The self-destructing insects nearby rushed over, starting to close in on the two golden tier wolf dogs. The wolf dog with injured claws could still barely move. As it watched the self-destructing insects draw nearer, a deep fear welled up within. These insects were not as weak as they appeared. The fear had penetrated deeply into the heart of this golden tier wolf dog. With a certain level of intelligence, the wolf dog beast glanced at the gruesome sight of its companion and gritted its teeth. It began to flee towards the base, intending to distance itself from these terrifying foes. The wolf dog beast that had the self-destructing insect explode in its mouth was not so fortunate. It was now writhing in pain on the ground, feeling dizzy from the explosion inside its mouth. Coupled with the intense suffering from its severe injuries, this wolf dog beast had completely lost its wits, unaware of the impending danger. As the self-destructing insects reached it, they began to explode one after another, sending its body flying through the air. The scene resembled a game of soccer. After one self-destructing insect sent the wolf dog beast flying, another waited below. As the wolf dog beast's body fell, it landed on another self-destructing insect, which exploded again, sending it flying. When its body fell again, several more self-destructing insects. Soon the wolf dog beast's body was reduced to tatters, resembling a ragged sack. The formidable golden tier physique could no longer protect it. Once the self-destructing insects realized that their enemy had lost combat ability, they ceased wasting time and began to retreat. Other types of insects approached, using their sharp mandibles or aggressive limbs to dismember the golden tier wolf dog beast. At that moment, the defenses of the golden tier wolf dog had been completely breached, its body riddled with wounds. Although other insect armies found it hard to inflict damage on a golden tier powerhouse at its peak. Against an enemy that had lost its defensive capabilities, it was easy to harvest. The insect army frantically attacked the wounds of their foe. Large soldier ants thrust their heads into the wounds of the golden tier wolf dog, tearing at its flesh. Jumping insects even inserted their gigantic scythe-shaped limbs into the enemy's wounds, beginning to slice through flesh. Before long, the golden tier wolf dog was sliced into pieces by the jumping insect's enormous scythes. The nearly 2-meter-tall wolf-like creature was divided into numerous chunks of flesh, making it convenient for the insect species to transport and store their food. Meanwhile, the other golden tier beast had not escaped either. It was hindered by a swarm of flying insects and surrounded by jumping insects on the ground. Spiders in the distance continuously spewed silk to slow down its movements. Trapped between aerial and terrestrial encirclement, this injured wolf dog beast was completely immobilized. Although it had killed many of the interfering insects, it was still powerless against the nearly 1 million strong insect army. Soon these insects delayed until the self-destructing insects arrived. As large numbers of spiders in the distance spewed silk, wrapping this golden tier wolf dog tightly, its body was momentarily immobilized. Although the strength of the silk was not high, the golden tier wolf dog could break free in a short time. However, it was during this brief moment of obstruction that many self-destructing insects surrounded it. As if on cue, these self-destructing insects exploded simultaneously. A tremendous roar erupted. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. A massive crater was blasted into the ground. Some sand and stones below were affected by the intense heat, showing signs of melting. Nearly 100 self-destructing insects exploded together, unleashing an extremely terrifying force. At the center of the explosion, the life force of the golden tier wolf dog dissipated instantly. Although it had used the spiritual power from within to shield itself, forming a protective layer around its body. These efforts were futile against such a violent explosion. Its body was in tatters, severely damaged with many parts blown through. One could see the scenery on the other side through the gaping hole in its belly. Its insides, visible through the mangled body, were charred black and bore signs of corrosion. Corrosive venom still lingered in its body, emitting faint sizzling sounds. Its eyes had been shattered, and the bones around the eye sockets were also fractured, with a magical beast crystal core falling out through the broken eye socket. Thankfully, the magical beast crystal core remained intact. However, its glow was dimmer than that of those magical beasts that had been decapitated. Instead, it appeared somewhat dull. At this moment, Zhao Zian was also observing this scene. It seemed that the self-destructing insects preferred to avoid using themselves if possible. Because using self-destructing insects not only consumed many resources on their side. Many enemies would also be obliterated. Just like with these two golden tier wolf dogs. If Little E had been the one to kill them, it would have only taken one decapitation to finish them off. It would merely result in some blood spurting out when the head was severed. But the flesh would remain in perfect condition. The loss rate would be nearly zero. Taking it back for the queen ant to eat could produce more troops. In contrast, the explosion of the self-destructing insects left its body in tatters, with much flesh turned to pulp and some scorched to charcoal, significantly reducing its nutritional value. Even the magical beast crystal core inside appeared dimmer, and the energy stored within was likely diminished. Although the explosion was powerful, it's still a disappointment. It seems that perfection is still unattainable. Zhao Ziyan thought smugly to himself. At this moment the wolf dog leader was unilaterally being beaten. The other 6 wolf dogs all rushed over to assist their leader. But the strongest was not the Platinum Peak undead creature. It was the one in the early Platinum stage. That female humanoid creature of the same early Platinum stage was simply monstrous. The wolf dog leader originally belonged to a class of beings with high physical strength. He was proficient in close combat. However, the moment he clashed with an opponent of equal rank, he sensed something was wrong. His once proud physical strength felt like soft tofu before the enemy. After just the first collision, blood flowed continuously from his arm while his humanoid opponent appeared completely at ease. After several rounds of fighting, he dared not clash Eden anymore, only restraining and harassing. But the moment the enemy unleashed other skills, the wolf dog beast leader exploded. Why was the melee so strong but the ranged damage also so high? And it had wings to fly. Its agility was astonishing. A pure numerical monster. Not a single hit landed. When a single hair from Xiaoyi pierced into the wolf dog beast leader's body, he realized he could not win. As this round of attacks concluded, his body was already covered in wounds. Some were caused by Xiaoyi's fist, others by hairs piercing him, and there were also some elemental spells. There was even a terrifying wound on his waist deep enough to see bone. This was from Xiaoyi's wings, a horizontal slash. The huge and sharp wing exoskeleton nearly cleaved the enemy in two. After several rounds of combat, the wolf dog beast was on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for the few loyal subordinates desperately assisting nearby, he would have been defeated. At this moment, one of the latest age golden wolf dogs had been sliced in half. It sacrificed its life to block a horizontal slash from Xiaoyi's wings. The residual damage severely injured the dominant level wolf dog beast. Had there been no obstruction taking that blow, Eden would have cleaved the dominant level wolf dog in two. With Xiaoyi alone attacking, the enemy was already on the brink of collapse. Xiaoyi watched from the side and did not intervene. Because Xiaoyi had just entered the dominant level, wanting to familiarize himself with his power. Only through battle could he better understand the strength he gained after becoming dominant. The flesh and blood monster had been summoned by Zhao Ziyan to chase down the fleeing wolf dog beasts. After all, some of the wolf dog beasts had already begun to retreat when Zhao Ziyan arrived. These enemies were all meat. They needed to be captured back as much as possible. Zhao Ziyan had never been one to waste. Leader, these enemies are simply too terrifying, you should leave quickly. As long as you escape, our Ironbone wolf clan still has hope. The remaining 3 golden level wolf dogs were also gravely injured. One of them had partially transformed and was also at the peak of the golden level. Its head was still a dog's head, but its body had morphed into a humanoid form with limbs essentially becoming human hands. However, the claws were sharper, resembling Wolverine, extending over 10 centimeters from the fingers. The half-transformed Ironbone wolf looked very grave. He knew that his tribe could not escape this disaster this time. The fleeing Ironbone wolf leader seemed to have an emotional outburst upon hearing those words. Small droplets of water were left along the path of escape. It must have been tears of small pearls in its eyes. Xiaoyi immediately decided to chase, but the few creatures on the brink of self-destruction were already charging towards him. There was no choice. Xiaoyi turned around. He had to deal with these creatures first, for if they self-destructed, the resulting explosion would pose a significant threat to the Overlord level. With a single punch, he smashed the head of the foremost Ironbone wolf. The magical beast's crystal core fell out and its self-destruction failed on the spot. After its body died, it lost the ability to trigger the spiritual energy within, making self-destruction impossible. The other 2 Ironbone wolves were impaled by strands of hair directly skewered like candied hawthorns. Then with a forceful tug, the bodies of the 2 golden-level Ironbone wolves were torn apart. However, it was precisely because these golden-level Ironbone wolves desperately obstructed him that the Ironbone wolf leader had already gotten very far away. Xiaoyi spat out a lot of spider silk, creating some interference for the enemies. However, he did not dare to push too far ahead. After all, although Xiaoyi was at the pinnacle of golden level, he was not as monstrous as Xiaoyi. He couldn't easily fight above his level. If that injured overlord level creature turned around, it would certainly kill Xiaoyi, which would be disastrous. Nevertheless, although Xiaoyi didn't dare to intervene, the large amounts of spider silk still slowed down the overlord level Ironbone wolf. Seeing this, Xiaoyi wasted no time and spread his wings to chase after it. You head back first, I'll handle that enemy. Okay. With that, Xiaoyi charged after the enemy. Xiaoyi returned to this side of the battlefield and began to slaughter the weaker enemies. However, although Xiaoyi was incredibly fast by the time he caught up to the enemy, it was unclear what skill the overlord level Ironbone wolf had used. One could see the blood energy surging on its body as it gradually transformed from a human form into a gigantic wolf-like magical beast. Its forelegs spun like wheels fast enough that only after images could be seen. Although it looked a bit comical, its speed of escape had increased significantly. Even Xiaoyi found it somewhat challenging to catch up. Nevertheless, he occasionally flung out some strands of hair to attack the enemy while the ironbone wolf dodged left and right on the ground. Moreover, there were often fallen branches and large stones in front of it. Occasionally it had to leap over the obstacles blocking its path. It was almost like a parkour game for him. As for the battlefield of the Ironbone Wolf's stronghold, it was quite relaxed and comfortable. The platinum level leader had escaped and all the golden level ones were dead. Only some silver, bronze and black iron remained along with ordinary beasts that had not reached any rank. On the insect side there was a pinnacle overlord level flesh synthesizing monster. 2 specialized ants were infinitely close to the overlord level. And Xiaoer. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. Xiaoer was even too lazy to act as the situation did not require her intervention. With howls echoing throughout the forest, the Ironbone wolf pack was nearly exterminated. Only a few of those that had initially fled were left. But it didn't matter, let them run. Even if they truly developed and grew into a large tribe again. Then the insect tribe would come back and consume them all over again. The idea of completely eradicating them did not apply to the insect tribe. Even Zhao Ziyan began to reflect on whether he had been too ruthless. He should leave some descendants for each tribe to continue reproducing. After all, one cannot completely uproot a crop, they must leave some behind to continue developing slowly. It seems he would need to pay attention to this issue in the future. Zhao Ziyan ordered the insect army to clean up the battlefield. There was still a considerable amount of ironbone wolf meat. The most common ironbone wolves stood about a meter tall. Once they reached rank, their bodies grew slightly larger, but mainly their meat was quite firm and extremely nutritious. Looking over the battlefield, it was clear that all the enemies had been dealt with. Thus Zhao Ziyan instructed the worker ants to begin transporting the food. There were still quite a few worker ants, and Zhao Ziyan directly kept 400,000 large worker ants. Zhao Ziyan planned to establish another sub-base underground. After all, with so many corpses, moving them would require a long journey. As long as there were too many corpses on the battlefield, he would simply develop an underground insect nest right beneath the battlefield. Not only would this increase the territory of the insect tribe, but it would also save the trouble of transporting food. Soon the 400,000 large worker ants began to construct their home. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan led the remaining insect units to the next battlefield. This battle had incurred almost no losses, it was purely a crushing victory. Thus there was no need to replenish the forces, they directly proceeded to the next battle. The early overlord level races discovered by Zhao Ziyan included horses, sheepdogs, pigs and birds. The territories of these races were mostly located on the edges of the forest's core areas, making them relatively easy to find. The territories of other stronger overlord level creatures lay in the heart of the core area. These places were more remote with tighter security, making them difficult to locate. The previous Eagle tribe camp had already completely fled, with only the birds noted in Zhao Ziyan's notebook. The dogs had just been entirely wiped out. Zhao Ziyan planned to search for pigs. After all, pigs generally had larger bodies and more meat. Moreover, those pigs seemed rather dim-witted, appearing not too clever. They probably wouldn't engage in an overnight escape. As Zhao Ziyan led the insect army to change positions, he instructed Xiaoer to explore the pig camp first. Sure enough, there were no signs of escape in the pig camp. The camp was filled with the sounds of snoring, with almost all the pigs asleep. Only a few were on guard. Looking at these stout plump pigs, Zhao Ziyan felt quite pleased within. How much meat will this yield? Considering their thick skin, Zhao Ziyan decided to name them thick-skin pigs. After all, Zhao Ziyan had never understood the various types and names of magical beasts, so he randomly named them whatever came to mind. Divine power enveloped the little one, whose presence did not disturb the thick-skinned pigs. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyan felt no urgency. Since these thick-skinned pigs were still asleep without any signs of escape, it was perfectly fine to leave them be for a while. First he would check on other races. If there were any that hadn't fled, he would deal with them first and then return to handle the thick-skinned pigs. To be cautious, Zhao Ziyan had the little one wander around the thick-skinned pig's base. He confirmed that there were indeed no signs of escape, rather than a ruse to deceive others. Mainly Zhao Ziyan feared that these thick-skinned pigs might pretend to be nonchalant while secretly planning to flee. However, it was clear that these thick-skinned pigs lacked such cunning. Sleep well, thick-skinned ones, I will call you to wake up shortly. Zhao Ziyan felt relieved and made his way towards the base of the other races. He first headed to Old Ma's camp. However, by the time the insect race army arrived, Old Ma had already fled nearly completely. These equine magical beasts were wrapped in flames reminiscent of the fire horses from Pokemon, capable of spitting fire to burn their enemy. However, only high-level fire horses could achieve this. The flames spat by lower-level fire horses were extremely weak. Most of the fire horses had fled, prompting Zhao Ziyan to immediately command the insect army to launch an attack. Fortunately, a small portion of the fire horses had not escaped. The insect army did not return empty-handed. They managed to capture several hundred. These hundreds of fire horses were all old, weak, sick or disabled, which was why they had fled slowly, and by now they had not managed to escape. Even the most ordinary of ordinary horses without any grade stood nearly 2 meters tall. Their thigh muscles were rich, containing 10 times the protein of beef. Once cut open, the meat was tender with clear marbling, leaving a delicious taste with each bite. After rummaging through the fire horse camp, most of the supplies had already been taken. Only some fodder remained. However, the insect race did not eat grass. It's not that they couldn't eat it, rather it was too lacking in nutrition to be of interest. After a few rounds of inspection, Zhao Ziyan led the insect army away. There was nothing left to see, and it was unnecessary to establish an insect nest here. Continuing towards the next camp, the target this time was the sheep-like magical beasts. These sheep-like magical beasts appeared to have horns capable of generating electricity. Previously, during the struggle for spiritual herbs, Zhao Ziyan had encountered a sovereign-level sheep-like magical beast that could electrify its enemies like the Thunder Law King. This sovereign-level lightning sheep also chose to transform into a human form, appearing as a female in the spirit herb battlefield with healthy wheat-colored skin and a beautiful abdominal line. Her long slender thighs made Zhao Ziyan's mouth water. If only I could sprinkle some cumin and pepper on her. How delicious that would be. Moreover, she was of the type that practiced both body and magic. She was capable in close combat and also possessed lightning-type spells for ranged attacks. Zhao Ziyan referred to her as the lightning sheep. Soon they arrived near the territory of the lightning sheep. Through reconnaissance, Zhao Ziyan discovered that these lightning sheep had seemingly received news and had begun to retreat, but only partially. At this moment, the leader of the lightning sheep was extremely anxious. She had clearly sensed the powerful spiritual fluctuations from other sovereign-level beings. According to the direction, it should be the territory of the Iron Bone Wolves. Originally within this forest there was animosity between the lightning sheep and the Iron Bone Wolves. After all, it was a natural order for wolves to eat sheep. Although neither were ordinary beasts, both belonged to clans with special bloodlines. However, under the same level, lions were invariably stronger than mice. Similarly, under comparable racial potential, both being of golden rank, wolves were stronger than sheep. The lightning sheep had suffered greatly at the hands of the Iron Bone Wolves in the past. If it had been in the past when the Iron Bone Wolves faced losses, the lightning sheep would have surely laughed in delight. However, the current leader of the lightning sheep was no longer in a mood for schadenfreude. Instead, she was deeply concerned about the survival of her clan. If they couldn't even withstand the Iron Bone Wolves, how could they confront the terrifying enemies that appeared in the forest? Sister, why do you look so tense right now? Just now I sensed a powerful spiritual fluctuation from another place. There must have been a fierce battle, and now those fluctuations have disappeared, indicating the battle is over. If we don't hurry, those enemies might come to us. That shouldn't be the case. We should be hard to notice during the night as we withdraw. Once we reach Grandfather Turtle, our clan should be able to safely weather this dangerous period. Sister, you're worrying too much. At this moment, another transformed lightning sheep consoled her leader. She was now almost indistinguishable from a human, but still sported 2 horns on her head. However, despite successfully transforming, her strength remained at the pinnacle of golden rank. It must have been some fortuitous encounter or exceptional talent that allowed her to fully transform while at the golden level. Listening to her companion, the leader of the lightning sheep did not ease her anxious expression. Previously, I personally scouted the Blade Edge Mantis Valley, and it seems the entire Blade Edge Mantis clan was wiped out, not a single survivor. I can't fathom which powerful race could accomplish such a feat. Even in the forest, no matter how chaotic it gets, it's impossible to eliminate so many beings from the Blade Edge Mantis clan without leaving a single survivor. And one more thing, you must call me leader. Oh, come on, don't worry, sister. The beast god will protect us. Xiao Ro, call me leader. The lightning sheep said in an irritable tone, smacking her younger sister on the head. With so many clan members around, calling her sister all the time undermined her authority as a leader. The struck golden level lightning sheep exclaimed, "Ouch, why did you do that? Sister. Sister. Sister." With a playful tone, the younger one, who bore a striking resemblance to her leader, stuck out her tongue and ran away. Watching her sister leave, the leader's expression turned somewhat complicated. The beast god. The lightning sheep leader murmured softly. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan had quietly arrived near the herd of lightning sheep. Seeing the lightning sheep starting to retreat, he felt a twinge of anxiety. These retreating creatures are all moving pieces of meat. How could he let them escape? He no longer had the desire to conceal anything. He directly commanded the swarm of insects to begin their attack. The first to strike were the spitting bugs and the parasite bugs. The spitting bugs of course needed no further introduction, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks that had the lightning sheep crying out for help. However, there were still a large number of parasite bugs on the battlefield. These parasite bugs were left over from the previous battle. After defeating the Iron Bone Wolves, many parasite bugs were left without targets to attack. Life points continued to drain away. Yet Zhao Ziyan planned to take advantage of the remaining shelf life of these parasite bugs. He intended to have them make use of their potential while it lasted. After all, the shelf life of the parasite bugs was just a little over an hour and they had very little time left. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Ziyan was eager to attack. Charge! With Zhao Ziyan's command, the insect army's morale surged and they began their assault. Various resurrected undead creatures and warbeasts sounded the charge. The nearby trees were relatively sparse, allowing the massive warbeasts to utilize their size. However, the two specialized ants did not rush forward immediately. At Zhao Ziyan's order, the two large creatures began to execute their commands surrounded by self-destruct bugs. The specialized ants lowered their heads and gently bit down on the legs of the self-destruct bugs. Then they turned their heads and forcefully flung the self-destruct bugs into the enemy stronghold. Treating the self-destruct bugs like grenades, while some flying bugs also grabbed the bodies of the self-destruct bugs and took to the air. Upon reaching above the enemy, they released the self-destruct bugs they were holding. Some flying bugs, having gone through several battles and evolved, were now immensely strong. They could even grasp two self-destruct bugs at once. Soon a swarm of bombers was formed, raining devastation upon the enemy. However, Zhao Ziyan quickly ordered them to cease using the self-destruct bugs for attacks. The enemies before them were not strong enough to warrant further waste of such resources. After all, self-destruct bugs were quite expensive to produce. The average combat power of these lightning sheep was even lower than that of the iron bone wolves and blade mantis they had encountered before. Almost at the very moment of engagement, the lightning sheep showed signs of defeat, offering no resistance whatsoever. The more powerful lightning sheep could cast spells to summon lightning to attack their foes. However, those lower tier or ordinary lightning sheep had very weak abilities to summon lightning. Their efforts could only temporarily stun the insect army, dealing almost no damage. Even those ordinary lightning sheep without any rank could only attack the enemy with the horns on their heads. Faced with the sharp mandibles of the insect army and their evolved combat appendages, their resistance was akin to that of primitive humans. Many times heavily armored insect units like soldier ants could simply stand there motionless, and even ordinary lightning sheep could not break through their defenses with their horn attacks. It is worth mentioning that all the lightning sheep in this herd possess horns. In normal sheep, only rams are supposed to have horns. However, these are magical beasts from another world, so it's not surprising that they differ somewhat. Just as Zhao Ziyan planned to eliminate them all and move on to the next battlefield, an unexpected event occurred. Stop! Quickly halt! A tall and beautiful woman leapt onto a large tree near the battlefield. Her tone was urgent, suggesting she was the leader of the lightning sheep. What a joke, you ask us to stop just like that. Do you think we, the insect army, would still have any dignity left? No wonder I didn't see the leader of the lightning sheep. Usually when attacking the enemy, the strongest would step forward to resist the insect army's assault. This time, however, the strongest lightning sheep was not visible at first. Zhao Ziyan focused the scene on her. Indeed, this human-looking woman was the leader of the lightning sheep. Zhao Ziyan had seen her during the struggle for the spiritual herbs. He could see that the woman's face was somewhat flustered, with the two horns on her head flickering intermittently. Lightning flashed around the horns with the intensity of the current varying. It mirrored the turmoil and complexity of her inner thoughts. No matter what your intentions are, we are willing to surrender. As long as you don't harm my kin, I can do anything. I don't know what your goals are, but our lightning sheep tribe has no valuable materials. There's no need for you to go to such extremes. As long as you stop, I am willing to serve you. I possess the strength of an early platinum rank, making me a decent fighter in this forest. She finished speaking, but the insect army continued their assault. Sorry, but the insect army does not need any materials from you. As long as you have meat, that's enough. This way the insect army can breed more combat units and gain greater combat power. Moreover, the more there are, the more belief power Zhao Ziyan can gain, thus becoming even stronger. Wait, no. Actually, if the goal is to collect belief power, it seems accepting the enemy's surrender could be acceptable. After all, the insect army is not currently in dire need of food. There is more than enough supply. The main priority is to enhance the average combat power of the insect army. Because no matter how many there are, if the individual combat power cannot be improved, they would merely serve as cannon fodder against certain enemies, posing no real threat. Zhao Ziyan was deep in thought. He then instructed the insect army to slow down their offensive. He continued to ponder. These lightning sheep are quite weak. Even if he were to consume them, all their genes would hardly enhance the combat capabilities of the insect units. After all, these lightning sheep seem incapable of besting the blade mantis or iron bone wolves. They would only serve to increment the numbers. If that were the case, their contribution would indeed be minimal. As for the belief power, sheep should provide more belief power than insects, right? After all, sheep have a bit of intelligence. In contrast, while insects provide very pure belief power, the quantity is certainly not as abundant as that from sheep. Zhao Ziyan was no longer an ordinary person. He could be considered a legitimate wild deity now. He had previously controlled other insects, but the belief power they provided was very scarce. For instance, flies, mosquitoes, bees, earthworms, and so on. Even with other ants Zhao Ziyan had experimented, though they began to believe in him, the belief power they offered was minimal. It seemed that his insect army had undergone some mutations during their initial evolution. It might also be due to the high innate talent of the little one, resulting in her offspring having some unique traits. In short, although the faith power provided by my family's insect army ranks among the top in the insect realm, it is certainly less than that of larger animals like sheep. Having a batch of followers who can generate additional faith power seems not unacceptable. As for betrayal and the like, Zhao Ziyan is not particularly worried. What a joke. If they really betray, can't I just eat them? After all, raising them here incurs no loss. If one day they truly betray, they might already be plump, making them more delicious. Zhao Ziyan took one last glance at the humanoid lightning sheep that spoke. The woman's beauty was actually somewhat inferior compared to her previous dancing. However, she lacked some softness and possessed a touch of heroism. Upon another glance, her long legs were smooth as jade, perfectly straight, and she had a well-defined hourglass figure. Around her neck was a tuft of white fur contrasting sharply with her brown skin. There was also a cute little tail on her backside, complemented by her wheat-colored skin and some animalistic features. Even someone like Zhao Ziyan, who did not have a preference for these kinds of aesthetics, couldn't help but feel a little moved. He swallowed hard. Surprisingly, the first thing he noticed was not the thunder. A sign of progress. It seemed that after transforming, the magical beasts could control their appearance. So does that mean transformed magical beasts are basically never ugly? Zhao Ziyan steadied his mind and instructed the insect army to halt their aggressive advance. These lightning sheep can still be used to produce faith power, so let's spare them for now. If they produce less faith power later or stop producing it altogether, then we can eat them all. Or if we encounter a powerful enemy and the insect army runs low on food, they can serve as a backup food source. We can eat them when the insect army reaches a critical moment. Soon the fierce offensive of the insect army slowed and came to a halt. The little second jumped out and began to grin at the leader of the lightning sheep. Hee hee. Hee hee. Cough cough. After chuckling a couple of times, the little second seemed a bit unaccustomed, choking on water, and started coughing. Bang bang bang. The little second pounded his chest to try to shake the water out. However, his pectoral muscles were so solid that this method was completely ineffective. After a few more violent coughs, he finally calmed down. The little second slowly spoke. We are the insect race. As long as we eat you all, we can produce more of our kind. As for your own strength, what does it matter? Have you seen that undead creature outside? That is a terrifying being at the Platinum Peak. As soon as it makes a move, killing you is as easy as crushing a little ant. Why do you think you are so important? What use is your tribe to us, the insect race? Becoming our food is the only destiny for your entire tribe. Our insect army will eventually sweep through the entire forest and ultimately conquer the whole world. The little second spoke animatedly without any embarrassment. He expressed a strong sense of belonging to the insect army and even became somewhat excited as he spoke. Currently the little one is not around. She went to chase the fleeing iron bone wolf leader. Otherwise the little second could boast even more. Watching the insect army stop their attack, the leader of the lightning sheep gradually calmed down. She gritted her teeth and spoke to the insect army. If you plan to just keep killing like this, you will absolutely not be able to occupy the entire forest. The little second raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, tell me why. Is it because of that diamond-level forest overlord Hundian? But you are probably overthinking it. As long as our insect army continues to develop, even Hundian cannot stop our advance." Hearing this, the leader of the lightning sheep shook her head. It's not Hunshin, but... She stopped speaking, clearly trying to build suspense. As long as you can promise to spare our lightning sheep tribe, I will tell you the secret. Not Huntian. Zhao Ziyan scratched his head. But speaking of it, your race is indeed called lightning sheep. That sounds completely made up. Zhao Ziyan thought to himself. In fact, this leader of the lightning sheep had been communicating with Zhao Ziyan from afar. The words spoken by the little second were all instructed by Zhao Ziyan. Though the initial villainous laughter didn't come out quite right, there was a slight flaw. Zhao Ziyan had always believed that the greatest obstacle to his insect army occupying the forest was Hundian. After all, that strange overlord-level magical beast is diamond tier, and with diamond-level strength, even if the insect army hacked at it for 100 years, it would probably still struggle to break its defenses. However, as long as they continue to develop slowly, the little one, the little second, and the flesh and blood fusion monster will definitely have the capability to threaten it. Moreover, the self-exploding insects and specialized ants also possess great potential. Hunshin as an overlord-level magical beast is indeed weak in numbers, and its spiritual energy will eventually deplete. Once Zhao Ziyan defeats the other overlord-level magical beasts one by one, there will only be Hundian left, and it will likely not escape from his clutches. After all, he still has his ultimate secret weapon. The embodiment of faith. Worst case, he would just exhaust his divine power. If it's not Hunshin, then who could it be? Could there be creatures in the forest that prefer not to appear in front of others but are extremely powerful? Similar to a monk who sweeps the floor. Zhao Ziyan racked his brains but couldn't figure out who it was. Since he couldn't think of it, he decided to just ask directly. I can guarantee that I won't harm your lightning sheep tribe, but only if your secret is true and not just a random lie to save your life. The little second listened to Zhao Ziyan's instructions and began to speak. What do you guarantee with? Asked the leader of the lightning sheep. Hee, what other options do you have besides trusting me now? The little second laughed. Now you can only pray that I can keep my promise. The leader of the lightning sheep was at a loss for words, then sighed and continued, alright, I hope you don't forget what you just said. Actually, in our forest we are blessed by the beast god, and almost all animals that have gained wisdom worship him. However, very few animals have ever seen the beast god, and even fewer know of his true power. Some animals even believe that the beast god does not exist. Their worship is merely a spiritual solace. But I know for certain that the beast god truly exists, and his power is incredibly terrifying. While I may not be the strongest, I am a dominant beast that has lived in the forest for quite some time. The original Hun Tian was merely of platinum level strength, just like the Iron Claw Tiger, also a latest-stage platinum powerhouse. One day, while wandering in the forest searching for delicious plants, I suddenly sensed a terrifying aura nearby that made me prostrate in place, unable to move. At that time I had already attained early-stage platinum strength, yet the mere aura instilled great fear in me. Such power was beyond imagination. Then Hun Tian appeared, and to my astonishment he had reached diamond-level strength, tainted by the very aura that terrified me. My relationship with Hun Tian was not good. I originally thought he would kill me, but he said he would spare me for the sake of the beast god. You see, Hun Tian never believed in the beast god before. At the time I was not very clear about that aura, but later encounters with humans and other races revealed to me some items imbued with divine power. That aura was very similar to the divine power within those items. However, compared to other divine powers that felt warm, that aura only brought me coldness and fear. As the leader of the lightning sheep finished speaking, Zhao Ziyan fell into deep thought, uncertain of the truth in the leader's words. Yet upon first hearing it, it seemed to carry a certain credibility. Zhao Ziyan, with his cautious nature, preferred to believe in the possibility of such things. After all, if a beast god truly existed, wouldn't it be able to deliver a heavy blow to the insect army at a crucial moment? Moreover, with Zhao Ziyan's current strength, he felt a peculiar sense about many matters akin to intuition. When the leader of the lightning sheep spoke of this matter, Zhao Ziyan's heart raced. This was no mere superstition. Often such instincts from a strong individual are real and effective. Zhao Ziyan was willing to heed this inner feeling. Shifting his gaze back, Zhao Ziyan looked once more at the leader of the lightning sheep. Alright, I will let you go. He instructed the waiter. Under the waiter's arrangements, the insect army temporarily spared the lightning sheep tribe. Perhaps in future battles, having such a traitor from the forest join the insect army would help them occupy the forest more swiftly. After all, having lived in the forest for countless years, he was familiar with everything here. With such a traitor leading the way, the insect army would surely have a smooth journey. Food would be abundant. Welcome to the insect tribe. You are the deity behind the insect tribe. The leader of the lightning sheep responded somewhat nervously. Since the lightning sheep tribe had joined the insect army, the earlier waiter had shared some general information about the insect tribe with her. Thus the leader of the lightning sheep was not too surprised by Zhao Ziyan's presence. Zhao Ziyan did not respond to her, but instead conveyed a surge of divine power. Immediately her whole body warmed up and her strength received a temporary boost. As for why not grant her a permanent enhancement, it was due to the enormous cost involved. After all, Zhao Ziyan was reluctant to give even his longtime companions Xiaoyi and Xiaoer such benefits. Having just joined, how could she expect such a thing? Only when Xiaoyi advanced before had Zhao Ziyan transmitted some divine power to help her break through. However, to be honest, given Zhao Ziyan's frugal nature, he had amassed a significant amount of divine power reserves. Currently his divine panel displayed 3 question marks under divine power. Having accumulated so much without much use, he only charged the embodiment of faith. There had been no other consumption. My subordinate sheep Xiaowen, you may call me Xiaowen directly. I am always at your service, O Divine Lord. Please also treat our race kindly. Xiaowen conveyed a message to Zhao Ziyan. With the surrender of the lightning sheep, the insect army could no longer attack them, instead redirecting their targets to other races. The lightning sheep, injured by the corrosive venom of the spitting insects, were still groaning on the ground. Some had received too many hits and had already died, while others, though still alive, were in dire straits and could not be saved. Those would directly enter the bellies of the insect brethren. However, the insect tribe would still try to save those that could be helped. Many lightning sheep had already been directly taken down by the insect army. Some lightning sheep were cut in half or bitten to death by the insect. Some lightning sheep were killed by self-destructing insects, while others fell victim to flying insects and parasites. There was nothing that could be done after all the insect race had attacked far too swiftly. Before the leader of the lightning sheep could finish surrendering, the insect race had already eliminated many of them. Looking at the fallen allies, the insect army could only mournfully consume the bodies of their comrades. Zhao Ziyan felt the rapid increase of his divine power. Indeed, it was much faster than before. His mysterious panel now contained many more units under his control, all of which were newly added followers of the lightning sheep. However, his connection with them was rather shallow due to their weak faith. Although the amount of faith transmitted was substantial, the power of faith received was highly chaotic. This was the normal kind of faith that a god could harvest. In contrast, the faith power Zhao Ziyan had previously gathered from the insect race was extraordinarily pure and of very high quality. Other gods would be envious. The chaotic faith power transmitted by these lightning sheep was something Zhao Ziyan sensed. There was fear, unwillingness, greed and anger, with various emotions mingled together. If other gods were to continuously absorb such chaotic faith power, wouldn't they go insane? No wonder the path to becoming a deity through faith is so difficult. Truly powerful individuals must rely on their own gradual cultivation and enhancement of strength. However, these lightning sheep had just been killed in large numbers by him, so their hearts were certainly filled with resentment, resulting in highly chaotic faith power being transmitted. Normal believers of a god aren't that exaggerated. Greed and desire are generally more pronounced. After all, intelligent races usually request some benefits from their gods. Fear and anger are usually not so abundant except among some evil gods. In a sense, the insect overlord could also be considered an evil god. Zhao Ziyan shook his head as he sensed the chaotic faith power. To truly enhance himself, he needed the pure faith power that came from the insect race. As for this messy faith power, using it would definitely lead to problems. However, it could serve as fuel for his faith avatars. After all, his faith avatars consumed faith power or divine power each time they battled or performed tasks. He could condense this chaotic faith power into divine power. Then he could use it to charge his faith avatars. Since it would be consumed anyway, whether the faith power was chaotic or pure didn't matter, it wouldn't interfere with him. I truly am a genius. Zhao Ziyan thought with delight. Previously he was always frugal, afraid to let his faith avatars act freely. Now with this dedicated faith power, his faith avatars could finally act recklessly. The situation with the lightning sheep had mostly been resolved. Zhao Ziyan planned to return to the camp of Zhugu. The thick-skinned pigs were a major race that Zhao Ziyan had purposely left to invade last. As the insect army set off, some powerful experts from the lightning sheep also followed along. Although they weren't very useful, the insect army looked down on their combat strength. However, the lightning sheep had just switched sides and wanted to showcase their abilities. Sister, are we really betraying the beast god? Is following this insect race a promising future? Said Yang Xiaoro, the sister of Yang Xiaowen. Yang Xiaowen glanced at her sister and replied, from now on don't say such things. We have witnessed the strength of the insect race, and I value not only their current power but also their potential for future development. As for the beast god, we simply no longer wish to believe in it. How can that be considered betrayal? Regardless of how strong the beast god is, we believed in it, yet it could not protect our race. So why should we continue to believe in it? Yang Xiaoro appeared somewhat displeased. We have believed in the beast god since childhood, and now suddenly turning to worship another deity feels rather strange. Yang Xiaowen gave her another playful flick and continued, you should be flexible when it's necessary and rigid when it matters. Hey, what are you doing? Anyway, you're the clan leader, so you get to decide. Yang Xiaoro covered her head and said with indignation. After being flicked by her sister, she ran off. A visage very similar to her sister's revealed a hint of contemplation as she looked at the insect army swiftly advancing through the night. With their fearsome and terrifying appearance, overwhelming strength and vast numbers, they moved in perfect formation without a hint of disarray, like a well-trained and decisive army. The forest was eerily silent save for the rustling sound made by the insect race's limbs brushing against the ground. All living beings encountered along their path had been cleared away by the insect race. Wherever the insect race passed there was absolutely no sign of life. It was simply chilling. In that moment Yang Xiaoro began to realize the decision her sister had made. It seemed that choosing to follow this powerful race was indeed a wise idea. With a powerful leap Yang Xiaoro landed on the back of a warbeast. Since Zhao Ziyan had commanded them to advance, the warbeast showed no reaction and allowed her to sit on its back. It simply moved forward on its own. Such execution power was truly terrifying. Soon the insect army arrived at the stronghold of the thick-skinned pigs. These thick-skinned pigs remained unresponsive, their snoring echoing through the air, appearing completely defenseless. Zhao Ziyan looked on with great satisfaction. How wonderful it would be if all his enemies were like this. He wouldn't have to do anything, he could simply lie back and watch the insect army grow. He squinted his eyes and pushed all other thoughts out of his mind. Let's get started. Boom! With a series of explosive roars, the once slumbering thick-skinned pigs were awakened by the commotion. There were approximately 30,000 thick-skinned pigs, the majority being ordinary ones with only 2,000 to 3,000 possessing fluctuations of spiritual power. The remaining 20,000 thick-skinned pigs were all ordinary wild boars. Their shelters were quite rudimentary, resembling the conical wooden huts built by survival experts in wilderness survival scenarios. Some propped a few thicker logs against a large tree and laid small twigs and leaves on top to form a triangular shelter. Others simply covered themselves with leaves and fell asleep on the ground. However, upon waking they discovered that some of their companions had been blown to bits. Moreover, many areas in the camp showed signs of enemies. A buzzing sound filled the air as the thick-skinned pigs looked up. In the moonlight they saw a multitude of flying insects seemingly carrying something beneath them. As these flying insects released their claws, the items hanging below them fell, and as they drew closer the thick-skinned pigs could see more clearly. These appeared to be another kind of insect, grotesquely shaped and exceedingly ugly. For a moment the thick-skinned pigs found it somewhat amusing, as their own species was already quite unattractive, yet here were beings even uglier than them. Boom, boom, boom. However, once these strange insects landed on the ground, the thick-skinned pigs could no longer afford to think this way. The violent explosions shattered them, killing them on the spot. Not only did the flying self-destructing insects rain down from the sky causing harm, but there were also some self-destructing insects flying in from the distance. Soon the explosions ceased. Just as the thick-skinned pigs felt relieved, they discovered that enemies had surrounded them. Still strange-looking insects, but these did not self-destruct. Yet the combat power of these insects was astonishing. It seemed that each possessed strength close to the black iron level. The damage caused to the thick-skinned pig clan was no less than that from the self-destructing insects. Zhao Ziyan ordered the flying insects to stop dropping bombs and instructed the specialized ants to cease throwing grenades as well. The insect army was already engaged in close combat with the enemy. Throwing bombs could harm allies. After all, the damage caused by these self-destructing insects was nothing like that from the spitting insects. The corrosive venom sprayed by the spitting insects was something the insect clan mostly had resistance genes against. However, the explosions from the self-destructing insects were something the insect clan could not withstand. The power capable of harming golden and even platinum level beings would instantly kill ordinary insect clan members. After all, this was not a game where there are rules against harming allies. With the current strength of the insect clan, there was no need to discuss tactics with the enemy. They could simply F2A and be done with it. Enclose all the enemy units and directly at them. It was that simple. In the previous battles, the resurrected golden-level soft-bodied rabbit corpses and other undead beings also entered the battlefield. These were beings revived by Zhao Ziyan using the power of death, relatively intact, able to unleash strength close to their living selves. However, these undead seemed unable to increase their numbers through infection like zombies. The concept of biting someone and turning them into a zombie was indeed too ridiculous. Though it seemed there might be some undead-related potions capable of achieving that. The overall strength of the insect army completely overwhelmed the enemies. However, the combat strength of those thick-skinned pigs left Zhao Ziyan pleasantly surprised. The old saying that one pig is worth 2 bears and 3 tigers was indeed not unfounded. Among these thick-skinned pigs, even the ordinary wild boars that had not reached the rank were still formidable. Their thick fur combined with rolling in the mud and drying on their coats. Moreover, they were mixed with many tiny stones and sand. Their dirty fur seemed to have some resin oozing from certain trees. When the resin first oozed out, it wrapped around the thick-skinned pigs like liquid, hardening after solidifying. These thick-skinned pigs inherently had high defenses, and with the added external defenses, each pig seemed as if it were clad in bulletproof armor. Killing these thick-skinned pigs would indeed require considerable effort. Furthermore, the strength of these thick-skinned pigs was also quite formidable. When faced with death, they became incredibly ferocious. Even the ordinary wild boars stood over 1 meter tall and more than 2 meters long. High-level thick-skinned pigs were even more terrifying, towering 2 to 3 meters tall, rampaging through the battlefield akin to colossal elephants. With their large size combined with their ferocious strength and sturdy defenses, their rampaging through the battlefield caused some casualties amongst the insect clan. Roar! Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? I see you are tired of living, all of you shall die. A humanoid pig-headed monster emerged from a massive tent. Among the generally crude structures, this tent made of animal hides appeared quite luxurious. This pig-headed monster had the head of a wild boar with large tusks protruding from its mouth, and its body was humanoid yet exceedingly corpulent. Its bulging beer belly almost touched the ground as if it had been pregnant for 60 months. This enormous pig-headed monster roared, tearing through the surrounding insect army. The furious pig-headed monster no longer concealed its aura, revealing itself to be a platinum-level initial powerhouse. Bang! The flesh and blood fusion monster had now come to his side, punching down and sending the pig-headed monster into the ground. Roar, 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 roar! Damn undead creature, you shall die! The pig-headed monster angrily crawled out of the ground, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout its body. However, this pig-headed monster was also renowned for its strength. Beneath its massive size and bloated flesh lay formidable power. After emerging from the pit, it swung its fists toward the flesh and blood fusion monster. However, such an attack could not inflict any damage to the fusion monster. Indeed, when the pig-headed monster's fist struck the fusion monster, it seemed to sink into the blood and flesh. The area that was attacked saw the blood and flesh suddenly parting. As the pig-headed monster's fist struck into this opening, the surrounding blood and flesh swiftly closed in, tightly wrapping around both of its arms. The intense undead energy and strong corrosion relentlessly assaulted the pig-headed monster's arms. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Why are undead creatures so troublesome? The pig-headed monster roared in rage. Its attacks failed to harm this undead creature. The flesh-merging monster faced the roaring pig-head monster, continuously manipulating the gathered flesh. It seemed intent on directly digesting the arm of the pig-head monster. Moreover, the flesh was constantly pulling at the pig-head monster's body, planning to devour it whole. The pig-head monster let out a thunderous roar. A blood-red glow emanated from its body, likely a skill similar to a warrior's rage. In any case, the strength of the pig-head monster had greatly increased at this moment. It kicked the ground, forcefully yanking its arms out of the flesh-merging monster's body. Looking down, it saw that its arm had been corroded significantly, with the outer skin eroded away, revealing the pulsating muscles inside. Only a small amount of flesh remained on the arm, drenched in blood. The immense pain caused the pig-head monster to become more irrational, its eyes bloodshot as it glared furiously at the flesh-merging monster. When the four massive arms of the flesh-merging monster came crashing down, the pig-head monster surprisingly did not evade like other overlord-level creatures. Instead, it charged towards the fists of the flesh-merging monster. You have angered me today, you will die here. The pig-head monster's threat was cut short as the terrifying strength of the flesh-merging monster broke its arm. The two fists collided, leaving small dents on the flesh-merging monster's fist, while the surrounding flesh surged forward, instantly healing the injury. In contrast, the pig-head monster's arms were drenched in blood, with broken bones protruding through the flesh. The muscles of its arms were torn apart, and not all of the flesh-merging monster's subsequent power was blocked, inflicting severe damage on the pig-head monster. The forearms of the flesh-merging monster resembled a rotating will, each delivering a punch in succession. At this moment, the pig-head monster's eyes gradually regained clarity, but it was too late. Both were powerful beings, yet the flesh-merging monster stood at the peak of platinum, while this pig-head monster was merely at the early platinum stage. Naturally, a good outcome was impossible. Soon the flesh-merging monster delivered one punch after another onto its enemy. By the fourth punch, the pig-head monster had already met its demise. The subsequent punches from the flesh-merging monster smashed its corpse into pieces, ultimately reducing it to a meat patty. Its original appearance was utterly unrecognizable. A powerful overlord-level creature had fallen. When Zhao Ziyan finally reacted, the flesh-merging monster had already finished. All that remained was a puddle of meat paste. Looking at this meat patty, Zhao Ziyan could only shake his head helplessly. This pig-head monster was quite suitable as a necromantic creature. As an overlord-level thick-skinned pig adept in strength, its physical durability was quite impressive. For such a strong creature, transforming into a necromantic being would not diminish its power much compared to when it was alive. It was the best material for necromancy. However, looking at this puddle of meat paste, there truly was no way to salvage it. It was impossible to piece together this meat. Zhao Ziyan cursed the flesh-merging monster a couple of times for relief. Yet the flesh-merging monster was solely focused on slaughter, wantonly harvesting the lives of the thick-skinned pigs. If it were another type of insect race, they might have been terrified by Zhao Ziyan's curses. However, cursing the flesh-merging monster elicited no response whatsoever. He commanded a few insect units to search through the meat paste and discovered a yellowish monster crystal core. Fortunately, this monster crystal core was undamaged. If it had been broken, Zhao Ziyan would have truly been furious. With the strongest platinum-level warrior from the thick-skinned pig clan defeated by the insect army, the remaining thick-skinned pigs had lost their will to resist. The remaining golden and silver level enemies were no match for the insect army. The specialized ants and war beasts rampaged across the battlefield, leaving no time for them to counter. With the slaughter by the necromantic Tanshen, the flesh-merging monster, and other powerful beings, the thick-skinned pigs fell one after another under the blades of the insect army. However, the combat strength of these thick-skinned pigs was indeed astonishing. Ordinary wild boars that had not yet reached the grade level were covered in mud resin and small stones. They fused this layer of armor with their own fur. Coupled with their terrifying size and strength, they could already contend with black iron level monsters. Although the average combat power at the lower levels was not vastly different. In terms of high-end combat power, however, the insect army completely crushed them. In terms of numbers, the insect army also had the upper hand. Thus it was only natural for these thick-skinned pigs to become food on the path of evolution for the insect race. At this moment, several powerful beings from the Lightning Sheep clan who had come to help exchanged glances with one another. They found themselves completely useless as the insect army effortlessly decimated the thick-skinned pig clan. Meanwhile, they silently rejoiced that if their clan leader hadn't surrendered in time, their own clan would have met the same fate. They instructed the insect army to dig nests beneath the territory of the thick-skinned pigs. Due to the numerous corpses, establishing a branch base here would facilitate the transportation of food. As for the insect army, they settled here for the time being. Today they had eliminated all the weaker overlord-level clans within detectable range. These clans with only early platinum-level warriors stationed were relatively easy to locate in the forest's edge. However, for clans with mid or late platinum-level warriors, the more powerful races located in the core areas of the forest had yet to reveal their exact positions to the insect army. Yet there was no urgency. Currently, the insect army had gained momentum like a rolling snowball. If they were to engage in a full-scale battle, Zhao Ziyan was uncertain of the current combat strength of the insect army. Once they finished digesting this flesh, the numbers of the insect army would undoubtedly increase significantly. Even mid or late platinum level mixed beasts wouldn't intimidate Zhao Ziyan. It primarily revolved around that so-called beast god. "You damn bastard, are you still planning to chase? We're about to enter Lord Turtle's territory. If you dare to come, there will be no return." The Iron Bone Wolf leader roared at Xiao Yi behind him. At this point his breath was extremely weak, having sustained severe injuries from long-term use of secret techniques to enhance his speed, compounded by Xiao Yi's relentless pursuit. However, Xiao Yi, who was chasing him from behind, remained silent. She simply continued to cast small spells. A multitude of small ice balls gathered around Xiao Yi and smashed towards the Iron Bone Wolf leader. Although these small ice balls inflicted minimal damage, being struck by them would inevitably cause a degree of deceleration. Naturally, the Iron Bone Wolf leader slowed down would have no chance of survival. After dodging left and right, the Iron Bone Wolf narrowly avoided Xiao Yi's attacks. However, this evasion also somewhat reduced his escape speed. After all, dodging left and right is definitely not as fast as running in a straight line. PFF. A strand of hair pierced through his body. This was Xiao Yi directly pulling out one of her hairs to use as a ranged weapon. However, once the hair was launched, it was no longer under her control. Considering how much Xiao Yi cherished her hair, using such an attack was indeed forced upon her due to her inability to catch up to the enemy. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, the Iron Bone Wolf leader was using some secret technique, moving at incredible speed. Even the wings on her back were about to wear out, yet she couldn't catch up. Xiao Yi continued to pursue her enemy. At this moment, the Iron Bone Wolf leader's breath had grown even weaker, seemingly on the verge of being caught. However, an unfamiliar yet powerful aura began to emanate. "Why are you so relentless in your pursuit? Old Wolf is already this injured. What deep-seated grudge do you have against him that you must bring him to his end?" A deep resonant voice echoed. A massive turtle emerged from the nearby woods. Its shell was covered in magma and continuously emitted black smoke. The shell was increasingly raised towards the center, where it appeared to have a hole from which massive amounts of magma flowed. Moreover, magma dripped from the edges of the turtle's shell onto the ground, scorching the nearby grass and earth black. This turtle looked as if it was carrying an entire volcano on its back. Additionally, two figures appeared near this turtle. One was a silver-white eagle with turbulent air currents surrounding it as a whirlwind howled around. The other was a horse engulfed in intense flames, likely the fire horse from before. However, the previous fire horse had fled swiftly, leaving behind only the weak and injured to be captured by the insectoid army. This massive turtle possessed the aura of mid-tier platinum. The eagle and fire horse were both at early-tier platinum strength. At this moment, the fire horse leader's eyes were filled with boundless rage. The other two powerful beings also fixed their gaze on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh and remained silent. Faced with enemies multiple times stronger than herself, she did not retreat but charged forward directly. Boom! 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 Intense waves of battle erupted nearby, snapping and scorching countless trees. Zian, you must survive. Zhao Zian suddenly woke up with a start from his bed. He rubbed his eyes and then his temples. Since gaining his current strength he no longer required sleep, but the habits of being human were still hard to change. He also did not wish to discard his human habits. Recently he had been controlling the insectoid army in battle without much rest, and just after a brief sleep he had a nightmare. It was a white figure. The scenes in the dream seemed very strange and blurry. He felt as if he had entered into a void, utterly powerless and lost. Suddenly he felt a pang of anxiety and then awoke. Was dreaming always the opposite? Zhao Zian couldn't make sense of it. But since he couldn't figure it out, he chose not to think about it. At this moment the sky was beginning to lighten. A night had passed since the insectoid army's recent battles ended. Xiao Yi, who had been chasing the Iron Bone Wolf leader, had returned. However, she did not catch up. A few apex creatures had aided him, and under the combined attacks of these apex beings, Xiao Yi had retreated after a while of engagement. The main issue was that the turtle was far too difficult to deal with defenses too high to penetrate. Moreover, the old turtle simply defended without attacking while the two apex beings continued to harass her. For Xiao Yi, such a battle held no meaning at all. Nevertheless, it was not without gains. At the very least, it was confirmed that the previously escaped firehorse along with the eagle had all allied with that Lord Turtle. That was the creature resembling a coal turtle covered in magma. Xiao Yi had probably figured out the layout of that creature's territory. After all, the direction in which the Iron Bone Wolf leader had fled was near the territory of Lord Turtle. In a sense, his behavior could be considered leading the insectoid army into the village. Zhao Zian's previously heavy mood finally began to ease. At least there was now a target for the insectoid army. However, the Lord Turtle's strength was not to be underestimated. He should possess mid-tier platinum strength. Moreover, based on Xiao Yi's findings, the Fire Horse leader and the Hurricane Eagles leader had also allied with him. Additionally, there was the Iron Bone Wolf leader who had escaped. That amounted to 1 mid-tier platinum and 3 early-tier platinum allies. These apex creatures undoubtedly had their own races. Within their races there must be many gold-tier experts. Looking at it this way, this battle would be far more challenging than the previous ones, with a total of 4 high-level forces on the enemy side. However, it didn't matter much. The insectoid army had a peak platinum flesh and blood amalgamation monster, a mid-tier platinum undead Tongshan, and an explosively powerful early-tier platinum Xiao Yi. When it comes to raw strength, a peak platinum flesh and blood amalgamation monster could take on all of them. Of course, that is if they were willing to confront the amalgamation monster Hedon. Currently, the insectoid army has established many sub-bases. On the outskirts of the forest there is almost a subterranean nest of insectoids every few days. The fungal blankets are spread everywhere. The nutrients in the forest are being voraciously absorbed and devoured by the fungal blankets. Many plants and trees on the outskirts of the forest are struggling for survival, as most of the nutrients have been taken by the fungal blankets. Many trees have withered due to the lack of nourishment. However, at present Zhao Zian is not very concerned. In the past he might have thought it was not good to disrupt nature and harm the ecological environment. But now he is utterly indifferent to life, let alone environmental destruction. If there were environmentalist girls or masters from another world, he would let the insectoid army feast on them. Currently, the insectoid army has no shortage of food. After taking down several powerful clans, they have an abundance of meat. Although the fungal blankets are nutritious, the insectoids are too busy eating meat to bother with anything else. If they don't eat the meat, it will spoil. The fungal blankets can continue to grow even if not consumed. Thus it is clear what should be eaten first. After a night of development, the number of the insectoid army has reached 1 million. Currently the insectoid army's numbers are 500,000 large soldier ants, 200,000 large worker ants, and 400,000 large spitting insects. 600,000 large flying insects, 500,000 flying parasitic queens, 100,000 jumping insects, 200,000 spiders, and 100,000 self-exploding insects. 5,000 war behemoths. Compared to the previous numbers, the insectoid population has multiplied several times. Moreover, they seem to have acquired a genetic fragment that enhances defense when devouring the thick-skinned pig clan. This enhances the toughness of their skin. When taking damage, it can distribute the impact across many areas of skin, thereby reducing the force at each point. Currently, the defense of the insectoid army has significantly improved. The strength of the thick-skinned pigs is also quite remarkable. After assimilating their genes, the insectoid army's strength has been enhanced. By consuming a small portion of the lightning sheep, specifically the part that was eliminated before the lightning sheep leader could surrender. After the insectoids consumed them, they gain genes that resist lightning. In the future, when struck by lightning or attacked by lightning attribute beasts, the damage they receive will be greatly reduced. After devouring the ironbone wolves, the strength of the insectoids' exoskeletons and internal skeletons has increased somewhat. Their exoskeletons will be even harder in the future. These are significant enhancements. There are also many smaller genetic boosts or improvements, but their increases are minimal. After undergoing so many enhancements, the average combat strength of the insectoid units has finally reached the black iron level. Even the large soldier ants bred specifically for battle are approaching the bronze level in average combat strength. The numbers of the insectoid army can still explode even more, but a surge of several times in one night is already sufficient. At this moment dawn is just breaking. Zhao Ziyan is also planning to initiate a new round of attacks. At this time he has fed the two specialized ants a lot of food to further enhance their strength. Little Air is still at the peak of gold level. Zhao Ziyan has given her plenty of resources, yet she remains in a state of consolidation, not breaking through to the Overlord level. Although her strength hasn't broken through to the Overlord level, she is now somewhat comparable to Little E from before. She is at the half-step Overlord level, able to barely contend with early-stage Overlord experts. At this moment Zhao Ziyan has not forgotten about Little Hong, who has not appeared for a long time. He still has a top-tier spiritual herb in his possession. Previously he scavenged 2 top-tier spiritual herbs from the Blade Mantis. He fed one to Little Air. He still has 1 top-tier spiritual herb left, as well as the Overlord-level Beast Crystal Core from the Blade Mantis. Now he also has a Platinum-level initial Beast Crystal Core from the Thick-Skinned Pig Leader. In total he has 2 Platinum-level Beast Crystal Cores. Zhao Ziyan intends to let Little Hong choose one to enhance her strength. After all, she has been with the insectoid army for a long time, and Zhao Ziyan is not stingy with loyal allies. After all these Beast Crystal Cores and top-tier spiritual herbs. If not used to enhance strength, how is it different from not obtaining them at all? However, Little Hong still doesn't want any. She looks down on both the thick-skinned pig and the Blade Mantis. This leaves Zhao Ziyan somewhat helpless. This little one has quite high aspirations and is very picky. Previously Little Air absorbed a human-faced spider crystal core at the peak of gold level and evolved directly. Now with 2 platinum beast crystal cores, Little Hong is actually unwilling. But Zhao Ziyan does not insist. After all, what suits her best is the best, just like Little Air before, even if it was just a gold-level human-faced spider crystal core. However, this item indeed had a high compatibility with Little Air. It is not to say that a higher level is always better, it still depends on whether it is suitable for oneself. Zhao Ziyan granted Little Hong some divine power as she didn't want these top-tier resources, so he should compensate her somewhat. Currently Little Hong relies on her daily cultivation and the food she consumes without any other resources. She has already reached the late silver level of cultivation. She is not far from the gold level. Currently among the insectoids there are also some veterans who have fought many battles and have leveled up. Some soldier ants, jumping insects and flying ants have consumed a large amount of enemy flesh and blood after several rounds of fierce battles and have reached the bronze level. And with their robust physical strength, even those who have just reached the bronze level can compete with latest-stage bronze level opponents. Additionally, some flying parasitic queens have also advanced to the bronze level. These bronze level flying parasitic queens will have significantly stronger parasitic offspring. It seems that parasitic creatures change their power according to the strength of their mother. Zhao Ziyan has a rough understanding of the current situation of the insectoids. He tossed a portion of the numerous gold-level beast crystal cores to the 2 specialized ants. Given the current situation, these 2 specialized ants are still very worth nurturing. Then he led the insectoid army toward the direction pointed out by Little E. Old Tortoise. Is that really what you call yourself? The million-strong insect army marched towards their target with great momentum. With the current scale of the insect race, there was no longer any need to hide anything. After all, the strategy was simple: eliminate anything encountered and push through steadily. In the past, against the insect army, a sneak attack may have been necessary along with some strategy. However, with the current strength, no matter the enemy, they could simply be dealt with. The vast insect horde moved in unison, causing the ground of the entire forest to tremble. In the sky, a few eagle-like magical beasts noticed the situation below. Their eyes flickered with light before they swiftly flew back in the opposite direction. Zhao Ziyan knew that these were definitely subordinates of the Hurricane Eagle. They were likely from that eagle's group. But it no longer mattered; being discovered was a minor issue. With so many insects, Zhao Ziyan could not possibly use his divine power to deliberately conceal their whereabouts. When their numbers were smaller, he could still manage it as the consumption was not too significant. However, with the current scale of the insect race, using divine power to mask their presence would lead to significant consumption of divine energy. What do you all think? The number of these insects far exceeds our expectations. Given the current situation, it seems we are in a bit of trouble. At this moment, within the territory of the lava turtle, a few apex-level powerhouses sat atop a raised hillside discussing their plans. The lava turtle spoke first, now appearing as an elderly man with white hair inquiring about the plans of the other beings. The ironbone wolf's face twisted in rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's fight. Don't be fooled by the fierce appearance of these insects. In reality only a handful possess high combat power. As long as we can eliminate their top-tier fighters, the countless lower-ranked insects are nothing but useless trash. Indeed, in this forest the might of a fist is the only truth. No matter how many low-tier creatures there are, they can easily be wiped out by a single blow from us, posing no threat at all. From the current situation, it seems that the only troublesome opponent is the Platinum Peak undead creature. The remaining experts are just the one we encountered before." The tone of the fire horse was also quite unfriendly. The guy he mentioned was naturally the small one with whom they had previously fought. Although most of his kin had retreated, a small number had been captured and killed by the insects. Even though they were only elderly or weak, they were still members of his kind. It was certainly a matter of great anger to have relatives taken down by the insects. The hidden power of the insect race was difficult for others to detect. Only the small one and the flesh and blood stitched monster were exposed. Zhao Ziyan rarely allowed the undead Tang Shan and some golden tier undead to participate in battles. Even if they did engage in battle, it would be while concealing their presence. Moreover, the insect army typically left no survivors in their conflicts, making it hard for enemies to gather intelligence. If the enemy only has that Platinum Peak undead creature and that Platinum early stage fellow, the four of us should be sufficient to eliminate them. However, I fear unexpected events. For safety's sake, I believe we should seek alliances with other apex beings. The eagle spoke. His tone was calm, a sharp male voice. Yet he remained in his eagle form, unwilling to take on another shape like some magical beasts. Especially this eagle, many of his skills relied on his wings. Transforming into human form would severely limit his abilities. Upon hearing the other's words, the lava turtle sighed. Everyone is preoccupied with their own issues. Who can we find? The Five Elements Alliance, the old gorilla, the old wild bull, they could all work. If all else fails, we could ask the mixed heavens. After all, we share a common enemy and uniting is not shameful. The Hurricane Eagle said calmly. Setting aside whether those fellows will help us, the critical point is that even if I am willing to humble myself and ask them for assistance, there simply isn't enough time. How long has it been? These damned insects have already found us. The lava turtle sighed helplessly. At this moment, the Hurricane Eagle and Fire Horse suddenly turned their gazes to the Ironbone Wolf nearby. After all, if it weren't for this guy exposing their position, these damned insects would not have arrived so quickly. Moreover, this wolf had been heavily injured and his current strength had greatly diminished. For powerful beings like them, sustaining injuries was rare, but recovery was quite troublesome. What a useless fellow. A liability. The Ironbone Wolf sensed the gaze of the other two, but his expression shifted and he chose not to say anything further. He was indeed the weakest among the four apex magical beasts. Furthermore, he hadn't brought many of his kin. Most of his kin had been taken down by the insects, with only a small portion that initially fled, barely making it here. Today his clan had suffered a heavy blow, and in the future they would likely have to rely on other clans. The apex-level lava turtle glanced at the others and said, "The enemy is already upon us. We cannot just sit idly. Everyone please prepare. Our lava turtle race can serve as the vanguard of the alliance. With our defensive capabilities we can hold back those enemies for a considerable time." The Fire Horse leader also began to agree. "Then my kin will follow behind Grandfather Turtle to attack. As long as you can hold off those insects, we will certainly burn them all to ashes." The Fire Horse leader's flames surged as he looked to the Hurricane Eagle beside him. "Since everyone has said so, I naturally cannot back down. The two races will handle the battle on the ground and our Wind Eagle race will take charge of the aerial domain. However, since our three races are making such significant contributions, what will you, Brother Wolf, offer in return?" The leader of the Wind Eagles pointed his spear at the Ironbone Wolf. "I know our Ironbone Wolf clan cannot provide much assistance right now, but we can offer our Spiritual Springs Ironline tree grows and the gathering spirit grass behind our territory as compensation." The Ironbone Wolf leader gritted his teeth, deciding to give up all of his resources. After all, with the current number of his clan and his own condition, it was hard to defend them. It was better to seize this opportunity to give them up rather than risk having others come to claim them. The other three supreme-level powerhouses exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction. They had managed to extract enough resources. After all, that old wolf still possessed some strength, and as long as he was alive they could not push too hard. As long as he does not die, it is impossible to completely seize all the resource points of the Ironbone Wolf. The discussion among the powerhouses quickly came to an end. Each returned to prepare defenses for their clans. At the center of Old Turtle's stronghold was a volcano. As lava turtles they thrived in such a hot volcanic environment. Moreover, this volcano itself was a resource point continuously emitting rich fire attributes. Spiritual power and volcanic crystals would appear near the crater. These could not only be used to enhance themselves, constantly honing their bodies, but for high-tier lava turtles these volcanic crystals were considered the best food. In the vicinity of this volcano, the recovery speed of the lava turtle race would be enhanced in various aspects. Additionally, the high terrain of the volcano made it a defensible position that was easy to guard but difficult to attack. At this moment the insect army had arrived near the volcano. The air was extremely dry and the temperature was hot. Normal animals would feel uncomfortable here. Fortunately, the insect race had a strong adaptability. Although they would not benefit from this environment like the lava turtles, they were also not adversely affected. The insect army stood densely at the foot of the volcano, gazing at the enemy camp defending ahead. The flame horses thrived in this environment, but the wind eagles found it very uncomfortable. Each appeared somewhat listless. The flapping wings in the air were occasionally accompanied by discordant cries, filling the battlefield with these strange bird calls. The Flesh Stitcher led the charge, arriving at the forefront. However, at that moment the 4 supreme level beings of the enemy had also come to the front. They absolutely could not allow the Flesh Stitcher to wreak havoc. The strategy was to let one person hold off the enemy while the other 3 attacked the other units of the insect race. With a clear sound ringing from Shaoyi, the stamina aura enveloped all the insects. The war beast began to charge. However, leading the charge were actually 2 massive specialized ants. These 2 specialized ants had consumed a large number of silver and gold tier beast cores on their way here. Now, although their size remained large, their strength had undergone a qualitative change. Each specialized ant possessed combat strength close to platinum level. With their massive size, robust defenses and high health, entangling with platinum level powerhouses was no problem at all. If they were left unchecked. Allowing specialized ants of such size to bully weaker opponents was akin to mowing grass. Their enormous bodies and massive attacking organs could instantly inflict great casualties. In fact, when it came to bullying weaker opponents, even platinum-level powerhouses might not be able to kill them faster. Meanwhile, the insect race's other trump cards no longer needed to be concealed. The undead Tongshin charged out as well. Filled with immense resentment after becoming an undead creature, he did not drop in level like other undead. He might even be stronger than in life. His strength remained at the mid-platinum level. However, he could no longer use the river god's 2-pronged fork. Otherwise, with his exclusive weapon, his combat power would soar to the late platinum level. Not just Tongshin. The gold-tier corpses of other races that had been eliminated were all transformed into undead creatures by Zhao Ziyan. Although their power might decrease somewhat, they were still gold-tier. Moreover, after becoming undead, they were not afraid of death and would trade injuries for injuries or even lives for injuries, which would make their opponents hesitant. What? Why are there so many undead among these damned insects? That man looks so familiar. Could he be the former partner of that annoying rabbit? The flame horse leader, who had originally charged to the front, exclaimed in panic. As herbivores, the flame horse and the soft-boned rabbit had some overlap among the upgraded supreme-level beasts. They even frequently communicated. Therefore, the flame horse leader was on good terms with dancing and thus recognized Tongshin, who often mingled with dancing. It's that river god Tongshin. He has actually been killed and turned into an undead creature. The flame horse leader warned his companions. The other 3 supreme-level powerhouses also became vigilant. At this moment, the insect race had the platinum pinnacle Flesh Stitcher and the mid-platinum undead Tongshin. There was also Shaoyi, who was at the early platinum level but had terrifying combat power. The 2 specialized ants and the peak gold tier Shaoer could barely contend with early platinum level powerhouses. In an instant, the 4 supreme-level alliances found themselves at a disadvantage. I will engage this platinum pinnacle undead. You all should focus on eliminating one enemy first. The Wind Eagle leader shouted, planning to use the advantage of flight and agility to hold off the Flesh Stitcher. Your opponent is me. Shaoyi flapped his wings and also flew into the air, coming before the Wind Eagle leader. Among the insect race, only Shaoyi was particularly skilled in aerial combat. Thus they must first deal with this flying nuisance, otherwise his constant harassment would indeed make things difficult for the insect army. No, these damned insects are too terrifying. The strength of the top powerhouses is not weaker than ours. Furthermore, the old wolf has already been severely injured and his strength has significantly declined. We have no advantage. I think we should retreat. The flame horse leader's expression was tense and thoughts of retreat began to form. If it weren't for his clansmen still behind him, the bonds with his kin had firmly tied him down. He might have already fled. Our clansmen have gathered here. With our strength, escaping would not be a problem, but what would happen to our kin after we leave? The Ironbone wolf also felt some retreating thoughts. Seeing the undead Tongshin filled with death, his flesh began to rot with numerous small wounds and cracks continuously oozing rotten yellow liquid and blood. He certainly did not wish to become such an ugly undead creature after being killed. We cannot retreat. Since the old eagle has been held back by the enemy, I will block that platinum pinnacle undead. Our 4 clans are united, we have countless gold and silver level powerhouses. As long as we can hold off the enemy's strongest, I believe our clansmen can definitely eliminate these damned insects. The lava turtle leader made a decisive decision. Now their most agile wind eagle had been entangled. Thus it was left to the lava turtle with its strong defenses to hold off the flesh-stitching monster. Since Lord Turtle has spoken, we shall all heed his command. I trust Lord Turtle too. Several apex creatures quickly made their resolutions. The lava turtle leader moved to intercept the attack from the flesh-stitching monster. Meanwhile, the fire horse Ironbone wolf leader took some golden tier subordinates to fend off the assault from the undead Tongshan and Xiao'er. Although the undead Tongshan still possessed mid-tier platinum strength, undead creatures generally had the disadvantage of being mindless and easily manipulated into revealing their skills. These long-lived apex creatures were still able to hold their ground with their experience. Now I finally understand why those damned insects can run rampant in the forest. Such terrifying top-tier combat power can probably only be faced by the likes of Hundian without fear. The fire horse said with a bitter smile. What a joke. With such strong top-tier combat power, even without other insects on the battlefield, they could easily dominate most races in the forest. At this moment the Ironbone wolf fighting alongside him said these low-tier insects are merely a minor issue. As long as we can hold off these platinum-tier enemies, I believe our kin can easily annihilate them. But even if we can wipe out all these low-tier insects, dealing with these few platinum-tier foes will still be challenging. No worries, I've known Lord Turtle for many years. He never fights without assurance. He must have strong enough means that he hasn't deployed yet. Taking advantage of a gap after dodging an attack from undead Tongshan, Huayema responded. And seizing the moment after the enemy's attack ended, the firehorse unleashed a breath of flame. The flesh of undead Tongshan was charred black, emitting a sizzling sound. A large amount of rotting flesh was burnt to a crisp with oil oozing out. Mixed with pus and blood, it dripped to the ground. However, undead Tongshan showed no signs of pain. It simply continued to attack. At this moment some golden tier undead and Xiao'er were also providing support on the side. Xiao'er occasionally spat out silk to restrict the enemy's movement. And whenever there was an opportunity, she aimed deadly strikes at the heavily injured Ironbone wolf leader. With her current strength she could exchange several blows even with a normal state early platinum tier powerhouse. Let alone this injured fellow. In the initial battlefield the fire horse and Ironbone wolf were extremely constrained, completely suppressed by the enemy, with both stamina and spiritual energy rapidly depleting. And Xiao Yi in the Wind Eagle's situation was even worse. The Wind Eagle dared not engage Xiao Yi in combat, with Xiao Yi's terrifying power and attack methods getting close meant certain death for the Wind Eagle. Meanwhile the flesh-stitching monster and the lava turtle situation was quite straightforward. The lava turtle leader lay flat on the ground, retracting its head and limbs into its shell. Then the flesh-stitching monster relentlessly pounded its heavy fists against the enemy like a hammering rice cake. Although its terrifying strength was mitigated by the turtle shell, some force still penetrated inside, nearly causing this turtle to spit blood. It was estimated that it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. There was no way. Although the lava turtle was a defensive beast, the level suppression was too severe. The insect army on the front lines was not as weak as these few beast leaders had imagined. The lava turtle at the forefront was as large as a disc, nearly 2 meters in diameter. The thickness of its shell was around 70 to 80 centimeters. Furthermore, the higher-tier lava turtles were even larger, resembling a small mountain on the battlefield. The solid shell defense indeed made it difficult for the insect tribe to break through. However, the insects were not foolish. Upon seeing these turtles retracting into their shells, they attacked directly from the openings of the turtle shell. Jumping insects thrust their large scimitars into the turtle shell, poking around to inflict some damage. However, while defending, the lava turtles continuously erupted high-temperature magma. The insect army could easily get burned by this magma during their attacks. This magma wasn't real lava, it was merely a high-temperature substance produced by the lava turtle's innate abilities. But it could still inflict significant damage on the insect tribe. After all, the insect tribe had never encountered such enemies before, and their fire attribute resistance was minimal. Worker ants and soldier ants found it hard to pose any threat to these turtles. Other melee insects faced a similar situation. Except for the lava turtle at the front, the fire horse at the back was relatively easier to deal with. In the distance, shooting insects were spraying corrosive venom. Although it was entirely blocked by the turtle shell, the fire horse had no effective protection. It was the first to suffer attacks from corrosion and toxicity. The war giant beast rampaged across the battlefield, knocking over many lava turtles. However, this lava demon race generally had larger sizes and extremely strong defenses. Even if they were knocked over, it was difficult to inflict any real damage. Zhao Ziyan directly ordered the current insect army to focus on eliminating the fire horses first. As for those tough lava turtles, they could be dealt with later. Now the fire horses were in trouble. Since the lava turtles kept their bodies retracted in their shells, although their defenses were strong, the insects found it hard to threaten them. However, the same went for the turtles. They had no offensive means. As long as the insects did not approach them, the high-temperature substances flowing from them could not harm the insects. Thus the insect army completely ignored the lava turtles at the forefront of the battlefield. No matter how much these turtles provoked, they would not pay them any mind. They crazily charged towards the fire horses. Faced with these desperate insects, the fire horses were also thrown into a panic. Previously, the lava turtles had blocked the way, allowing the fire horses to output freely from the back. The flames from their mouths sprayed in a wide arc against insects that had low fire resistance. The damage was maximized. But now, without the tank in front for protection, the rear output units were in serious trouble. Although the insects were slightly smaller in size, they were concentrated essence. Facing the towering fire horses, the insects first aimed for their legs. The fire horses had no way to deal with it. Some insects, even when their bodies were charred, still charged forward recklessly. They could even faintly smell the scent of cooked meat, yet these insects acted as if they had no sense of pain. Even until the moment of death, they continued to attack the enemy. Some insects, even when dead, kept their mouths firmly clamped on the bodies of the fire horses. The dead insects' bodies were charred to the point of being mere ash, leaving only a head or sharp mandibles to bite down on the enemy's body. Like a relentless killing machine, their frenzied appearance instilled fear in the hearts of the fire horse clan. At this moment, the lava turtle was feeling somewhat anxious. If this tank could not withstand damage, how could it function? It had no choice but to extend its limbs to attack the insect tribe. It planned to block the harassment of the insect tribe from attacking the fiery horses in this manner. However, the attack power of these lava turtles was still quite decent. The biting power of the turtle was indeed terrifying. Moreover, these were mutated lava turtles. With their massive jaws, they could easily crush the exoskeletal armor of the insect tribe. With another bite, they could directly kill an insect. At this time, Zhao Ziyan instead revealed a smile. He was not afraid of retaliation. He was afraid that they would shrink into their shells and remain motionless. He immediately ordered the insect tribe to counterattack. As long as they spotted a nearby lava turtle daring to show its head, they would strike back directly. Many lava turtles that just revealed their heads found themselves directly slashed by large blades across their necks. The jumping insects and soldier ants had been feeling extremely stifled before. Every attack was met with the intense heat from the lava turtles, causing them to cry out in pain. Finally, they had the opportunity for revenge. As the insect tribe began to strike back, the casualties among the lava turtles began to rise. These lava turtles also began adopting a tactic of biting once and then retracting back into their shells. On the insect tribe's side, it was like playing whack-a-mole. Whenever a turtle showed its head, they would strike there, and when it retracted, they would cease fire. However, many lava turtles, as soon as they extended their heads, had their necks directly struck by the large blades of the jumping insects. Although the lava turtles had high skin defense, a single blade might not be enough to sever their heads, but if the jumping insects struck multiple times, it would surely break. The soldier ants had it even easier. Their efficiency in killing was exceedingly high. Once they latched onto the head or neck of a lava turtle, that lava turtle would not be able to retract its head again. As the soldier ant continued to pull and tear along with the assistance from nearby companions, the lava turtle would soon be eliminated. Those lava turtles that shrank into their shells would not have a good ending either. Zhao Ziyan called forth many self-destructing insects. Whenever they encountered a turtle that remained hidden in its shell, he would directly summon self-destructing insects to block the gap of the turtle's shell. Even if these turtles still did not show their heads, they would explode anyway. If it weren't for the self-destructing insects being relatively large, they wouldn't be able to fit through the opening of the turtle's shell. Zhao Ziyan even wished to stuff bombs directly into the turtle shells and blow these creatures up. However, it did not seem too late. Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered the nearby insect nests to produce smaller-sized self-destructing insects. There was no need for genetic modification. Since the adult self-destructing insects were larger, he simply needed to ensure these insects did not grow to adulthood. The juvenile self-destructing insects could also self-destruct, albeit with less power. Those self-destructing insect eggs only needed to grow to slightly larger than a fist. Once they reached this size, they would immediately stop feeding and maintain this size as they headed to the battlefield. The ground battle was incredibly bloody and cruel. The battle in the sky was no different. A large number of eagles aimed to assist their allies below. However, the insect tribe also had many aerial units, including large flying insects and flying parasitic mother insects, firmly blocking the enemy's advances. In the distance, the spitting insects occasionally targeted the eagles flying above. However, due to the distance, their hit rate was quite low. Fortunately, there were many spitting insects, with some attacking aerial units and others targeting ground units. This was completely sufficient. Under the saturation of long-range fire, even with a low hit rate, there was still a chance to hit the enemy. The corrosive venom might not cause significant damage to the flying eagles. Its corrosive ability could not necessarily breach the eagle's skin. However, feathers were not as defensively strong. As long as some feathers on the wings of these eagles were corroded, their flying ability would be affected. Whether in movement or maintaining balance, they would be greatly impacted. Some eagles even had their wings corroded to the point of leaking air, losing their ability to fly. Struggling in the air yielded no effect and they wobbled before crashing down to the ground. They crashed. The flying insects possessed no weak attributes. In fact, their defenses were even stronger than those of the eagles. After all, the outer body of the flying insects was protected by exoskeletal armor. The eagles, on the other hand, were only covered in feathers. In terms of attack power, they were not too different. The sharp beaks and claws of these eagles could inflict considerable damage. However, below there were an endless stream of spitting insects providing long-range fire support. The eagles were also having a very difficult time. Faced with the bites of the flying insects and the sharp exoskeletal cuts along the edges of their wings with the defenses of these wind eagles, even a slight touch could lead to injury. Though it might not be fatal, even minor injuries would suffice to ground these eagles. Once the eagles were injured or their wings damaged, they would fall to the ground. On the ground, the battle was like a meat grinder, instantly tearing them apart. After all, the aerial rulers found themselves helpless once on the ground. The flying parasitic mother insects would occasionally burrow into these eagles' bodies. At first they might not feel any serious harm, it was just a prick, right? The wound was quite small and after a while it would stop bleeding and wouldn't hurt too much either. However, after some time these eagles would experience immense pain, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling wildly before collapsing to the ground. When the fiery horses or lava turtles on the ground attempted to rescue their fallen comrades, they would receive a grand surprise. Surprise! Ma-re-fa-ku. A blood-red insect resembling a jumping insect burst forth, enveloped in the flesh and blood of its host. Their bodies also sprouted feathers akin to those of eagles. Their movement speed and agility were faster than ordinary parasites. They would immediately unleash slaughter upon the enemies before them, and many fiery horses were severely injured by the parasites due to their unpreparedness. The flying parasitic mother insects did not solely engage in battle in the air. Some also assisted the ground insects in surrounding and killing the fiery horses. These equine magical beasts were relatively large, nearly 2 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters in length. A single fiery horse that became parasitized by an insect would not necessarily be drained to death immediately. However, a significant amount of flesh and blood would be absorbed. Terrifying insects would gestate within their bodies, eventually bursting forth. This sensation would send chills down anyone's spine, reminiscent of scenes from Alien. Even watching actors on screen endure such suffering could provoke physical discomfort, let alone experiencing it firsthand. Such fiery horses would essentially lose their combat capabilities and be swiftly eliminated by the parasites bursting forth. In this aspect, the insect tribe could be considered relatively merciful. Another method involved directly laying 2 or 3 parasitic eggs within the body of the fiery horse. As long as there were 2 parasitic eggs, they could directly drain the fiery horse to death. The moment the parasites burst forth, the fiery horse would not have to endure such a terrifying horror story. In the alliance of the 4 beast clans, if it weren't for the support of high-level powerhouses, it might have collapsed quickly. A large number of silver and gold level beasts serve as the backbone, barely sustaining the situation on the battlefield from deteriorating further. However, the insect army also has many undead creatures battling their opponents with levels equally at gold rank, aside from the ironbone wolves among the 4 beast clans. The other 3 clans have numbers reaching about 200,000. The Magma Tortoise clan, which is under the command of a mid-level platinum powerhouse, is one of them. With a larger territory, more resources and better development, they naturally support a greater number of tribespeople, totaling 280,000, while the fire horses only have 120,000. After all, as equine beasts, they are quite large. Although their numbers are few, they consume a lot of food. Given the territory and resources of the Fire Horse clan, managing to sustain 120,000 is already quite an achievement. The Wind Eagle clan has a population of 180,000. As a carnivorous race, they do not wish to completely destroy the ecological chain of the surrounding territories, so this number is about their limit. Among these dominant clans, even the most ordinary tribespeople possess combat powers close to Black Iron level. The number of beasts reaching Black Iron or even Bronze level is alarmingly high. However, the quantity of the insect race is even more terrifying. Millions of insects average above Black Iron level, with a large number of veterans already reaching Bronze. The void left by the absence of silver and gold levels is filled by transformed undead creatures whose combat power completely overwhelms the coalition of the 4 beast clans. Even if all other capable fighters in the forest were summoned without the top-tier combatants taking action, it would be extremely difficult to contend with the current insect army. The Ironbone wolves are practically invisible on the battlefield. The majority have been slaughtered by Zhao Ziyan. Only those ironbone wolves that fled before the insect army arrived managed to escape. Many other ironbone wolves that fled early were captured by the insects. In total their numbers may only be around 10,000. At most it won't exceed 20,000. The high-level combat power at the gold rank has been completely wiped out. Among the ironbone wolves aside from their leader only a few silver-level warriors retain some combat ability. In the eyes of the insect race bronze and black iron levels are merely considered fodder. As time passes the advantages of the insect army on the battlefield become increasingly evident. Within less than half an hour they have almost routed the enemy. Jiaozi and small self-destructing insects produced by nearby insect nests have yet to make any impact. The 4 platinum-level dominant beasts are feeling quite frustrated at this moment, having been pressured throughout. After this amount of time they are already covered in wounds, and if they continue they may truly be killed. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan still has trump cards left to play. In the distance several lightning sheep are watching intently, indicating that he still has a platinum-level combatant on his side. However, Zhao Ziyan initially did not intend to send the leader of the lightning sheep into battle. The display of too much power might cause the 4 dominant clans to flee immediately. As a powerhouse at the dominant level, if they are determined to escape it won't be easy to catch them. After all, having reached this realm they possess their own means of survival and hidden cards. There is no need to push them so hard. They must be given a glimmer of hope to prevent them from panicking and fleeing. At this moment Xiaowen is waiting for Zhao Ziyan's command from a distance. She is feeling quite nervous as well, for Old Turtle holds considerable sway in the forest. Possessing immense strength, the Magma Tortoise clan is already an ancient clan within this forest. They have a deep heritage. At one period their clan boasted 2 dominant level powerhouses. During that era they were nearly the strongest clan within the forest. At this moment Zhao Ziyan finally gives her the order to attack as the time has come. The 4 platinum-level powerhouses across from them are not in great condition. Even if they wanted to flee now it might not be possible. The current situation can still barely hold. The leader of the lightning sheep Xiaowen at the early platinum level is the final straw that could break the camel's back. With Xiaowen's rapid movements only an afterimage is left in place and traces of lightning remain along her path. With a strong physique combined with the enhancement of lightning, the speed of the lightning sheep is nearly unparalleled among beasts. A distance of several kilometers is covered in an instant. The 4 platinum-level beasts feel a powerful aura emanating from their surroundings. At this moment Xiaowen no longer conceals her presence. The aura of early platinum is fully revealed. It's you! The lightning sheep. The leader of the ironbone wolves and the leader of the fire horses immediately recognize the newcomer. At this moment the target of the lightning sheep leader is directed towards the 2 of them. Did Old Turtle not invite you to join us in an alliance before? Why are you here? We thought you rejected the invitation since we didn't wait for your arrival, and your lightning sheep clan's territory also emitted fluctuations of spiritual energy. Did you not come under attack? Why aren't these insects attacking you? What exactly do you intend to do? The 2 dominant level powerhouses can evidently sense that something is amiss. The current lightning sheep leader is indeed too suspicious. Moreover, Xiaowen does not hide her killing intent, directly pouncing towards the 2. These 2 are currently the easiest to kill. The hurricane eagle in the sky is entangled with Xiaoyi, its body battered and bloodied with its wings nearly destroyed. Under Xiaoyi's terrifying combat power the eagle is almost on the verge of death. It's just that Xiaoyi has little experience in aerial combat. Moreover, the hurricane eagle is evasive, unwilling to engage directly. Otherwise it would have been taken down by Xiaoyi in just a few rounds. However, the lightning sheep are not particularly adept at dealing with aerial units. Even at the platinum level those who couldn't fly previously can now use spiritual energy to float. But what Zhao Ziyan needs is a surprise attack. It's much easier to take on these 2 down on the ground. The Flesh and Blood Stitcher and the Magma Tortoise leader are too tough. Having the lightning sheep join in to inflict some damage would be futile. Meanwhile the ironbone wolves are already severely injured, and even with the fire horse leader's assistance their situation is grim. Xiaoer at the peak of gold rank can barely contend with platinum, combined with the specialized and approaching platinum level and the mid-level undead Tang Shan along with some gold-level undead creatures. This duo is under the most pressure. At this moment the final straw that breaks the camel's back has arrived. With the power of lightning this surprise attack is bound to succeed. A light punch lands on the ironbone wolf. The physical damage from this attack is minimal and even the magical damage is not significant. However, lightning possesses not only offensive capabilities but also control. In that instant the body of the ironbone wolf leader feels a strong sensation of paralysis spread throughout. His entire body feels tingly and numb, with his limbs unresponsive. Normally this sensation might feel somewhat pleasant, but in this situation it becomes deadly. In that fleeting moment a decaying figure filled with the aura of death surged forth, seizing the ironbone wolf leader. In its humanoid form it began to tear at the neck of the Ironbone Wolf. The Ironbone Wolf leader was struck with panic, wanting to resist, but his body was paralyzed. Moreover, the previous battle had already worsened his injuries. Even if he wanted to fight back now, he found himself powerless. Under the bites of the undead Tang Shan, the Ironbone Wolf leader was torn to shreds, his vitality rapidly draining away. Meanwhile, the Flame Horse leader had no opportunity to assist. Old Wolf, it seems your time has truly come, and don't blame me for being heartless. I have a whole family to support as well. I can't risk my life to save you. The Flame Horse leader retreated, repeatedly sensing that the situation was about to collapse. At this moment the Ironbone Wolf could no longer speak. Its neck in humanoid form had been bitten through, only able to emit a hoarse growl. Old Turtle, those bugs from other races have allied with us, and the Lightning Sheep have started to help them attack us. The Flame Horse leader dodged the charge of the mutated ants and began to run towards the Lava Turtle. The Ironbone Wolf was already half dead. Once this old wolf died, he would be next. The Lava Turtle leader, under fierce attacks from the Flesh Stitcher, was also a bit bewildered. The previous battlefield situation could still hold on, but how did it suddenly collapse like this? He stretched his head out and witnessed the tragic scene of the Ironbone Wolf leader being continuously devoured by the undead creatures. And the Flame Horse leader, who was fleeing towards him, cast a gaze filled with hatred and murderous intent. However, at that moment the Flesh Stitcher noticed his head poking out and swung a fist down. This old turtle always shrank inside its shell, never exposing its head. Now it finally had the chance. Boom! A massive flesh fist came crashing down onto the Lava Turtle leader's head. Ugh! Old Turtle let out a muffled groan. At that moment Old Turtle realized he had exposed a weakness. He quickly retracted his entire body back into the shell. He only felt a tremendous pain in his head, as if it had been flattened. If someone could see through his shell right now, they would see the state of his head. It had transformed from a round shape into an oval shape. Old Turtle. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. We are about to collapse. Quickly use your methods, or I will really have to lead my people to flee, even if it means suffering heavy losses. We must run, or else we will definitely be annihilated. The Flame Horse leader shouted anxiously. At this point he had reached the side of the Flesh Stitcher, but he did not dare to get too close. Otherwise the Flesh Stitcher would attack him. Damn it, did it have to come to this? Old Turtle gritted his teeth and took out a fiery red crystal hidden in his shell. He then infused spiritual energy into the fiery red crystal. The crystal became increasingly luminous and floated out through a hole in the shell, rising into the air. A red light emanated from the crystal, flying towards the volcano's mouth. At this moment Zhao Zian was closely monitoring the battlefield and noticed Old Turtle's actions. Something felt off. Zhao Zian ordered the insect army to retreat a bit, slowing down their offensive against the enemy. After all, it was clear that the opponent was preparing a major move and there was no need to fight so fiercely. As the insect army retreated, Zhao Zian's suspicions were confirmed. The ground began to tremble and the volcano gradually released a large amount of steam. The closer one got to the volcano, the greater the tremors became. The temperature in the battlefield suddenly began to rise sharply, with many stones near the volcano starting to melt. Good heavens, could it be that the volcano was about to erupt? Zhao Zian felt a bit uneasy. Previously, when they were capturing the flame horses, a portion of the weak and sick flame horses had been devoured by the insect army. However, the fire resistance gained was minimal. Even the small lava naturally present on the lava turtle could not withstand it, let alone the high-temperature lava after a volcanic eruption. If the volcano really erupts, it is likely that all the insect army present will perish. Run! A simple command flooded the minds of all the insects. Thus the insect army began to retreat at maximum speed. Even when enemies started attacking them, they completely ignored it and did not fight back. Old Turtle. What's going on? Is the volcano about to erupt? The Flame Horse leader asked anxiously. Although their Flame Horse race was somewhat harmonious with the fire attribute, they only had a higher fire resistance. They could not withstand proper magma at all. If the volcano erupts, every single Flame Horse present will die. However, the Lava Turtle leader remained curled up in its shell, enduring the attacks from the Flesh Stitcher, ignoring the Flame Horse leader's words as if he hadn't heard them. At this moment the Wind Eagle leader also rushed over. Initially this eagle thought it was going to die. But for some reason the previously terrifying opponent began to retreat. He miraculously survived. However, just as he was secretly relieved, he noticed a drastic change in the atmosphere around him. The long-dormant volcano began to shake violently. It seemed as though it would erupt at any moment. Their Wind Eagle race was already very unadaptable to such an environment and had very low resistance to fire. If the volcano erupts, these eagles would definitely be the first to suffer. Old Turtle. What on earth is happening? I trusted you and followed your command, but now the volcano is about to erupt. This volcano had been silent until now. Why did it suddenly become like this? Did you do something? If the volcano erupts, can our Wind Eagle race survive? I can run, but what about my kin? Are they all going to die here? The Wind Eagle leader's tone became unfriendly, filled with worry for his kin. He felt a rush of anxiety and anger. If he hadn't retained some rationality, he might have even wanted to attack Old Turtle. The flesh and blood-stitched monster obeyed Zhao Ziyan's command and began to retreat. At this moment, Master Turtle no longer needed to hide in his shell to fend off the enemy's attacks. His turtle head slowly emerged. In response to the questions from his two allies, Master Turtle wore a look of indifference. Indeed, the disturbance of the volcano was orchestrated by me. As you have seen, these insects are terrifyingly strong, and with our current strength we might all meet our end at their hands. However, as long as I can trigger the volcanic eruption, these insects will perish in the magma. Moreover, even if some of these insects manage to escape the magma, it does not matter. This volcano harbors the guardian deity of our lava turtle race. Once the guardian takes action, these damned insects will surely be exterminated. The Wind Eagle leader questioned. You must be joking. After the flames erupt, these insects will be destroyed, but won't our kin also be annihilated? Our Wind Eagle clan inherently has a weak resistance to flames. If we are struck by the magma, there will be no escape. Even our fire horses cannot withstand the invasion of magma. Although I possess platinum level strength and am not afraid of the magma, my kin certainly cannot endure it. Master Turtle, do you have any backup plans? The fire horse leader exclaimed in urgency, placing his last hope on Master Turtle. He hoped that Master Turtle would have means to protect his kin after triggering the eruption. Your kin can figure something out for themselves. Our lava turtle race can withstand the magma eruption. For us it is inconsequential. As long as we can repel the enemy, what cost is too great? Master Turtle scoffed. It was clear he did not care for his allies. You old rascal, you previously swore that we should unite to confront the enemy, and now you pull this stunt. You old rascal, do you wish for our kin to accompany those damned insects in death? He who told you to be so gullible? The death of your kin is just perfect. The guardian is not yet fully matured at this stage and can absorb the flesh and blood of other beings to replenish its power. Once it consumes the corpses of those insects along with your two clans' bodies, it should mitigate some of the risks of its premature emergence. Cryptocurrency. Before the other two sovereign beings could finish speaking, the volcano could no longer contain itself and released its pressure. Boom! A massive amount of magma accompanied by volcanic ash erupted forth. A super-wide area of AoE damage covered the nearby ground. All plants and animals were reduced to ashes under this terrifying natural disaster. The violent volcanic eruption painted the entire sky in fiery red. Volcanic ash lingered in the air, spreading far and wide, obscuring the light. The moment the volcano erupted, the Wind Eagle race suffered massive casualties. After all, the Wind Eagles were flying units and could move relatively quickly. Some higher-level Wind Eagles managed to escape just in time. However, the mid to low-tier Wind Eagles all met untimely ends. As for the fire horses, they were in dire straits, unable to escape and all covered by the lava. Although they had a higher resistance to fire, they could not withstand such an onslaught. They all turned into delicious roasted horsemeat. Even silver and gold tier fire horses could not resist the terrifying high-temperature magma. Those that survived a little longer than ordinary fire horses eventually succumbed to the flames. Meanwhile, the insect army had not yet managed to flee entirely. Although the insect army had prepared in advance under Zhao Ziyan's orders and had managed to escape relatively promptly, many insects did not possess such high mobility. For instance, the ranged units like the spitting insects had all their attribute points invested in ranged attacks and were not very adept at moving. The large worker ants and soldier ants were heavily armored units, strong in battle with high defenses, but their movement speed was relatively slow. Crouched on the ground blocked by trees, it was challenging to escape. As the magma fell, many insects perished in the terrifying lava. Xiaoyi flew in the air, constantly fending off the falling magma. With her physical attributes, even touching the magma would not cause her much harm. Moreover, she could use spiritual power to block the high-temperature damage. Swish! 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 A large number of hair strands were extended by Xiaoyi, forming a large net to shield the sky. However, as the magma fell, the defense of the hair strands was still too weak. The strength of the hair strands could not compare to Xiaoyi's body. With a sizzling sound, many dark purple hair strands were burned to charcoal and fell. Seeing her treasured hair being burned by the magma was disheartening for Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi felt a surge of anger rising within her, but in order to prevent the insects below from suffering too much harm, she continued to use her spiritual power to stimulate hair growth, using these strands to fend off the incessantly falling magma. Yet relying solely on her strength was insufficient to shield against the overwhelming magma. Xiaoer watched her elder sister battling alone in the sky while the surrounding insects continued to perish, feeling a deep sorrow. Her strength was still too weak. If only she had greater power, she could make a more significant impact. She exhaled a thread of silk from her mouth, weaving it into a large net to support her with spiritual power. Like a protective umbrella, it shielded a portion of the insects. However, this silk was far too fragile, much weaker than Xiaoyi's hair strands, and could not withstand much damage. Just when the situation became dire, a fiery red figure emerged from the volcano. This creature had a long, slender body and wide wings. When it flew into the air, its form gradually revealed itself. It was a fire-eared butterfly. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about it except that it was slightly larger, about half a meter in size. Feel the might of the Hellfire Phoenix butterfly. You wretched insects shall pay for your actions. Ha 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 ha. A malicious laughter erupted amidst the violent eruption of the volcano. The body of the lava turtle leader gradually emerged from the magma. It seemed eager to witness the insect army being slaughtered by its own guardian. The red butterfly hovered above the insect legion. It launched an attack on the fleeing insects. Surrounding spiritual energy was gathered, forming a gigantic ball of magma which was then hurled towards the insects. Xiaoyi rushed forward and shattered the massive magma ball. A tremendous explosion sounded, leaving Xiaoyi charred with the exoskeleton armor on her fist already partially carbonized. However, the instant the magma ball was destroyed, it transformed into a torrent of lava that cascaded down towards the insects below. Xiaoyi felt powerless in the face of this. Such area attacks were nearly impossible to fully block. She had done her best. Just at this critical moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing this familiar glow, it seemed to be the light of evolution that only appeared during breakthroughs. Xiaoyi actually managed to use a large amount of spider silk to barely block the falling magma. Her strength had reached the level of a dominator. Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow. Did she temporarily break through under the pressure of battle? Could it be that Xiao was also a talent anomaly? Others sought quiet places for stable breakthroughs. After all, if such things were interrupted, breakthroughs could easily fail, leading to numerous aftereffects such as backlash or falling into madness. This kind of temporary breakthrough in battle to gain more powerful strength to protect allies should be standard for a protagonist, right? At this moment, Xiao was blocking the magma while also gathering a large amount of spider silk around her. She aimed to wrap it around the butterfly in the sky, intending to control the wretched creature. However, the platinum-level butterfly merely flapped its wings once, causing all the approaching spider silk to fall away. Seemingly sensing the provocation from its enemy, the butterfly emitted an extremely sharp insect cry. Then its body began to grow larger and larger. From its original half-meter length, it had transformed into a massive form 3 meters long from head to tail with a wingspan of 6 meters. At this moment, a multitude of strange symbols appeared on its wings. These strange symbols subtly formed the shapes of many phoenix feathers. Another sharp insect cry rang out. The butterfly began to spin continuously, its entire body resembling a small top. The faster it spun, the more the surrounding magma was drawn into its rotation. It gradually lost its butterfly form, transforming into pure fire elements swirling with lava and volcanic ash. Eventually, it formed a terrifying lava tornado. In the instant the lava tornado formed, the surrounding insect army was entirely absorbed, ground into ashes. Zhao Ziyan felt quite helpless at this moment. Such a large-scale attack was indeed very difficult for the insect army to withstand. Even with their numbers, the loss was devastating. However, it seemed that the power of the fire tornado would diminish after consuming its enemies. After all, this fire tornado was a skill of that butterfly. It couldn't attack indefinitely and surely had a limit. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan had an idea and immediately directed his undead creatures to charge into the fire tornado. Indeed, the power of the tornado diminished somewhat and the pressure wasn't as terrifying. So wasn't the role of the undead creatures being showcased? Zhao Ziyan, as if it cost him nothing, commanded the undead to rush into the fire tornado. A large number of golden-level undead creatures charged into the tornado. Once these undead entered the fire tornado, they were instantly torn into shreds and a faint aroma of cooked flesh wafted through. With their golden-level physiques, these undead creatures were also directly roasted. Although they were ground into fragments, not even the power of death could control them anymore. But Zhao Ziyan didn't care at all. Even if they were crushed, they could still drag the insects back to be devoured. Squeeze out every last bit of their value. Later, the numbers of golden and silver-level undead creatures became insufficient. Zhao Ziyan directly controlled the undead Tanshen and the flesh fusion monster. Without wasting words, he charged directly at the fire tornado. Soon the entire body of the undead Tanshen was burned to charcoal, becoming a charred zombie. However, the fire of its soul still flickered, not dissipating. Meanwhile, the flesh fusion monster launched a lethal strike, crashing into the fire tornado and scattering it. There was no choice. Its massive size meant the fire tornado couldn't budge it at all. Plus, the fire tornado had already expended a lot of energy. The flesh fusion monster was only slightly burned on its surface. With the appearance of these two Dominator-level undead creatures, the terrifying fire tornado finally came to a halt. The fire butterfly reappeared, transforming from fire element back into physical form. In that instant, the flesh fusion monster lunged forward with a large tackle. The fire butterfly was sent flying. However, as it regained its composure, it flew back into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy punch to the butterfly. She struck it down to the ground. The undead Tongshen also took the chance to charge at the butterfly and began to bite. However, as the fire butterfly emitted a painful shriek, its entire body trembled with a mass of flames surrounding it. Yet Tongshen continued to bite at the butterfly's flesh without care. The central part of the butterfly's body had been bitten through with several holes in its wings and ragged edges. Xiaoyi and the flesh fusion monster also approached the butterfly. Since it had landed, it shouldn't hope to fly again. The three powerful beings began to gang up on this so-called guardian deity while Xiaoer was busy weaving webs to block the magma attack, not joining in the assault. At this moment, the agile insectoids had already fled, for the most part suffering minimal damage. However, those that were slower had suffered heavy losses. Zhao Ziyan decided to not let them escape, taking advantage of the fact that the waiter could weave spider webs to fend off some attacks, allowing the remaining insectoids to dig holes on the spot and hide inside. Fortunately, among the slower insects there were large worker ants. Soon a rudimentary underground nest was excavated. As the insectoids entered, the top of the nest was sealed with earth. At this time, the waiter could not sustain the spider web indefinitely. As a newly ascended being, she was still unable to fully resist the invasion of the magma. Now she no longer needed to use her mouth to spit silk, she could directly condense the spider web using her spiritual power. However, the consumption was enormous in the face of such high-temperature magma. Eventually she ran out of spiritual energy. By then the insectoids that had not yet dug their holes were basically doomed. Some had managed to dig their holes, but the openings at the top were not sealed. The falling magma penetrated through the opening into the nest the insectoids had dug, causing many more to suffer. However, there weren't that many unlucky ones. Most of the insectoids successfully hid in the makeshift underground nest. Meanwhile, the so-called guardian had already been beaten to the brink of collapse. Butterflies, being magic beasts, excelled in spell attacks and were completely unskilled in close combat. In contrast, Xiaoyi, the undead Tang Shan, and the flesh-stitching monster were all formidable in melee. Caught by the three of them, the butterfly had no chance to escape and was treated purely as a punching bag. In the end, its wings were torn off, leaving only a bare body which was battered and torn by Tang Shan, and struck a few times by the flesh-stitching monster, it was essentially out of breath. Crack! The butterfly's head was crushed by Xiaoyi. A fiery red crystal core was extracted. It was translucent, containing pure fire attribute spiritual power. This was truly a valuable item. The distant lava turtle was utterly shocked by this scene. Normally such an environment should be the domain of fire attribute magical beasts. Yet the guardian was defeated in just a few rounds. However, this did not mean that the infernal flame butterfly was weak. As the guardian of the lava turtle race, the infernal flame butterfly had some connection to them. After the lava turtles on the battlefield suffered an invasion from outsiders, their hearts were filled with resentment and anger. And they influenced the guardian with their fury. The strategy was overly aggressive. As a ranged attacker, charging in physically resulted in an instant demise. For such high-output beings, it's best to have a meat shield in the front to absorb some damage. The leader of the lava turtles had originally intended to come over to assist, but the guardian was being relentlessly beaten by the three. He hadn't even had a chance to help when the infernal flame butterfly was already killed. The lava turtle leader was now left dumbfounded. The guardian was his last trump card. With the guardian gone, what else could he do? Yet the image of the lightning sheep flashed through his mind. Why not? Everyone, could you kindly spare us? We, the lava turtle race, are willing to submit. I saw that group of lightning sheep had also submitted to your race. Our lava turtles will be more useful than those goats. As long as you spare our race, we are willing to surrender all our resources. Foolish to kill you all means all resources are mine. Zhao Ziyan thought disdainfully. This turtle was clearly not a good thing. Such a desperate tactic could be used at will. He didn't care at all for the lives of his allies. This was truly despicable. With such great losses inflicted on his insect race, did he really think they were fools? Moreover, the lightning sheep had transformed into a youthful and beautiful lady pleasing to the eye. This old turtle was just a decrepit old man. One glance was enough to turn Zhao Ziyan's stomach. Is there a big thunder? Just surrender. What's your surrender password? Alright, our insect race welcomes your joining. Xiaoyi said with a smile. At this moment her hair was somewhat long and somewhat short, looking as if it had been chewed by a dog. Some of her hair was burnt black. Her once exquisite face was now covered in grime. She looked like a hapless soul who had just crawled out of a coal truck. Thank you for your mercy. We lava. The old turtle was overjoyed, feeling youthful and not wanting to die so easily. However, at that moment a strong wind arrived beside him. A slender fist covered in exoskeleton armor struck down on his head. His head took another heavy blow from the front. Previously the flesh-stitching monster had smashed his head from above. It had been crushed into an oval shape. Now Shaohui struck from front to back, pushing the protruding oval shape inward. The turtle's head returned to a normal round shape. You dare deceive me. No honor. Before the lava turtle could finish speaking, the other two undead creatures charged in. A new round of beatings began. Although the old turtle's defense was strong, he was only at the mid-tier of platinum. Being overwhelmed was only a matter of time. At this moment the undead Tang Shan reached out, intending to pull the turtle's body out from its shell. However, the old turtle bit off Tang Shan's hand. Then it seemed to sense that others were trying to use the holes in the turtle shell to cause trouble. The openings meant for extending limbs suddenly closed up. However, this was merely a dying struggle. With the constant downpour of magma, these powerful beings would not suffer significant damage. They continued their joyful beating. Meanwhile, the previous Wind Eagle leader and Fire Horse leader seemed to have vanished. However, their kin had mostly not escaped perishing under the volcanic eruption. Only a few high-level golden beasts and even golden peak beasts are still struggling for survival. Advanced magical beasts can protect themselves with the spiritual energy within, barely resisting external assaults. However, spiritual energy is finite. Once it is depleted, they can only rely on their physical bodies to withstand the terrifying heat of the magma. The eruption of the volcano lasts for a long time. Lava and volcanic ash erupt in a massive explosion. After the eruption gradually subsides, a light rain begins to fall from the sky. Mixed with volcanic ash and sulfur, the rain is acidic and has a faint corrosive effect. Within the range of the volcanic eruption, the vast majority of magical beasts have perished. However, those lava turtles that have huddled inside their shells have managed to survive. As the acid rain falls, the scorching lava begins to solidify. Under the solidified lava, some protruding areas start to crack. These small bumps are the lava turtles covered by crack. Crash. As the solidified lava gradually breaks apart, a large number of lava turtles emerge. Many turtle heads poke out, searching but failing to sense the presence of their leader. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle splash. The lava turtles present are somewhat flustered, unable to reach a decision. Ordinary lava turtles had shrunk into their shells from the very beginning. They are unaware of the subsequent volcanic eruption. At this moment, several large lava turtles as big as small mountains stood up. They are the golden level experts of the tribe. Although the leader is absent, the tribe must continue. As golden level beings, they can only step forward to maintain order. However, just as the lava turtle tribe stabilized, they began to clean the battlefield, intending to search for their leader. Suddenly, movement emerged from the ground, covered by solidified lava rocks in the distance. The lava rock began to show cracks, revealing a dark, shadowy cave. Soon other areas also stirred, with many caves emerging. Swarming insect-like creatures burrowed up from the ground, seemingly endless. Although some had died at the start, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Even if some died, it was inconsequential. The creatures emerging from the ground were slow-moving armored units, primarily worker ants and soldier ants, along with jetting bugs. Meanwhile, the previously swift insect army was rushing in from other locations. Jumping bugs and flying bugs sped back to the battlefield. Before the enemy could react, the insect army had already filled the battlefield. Lava turtle. At this moment, Shaohui leisurely approached these lava turtles. In hand, he drew out a fiery red magical beast crystal core, rich in fire elemental spiritual energy mixed with the unique aura of the lava turtle race. The pressure emitted by this crystal core reached the mid-level of platinum. Now even a fool could see that this magical beast crystal core belonged to the turtle elder. The remaining lava turtles were instantly astonished, but upon sensing their leader's aura, their chaotic feelings quickly settled down. One by one they prepared themselves, ready to fight the insect army to the bitter end, appearing resolute in their determination. In truth, they were merely trapped with no chance of escape. Though the lava turtles felt despair inside, facing such a multitude of insects, they had no opportunity to flee. Their name alone suggested as much. Turtle-type magical beasts certainly do not excel in speed. And the insects across from them have ground units, air units, high-speed units, and ranged units. In such circumstances, what else could they do but fight to the death? Just as the battle was about to begin, countless small self-destructing bugs arrived on the battlefield, coming to the front lines from within the insect army. These are small self-destructing bugs specifically designed for the lava turtles by Zhao Ziyan. If these lava turtles dared to retract completely into their shells, then these small self-destructing bugs could directly drill in through the openings of their retractable limbs for an internal explosion. This battle now held no suspense. Although lava turtles possess strong defensive capabilities making them difficult to deal with in battle, whenever they encounter danger they can retract into their shells. However, with the presence of small self-destructing bugs as a massive weapon, none of those lava turtles that had retracted into their shells would meet a good end. When the self-destructing bugs exploded, although the shells might seem undamaged from the outside, the insides of the turtles had long been blown to pieces. As numerous explosions echoed, chunks of flesh and blood splattered out from the holes in the shells, revealing a gruesome scene inside. Moreover, the lava turtle race no longer had any top-tier fighting strength. Even the more troublesome golden and silver-level lava turtles were easily handled by Xiaoyi and Xiaoer along with other overlord-level beings. This lava turtle race had not a single one escape. Previous races might have had a few that slipped through the cracks, but these turtles truly had no means to flee. After an hour of slaughter, practically all of the lava turtles on the battlefield had been eliminated. Zhao Ziyan let out a sigh of relief. Although there had been some setbacks, he had managed to eliminate all the enemies. However, after the volcanic eruption, the vast amount of lava had turned many magical beast corpses into charcoal. The acquisition of flesh and food had decreased significantly compared to before. Zhao Ziyan gritted his teeth. This troublesome turtle elder really knows how to create trouble for himself. The corpses of the windhawks were basically in shambles. The corpses of the fire horses were slightly better. After all, they possessed fire attributes and had relatively high fire resistance. Though they could not withstand the extreme heat of the magma, some parts of the corpses remained intact. Only the corpses of these lava turtles remained relatively well preserved. However, it was fortunate that the insect race was not too lacking in food at the moment. In previous annihilation battles they had already acquired an abundance of food, nearly overwhelming themselves. As long as they could absorb the genes from these few races and enhance the combat strength of the insect race, this battle could not be considered a loss. As the insect army cleaned the battlefield, they unearthed many magical beast corpses from below the solidified lava rocks. Although they were all charred, the insect race still maintained their good habit of not wasting food. They carried everything back to their nest. The cleanup operation must start with me. However, while cleaning the battlefield, a small accident occurred. Amidst the ruins, a golden peak flame horse was still struggling to survive. As a few worker ants dug through the lava rock intending to gather food, the flame horse erupted in fury, taking down the ants. However, it was already exhausted, and after executing its skill, the entire horse fell to the ground swinging unsteadily. Little E, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, swiftly ended the life of the flame horse. At that moment, Little E and some remaining platinum-level undead were all injured. A small part of the injuries was caused by the previous battle. The vast majority were scars left by the volcanic eruption's lava. Although the high-temperature lava could not deal a fatal blow to these dominant creatures, it could still inflict some minor injuries. Moreover, the corpse of the previous lava tortoise leader was still intact. This tortoise was beaten to death by several enemies of the same or even higher level, continuously attacked. Its shell was cracked with several fissures and its insides were ruptured, leading to its demise. The few platinum-level powerhouses surrounding Little E were so focused on the assault that they neglected to defend against the falling lava, resulting in some injuries. As the death energy from Zhao Ziyan spread, the tortoise was quickly transformed into an undead creature. The corpse was preserved relatively well without any missing limbs or similar issues. The combat power of the created undead creature was adequate. However, since its shell had already been cracked in life. After becoming an undead creature, the shell was barely held together, but its defensive power was significantly weaker than in its prime. In other aspects, it was not much different from its living form. The flesh and blood of these several races had been consumed by the insect race. The genes were also extracted. Hurricane eagles could be used to strengthen flying units. However, the genes in them were not very compatible with the insect race. The insect race's flying units used membranous wings similar to bats. In contrast, the wings of these eagles were entirely feathered. Zhao Ziyan felt there was no need to change the structure of the insect race's flying units. Using feathers as the core of the flying structure was not necessarily superior to membranous wings. However, these eagles had decent endurance, and after integrating the genes into the insect genes, the flight duration of the insect units would become even more prolonged. The flame horse had extracted a significant amount of fire resistance. In the future, the insect race would no longer be so weak against fire attribute damage. As for the lava tortoise, it also yielded a lot of fire attribute resistance, overlapping somewhat with that of the flame horse. Combined, the insect race's fire resistance was further enhanced. Additionally, the genetic material from the lava tortoise's shell had strengthened the insect race's exoskeleton. The defensive power was greatly increased. Moreover, flying insects could use the exoskeletal spikes on their wings to cut down enemies while flying. As the exoskeleton strength increased, their attack capabilities also improved somewhat. The two giant sickles at the front of the jumping insects were essentially formed from condensed exoskeletons. Their attack power was significantly increased as well. The war behemoth was now completely encased in heavy exoskeletal armor. Upon closer inspection, these exoskeletal armors resembled the appearance of a tortoise shell. Similar to a rhinoceros shape, it was covered with a layer of tortoise shell, wrapped tightly from head to toe. It would become extremely difficult for enemies to block the war behemoth's assault by severing its legs in the future. According to Zhao Ziyan's usual practice, after the battle ended, he would establish a subbase for the insect race's nest on site. Then he would directly drag the flesh and blood from the battlefield into the subbase to digest. However, since this area was a volcano, Zhao Ziyan dismissed this idea. The insect race's nest could be built anywhere and there was no need to deliberately establish it in such a dangerous location. Thus the flesh and blood on the battlefield were quickly moved to other insect race nests. Some of the lava's temperature was very high. Although a light acid rain had fallen, it still had not completely solidified. The outer layer may have solidified, but the lava flowing inside still emitted terrifying heat. Many worker ants were misled by these semi-solidified lava rocks. After biting through the outer layer of rock, they fell directly into the lava below, meeting their demise. However, Zhao Ziyan showed no signs of disturbance upon witnessing the death of his followers. After all, there were plenty of insects, weren't there? He yawned and continued to command the insect race's work. Inside the lava tortoise's lair there were still some lava tortoise eggs. The insect race took away some but left a portion of the tortoise eggs behind. It was not out of compassion from the insect race. Mainly Zhao Ziyan suddenly remembered that he had previously intended to leave some fire seeds for other races waiting for their clans to develop and grow again, then the insect race could come back to harvest. This plan was named by Zhao Ziyan as the pig raising plan. However, this plan had just crossed Zhao Ziyan's mind shortly before. Those who had been completely exterminated could only be considered unfortunate. Soon a large amount of flesh and blood was transported back to the insect race's nest, where the insect race began to gradually shed. The already quiet volcano was also explored by the insect race. The volcano's mouth contained a substantial amount of lava crystals rich in energy. With the insect race now possessing extremely high fire resistance, these lava crystals were considered a delicacy for them. They also dug out several hidden caves which stored a lot of food. This was likely a food storage place for the lava tortoise race. However, the quantity of food here was still far less compared to the corpses on the battlefield. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and this was an added bonus. The insect race took all the resources they found nearby, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Not long after the insect race departed, the ultimate overlord Hunshin arrived near the volcano. At this time, this peculiar diamond-level monster surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression. His face looked quite grim. A swirl of black mist appeared around Hunshin's body, and as the mist dissipated, he transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, with sword-like brows and pupils as dark as ink occupying his entire eye sockets. Has it grown to such a terrifying level in such a short time? With the end of the great battle, the insectoid army began to return to their nests for rest. Resources had become more abundant. The originally plentiful silver and gold beast cores were consumed in large quantities by the two specialized ants, yet a good number remained. The beast cores were now far too many to consume. The two specialized ants found themselves surrounded once again by a plethora of beast cores. Zhao Ziyan commanded them to continue eating. The aura of these two specialized ants was steadily rising. Their terrifying pressure was approaching that of a dominating level. Meanwhile, the little second, having broken through to the dominating level on the battlefield, stood nearby. Zhao Ziyan also provided her with some golden-level beast cores to stabilize her power. Given that the insectoids were generally larger now, especially the massive war beasts, the species' nest had been expanded numerous times and it was now quite spacious. The family of lightning sheep had also arrived at the underground insectoid nest. The leader of the lightning sheep, Xiaowen, had made a surprise attack on the enemy's platinum-level powerhouse during this battle. She was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She directly shattered the stalemate. Her contribution was significant, and Zhao Ziyan generously rewarded her with 2 golden-level beast cores. Xiaowen was instantly overjoyed. Previously among the forest's dominating level species, the lightning sheep tribe was considered to have a relatively weaker strength. They were only slightly stronger than the weak species like the softbone rabbit. These 2 golden-level beast cores were enough to elevate 2 silver-level tribe members to golden level. Alternatively, they could make 2 golden-level tribe members even stronger. The enhancement to the tribe was immense. Here with Zhao Ziyan, golden-level beast cores seemed quite undervalued. Normally in the forest, those beast cores would be fought over by the beast dogs, or at an external auction house. Treasures of this caliber could fetch a stunning price. Thank you, great deity. Serving you is an honor for our lightning sheep tribe. We will definitely. After receiving such great benefits, Xiaowen was no fool. Saying a few good words wouldn't cost her anything, so naturally she began to flatter him incessantly. This round of flattery was well received. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but chuckle. The previous lightning sheep tribe had been subservient to the insectoids out of fear. Now they were willingly striving for the growth of the insectoids. After all, the rewards were simply too generous. How little time had passed. She had directly earned 2 golden-level beast cores. In contrast, those who resisted fiercely had all perished. At this moment Zhao Ziyan could distinctly feel that Xiao Wen's faith had grown stronger. If she had been a shallow believer before, she could now be considered a loyal follower. The relationship between the two parties had become quite amicable, and Zhao Ziyan asked many other questions. From Xiao Wen, the local sheep, he learned that the strongest species on this planet was still humanity. Essentially, it was humanity that dominated, divided into 3 kingdoms. The Senna Kingdom, the Luban Kingdom, and the Luan Kingdom. However, these kingdoms had established many teleportation arrays and sometimes interacted with forces or other species from other planets. The city at the edge of the forest was territory of the Senna Kingdom. There was constant strife between these 3 kingdoms, but Xiao Wen, this foolish beast, couldn't clarify the specifics. Yet the general situation resembled a tripartite balance. One was relatively strong while the other 2 would unite to counterbalance it. Once that kingdom became weakened, the alliance of the other 2 would dissolve. If one kingdom gradually grew stronger, disrupting the balance among the 3, the other 2 kingdoms would once again form an alliance. The triangular structure provides stability. This Sunset Forest is the largest beast force on this planet, bordering both the Senna Kingdom and the Luban Kingdom. Adjacent to the Senna Kingdom is that forest city. The other direction of the forest borders the Luban Kingdom. On the other side, the Luban Kingdom also has a defensive city standing there, repelling the beast tide from the forest city. However, the number of strong humans openly displayed is fewer than 10. Yet humans have never shown all their cards. There should still be some hidden strong beings in the shadows. If all humans were to unite, the beasts of the Sunset Forest would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the slaughter of humanity. However, the 3 kingdoms keep each other in check, and the beast's strength in the Sunset Forest is equally terrifying. No single kingdom could completely eradicate them. Additionally, it was difficult for the dominating level beasts within the forest to unite. Thus the situation on this planet maintains a delicate balance. The words of the leader of the Lightning Sheep clarified the situation for Zhao Ziyan. To be honest, subduing such a local powerhouse was indeed necessary. Otherwise Zhao Ziyan would still be in the dark about various situations with no way to learn. Dominating level beings, regardless of where they are considered top-tier powerhouses. They can traverse the universe with their physical bodies, surviving in a vacuum with no issues. When one considers it, beasts can condense beast cores at the golden level. In other words, it's akin to an inner alchemy. Could they rival the strength of a golden core stage powerhouse? Then above golden level, isn't the platinum level similar to a nascent soul old monster? This world's cultivation system leans towards a Western fantasy type. Zhao Ziyan mused over the various divisions of realms, feeling that although he hadn't encountered any strong beings of the Eastern cultivation system, it seemed there was nothing wrong with his thoughts. As Yang Xiaowen explained, Zhao Ziyan's horizon suddenly broadened significantly. Fortunately, he possessed a hereditary big heart, allowing him to fully absorb all the shocking information. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Yang Xiaowen, being a local sheep, clearly knew the locations of the strongholds of other dominant magical beast races. This made Zhao Ziyan marvel at the correctness of his decision. He was glad he hadn't acted rashly and wiped out the entire Lightning Sheep clan. At that time he was indeed blinded by anger and almost lost control. He rubbed his head, feeling that he seemed somewhat different from before. His light golden eyes gazed out towards the distant horizon, a hint of daze in his expression. With Zhao Ziyan's current strength, he could easily be regarded as a national hero. However, he chose to lie on the bed, living like a salted fish. Although his current life showed little change from before, yet with his powerful strength at least, he no longer needed to worry about the most basic needs. He casually grabbed a pack of snacks and continued eating. Let's put aside the news from the human kingdom for now. First, he needed to conquer this Sunset Forest completely. He hadn't engaged in any activities throughout the day. After the insect clan returned, they all hid in their nests, focusing entirely on producing combat units. Meanwhile, other strong beings began to digest the resources they had acquired. Recent battles had been exceedingly frequent and the spoils were countless. The dominant forces that had survived for many years were not simple, their foundations were profoundly deep. Through Yang Xiaowen's narration, Zhao Ziyan also learned about the existence of resource points. Each dominant tribe had some resource points nearby that could produce various spiritual items. These items could be used to enhance the strength of magical beasts, and the insect clan could also consume them. Previously, when the insect clan cleared the battlefield, they confiscated all resources from the magical beast's stronghold. However, there were still many resource points left unexplored. Zhao Ziyan planned to eliminate all the strong beings in the forest first before scavenging the various resources within. It seemed that since these resource points existed there should be magical beasts of the respective tribes guarding them. Zhao Ziyan's previous concerns about annihilation should no longer exist. Although the dominant magical beasts in the stronghold had been wiped out by Zhao Ziyan, there would still be some fortunate ones in these resource points who happened to be away from their nests, thus escaping this calamity. After some time the insect army had nearly replenished its numbers. The current count was approaching 10 million, 8,000,000 large soldier ants, 3 million large worker ants, 6,000,000 large spitting insects, 1 million large flying insects, 1 million flying parasitic mother insects, 2 million jumping insects, 5,000,000 spiders, 2,000,000 war behemoths. After consuming a significant number of powerful races, the insect clan's attributes were enhanced across the board. Once an insect unit matures, their combat power is at least black iron level. The large soldier ants and war behemoths possess strength sufficient to contend with bronze and silver levels. This only accounts for the number of large units. Hundreds of millions of small insect units could nearly fill every corner of the battlefield. Although their combat power was not strong, they could serve to harass the enemy. Furthermore, after the large units inflicted wounds on the enemy, the small insects could rush in to add some damage. Despite their weak strength, their vast numbers meant that even though the faith power provided by each small insect was minimal, the sheer quantity was terrifyingly high for Zhao Ziyan. Previously, Xiaoer had broken through on the battlefield and stabilized his cultivation at the early platinum stage. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi continuously improved himself through several battles. Finally, he broke through within the insect clan's nest, reaching the mid-platinum stage. Currently, apart from Xiaoyi and Xiaoer, the top combat power of the insect clan consisted of them. There was also Yang Xiaowen at the early platinum stage and the mid-platinum stage undead Tang Shan, along with the undead lava turtle leader. Zhao Ziyan had not spotted the platinum-level Hurricane Eagle or platinum-level Flame Horse from previous battles. They likely fled after realizing the situation was amiss, abandoning their kin. Additionally, the Ironbone Wolf leader, who was ambushed by Yang Xiaowen and perished on the spot, was transformed by Zhao Ziyan into an early platinum undead creature. However, the Ironbone Wolf leader was already at the early platinum stage in life, and after becoming an undead creature, its strength actually regressed somewhat. Its current power was likely no better than that of a soft-boned rabbit. The strongest undead creature remained the flesh and blood-stitched monster. After enduring several fierce battles, it had gorged itself, and there were many high-level magical beast corpses on the battlefield. The flesh and blood-stitched monster had devoured a significant amount of silver, gold, and even dominant-level flesh. Its strength was now nearing the diamond level, but the bottleneck from platinum to diamond was like a celestial punishment firmly holding it back. Notably, 2 specialized ants had also entered the platinum stage. These 2 specialized ants exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual power within them. It was purely their physical strength that elevated their combat power to such heights. Under Zhao Ziyan's practical training, the specialized ants could easily defeat the undead Ironbone Wolf. If Zhao Ziyan hadn't intervened at a critical moment, the specialized ants could have easily torn apart and devoured the undead Ironbone Wolf leader. Aside from the top platinum level combat power, the insect army currently boasted countless golden and silver level undead creatures. The insect clan's terrifying developmental capabilities were exceedingly abnormal. The snowball had completely started rolling. Zhao Ziyan planned to directly push through the enemies. With Yang Xiaowen's narration, the insect clan no longer needed to send small flying insects to scout for information. They marched vigorously towards the territory of the remaining dominant magical beasts. The faith level of the Lightning Sheep clan towards Zhao Ziyan was steadily rising, and he no longer had to worry about Yang Xiaowen lying. They soon reached their destination. The target was a valley full of lush trees. Previously, the valley was filled with the sounds of animals frolicking and birds chirping endlessly. However, at this moment the entire valley was eerily quiet, even to a somewhat strange degree. A large number of black gorillas were densely hiding within the woods. Yet the gorillas and monkeys, which had always been mischievous and restless, were now completely still. This created an extremely tense atmosphere. The insect clan had arrived at the front of the valley. Nearly 10 million large insects surrounded the valley, while the entire population of black gorillas did not exceed 1 million. Most of them were ordinary black gorillas that hadn't even reached black iron level. The number of extraordinary black gorilla magical beasts was pitifully small. The insect clan could fight even with their eyes closed, and they were far superior to the insects of this clan. Zhao Ziyan was even too lazy to scout. He did not bother to conceal his aura. He directly commanded the insect army to begin their charge. This gorilla tribe possesses some strength within the forest, being one of the few dominant races with a mid-level platinum powerhouse overseeing them. Through Yang Xiaowen's narration, Zhao Ziyan learned that the leader of these gorillas is a mid-level platinum magical beast specializing in physical cultivation and not particularly adept at spells. However, this information is of little use, as the insect race can simply crush them directly. With the initial firepower of the spitting insects covering the area, a large quantity of corrosive venom was sprayed towards the enemy. Currently the spitting insects have also attained black iron level strength, and the corrosive venom they spit out is sufficient to inflict some damage on bronze and even silver level magical beasts. After all, the sheer number of spitting insects is overwhelming. Even silver level beasts are prone to trouble if bombarded by too much venom. However, this valley is filled with tall trees. Under the protection of these trees, the first wave of corrosive venom spraying did not inflict significant harm on the guerrillas. Yet the spitting insects' attacks do not come in just one wave. The relentless stream of corrosive venom continues to bombard them. Moreover, the melee units of the insect race have already begun their charge. The war beasts, having undergone numerous enhancements, charge forward recklessly. In the past, war beasts could only charge across flat terrain. They would easily be hindered in areas with many obstacles. However, now even in the complex terrain of the forest, nothing can stop their charge. Their immense power crushes all obstacles in their path. The large trees along their route are shattered, paving a flat and open road for the subsequent insect assault. Zhao Ziyan did not forget that there was a mid-level platinum gorilla hiding among the enemies. Thus two massive specialized ants from the insect race launched their attack. Other powerful beings concealed themselves, aiming to lure out the enemy's dominant leader. These ordinary gorillas are no match for the insect army. Facing nearly 10 million terrifying insects, it is entirely normal for them to be crushed outright. At the moment the battle commenced, the guerrillas suffered heavy casualties while the insect race's losses were almost negligible. Their numbers not only remained unchanged but even increased as the flying parasitic queen continued to drop parasitic eggs which would grow and emerge from the enemy's corpses. It seemed that witnessing the heavy losses of their kin prompted a large gorilla that had been hiding in the forest to stop concealing itself. With a furious roar, a gorilla with a menacing scar across its face charged onto the battlefield. This gorilla emanated a mid-level platinum aura, its dense fur and bulging muscles exuding immense power. Standing in the center of the battlefield, it stood around 7 to 8 meters tall, resembling a small giant. As its roar echoed, its massive fists came crashing down upon one of the specialized ants. One punch was enough to almost overturn the specialized ant, which had only just reached the early mid-level platinum stage. The exoskeleton armor struck by the fist caved in dramatically. As the specialized ant was attacked, another specialized ant nearby intended to assist its companion. Suddenly another gorilla sprang forth. This newly appeared gorilla directly intercepted the specialized ant that was trying to support its ally. Although the massive fists dealt less damage than its mid-level platinum companion, they also inflicted significant harm to the specialized ant. This gorilla is slightly smaller than the first, yet its massive aura revealed that it had also achieved early mid-level platinum. Two dominant magical beasts. Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow with a hint of excitement. What a delightful surprise this is. However, the shocking changes for Zhao Ziyan did not end there. Moo! A deafening bellow of a bull erupted from a distance. A large number of muscular wild bulls charged towards the insect race. They emerged from behind the insect race, seemingly intending to flank the gorillas. Each of these wild bulls barreled through trees as if they were mere twigs. Among them a colossal mid-level platinum black bull led the charge. That terrifying bellow just now was emitted by it. This black bull measures over 10 meters in length and stands nearly 5 meters tall. Its dense fur covers its entire body and its eyes gleam with a crimson light, resembling a terrifying monster. Have two mid-level platinum dominants joined forces? Zhao Ziyan chuckled. This is quite convenient. With both mid-level platinum races present, I won't have to search them out one by one. Currently the early mid-level platinum magical beast races have almost been dealt with by Zhao Ziyan. Aside from the 5-element magical beast alliance, only this gorilla and the wild bulls remain. With the strongest from both races revealed, Zhao Ziyan decided not to conceal his strength any longer. The insect race's top combat power was fully unleashed. A multitude of undead beings, including lower and mid-tier leaders, quickly surrounded the three dominant magical beasts. These platinum-level beasts excelled in strength but were relatively weak in agility. With the presence of agile beings like the lower-tier lightning sheep to obstruct them, Zhao Ziyan felt assured that the enemies would not escape once they showed themselves. Initially the top-tier combatants refrained from acting, fearing that the enemies would remain hidden. Now surrounded by so many platinum-level forces from the insect race, the enemies had no chance to flee. Zhao Ziyan remained vigilant against the wild bulls attempting to ambush the insect race from behind, instructing the spitting insects in the rear to converge towards the center of the insect formation. He then directed some war beasts to turn back and confront the charging herd of wild bulls hidden. It would be interesting to see whose charging power was more formidable, the bulls or their own war beasts. Tens of thousands of war beasts charged directly into the wild bull herd. Those bulls that collided with the war beasts were immediately crushed and broken. Bull horns and shattered flesh flew everywhere, with blood splattering across the ground. After having undergone the enhancement of dragon lineage and several reinforcements to their exoskeletons, Each war beast possessed the strength to threaten silver level and even golden level opponents. In a heathen charge even golden level beings would be injured, let alone those ordinary wild bulls that were mostly unranked. Only a few high-level wild bull magical beasts managed to withstand the war beast's charge. However, the number of war beasts turning back was over 20,000. Their massive bodies nearly filled the rear of the large valley, while the high-level wild bull magical beasts were pitifully few in number. Consequently, a large number of wild bulls were turned into pulp by the direct collision. The gorilla race was also being mercilessly slaughtered by the jumping insect soldiers and ant-like creatures, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, under Zhao Ziyan's command, a portion of the insect race began to retreat, planning to eliminate the wild buffalo that were sending themselves to their deaths. After all, there were only the war beasts engaged with the wild buffalo at the rear, and despite the war beasts' fierce charges, their slaughtering efficiency was somewhat slow compared to other insect races. Among the insect race, where everyone was extraordinary, the gorilla and wild buffalo races had no room for resistance. The only thought sustaining these magical beasts was the hope that their leader could defeat the enemy's strongest warrior and return to take command. At that moment, their leader was already too preoccupied to care. Initially, only 2 specialized platinum early-stage ants appeared on the battlefield, while the 3 dominant magical beasts attempted to kill the specialized ants first before wiping out the weaker ordinary insects. However, when the stronger beings several times their number surrounded them, it was too late for regrets. The battle had only just begun. The platinum early-stage gorilla had already been torn in half by a flesh and blood amalgamation. One of the platinum mid-stage wild buffalo had also lost a horn. The other platinum mid-stage gorilla had its belly sliced open with its entrails scattered on the ground, but it clung to life with its formidable strength. They still hoped to surrender. However, Zhao Ziyan had no intention of allowing it. Having one local native, the lightning sheep, surrender was already sufficient. Moreover, all 3 dominant magical beasts were specifically trained for physical strength. Once converted into undead creatures, their physical strength would remain intact and their combat ability would hardly decline. In fact, it might even increase due to the enhancement of necromantic power. Additionally, these gorillas and wild buffaloes were large magical beast races. Clearly, they had a lot of meat. Wouldn't it be delightful to eliminate them all, drag them back to the insect nest, consume them entirely, and produce new insect races? In less than a minute, the 2 mid-stage platinum dominants, surrounded by the insect races strong, were beheaded without leaving any last words. Utilizing an opportune moment, Xiaoyi used a sharp handblade to sever their heads. This was also a specific instruction from Zhao Ziyan. After all, since they intended to create undead creatures, if their bodies were battered and mangled, their combat power would surely decline. Beheading was considered a relatively intact method of killing. Holding the severed heads in hand, Xiaoyi made a small incision on each head, extracting the magical beast crystal cores from within. The 3 platinum-level magical beast crystal cores gathered together, emitting a rich wave of spiritual power that almost took on a tangible form. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained an additional platinum-level gorilla crystal core. After all, according to Yang Xiaowen's earlier account, the gorilla race only had one publicly acknowledged mid-stage platinum powerhouse. Who would have thought there was actually a hidden platinum powerhouse among them? However, all of this posed no significant threat to the powerful insect army. It merely provided an extra feast for the insects. The entire battle lasted less than an hour and nearly all the enemies had been eliminated. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of maintaining species diversity, Zhao Ziyan ordered the insect army to spare some of the younger gorillas and wild buffaloes. Once these young magical beasts grew up and their populations blossomed, the insect race could return to reap another harvest of flesh. While it was all about harvesting, one must be careful not to uproot the source. As always, the insect army began to dig out their nest in the ground at this battlefield location. Previously, the insect population had expanded to nearly 10 million and food storage had begun to sound alarms. After this battle, food storage was once again replenished. Zhao Ziyan had originally rubbed his head in the real world, alleviating the aftereffects of his massive spirit energy consumption. He planned to allow the insects to rest a bit before continuing the assault on other races. However, this time it was different from before. A black figure enveloped in a sea of black mist arrived at the center of the battlefield like a ghost. Once the figure reached the battlefield, it coalesced into a human form. It was none other than the previous strongest dominator of the forest, Hun Tian. At this moment, there were still many worker ants on the battlefield transporting the corpses of the fallen magical beasts, unable to retreat to their underground nest in time. Hun Tian's overwhelming aura spread across the battlefield, causing many insects to bow under the oppressive pressure. It was not just those still on the ground. Even those in the insect nest several dozen meters underground sensed this terrifying pressure, their bodies trembling slightly. Has it really developed to this extent? When did you hide in the forest? I can't believe I've never noticed your race. If it weren't for the Lord Beast God's reminder, I might have remained oblivious. Hun Tian's face, transformed into that of a middle-aged man, bore a serious expression. His tone was filled with disbelief. After all, the speed of this development was indeed shocking. However, the insects present were mostly large worker ants. Naturally, no insect could answer Hun Tian's questions. Looking at the gruesome scene on the battlefield, Hun Tian's expression darkened further. He was originally just an ordinary latest-stage platinum magical beast, later relying on the Lord Beast God to forcibly enhance his strength to elevate to diamond level. Thus he was tightly bound to the Lord Beast God, and if one were to account for it, he should be considered something akin to the Lord Beast God's agent in this world. In a church-like organization, he could even be regarded as a divine messenger. At present, with a large number of magical beasts in the forest being slain, the Lord Beast God's means of acquiring faith would undoubtedly be significantly reduced, which would in turn affect his strength and the bond he shared with the Lord Beast God. After all, the power from latest-stage platinum to diamond level was entirely granted to him by the Lord Beast God. A deity can bestow strength upon their followers and naturally can also reclaim that strength. Damn insects! You all deserve to die. The gorilla race before him had already met a tragic end, leaving no possibility for rescue, and Hun Tian could only seek revenge against the insects on the battlefield. The black mist all over his body began to spread, enveloping the battlefield. The immense level disparity created a terrifying pressure that almost crushed all the insects present. Under the shroud of this black mist, many worker ants began to convulse, blood seeping from their bodies. Hee hee, I've caught a big fish. If you had come a few days earlier, my insect army might not have been able to defeat you, but now. Zhao Ziyan observed the rapid decline in the status of the insects on the battlefield, yet showed no signs of worry. Instead, he smiled. Finally, I have waited for you. Luckily, I did not give up. As the vast black mist spread from Hunshan, the vitality of the insectoid life forms still on the ground rapidly declined. At this moment, the top combat power of the insectoid tribe broke through the ground. Do they really think the insectoid side has no top experts? Xiao E mid platinum. Xiao Air early platinum. 2 specialized ants, Insect 1 and Insect 2. Early platinum X2. Lightning Sheep Leader Yang Xiaowen early platinum. Flesh and Blood Stitching Monster late platinum approaching diamond level. Undead Tongshan mid platinum. Undead Old Turtle mid platinum. Undead Ironbone Wolf Leader early platinum. There were also 2 gorillas and a wild bull that had just been transformed into undead creatures not long ago. 2 undead gorillas mid platinum X1 early platinum X1. Undead Wild Bull Dominator mid-platinum. The dense black mist that originally swept across the battlefield gradually dissipated. Hunshan was also a bit bewildered. Facing numerous dominant-level beings, although none were stronger than him, the terrifying numbers made up for the difference in strength. After all, Hunshan's cultivation was forcibly raised to diamond level by a deity. Compared to other experts who advanced step by step, his cultivation still fell short. Zhao Ziyan's thoughts stirred, activating all the death energy stored within the fragments of the death divine position. The rich death energy enveloped the flesh and blood stitching monster. In an instant, the flesh and blood stitching monster's eyes turned crimson and its aura surged violently. Its 4 bloodied arms became even more robust, with veins bulging and bursting from the rapidly swelling muscles. The foul-smelling viscous dark red blood dripped to the ground, corroding it with a sizzling sound. Roar! With Zhao Ziyan's enhancement, the flesh and blood stitching monster became even more unrestrained, roaring angrily at Hunshan. Zhao Ziyan did not provide enhancements to other undead creatures. After all, he understood the principle of helping the strong rather than the weak. The other undead creatures were only mid and early platinum, and even if they received buffs, the significance of the enhancement would be minimal. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan's divine power was also activated. A wave of shimmering divine power emerged, clashing against the death energy filled with destructive aura. A large amount of pure golden divine power gathered around Xiaoyi, enveloping her. A set of gleaming golden armor appeared on Xiaoyi. Subsequently, the radiance on her body flickered and her aura also began to rise. Her cultivation instantly reached late platinum, nearing diamond level. Although her realm was still somewhat lower than Hunshan's realm, does not represent everything, she could now barely engage him. The armor made from divine power temporarily increased Xiaoyi's combat strength. Originally, Zhao Ziyan had intended to use divine power to directly enhance Xiaoyi's cultivation. However, Xiaoyi declined Zhao Ziyan's offer. She planned to cultivate step by step on her own. Forcing an enhancement of divine power might have some impact on her future cultivation. Thus Zhao Ziyan naturally granted her a temporary buff. Swapping a permanent enhancement for a temporary buff actually saved divine power, and Zhao Ziyan had no reason to refuse. He also casually granted some buffs to Xiaoer, the specialized ants, and these living strong beings. Compared to the undead, these living strong beings were still relatively important, and their deaths should be avoided as much as possible. With a roar from the flesh and blood stitching monster, its terrifying fist surged forward first. Hunshan transformed into his true form, resembling a Qilin, his body appearing extremely bizarre. The divine beast that originally represented auspiciousness now appeared extremely distorted. The dual horns on its head emitted black waves directed at the flesh and blood stitching monster. The flesh and blood stitching monster did not dodge, taking the dark wave heat and directly smashed its fist into Hunshin's body. At this moment Xiaoyi also arrived beside Hunshin, spreading her wings, and the sharp exoskeletal armor swung towards Hunshin. The terrifying power nearly cleaved Hunshin in two. At that moment Hunshin was hit by the flesh and blood stitching monster's fist and became rigid overall. He could only rely on the scales on his body to withstand this attack. If it were any other magical beast, their body would have already been cleaved in two. Instead, Hunshin suffered a massive wound at his waist with scales shattered and flesh flying. From the broken flesh the spine could be faintly seen. Poof! Xiaoyi snorted coldly, evidently dissatisfied with the power of her attack. However, just as she was about to attack again, strands of divine power began to seep from Hunshin's body. Yet within the golden divine power there was a hint of black, causing the originally sacred divine power fluctuation to carry a tinge of the bizarre. The divine power fluctuation suddenly shook and both Xiaoyi and the flesh and blood stitching monster were sent flying. Hunshin began to ascend, his body gradually floating into the air. A muffled sound emanated from his mouth. At the same time, a large number of magical beasts surrounded from nearby. These magical beasts belonged to different races, constituting a magical beast army. All the magical beasts in this army pledged allegiance to Hunshin, as he had not developed his own race and no magical beasts of the same race could be found in the forest. Thus these races came to pledge allegiance, and Hunshin just happened to need some subordinates to serve him, collect resources and help manage territory. These magical beast races contribute a large number of spiritual medicines and treasures each year in exchange for Hunshin's protection. A multitude of golden and silver level magical beasts gathered, including bronze, black iron, and even numerous common beasts of low grades. In such high-level battles, these cannon fodder below only need to cause a slight disturbance to fulfill their purpose. Among these subordinate races, the leader was surprisingly a giant crocodile at early platinum. Zhao Ziyan sized it up, puzzled over why it had reached the dominant level yet still chose to affiliate with Hunshin. It could completely operate independently. Of course, understanding the mindset of magical beasts from a human perspective is indeed not easy. Perhaps it is simply a matter of seeking a strong backer. Or perhaps Hunshin has some leverage over them. It was too much to ponder. Anyway, Zhao Ziyan only knew that in this battle he could gain another dominant level magical beast crystal core and a dominant level undead corpse. As Zhao Ziyan issued commands to the insectoid tribe, intense tremors emanated from beneath the ground. Millions of insectoid troops have hollowed out the entire valley's underground. At this moment the insectoid army surged forth. In some areas the ground even collapsed due to the insectoids digging too deeply, compounded by the violent tremors. Millions of insectoids arrived at the battlefield, each emitting an aura no less than black iron level. Under normal circumstances, even a dominant race with a population of over 200,000 would be considered remarkable. Having thousands would already make them an undeniable massive beast race in the forest. Ordinary wild beasts with a few hundred or a few thousand members are already quite impressive. However, at this moment the army of magical beasts gathered by Huan Tian numbers over 1 million. Originally this force within the forest was powerful enough to sweep away everything. Even gathering all these over 1 million magical beasts to attack a city could create a terrifying beast tide. If Huan Tian had not previously taken a large number of his subordinates to fight against human cities, the number of magical beasts he commanded would have been even greater. However, even such a terrifying army of magical beasts is still significantly suppressed in numbers by the insect race. Furthermore, their combat power is far inferior. Although this army of magical beasts numbers over 1 million, their strength is highly uneven. Most of them are ordinary beasts that have not reached any rank, with only a small portion being ranked magical beasts, and the majority are of black iron and bronze levels. Facing the insect race's forces, all of whom possess combat power above black iron, along with numerous veteran bronze insects that have participated in several battles, the combat power is comparable to that of silver tier war beasts. Additionally, there are numerous corpses of silver and gold tier beings left over from previous battles which have been turned into undead creatures. The terrifying and powerful aura almost suffocates the army of magical beasts. These damned insects. Truly troublesome. Huan Tian, in human form and clad in a black robe, gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger rising within. Now he can no longer restrain himself. Why had he never noticed this race before? Had he known, he would have strangled these damned insects in their cradle. Although he could only think about it in his heart, special forces with the habits of rats never confront humans hidden. By the time you discover these damned rats, their guns have already opened fire on your backside. Where are the other fools in the forest? Why haven't they come yet? Didn't I tell you to notify them? Huan Tian growled through clenched teeth. At this moment his only dominant level subordinate, the giant crocodile, also began to speak human language. They've all been notified, Lord Huan Tian. My subordinates notified them in your name they absolutely wouldn't dare not to come. However, most races are far away and they will need some time to get here. I hope so. If you dare to delay my matters. Hum. Huan Tian snorted a few times, saying no more. The giant crocodile being scolded was now drenched in sweat. If Zhao Ziyan were here he would surely laugh because the so-called other races had already been mostly eliminated by Zhao Ziyan. Only a few remnants of the dominant level remained. Huan Tian's wounds were no longer bleeding and were gradually healing. However, fully recovering from his injuries was evidently not so easy. Just now I was careless allowing you damned insects and nauseating corpses to ambush us. You won't have such luck next. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyi smiled. Then not just she and the flesh and blood amalgamation but all beings of platinum rank and above began to attack. The main characters are still these two but a large number of support characters surround them causing disturbances. While Huan Tian claimed they wouldn't have such luck next, he was actually taking hits. The flesh and blood amalgamation boasted a thick health pool, often absorbing damage from Huan Tian while still attacking. Xiaoyi, a pure stats monster, could engage Huan Tian after reaching the late platinum stage. She could strike without considering consumption. Once her spiritual energy ran out, Zhao Ziyan would immediately replenish her. Each punch and each move contained terrifying energy. Moreover, behind them were supporting roles like the lightning sheep and Xiao Air. The attacks they unleashed were not concerned with damage. A few small lightning strikes and strands of webbing were just to apply negative buffs to Huan Tian. Paralysis slowing effects leaving Huan Tian in utter misery. As for the undead Tanshen lava turtles and other undead creatures, Zhao Ziyan did not let them assist. With no supportive means they were completely unable to confront Huan Tian Heden. Zhao Ziyan directly ordered them to slaughter the weak. Besides the battles of the top-tier strong, the army of magical beasts and the insect race also clashed. However, the overall strength of the insect race completely crushed the army of magical beasts. Coupled with the slaughter of platinum-tier undead creatures and the rampaging of two specialized ants, the losses of the magical beast army were exceptionally heavy. The giant crocodile also possessed platinum-level combat power and initially dealt devastating blows to the front lines of the insect race. However, once a large number of platinum strong from the insect camp joined the battlefield, he was swiftly decapitated by two specialized ants. Soon the giant crocodile's massive body was enveloped by the power of death. A staggering platinum-level undead creature stood up again, beginning to slaughter its former kin. Some flying magical beasts intended to soar into the sky to assist Huan Tian. However, a multitude of giant flying insects and flying parasitic mother insects immediately intercepted them. The flying craft replenished and conveniently gifted these magical beasts a parasitic egg. When these flying magical beasts were shot down to the ground, their bodies began to tremble incessantly. Soon parasitic insects tore out from their hosts' corpses, their blade-like front limbs flowing with the blood of their hosts as they resumed their slaughter. This chaotic army of magical beasts was completely no match for the insect race. Their discipline was absurdly poor. In previous battles, the insect race fought as a single species, which inherently strengthened their cohesion. However, this time the magical beast army was a hodgepodge of various races utterly lacking a unified spirit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Some giant rats displayed fear in their eyes, measuring about half a meter in length, thus qualifying as giant rats. Perhaps influenced by their nature, witnessing the insect race's terrifying slaughter, these rats completely lost their will to resist. They began to flee in panic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This caused the already disunited army of magical beasts to become disarrayed. With even allies fleeing, how could they remain here to die? Once one race begins to cowardly retreat, the remaining races will inevitably be influenced by it. You damned wastes, how dare you run? Do you not recognize my authority? If anyone dares to run today, I will definitely pay you a visit and thoroughly plan the future development of the forest with you. Any deserter will absolutely feel the wrath of the forest's strongest overlord. As Huan Tian's furious roar echoed, the other magical beasts also momentarily froze. However, at this point the panic on the battlefield had already spread and no one could fight in peace. The trend of retreating quickly shifted again and soon began anew. Roar, roar, roar. Woo woo. Oh woo. Other races immediately lost their will to fight. Few races dared to confront the insect race Heden, instead they planned to scatter and flee. As for their previous allegiance to Huan Tian, who could care about that now? Previously he had depended on Hunter to protect his race, allowing his kin to develop and grow in peace. However, now that Hunter could not only fail to protect its own race but instead lead them to their doom, what was the point of relying on him? As for Hunter's reckoning in the future, if he didn't flee now, death would come. And if it came to reckoning later, trouble might await him. Even a beast with a muddled mind could discern this point clearly. You damned fools. Hunter's face twisted in rage, his composure shattering in an instant. Yet seeing the fleeing beasts he felt utterly powerless. In that moment of distraction several strands of silk ensnared him. Then a massive bloodied fist slammed into his body, smashing him into the ground. The ground instantly caved in, creating a large pit. Cough. Hunter coughed heavily in the center of the pit, blood streaking from his mouth. Looking at the surrounding bug race's dominant powerhouses who showed no restraint in their killing intent along with numerous undead creatures. The spiritual energy fluctuations intensified in the pit and the dark mist around Hunter thickened. At this moment Hunter had transformed into human form and intended to flee. The situation felt off. The enemy's combat power was far stronger than he had anticipated. Two foes were not much weaker than him, and with a large number of platinum-ranked allies assisting them, it was uncertain whether he could win in a real fight. Hunter's mind raced as his body instinctively began to retreat. However, a torrent of silk was already shooting toward him. Although he was surrounded by dark mist making it hard to aim, the overwhelming webbing was like a barrage of firepower firmly ensnaring him. Since it had come to this, Zhao Ziyan would never allow him to escape. At the moment Hunter was momentarily restrained. Xiaoyi plummeted from the sky, her wings extending forward. Only her afterimage remained in the vast sky. At that moment she was like a purple lightning bolt fiercely striking toward Hunter. Her sharp exoskeletal wings fell like a formidable guillotine upon Hunter's head. Strengthened by Zhao Ziyan, Xiaoyi's cultivation level was now exceedingly close to the charged strike from the sky split Hunter's head open. One could even faintly see the red and white contents of Hunter's skull along with a monster core radiating spiritual energy. Ugh! Ugh! Hunter's face twisted in agony. The pain of having his head nearly cleaved in two drove him to the brink of madness. He emitted a piercing airy roar, losing all semblance of his former composure and calm. His injuries were gravely severe, with his head nearly split open. One of his horns had already been broken in the previous battle. Numerous wounds on his body were deep enough to see bone. Gazing at Hunter, who had fallen into despair, Xiaoyi intended to strike a fallen foe, extending her hands toward the wound on Hunter's head. She aimed to seize the opening and tear his head in two. Then she planned to extract the monster core. Xiaoyi felt a strong desire to possess this diamond-level monster core. However, reality did not unfold as she wished. A towering orc figure suddenly emerged behind Hunter. He possessed a humanoid form, yet his face was vague, as if it were constantly shifting. The faces of various beasts and monsters appeared on this orc's visage. In the instant Xiaoyi reached out, he crashed into her. A torrent of black energy exploded with terrifying force, sending Xiaoyi flying backward. Previously Hunter had been surrounded and beaten by the bug race's powerhouses. Although he was gravely injured, he had fought back and caused some damage to the bug camp. Xiaoyi could not have escaped unscathed. Her exoskeletal defense had already been compromised. After receiving such a terrifying attack, her exoskeletal armor was extensively damaged. Her aura also weakened somewhat. Observing this scene, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but shake his head. They were too hasty. Having cornered a powerhouse like Hunter, his dying counterattack would undoubtedly be terrifying. Xiaoyi's desperate assault provided Hunter with an opportunity to retaliate. Zhao Ziyan's thoughts moved in, commands transmitted into the minds of all bug units. The platinum-ranked powerhouses began to retreat, distributing themselves at various positions to prevent Hunter's escape or any unexpected occurrences. The bug race's ranged units began to converge. After enhancement, Xiao Air was frantically spewing silk. After defeating the monster army, a large number of bug race's cannon fodder units surrounded Hunter. The spitting bug spiders and other ranged units also began to unleash continuous fire upon Hunter. Numerous undead creatures launched suicidal attacks toward him as if they had no regard for their lives. However, all were torn to shreds by the enraged Hunter. At this moment Hunter had transformed into his true form, his massive claws ripping apart the bodies of the bug race present. From time to time he would unleash a dark ray, turning a vast number of nearby bug race into ashes. A thick black mist emanated from Hunter, spreading in all directions. Any bug race that approached would be dissolved into a pool of blood. However, each time the dense black mist killed a bug or undead creature, its concentration would diminish slightly. Without other powerful beings to stop him, Hunter's killing spree continued. Almost every second a large number of bug units fell. The casualties among ordinary bug units quickly surpassed 1,000,000. Zhao Ziyan observed these scenes, his heart devoid of emotion, as he continuously directed the undead and bug units to attack. At this point Hunter's aura was growing weaker. Yet even in his dying counterattack he caused substantial losses. Diamond-level creatures were indeed exceptionally troublesome. Jumping bugs and soldier ants launched desperate assaults, but their attacks had little effect on Hunter. Such suicidal attacks only provoked the enraged Hunter to shred them apart. The moment these bugs perished, a surge of grey death energy would rise. The deceased bugs resurrected, transforming into undead bugs that launched a second attack on Hunter. Once the bugs were torn to shreds again, even the power of the undead could no longer reassemble their broken bodies. Their mission ended here and they could only be dragged back to the bug nest to be recycled into protein. However, amidst the bug race's suicidal assaults there were still many self-destructing bugs mixed within the bug army. Compared to other low-tier insectoids, the self-destructive bugs can still inflict some damage on Huan Tian. Huan Tian already bore wounds from the powerful beings of the insect faction. Under the explosions of the self-destructive bugs, these wounds became even more severe. The black mist surrounding him seemed to thin considerably with each explosion. Moreover, if Huan Tian were to let his guard down for even a moment, bugs would gnaw at his wounds. Many small insects could play a role at this time. The damage was not substantial, but it was extremely humiliating. If he ignored these small bugs, they would continue to bite. If he wanted to eliminate them, he would waste spiritual energy. The key was that eliminating larger insectoids would yield greater resource loss. The centimeter-sized small bugs were virtually limitless. Huan Tian felt extremely frustrated at this moment. His entire body was wrapped in a multitude of spider silk, making movement extremely difficult. A large amount of corrosive venom covered him completely. With the sheer number of spitting bugs, the venom concentrated around him. It was almost forming a small lake of corrosive venom. Although this level of corrosion and toxicity could not harm him significantly. However, the damaged wounds coming into contact with the corrosive venom felt like alcohol touching an open cut. An almost maddening pain enveloped Huan Tian. Endless swarms of insectoids attacked him at every moment. He could only expend large amounts of spiritual energy, but the insectoids were not mindlessly sacrificing themselves. Under Zhao Ziyan's command, the assault by the insect units was not dense. The sparse formation made it difficult for Huan Tian to eliminate large numbers of insectoids at once. Although the number of insectoids on the battlefield was continuously decreasing, the rear queen ant was still producing new insectoids in a steady stream. After the corpses on the battlefield were transported to the nest, a large number of queen ants began to produce. In just a few hours, a small insect egg could mature into a large insectoid. At this moment, Huan Tian felt like a trapped beast. Despite his immense power, he had no outlet for his strength. He wanted to escape, but tens of thousands of spiders on the periphery were constantly spewing silk. The two platinum-level experts Xiao Yi and Xiao Er were continuously releasing silk to entangle him. A massive amount of spider silk nearly wrapped Huan Tian's body into a doughy mass. Just as he tore through part of the silk cocoon, even thicker spider silk would cover him again. He could only expend more spiritual energy to shatter the vast amounts of spider silk around him. However, while this method could temporarily alleviate the silk problem, the nearly 10 platinum-level experts surrounding him would not allow him to escape easily. He still had some hidden techniques, but the surrounding experts were entirely unwilling to come closer to him. There was simply no opportunity to unleash these trump cards. Using these hidden techniques against ordinary bugs would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was simply too wasteful. Huan Tian clenched his teeth tightly, blood oozing from his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with despair, unable to fathom how to escape. Soon the spiritual energy within him would be depleted, leaving him at the mercy of his enemies. Even some hidden killing moves could not be used without spiritual energy. Cough. Huan Tian spat out blood once again. The fluctuations of spiritual energy on his body became even weaker, contrasting sharply with the terrifying pressure that once enveloped the entire area. The black mist that shrouded the battlefield also thinned, becoming almost invisible. He had already inflicted losses on hundreds of thousands of insect units. Huan Tian's aura was faint, nearly depleted. He could no longer maintain his human form and had reverted to his true self, struggling to stand. Much of the flesh on his 4 legs had disappeared as numerous self-destructive bugs exploded near them. The already wounded legs were blown apart further by the explosions. With some insects gnawing at the wounds, Huan Tian's legs could hardly support his weight anymore. Thud. Huan Tian swayed a couple of times before the strength in his legs gave way, causing his entire body to fall to the ground. His aura was extremely weak, yet his crimson eyes remained fixed on the surrounding insectoids. Damn it! Damn bugs! Huan Tian cursed fiercely with all his strength. In the real world, Zhao Ziyan, witnessing Huan Tian in his current state through the screen, could not determine whether he was genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning weakness. Zhao Ziyan, feeling uncertain, called some insect units to attack him. The insect units also suffered heavy casualties. Most of the dead were frontline units, with significant losses among the jumping bugs and soldier ants. The remaining jumping bugs charged at Huan Tian, slashing at him. Yet Huan Tian was unable to dodge these attacks. He lay there for a moment, gathering strength before raising his head to crush the bodies of the jumping bugs. Could it be that he really is at his limit? Zhao Ziyan still felt a bit uneasy. However, ordinary insect units would find it hard to test his limits. Given Huan Tian's physical strength, ordinary insectoids could inflict some damage, but killing him was still a far-fetched idea. With a thought, the skeletal wolf of the undead let out a hoarse howl and stepped forward. The strength of the undead skeletal wolf was among the weakest in the insect faction's dominant ranks. It was the perfect candidate for testing. Even if it were defeated, Zhao Ziyan wouldn't feel too pained. Soon the skeletal wolf approached Huan Tian and began to bite him. The fighting skeletal wolves had hardly participated in the previous beatdown of Huan Tian. The main forces were Xiao Yi and the flesh-stitching monster, both comparable to diamond-level experts. Thus the strength of this wolf was still relatively intact. Seeing this undead creature come to bite him, Huan Tian felt an extreme sense of frustration. If this were in the past, a dark ray could have easily killed such a creature. Now it was riding atop him, flaunting its power. Although the Ironbone wolf was weak, it possessed platinum-level combat strength. It tore chunks of flesh from the back of Huan Tian, who let out two painful howls before biting down on the Ironbone wolf's thigh. However, Huan Tian's counterattack was feeble and could not inflict any significant damage. The Ironbone wolf's thigh was bitten, leaving several bloody holes, yet being an undead creature it felt no pain, which only made it more ferocious as it continued to tear at Huan Tian's flesh. At that moment a particular scale on Huan Tian's chest began to emit a golden light. As the undead Ironbone wolf tore away a large amount of flesh from Huan Tian's back, it bit down on Huan Tian's head, intending to crush it directly. The scale on Huan Tian's chest radiated golden light and a holy aura enveloped his body. This divine aura began to heal Huan Tian, who was on the verge of death, gradually restoring some of his strength. Moreover, this golden light seemed capable of inflicting great harm to undead creatures. The nearby Ironbone wolf was directly sent flying by the golden radiance. Its body melted away as if it were a ferret exposed to sunlight. Flesh dissolved rapidly, half of its wolf head vanished, its abdomen completely disappeared, and the internal organs were clearly visible as they fell to the ground. If it weren't for its undead nature, a normal creature would have long been dead. Nevertheless, even so, losing half of its head rendered the Ironbone wolf incapable of fighting. If even more of its head were to dissolve, the Ironbone wolf would perish on the spot. This golden light formed a golden ring firmly enveloping Huan Tian. Why does this scene feel a bit familiar? Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin and his eyes lit up. Didn't that Sword Saint's disciple have a move like this? Could it be a similar life-protecting shield? It seemed to confirm Zhao Ziyan's speculation. After the golden light circle protected Huan Tian, it showed no intention of attacking. The surrounding insect tribe under Zhao Ziyan's command furiously attacked the light circle, but to no avail. Seeing Huan Tian recovering within the golden light circle, Zhao Ziyan immediately ordered the nearby platinum-level insect experts to gather and attack this golden ring. After going to such lengths to weaken Huan Tian, how could this golden thing allow him to regain full health? However, the aura emanating from the golden circle felt somewhat familiar. It seemed to be a circle formed by some divine power. Additionally, there was what Yang Xiaowen mentioned about the beast god residing in the forest. These circumstances led Zhao Ziyan to develop some ideas. But there was no time to ponder further. Huan Tian had to die today. Even Jesus couldn't save him. As Xiao Yi, Xiao Air and the flesh-stitching monster arrived, nearly 10 platinum-level experts launched a frenzied assault on the light, causing the golden shield to tremble under the barrage. The golden light began to dim and the range of the circle started to shrink. Witnessing this, the assembled forces of the reorganization intensified their assault. They understood that this golden circle could only allow Huan Tian to linger for a while longer. It was not impervious. After a few more minutes, the golden circle lost its luster and numerous cracks appeared. As Xiao Yi delivered a powerful punch, the golden circle shattered, scattering golden fragments across the ground and releasing Huan Tian once more. What are you going to do now? Xiao Yi sneered, looking at the shattered shield, then glancing at the somewhat recovered Huan Tian, and he struck toward Huan Tian again. Although Huan Tian received some healing, the recovery time was far too short and his state remained dire. With Xiao Yi taking the lead, several other platinum-level experts were not willing to fall behind and rushed toward Huan Tian. In the depths of the forest, at the altar, a large amount of beast flesh placed on the altar had melted into a pool of blood. This blood slowly seeped into the altar, causing the entire structure to exude a blood-red aura. This scene resembled the altar consuming the flesh. Suddenly, the strange statue at the center of the altar began to transform. The statue's head gradually morphed into Huan Tian's likeness, and its eyes opened, shedding streams of blood tears. Subsequently, a frenzied aura emanated from the altar, shattering the surrounding trees. Huan Tian on the battlefield suddenly changed his expression, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. A golden light appeared in the sky, hurtling toward Huan Tian. In an instant, the aura around Huan Tian surged, sending all attacking insect tribe experts flying. This golden light entered directly into Huan Tian's body. At that moment, Huan Tian began to struggle violently, appearing to be in great pain with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Finally, he gradually ceased his struggles and slowly stood up from the ground. A violent and grand aura emanated from Huan Tian's body. His eyes were no longer the inky black but transformed into brilliant gold. The dazzling golden light filled Huan Tian's entire eye sockets, leaving no trace of white. His face gradually took on a solemn and dignified appearance, and a massive orc phantom emerged behind him. This enormous orc phantom had a very vague visage, its body wrapped in the furs of unknown beasts radiating golden light, appearing extremely holy and majestic. This is the divine envoy I painstakingly selected. How could you easily kill him? However, allowing me to return to this world to stop this is quite an honor for you insects. He. Hun Tian's words no longer came from his original voice. This authoritative voice enveloped the battlefield, causing all insects to lower their heads, yet his tone seemed somewhat pleased. Zhao Ziyan's previously lowered gaze suddenly brightened. Initially uninterested in this seemingly assured victory, the situation now appeared to have taken an intriguing turn. Was Hun Tian's body now occupied by the beast god he worshipped? Divine descent. Zhao Ziyan smiled at the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing heated. Beside him, the mouse playing with its phone seemed to sense Zhao Ziyan's aura fluctuations and turned its head. The mouse looked at Zhao Ziyan seemingly in disbelief at the sudden change in his momentum. No wonder I sensed a familiar divine aura earlier. It seems that Yang Xiaowen was right. This forest indeed has a so-called beast god absorbing the faith of all magical beasts. However, it seems that the magical beasts in this forest are not very devout in their belief in this beast god. At this moment, the beast god hunter did not realize that in the distant Blue Star world there was actually a Zerg deity keeping an eye on him. The beast god smiled confidently. Even after the divine descent, he could not unleash his full power. Yet the remaining strength was still sufficient. He glanced at the Zerg powerhouse he had previously sent flying, then turned his gaze towards Xiaoyi. What a capable little fellow. With your strength at the same level, few creatures can match you, I suppose. Even compared to my past self, you don't seem to fall much short. You also carry the aura of other deities, but so what? Are you willing to become my vassal and assist me in my endeavors? After all, with your talent it would be a pity to simply kill you. I am called the Beast God, the master of magical beasts in this world. I extend to you an invitation. If in the future your merits are outstanding, I can grant you the title of my subordinate deity. Cough. How can mere cats and dogs declare themselves as deities? Xiaoyi, slightly suffocated by the aura of the powerful deity, nevertheless spoke disdainfully. Zhao Ziyan. It felt like an offense. Although he knew Xiaoyi's words were not directed at him. Hearing Xiaoyi, the beast god who had maintained a smile from the start, could no longer keep his composure. The expression of the beast god hunter darkened. Cats and dogs. Foolish creatures, always failing to recognize their own status. You have given up a wide path leading to the divine realm. And instead chosen a road to hell. Truly foolish. Then I shall grant you a death. Be grateful for my generosity, you ant. Is bestowing death on others really considered a form of generosity? Zhao Ziyan curled his lip in disdain. At this moment, the entire Zerg army on the battlefield was pressed to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move. Although the platinum-ranked powerhouses could still move, they had no fighting spirit against the beast god before them. The beast god contemptuously raised his head. The flesh of Hunter possessed by him continuously squirmed outward. His body swelled wildly, taking on the shape of the beast god's phantom behind him. Ultimately, the form of Hunter transformed completely into that of the beast. Enveloped in golden light, he appeared exceedingly majestic. A powerful deity standing 100 meters tall had truly descended into the world. He radiated with golden brilliance, and the dense divine power illuminated the surroundings in a golden glow. He gently waved his hand, and a massive palm descended like a mountain towards Xiaoyi. At this moment, Xiaoyi was completely immobilized, his aura locked by the beast god. The enormous palm came crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, the beast god showed no joy of success. Instead, he frowned. A golden figure slowly emerged from the dust, followed closely by Xiaoyi, who showed no signs of injury. No way. As a deity, you can't even take a hit without intervening directly. Isn't that a bit too disgraceful? The incarnation of faith still bore the appearance of a child, though its aura was steadily rising. Its form transitioned from that of a 5 or 6-year-old child to that of an adult. A mere incarnation dares to speak arrogantly. What qualifications does a hiding coward have to say such things? I have managed this place for nearly 1,000 years. Do you really think these ridiculous insects can overthrow me? That is simply absurd. But it is understandable. Young deities inexperienced in the world always dream of unreachable ideals. Let me as a senior teach you a lesson. The beast god continued to smirk coldly. He could already deduce the deity behind the Zerg from the aura of the incarnation of faith. Moreover, he had vaguely sensed this familiar divine aura while he was sleeping in the forest. Just an incarnation. Ridiculous fellow, daring only to hide in the shadows, timid as a mouse. You are destined to fail today. Immediately, the beast god concentrated a vast amount of divine power, forming a gigantic barrier to seal off the surroundings. It was almost as if he wanted to prevent any creature inside the barrier from escaping. The overwhelming divine power surged towards Zhao Ziyan's incarnation of faith. There was no technique involved, only a straightforward clash of divine power. The beast god planned to crush the newly emerging deity before him with the most direct and overwhelming force. The immense divine power formed into a gigantic tiger's head, charging straight towards the incarnation of faith in Xiaoyi. Hey! You really think too highly of yourself. You talk big, but in reality you are just so-so. In the real world a sudden strong fluctuation occurred. However, the impact was minimal. While Shushu was battling in the King's Canyon, the character suddenly got stuck outside the canyon. Nearby, the viewers watching television felt the screen flicker momentarily. The unknown bird soaring in the sky halted its wing beats. Some quick-reacting birds managed to stabilize themselves again, while some slower-witted ones crashed headfirst into the ground. Wow! I got stuck. Xian. The Wi-Fi at home is broken. Shushu sat at the table fuming while the screen of the phone held in its little paws had already gone dark. Due to the earlier network lag, the character being controlled had already died. However, when it turned to complain at Zhao Zian, it found that the originally lazy Zhao Zian had already vanished. Xian. Shushu scratched its head and put down the phone. When it sensed Zhao Zian through their spirit beast contract, its expression suddenly froze. It gradually opened its mouth, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is this real? Zhao Zian was uncertain about the extent of his own strength. He only knew that the insect race could grant him a vast amount of belief power. He had previously controlled ordinary insects caught in the wild. Logically, the belief power provided by a small insect would be less than 1,000th of that of a sentient being, and some insects might even provide less. However, the belief power provided by his own insect units seemed somewhat abnormal. It appeared to be related to Xiaoyi's talent through his intuition. When Zhao Zian first exerted his divine power with all his might, the sheer quantity of divine power felt somewhat cumbersome. His vision expanded and his mind was tranquil, suppressing all chaotic thoughts. Initially, he needed the spatial power of Shushu to assist him in storing divine power. However, once he became proficient in using it, he could control the divine power to remain within his body. There was no need to trouble Shushu, and he could continuously strengthen himself with the divine power within. This time he did not rely on Shushu's strength. After expending some divine power, the space opened up like a zipper pocket, and Zhao Zian easily stepped into the other world without any hindrance. Compared to Shushu's talent skill, this spatial teleportation, while not as swift, felt remarkably natural, akin to quenching thirst with a casual sip of water. Zhao Zian walked through a forest overgrown with weeds, unprepared and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, floral shorts and large slippers. On the battlefield there was a plethora of blood-shattered flesh and broken limbs. Yet as Zhao Zian walked through this bloody scene, just before he was about to touch the filth, a faint golden light would appear around him, keeping the filth at bay. At that moment the other beasts in the forest seemed to have paused. Even the originally boisterous beast god stood frozen motionless. The divine power attack he had unleashed seemed to have been frozen in place. Zhao Zian glanced at the divine power attack released by the beast god. The tiger's head formed by the divine power was vividly lifelike, with its fur appearing three-dimensional. Zhao Zian reached out to touch the tiger's head, his eyes reflecting admiration. This tiger's head looks just like the real thing, its fur feels so soft. The control over this divine power is indeed impressive. I should give you a thumbs up. Zhao Zian said, raising his thumb towards the towering beast god who stood 100 meters tall. His face bore a teasing expression. At that moment, however, the beast god showed signs of terror in his eyes, realizing this was not a mere time-stopping ability. Upon closer inspection, one could see that all the beasts present, including the beast god, were faintly enveloped in a layer of soft golden light. This golden light was also composed of divine power, albeit a thin layer that directly enveloped and controlled all living beings in the vicinity. Even he could not move an inch. This power was more terrifying than time-stopping. If it were merely time-stopping, it would only be the result of rules at play. To achieve this with divine power indicated that the human-like deity before him had reached an incredibly terrifying level of divine power, capable of simulating the effect of time-stopping with absolute force. Zhao Zian's casual attire resembled that of someone out for a leisurely day in the forest, creating a starkly humorous contrast against the towering 100-meter-tall divine figure. His body began to ascend, though he did so leisurely, appearing quite casual. Wow, although I've always dreamed of flying in the sky, I've mostly been cooped up at home. This is the first time I've flown in the sky using my own power. Zhao Zian remarked. His body reached the front of the beast god, bringing his gaze level with the beast god's. At that moment the beast god was even more terrified. His mouth moved incessantly, but the intense divine power kept him suppressed, rendering him immobile. You. The beast god could only muster a single word before he was rendered speechless. You were so eager for me to come before, weren't you? But now that I actually showed up, you're not happy. Zhao Zian shook his head with a smile, then without further ado he smashed his fist down onto the beast god's forehead. A fist the size of an ordinary human striking the forehead of a 100-meter-tall giant felt like a grain of sand hitting a pyramid. Buzz. All the creatures present were engulfed in darkness, their ears filled with a buzzing sound. The raging divine power waves wreaked havoc within the barrier. Another wave of spatial fluctuation appeared in the room. Zhao Ziyan opened a spatial rift at the bedside, stepping through with one foot leisurely emerging from the space. He stretched and let out a long sigh. So refreshing. After throwing that punch, he returned directly to his room. It should be noted that the barrier had been created by the beast god himself. However, it had now turned into his burial ground. The 100-meter-tall divine form shattered on the spot. First, its head exploded upon receiving the punch. Yet there was no bloody scene typical of a normal being having its head smashed. Instead, a torrent of divine power poured forth, appearing quite magnificent. Subsequently, the force of this punch penetrated the beast god's body. Neck, shoulders, torso, thighs. Destructive power continuously wreaked havoc within the divine being's body, causing overwhelming devastation. The enormous beast god was thus beaten to the point of his divine form shattering and his soul dissipated into ashes. After Zhao Ziyan returned to the real world, he glanced at Shu Shu, who was gaping in disbelief. Shu Shu was staring at him in utter disbelief, drooling onto the floor, completely at a loss. Ziyan, you really aren't possessed by someone or reincarnated from a powerful being. This is just too beyond belief. Shu Shu shouted. Its entire mouse form, even without any editing, could serve as an emoticon. Zhao Ziyan directly slapped Shu Shu on the head. He smashed it into a mouse slice. Go play your game. Mouse slice. Zhao Ziyan playfully tugged at the face of Shu Shu, the soft and fluffy sensation making him reluctant to let go. Oh no, stop pinching. I believe you are the real Ziyan now. Shu Shu suddenly broke free from Zhao Ziyan's grip and jumped onto the table, distancing itself from him. He feels nice. Zhao Ziyan chuckled mischievously. Meanwhile, Shu Shu held onto its phone, eyeing Zhao Ziyan warily. Taking a moment to calm himself, Zhao Ziyan focused his consciousness on the insect race. It was his first time fully exerting his powers, and he felt particularly thrilled. Now Zhao Ziyan had a rough estimate of his own strength. The seemingly powerful beast god opposite him was instantly defeated by a single punch in the realm of deities that surely ranked him among the upper echelons. He then took out a golden shard. This was retrieved from the body of that beast god. After shattering the beast god with a punch, this divine fragment could no longer remain concealed. This was merely a fragment. The creature he defeated claimed to be a beast god, but the title clearly indicated dominion over all beasts in the world. However, that so-called beast god only governed the magical beasts within the Sunset Forest. Moreover, some of the magical beasts in the Sunset Forest did not even believe in him, even those that did were not necessarily loyal. Just like Yang Xiaowan. If he were a true beast god's divine rank, it would be quite impressive. Nevertheless, acquiring this shard was a good outcome. The insect race, strictly speaking, could also be classified as a type of magical beast. The fragment of the beast god's divine rank could enhance the insect race to a certain extent. The overall combat power of the insect race saw a significant boost once again. Furthermore, Zhao Ziyan himself gained a wealth of benefits. After the beast god was defeated, the dense divine power released from its disintegrating body nearly filled the entire barrier. The most central divine power was incredibly pure, allowing Zhao Ziyan to absorb it directly. This rare primordial divine power formed from a deity's fall was something all deities sought after. There was also a substantial amount of ordinary divine power collected. Although this divine power was rather chaotic and had low faith density, it was entirely sufficient as daily fuel for his faith avatar. With so much divine power, it was uncertain when the faith avatar would run out. After Zhao Ziyan landed a punch and obtained the divine fragment, he directly returned to the real world. Moreover, in the real world he would also restrain his own power, primarily fearing that lingering too long in the alternate world would attract the attention of other powerful beings. Additionally, unleashing the full powers of a deity descending into the world would also incur some suppression. Countering this suppression would consume a significant amount of divine power. Thus, deities generally do not descend into the world lightly. Fortunately, the beast god had set up a barrier outside which greatly reduced this suppression. Normally, a deity's true form would hide in some special space. For instance, in barriers that isolate the world, certain special small worlds or exclusive spaces personally created by deities. Of course, the N-Law world is also a fine destination. It has food, drink and entertainment, making it far from boring. Moreover, there was no need for him to expend great effort to create a special space. The faith avatar Zhao Ziyan cheerfully absorbed the divine power within the barrier. The core divine power of the beast god was directly transmitted to his main body, while the ordinary divine power was entirely stored by the faith avatar for future use. It was akin to the faith avatar carrying around a supersized power bank, freeing the main body from worries about insufficient divine power. After the beast god perished, the barrier it released automatically dissipated after a while. Under Xiaoyi's command, the insect race immediately began to pursue the fleeing magical beast army. Previously they had focused on besieging the mixed heavens, largely ignoring the escaping magical beasts. However, now that the greatest threat in this forest had been eliminated, dealing with the remaining small cow army was merely a matter of convenience. Zhao Ziyan stroked his chin. It seemed there were still a few overlord magical beasts left. They had bypassed the elite monsters and directly defeated the boss. A heavy weight in Zhao Ziyan's heart finally lifted. The future development of the insect race appeared to be smooth sailing with no more obstacles. The mixed heavens, which had previously served as a vessel for the beast god, had completely perished. The mixed heavens had a body size of only about 10 meters. Later, in a fit of anger, the beast god directly descended all of its divine power upon the mixed heavens. The immense power was simply too much for the mixed heavens to bear, leading to an instantaneous death. It had also been forcibly enlarged into a giant of 100 meters. The body of the mixed heavens had completely shattered, leaving it unable to even transform into an undead creature. Its broken body was in pieces that could not be reassembled. Nevertheless, the insect race still found its magical beast crystal core, a diamond-level magical beast crystal core whose value was immeasurable. Additionally, the diamond-level flesh of the mixed heavens was also extremely precious. Basically, each piece of flesh could equate to a treasure of blood and flesh containing extremely pure energy. After a while, Xiaoyi captured many fleeing magical beasts. However, many magical beasts had fled chaotically and their traces were completely lost. Zhao Ziyan did not mind this, as there would ultimately be a massive cleansing of the forest and all magical beasts would be unable to evade. However, after the death of the mixed heavens, it seemed there were still a few overlord-level creatures left in the forest. The remaining ones included the divine wood monkey, ice-sealed deer, iron claw tiger, and earth bear. These overlord-level beings each belonged to their own species, and the insect race had yet to invade them. There were also the previously fleeing soft-boned rabbit, hurricane eagle leader, and flame horse leader. The whereabouts of these fleeing overlord-level beings were uncertain. Given their strength, if they were determined to hide, it would indeed be challenging for the insect race to find them. Currently, the insect race numbered in the millions. Although a large batch had been killed by the mixed heavens, other ant queens in the insect race's nests had produced more. The total number of the insect race was still above 5 million. They left some worker ants on the battlefield to continue gathering food and corpses. Zhao Ziyan commanded the insect army to head towards the territory of one of the overlord-level magical beasts, following the intelligence from Yang Xiaowen. He discovered that the divine wood monkey was relatively close to the insect race's current location. Zhao Ziyan, feeling lazy, simply instructed Xiaoyi to lead a portion of the insect race there. Given the current strength of the insect race, bringing along 1 or 2 million insects would be more than sufficient. Typically, an overlord-level species would have only around 2,000,000 individuals, which was already quite impressive. With the insect race's entire force being extraordinary, even relying solely on their top-tier combat strength would suffice to push through effortlessly. Approaching the territory of the divine wood monkeys, one finds a lush banana grove. As the insect tribe approached, some monkeys lazily picked bananas to eat. However, upon seeing the insect tribe, they were instantly alarmed and began to flee deeper into their territory. Zhao Ziyan couldn't be bothered with them. If they wanted to sound the alarm, let them, as he planned to push through regardless. To Zhao Ziyan's surprise, the insect army had only advanced a short distance when several powerful auras appeared ahead of them. A mid-level platinum and several later-stage golds approached. The leader of the divine wood monkeys originally wore a displeased expression and rushed over menacingly. However, upon seeing the leading figure Xiaoyi and the nearly diamond-level flesh-stitching beast of latest-stage platinum, his fierce demeanor abruptly halted, showcasing an immediate change in expression. The leader of the divine wood monkeys showed no concern for his identity as a platinum powerhouse and directly knelt before Xiaoyi. "I am blind to the greatness of Mount Tai and did not know if our divine wood monkeys have offended you in any way. There is no need for such a grand display. Our divine wood monkey tribe has developed to this point in the forest with great difficulty. We have elderly monkeys over 80 years old and newborns. We have always advocated for peace and do not like to fight with other tribes. If we have done anything wrong, please let me know and we will certainly amend it." The leader's eyes flickered as if he sensed Xiaoyi's leadership position within the insect army, and he began to move on his knees toward Xiaoyi. It seemed there was no reaction from the insect side. The leader of the divine wood monkeys had a flicker in his gaze, and a hint of tears actually welled up in his eyes, with several drops falling to the ground. "If you desire resources, everything within our territory is yours to take, as long as you do not harm my kin. I can accept any terms. Woo woo. Our tribe has never committed any heinous acts. As long as you do not harm the monkeys, everything can be negotiated." His words were truly moving. Some gold-level monkeys behind him, witnessing their leader's actions, could not help but widen their eyes. However, seeing the terrifying formation of the insect army before them, they all knelt down and wept bitterly. They began to perform in concert with their leader. What a joke, with so many platinum-level foes opposite. Moreover, the insects behind them were at least black iron level. Can you believe it? Their territory was filled with these insects. With such numbers, at least 1,000,000. What's the harm in acknowledging their defeat? Xiaoyi looked at this scene feeling no waves of emotion within. He raised his hand intending to rush forward and kill. Yet a single command from Zhao Ziyan halted the entire insect army. These monkeys were quite interesting. It seemed their intelligence was higher than that of other magical beasts. In fact, given the current strength of the insect tribe, there was no need to kill all the monkeys just for meat. The meat of these monkeys was not substantial. Killing them would not yield much benefit. With their high intelligence, they could be kept alive to produce faith power. The faith power generated by these monkeys, given their brains, should be much greater than that of ordinary magical beasts. As Zhao Ziyan issued commands to appease these monkeys, Xiaoyi also began to suppress his killing intent, starting to recount the greatness of his deity to the divine wood monkey tribe before him. Faithfully executing Zhao Ziyan's orders, the clever leader of the divine wood monkeys showed no hesitation and directly agreed. Who was not seeking faith? These insects before them appeared incredibly fearsome. Worshipping them would effectively provide a reliable backing. Compared to the ethereal beast god, these insects seemed much more dependable. After all, magical beasts in the forest had always worshipped the beast god but had not received any tangible benefits. Many times when faced with danger, they prayed for the beast god's protection, yet the beast god paid them no heed. Magical beasts are not fools. If worshipping this deity is of no use, why continue to do so? Thus, even though some magical beasts still worshipped the beast god, the faith power provided was very thin and chaotic. Soon the insect army incorporated these cunning monkeys. The leader of the divine wood monkeys was the first to surrender. When he returned to his territory, the other monkeys, having heard of the invaders' attack, were all enraged and prepared for battle. Zhi. What in the world? Wasn't it said that there were invaders? Why did our leader directly tell us to surrender? The leader has betrayed us. The subjects wish to fight to the death. Why did His Highness surrender first? However, after the insect army circled around the monkey territory a couple of times, the monkeys inside also quieted down. Surrender is good, surrender is wise. After a while, Zhao Ziyan received a large influx of faith from the monkeys. Though it was not pure, it was significantly more than what was provided by the previous lightning sheep. Seeing that he had successfully incorporated all the divine wood monkeys, Xiaoyi led these insects toward the territories of other magical beasts. As the leader of the divine wood monkeys, a mid-level platinum powerhouse, he began to accompany the insect army as a muscle after his betrayal. Let's go attack the damned earth bear. Its territory is relatively close to us. Following the monkey leader's suggestion and his knowledge of the forest, the insect army under his guidance arrived at the territory of the earth bear. However, when the insect army arrived nearby, they found the earth bear's territory already empty. There was not a trace of magical beast aura. Did they all flee upon hearing the news? Xiaoyi said helplessly. At this moment, the leader of the divine wood monkeys interjected. I remembered previously the iron claw tiger and the earth bear said they discovered an invasion of foreign races in the forest and intended to unite against this foreign race. Of course, the foreign race they mentioned should be us, the insect tribe. They called out to me back then, but I had no intention to go. Now they must have gathered together. The leader of the divine wood monkeys scratched his head. If they have gathered, it must be at the iron claw tiger's place. After all, the iron claw tiger is a latest-ish platinum powerhouse. After saying this, he glanced at the luxurious formation of the insect tribe and his tone suddenly became much more relaxed. Of course, our insect tribe can easily take down those damned guys. No need to look for the icebound deer anymore. They must have all gone to the iron claw tiger's territory. With a familiar inside man, the insect tribe quickly headed toward the direction of the iron claw tiger's territory. On the way, the leader of the lightning sheep Yang Xiaowen chatted with the monkey about the insights of being an insider. Due to the previous beast god barrier, the atmosphere of the great battle did not leak out at all, and the outside world remained completely unaware of the beast god's demise. Moreover, the beast god had never interfered much with the affairs of the believers, maintaining a very low profile. Many wild beasts had no idea that the deity they worshipped had fallen and occasionally prayed joyfully. Hey. Oh no. Brother Bear. You are truly wicked. I'm here too. Brother Tiger. At this moment, the iron claw tiger and the earth bear were engaged in a fierce battle with the soft bone rabbit. They remained completely oblivious to the drastic changes happening in the outside world. After all, who could have imagined that just one day later these bugs could directly eliminate the beast god? Big brother, can you stop fighting already? The volcano where the turtles lived has erupted, and there has been some movement in the valley territory of the King Kong gorilla. The frozen deer had not intervened in the battle against the few magical beasts. Ever since the soft bone rabbit arrived here yesterday, the three of them had not emerged from the cave. The frozen deer was left somewhat speechless. Does the little head have to control the big head? We agreed to go fight those bugs, but now that the little head is in charge of the brain, it has completely lost interest. Ha ha. It's just a bit of commotion, right? That's normal. That old turtle is always messing with all sorts of strange things. Sooner or later that volcano will erupt because of him. By the way, little dear, have you sent your clan members to investigate? The Iron Claw Tiger spoke while panting, appearing somewhat fatigued. I sent a few clan members to investigate, but they haven't returned yet. The frozen deer replied somewhat anxiously. A voice from the cave called out from the earth bear. Hey! What could possibly be the matter? It's only been a day. Could those damned bugs really reach our doorstep? We have the protection of the beast god. If they have the ability, let them face the beast god. The earth bear was clearly under the control of the little head, and it was a thorough control. Well. Never mind, I'll go check it myself. I've been feeling uneasy for some time. The frozen deer wanted to say something else, but after glancing at the cave he knew he couldn't rely on his two brothers and could only go check it out himself. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Iron Claw Tiger's territory, he immediately sensed many powerful auras nearby. There were at least 10 auras, all of which were above platinum level. Thick gift crab. The frozen deer could no longer hold back. His expression turned extremely grim. He could sense that these auras were filled with murderous intent, clearly indicating enemies. What are you all? The frozen deer was about to ask a couple of questions when he saw the insect army behind Xiaoyi and the others. He immediately understood in his heart these were the so-called insect race. Looking at the luxurious lineup of insect race powerhouses before him, he felt no will to resist, his eyes revealing a sense of despair. So strong, how to fight. Moreover, his two good brothers had already battled for a day and now they had no energy left to fight. He also spotted a familiar face from his past within the insect race's ranks. Monkey. What are you doing here? You betrayed our alliance, didn't you? You actually allied with these damned bugs. The frozen deer questioned the monkey leader with a harsh tone. However, the monkey looked down on him, casually digging at his earwax and flicking it towards the frozen deer. Alliance. When did you ever treat me as a member of the alliance? Every time something happened you sent me and my clan to the front as cannon fodder, yet when it came time to divide the spoils you always gave me useless scraps. Did you really consider me an ally? The leader of the Divine Wood monkey questioned the frozen deer leader with an unfriendly expression. Alright monkey, you want regret following us insect race today? Well, let you vent your anger. Yang Xiaowen, the first magical beast to join the insect race, even began to comfort the monkey. You guys who have abandoned the worship of the beast god will surely be torn to pieces when the beast god awakens. The frozen deer said through gritted teeth. The insect race powerhouses who heard this couldn't help but laugh. The newly joined monkey was already aware of the beast god's demise and his disdain was evident on his face. Alright, enough nonsense, we'll talk about it after he's dead. Xiaoyi brushed his hair back and directly waved his hand, signaling the insect race to commence the attack. The flesh-mending crab and two specialized ants charged forward first. A large number of the insect race army advanced towards the mountain where the Iron Claw Tiger resided. At this moment the frozen deer unleashed a freezing spell to block the insect race's advance. Then he directly alerted the Iron Claw Tiger's main camp, warning of the enemy's approach. The three dominant magical beasts battling inside the cave were directly pulled out by the frozen deer to face the enemy. The Earth Bear and the Iron Claw Tiger's leader were instantly terrified by the little head's explosion. At this critical moment enemies were coming who could withstand that. They had already fought for a long time and their stamina was severely depleted. Looking at the terrifying insect race army before him, his legs were trembling. Damn! Why are these bugs so terrifying? Can anyone tell me why? The Earth Bear shouted in fear. However, no one could answer his questions. At this moment the insect race army came crashing in like a tide and there was no magical beast capable of stopping their advance. The platinum-level powerhouses of the insect race utterly crushed the 4 platinum magical beasts. Especially when the undead Tangshen saw the dancing, his eyes turned crimson and he let out a strange howl. Tangshen bit off the head of the gold-level Iron Claw Tiger before him, mouth full of blood, as he charged towards the soft bone rabbit dancing. Along the way he disregarded the other hostile magical beasts obstructing him, heading straight for the dancer. Tangshen, how are you still alive? No, you are already dead. Why are you still pestering me? You useless piece of trash. The soft bone rabbit dancer screamed in terror, not expecting that her former support had now turned into an undead creature. Thinking back to what she had done to Tangshen before, her heart filled with even more fear. Without hesitation the dancer turned and retreated rapidly. She was well aware of her own strength, being among the weakest in the early platinum ranks, let alone facing a mid-platinum powerhouse like Tangshen. Brother Tiger. Save me. Brother Bear. The dancer screamed for help towards her two lovers. The approaching Tangshen was getting closer and the aura of death was overwhelming, nearly suffocating her. Come to me. The Ironclaw Tiger roared, responding to the dancer. He was currently being besieged by several undead creatures but could still hold on for a short while. Hearing this, the dancer was overjoyed. She immediately rushed towards the Ironclaw Tiger's direction, but she did not notice the strange look in the Ironclaw Tiger's eyes as he looked at her. Dancing with wild joy. The Ironclaw Tiger, a powerful being of the late platinum rank, certainly has no trouble dealing with Tang Shan, who was merely at the mid-platinum level. At this moment the Earth Bear leader was besieged by the powerful beings of the insect race. After only a few seconds of resistance, he was swiftly eliminated. The Earth Bear leader revealed his true form, his massive bear head held in the grasp of Xiaoyi as his headless body collapsed in a pool of blood. The icebound deer was also being relentlessly pursued and attacked by the flesh-sown monster. The Ironclaw Tiger, upon seeing the approaching dance, revealed a smile. As Xiaoyi retrieved the Earth Bear's beast crystal core and rushed toward the Ironclaw Tiger, the latter showed no intention of resisting, swatting away the nearby undead tortoise with a claw and planning to break through. With so many strong enemies holding on, it was undoubtedly a matter of death. With his late platinum strength, as long as he could escape anywhere would allow him to rise again. Faced with the approaching Xiaoyi and other insect race powerful beings, he showed a fierce expression. Grabbing the nearby dance, he pushed her toward the approaching insect race strongman. He actually used the dance as a human shield. I don't have time to waste with you all. Once I leave this place with my strength, isn't it just a matter of soaring high like a bird in the sky or swimming freely like a fish in the sea? Ha ha ha. The Ironclaw Tiger laughed maniacally. In contrast, Dance displayed an expression of despair, her gaze toward the Ironclaw Tiger filled with resentment and unwillingness. Tiger brother. Why are you doing this to me? You didn't speak to me like this before. You promised to protect me for a lifetime. Why do you want to put me to death? Dance yelled angrily at her former companion. The Ironclaw Tiger, however, remained cold, a smirk of disdain lingering at the corner of his mouth. How dare you say such things, you worthless creature? Do you think of me as a fool like Tang Shan? My life is far more precious. Your 10 lives cannot compare to even one of mine. I have taken care of you before, so consider this your final repayment to me. What of it? He revealed a triumphant smile, already fantasizing about his wonderful future. As for his own kin, what of it? With the strength of a late platinum, he could find opportunities to propagate his race later. After all, he was deeply skilled with a long lifespan. As long as he could survive, everything would return. He need not worry about severing future generations. As for Dance, just a plaything. He was not like Tang Shan, that foolishly infatuated creature. How could he risk his life to save her? At this moment, the insect race strongmen were momentarily held back by Dance. Although Xiaoyi swiftly beheaded Dance, it still allowed the Ironclaw Tiger to escape a certain distance. As the secret technique for escaping was unleashed by the Ironclaw Tiger, his late platinum cultivation erupted fully. When a platinum-level powerhouse was fully focused on fleeing. Ha ha. Want to kill me? Don't you know who I am? At this moment, the Ironclaw Tiger had blood at the corner of his mouth, having utilized the secret method of burning his golden blood. Although this method had severe side effects, it greatly boosted his speed. As long as he could escape today, no matter the side effects, it was worth it. Oh. Who are you? Tiger Master. A voice suddenly came from beside the Ironclaw Tiger. The Ironclaw Tiger, in his frantic escape, was startled and turned to look beside him. He saw a young human male seemingly walking leisurely beside him, yet his strolling pace was on par with the Ironclaw Tiger's desperate flight. The Ironclaw Tiger gritted his teeth, intensifying the secret technique, his speed increasing once again. However, the human male beside him continued to stroll casually, maintaining a distance of about 1 meter from him, neither more nor less. Damn it! You are forcing my hand. The Ironclaw Tiger's eyes turned blood red, his heart filled with malice. He immediately raised his claws and lunged at the human male beside him. However, just as he initiated his attack, he caught sight of the golden pupils of the human male. Xiaoyi led a group of insect race powerful beings in pursuit, with the furious roars of the flesh-sown monster echoing behind. Yet when they arrived at this location, they found the Ironclaw Tiger already lying on the ground, his skull opened and the beast crystal core vanished. Alright, no need to rush, this little tiger is already dead. The Incarnate of Faith smiled slightly, tossing the late platinum beast crystal core to Xiaoyi. Fortunately, the Incarnate of Faith was watching nearby, otherwise this Ironclaw Tiger would have escaped. The temporary boost in combat power given to Xiaoyi had already been reclaimed by Zhao Ziyan. Thus Xiaoyi reverted to her mid-platinum strength. Although she was unafraid of the Ironclaw Tiger in direct combat, it was still difficult to catch up when the enemy was running away. The insect race's current strongest, the flesh-sown monster, was a heavy tank, unskilled in speed. However, after transforming this Ironclaw Tiger into an undead creature, the insect race's speed deficiency should be compensated. Thank you, Lord of the Divine, for your help. I will definitely work harder in my training and strive to alleviate your burdens. Xiaoyi gazed earnestly, her face radiant as she looked at Zhao Ziyan's incarnate of faith. Alright, just leave it as is. Zhao Ziyan waved his hand signaling them not to take it to heart. He then summoned the power of death to transform the Ironclaw tiger on the ground into an undead creature. Soon a late platinum Ironclaw tiger lacking a skull was born. Insect race strongman 1. The fleeing Ironclaw tiger leader was also eliminated. At this point the alliance of the three races of magical beasts had completely lost their resistance. The Earth Bear leader and the Icebound Deer leader were also dead, while the remaining ordinary races had nearly perished under the insect race's massacre. When all enemies on the battlefield had turned to corpses lying in pools of blood, the insect race began to enter the enemy's camp. They cleared out some of the races within the camp, leaving behind some juvenile magical beasts to prevent the extinction of these magical beast races. All remaining living beings were turned into food for the insect race. Thus all the visibly powerful magical beast races in the forest were obliterated. However, it cannot be ruled out that some races still had platinum-level powerhouses lurking in the shadows. After all, the races Zhao Ziyan exterminated were merely the visible powerful races. Who knows if some races preferred to hide their strength. But it didn't matter. Zhao Ziyan intended to let the insect race clear the forest. To gather all resource points in the forest, collecting all spiritually endowed items. Furthermore, to cleanse some races with tender meat suitable for food. As for the weaker races left, there was no need to take action against them. The insect race had completely looked down upon their meager flesh. They could be forcibly incorporated through strength. Kept as followers to produce faith power. Although this faith power is not pure, it can serve as energy for the incarnate of faith. The insectoid army took a day to recuperate, needing to fully digest the aftermath of the previous battles. Especially after the beast god descended, the flesh of Huntian had already been tinged with a hint of divinity. Huntian was already a diamond-level powerhouse, and when his flesh was infused with a touch of divinity, the energy contained within had become terrifyingly immense. Within this flesh also resided a trace of the unwilling will of the beast god. This made digestion extremely difficult. If not handled properly, it could easily lead to backlash and death. Zhao Ziyan took action, cleansing the residual divinity from Huntian's flesh while also bringing a large chunk back home. As soon as the barrier was erected, it was straight to the barbecue. The flames manifested by divine power continuously burned, roasting the beast flesh before him to a golden hue. This method was undeniably luxurious, consuming vast amounts of divine power every moment. However, Zhao Ziyan's belief power was currently divided into two types. The divine flames consumed a rather chaotic divine energy which he used without a second thought. Although Zhao Ziyan's cooking skills were poor, the beast meat roasted by the divine flames was simply extraordinary. The aroma wafted everywhere. Even the gaming mouse was tempted to come and eat the meat. Pooh! Delicious! Both Zhao Ziyan and the mouse revealed satisfied smiles after finishing the meat. After being processed, this beast meat was indeed tougher and more flavorful than the creatures in reality. In addition to Zhao Ziyan, in reality Xiaoyi and Xiaoer in the insectoid underground lair were also enjoying the flesh left by Huntian. After consuming a significant portion of the flesh, both Xiaoyi and Xiaoer expressed that they were nearing their cultivation bottleneck. With the aid of this beast flesh, Zhao Ziyan also provided them with many beast cores as support. Even platinum-level beast cores could be consumed freely. Soon both Xiaoyi and Xiaoer felt that their cultivation was sufficient. They planned to begin their breakthroughs. This time the breakthrough came naturally, and both Xiaoyi and Xiaoer successfully advanced in their realms. Xiaoyi attained latest stage platinum strength while Xiaoer reached mid-stage platinum. Notably, the previously subtle Xiaohong suddenly approached Zhao Ziyan with a request. Xiaohong sensed the beast core of the infernal flame butterfly and had an intense subconscious desire for it. Zhao Ziyan glanced at Xiaohong's full belief value and without much thought directly handed the infernal flame butterfly's beast core to her. The moment Xiaohong devoured the beast core, her entire body turned crimson. Subsequently, she frantically spewed silk from her mouth, wrapping herself into a cocoon. As the rest period ended, the insectoid lair did not see a significant increase in the number of insects. The existing millions of insects were already more than enough, even bordering on excess. In the absence of war, having too many insects meant that the daily consumption of flesh food would greatly increase. Therefore, without battles, there was no need to produce too many insect units. With millions of insects, even without producing new units, the sheer number of mouths resulted in an astonishing amount of food consumed daily. There was no need to delay any longer. The grand cleanup of the forest would commence immediately. Currently, the strong beings within the forest had been mostly eliminated. Even if there were still some hidden threats, they definitely would not exceed diamond level. Thus it was unnecessary for all the insects to gather that would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. They could split into several groups to more efficiently clear the forest resources. Zhao Ziyan instructed Xiao Yi to lead hundreds of thousands of insects with Xiao Yi's strength. Even a diamond-level opponent would face a fight, so there was no need for concern. On the other side, the flesh-stitching monster in Xiao Yi also led hundreds of thousands of insects. With the unbeatable strength of the flesh-stitching monster below diamond level, there would be no unexpected incidents. The addition of Xiao Yi was merely to guide the flesh-stitching monster. After all, the flesh-stitching monster was somewhat mindless and required a commander to make decisions. As for the remaining two teams, they consisted of a large number of undead creatures and two specialized ants. Each team was evenly divided. The two surrendered local indigenous beasts, the divine wood monkey and the lightning sheep, also joined these two teams. As the four insectoid armies advanced, any beast race that resisted was directly annihilated. Only a few juvenile beasts were left as seeds. For those willing to surrender, the insects would not go to the extreme. They would allow them to convert to the belief of the insect swarm master. As long as Zhao Ziyan could sense their belief power, they would be spared. If it was a feigned surrender and Zhao Ziyan did not sense the belief power, he would immediately discover it. At that point he would deal with the first type, the fiercely resisting beast race. As time passed, the beast races in the forest had all been cleansed by the insectoid army, leaving behind obedient beasts that had surrendered to the insect swarm and believed in its dominion. There were no powerful races with hidden strengths as Zhao Ziyan had previously thought. The only somewhat troublesome race was the Stone Armor Bear tribe, possessing two late-stage golden core members on the verge of reaching platinum level. It is said that the bloodline of this Stone Armor Bear tribe shares some similarities with the Earth Bear, having a common ancestor in the past. These Stone Armor Bears fiercely resisted the arrival of the insectoids but were ultimately slaughtered to extinction. Subsequently, the insectoid army began to gather resources from the forest. A multitude of resources previously occupied by the beast races were confiscated. Most of these were sentient herbs that could assist in cultivation. Various types of herbs grew in every corner of the forest. Although their functions varied, they were generally similar, capable of enhancing cultivation or improving specific attributes. For instance, the giant strength herb enhances strength. The lightning fruit enhances agility. Additionally, there were a small number of special resources, some of which were only needed at specific times. Some were exclusive items of certain beast races which other races could not utilize at all. For example, the lava turtle race had volcanic crystals from the volcano. These volcanic crystals could only be used by the lava turtle, a powerful fire attribute beast. Other beast races could not absorb the energy contained within the volcanic crystals. And there were special herbs like the bleeding grass that could heal injuries but could not assist in cultivation. In the forest there was also a spiritual spring. This spring water was rich in spiritual energy. Moreover, drinking the water could enhance cultivation. The spiritual energy within the water was very easy to digest. Faced with abundant resources, the insect race accepted everything with glee. The insect army had a tremendous appetite, able to digest anything. Even items like volcanic crystals could be easily bitten and consumed. After the insect race gained fire resistance. Useful or useless, edible or inedible, everything was stored in the insect nest. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Just when Zhao Ziyan thought everything would proceed without incident, an unexpected event occurred. The two overlord-level magical beasts, the flame horse and the wind eagle, which had previously teamed up with the volcano, abandoned their kin and fled when the volcano erupted. Due to the obstruction of the volcano, the insect race could not track their whereabouts. Moreover, with other magical beasts still unhandled at that time, Zhao Ziyan did not give them much thought. As a result, when an army of insects arrived at the resource point originally belonging to the flame horse, those two suddenly appeared. This was a wooded area, but some of the trees were special, producing flame fruit with fiery patterns. These fruits could assist fire-type magical beasts in their cultivation, and long-term consumption could enhance the fire damage of fire attribute beasts. When the insect army began to pick and transport these fruits, a worker ant seemed to sense something. When it approached a tree to investigate, the two overlord magical beasts suddenly erupted, killing the worker ant and clearing away a large number of surrounding insects, then making their escape. Leading this team was the lightning goat along with several undead beings. Although these undead beings were also platinum-level, decision-making still relied on the lightning goat leader Yang Xiaowen. These beings above platinum level surveyed the interior of the resource point and detected nothing unusual, so they patrolled outside the resource point. Upon discovering a powerful surge of spiritual energy within the woods, the insect race's strong ones rushed to the scene immediately, but the two platinum-level magical beasts had already fled. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyan, who had a comprehensive view of the situation, immediately relayed orders to the other three teams. In the end, all the insect armies surrounded the direction in which the two magical beasts had fled. Run! Even if you break your legs, no one will come to save you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ziyan laughed heartily. These damned insects are truly relentless. Old Ma, what do you think we should do? The Wind Eagle's face looked grim as he asked the nearby Flame Horse. We must rush towards the human city. These insects have completely become a force of nature in the forest. I fear no one can stop them. Our only hope now is to blend into the human city, hoping there are strong beings there who can withstand these damned insects. The Flame Horse spoke to the Wind Eagle while running. It seems we have no choice but to follow your plan, transforming into human forms to infiltrate the human city, taking it one step at a time. The Wind Eagle had a reluctant expression. After all, this forest was the place he had lived his entire life. However, under the current circumstances there was no other option. The surrounding insect armies had gathered around. Yet these two overlord magical beasts concealed their presence. Moreover, having lived here for many years, their familiarity with the forest played a role. For a moment the insects were unable to find them and could only continue to compress the search area. Zhao Ziyan never expected that these two magical beasts would actually attempt to blend into the human city. However, even though these two overlord magical beasts were well concealed, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, meticulously checking every inch of land, leaving no leaf or corner unchecked. Under such a carpet search they soon discovered something unusual. These two overlord magical beasts had actually hidden in the river. This river running through the forest led directly to the ocean. It had previously been cleared by Zhao Ziyan using toxins, significantly reducing the number of piranhas and other aquatic creatures. Moreover, the section of the river in the forest had been contaminated with toxins, creating a harsh living environment, discouraging aquatic life from migrating and settling here. These two overlord magical beasts quietly remained in the water, managing to hide for so long. Fortunately, the insect army noticed a slight anomaly while fetching water, ultimately forcing these two overlord magical beasts out. Zhao Ziyan immediately mobilized the insect troops to capture them. However, one of the magical beasts was a horse and the other was an eagle. Both were exceptionally agile magical beasts, and as they fled towards the human city the insect army nearly failed to catch them. These two overlord magical beasts dodged left and right, managing to escape outside the forest. The distant human city was already visible, but Zhao Ziyan's Faith Avatar was already pursuing them. The imposing Faith Avatar directly blocked the path of the two magical beasts. A large number of strong beings from the insect race also rushed over from behind. They surrounded the two overlord magical beasts completely. In front was the Faith Avatar and behind were numerous strong beings from the insect race. Let's do this. Although the being in front has an unfathomable aura, it's just one person. We don't need to defeat him, we just need to escape past him. Beyond him lies the human city. Then we will rely on our own abilities. With the two of us, I refuse to believe that this being can stop us all. The Wind Eagle agreed, and at this moment both overlord magical beasts transformed into human forms to better infiltrate the human city. The Flame Horse crouched on the ground preparing to launch while the Wind Eagle flew into the air. The Wind Eagle's body transformed into a human form, but two eagle wings unexpectedly sprouted from its back, only partially shifting back to its true form. Then both of them lunged fiercely at Zhao Ziyan's Faith Avatar. However, with a flash of golden light these two overlord magical beasts were all restrained in place. The Wind Eagle still maintained the appearance of flapping its wings while the Flame Horse wore a face full of disbelief. This power. The Flame Horse could only utter half of its words before the approaching flesh and blood amalgamation smashed it into a pulp with a punch. Meanwhile, the other Wind Eagle had its head crushed by a small strike. At this moment shadows flickered around the edge of the forest city as if someone had sensed the fluctuations in energy here. There were also some other races' auras beginning to converge towards the side. Humans, elves and orcs. After all, many adventurers or mercenaries come to the forest to hunt magical beasts to exchange for cultivation resources. The current position was already outside the forest with no trees concealing them. It's over. With a command from Zhao Ziyan, the various mercenaries and adventurers nearby were swiftly eliminated by the insectoid army. They quickly retreated into the forest, eradicating hunters and mercenaries at the forest's edge. It is essential to eliminate anyone who discovers traces of the insectoids. However, the sheer number of insectoids makes it impossible to completely wipe them out. As long as the majority are slaughtered, leaving only a few adventurers behind, even if they return to human cities to spread the word, few will believe them. Although the insectoids will eventually be exposed, as long as they can delay for a short time, Zhao Ziyan will be able to lead the insectoids to breach the city. Recently, however, Zhao Ziyan has had no intention of attacking the city. Perhaps it is his own identity as a human at play, or perhaps he fears the numerous powerful beings within the human kingdom. In any case, first they should digest the resources within the forest, allowing the insectoids to grow robustly before making further plans. Zhao Ziyan issued commands to continue collecting resources from the forest and to clear out other areas of the river. Initially, the insectoids devoured all the piranhas and aquatic creatures in the river bordering the forest. However, this river runs through the entire forest, and at that time the insectoids could not clean the whole river. Given their scale, it was quite difficult. But the insectoids are now completely different. Once they have consumed the resources in the forest, their numbers can surely exceed 10 million. Moreover, they could follow this river into the ocean. The oceans on this planet occupy 60% of its area, and the vast sea surely yields food comparable to that of the land. Perhaps in the future they could venture into the ocean to search for food. But for now they should focus on collecting the resources in the forest. Following Zhao Ziyan's orders, after the insectoid army finished collecting resources from the forest, they began to attack the aquatic creatures in the river. With a large number of platinum-level powerhouses aiding them, the slaughter of aquatic creatures became exceptionally easy. Even the jetting insects found it unnecessary to use their venom to attack. In this forest, many monster races have already become followers of the insect swarm's dominion. If all the water sources were to be polluted, these monsters would have no way to survive. In the past, pollution was pollution. The lives of other creatures had nothing to do with the insectoids. However, such actions are completely unnecessary now. Moreover, they had previously encountered two elite creatures that attacked the insectoids while clearing out the aquatic life. One was a giant octopus and the other was a great white shark. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Zhao Ziyan laughed joyfully and ordered the capture of these two creatures. He pulled out the great white shark's teeth as a memento and cut off the giant octopus tentacles for barbecue. These two creatures could not fathom how these wretched insects had become so powerful in just a few days. They were still only at the peak of golden level, yet a dozen platinum-level powerhouses jumped into the water to beat them up. There was simply no chance of survival. With the demise of these two elite monsters, the other aquatic creatures were left with even less resistance. They all turned into food for the insectoids. It was yet another morning. Zhao Ziyan sat up from his bed, still maintaining human habits. Every day he would sleep until nearly noon before getting up to have a meal. He would play games and then immerse his consciousness in watching the insectoid army. Currently, the insectoids no longer required his concern. There were absolutely no opponents for them in the forest. He had another strange dream. In the dream, he was also waging war throughout the forest, but had formed alliances with many monsters within the forest. He also established good trade relations with other nations on this planet. He developed the insectoids into a powerful force on this planet. Although the process was arduous, in the end the insectoid strength was not much different from what it is now. It just took a little more time. Zhao Ziyan glanced at his arm. A cartoonish insect mark on his arm gradually faded away. This mark resembled a worker ant. It seemed to be a sign of his becoming a deity. It is said that dreams and reality are opposite. The insectoid army has killed so many other monsters in the forest, yet the dream presents a harmonious ending of cooperation with other monsters. Zhao Ziyan yawned, somewhat disdainful. In the subsequent dream, the insectoids also reached cooperation with other human kingdoms. Zhao Ziyan steadied his mind, no longer dwelling on such nonsense. Although he himself is of human identity, if the humans in this other world hinder the insectoids' development, then they should be cleaned up as well. As Zhao Ziyan's consciousness returned to the insectoid army, a massive number of insectoids were poised to strike. The current insectoid numbers had surpassed 10 million. 2 million large soldier ants. 12 million large worker ants. 2 million large jetting insects. 2 million large flying insects. 2 million flying parasitic mothers. 5 million jumping insects. 1 million spiders. 30,000 war giants. The entire underground of the forest had been excavated into numerous insectoid nests, with the underground pathways outside the nests being intricate and complex. Even if someone accidentally entered the insectoid cave entrance, it would be difficult to reach the true nest. They would only get lost in the maze-like paths outside the insectoid nests, engulfed in despair and unwillingness. Moreover, the previous commotion when the insectoids killed two sovereign-level monsters in the forest seemed to have been noticed by someone. Recently, a large number of adventurers had come to the forest. Their purpose seemed not to be hunting but simply to gather information. Zhao Ziyan dispatched some weak small flying insects to the city. Ultimately, they discovered some bounties in the taverns and associations frequented by adventurers. The content of these bounties was to hope that the adventurers could investigate the recent anomalies in the forest. Someone in Forest City also noticed the significant decrease in the number of forest monsters. Moreover, some people in Forest City had also noticed the battles between the insectoids and other powerful monster races. After all, the population in this world is vast, and it is normal for some adventurers passing nearby to take note. Even if the insectoids exerted all their efforts to seal off, news actions were still conducted through underground passageways, attempting to avoid appearing on the forest surface. Inevitably, news about the insectoids began to spread. Zhao Ziyan felt no waves within his heart. He had no intention of completely hiding the insectoid's tracks. Taking advantage of the fact that the news had just spread and the forces outside the forest were not fully prepared, he planned to strike them by surprise. My lord, the internal guard forces of the city have been strengthened as per your instructions, and we have also sent requests for support to the kingdom. A knight clad in armor wielding a longsword spoke to the city lord in the forest city. The city lord of Forest City glanced at his subordinate and nodded. Our forest city must defend against all threats from within the forest. If what I imagine does not come to pass, that would be fortunate. However, it is better to be cautious just in case. The knight who was his subordinate showed a hint of disdain and questioned him. These newly emerged insect-like monsters in the forest, while we know little about them, they should only have an advantage in numbers. After all, given their innate talents, no matter how powerful they are, what kind of combat effectiveness can they truly possess? My lord, are you being overly cautious? The city lord of Forest City shook his head and said the forest has been tumultuous lately, with several intense fluctuations of spiritual energy reported, and there were traces of undead creatures within. Moreover, with the emergence of the insect monsters recently. Not to mention the seasoned monster powerhouses in the forest. If they all unite, our current defensive strength in Forest City would undoubtedly be insufficient. Little did the city lord know that at this moment other overlord-level powerhouses in the forest had already been completely wiped out by the insect race. Continue to issue more bounty missions, allowing the adventurers and mercenaries in the city to take on these tasks to investigate the situation in the forest. By the way, the rewards for these bounty missions can be increased appropriately. The city lord commanded. His subordinate promptly agreed. Understood, my lord. Meanwhile, the city lord of Forest City began to contact his friends. As a latest-stage platinum powerhouse, he was notable even within the entire Senna kingdom. Although he was dispatched to guard the kingdom's border in Forest City, he had previously made acquaintances with many strong individuals. At this moment he still felt a sense of unease. As a powerhouse, he trusted his instincts deeply. In the past, had it not been for these instincts, he might have already fallen victim to monsters during certain missions. Shiza, are you free lately? Oh, it's you, Tur. You know, ever since I retired from the church, I've been cooped up at home and almost gone stale. Speaking of which, why are you contacting me now? Recently. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan was unaware of the situation in Forest City. However, he had already assembled a massive insect army planning to attack these otherworldly cities. Had it been a month ago, Zhao Ziyan might have hesitated due to his human identity. However, at this moment he remained calm. Although he still believed he retained his human identity, he felt no psychological barriers when facing the attack of his own kind. Perhaps it was because the humans in this other world were different from those in reality. Or perhaps it was due to the predatory instinct of the insect race affecting his divine nature. Zhao Ziyan frowned as he gazed at the terrifying insect army numbering in the millions at his command. This entire otherworldly planet was predominantly human-led. Apart from the Sunset Forest, the other three largest kingdoms were all human-centered. Although he was a human himself. If he did not crush these three kingdoms, the insect race would forever be limited to the forest, unable to advance further. For some reason, Zhao Ziyan felt a persistent sense of urgency within him. Attack! With Zhao Ziyan's command. The order to launch the attack was transmitted into the minds of every insect. Countless insects began their assault, yet the defensive forces in Forest City remained oblivious to any anomalies. The forest remained a scene of peace and tranquility. Within the forest, numerous mercenaries wandered searching for clues. Some adventurer teams were quite confident in their abilities and planned to capture some insects from the forest to return to the city, submitting them for the bounties issued by the city lord. After all, if they could capture live insects, they could earn up to 10,000 Senna Kingdom gold coins from the city lord's bounty. Countless insects advanced frantically underground. Zhao Ziyan's command for them was to dig tunnels for the attack. After a series of devouring evolutions, the insect race's tunneling ability had significantly enhanced. Their mandibles and limbs had become sharper, allowing them to easily tear apart enemies in battle. These combat weapons could also facilitate easier digging of the earth. Moreover, the recent sweeping operation in the forest had devoured many earth attribute monsters. The insect race had integrated a certain amount of earth magic, becoming more harmonious with the earth. Additionally, they had captured a type of earth-digging monster resembling an earthworm in the forest. This earthworm was not much different from the earthworms in the real world, burrowing through the soil and feeding on earth. They consumed vast amounts of soil, absorbing the faint nutrients within. Thus the insect race could now consume the excavated earth directly. After merging with these special genes, the insect race could directly digest this earth. Of course, the soil contained many impurities and the nutritional components they could absorb were limited. A significant portion of impurities would still be expelled by the insect race. However, this gene enabling the consumption of soil greatly enhanced the endurance of the insect army. Previously, the insect race would consume large amounts of food even in non-combat situations for daily sustenance. However, with the ability to consume soil, the insects could fill their bellies with earth. This ability could minimally sustain the life signs of the insect race. When it was time for battle, they could consume more nutritious food to replenish the insect's stamina. Thus they advanced and dug while devouring the soil. The insect army set off from the underground nests, marching towards Forest City. Thanks to Zhao Zian's divine perspective, he need not worry about the tunnels the insects were digging veering off course. Countless insects were divided into several different teams advancing. This way they could excavate many tunnels in Forest City, allowing the insects to emerge from various underground passages. With the current strength and numbers of the insect race, Forest City could never withstand the assault. At this moment, the guards within the city walls remained focused on the situation outside the city, although their vigilance was entirely directed towards the forest. The races within the city could never have imagined that the insectoid race would launch an attack from underground. Thanks to Zhao Zian's divine energy shielding, the insectoid army went unnoticed beneath the ground. The tunnels excavated by the insectoids were over 100 meters deep underground. Coupled with Zhao Zian's divine energy enveloping the entire insectoid army, even a latest-stage platinum powerhouse like the Lord of Forest City could not detect the movements beneath the ground. At this moment, the Lord had already used several message scrolls crafted by mages. He sent notifications to some of his friends. Ultimately, 2 old companions who happened to be free decided to come to Forest City to help him. If all his worries turned out to be unfounded, then it would be good and he could reunite with these 2 old friends. If the creatures in the forest were indeed planning to unite for mischief, then as the Lord of Forest City he would be better equipped to fend off these beasts. The 2 old friends of the Lord were one retired paladin, Shiza, hailed as the strongest paladin of the church in a century. The wing of Holy Light Shiza. The other was an old buddy with whom he had founded an adventurer team when he was still weak. However, at this moment his old buddy had already become a formidable powerhouse known throughout the world. The Dragon Slayer Adam. Back then their adventuring party was obscure, but they gained fame by slaying a young dragon. The adult pure blood dragon was at least diamond grade. Such terrifying behemoths were rarely slain. However, younger dragonkin, despite being less mature, were still treasures. Moreover, as long as a dragon was killed, no one would care whether it was an adult or a juvenile. The title of Dragon Slayer would always accompany this adventurer. Thus various young dragons and juvenile dragons became the targets of eager adventurers and mercenaries. If these 2 old fellows can come, the situation in Forest City should stabilize, but even so, why does the unease in my heart never dissipate? The Lord of Forest City stood on the city wall gazing into the distance of the forest, yet his brow remained furrowed. As the strongest in the forest, he was also the guardian of this city. He patrolled around the city, constantly on guard against the movements of the beasts in the forest. However, the forest was unexpectedly quiet, with beasts seemingly fewer than usual, devoid of any danger. However, at this moment someone within the city sensed a slight tremor, as if a mild earthquake had occurred. Initially people did not pay much attention, thinking it was their imagination. Until the sensation of tremor grew stronger, the mercenaries in the tavern chatting over drinks noticed the cups on the table vibrating incessantly. The fine wine in the cups rippled, even splashing out. Pedestrians walking along the roadside gradually became aware, as the once faint tremor now made it difficult for them to stand, rendering it impossible to walk normally. Cracks appeared on the streets of the city, and the originally paved stone roads began to fracture. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. A large pit suddenly appeared on the street, and several wild boar half-beasts walking over it fell directly into the pit. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Did the ground actually collapse? Could it be an invasion of beasts? Forget about it, let's go rescue them. That pit looks quite large, it would be bad if they got hurt. Nearby pedestrians were discussing, and even a few kind-hearted humans planned to help the wild boar half-beasts that had fallen into the pit. However, when they approached the pit, they heard some chilling sounds. It was the sound of flesh being gnawed and bones being crushed. A swarm of insectoids had reduced the 2 wild boar half-beasts that fell into the hole to mere pulp. In the blink of an eye, the 2 half-beasts had vanished. The heavy scent of blood and scattered flesh further fueled the insectoids' thirst for slaughter. A mass of insectoids crawled out from the hole, and the 2 kind-hearted humans were left frozen in fear. Monsters! Insects! Those damned insect beasts! Ah! As the mandibles of 2 soldier ants clashed, the 2 humans lost their heads, swallowed whole by the insectoid army, disappearing completely. Meanwhile, similar situations gradually emerged in other locations. On the streets in the central square, a large pit also appeared inside the tavern where adventurer mercenaries gathered. Even in the homes of certain city residents, the insectoids had excavated underground tunnels throughout Forest City, and large numbers of insectoids surged out from these tunnels. Countless deathly undead creatures also lunged towards these life-filled beings. In an instant all races within the city were intimidated by the insectoid camp's army. Unprepared, the other races were caught off guard by the insectoids. Moreover, many orcs, dwarves and humans in the city were merely common residents of no rank. Only mercenaries or adventurers reached black iron or bronze level. Those who attained silver or even gold level were exceedingly rare. All insectoids surpassed black iron level, numbering in the millions. With such overwhelming numbers, bronze, silver and even gold powerhouses were countless. In an instant the streets of Forest City were strewn with corpses as large numbers of beings were slain. Furthermore, the deceased city residents would be transformed into undead creatures by the intense death energy joining the ranks of the insectoids. In some taverns, while dozens of adventurers and mercenaries sat drinking and chatting, these adventurers and mercenaries had previously possessed extraordinary strength. When the insectoid tunnels reached the tavern facing the endless insectoid army, these adventurers and mercenaries could only be engulfed by the terrifying tactics of the insect sea. Even the few powerful individuals could not sustain significant damage from ordinary insectoids. However, high-level insectoids were also abundant. No matter how powerful, it was impossible to withstand the siege of a dozen or so platinum-level powerhouses. In the city, those who could reach gold level were already called masters. However, in the face of the terrifying insectoids, they too could not escape death. However, soon the insectoids encountered resistance. The Lord of Forest City had returned. Moreover, there was not just one platinum-level powerhouse in this city. The commander of the city defense army was also a formidable figure in the kingdom, along with the deputy lord, who typically did not handle affairs, a position equivalent to that of a vice lord. Both of these individuals possessed platinum-level combat power. The commander of the city defense force possesses mid-level platinum strength, responsible for the city's defensive operations. Meanwhile, the deputy city lord primarily assists the city lord handling various affairs within the city. Most of his energy is spent on work. Relatively speaking, his strength is somewhat weaker at early stage platinum. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within an inn. A short figure burst out from the inn, instantly slaying a large number of insectoids surrounding it. The figure was seen to have a thick beard and robust muscles. With both hands gripping two heavy massive warhammers, he swung them with fierce wind, smashing the nearby insectoids into a bloody mess. It was unexpectedly a dwarven warrior. I initially planned to enjoy fine wine in this human city for a few more days. How did I suddenly encounter such a situation? What bad luck! Several other dwarves followed behind this one. Deputy leader, the chief asked you to return early, but you didn't listen. Now look, we've run into this situation. How are you going to explain this to the chief? A similarly muscular dwarf complained behind the deputy leader. These dwarves were part of the group that previously competed with a dominant-level magical beast for spiritual herbs. Other powerful beings like elves and orcs returned to their respective planets or ethnic locations after competing for the spiritual herbs. However, these dwarves, enchanted by the delicious food and fine wines of humanity, lingered in the city for a while longer. Little did they know they would run into an invasion by Zhao Zian's insectoid forces. The deputy leader of the dwarves also possessed mid-level platinum cultivation. The moment he rushed out of the tavern, he suppressed the offensive of the surrounding insectoid army. The dwarves beside him also exhibited considerable strength, possessing golden-level cultivation. However, just as they temporarily relaxed, a crisis suddenly approached. A terrifying flesh and blood abomination leading several platinum-level undead creatures intended to encircle them. Seeing the situation was dire, the dwarves immediately decided to break through. They absolutely could not be surrounded by these undead. Yet the surrounding insectoid numbers remained endless. Despite the frenzied obstruction of the insectoid army, the dwarves were ultimately still surrounded by the undead. Under the relentless assault of the flesh and blood abomination, the dwarves were instantly torn apart. Even the mid-level platinum deputy leader had his skull crushed in an instant. Under Zhao Zian's deliberate orders, apart from the head being crushed, the body of this dwarven deputy leader remained intact. When the power of death transformed this dwarven deputy leader into an undead creature, his strength still retained mid-level platinum. At this moment, the Lord of Forest City met with the commander of the city guards and the deputy city lord. The three of them faced off against the powerful insectoid forces with great difficulty. However, facing the terrifying insectoid army, they could only resist with great difficulty. Occasionally, self-destructing insects would ambush and explode beside them. When a large number of undead creatures that had killed the dwarven deputy leader rushed over, the Lord of Forest City fell into despair. The already horrifyingly numerous insectoid army had now added a mid-level platinum undead dwarf. Forest City is likely to perish by my hands. The kingdom will probably not be able to withstand these terrifying insects either. With the Lord's last thought, one specialized ant directly crushed his head and swallowed it whole. For human beings, there are no magical beast cores within their bodies. All their energy is contained within their own flesh and blood. Moreover, humans possess a unique spiritual quality. As long as their flesh and blood are consumed, each human cultivator is equivalent to a humanoid spiritual herb. This is also why many magical beasts prefer to devour humans. However, Zhao Ziyan prevented the insectoid army's desire to feast. He transformed all three of these corpses into undead creatures, further enhancing the strength of the insectoid forces. Apart from these platinum-level strong beings being somewhat of a hindrance, the others posed little threat to the insectoids. In the face of the full-scale invasion of the insectoid army, everyone in the city was unable to escape. Even if a very small number of people hid in cellars or extremely secretive places, they were merely delaying the inevitable. Once the insectoids cleaned out the rest, they would track these people by scent. And when their stored food ran out, it would be difficult for these people to survive. To Zhao Ziyan's surprise, the previous sword Saint Hans and his disciple John were also captured during the insectoid army search. This sword Saint Hans had already fallen from platinum level strength to golden. However, sword Saint Hans possessed rich skills and experience. Surrounded by the insectoid army, this phantom sword saint still managed to decapitate a dozen golden level undead creatures. Yet it was still of no use. The insectoid side already had numerous golden level undead, and losing a dozen meant nothing. At the moment the sword saint fought desperately, his precious disciple attempted to flee directly. However, he was bitten off both legs by two soldier ants. Had Zhao Ziyan not intervened in advance, these soldier ants might have directly killed John. It must be said, John's talent is indeed remarkable. His blood gradually began to merge with dragon blood, and his entire lineage started to transform towards that of dragons. Almost all his blood was now dragon's blood. He was almost a humanoid dragon. However, his timid nature prevented him from becoming a true powerhouse. Looking at his severed legs, rich dragon blood flowed continuously. Zhao Ziyan had no intention of killing him. Although this guy resembles a child of destiny, treating him as a continuously producing blood bag of dragon's blood seems to have much greater value. By the way, would this be a bit like intentionally leaving the protagonist alive only to be ultimately backstabbed by him as a villain? Zhao Ziyan muttered, stroking his chin. However, looking at John, who was filled with dragon's blood, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but show a sinister smile, contemplating his countless insectoid disasters. Zhao Ziyan truly was not worried that this little blood bag would turn the tables. Out of consideration for this guy being part of the human race, let's spare him for now. It's absolutely not to make him continuously produce dragon's blood. The phantom sword Saint Hans was directly taken down by the insects present, his flesh devoured clean by the insectoids. He had already fallen to golden level with his foundation severely damaged, leaving no need for transformation into an undead. Without the protection of his master, John could only obediently become a blood bag for the insect tribe. After each blood extraction, Zhao Ziyan would command the insect tribe to feed John some spiritual herbs. These were all nourishing items meant to replenish blood and restore health. Once his blood volume was nearly restored, they would extract some more. In Forest City there were no strong individuals left to resist the insect tribe. The insect tribe launched a surprise attack on Forest City. Other cities had yet to receive any news, so Zhao Ziyan ordered the insect tribe to eliminate all living beings within the city. This was to prevent anyone from secretly sending messages to other locations. All living creatures were taken down by the insect tribe, even the earthworms underground were dug up and cut in half. The insect army relentlessly stormed the Lord's mansion. With no platinum-level experts remaining, the outer defenses had no capacity to resist. In the Lord's bedroom, Zhao Ziyan discovered some dragon materials. There were dragon scales, bones and blood, as well as scraps of dragon meat. However, they were not complete. It seemed that this lord had slain a dragon, but it was not a very powerful one, as the energy contained in the flesh and blood left behind was minimal. The dragon bones and scales were relatively small, indicating they belonged to a juvenile dragon. He also found some of the Lord's collectibles, including a few gold coins and various magical items. There were some spiritual herbs as well, but their quality was not very high, making them of little use to the current insect army. Some magical scrolls were also unusable by the insect tribe. Nevertheless, all these items were collected by the insect tribe and taken back to their lair. They might not be useful now, but they could prove valuable in the future. The city was filled with various items. Some individuals might not be very strong, but their storage rings could contain high-value items. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Some people might be weak, but with good luck they could obtain treasures from various secret realms and ruins. Once the insect tribe devoured these individuals' flesh and blood, they could mimic their aura and successfully open their storage rings without damaging the items inside. All treasures became spoils of the insect tribe. Many treasures that numerous people were reluctant to use ended up being a bargain for Zhao Ziyan. After plundering the Lord's mansion, Zhao Ziyan entered the Church of the Holy Light. The Holy Light Church could be considered a very powerful force even within the entire universe. The God of Holy Light was omnipresent, possessing a vast number of followers. Anyone who refused to obey the Holy Light was deemed a heretic. The church personnel included priests, paladins and other professions, yet their strengths were not formidable. Against the insect tribe they were merely a tasty morsel. What surprised Zhao Ziyan was that there were hardly any obstacles within the Lord's mansion. However, upon entering this ridiculous holy light church, the insect army encountered some minor troubles. The outer parts of the church were surrounded by the insect tribe, yet the most central room had an altar-like setup. Several old men stood there. A massive amount of blood surged from somewhere, enveloping the entire altar. Upon closer inspection, the blood contained numerous human heads. There were elderly, young adults and children. Countless blood mixed together. Accompanied by chilling howls, all the souls of the slain wailed desperately for the pain they had suffered. As the insect army burst through the door, the formation was halfway completed. Nevertheless, even so, a broken avatar of the god of holy light glowing with bloody light successfully descended here. Its upper body materialized, but the lower half was a bloody mess with bones faintly visible within. With scarlet and indifferent eyes, it coldly gazed at the insect tribe outside the door. The insect army cared not how strong their enemy was, as long as it was the master's command they would slay anyone. All the insects charged toward this divine being. However, even this broken divine avatar still crushed nearby insects into bits. Fortunately, this broken divine avatar possessed only a sliver of divine power, far weaker than the previous beast god. After this avatar of the god of holy light eliminated a platinum-level undead creature, it was ultimately shattered by the powerful insect forces that arrived. Regrettably, the undead creature transformed from the Ironbone Wolf Leader was purified by the holy light. This undead being had accompanied the insect tribe for a long time and had now met its end. Looking at the blood-soaked ground and numerous human remains, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Damn God! However, at that moment Zhao Ziyan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked up toward the sky. It seemed that a sense of hostile scrutiny was faintly directed at him. The spiritual power within Zhao Ziyan surged as he waved his hand, and that sense of scrutiny vanished without a trace. What's wrong, Ziyan? Nothing, you just keep playing. Zhao Ziyan shook his head and comforted Shu Shu. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shu Shu turned back to play with his phone. He was completely unaware that he had nearly been discovered and captured by other deities. After shattering the avatar of the god of holy light, a trickle of divine power flowed into Zhao Ziyan's body. However, this was merely a fragment of the god of holy light, and it was a very broken one. The gains from it were far less compared to the previous beast god. This avatar of the god of holy light should also be the Chicha's last trump card. The insect tribe's subsequent searches encountered no further obstacles. The strongest individuals in the church were those golden-level old bishops who initiated the formation to summon the avatar of Holy Light City. Once these old men were gone, the remaining paladins and priests posed no threat. After thoroughly looting the church, the insect army acquired a pile of items imbued with divine power. Staves, crosses, and similar items. While not entirely useless, they could only be said to have minimal value. Nevertheless, they were all taken back to the insect tribe's lair. In the future, if they recruited other races as followers, these items could be bestowed upon them. Or when the insect tribe's devouring ability was further enhanced, they could directly consume these items. The current insect tribe's devouring ability had already strengthened to the point of being able to consume sandrocks and soil. After some time and further evolution, consuming gold and iron should also be feasible. In several hidden rooms, a large number of human and orc, dwarf, and other race skeletons were discovered. These were likely offerings made to the gods' victims captured by the church from within the city or other locations. The insect tribe was not picky, they took everything back, and the bones could all be consumed by the tribe. With the city lord's mansion and the Holy Light Church cleared out, the only entity of any value left in the city was the Adventurers Association. However, there were no significant obstacles within the Adventurers Association. The strongest among them, the association's president, was merely at the late golden stage. A single platinum-level undead creature easily dispatched this so-called president. Countless ordinary adventurers fell victim to the onslaught of the insectoid army. Even if some of the endless swarm of insects were eliminated, others would take their place. All the adventurers became fodder for the insectoid creatures in this environment of despair and suffering. The Adventurers Association didn't possess many treasures. However, the accumulated energy from the numerous adventurers and mercenaries' corpses was terrifying. The food reserves for the insectoid army increased significantly. The auction house in the city was also captured, but it would only be filled with treasures during major auctions. During regular times, the treasures in the auction house weren't plentiful. The insectoid army only acquired some spiritual herbs and useless weapons and equipment. As several key areas in the city fell, the insectoid army effortlessly seized control of other locations. They began to recuperate within the city. A vast array of treasures and spiritual herbs meant that the life and flesh of the entire city would be consumed by the insects. 2 days later, their numbers surged again. The overall number of the large insectoid army had reached 20 million. There was still a vast amount of flesh that hadn't been consumed. Yet Zhao Ziyan believed that 20 million insects were more than sufficient. The insectoids, all extraordinary, should be unstoppable on this planet. Additionally, the number of high-level insectoid beings was terrifying, with numerous platinum-level undead creatures capable of flattening an entire kingdom. The only concern was the alliance of 3 nations. However, these nations were still in a state of hostility. As long as the insectoids did not reveal their full strength, making the 3 nations vigilant would suffice. Then the 3 nations would not have time to unite. Just as the insectoids planned to prepare and then ambush the next city, an uninvited guest appeared above the city. The newcomer was clad in heavy armor, wielding a long blade adorned with numerous intricate carvings. Upon closer inspection, one could see a figure standing on the back of a giant dragon, having severed the dragon's head. This person also carried a long bow on their back, emanating a faint draconic pressure. The bow was crafted from dragon horns and the string was woven from dragon tendons. The visitor was none other than a friend summoned by the city lord, the dragon slayer Adam. That damned Tell called me here, but why hasn't he come to welcome me? Has he become the city lord and now looks down on his old buddy? When I see him, I will definitely give him a good kick. However, as the dragon slayer approached the city, he sensed something was amiss. The expression of the middle-aged man, who had initially been full of joy, gradually turned serious. Why is the air in the city so thick with the scent of blood? And why is it so eerily quiet? The dragon slayer drew his long blade, cautiously surveying the city ahead. He used his spiritual power to lift his body, gradually ascending into the sky to survey the city from above. But this glance left him shocked. The entire city was desolate, devoid of any human presence, with the stench of blood pervading everywhere. Bloodstains covered the walls and streets. Damn! What on earth happened? How did that guy Tell become the city lord? The expression of the dragon slayer reflected his terror, and he began to fly in the opposite direction using his spiritual power. Holy light city above, surely protect me and let nothing unexpected happen. However, if all went well, an unexpected incident was about to occur. A purple figure flew straight toward the dragon slayer. Soon numerous powerful beings surrounded him, trapping Adam in the center. The dragon slayer Adam was at the late platinum level, but facing so many platinum level beings, he had no chance of victory. 1 against 10. What a joke. I don't know any of you, could you please spare my life? Adam the dragon slayer realized something was wrong, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he planned to plead for mercy. But how could the insectoids let him go? With a command from Zhao Ziyan, all the powerful beings launched their assault. In an instant, the dragon slayer Adam was overwhelmed and fell under the siege of the crowd. After this incident, Zhao Ziyan became more cautious, ordering the insectoids to patrol the surroundings vigilantly. Soon another powerful presence was detected nearby. This was another friend invited by City Lord Tell. The strongest paladin of the Holy Light Church in a century. Holy Light Wing Shiza. Shiza was much older than City Lord Tell. After a great battle, he suffered severe injuries, and with age catching up to him, he applied for retirement. After gradually recovering from his injuries, he found himself with plenty of free time. However, upon being invited to Forest City, he was instantly surrounded by the prepared insectoids. No one would have imagined that the friend who had chatted with him through a communication scroll just days prior had met a tragic end, and the entire city had turned into a paradise for insects. The unprepared strongest paladin was bitten to death by the insectoids on the spot, becoming the mightiest undead paladin. In other games, he might have been transformed into a Death Knight. Yet Zhao Ziyan was unsure how to advance and directly transformed him into an ordinary undead creature. After eliminating the two, the insectoids began to prepare for an assault on the next city. After all, there was much traffic between cities and many merchant caravans would trade with each other. In the short term it was fine, but over time it would be easy to expose. Recently several trading caravans had arrived at Forest City. However, these caravans were all wiped out by the insectoids and their goods were seized. If the caravans did not return, it would be easy to discover their demise. Thus the insectoids could no longer afford to wait. Randomly 20 million insectoids were divided into several small teams to launch attacks on various cities. Nearly 20 platinum-level beings were divided into 5 teams, beginning their assaults on 5 different cities. Among all kingdoms, platinum-level beings represented top-tier combat power akin to nuclear weapons. Only in important cities like Forest City, which guarded the borders, would several platinum-level beings be assigned for protection. In ordinary cities, the strongest beings would be at the golden level. After all, there are only about 10 platinum-level powerhouses within a kingdom. If every city is guarded by a platinum-level powerhouse who will protect the king of the capital. The vast majority of powerhouses reside in the capital, safeguarding the king's safety. Only upon the king's orders do these powerhouses venture out to quell rebellions or fend off foreign invasions. However, the news of the insect race's invasion had yet to reach the capital of the Sina kingdom. Thus the king could not dispatch top-tier powerhouses to confront the insects. With the invasion of the insect race, other cities were utterly defenseless. Despite having a platinum-level powerhouse stationed in the forest city, it was still easily crushed. The strongest in other cities were merely at the golden level. Faced with the terrifying insect tide that was akin to a natural disaster, the other cities were instantly submerged. There was no need to dig tunnels to attack from below. The insect race only needed to simply march through and all obstacles would be flattened. They were divided into 5 insect armies, each containing several platinum-level powerhouses. Zhao Ziyan's Faith Avatar remained vigilant from the rear. Should any unexpected situation arise, the Avatar's current diamond-level combat power could easily crush everything. The 5 cities were soon leveled with ease. All living beings were transformed into ample food supplies. Silver and golden-level powerhouses were turned into undead creatures. However, even though these 5 cities launched a simultaneous attack catching everyone off guard, they were all located within the kingdom's internal regions. In contrast to the forest city, which lay at the very edge of the kingdom's territory, the internal cities were densely populated, quickly leading other humans to discover the traces of the insect race. With the surrounding cities' powerhouses notifying via messaging scrolls, the information swiftly reached the capital. However, no one knew the specific strength of the insect race. It was only known that the strongest among these cities possessing golden-level strength could not withstand these insects. The king of the Sina kingdom was furious and immediately ordered the platinum-level experts within the kingdom to go to the invaded cities and eliminate these damned insects. It seems that among those insects there are platinum-level overlord-level magical beasts, so the golden-level masters in the cities would be easily wiped out. Now I intend to dispatch these esteemed guardians of the kingdom to resist these insects. Does anyone have any thoughts? The king is right. The king is brilliant. As the king discussed with several high-ranking dukes and marquises, they devised strategies to counter the insect race. The selected powerhouses also took a large number of soldiers and began heading towards the cities invaded by the insect race. These insects merely caught us off guard. If we had discovered them earlier, how could they have invaded the cities of the Sina kingdom? As long as we concentrate our forces in the Sina kingdom to eliminate these insects, it will be a piece of cake. Let us slay these insects and achieve great deeds. As long as you can kill those insects and magical beasts, you will be granted land and titles, allowing your descendants to enjoy privileges. Follow me into battle. The technological development in this other world is relatively backward. The army's travel time is exceedingly long. Using magic to speed up travel would waste an extraordinary amount of resources. The 6 platinum-level guardians of the kingdom set out early, not intending to wait for the slow army. By the time the kingdom received the news and responded, dispatching strong ones. All 5 cities had been thoroughly overrun by the insect race and began attacking further cities. Another 5 cities were conquered by the insect army. However, when the insect army successfully occupied the cities and intended to start collecting resources, the 6 guardians of the kingdom had already arrived. When the 6 guardians reached their destination, there were no living beings left in the city. The tragic sight within the city left all 6 of them horrified and filled with rage. Thus the insects that were collecting flesh and food in the city met with disaster. They were ruthlessly slaughtered by the 6 platinum-level powerhouses. However, if all the strong insects were present here, they would naturally not fear these 6. Yet divided into 5 teams, their strength had significantly diminished. The platinum-level insect race powerhouses in this city were merely Yang Xiaowen, the undead lava turtle, the undead Tangshan, and a specialized. Both the specialized ant and Yang Xiaowen were only at the early platinum level. In total, there were only 2 mid-platinum level and 2 early platinum level. As for the kingdom's guardians, there was 1 at late platinum level, 2 at mid-platinum level, and 3 at early platinum level. In an instant, the insect race's powerhouses were suppressed. However, just as these kingdom guardians intended to wipe them out completely, Zhao Ziyan's Faith Avatar concealed its presence and approached them. Then in an instant it appeared, unleashing its diamond-level power and materializing a spear of divine power, directly piercing through the bodies of 3 powerhouses. The superior divine power completely overwhelmed the spiritual energy within these powerhouses. The 3 were unable to move and perished instantly. Seeing the situation turn dire, the other 3 powerhouses attempted to flee, but at that moment the 4 platinum-level insect powerhouses directly entangled them. Another 3 divine power spears coalesced, piercing through their bodies once more. The situation was identical. They were utterly unable to escape Zhao Ziyan's assault. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ziyan had killed all 6 of the kingdom's guardians. The combination of diamond-level power and a surprise attack made it impossible for these platinum-level powerhouses to resist Zhao Ziyan. Soon the insect army had finished clearing the entire city. The other insect teams also completed the clearing of their target cities. However, Zhao Ziyan had no intention of attacking other cities. Instead, he gathered all the insect armies, planning to directly assault the capital of the Sina kingdom. Directly slaying the king of the Sina kingdom seemed to be a better approach. There was no need to completely eradicate the remaining humans. Keeping them as followers might be a wiser choice. Soon all the insect race powerhouses gathered together, and due to the Sina Kingdom contributing 6 platinum-level corpses, the insect faction added 6 new platinum-level undead. At this point the number of platinum-level powerhouses in the insect faction had exceeded 20. The entire Sina Kingdom couldn't possibly have so many top-tier powerhouses. Some nearby survivors were casually captured for questioning. They soon acquired a wealth of information about the entire kingdom. They also raided a nearby shop for a map, successfully obtaining the routes between various cities in the Sina Kingdom. They quickly determined their destination using the map. With Zhao Ziyan's orders issued, a large number of insect armies bypassed nearby cities and rushed straight towards the capital. With 6 offerings heading out, they should be able to easily eliminate those damned insects. The king of the Sina Kingdom casually conversed with the royal master beside him. Unaware of the severity of the situation, after all 6 platinum-level experts were swiftly taken down by Zhao Ziyan, who hadn't even had the chance to use the communication scroll to notify the king. At this moment the king still believed that this invasion of the insect race was just like the previous invasions of magical beasts, easily repelled by the kingdom's offerings. The royal master of the Sina Kingdom also chuckled at this moment, appropriately flattering the king. "It is indeed due to your majesty's brilliant leadership that we were able to detect the movements of those insects, allowing us to successfully eliminate those disgusting bugs." Listening to the flattery from the royal master, the king of Sina also laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Just as the king chatted with his subordinates, a sudden tremor arose in the city. If the citizens of Forest City were to resurrect, they would realize that terrifying insects were beginning to launch an attack from underground. Facing the capital of the Sina Kingdom, Zhao Ziyan did not plan to invade Hedon like other cities. To conserve the strength of the insect race, Zhao Ziyan intended to dig tunnels just as he had done in Forest City, directly infiltrating the city. Although this method was somewhat labor-intensive, it greatly reduced the casualties among the insects. As the tremors grew more pronounced, some people in the city began to look curiously at the ground. The capital of the Sina Kingdom was noticeably much larger than Forest City. However, the number of the insect army had already reached 30 million. To attack the capital, Zhao Ziyan specifically ordered a large number of queen ants to expedite the production of insect troops, aiming to annihilate the Sina Kingdom in one fell swoop. Soon familiar scenes began to emerge, with numerous pits appearing all over the capital. Even the king's palace began to show signs of these pits. However, the guard forces in the palace were formidable, and any insect that showed its head was instantly eliminated. The residents in other areas of the capital were not so fortunate. Insects bursting forth from the ground immediately began to slaughter the surrounding residents. No one had time to react to the attack emerging from beneath. The guards stationed on the city wall remained alert, watching the situation outside the city. Yet they could never have imagined that the enemy's attack would emerge from within the city. The situation in the city was quickly relayed to the king. "Useless fools, a bunch of useless gluttons. Even my palace has been invaded by these damned insects. Do I need you to report such a situation to me? Why did these insects appear directly in my palace? You worthless group, truly useless. What are those idiots on the city wall doing, allowing the enemy to infiltrate the city? I will have all those city defense troops executed." The king of Sina roared in anger. He had never encountered such a situation in all his years as king. These insect beasts were utterly rampant. "Your Majesty, it seems these insects emerged directly from underground, not from outside the city," the royal master reminded him. "You." The king turned red with rage, then forcibly suppressed his anger and began to arrange matters. "Where are the offerings from that kingdom? Where are they? Quickly summon them to protect me. Mobilize the capital's Imperial Guard immediately. Hurry and let them clean up these insect beasts." "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty." As the orders were issued, the king's personal guards quickly relayed his commands. Soon various Imperial Guards and city defense forces began to engage in battle with the insect race within the city. However, facing terrifying insects with at least black iron level strength, these forces, made up primarily of ordinary people, had no power to resist. Extraordinary beings were rare throughout the kingdom, and it was impossible for any army to match the insect race's all-extraordinary members. Yet under the king's orders, these troops could only fight desperately against the insects. After all, if they resisted, they might only face their own deaths. If they fled instead, not only would they be captured and executed, but their families and friends would also suffer the consequences. However, many extraordinary beings had also allied with the Sina Kingdom. The Adventurers Association mobilized a large number of extraordinary beings under the king's orders to resist the insect army. Under the king's mobilization, the hidden platinum-level experts of the Sina Kingdom also appeared before the insect race. Truly a nation with profound foundations. After 6 platinum-level experts were eliminated, 7 more appeared in the air above the city. These 7 platinum-level experts began to swiftly eliminate the insects within the city. In an instant, a large number of insects were cleared away. However, Zhao Ziyan obviously would not allow them to continue their slaughter unchecked. More than 20 platinum-level experts from the insect faction began to encircle and kill these 7 offerings of the Sina kingdom. In the terrified gazes of these 7 experts, they were quickly overwhelmed by the insect army. Facing enemies several times their number, they fell into dire straits. Even as they begged for mercy, Zhao Ziyan showed no signs of compassion and ordered the insect experts to eliminate them all, transforming them into undead. For living beings, the undead were often more reassuring than the living, especially the cunning, intelligent ones. Compared to intelligent life, magical beasts tended to be more straightforward. Even when transformed into humanoid forms, there were few who could be as treacherous as humans. As these experts were infected by the power of death, they became undead. The entire capital of the Sina kingdom fell into despair. The king of Sina felt as if his heart had turned to ash. He never expected that his kingdom would face annihilation in just a few days. These terrifying insects were akin to natural disasters, utterly unstoppable. 13 platinum-level experts were so easily taken down and even turned into the enemy's undead. Great God of holy light, why do you not protect your people? Could this be your punishment for our lack of piety? But as king, I have gathered a large number of offerings to sacrifice to you. Why do you treat me this way? The king of Sina wept alone in the palace, yet no one could respond to his questions. However, his gaze soon turned cold. He walked over to the vase cabinet, rotated a vase, and soon a hidden door appeared. The dark and deep passage seemed endless as the elderly king resolutely stepped inside. As he entered, candles along the walls gradually flickered to life. The steps twisted downwards endlessly. Soon he reached the end of the secret chamber. At the center stood a pitch-black skeletal staff. I am sorry, my children. Outside the capital, chaos had already erupted. Numerous insectoid creatures relentlessly slaughtered the residents within, and the guards were momentarily unable to hold them back. The news of the capital's invasion had also reached the royal palace, where the elite guards were on high alert. A vast army of insects had surged through the underground passages into the palace. However, the palace housed the finest troops from the entire capital. The royal guards fought desperately against the insect horde. Despite heavy casualties, they barely managed to halt the onslaught. The king had many children, and at this moment they were not much better off than the commoners outside. Their panicked expressions stripped them of their royal pride, rendering them ordinary mortals. Father, what are you doing here? One of the princes spotted the elderly king, who was holding a peculiar black staff. The old king remained silent, merely pointing the staff at his son. The prince suddenly trembled violently and could no longer utter a word. A look of terror flashed in his eyes as he began to slowly float upwards, blood seeping from his pores. Soon a stream of blood gathered, quickly merging into the black staff held by the king. Father! You! Several other princes were also found, their blood similarly gathered. The old king allowed his sons and daughters to be slaughtered by the black staff. It even sought out members with royal blood. The situation outside the capital was essentially under the control of the insectoid creatures. There was no need for platinum-level experts to intervene. Ordinary insect units could easily suppress the external defenses. Soon only the king within the palace remained unprocessed. As the insect horde invaded the palace, they found no resistance. This made Zhao Ziyan feel a sense of unease. Logically, the palace should have been brimming with the nation's finest defense forces, yet it appeared alarmingly weak. Various severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered throughout the palace, but there was little blood, only faint traces remaining. Many of the royal guards had turned grey, their blood completely drained, lying lifelessly across the palace. However, these corpses had appeared before the insects arrived. Could it be that they turned on each other? This scene left Zhao Ziyan somewhat bewildered. As the insect horde continued to advance, the few surviving royal guards were ineffective in blocking them, and they soon reached the innermost part of the palace. This was where the king's chamber was located. When the insect army charged in, the elderly king showed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly gazed at the incoming creatures. Have you finally arrived? I've been waiting for you for a long time. With it, he slammed the black staff down onto the ground. The air gradually became oppressive and the entire space turned thick and surreal. A massive crack began to form, starting the size of a fingernail and ultimately expanding into a 20-meter-wide chasm. Overwhelming death energy surged forth from the crack. The insectoid creatures in front of it were instantly deprived of life. The hard and thick shells of the insect army began to decay, their flesh eroded by the death energy. Then, supported once again by the death energy, they staggered to their feet and began to attack their fellow insects. Is this also death energy? Zhao Ziyan felt a sudden thrill in his heart. Suddenly a low roar echoed through the palace. He searched for the source of the sound, which came from the spatial crack. Who is it? Summoning the great undead emperor. At this moment the old king's face had drained of color, resembling a piece of dried meat. He staggered to his feet, disdainfully smiling at the insects, yet his eyes remained wide open. He struggled to uphold his body with sheer will as his life force steadily dwindled. Yet he clung to the last breath, wanting to witness the annihilation of these insects with his own eyes. He watched as these monsters which had destroyed his kingdom were vanquished by an even more powerful creature. Mortal King! You dare to summon this aura? It can't be wrong. It is indeed death. A colossal hand appeared from the spatial crack, followed by another hand reaching out, both gripping the crack and pulling forcefully. The spatial crack was torn open even wider. A terrifying figure gradually emerged from the crack. The first to emerge was a dense aura of death. Wrapped in this aura, a towering figure clad in heavy armor could be faintly seen. The newcomer stood at least 10 meters tall, enveloped in heavy dark armor yet devoid of a head. Faint flames of souls flickered in its chest, and the voice emanated from these soul flames. Mortal King, you have done me a favor. In the name of death, I, the undead emperor, the eternal sleeper Asathos, can grant you one wish. A terrifying and deep voice resonated from the soul flame. However, the elderly king was unable to respond. His life was nearing its end. Yet his gaze remained intensely fixed on the surrounding insects. Very well, I can sense your anger, so I shall fulfill your wish. The undead emperor, stepping out from the crack, proudly raised his long sword and swept it towards the surrounding insects. However, the terrifying undead emperor was unable to effortlessly claim the lives of the surrounding insects. A golden light began to spread throughout the palace as if everything had been forbidden. Even the undead emperor, transcending the diamond level, could not move a muscle. Crack! The black giant sword suspended in midair shattered piece by piece until a black gem appeared on the hilt. In an instant, the entire giant sword turned to dust and vanished while the black gem sparkled brilliantly. Fragments of the death deity's position. 2 pieces. Ha ha ha. This is truly a level of joy that could wake one from a dream. The delighted voice echoed within the palace, yet the once invincible undead emperor was clearly trembling. Thank you, little black chubby. Oh, and you too, skinny old man. Zhao Ziyan slowly stepped out from another golden rift in space, reaching out to grasp the black giant sword of the Death Emperor, holding the fragment of the Death Divine Throne embedded within. He then walked slowly in front of the old king, picking up the black scepter before him and prying out a black gemstone from its center. As the black gemstone was removed, the entire scepter instantly began to turn to ash, gradually dissipating into the air. This was indeed another fragment of the Death Divine Throne. Is this your trump card? Zhao Ziyan surveyed the 2 newly acquired fragments of Divine Throne in his hand, asking the old king of the Senna Kingdom with a hint of sympathy. Not only had it caused no trouble for the insectoid army, but it had also delivered the fragments of the Death Divine Throne right into the hands of the enemy. Despair flickered in the old king's eyes, which soon lost their luster as the last trace of life instantaneously vanished. He was effectively killed by rage. Zhao Ziyan then turned his gaze to the Death Emperor emerging from the realm of death. Undead beings cannot ascend to godhood. Compared to the living, undead beings lose the unique spirituality of life. Although they can still strive to cultivate and grow stronger, achieving divinity is entirely out of reach. Thus, no matter how powerful the Death Emperor becomes, he can only be a demigod. However, as a deceased, the Death Emperor need not worry about his lifespan. Throughout his long life, the Death Emperor can cultivate a multitude of secret arts, with his combat prowess as a demigod being no less than that of true gods. Many weaker true gods would choose to circumvent the formidable Death Emperor. However, it was evident that Zhao Ziyan did not belong to the ranks of weak true gods. This so-called Death Emperor had merely relied on the fragments of the Death Divine Throne to frantically absorb death energy and convert it into his own cultivation, thus becoming a demigod. He had taken a shortcut. Once he lost the supportive fragments of the Death Divine Throne, his strength would significantly decline. Don't! Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ziyan directly pointed at his soul fire. The soul fire of the Death Emperor instantly dissipated. His massive body crashed to the ground, filling the entire palace with a dense aura of death. The Death Emperor, surpassing the diamond level, fell just like that. Roar! A roar echoed as the flesh and blood amalgam outside the palace felt the invigorating power of death. Hastily it rushed towards this direction. The moment the flesh and blood amalgam arrived, it absorbed all the death energy present into its body. Moreover, the flesh and blood amalgam saw the headless knight's body lying on the ground, and an uncontrollable, corrosive, disgusting slime leaked from its mouth. The flesh of the deceased Death Emperor was naturally an excellent supplement for other undead beings. Eat, eat! Zhao Ziyan commanded, and did not stop the flesh and blood amalgam. After all, the body of the Death Emperor was filled with the essence of the realm of death, which other creatures could not consume. The flesh and blood amalgam, being infinitely close to the diamond level, was the most suitable candidate for absorption. Once it finished devouring, it should also be able to break through to the diamond level. Having dealt with matters here, Zhao Ziyan stepped through the rift into the Death Realm where the Death Emperor had resided. This Death Realm was also an independent space capable of isolating the main world's probing. It could be considered a sanctuary for the divine. However, the dense aura of death made it more suitable for undead beings to inhabit. If a genuine deity were to enter, although they could stay, they would feel extremely uncomfortable. With the thought, Zhao Ziyan discovered that this death realm had actually merged with the fragment of the Death Divine Throne belonging to the Death Emperor. It had completely transformed into a space accompanied by the fragment of the Death Divine Throne. This made things easier, saving Zhao Ziyan the trouble of refining this death realm. He then waved his hand, commanding the insectoid army to cleanse the capital of the Senna Kingdom, while a large number of undead beings all entered this death realm. The rich death energy filled this space, and as many undead beings settled here, the death energy on their bodies became more solid and their strength gradually increased. It seemed that this death realm was indeed a treasure trove for undead beings. The capital of the Senna Kingdom fell. The king's head was hung in the center of the city. The guards were mostly wiped out by the insectoids, and Zhao Ziyan had no intention of slaughtering all the remaining residents. He captured some surviving marquises and dukes in the city. He instructed these local natives of the Senna Kingdom to notify other cities. As long as they surrendered to the insectoids and worshipped the swarm sovereign, they could be spared from death. If they refused to submit, then they would die. Soon dukes and marquises with territories in the Senna Kingdom began to surrender, and cities started to worship the swarm sovereign. Those few dukes who were unwilling to surrender saw their entire fiefs consumed by the insectoids. After the Senna Kingdom was annihilated, the news could no longer be concealed. The news of the insectoid invasion spread with panic to other countries. However, with the current strength of the insectoids, even if the other two nations united, they could no longer withstand the terrifying assault of the insectoids. The Luban Kingdom and the Luan Kingdom immediately reached an agreement to jointly resist the insectoids. With the alliance of the two countries, a combined force of 15 platinum-level powerhouses was stationed at the borders. The capitals of the two countries were guarded by 5 overlord-level powerhouses each to prevent the insectoids from carrying out decapitation actions. Together, the two countries had a total of 25 overlord-level powerhouses. However, the insectoids never engaged them in direct confrontation. The insectoid army constantly consumed the border cities through rapid movement and agile maneuver. Before the Alliance army could arrive, the insectoids had already wiped out all life in the cities. By the time the Alliance army reached, the cities had long been deserted. Although a direct assault could forcefully crush the enemy to avoid unnecessary losses, Zhao Ziyan still planned to engage in guerrilla warfare. As a border city came under attack, the 15 overlord-level powerhouses abandoned their troops and rushed to support the besieged city. However, when they arrived, the city was already devoid of life. Meanwhile, the capital of the Luban Kingdom was undergoing a massive assault by the insectoids and was on the brink of collapse. When the 15 platinum-level powerhouses returned to the capital of the Luban Kingdom, all 5 platinum-level powerhouses guarding it had fallen. The 15 platinum-level powerhouses engaged in a decisive battle with the insectoids. However, the insectoids had nearly twice the number of human powerhouses, quickly suppressing the human camp. In this critical moment, a strong wave of energy fluctuations erupted from the royal palace of the Luban Kingdom. It turned out to be the aura of a diamond-level powerhouse. Above the palace of the Luban Kingdom, a great hole was suddenly blasted open by a surge of energy. An old hunched figure flew out through this opening, his face haggard and his aura somewhat diminished. However, the diamond-level fluctuations of spiritual power were undeniably real. I have been in slumber for nearly a century. I do not have much time left to live. As long as the existence of the nation is not threatened, I could continue sleeping like this indefinitely. Yet it is truly regrettable that I must take action. It is the former Grand Master. An elderly royal family member exclaimed. The world believed that the Grand Master of the Luban Kingdom had already passed away, yet no one knew he had merely fallen into a deep sleep, sealing off his own power. At that time, the Luban Kingdom was immensely powerful, and it took the combined efforts of the remaining two nations to barely withstand the terrifying strength of the Luban. However, the Grand Master, who was already at the pinnacle of platinum and close to diamond level, intended to break through to diamond level. When news of the Grand Master's breakthrough spread, he had already vanished and no one knew whether he succeeded. Yet the Grand Master had been missing for a long time, and everyone tacitly accepted that he had failed his breakthrough and had perished from the backlash. This elderly Grand Master was gathering energy, preparing to unleash his strongest strike to repel the insect race's powerful beings. However, the Faith Incarnate hiding nearby launched a surprise attack, interrupting the Grand Master's skill. The now elderly Grand Master displayed an expression of terror as he faced the Faith Incarnate, which continuously poured in endless amounts of divine power. Could it be that heaven wishes to destroy my Luban Kingdom? As the Faith Incarnate's boundless divine power violently surged forth, the already feeble Grand Master was slain on the spot. The remaining platinum-level strong ones could not hold their ground, either all being killed by the insect race and transformed into undead creatures. After successfully seizing the capital of the Luban Kingdom, they continued their old tactics. They captured some high-ranking marquises and dukes to act as guides, persuading other influential figures to submit to the insect race, compelling all the urban residents in their territories to worship the insect swarm. Subsequently, the insect race did not rest. Riding the momentum of victory, they surged towards the last nation. At this time, the king of the Run Kingdom had also received the news, revealing despair on his face. Even the other dozens of platinum-level strong beings could not stop these insects. What could the 5 platinum-level strong beings in their capital do? The news had completely spread throughout the capital. 2 of the platinum-level strong beings, not wanting to die in vain, left without a word. Taking advantage of the lack of detection, they fled to an unknown location. The national strength of the Run Kingdom was relatively weak compared to the other 2 nations. With no hidden trump cards, when the remaining platinum-level strong beings were killed by the insect race, the entire capital lost its ability to resist and instantly fell into a slaughterhouse for the insect race. They killed a portion of the resisting humans to establish authority, selecting some high-ranking individuals among the remaining humans to persuade other kingdoms and cities to surrender. The process went relatively smoothly. Everyone was quite compliant, and all the cities of the Run Kingdom successfully submitted to the insect race. After countless battles, the strength of the insect race had undergone wild evolution. Even the weakest of the insect race had reached the peak of black iron level. Apart from the weakest worker ants, soldier ants and jumpers could all achieve bronze level strength. On the surface of this planet there were no longer any opponents for the insect race. Perhaps within the vast and boundless sea terrifying monsters might emerge, but Zhao Ziyan did not plan to explore the depths of the ocean in the near future. The insect race is currently cultivating ground and aerial units with little research on underwater units. The limitations of underwater units are too great, and there are many places where underwater units are entirely unnecessary. Future battles might take place in space. In the Sunset Forest, numerous magical beast races were harvested by the insect race. The remaining weaker races were managed by the 2 dominant forces, the lightning sheep and the divine wood monkey. These 2 magical beast races were also the first to ally with Zhao Ziyan. From then on they became the only 2 overlords of the entire forest, with all resources prioritized for their distribution, naturally earning them the gratitude of both races towards Zhao Ziyan. As for the human kingdoms, after killing the king, Zhao Ziyan did not interfere with other matters. The subsequent human kingdoms went through a series of political struggles and power clashes. They elected several highly respected dukes. These 3 dukes became the new leaders of the 3 nations. For the surviving humans, life was not much different from before. The only change was that they had replaced their worship of the divine with that of the insect swarm. However, this may actually be a good thing for them. Originally, nearly all the inhabitants of this planet were believers of the god of holy light. However, the sacrifices made to the god of holy light caused great suffering for the lower class people. By abolishing the faith in the god of holy light, they eliminated a large number of offerings. Zhao Ziyan, who hardly valued offerings, genuinely believed that sincere faith would yield rewards. When the faith of the believers is pure and fervent, the divine power that the deity passively responds with can nourish the bodies of the believers, shielding them from disease and making their bodies stronger. This passive feedback of divine power consumes almost nothing for the deity. However, for the believers this reward is astonishing enough. He no longer paid attention to other matters on the planet. The food reserves the insect race had accumulated were already innumerable. To allow the insect race to develop elsewhere, Zhao Ziyan planned to remodel the insect race. After all, many planets are not suitable for survival. The environment on these planets can be extremely harsh and normal beings would die instantly upon arrival. At this time, the adaptability of the insect race needs to be strong enough. However, Zhao Ziyan had some references. The interstellar insect race has gas sacs distributed within their bodies. These gas sacs can be used to exchange gases, allowing the insect race to survive normally even in the airless void of space. A sturdy and thick exoskeleton allows the insect race to survive smoothly in harsh environments. Soon Zhao Ziyan found inspiration from some magical beasts with plant-like characteristics. By transplanting the genes from these plant magical beasts into the insect race, he enabled the insect race to produce gases themselves and to store these gases using the genes of fish swim bladders. As long as there is light, the insect race can produce the oxygen they need. They can store large amounts of oxygen in their gas sacs. Even without light, the compressed oxygen stored in the gas sacs can allow the insect race to move freely for an extended period. Moreover, Zhao Ziyan held the dominion over the realm of death. Although the realm was filled with the power of death, normal creatures would feel intense discomfort upon entering it. However, the insectoid race possessed formidable adaptability. If the environment became too harsh, they could retreat into the realm of death to avoid danger. Within the realm of death, the air had been transformed by Zhao Ziyan into familiar components found on Earth. This was especially useful when external sources of air were unavailable. The insectoid army could completely fill themselves with gas in the realm of death before venturing out to engage in battle. Alternatively, they could continue to modify their surroundings to adapt to the local environment. It is hoped that one day the insectoid race can evolve into a form that can survive without any air. After acquiring gas sacs, the underwater units were no longer necessary, as the insectoids with gas sacs could move freely on land and underwater. A multitude of insectoids began to invade the oceans. In the vast and boundless sea there were indeed many powerful beings. The ocean in this other world was as vast as 60 while land accounted for only about 40. A greater number of biological entities could foster more powerful beings. However, under the terrifying numbers and evolutionary capabilities of the insectoids, many underwater creatures could merely provide more evolutionary genes for the insectoids. Numerous underwater creatures were slain by the insectoids, including many platinum-tier overlord beings who fell under the siege of the insectoid powerhouses. From then on, the insectoid camp was augmented by many flesh-peeled decayed underwater beings. Among them were 3 platinum-tier undead. 1 was a giant undead octopus. 2 were giant undead sharks. Rumors of terrifying insects began to circulate in the ocean. Soon a massive island surfaced from the deepest part of the ocean. Upon closer inspection, it was not an island at all but a giant whale measuring thousands of meters. As a large number of insectoids were drawn into the giant whale's body, the divine perspective was instantly diminished by more than half. With the strength of this whale, it likely surpassed the diamond tier. Ordinary insectoids could no longer inflict any harm on it, and ultimately Zhao Ziyan himself descended into the ocean to slay the giant whale. After slicing open the whale's body, he found a massive beast crystal core within its head. It was a demigod-level beast core. Moreover, within its head was a light blue fragment. Upon careful sensing, it resembled the fragment of the river god's position that Zhao Ziyan had previously obtained from Tang Shan. See God Position Fragment 1. This whale must have accidentally fused with the sea god's position fragment, allowing it to grow to such a size and possess demigod-level strength. There were still many powerful beings in the ocean. Through their own efforts in cultivation, Zhao Ziyan encountered 2 fish that had reached the diamond tier. However, as expected, they were all easily slain by the avatars of faith, becoming evolution resources for the insectoids. Yet the ocean was indeed vast, making it difficult for the insectoids to explore the entire expanse. After harvesting a significant amount of flesh and blood, only a few insectoids remained to continue exploring the ocean. The rest began preparing to venture into space. Meanwhile, within the insectoid camp, Xiaoyi had reached the late platinum stage through her own cultivation, coming infinitely close to the diamond tier. Other powerful beings in the insectoid faction also experienced their own advancements. After Xiaohong devoured the Hellfire Phoenix butterfly, she spun silk to wrap herself into a massive cocoon. At this moment, she had already broken free from the cocoon. Just after her emergence, her aura fluctuations had already reached the mid-platinum stage. The terrifying fire attribute spiritual power was perfect for Xiaohong's fiery temperament. Her appearance was also similar to that of a butterfly, allowing her to switch freely between human and insectoid forms. In her human form, Xiaohong was a girl with large wavy red hair. With long legs and a curvaceous figure, she was no less striking than Xiaoyi. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but marvel at how his follower resembled a supermodel. If someone else were to be the deity, they might have already birthed many true divine offspring. That said, humans should not. At least not be. The insectoid flying units, having acquired gas sacs, could now continuously ascend. A large number of flying insects and flying parasitic mothers began their journey into space. The structure of this planet was somewhat similar to Earth. Breaking through the atmosphere, they quickly arrived in space. The insectoids that burst out of the planet soon adapted after a brief period of rigidity. The gas sacs within them began to function, circulating air throughout their bodies, enabling the insectoids to move smoothly. However, without air, their wings became entirely ineffective in space, rendering them unable to fly forward by flapping their wings. Yet Zhao Ziyan had anticipated this. The insectoids' gas sacs could compress air and expel it through the gaps in their exoskeletons. This reactive force from the expelled air allowed the insectoids to propel themselves forward. This method of expelling airflow could even be utilized within planets that had air. During regular running, they could appropriately increase their running speed through the reaction force created by the expelled airflow. After experimenting with the insectoid survival and mobility in space, Zhao Ziyan nodded in satisfaction. The insectoids had now reached the form he envisioned. However, being able to move in space did not mean they could directly run to the next planet. It must be understood that in space the distance between each planet is measured in light years. Even the transmission of light takes many years, and with this method of propulsion through expelling airflow, it was uncertain how long it would take to travel. But Zhao Ziyan had the help of the mouse. As a spatial mouse, creating a spatial rift to transport his insectoid army was not a challenge at all. Although he lacked an elder, he had the mouse. The mouse's presence was currently too subtle, and Zhao Ziyan couldn't bear to let it continue to be engrossed in its phone. "Get up and get to work, mouse." Zhao Ziyan patted the mouse's little bottom. At that moment, the mouse was both controlling a character and lying on the ground pretending to be a mouse person. Dark Zone Strike. A new treasure hunting game. It combined elements from the old Dark Zone's triangles and fireflies. A set of trash equipment, a trash gun, a trash backpack, quietly waiting for a fateful encounter. "What's up, Xian?" the mouse asked. "I remember the coordinates of the other world where my followers are located were provided by you, right?" "That's right. I've traveled through many places and remembered many coordinates." The mouse chuckled proudly. Zhao Xian pinched the mouse's face. "Let's go to the next place." "Ah." The mouse suddenly raised its head, looking at Zhao Xian in shock. Zhao Xian smiled. Hee, I've already taken care of this planet, now I plan to go to the next one." Insect God. Activate. The end. If there are any forgotten pits, feel free to remind me. There will be side stories to fill them in. The first planet is concluded and the main text ends here. Writing one planet after another, it feels like it could go on indefinitely. There are indeed many issues. I only realized them as I wrote. For example, the protagonist is too lonely. It's now popular to compete with others. In the next book I will adopt a player competition template. Various players will trade in battle. The real world should ideally progress in sync with the other world. However, the setting of this book's real world is just an ordinary one with no plot to advance. Overall, it remains too monotonous. There is only the development of the insectoid race, and I am quite satisfied with the evolution of various insectoid species. I need to summarize the experience and prepare for the second book. Xian. Shushu wants the transformation grass. Shushu looked at Zhao Xian with an annoyed expression. Zhao Xian was equally puzzled. Ever since occupying a planet abundant in spiritual herbs, Zhao Xian discovered a plethora of spiritual plants, among which transformation grass was one. Logically speaking, this thing is not particularly significant and provides very little energy. It can only enable low-level spiritual beasts and monsters that cannot transform independently to change into desired forms. The transformations achieved through the transformation grass have many flaws. After all, they rely purely on external forces. There are many loopholes, such as uncleanly transformed ears and tails. However, as long as one practices diligently and reaches the platinum level, perfect transformation can be achieved. Zhao Xian's insect tribe is currently overflowing with resources. If only Shushu could put in a little effort to refine the treasures abundant with energy into its own spiritual power. Forget about platinum, it could easily break through to diamond. In fact, as long as Zhao Xian was willing to invest resources, he could elevate it to demigod level. What a pity. Shushu is not making any progress. Zhao Xian has never treated it poorly. Shushu is filled with an abundance of energy, yet it is simply too lazy to refine it. It spends all day playing with a broken phone. Until now, it is merely an ordinary little monster that has just entered the ranks. However, as a top-tier monster known as the spatial mouse, its genetics are quite exceptional, allowing it to possess intelligence comparable to an ordinary person even at its current low rank. The form changed by the transformation grass is flawed. With so many resources available now, can't you work hard to refine them and elevate your cultivation? Zhao Xian earnestly advised. After all, Shushu has been by his side for so long. When he was still an ordinary person, Shushu did not disdain him. Now that he has resources, he naturally wants to provide the best assistance to Shushu. No way. Shushu recently made a good friend who was really skilled at the game. He said he could help Shushu rank up, so Shushu wants to play with him. He even praised Shushu's voice, saying that just by hearing Uncle's voice he could tell that Shushu must be very cute. Ha ha ha. Shushu's eyes were resolute, and then it revealed a silly smile. How does he know Shushu is cute? Ha ha ha. Shushu was feeling a bit shy from the praise. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xian was left speechless. He had 1,000 complaints but didn't know how to express them. The young people nowadays are truly bewitched. One shouldn't. At least not in this way. It's just a mouse. Shushu probably opened voice chat while playing and accidentally attracted a wild king. To be fair, if others didn't know Shushu was just a mouse, just listening to Shushu's voice, it is indeed quite soft and cute. Logically, spatial mice should be genderless. However, this soft and somewhat androgynous cute voice is often categorized as female by others. Zhao Xian understood. Pretending to be a girl to attract a wild king for help in ranking up isn't shameful. Zhao Xian had done such things before. You can play games, but what do you need transformation grass for? Zhao Xian asked. Shushu chuckled. He. My friend in the game said he could help me reach glory rank with 100 stars. If that happens, Shushu will become a 100-star champion. Ha ha ha. But he said we need to play together offline as it's inconvenient to give commands online. Communicating in real life is much easier and we can rank up faster. Moreover, Shushu's friend knows a bunch of gaming experts. As long as Shushu goes, they can help Shushu rank up together. Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow. Offline meetup. Are young people really this reckless nowadays? Zhao Ziyan silently complained. However, he was merely a university student. But his immense power and the demeanor of someone looking down from above made him seem older than his years. This gave Zhao Ziyan a feeling of being jaded at a young age. The term old yet young could accurately describe him now. Shushu thinks what he said makes a lot of sense. However, if you still look like this, it will definitely scare your friends, so you have to eat the transformation grass to become human like you. Shushu said casually. Zhao Ziyan listened and did not plan to stop it. Instead, he felt a bit of excitement inside. He revealed a mysterious smile and asked, "So Shushu, what gender do you plan to transform into?" "We humans have both male and female, and there are also those who are neither." Ahem. Shushu scratched its head, feeling a bit shy. "A girl. I guess. My friend always says he wants to bring a girl to rank up. He seems to think of Shushu as a girl. If Shushu turns into a boy, would he still take Shushu to rank up?" Zhao Ziyan smiled. "Not necessarily. If it's a boy, it might be even better." Shushu stared blankly at Zhao Ziyan and did not catch any implications. However, it still shivered all over, feeling a bit uneasy. "By the way, where do you plan to meet?" "I think it's facing north." "Oh." Zhao Ziyan's initially indifferent expression suddenly turned serious. His voice gradually grew louder. "Wait a minute, where did you just say you were going to play?" Shushu was also startled by Zhao Ziyan's sudden loud voice. Facing north. My friend said there are many skilled gamers over there and everyone can play together." Shushu scratched its head, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. "What's wrong?" "Ziyan. He. It's nothing, maybe I'm overthinking." Zhao Ziyan waved his hand and didn't explain the intricacies to Shushu. This thing is too complicated to explain. With Shushu's IQ, it would probably be confused. "Oh right, recently I have nothing to do. I just occupied a planet and the insect tribe army should take a break now. I'm bored at home, so I'll go with you. Shushu, you know I'm decent at games too, so I'll play with you all." Zhao Ziyan said to Shushu. "Great, no problem." Shushu happily replied. It had been thinking of bringing Zhao Ziyan along since it was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know if it could find its way. After all, it used to rely directly on spatial teleportation and its sense of direction has always been weak and not emphasized. But without precise coordinates, it is completely impossible to find a location accurately without a sense of direction. Zhao Ziyan directly obtained the transformation grass from his follower. Now he no longer needed the mouse to open the spatial passage. As long as he could sense his followers, he could establish a connection with them by expending divine power. He would simply issue a command for his followers to offer the item. Zhao Ziyan could effortlessly bring the offerings sacrificed by his followers to his side. This was also a relatively simple offering ritual between the followers and the deity. He obtained a piece of transformation grass. This spiritual herb was crystal clear and had 3 leaflets. Its overall appearance resembled the 3-leaf windmill from Plants vs. Zombies. Its root exuded a faint multicolored glow containing weak spiritual power. The effects of this spiritual herb were not significant and it was not particularly precious. Although it was common, the quality was generally low. The root stem usually had only 1 or 2 colors. The planet Zhao Ziyan occupied could produce a large quantity of spiritual herbs. There were also quite a few transformation grasses. The one offered by his follower was the highest quality. The root stem had as many as 5 colors. Excellent. Supreme transformation grass. Zhao Ziyan took it and handed it directly to the nearby mouse. He, go ahead and eat it. As Zhao Ziyan spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on the mouse, revealing a strange gleam. He imagined at first whether the mouse could transform into a mouse maiden. Now that wish was about to come true. Should he buy a few sets of JK uniforms for the mouse? How do you eat this? Do I just eat it to transform? The mouse held the 3-leaf grass with both paws, unsure of how to begin. I don't know either, just bite into it. If it doesn't transform, there's more, but the quality might be a bit lower. Zhao Ziyan shook his head. He had never eaten transformation grass, so asking him was futile. Oh. The mouse immediately picked up the 3-leaf grass and bit off one of the leaves. After chewing and swallowing it, it carefully sensed for any changes in its body. However, it felt no unusual sensations. The mouse ate the remaining 2 leaves but still felt no change. However, when it finished all the leaves and swallowed the last root, its face suddenly began to flush. As the root glowing with 5 colors was consumed, the mouse's body gradually began to radiate 5 hues. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Then the 5 colors gradually enveloped the mouse's entire body. Zhao Ziyan outside could not see the internal situation of the glow. It was similar to when Xiao Yi and Xiao Air evolved before. However, the current Zhao Ziyan was no longer the Zhao Ziyan of the past. Divine Power. Activate. Open the third eye. Go. With Zhao Ziyan's extremely earnest shout, a divine eye manifested from divine power appeared on his forehead. Beneath the white light the mouse's body was revealed. However, at this moment the mouse's form was gradually losing its rodent shape, becoming as soft as water. It was slowly transforming into a human infant's form. Subsequently the colorful light expanded and the human infant's body seemed to grow at an accelerated pace. In almost an instant it evolved from an infant to a mature individual. Zhao Ziyan widened his three eyes, staring in disbelief. Why is there holy light appearing automatically? Poor review. The transformation was incredibly quick, taking only about a minute to nearly complete. The transformed mouse immediately began to scold Zhao Ziyan. Pervert. Ziyan is a pervert. Zhao Ziyan was a bit confused. Wait, why do you say I'm a pervert? Zhao Ziyan tried to deny it. The mouse transformed inside. It's not dead. Moreover, we have a spirit pet contract. The mouse knows. Ziyan, you must have been peeking. The mouse questioned defiantly. Her small face was flushed. Her smooth, beautiful long hair covered her vital areas, revealing nothing of spring. Zhao Ziyan rubbed his nose and pretended not to care. We've known each other for so long, experienced so many storms together. Mouse, I've always regarded you as a brother. Between brothers, why fuss over so much? Clothes. Clothes. The newly transformed mouse, bare and glistening, anxiously asked for some clothing. The transformation wasn't very successful. Zhao Ziyan looked at the mouse from side to side, clicking his tongue in wonder and occasionally offering comments. The mouse crossed her arms and turned her head to the side. She didn't meet Zhao Ziyan's gaze, appearing somewhat angry. She was wearing one of Zhao Ziyan's short sleeves and a pair of jeans, both of which looked very loose. The mouse now had a full head of silver hair. Standing on the floor, her smooth silver hair almost touched the ground. Her two pointed mouse ears on top of her head were still visible. A small fluffy tail showed no signs of disappearing. Around her wrists and ankles there were also a few rings of white fur resembling white furry wristbands. Zhao Ziyan turned the mouse's head and pinched her cheek. This transformation is indeed different, your skin is so tender. Wah! The mouse slapped Zhao Ziyan's hand away, her cheeks inflating instantly. She took on the appearance of a humanoid hamster, glaring fiercely at Zhao Ziyan, her eyes almost spitting fire. Zhao Ziyan quickly pulled out several bags of snacks. Alright, I was just joking, mouse. To express my apology, all these snacks are for you. Looking at the spicy strips, potato chips and so, the mouse's expression immediately changed. Her joyful face while eating snacks suddenly turned serious. It seems I can't change back now. The mouse assessed her situation, forgetting the snacks and appearing somewhat anxious. Does it mean I can only stay like this? I heard that after using transformation grass one can change back. Zhao Ziyan, seeing the anxious mouse, could only comfort her. Soon Zhao Ziyan inquired with his followers. Only then did he realize it was just a false alarm. After transformation, the potency of the herb would remain in the body for a while. Once the potency completely dissipated, the mouse would be able to return to her original form. Phew, that's good, that's good. The mouse patted her chest, softly relieved. Since the mouse has already transformed into human form, then Ziyan, let's go find the mouse's friends together. The mouse can't wait to level up. Ha ha. Zhao Ziyan arrived at the northern side with Shu Shu in a single teleportation. He wore a mask enveloped in divine energy. Even if someone stared closely at him now, they could only see a blurred silhouette. As long as Zhao Ziyan left, his image would gradually fade from this person's mind and then disappear completely. Where's your friend? Zhao Ziyan asked Shu Shu behind him. However, Shu Shu scratched his head, indicating that he was not sure. Then he sent a message to his online friends saying he had arrived. After sending a location, several cars quickly arrived. Zhao Ziyan could tell at a glance that these people were not good news. After becoming a deity, Zhao Ziyan could perceive the general state of a person. The few individuals who arrived had red light radiating from their heads. It was obvious that they had taken many lives. The red had turned dark. Of course, compared to Zhao Ziyan himself, they were still lacking greatly. If one were to count, the light above Zhao Ziyan's head would probably be dark enough to turn green. Ha ha ha. Are you the little mouse who loves to eat potato chips? Ha ha ha. I could tell from your voice that you must be a great beauty, and now that I see you, it truly is the case. A young man with a middle part stepped out of a white van, laughing heartily. Wow, Lu you. The girl you mentioned before is indeed a great beauty. Ha ha ha, we will definitely help her level up. We are the best at bringing girls up the ranks. That's what we excel at. A young man with dyed purple hair stared intently at Shushu. Several burly men nearby said nothing but also stared at Shushu with burning gazes. Shushu with a head of silver hair did not attempt to conceal it. He simply wore a white hat to cover his ears. His eyelashes and pupils were also white, yet they exuded a unique charm. His skin was flawless, almost impossible to see any pores. In reality, no amount of cosmetic surgery could achieve such beauty. This was the effect of a top-tier transformation herb. Those shady park workers had never seen a beauty of such caliber. If they could capture someone like her, the boss of the shady park would surely reward them generously. As for this bowtie's fate, the burly men who got out of the car had already envisioned various sordid scenarios in their minds. Oh, by the way, potato chip sister, who is this next to you? The young man with the middle part glanced over at Zhao Zian and naturally asked. Oh, he is Zian, Shushu replied. The young man raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit awkward. Ha ha ha. I meant, what is the relationship between this handsome guy and you? His name is Zian, right? Good name. Ha ha ha. The middle part young man chuckled. Zian is just Zian. Shushu clearly was not on the same wavelength as this middle part young man. Shushu looked at the middle part young man in confusion. Ahem. Her father Zhao Zian coughed and raised his chest, speaking to the middle part young man before him. The middle part young man looked at Zhao Zian in bewilderment. In his eyes, Zhao Zian's face gradually began to change. He appeared older with slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He transformed from a younger version of Zhao Zian to a middle-aged version. The middle part young man and his companions did not realize anything was amiss. Oh. So it's uncle. The middle part young man nodded in understanding. However, Shushu standing beside him appeared a bit confused. Shushu's whole face turned slightly red. As they chatted, everyone introduced themselves. The middle part young man and his friends warmly invited Zhao Zian and Shushu to their home. Shushu, being somewhat naive, immediately agreed. At that moment she was already fantasizing about becoming a top-tier powerhouse. The moment the two sat in the white van, the atmosphere began to change. Several burly men stood guard at the van's entrance. The young man with purple hair was driving. The cheerful atmosphere inside the van had completely dissipated, replaced by a sense of heaviness. However, Shushu was completely oblivious to this. Instead, she chatted with those around her, asking if they knew how to play games. The burly men in the van were nearly driven to the brink of collapse by her questions. They were pure fighters, not responsible for deceiving others. Those who were being questioned were getting a bit annoyed. They almost wanted to beat Shushu up. Soon the van arrived at a small park and Shushu still did not realize the severity of the situation. They had already entered their territory. The people in the van stopped pretending and immediately pulled out steel pipes and other weapons, planning to teach the newcomers a lesson. Hee hee. Beautiful lady, as long as you are willing. Hee hee. You can avoid this beating. At this moment a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out from the park, smiling at Shushu. Ah. Shushu was a bit dazed, looking at the newcomer with confusion. Are you from a game company? Do you know how to play games? Ha 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 ha. Alu, where did you find such a fool? However, this beauty does look promising. Hee hee. The middle-aged man laughed lewdly. Saying this, he reached out as if to grab her. Hey, what are you doing? Shushu yelled. At this moment, even if she was still naive, she sensed that something was off. With a quick move, Shushu dodged to the side. After all, she was a black iron-level magical beast, not easily caught by this middle-aged man who was indulged in wine and women. Ha ha ha. Interesting, you dare to dodge. But can you dodge for a moment? Can you dodge for a lifetime? The middle-aged man grinned lewdly and lunged forward. However, Shushu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the middle-aged man. Shushu directly used her spatial teleportation ability, teleporting the stone right in front of the middle-aged man's forehead at the moment it was thrown. There was no room for him to dodge. A stone the size of a chicken egg came crashing down on the middle-aged man's forehead. It instantly smashed a large gash, blood gushing out. You ungrateful fool, grab her and cut out one of her kidneys without anesthesia. The middle-aged man said with a dark expression. Wow. You guys. Shushu's face turned anxious and she quickly ran to Zhao Zian's side. Hit them. Hit them. Zian. Shushu waved her hands excitedly. If she weren't so weak herself, she would have wanted to jump in. However, a black iron-level space mouse's physical strength was not high. Facing the assault of several burly men, she would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Pooh ha ha. Zhao Ziyan found it amusing and was already struggling to contain his laughter. He burst out laughing. Wow! Ziyan, you actually laughed. Divine energy surged. The entire shady park was enveloped by Zhao Ziyan's divine energy. Then the entire park vanished as if it had been erased by an eraser. The real world lost all traces of the shady park. All that remained was a patch of bare land. Boom! The shady park wrapped in divine energy was completely placed near the insect race's nest. Ziyan, you truly have so many followers now? Shushu asked incredulously. Is this even a question? As my spiritual beast, you should be able to sense my current strength, right? Ziyan. You must have been possessed. With Zhao Ziyan's 5-finger mountain suppression, Shushu was once again defeated. After some simple planets were completely occupied by the insect tribe, Zhao Ziyan planned to have Shushu provide some coordinates. Soon Shushu sent over a new planet's coordinates. The environment on this planet was quite suitable, similar to the first planet and not harsh at all. Compared to the insect tribe's meager resources when they first entered the first planet. Now the insect tribe was incredibly wealthy. Zhao Ziyan had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. He invested 10 queen ants right from the start. Along with a large number of worker ants and soldier ants. These were just the vanguard troops sent to scout the situation. When the time was right, the insect tribe could launch a full invasion. Shushu was in a much better state compared to when Zhao Ziyan first encountered it. Countless divine powers nourished Shushu's body. All the costs for opening the spatial rift were borne by Zhao Ziyan's divine power, so Shushu would never experience a shortage or depletion of spiritual energy. As the insect tribe began to explore this planet, Zhao Ziyan discovered that the sunlight on this planet was abundant. A plethora of plants covered this planet, making it lush and vibrant. In contrast, although the plants were flourishing, the number of animals was quite scarce. Until Zhao Ziyan's controlled insect tribe heard several loud roars. Roar! A few large green-skinned orcs carrying bizarre broken weapons walked past from the vicinity where the insect tribe was hiding. Yoo-hoo! Behind the large green-skinned orcs there followed a number of small orcs less than a meter tall with thin bony bodies. These small followers clustered around the giant orcs, sometimes climbing onto the backs of the larger orcs. If the giant orcs were not careful, they would accidentally step on the small ones. Green-skinned orcs. Goblins. They resembled the greenskins from Warhammer. Zhao Ziyan muttered to himself while eating potato chips. The subsequent events further verified his speculation. The small flying insects of the insect tribe followed these orcs. The tiny flying insects measuring 1 to 2 centimeters trailed far behind the orcs. The orcs ahead were completely unaware they were being followed, leading Zhao Ziyan's small flying insects into their camp. There a large number of green spores were planted on the ground. Like plants, they greedily absorbed the light emitted by the stars. The green spores occasionally pulsated. It was evident that these spores were alive. Many small goblins intermingled among the green spore fields, occasionally watering them. Watching these green spores grow robustly, the goblins couldn't help but grin broadly. Time passed swiftly. In the green spore fields, some had already grown to an enormous size. Suddenly, with a loud thump, several massive spores exploded. Out jumped several large green-skinned orcs. The formidable combat units of the green-skinned orcs were produced so easily. Boom! Suddenly a fierce explosion sound echoed from afar. A ship looking no different from a piece of scrap crashed down nearby. Several severely injured orcs emerged from it. However, these wounded orcs seemed oblivious to their pain, still cheerfully wielding their weapons and laughing. They boasted to the other orcs nearby. As they spoke, some of the other green-skinned orcs grew angry as their companions had suffered such a loss and they had to go back to reclaim their honor. Meanwhile, the injured green-skinned orcs sprawled on the ground, greedily absorbing the light from the stars. A nearby goblin sprinkled some water on them and their wounds began to heal. Did they integrate the genes of photosynthesis? As long as they absorb light, they can effortlessly gain energy, and producing combat units is just like planting crops in the ground. This is the godly gene I've always dreamed of. Zhao Ziyan's eyes gradually became fervent. Looking at these green-skinned orcs was akin to gazing at a pile of gold. However, these orcs were strikingly similar to the Warhammer orcs in his memory. If they were indeed similar to the Warhammer orc template, then these orcs likely possessed a terrifying ability. The power of will. This force is probably the purest and strongest form of idealism. The gist being, as long as one's resolve is strong enough, then success is inevitable. Often these green-skinned orcs even holding some scrap, as long as they firmly believed that the scrap was a laser gun capable of firing lasers, then that scrap could very well emit lasers. This is the most flawed aspect of the green-skinned orcs. Moreover, like plants, they could grow by absorbing light, requiring almost no food supply. With their powerful production capabilities and bug-like combat abilities, the insect tribe might not necessarily win against them. It seemed there were many such orcs on this planet. Zhao Ziyan pondered for a long time, yet the allure of such powerful genes still tempted him. Enough thinking time to act. After all, this was a planet reached via spatial transmission. Even if they lost, as long as they shut down the spatial transmission, it would be difficult for these orcs to find the insect tribe's lair. He. Insect tribe. Attack! With Shushu's innate ability activated, a massive spatial rift appeared in the sky of this planet. As time passed, this spatial rift continuously extended outward. Soon it grew into a gigantic spatial door 100 meters high and nearly 1,000 meters wide. At this point, the number of insect tribe members had already exceeded 100 million. After occupying several planets, the insect tribe continued to develop. Their strength increased dramatically. Their numbers had reached 10 billion. This giant spatial door 100 meters high and 1,000 meters wide opened 10 of them on this planet. The terrifyingly numerous insect tribe launched a rapid attack on the green-skinned orcs. Retreat! With a command issued into the minds of all the insect tribe members. Zhao Ziyan felt somewhat unwilling. However, to avoid further losses, he calmly made this decision. This was the first defeat he had encountered. In the worldview of Warhammer, the terrifying orcs that dominate the universe truly were extraordinary. The current insect tribe was not their match. However, this battle resulted in the loss of tens of billions of units, and the green-skinned orcs suffered significant losses as well. The insect tribe had obtained enough genetic templates. This is the first loss, and it will be the last. Next time, we will definitely win. Zhao Ziyan's days were quite mundane. Every day involved finding planets, conquering them, then finding more planets to conquer. In his leisure time, he played games and attended school. The summer vacation had long since ended. Zhao Ziyan even explored the vicinity of the solar system. To his surprise, he actually found some intelligent life, although they were still in the early stages of development inferior to humanity. Zhao Ziyan chose not to concern himself with them. However, within the Milky Way he discovered a highly advanced intelligent species that had reached a level of mastery over stellar power. As is well known, stars like the sun emit terrifying energy every moment. This energy disseminates to all corners of the solar system. However, only a small portion of this light reaches Earth. Yet even this tiny bit of light has sustained Earth's development over the years. This technological race could harness the vast majority of the energy emitted by stars. They employed a technology that encapsulated the entire star. By tightly encasing the star, they prevented a large amount of energy from escaping to the outside world, instead absorbing it through their stellar casing device. There were even some special devices that could intensify the energy emitted by the star. In short, this race's technological level was incredibly advanced. They had developed for countless millennia. However, compared to human development speed, they were still considerably slower. Yet due to their lengthy development time, their technological level surpassed humanity by several tiers. Their spacecraft could slowly explore the Milky Way. However, the solar system was located in a relatively remote region of the galaxy. This technological race still needed a long time to reach the solar system. But since Zhao Ziyan had already discovered them, he would not allow such a threat to linger near his homeland. Controlling the Zerg army, he opened a spatial rift and advanced forward. This race resembled starfish in appearance, akin to Patrick's star. The topmost point of their 5 arms served as their head, the middle 2 as hands, and the bottom 2 as legs. They appeared somewhat comical, but their strength was the complete opposite of their appearance. This technological race had formidable combat power. Nuclear weapons seemed to be treated as conventional weapons by them. The Zerg had primarily battled extraordinary races that possessed magic and spiritual power. This was the first time encountering a purely technological race. It presented some challenges. However, the initial batches of Zerg that perished brought back numerous genetic samples. Many Zerg killed by nuclear fusion and fission reactions were brought back to the hive. Soon the Zerg evolved some antibodies. As the war continued, many Zerg perished. However, the losses were not significant. The corpses of the fallen Zerg were dragged back to the hive, reprocessed into protein, and new Zerg forces were produced. Moreover, the newly produced Zerg forces possessed certain antibodies. Their combat and defensive capabilities were enhanced, making it increasingly difficult for the starfish race. The damage dealt by their weapons to the Zerg gradually began to decrease. The terrifying evolution speed of the Zerg started to manifest, leaving their enemies in despair. During this period, Zhao Ziyan also developed the mental brainworm. The mental brainworm emitted bronze-level spiritual fluctuations, but it lacked any combat power. However, this mental brainworm, while unable to fight, possessed a unique ability. It could burrow into other organisms and control them through mental power. Yet the mental brainworm could not control beings stronger than itself. If it faced extraordinary organisms, as long as the enemy's level exceeded bronze, the mental brainworm would be unable to exert control. But against these technologically inclined races, it could only enhance its combat power through technological weapons, as their true nature was that of an ordinary race. The mental brainworm with its bronze-level mental power easily manipulated certain enemy soldiers. These soldiers parasitized by the mental brainworm retained their original memories and behavioral patterns. Except for their closest companions, it was hard for others to notice. The Zerg combat units deliberately spared these parasitized enemy soldiers, allowing them to safely return to their home planet. At this moment, the technological starfish race was still unaware that their companions had been parasitized. They exhibited no vigilance. The mental brainworm could also absorb energy from the host and self-replicate within. Many parasites seized the opportunity to ambush nearby starfish, knocking them unconscious, and then replicated a mental brainworm to parasitize them. Soon a significant number of starfish in the front line were infected and turned into parasites. Even some high-ranking officers were affected. These high-ranking officers appeared just as they always had. After several battles, some of the high-ranking officers were rotated out. For instance, those who performed poorly were dismissed at the behest of higher authority, while those who performed exceptionally well were commended upon their return to the rear. In short, frontline personnel had opportunities to return to the core cities of the starfish. Among them, the parasitized Zerg had blended in with these personnel and returned to the cities of the starfish. At this point, the high-ranking leaders of the starfish were still unaware of the presence of parasites. They planned to hold out stubbornly, as those Zerg, though powerful, were up against their formidable technological weapons. Although the fighting was currently very difficult, enduring for a while longer posed no problem. Zhao Ziyan was also not in a hurry to let the Zerg launch a full-scale offensive. In the past, he had always mindlessly commanded all Zerg to charge forward, annihilating the enemy with overwhelming force. This time he wanted to employ a different strategy. Soon the starfish army began to see many rotations. Wounded soldiers were sent back to the rear to recuperate. Many wounded soldiers had already been infected by parasites. Their injuries were also deliberate, intended to return to the core city in the rear. Alternatively, transport personnel from the core city would deliver supplies to the front lines. However, once they transported the supplies to the front, they were immediately infected by the mental brainworm and turned into parasites. After delivering the supplies, they returned to the core city, hiding in the rear. A large number of starfish personnel were gradually infiltrated by the Zerg. Although they possessed powerful technological capabilities, their fragile bodies made them easy targets for the mental brainworm to manipulate. Until a biologist among the starfish race accidentally discovered this secret. However, by the time he made his discovery, it was already a bit late. Many high-ranking members of the starfish race had already been parasitized by the Zerg. When he released the information, it was immediately suppressed by the infected individuals in high positions. Subsequently, some ordinary residents casually approached him. Or starfish operating transport vehicles gradually turned the steering wheel toward him. A multitude of infected individuals began to close in on him, aiming to eliminate him. However, the ordinary starfish scientist, lacking any extraordinary powers, was completely defenseless. A swarm of parasites swiftly overwhelmed him, killing him in an instant. The news of this killing was also concealed by the higher-ups among the parasites. The scientist's findings did not cause any ripples. Thus, the high-ranking members of the starfish race were almost completely replaced by the Zerg. Some infected officers stopped pretending. They deliberately issued erroneous military commands, directing the frontline naval soldiers into a trap. Numerous naval soldiers fell victim to the infected individuals. The Zerg's losses were negligible. After capturing this planet, the Zerg combat units had also equipped themselves with some technological weapons covering their exoskeletons. With the aid of technological weapons, the combat power of the Zerg rose once more. However, due to the sheer number of Zerg, the effectiveness of the technological weapons assistance was not very significant. On that day, Zhao Ziyan lay on the bedboard playing a game. However, he felt something unusual in his chest. He pulled out a green seed from the pocket of his shirt. This was the seed of life given to him by the previous elven priestess Yali. This little thing often emitted life energy, although Zhao Ziyan had begun to look down on this energy. However, this subtle life energy brought a refreshing and cooling sensation. It felt as though he was always accompanied by an air purifier. Zhao Ziyan had not removed it, finding it quite useful. However, the originally vibrant seed of life was gradually dimming at this moment. Through his senses, Zhao Ziyan could detect that the owner of the seed must have encountered some trouble, which in turn affected the seed. Since there was nothing else to do at the moment, Zhao Ziyan decided to check the situation. Previously, Yali had told him he could take this seed of life to find her. Thus, this seed of life contained a coordinate. This coordinate could continuously guide Zhao Ziyan to find the owner of the seed of life. With a wave of his hand, a surge of divine power flowed into the seed of life. A rough coordinate instantly appeared in Zhao Ziyan's mind. He patted the nearby mouse. Zhao Ziyan jumped off the bed and onto the floor. A coordinate was transmitted into the mouse's consciousness through the pet contract. Another task to do. Mouse, open a space gate. Zhao Ziyan said while searching for his slippers under the bed. He must have kicked the slippers under the bed when getting onto the bed. Let's go. Don't disturb mouse while she plays on her phone. The mouse waved its hand and a spatial rift appeared before Zhao Ziyan. Along with it a small spatial rift emerged, teleporting Zhao Ziyan's slippers from under the bed to his feet. Lately the mouse had taken to playing games in human form. Perhaps she felt that in mouse form her paws were not suitable for manipulating a phone screen. Zhao Ziyan yawned, put on his slippers and stepped into the spatial rift. The first planet he occupied was named the Insectoid Planet by Zhao Ziyan. It was also the headquarters of the insectoid race in the universe. Aside from a few races subservient to Zhao Ziyan, all others had become food for the insectoids. Dozens of enormous space gates appeared on the ground. Each measured 100 meters long and over 1,000 meters wide. Countless insectoids could easily invade target planets through these gates. The god of elves craves youthful life. As followers of the divine, we must respond to the deity. Our elven race has worshipped the god of elves for generations, and in return the god has protected our race, ensuring its prosperity and longevity. I believe the deity's request is entirely reasonable and we can definitely fulfill it. In a grand and magnificent palace, numerous elves were engaged in heated discussions. It seemed they were debating the offerings required by the god of elves. The entire palace resembled a work of art covered in intricate and profound patterns. These patterns appeared beautiful but were in fact magical runes. This palace would likely withstand the blows of even a demigod without being destroyed. As the elves discussed, passionately fervor shone on the faces of the high-ranking elves. I disagree. A clear voice rang out from within the palace. Though not loud, it was exceptionally clear, instantly silencing the other voices. A familiar female elf holding a scepter stood in the center of the palace. Her mature and beautiful face was now as cold as ice. We cannot meet the deity's demands indefinitely. If fulfilling the request for youthful life requires sacrificing a large number of young elves from our elven race, then I absolutely will not agree. As Yali's words fell, the leaders of the Moon Elves, Night Elves and Silver Elves all turned to look at her. Since the extinction of the highest original elves, the 4 high-ranking elves had ruled over the entire elven race. We 3 races agree to this matter. Do you would elves openly oppose us? The high priest of the Silver Elves mechanically turned his head, fixing his gaze on Yali as he spoke. The high priest of the Moon Elves also turned to Yali but wore a strange smile. We already knew you would oppose us again. We had already decided this matter long ago. Tonight the offerings to the deity will take place. As the words fell, a group of vacanted adult elves mechanically entered the palace. In their hands they carried cages made of vines, each containing a young elf. The cries of the young elves echoed throughout the palace. You! Yali exclaimed in shock, raising her scepter ready to cast a spell. However, at this moment the high priest of the Night Elves had already made preparations. He raised his hand and a scroll opened, enveloping Yali in its center. Ha ha! Yali, after all these years, why must you be so stubborn? After all, these young elves are not even from your wood elf race. Wild elves. Half-elves. There are plenty of them. Shouldn't it be considered an honor to offer their children to the great deity? Ha ha ha. The high priest of the Night Elves was also a female elf. However, her beautiful face twisted in a manic laugh. You have already been corrupted. Yali gritted her teeth, blood spilling from her lips, yet she felt powerless. The high priests of the other 3 races all possessed diamond-level strength. However, the wood elves had always cherished peace and were not skilled in combat. Yali at this moment only possessed platinum-level strength. In this situation she could not resist at all. Yali's scepter was seized and her hands were shackled with magic suppression cuffs. A powerless elf was no different from a salted fish. Even the high priests were the same. They were confined in a cage woven from vines. Above there was a small opening from which water dripped continuously. From the opening indistinct sounds seemed to emanate. A sense of powerlessness surged within Yali. Perhaps those elven children had already been offered as sacrifices to the god of elves. This world had been eroded by corruption for far too long. It was unexpected that even the high priests of the 4 elven races had been corrupted. Now she was the only one left, barely holding on. The natural power that the wood elves excelled in could resist corruption to some extent, which was why she had been able to endure until now. However, she had held her ground while her allies had all collapsed. This situation was already beyond salvage. This place is so deeply hidden, there must be treasures. Great deity, come over here. A surge of flames engulfed Xiaohong, burning away a large number of vines, revealing the imprisoned female elf beneath. Oh, there are no treasures, just a female elf. Zhao Ziyan wearing slippers rushed over after hearing the news. His aura showed no signs of concealment. Looking at the newcomer, Yali's eyes widened. You are the deity. What is that thing in this dirt pile? Zhao Ziyan, who was outside tending to the chickens, noticed something moving in the soil next to the tree. Could it be a snake? With a note of suspicion, Zhao Ziyan used a branch to poke at the dirt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A common gray mouse seemed startled and darted into the nearby grass. Benefactor. The disheveled mouse crawled out from the dirt. However, Zhao Ziyan was a bit astonished. What the heck, a talking mouse? Could it be that this guy has become sentient? Zhao Ziyan was so startled that he jumped up. He hurriedly ran away. Yet when he reacted and returned to the spot, he found that the talking mouse had already disappeared. Could it be that the heat is making me hallucinate? Zhao Ziyan slapped his forehead and glanced at the blazing sun. He murmured softly, "Go destroy those damn horned bugs." Zhao Ziyan vigorously directed his army of ants to charge at the massive army of horned bugs. However, despite his confidence and fierce attitude facing an enemy force several times larger, the army of ants still struggled to hold their ground. After an extremely brutal battle, tens of thousands of horned bugs suffered heavy losses but succeeded in defeating the army of ants at an immense cost. Only about 3,000 horned bugs remained. However, the entire army of ants had been wiped out. Damn it! My army of ants couldn't defeat these damn bugs. Ziyan. The mouse no longer has enough energy to summon ants again. With the entire army of ants sacrificed, the path of faith can only end here. Zhao Ziyan sorted through the memories in his mind, feeling a slight pressure in his head. Even a divine body finds it a bit hard to bear. Another memory surfaced. The insect army coexisted harmoniously with the natives of each planet. Although it took a long time, the gains were quite satisfactory. On the first planet, the insect army did not kill a large number of magical beasts. The insect army allied with other dominant magical beasts to jointly slay the Mixtion and the beast god sacrificed with beast blood. They divided the resources within the forest and developed together. Zhao Ziyan could not command the insect army to take action against humans. The insect army negotiated with the human kingdoms to eradicate the malignant churches in the three kingdoms. All human kingdoms changed their faith and erected statues of the insect overlord within churches, competing with the god of holy light for followers. At a magnificent long table, many powerful deities surrounded by magnificent divine power sat nearby. However, beneath the golden divine energy, huge tumors and bizarre limbs propped up the solemn robes of the deities. As the divine power surged, these abnormalities were all concealed. However, at the very end of the long table, Zhao Ziyan sat there. You all have become corrupted, Zhao Ziyan said through clenched teeth. Young deity, there is no need to be so agitated. Corrupted. That is just your term. Compared to that unpleasant term, I prefer to call it evolution. A magnificent deity radiating holy light sat at the head of the long table. He spoke with a smile. The strength of the followers is exceedingly weak, and all we need to do is sacrifice all the insignificant followers, then we can possess even greater power, even transcend. Hoof. Just you. Zhao Ziyan slammed his hand on the table as endless insect troops approached from behind. No. The deities at the table all revealed identical smiles. Their statements gradually became consistent. I know you are strong, but so what? Zhao Ziyan watched as their divine bodies began to crack, revealing bizarre forms. Oh no. It's a Cthulhu gathering you all. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan was drenched in sweat. He was now a top deity, having seen and heard much, almost knowing everything. However, he had never encountered such power. Go. Get out of here. Hurry and go, Ziyan. The mouse pulled open a spatial rift beside him, using its slender arms to push Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan felt as if his divine body was about to crack open, forcing his eyes open. Surrounding him were large numbers of insect corpses, and in front of him the mouse's breath was weak as it pushed him into the spatial rift. The light blue mark on his forehead lit up again. The reincarnation divine position and the death divine position shattered with a loud bang. Little E, thank you for your hard work. After reincarnation, everything will be left to you. Yes, great deity. Ziyan, what happened to you? Zhao Ziyan steadied his mind and looked at the mouse beside him. You could have escaped, you know. What? I said remember to run away quickly when you encounter danger in the future. Zhao Ziyan continued speaking. Today let's go have some fun with the god of holy light. As the insect army aggressively occupied large amounts of territory, the reputation of the insect overlord became tremendously illustrious. Even the long-established powerful deity like the god of holy light could not compare at all. You. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Zhao Ziyan directly crushed the head of the god of holy light. Inside, a wriggling blackworm was squirming incessantly. Wow, is it that short? Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but make a remark. He grabbed it and tossed it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times as if it were chewing gum. A great supplement. Looking at the god of holy light who was frantically retreating, Zhao Ziyan completely disregarded him. At that moment, the head of the god of holy light that had been crushed began to heal slowly. Quick, tell me where you found this little worm. It's useless not to say I'll smash you and extract your memories. I can find it myself. Without wasting any more words, Zhao Ziyan threw a punch. In just a few years, the insect army had snowballed to an incredibly terrifying extent. No matter how strong the enemy was, they had no chance to develop and were all exterminated. Outside a tiny crack, Zhao Ziyan squinted as he peered inside. Could it be something like a multiverse setting? He then sniffed at the small crack. This smell is unmistakable, it's exactly like the little worm's scent. But this crack is too small, my insect army would have a hard time getting in. I have a plan. Mouse, come here. What is it? Zhao Ziyan pointed at the tiny crack, speaking mysteriously. As long as you can enlarge this crack a bit, all your snacks from now on will be my treat. Ha ha ha, really? The mouse's eyes instantly lit up. The spatial divine position slowly materialized before her. Her innate ability activated. The tiny crack instantly became enormous. Okay. The counterattack begins now.